I took out a loan of 990,000 to become a necromancer, but all I can summon is a frail little skeleton. As a result, I was mocked by the green tea campus beauty. But I didn't care at all. Instead, I felt relieved. That's because my system allows my skills to level up every second, even if I just lay back and do nothing. Little Skeleton Summoning Spell. It can also upgrade to the Skeleton King Summoning Spell. At that moment, I took out the gifted job skill book, and as I opened it, a greenish light surged out. Congratulations! You have successfully learned the Little Skeleton Summoning Spell. The skill will level up every second, officially activated, and will never stop. Little Skeleton Summoning Spell Level 1, chanting time 3 seconds, summons 2 weak skeletons to fight for you, duration 1 day, consumes 50 mana points. Little Skeleton Summoning Spell Level 11, summons 2 sturdy skeletons to fight for you. Seeing such an outrageous leveling speed, I was filled with worry, because when the level reaches 500, the skill begins to evolve. Little Skeleton Summoning Spell evolves into the Big Skeleton Summoning Spell, which summons a ferocious big skeleton to fight for you. Mana Consumption, 100. Wait, mana consumption is 100. I suddenly have a bad feeling. If this keeps evolving, I might exceed my mana limit. I quickly brought up my attribute panel, and sure enough. Name, Personality Level 1, Class, Necromancer, Mana, 100, Skill, Big Skeleton Summoning Spell Lv22. Right now, my mana is just enough to cast the Big Skeleton Summoning Spell. Once I level up online, I will exceed my mana limit. I need to level up quickly, otherwise, my mana will never catch up with the mana consumed by the skill upgrades. Then I hurriedly took a taxi to the Black Abyss Link Point to grind monsters and level up. By the time I reached the entrance, the Big Skeleton Summoning Spell had already leveled up over 1,000 times. I immediately felt the pressure rise, so I quickly took out a Black Abyss entry ticket from my job change gift package. Then a prompt appeared stating that the dungeon requires a team to enter, and you can only start the challenge from the easy level. Now I have to form a team. Suddenly I remembered that purchasing the job change package also comes with a chance for a high-level low-tier summon. So I called the salesperson Lu Shiyu. I need to find 4 teammates to level up, so I'm contacting you to exchange for the high-level low-tier summon. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. It should take about half an hour. My smiling face instantly froze. After hanging up the phone, I calculated a bit. In half an hour, my skills could level up 1,800 times. I could have upgraded long ago. The Big Skeleton Summoning Spell has successfully evolved into an elite version, with the Skeleton Summoning Spell at levels 58, 59, and 60. Elite Skeleton Summoning Spell summons a giant skeleton that commands respect, duration 1 day, mana consumption 150. Oh no, my mana has already exceeded my limit, and I suddenly felt panic. The system can't be that perfect, can it? I paced back and forth, my brain racing at lightning speed. Suddenly, I remembered that I hadn't used the novice set from the job change package, which might add 50 mana points. Then I took out 5 pieces of the whiteboard gear from the warehouse. Necromancer Staff, equipped level Lv1, attribute bonus, plus 50 mana, equipment ability, Necromancer type. Skill casting time reduced by 1 second. Seeing that the staff added 50 mana, I immediately got excited. This was just what I needed. Necromancer's Cloak, equipped ability, 3 seconds casting time, can apply a lasting frost effect on enemies. Necromancer's Leather Armor, plus 1 intelligence, plus 2 strength, 300 health with no additional abilities. Skeleton Necklace, temporarily summons a little skeleton, duration 5 minutes. Necromancer's Boots allow sliding movement on flat ground. As soon as I put on the Necromancer Novice set, I instantly transformed into a chilling Necromancer. I glanced at the time and realized only 5 minutes had passed, so I went to the Black Abyss Management Office to purchase a temporary room to test my abilities and decide what level dungeon to grind. The temporary room costs 1,000 for an hour, the management lady said without looking up. After spending 1,000, my little treasury only had 22,000 left. I took the white card given by the lady and went to the Black Abyss Link Point. Do you want to enter the temporary room? In the next second, everything around me blurred. When I came to my senses, I found myself standing in a pure white room, with a test column standing in the center, made of unknown materials. I suddenly raised my staff and shouted, "Come forth, my elite big skeleton!" A 2-second casting event. A round pit large enough to swallow a small car appeared before me, with flaming trees around it. From deep within the skeletal remains, a skeleton body slowly crawled out. Finally, a 3-meter-tall giant skeleton, with its upper body ablaze, appeared before me, then turned and knelt on one knee. I stared at the massive figure before me, speechless, even kneeling. It was taller than me. Elite Skeleton Skill Level 1, Sacrificial Flame, burns the soul, dealing 77 magic damage per second to nearby enemies. Skill 2, Double Strike, deals 640 damage to enemies in 1 second. Skill 3, Scavenge, removes its own rib to increase attack range by 1 and adds a wide area damage effect. With over 6,000 health and attributes breaking 100, this is just level 1. If my level increases, the summoned skeleton's levels will also rise. With this kind of strength, I should be able to solo, it's going to be easy. A thought crossed my mind about the little skeleton summoned from the skeleton necklace. I wanted to compare strengths. Come forth, little skeleton. As I chanted, a sound reminiscent of clashing teeth echoed, and a trembling little skeleton appeared before me. The 3-meter-tall flaming skeleton slowly looked over. The little skeleton panicked and fell apart. Now I finally understood why others didn't have faith in necromancers. With such a little skeleton, I could take on 10 without any problem. The elite skeleton would test its full power. The flaming skeleton nodded and then turned to stride toward the test post, clenching its fist and smashing down hard. The test post sank under the blow, and damage values slowly appeared, -412, -77 burning, -77 burning, with the sacrificial flame continuously burning. I remember that ordinary monsters have around 500 health, I should be able to sweep through them easily. The experience and item distribution rules in the Black Abyss are based on output ratios, and experience rewards vary with member levels, so I decided to solo with 4 high-level players. At that moment, Lu Shiyu called, saying that 4 high-level players had arrived and were waiting for him in the lobby. I felt a stir in my heart and immediately exited the temporary room, heading to the designated location. I discovered a fashionable woman looking quite relaxed. Next to her were 3 others who remained silent and indifferent. You must be Qing Chen. The fashionable woman spotted Qing Chen first, telling us high-level professionals to wait. Let's get this over with quickly. Seeing this, the other 3 came over as well, with no intention of exchanging names. I want to clear the normal level Abyss dungeon this time. Please don't interfere. Let me try to take out some monsters first. If I can't handle it, then you can step in. I see one of the men with a slick-back hairstyle said, if you don't, I'll complain about you, and you won't get paid. What are you saying, kid? Are you tired of living? The slick-back man straightened up and exclaimed, let him be, A's. What can a level 1 kid stir up in a normal level Abyss? Even at level 10, professionals need to work together to get through, the fashionable woman said nonchalantly. Then it's settled. Let's go, I'm in a hurry, she replied. Once inside, I noticed that their personal information was hidden, only their levels and professions were displayed, most being above level 10. Choosing the normal level Abyss would determine if it was lucky. With my affirmative voice, everything before me twisted. A faint stench of decay pervaded the air. This was a manor. The moment the 4 high-level individuals opened their eyes, their expressions turned alert, a subtle fear spreading among them, clearly indicating they had some bad memories here. A terrifying screech echoed from the nearby bushes. Something was crawling over, making a tapping sound. Come forth, my skeleton. I raised my staff, but heard 2 beeps instead. It turned out I had consumed too much mana and didn't have enough left. Who can lend me a potion? My mana is running low. The 4 stared wide-eyed, as if to say, are you kidding me? Finally, the monster crawling on the ground appeared. Its sharp, glinting figure was humanoid but decayed, with yellowing eyes locking onto them. It was a regular monster. Quick, give me the ghoul. The fashionable woman hurriedly tossed me a potion. Come forth, my skeleton. Elite Skeleton Summon, level 1789, summon a horde of elite skeletons to fight for you, lasting 1 day and consuming 150 mana. As my chant concluded, terrifying rings opened up on the ground. The 4 looked at each other, puzzled. What's that noise? Immediately after, thick, flaming bones shot up from the ground. A massive shadow over 3 meters tall appeared one after another. The stone lion ghoul, which was originally crawling quickly with bared teeth, suddenly froze in place. In the next moment, a flaming bone spire came crashing down. The stone lion ghoul was flattened like a fly, taking -432 damage plus -77 from burning. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed a stone lion ghoul, earning 20 experience points. That's nearly double the experience points. What is going on? Surrounding them were 2 terrifying groups of tall skeletons, at least 7 or more, while these high-level professionals trembled among the skeletons. This is a newbie, a necromancer, the 4 high-level professionals exclaimed in unison. The fashionable woman's earlier nonchalance shifted to shock as she stared at me. Please follow me, I will guide you through, I said as I continued walking ahead. 7 flaming skeletons closely surrounded him, like stars encircling the moon. Their defense was so dense that even a fly would have to take a couple of hits. The other 4 appeared somewhat flustered, dodging between the skeletons while the flaming skeletons didn't care about their lives, likely to trample them underfoot. Hurry, hurry! the surrounding bushes began to shake again, and 5 ugly ghouls crawled out. After crawling just a couple of steps, they saw 7 flaming skeletons glaring at them. Before they could feel fear, a massive flaming hand came crashing down. It directly grabbed a ghoul for sacrifice, the flames continuously burning as the ghouls struggled wildly. The 4 fashionable women stared, dumbfounded, at the scene. The ghouls, which they needed to coordinate to kill, were being treated like toys in his hands. In the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. The ghoul was torn in half and casually discarded. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has successfully killed a ghoul, gaining 21 experience points. The other 4 ghouls also met their demise. Some were stomped to death, others had their heads ripped off and stuck on branches, while some were smashed to bits, each death more varied than the last. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has successfully killed a ghoul, gaining 21 experience points. You have leveled up to level 2. Is that it for leveling up? Was it really that hard? I wondered as I continued walking forward. Ghouls relentlessly surged from all around, their numbers increasing. The 7 elite skeletons began to dismantle their own ribs, wielding them in their hands. As the ghouls charged, they swung the ribs like baseball bats, sending them flying. Congratulations! Your golden-tipped skeleton has successfully killed a ghoul, earning 22 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3, and then level 4. Since the elite skeletons were summoned at level 1, their attributes remained at level 1. After defeating over 30 ghouls, they finally emerged from the thicket. Ahead on the path, a towering ghoul appeared above the fountain. It was the ghoul boss. Is it boss battle time already? I haven't leveled up much, I frowned. Seeing this, the fashionable woman quickly approached and said, "Hey, now is when the monsters are at their peak. The ghoul boss will first release 5 waves of monsters to wear us down, and it won't attack us until the last wave. So there are more monsters to kill? That's wonderful." I felt delighted. The 4 fell silent again. It took them 3 whole years to reach level 10, battling wits against the ghouls each time. At first, it took them an hour to kill a single ghoul, while this newbie would breeze through to level 10 in just a few hours. As expected, just as the fashionable woman said, the ghoul boss didn't rush at us. I immediately gave orders. You 5 go to face the boss, and the other 2 stay by my side to protect me. The 5 elite skeletons removed their ribs and stepped forward confidently. Perhaps influenced by the violence, the regular ghouls appeared much more ferocious, with dozens attacking a single elite skeleton, damage values popping up, 23, 27, 22. For over 6,000 hit points, it was merely a tickle. The brawl soon saw the ghouls wiped out. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has successfully killed a ghoul, earning 21 experience points. You have leveled up to level 5. The second wave of ghouls attacked, this time reflecting a silver sheen. They were elite ghouls. The elite skeleton raised its rib and struck down at the silver ghoul, dealing -537 damage, but it surprisingly didn't kill it. The silver ghoul staggered out, still wanting to continue its attack. After the second strike, the silver ghoul finally perished. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed an elite ghoul, earning 32 experience points. I noticed that the killing efficiency of the elite skeletons was decreasing. It's impossible to withdraw and then recast. I've never commanded a real battle before. However, I've played a lot of real-time strategy games, so I immediately commanded 5 elite skeletons, tighten your formation and form a small circle to fight. The 5 elite skeletons perfectly obeyed my command, turning to the center and forming a circular battle position. They simply swung their ribs randomly, no skill was needed. Boom, boom, boom. The elite ghouls quickly lost their power to resist, unable to lift their heads from the pounding. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has successfully killed an elite ghoul, earning 33 experience points. You have leveled up to level 6. Before I knew it, another hour had passed. I stood up, feeling a bit tired from watching, stretched my ankles, and then sat down beside them. Seeing this, the fashionable woman quickly took out chairs and champagne from the storage, and the 5 began to celebrate their victory early. While drinking and chatting, a white light suddenly emanated from me again. Is it that quick to get agitated? Meanwhile, the number of silver ghouls in the manor had grown to hundreds. This is the difficulty of the normal level abyss. It's terrifying. I was astonished at the sight of over 100 silver ghouls. The elite skeletons removed another rib, now wielding 2 curved bones. Their attack frequency slightly increased, but the damage decreased a bit as they swung the 2 ribs. They struck wildly, dealing 478 and 469 damage almost simultaneously, instantly killing the charging silver ghouls. Congratulations! Your elite skeleton has killed a ghoul, earning 32 experience points, and the ghoul dropped equipment. My eyes lit up, and I quickly opened the storage. There lay a claw, sharp as a blade. Ghoul Claw, specialized for level 5 warrior, monk, and other melee professions. It can be sold on the trading post once we get out. As the group finished their food and drink, all the silver ghouls were finally dead. I also successfully leveled up. Congratulations! You have reached level 8. At this moment, the long-haired ghoul boss could no longer remain still and slowly crawled down from the stone fountain. This time, the whole family is coming out to play. The silver moonlight poured down from the sky. The long-haired ghoul boss slowly crawled down from the stone-carved fountain, and silver ghouls emerged from all directions, accompanied by ordinary ghouls. This time, the whole family was on the move. Black Abyss Boss, long-haired ghoul level, LV, 5 health, 13500 attributes, strength * 153, agility * 162, intelligence * 23 skill 1, bite and devour skill 2, frenzy aura skill 3, moonlight revival. After it crawled out, it stretched its claws to comb its black long hair. Only when the elite and ordinary ghouls were all in position did it let out a shrill scream. Then it quickly crawled on the ground, moving in a serpentine Z shape. It crawled close to the flaming skeleton and suddenly leaped up from the ground. It spread its limbs, resembling a carnivorous spider pouncing on its prey. The flaming skeleton didn't react in time, and the long-haired ghoul boss landed on its shoulder blades, its legs clamped down, while its claws were raised high, glinting coldly, and suddenly stabbed towards the flaming skeleton's skull. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Countless sparks erupted. -327 The flaming skeleton was not a living being. Even if its head was severed, it wouldn't affect its movement. It simply became invisible. The long-haired ghoul boss was engulfed in sacrificial flames. -23 -25. The boss has a high resistance to flames, and its black hair isn't even burning. Qin Shen gazed at the battlefield, unable to help but complain. Then the long-haired ghoul boss's attack speed suddenly increased. Its claws flashed arcs of light in the air, allowing it to attack twice per second. It unleashed a barrage of attacks on the flaming skeleton's skull. Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air whistled beside it. As it turned its head, it saw a rib growing larger before its eyes, ultimately slamming down on its forehead. Heavy hit. Double damage triggered. -1089 The long-haired ghoul boss immediately fell into a dazed state, collapsing straight down. 5 flaming skeletons immediately moved, surrounding the long-haired ghoul boss, their eye sockets burning with ghostly flames, staring intently at it. The long-haired ghoul boss recovered from its daze, only to see 5 fierce skeletons around it. 0Q Then came the ribs falling from the sky, smashing down on it. -489 -493 -23 -501. The 5 flaming skeletons swung their ribs like blacksmiths, crazily striking down. Even when ordinary ghouls and elite ghouls crawled over and clung to their backs to attack wildly, they paid no mind. Just the sacrificial flames could burn the ordinary ghouls to death. Damn, that's brutal. With that hit, won't it smash its brains out? I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit sorry for the ghoul boss. Everyone watching this scene had strange expressions as they commented. The long-haired ghoul boss tried more than once to get up, enduring the heavy rib strikes, attempting to escape the encirclement. But every time it lifted its head, a heavy blow would land precisely. It was immediately dazed. It extended its claws to protect its head, but then its claws were also struck, becoming concave and deformed. -1032 -512 -531. Unfortunately, the Black Abyss dungeon had no down protection and no invulnerability time. When faced with such heavy strikes in a beating, it could only accept its fate. Amidst the frenzied rib strikes, the long-haired ghoul boss's health rapidly plummeted, and when it finally dropped to 5,000 points, it suddenly howled like a husky, tilting its head back. Its body also began to turn a rapid red. Not good, the boss is about to go berserk, gaining immunity to various controls, with a significant increase in damage, speed, and a series of attributes. Everyone get ready to fight. The fashionable woman shouted nervously upon seeing this. The other 3 nodded seriously and then turned to climb up the nearby big tree. Hurry up, we can't be careless in this situation. The fashionable woman called out as she noticed Qin Shen was not moving. But the boss is about to die. Qin Shen pointed ahead. What? The fashionable woman was taken aback and quickly looked forward. She saw the long-haired ghoul boss maintaining a posture of howling with its head held high, while a ribstick was being pounded against its head. The ghoul boss showed no reaction, enduring the blows. It looked quite stubborn. The stick struck hard, damage doubled. -970 -982 -993. The long-haired ghoul's eyes hadn't even turned red before it breathed its last. Congratulations, your elite skeleton successfully killed the ghoul boss, gaining experience * 3000, Congratulations! You have obtained the Ghoul Summoning Skill Book *1. Congratulations! You have obtained the Ghoul Ring *1. Congratulations! You have obtained the Manner Key *1. You have leveled up to Lv9. All attributes +1, free attributes +5, health +200, mana +100. Note: the normal level dungeon has been cleared. Please exit within 1 minute to settle the completion time. Level: Lv9, health 2400, mana 1000, attributes: strength *13, agility *15, intelligence *21, remaining free attribute points 40, skill: epic skeleton summoning Lv532, talent: resonance crystal, equipment: beginner undead staff, beginner undead boots, beginner undead cloak, beginner undead armor, beginner undead necklace. I didn't expect this ghoul boss to be so stubborn. After taking so many hits to the head, it didn't even budge. It was literally beaten to death. Xin Shen chuckled to himself. Although he didn't reach level 10 this time, level 9 was still good. Moreover, the boss dropped a ghoul summoning skill book, which was perfect for him as an undead summoner. Without saying anything, he immediately learned it. After taking out the ghoul summoning skill book, Xin Shen used it right away. Whoosh, a greenish-blue light surged forth, and Xin Shen felt a faint connection forming within himself. This was the ghoul summoning technique. Ghoul summoning technique: summon a normal level ghoul to fight for you, duration 1 day, consumes 100 mana, learning requirement Lv5, class restriction undead summoner. The skill upgrade system currently allows only one skill to be upgraded at a time. The skeleton summoning technique had just completed its upgrade, and it would take some time to advance further. It was better to raise the ghoul summoning technique first. Ghoul summoning technique: Lv1 Lv, 2 Lv, 2 Lv, 3 Lv, 3 Lv, 4. The level continued to rise. The dungeon is over, let's head out first. Xin Shen turned to look back and found the 4 high-level players looking at him with complex expressions. After finishing a wave of the dungeon, he had indeed leveled up to 9. Just one more level and he would catch up to them. It felt almost like a dream. The team exited the dungeon, and a record-breaking announcement immediately rang out. Congratulations, the fastest completion record for the Black Abyss normal level has been broken. Completion time: 2 hours and 27 minutes, a small gift pack for completion, and the speedrun achievement for the Black Abyss normal level dungeon. The announcement caused an instant uproar. Someone actually broke the record. Lu Yang's eyes showed a hint of envy. Sigh, we haven't even made it out of the starting map. 5 ghouls made us retreat. If we hadn't run fast, we might have been done for in there. I wonder if Xin Shen has come out yet. Black Abyss normal level dungeon Dark Knight Manor, settling rewards, rating SSS, reward SSS level treasure chest, normal dungeon, experience *1000, equipment forging hammer *1. As the settlement rewards echoed in his mind, Xin Shen felt the space in front of him twist. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing at the dungeon's teleportation point. Surrounding professionals paused their busy steps, staring at them in astonishment. They're out, the record breakers are out. For level 10s and 1 level 9, looks like a team that broke the record. Their days are going to be good from now on. All sorts of endorsements and resources will flow to them endlessly. I envy them. As long as you have a record-breaking title, everything becomes much easier, and you're likely to rise. Soon, professionals from further away rushed over, and many were using communication functions to call others. Come quick, someone broke the record. What's so great about breaking a record? It's not like you did it. They broke it in 2 hours, and it's just a normal level Black Abyss dungeon. Wow, where? On the other side, awakened professionals and teachers were gathering in a corner. The homeroom teacher was tirelessly explaining precautions to the students. The path of a professional is incredibly difficult and winding. Even our strongest in Huaxia, Emperor Sha, didn't have a smooth leveling journey, but he still rose in the end. So, I hope that when you enter the dungeon, you don't hesitate to use the return scroll for the sake of so-called face. This thing is what keeps you alive. At that moment, a student suddenly pointed into the distance and said, "Teacher, that person looks like someone from our school. What did he do before?" "Oh right, he bought the necromancer job change package in installments, a whole million, definitely a big fool." Ha, I remember now, spending $1 million on a flashy necromancer summoning scroll. What was he thinking? He's definitely done for. We probably won't see him around in a few days. Wait, hold on, why is Xin Shen surrounded by so many people? What did he do? The students began to shout, and the homeroom teacher frowned and turned to look. Then, the teacher froze in place, exclaiming a classic phrase, "Damn, teacher, what's going on?" Some boys had already figured it out, while many girls still asked innocently. Xin Shen, he broke the record. And it's a normal level dungeon. The homeroom teacher spoke in a daze, like a heavy bomb exploding in the crowd. No one expected that this installment fool, Qin Shen, would actually break the record and become the center of attention. Even the most naive could understand the value of breaking a record. Many professional teams would spend heavily to buy a record-breaking title, which grants a 20% bonus on future rewards, and shopkeepers would also seek endorsements. It could be said that with such a title, one wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for life. I really want to marry him. Is there anyone who can help set us up? I want to marry him too. So nice. As long as I get such a title, I won't need to work hard or go into dungeons to kill monsters. Money will come in automatically every day. I'll ask Qin Shen if he likes guys later. Just out of the dungeon, Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Shen had actually broken the record. It must be the work of the 4 high-level players. However, upon hearing the comments from his classmates, he was instantly dumbfounded. Last time you all said Qin Shen was a big fool, and today, not even a day has passed, and you've changed your tune? That was then, this is now. I just want to find a husband with a title, is that wrong? Alright. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly. These guys really have thick skin. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Qin Shen and the others were surrounded, with layers of people inside and outside, the professionals craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the record breaker. There were even reporters who had sneaked in, snapping pictures with their simple cameras. The time for this record-breaking feat was so outrageous, only 2 hours and 27 minutes, almost 3 times faster than the previous record of 8 hours and 59 minutes. Once reported, it would definitely be big news. Within a few meters around Qin Shen, there was an open space, with everyone guarding this area. As they moved forward, a path opened up ahead. It felt like a scene of a hero returning in triumph. It actually ended just like that, like a dream. The fashionable woman sighed with a complex expression. They had come to assist Qin Shen, but ended up not making a move at all, and they had also broken the record. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Yeah, I used to think it was just my bad luck, but seeing this made me realize the gap between people is enormous. They are already at level 9, almost catching up to us. The others looked back with deep meaning. Qin Shen, we will prepare level 10 weapons and equipment for you shortly, preferably ones that a necromancer can use, so you won't have to search for gear everywhere. Thank you, everyone. Qin Shen nodded and disbanded the team. Wait a minute. The fashionable woman called out as she saw Qin Shen getting ready to leave. Clearly, they had come to help him with the dungeon map, but now they were a bit reluctant to part. May I ask, what do you plan to do next? I plan to try the nightmare level dungeon and see if I can clear it. His gasps of surprise filled the air. Don't go. Absolutely don't go. The man with the slicked back hair said excitedly. What's wrong? The reason it's called a nightmare is that once you enter, you can't come out. How many people have confidently entered, only to lose all contact? That place is not something a person can pass. The man's voice trembled, his face filled with terror. Just thinking about it made him this scared? Qin Shen was astonished. He then nodded and said, Thank you for your advice, I understand. The other 3's expressions changed when they heard he was going to the nightmare level dungeon. They looked at Qin Shen as if he were a dead man, because the nightmare level abyss had another name, known as the Grave of Geniuses, specializing in those who refused to submit. After the team disbanded, the fashionable woman and her 3 companions immediately went to find equipment for Qin Shen. Qin Shen decided to wait a bit, first leveling up his skills, buying some items and daily necessities, before thinking about entering the nightmare level abyss dungeon. After all, it was a nightmare level, deserving of enough respect. Meanwhile, Lu Xiyu, dressed in black stockings and wearing promotional headphones, frequently lost her train of thought, occasionally showing worry and regret on her face. She had no idea how things were going on Qin Shen's side. High-level professionals would reduce the rewards. It was already a blessing for him to reach level 3, and then he would have to rely on himself. Just thinking about how Qin Shen was an orphan, along with her own solemn words, made Lu Xiyu want to curse herself. Lu Xiyu, you really should die. Suddenly, the phone rang, and she immediately answered, asking, the dungeon is over, how did it go? A sigh came from the other end, tightening Lu Xiyu's heart. Qin Shen is done for, he fell into the nightmare trap. Lu Xiyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. Ha, the person you found for us is just too abnormal. It's the kind that words can't even describe. The fashionable woman sighed on the phone. Abnormal? Lu Xiyu was confused. For a moment, she couldn't tell if it was a compliment or an insult. After all, when girls curse, they often use the word pervert. Yeah, I've been on edge the whole way. We 4 have to stick close to him to survive. Lu Xiyu became increasingly confused, Was it because Qin Chen was so weak that they had to protect him closely to keep him alive? A pang of pain shot through her heart. It was tragic, really tragic. She could already imagine Qin Chen's desperate escape in the dungeon, and his skeletal summoning technique, as the others said, was indeed very trashy. She had specifically searched for videos to watch. The little skeletons walked unsteadily, with bones falling off their bodies, and all of this was because Lu Shiyu's heart ached even more at this thought. I've ruined a child's future. What future have you ruined? The fashionable woman asked, puzzled. Whoa, to meet my KPI, I hyped up the most expensive necromancer job change package, and as a result, he really believed it and took out a loan of 990,000 to buy it. Later, I found out he was an orphan with only B-level talent. Lu Shiyu choked as she poured out her heart. There was silence on the phone for more than 10 seconds before the fashionable woman finally spoke. You really should die. You can say such things? That's B-level talent. In other professions, he would have achieved quite a bit in the future, but you made him choose necromancer. Is that something an ordinary person can choose? The regret and guilt in Lu Shiyu's heart suddenly expanded. I am guilty. Lu Shiyu slowly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. If she could go back to the past, she would definitely slap herself twice without hesitation. How could she ruin someone else's life for the sake of KPI? That was just a child, and a child full of potential at that. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. Everyone should be responsible for their own choices. Look at it positively. We are just powerless ordinary people, not gods. Really? Thank you, I feel a bit better. You should carry some armor or something with you. Be careful of getting stabbed on the street. Lu Shiyu. After hanging up, Lu Shiyu continued to work listlessly. She was 22 this year, a priest by profession, and had once hoped to become a professional. However, after her first entry into the Abyss dungeon, she was so scared that she wet her pants. Especially when she saw a ghoul disembowel a companion next to her, it left her with a lifelong shadow. So, she knew what Qin Chen would face. The lock screen news displayed, #shock. The clearance record for the ordinary level Abyss dungeon has been broken, with the time shortened by 3 times. Lu Shiyu glanced at it and then turned off her phone, putting it in her pocket. The record-breaking event was fermenting, first discussed in small circles among professionals. Eventually, it was reported by the media and spread nationwide, causing a stir. At the same time, the report strictly controlled personal information about Qin Chen and the others. For ordinary people, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky to find out specific contact information. However, for some influential forces, purchasing this information was quite simple. With a considerable sum of money, they could obtain all personal information, including contact details. The personal information of the 5 Qin Chen was also exceptionally expensive. Even so, their phones were almost bombarded, all from forces wanting to collaborate. This is really giving me a headache. My private messages are about to explode. After Qin Chen hung up on a strange call, seeing his private message box at 999 plus made his scalp tingle. It was too exaggerated. It felt like he was being cyberbullied. I want to rent a temporary room. How long do you want to rent it for? The front desk girl asked without looking up. Let's start with 10 hours. Okay, that will be 10,000 yuan. Do you want to transfer or use a card? 10,000 yuan, can I pay in installments? Ha! The receptionist raised her head with a pout, and upon seeing Qin Chen and the title he displayed, she was instantly stunned. You can pay in installments. How many years do you want? 20 years, I suppose. The receptionist? Qin Chen entered the temporary room, looking at his still intact little vault, revealing a satisfied expression. If he could pay in installments, who would pay in one go? At this rate, he might become a world-renowned super genius in a month, and it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate all debts. This was the ultimate way to get something for nothing. Come forth, epic skeleton monster. Qin Chen raised the necromancer's staff in his hand and chanted for 2 seconds. A black-purple swirling circular pit appeared on the ground ahead. With a radius of about 2 meters, it gave a sense of heaviness. A noble purple light symbolizing grandeur lit up inside the swirling pit, and then a figure began to slowly rise, revealing a giant purple skeleton. In front of it stood a large purple patterned sword, gripped tightly in both hands. Its head hung low, and the eye sockets of the skeleton were pitch black. It resembled a sculpture. Once fully risen, purple flames ignited in the skeleton's eye sockets, and it strode forward to kneel before Qin Chen on one knee. My lord! Qin Chen was stunned by its aura. Was this a noble skeleton? Every movement maintained a sense of etiquette and restraint. Epic skeleton monster level, Lv9, cannot exceed the summoner, health, 2340 attributes, strength asterisk 782, agility asterisk 881, intelligence asterisk 328 skill 1, death energy born from death. The skeleton possesses the ability to wither all things. All nearby enemies will suffer from the death weakness negative effect, reducing both attack and defense by 45%, and rendering resurrection abilities ineffective. Skill 2, jumping heavy strike. The skeleton raises the purple pattern sword and performs a full force slash forward, dealing 2,132 points of damage, with a chance to trigger a decapitation effect that can split enemies in half regardless of whether they are a boss or a regular monster. Skill 3, Shockwave Stomp. The skeleton stomps the ground forcefully, causing a rebound effect on all enemies within a 7-meter radius, forcibly launching them into the air and interrupting all chanting and casting effects. Skill 4, Greatsword Summon. The skeleton naturally wields the purple pattern greatsword, which can be summoned back to its hand from a distance. When used, all attributes increase by 20%, and the wounds inflicted cannot heal on their own. Evaluation: a noble skeleton that has fought across the south and north so strong. If the elite skeleton monster was merely a powerful skeleton sweeping through the wild, the epic skeleton monster was an existence that even demons feared. Attack the test stake with all your might. As you command, my lord. The nearly 5-meter tall skeleton slowly rose and suddenly leaped forward. The 5-meter tall purple figure raised its sword for a vertical slash. The breath of death spiraled out. Boom! With a loud crash, the purple greatsword came down from above. The test stake shattered in the middle, flying far apart on both sides. Minus 2031. An extremely high damage value slowly emerged. The purple greatsword danced in the air, skillfully embedding itself in the ground. The epic skeleton monster knelt on one knee before Qin Shen, still uttering those two words, my lord. Qin Shen nodded, feeling very satisfied. The epic skeleton monster's damage had increased fourfold, and its agility had significantly improved, showcasing strong combat skills, as evidenced by the sword dance it had just performed. If the ghoul wanted to rely on agility to leap onto the skeleton monster's back for a biting attack, that would be difficult. It would be chopped to pieces in mid-air by the epic skeleton monster. With a nightmare-level dungeon, I feel a bit more confident, but that's still not enough. Qin Shen was very clear that the stats of the epic skeleton monster were only comparable to those of a nightmare-level dungeon boss. It was manageable against small monsters, but fighting a dungeon boss would be a bit difficult. However, his skills could improve by a little each second. At worst, he could wait a few more days to level up his skills before going into grind. A level 9 necromancer could learn many skills, including summoning skills, support skills, damage skills, and so on. The downside was that they were extremely expensive, not something an ordinary person could afford. Most professionals didn't need that many skills, 2 or 3 were enough. With too many skills, even the mana wouldn't be sufficient, and the brain could easily burn out. Qin Shen opened his skill bar, and the newly learned skill lay quietly among them. Silver-skinned ghoul. Chant for 5 seconds to summon a large group of metallic-bodied ghouls to fight for you. Duration, 1 day, mana cost, 100. Come forth, ghouls. Qin Shen raised the staff in his hand and chanted. As his voice fell, a chilling rustling sound echoed around him, like insects crawling on the ground. Immediately, a large group of silver-glimmering ghouls appeared one after another. There were 60 of them. Their nearly rotting faces and yellowed, murky eyes stared fixedly at Qin Shen, seemingly filled with a desire for flesh and blood. Qin Shen instinctively took 2 steps back, his body covered in goosebumps, a sense of fear rising within him, and his heart pounding. After a few seconds, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. To be scared by my own summons, I really am a useless summoner. Silver-skinned ghoul Lv432 level, Lv9, cannot exceed summoner's level, health, 1800 attributes, strength asterisk 127, agility asterisk 153, intelligence asterisk 89 skill 1, fear aura. The ghoul can instill fear in surrounding creatures, causing continuous mental suppression and attribute suppression, even rendering the target unable to act, though it has no effect on high-level creatures. Skill 2, devour corpse. Ghouls have an uncontrollable craving for flesh. When they devour a corpse, they recover 100 health points per second, and after consuming a corpse, they can randomly increase 1 attribute. Skill 3, Steel Bite. Once the ghoul's body is hardened, its resistance to negative effects greatly increases, dealing 50% more damage and having a crippling effect. Description: these are a bunch of guys who eat people without spitting out bones. The ghouls from the nightmare level dungeon should have such stats. With over 2000 health points, the epic skeleton monster could take down one with a single sword strike. Just right to practice against the epic skeleton monster. You two fight, let me see the effect. Qin Shen waved his hand casually. At your command, my lord. The 5-meter tall epic skeleton monster slowly rose, its bony hand exerting force as it pulled the purple-patterned great sword from the ground, assuming a battle stance. The yellowed, murky gazes of the surrounding ghouls all focused on the epic skeleton monster. The next moment, a great battle erupted. The epic skeleton monster merely swept its sword through the air, and several silver-backed ghouls disintegrated in mid-air, then vanished to the ground. -1823, -1871, -1903. Damage values kept popping up, just enough to exceed the health limit and achieve a one-hit kill. He did not recall one side. The necromancer was different from other summoners. He didn't need to train his summons. He only needed to release skills to obtain summons with 100% loyalty, and as his skills improved, so would the summons. Moreover, the summons came equipped with weapons, which saved a lot of trouble. How should I allocate the free attribute points? Attributes: Strength *13, Agility *15, Intelligence *21, remaining free attribute points, 40, Strength, Agility, and Intelligence each represent 3 different development paths, and as a summoner, it naturally has to be Intelligence. Qin Shen thought for a moment and allocated all 40 attribute points to Intelligence at once. Intelligence *21 plus 40, Health plus 400, Mana plus 400, Mana regeneration rate increased to 1 per second. The summoning skills of a necromancer typically summon fixed monsters, which are not linked to the summoner's attributes, so no matter which skill he adds to, it won't affect the summoned undead. However, the necromancer also has some spell skills, which are highly relevant. Next came the rewards dropped by the long-haired ghoul boss. The ghoul skill book had already been learned, leaving only the ghoul ring and the manner key. Ghoul ring, level restriction, Lv5, quality, silver, attribute bonus, agility plus 7, intelligence plus 3, health plus 300, skill 1, climbing ability. The wearer can climb quickly on vertical walls and ceilings, with climbing speed increased to 200%, and climbing noise significantly reduced. Description: This is a blood-stained ring, so I get a bonus for crawling on the ground? Can't I just stand? Qin Shen couldn't help but complain upon seeing the peculiar attributes of the ghoul ring. However, the ring slot was currently empty, so he decided to wear it for now. The basic attribute bonuses were still quite appealing. It might also come in handy if he needed to climb to avoid danger later. Manor key, dungeon item, function, a key that can open the manor gate. Description: Shoot, don't let them find you. So this is the manor key. It looks quite peculiar. Qin Shen looked at the giant key, about the size of his palm, feeling speechless. He suspected that the oversized manor key might have some ulterior motive. Next came the rewards for breaking the dungeon record. Record-breaking completion gift pack, open. Congratulations, you have received a platinum equipment selection chest. Please choose a class. A long list of classes appeared, including warrior, ranger, assassin, and more. After searching for a while, Qin Shen finally found the necromancer class at the end. Upon clicking it, a magic book with a skull on the cover spun into view. Necromancer Magic Book, level restriction, Lv10, quality, platinum, attribute bonus, intelligence plus 30, agility plus 10, strength plus 10, mana plus 2000, enhancement, 0, forging, 0, refinement, 0, skill 1, quick casting. The casting time of all necromancer spells is reduced to 1 second, and mana consumption is reduced to 50%. When casting necromancer spells, there is a chance to release them at a higher level. Skill 2, Flight, consumes 5 mana per second, granting the ability to fly, with a maximum speed of 5 meters per second and a maximum height of 500 meters. Skill 3, Sacrifice, sacrificing a friendly undead unit converts all its health into a shield for oneself, lasting 1 minute, consuming 50 mana. Description: This is a cruel magic book, a divine artifact, absolutely a divine artifact. Qin Shen's eyes lit up at the sight of this platinum magic book. Setting aside the exaggerated basic attribute bonuses, just the quick casting skill alone was enough to drive countless mages crazy. The casting time is the biggest limitation for mages, and if it could all be reduced to 1 second, they could unleash uninterrupted bombardments. It was akin to removing the limiter. The reason Qin Shen had previously hesitated to recall his summons for a resummon was precisely due to the 3-second casting time. He feared that without the elite skeleton's protection, he might end up dying instantly. Now the chanting time has been shortened to 1 second, and with other summoned undead supporting, a perpetual motion-like combat style can be achieved. The second flight is also a divine skill, allowing temporary detachment from the battlefield, greatly enhancing safety in the air, and enabling observation of the ground situation. The third is a life-saving ability, which is also very useful. At worst, after the sacrifice, another batch can be summoned. If you don't do it, there are plenty of undead to do it. The only regret is that the level limit is 10, and it cannot be equipped at the moment. I can only go into a dungeon to level up to 10 first. The record-breaking clearance gift pack can actually open platinum level equipment, so tempting. Nightmare level manor dungeon, no one has cleared it yet, the first blood is still there. Qin Shen happily stored the undead mage in the warehouse. Finally, there is the SSS rating reward. Do you want to claim the SSS rating reward? Congratulations, reward SSS level treasure chest, normal dungeon, experience *1000, equipment forging hammer *1. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up. 1000 experience points for level 9. Qin Shen only translates to a 5% increase. Open the SSS level treasure chest. As Qin Shen's words fell, the magnificent treasure chest slowly opened. While Qin Shen was opening the treasure chest in the temporary room, the outside world was going crazy looking for him. Beep beep beep, the man in a suit hung up the phone with a grim face. Manager, I can't reach Qin Shen either. What on earth happened to him? Lu Shiyu, dressed in black stockings, sat obediently in the manager's office, increasingly puzzled. She didn't understand why the manager insisted on finding Qin Shen. You don't need to know this, you just need to call Qin Shen over. I need to talk to him about the debt. The manager coldly glanced at Lu Shiyu, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Debt? Are you talking about the 990,000 loan for the undead specialty package? Lu Shiyu's heart sank, panic rising instantly. That's right. After our investigation, he does not have the qualification for a loan and cannot undergo a 20-year-long installment plan, so we need to notify him immediately for early repayment. If he doesn't have the money, he can use other things as a substitute. The manager's last words were accompanied by a sinister smile. How could this happen? What loan qualification? I've never heard of it. The 20-year installment qualification was granted by me. The final responsibility should be mine. If he has no major violations, he should be able to enjoy the 20-year installment. Lu Shiyu anxiously explained. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Or do you think a small salesperson like you can change the opinions of the company's higher-ups? The manager said with a dark face. Is this the higher-ups' intention? Lu Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. What do you think? Lu Shiyu didn't know how she walked out of the office. Her mind was in chaos. She was aware of some of the company's actions, such as forcing professionals into early repayment to control them, with the only way out being bankruptcy, which would ruin their future. But she never expected that right after she arranged the 990,000 installment for Qin Shen, the company would come knocking. The purpose was very clear, to control Qin Shen through this. Lu Shiyu, you really deserve to die. Just finished the installment loan, and now you're colluding with the company to persecute him? Now, what should I do? Lu Shiyu lay on her workstation, silent for a long time. The SSS level treasure chest slowly opened. Golden light reflected on Qin Shen's face. This is golden level equipment, a bit lower in quality than the record-breaking treasure chest. Magic armor level limit, LV. Attribute restrictions, 30 intelligence, 15 strength quality, gold level basic attributes, intelligence plus 10, strength plus 5, health plus 800 skill 1, magic shield consumes 100 mana, grants a magic shield with 2000 health that can withstand attacks from any angle, with a 50% increase in resistance to magic. Skill 2, rock solid consumes 50 mana, enters a state of being rock solid, effectively resisting physical negative effects such as knockback, shatter, and heavy hits. Skill 3, quick recovery can be used once every 24 hours, consumes 300 mana, restores all health, removes all negative effects, and teleports to any location within 10 meters, exiting combat status. Description: a soft armor symbolizing honor, a life-saving artifact. Especially the last skill, equivalent to a pseudo-revival skill, not only restores health but also allows one to exit combat, and leaving a dungeon is based on exiting combat. If one cannot exit combat, then death is the only option. Qin Shen changed out of his previous novice plate armor and put on this magical soft armor. So comfortable, plate armor is too hard, like being wrapped in drywall, but the magical soft armor feels just like ordinary cotton clothing, very soft and smooth, yet incredibly resilient. If given a choice in the future, he would definitely not wear plate armor. It was too torturous. Immediately after, skill information flooded into his mind. Qin Shen had already mastered the release method. Next, it was just a matter of practice. There's one last reward, and then this will be over. Equipment forging tool function, forge equipment of platinum level and above, increasing basic attributes by 10%, with a chance to gain new abilities. Success probability depends on equipment level, so it's a forging tool. I'll talk about it after equipping the undead spellbook. Qin Shen stretched lazily and then confirmed his strategy. Skills level up once per second, so in one day, they can level up 86,400 times. In just one day, the ghoul summoning skill would be about the same level as the skeleton summoning technique. He would then go to Lu Shiyu and get several more undead skills in installments. Once the resonance crystal was activated, the success rate for nightmare level dungeons would significantly increase. The Grave of Geniuses? then he would break this curse. Qin walked out of the temporary room. He had only taken a little over an hour, and he couldn't waste the remaining time, so he went to the front desk to freeze time. Suddenly, an incredible voice rang out. Qin, you're level 9 now? No way, I must be seeing things. You're level 9? His best friend Lvl1 came to Qin's side, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Hee, I'm awesome, call me foster father, and I'll take you along. Seeing Lu Yang, Qin smiled. He could still tell who treated him well and who didn't. Wait, my head is a bit confused. You said that salesperson directly found you 4 high-level professionals, and those 4 didn't even make a move, yet you swept through a normal level dungeon? I can't believe that. Lu Yang looked at him in astonishment. Everyone could see how weak the undead summoner was in the early stages. What could a little skeleton that could fall apart while walking do? Believe it or not, just tell me if you want to level up. Foster father. Lu Yang looked around, not caring that there were many people here, and directly knelt before Qin. No matter how unreasonable this matter was, his level was solid, and clearing some simple level dungeons was a piece of cake. The two of them would rise from this point onward. Not bad. From now on, I'll be responsible for killing monsters, and you'll be in charge of shouting 666 from the back. Qin nodded in satisfaction. Nightmare level dungeons can be soloed, but any actions that increase the difficulty will enhance the final rewards. Just like when he previously cleared a hard level dungeon at level 1 with 4 high level players, the experience boost was quite exaggerated, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have reached level 9. Similarly, if he brought 4 deadweights into a nightmare dungeon, the bonuses would also be quite remarkable. Hey, you underestimate me too much, Lu Yang shouted, somewhat dissatisfied. I've trained in martial arts for a few years. Just now in the easy level dungeon, I single-handedly took on a ghoul, and even that high-level player praised me, saying my future looks bright. You're indeed quite strong, Qin nodded. Let's go buy some equipment and supplies to prepare for the next dungeon. Are you feeling alright now? I'm doing great. Let me show you what skill looks like. Don't be surprised later, you might end up calling me foster father, Lu Yang said, hands on his hips, cackling, already envisioning Qin kneeling and calling him foster father. At that moment, the homeroom teacher appeared nearby, looking at Qin with surprise. I didn't expect you to break the record for the hard level dungeon, bringing glory to our class and our school. Other classmates also gathered around, some envious, some jealous. They feared their brother would suffer, but were even more afraid if he drove a Range Rover. This mindset was a true reflection of their inner feelings. However, they had to maintain appearances, so they congratulated him. Congratulations on breaking the hard level record. So envious. As long as you hold this title, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. You can just lie back and earn money. Qin smiled and nodded in response. Thank you, everyone. You treat me well, and I will treat you well, but if you want to harm me, then don't blame me. The school values your performance highly, but unfortunately, your necromancer profession makes them quite concerned. If you can successfully clear the 2 Black Abyss dungeons, the school will provide you with various subsidies, the homeroom teacher said, pulling Qin aside. Qin's eyes lit up, asking, if it's a subsidy, can I make some requests? You still want to make requests? The homeroom teacher was taken aback, then shook his head. All resource allocations are fixed. This is to prevent some people from abusing their positions to seize resources. But don't worry, the school's subsidies cover all aspects, so you can enter without any worries. I see. Then what if I clear the nightmare level dungeon? As soon as he said this, the homeroom teacher's eyelids twitched. If you can clear the nightmare dungeon, it wouldn't be a problem for the principal to clear a spot for you to sit. Wait, you're not really thinking. Then it's settled. Qin smiled slightly and walked towards the Black Abyss connection point, leaving the homeroom teacher looking bewildered as he walked away. The students behind him instantly erupted. Damn, this Qin is too pretentious. Breaking the record for a hard-level dungeon is impressive? And he's talking about the nightmare-level dungeon like he can actually go there. Exactly. He got a free ride and is still acting all high and mighty, talking about the nightmare dungeon. Is that something we can even touch? They specifically had high-level players help him break the record, and he's acting like he's the one who did it? Put. Qin walked out of the Abyss connection point and took out his phone to make a call. Hello. Lu Shiyu's slightly panicked voice came through. I want to buy some things, like professional skill books. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Qin was a bit surprised, thinking, is the service attitude this good? I'm right outside the Black Abyss connection point, with a friend. Okay, I'll head over now. After hanging up, Qin and Lu Yan casually ordered some cold noodles to eat by the street. Within 10 minutes, the familiar beetle car appeared in sight. Hey, over here. Qin smiled and waved at the beetle. As a result, Lu Shiyu hurriedly got out of the car, grabbed Qin Shen, and said, "Let's get in the car and talk. It's very important." Qin Shen was taken aback and glanced back at his good friend, who wore an expression of "I understand. You need to leave Linhai City quickly and go to Beijing City. I've already bought your plane ticket. It's outside the Li family's influence. They won't come after you for money. You should settle down there first, and once I handle my work issues, I'll come find you." Lu Shiyu spoke urgently, pulling out a plane ticket and shoving it into Qin Shen's hand. "Wait, what's going on?" Qin Shen couldn't help but react as he saw her intent to elope with him. "I just wanted to buy something, and you want me to go to another city?" Lu Shiyu calmed down, sighed deeply, and then explained that the company wanted him to repay a loan early. If they want it back early, then fine, there's still a month left, right? Qin Shen was quite surprised. "Ah, by then, you won't be able to escape. The company will make you do things you can't accept. If I can't escape, then I can't escape. Asking me to switch cities is just ridiculous. I just want to buy some skill books and daily necessities. You don't want to pay in installments, do you?" "Yeah, how did you know?" Lu Shiyu. Under Qin Shen's insistence, Lu Shiyu eventually took back the plane ticket. She felt dazed. The solution she had come up with after racking her brain was so easily dismissed by him. She couldn't fight against the odds. She didn't believe Qin Shen could escape the fate of being controlled by the company. Did I fail to convey the seriousness of the situation? As she drove the Beetle, doubts crept into her mind. At the Li Trading Company, professionals were constantly coming and going. Their eyes were filled with numbness and confusion. Almost 80% of those who left would look back at the imposing building, their fists clenched, nails digging into their flesh. They swore in their hearts that once they paid off their debts, they would never take out another installment loan. This thing is too harmful. It's convenient and satisfying when in use, but when unable to repay, the cycle of borrowing money to pay off debts continues, with interest compounding endlessly, leading to a situation where they owe hundreds of thousands. At that point, the company would come knocking, informing them of their insufficient qualifications, tightening loans, and demanding immediate repayment. If they couldn't repay, they would have to work for the trading company to pay off their debts, with profits extremely low, at least 3 to 4 times below market rates. Equipment obtained from dungeons would be bought back at a third of the price. The company even employed specialized accountants who, through precise calculations, kept these professionals living on the edge of survival, turning them into merciless machines working for the company. In this world, strength is paramount. The trading company, backed by the super family, the Li family, made it difficult for even official personnel to touch them. Now, Qin Shen had broken the record for the ordinary level Black Abyss dungeon. The trading company recognized his potential and quickly tightened their grip. "See, what did I tell you? As soon as the company discovers your potential, they will inevitably use your debts to control you. As long as you have even a little value, they will squeeze it out of you. That's the company's style." Lu Yang said through gritted teeth, fists clenched. "Exactly, that's why I urged you to leave this city quickly. As long as you escape the Li family's control, you can continue being a professional, while I can just find any job. Sales at the company can be done anywhere," Lu Shiyu chimed in. "No worries, you don't need to worry about me." Qin Shen lay comfortably on the cushion, his hands propped behind his head. "Ah, is this still nothing? Big brother, you're about to ruin the second half of your life. Now it's like a sheep entering a tiger's den, and you're still going to the exchange?" The beetle car stopped outside the exchange, and Qin Shen jumped down from the vehicle. Why shouldn't one go all out when shearing sheep? He had already tested the homeroom teacher. As long as he could clear the nightmare-level dungeon, the principal would be willing to shift his butt and let him take the seat. Although it might be an exaggerated description, it indirectly indicated the value of the nightmare dungeon, right? Strength is paramount, and it applies to him as well. He would break through this top-down constructed cage with his fists. Moreover, he knew that the company was very shameless. Whether it was 100,000 for an assassin or 999,000 for a necromancer, they had ways to keep you trapped and ensure you could never escape the pit. This was a strong-arm tactic against the future of professionals. "Qin Shen, what do you want to buy?" Lu Shiyu caught up from behind and asked. "What's the most expensive thing here?" Lu Shiyu. Lu Yang. Why does this scene feel so familiar? The most expensive should be the Resurrection Badge, which allows you to revive once in a dungeon at full status. It can only be used once per dungeon, priced at 10 million. The second most expensive is the Forced Escape Scroll, which allows you to flee even in combat, priced at 5 million. "Oh, then give me a Resurrection Badge." Qin Shen waved his hand grandly. The Resurrection Badge was equivalent to a second life, crucial in case he suddenly died in the Nightmare Abyss dungeon. Lu Shiyu was startled by the 10 million and gasped. Are you just giving up? Please don't, you're still young, with a bright future ahead, don't keep buying." Lu Shiyu pleaded desperately, her heart aching as she watched Qin Shen's self-destructive demeanor. She scolded herself inwardly. What had she done to this good kid? Who would have thought that Qin Shen's next words would pierce her heart like a sharp thorn? Don't you want to complete your KPI? 10 million should be quite a bit for your commission, right? Qin Shen asked curiously, genuinely wanting to give those around him some benefits. Lu Shiyu clutched her chest and stepped back, unable to speak due to her embarrassment. For a moment, she really wanted to die to atone for her sins. At that moment, a frivolous voice suddenly rang out beside them. Oh, this must be Qin Shen. Lu Shiyu, you did very well, you actually brought this little brother here, your year-end bonus will be doubled this time. Qin Shen turned to look and found a man in a suit, his hair slicked back with gel, exuding an elite vibe. However, his tone carried an air of superiority. Manager, that Qin Shen is not what you think. Lu Shiyu panicked and tried to explain, but found it impossible to communicate. What's wrong? Is there something? Qin Shen frowned at the man, guessing that he must be the manager. My name is Lvl1. I heard that little brother Qin Shen successfully refreshed the dungeon record, and I wanted to thank you, so I notified Lu Shiyu. Now that I've finally met you, you truly are impressive, Lvl1 said with a beaming smile, extending his right hand. The professionals passing by snorted at this scene. Manager Lu was best at hiding daggers behind smiles. Many of them had been deceived by the smile at first, only to find themselves trapped after 2 or 3 encounters. Qin Shen looked at him in surprise and then asked, Are you here to steal clients from Lu Shiyu? A manager like you, aren't you ashamed? As soon as he said this, the surrounding professionals burst into laughter. Many people looked at him for the first time. This person is interesting. Lvl1 awkwardly retracted his right hand, lowered his head to adjust his sleeves, and a hint of severity flashed in his eyes. Brother Qin Shen, let's get to the point. You currently have a 990,000 installment payment due. Due to your qualifications being revoked, you must repay this amount this month, or we will have to take legal action, and you will never be able to enter the Black Abyss dungeon again. Of course, we won't push you to your death, so we've given you a second option. Join our young master's team and follow his orders. He is currently level 10, and as long as you level up 5 more times, your debt will be wiped clean. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. This was clearly a hidden agenda. The surrounding professionals gasped in shock. This could almost be considered the most dangerous team-up. Many knew that the Li family's young master was a spoiled brat who didn't regard ordinary people as human. Those sent in would be subjected to his harsh scolding, and it was common for someone to die in the dungeon. Lu Shiyu's pupils constricted as she reached out to grab the hem of Qin Shen's clothes. Qin Shen replied calmly, I refuse. Then prepare to repay the money in a month. Gathering 1 million shouldn't be too hard for an orphan, Manager Lu sneered, even directly mentioning Qin Shen's background. Who told you I have to repay the money? Lvl1, what? What do you mean? Lvl1 furrowed his brows, a multitude of thoughts suddenly flooding his mind. Soon, he figured it out. Qin Shen had already cleared the ordinary level Black Abyss dungeon. Even if he was carried through, just the record-breaking rewards would bring him considerable income, far exceeding 1 million. Presumably, Qin Shen believed he could repay it and was already determined to do so. A sinister smile crept onto Lvl1's lips. Naive, too naive. The installment contract clearly stated that if one is unable to repay the debt, all obtained equipment and items must be sold to the trading company at a price far below market value. Debts must be repaid. It's only right. Since you're so confident, I won't disturb your shopping any longer. We are a legitimate and compliant company. There's no such thing as oppression, Lvl1 said with a smile as he stepped back. Now, leaving Linhai City is probably impossible. Lu Shiyu shook her head repeatedly. The surrounding professionals were buzzing with discussion, their eyes occasionally darting toward Qin Shen. Some were excited, some confused, and others incredulous. How many arms do you have to twist against this corporate giant? But Qin Shen's next action truly shocked them. Bring me a 10 million resurrection badge, Qin Shen said calmly. Wait, are you serious? Lu Shiyu was stunned. I need to prepare for the upcoming dungeon. Money is just an external thing, but I only have 1 life, and this can also boost your performance. Why not? Qin Shen smiled and shrugged. Lu Shiyu, so persuasive. Lu Shiyu, unable to argue against Qin Shen, had no choice but to retrieve a safety box through her channels, which contained a resurrection badge. She hesitated as she handed it to Qin Shen. Do you really want to buy it? Of course, remember to set it up for 20 years. Aren't you also after performance? You can earn quite a commission from 10 million, Qin Shen shrugged. Lu Shiyu's eyes widened in shock, taking a step back. This action immediately caused an uproar among the onlookers. He was practically pushing himself into a pit. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Buy it, let him buy it. Lvl1 stood in the background, coldly watching Qin Chen on the monitor. In his eyes, a record breaker was still worth 10 million. A 10 million resurrection badge, paid in installments over 20 years. Lu Shiyu's head buzzed as she completed the installment procedures. Where's the skill book for the necromancer? Let me see. Qin Chen continued to wander around the trading post, his gaze constantly scanning the goods. Right here. You're now level 9, and there are 3 skills you can learn, 2 support skill books and 1 summoning skill book. Which one do you need? I want them all. Lu Shiyu, so now you're not even asking about the price, huh? As expected, you've given up completely. To be honest, every time Qin Chen bought an item, it was her who felt the most uncomfortable and conflicted. Soon, 3 skill books were laid out in front of Qin Chen. Skeleton Archer Summoning Meditation Evil Aura Skeleton Archer Summoning, Learning Level Lv5, chant for 3 seconds, summon a skeleton monster armed with a bow and arrow to fight for you, duration 1 day, consumes 100 mana points. Upon seeing this skill book, Qin Chen's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking in ranged output, and the skeleton archer was just what he needed. The chances of clearing the nightmare dungeon had greatly increased. He immediately opened the skill panel to check. The Silver Skin Ghoul had already leveled up twice. Silver Skin Ghoul Moonlight Ghoul Shadow Ghoul level, Lv. 237. In terms of promotion frequency, it was already comparable to an epic skeleton monster. Qin Chen quickly removed it from the upgrade slot and attached the skeleton archer summoning to start leveling it up every second. At the same time, the B-level talent, Resonance Crystal, could finally be activated. All 3 skills were placed into the Resonance Crystal, and the others for leveling up would also share levels. Meditation, a universal skill for mages, sitting cross-legged on the ground can quickly restore mana, recovering 100 mana points per minute. Evil Aura, a basic skill for the undead. Allies within the aura gain a 10% speed increase and a 10% resistance to negative effects, with an aura range of a 10-meter diameter circle. The latter 2 were both good skills. Meditation could prevent running out of mana, while Evil Aura was a collective buff. Once leveled up, the effects were worth looking forward to. Moreover, they had already started to level up under the effect of the Resonance Crystal. Lv. 1 Lv, 2 Lv, 2 Lv, 3, endless and unceasing. 1 skill book is 1,500,000, 3 books are 4,500,000. Lu Shiyu didn't know what to say anymore. Buy it. Qin Chen nodded. These 3 skills had to be bought. And let's get a full set of gear. I need to change out of this novice equipment. A full set of level 5 silver equipment costs 12 million. Silver equipment? That's looking down on me too much. Get me gold equipment. Ha, gold equipment? Lu Shiyu gaped at the completely crazy Qin Chen. She didn't know what to say anymore. The surrounding professionals also gave Qin Chen a thumbs up. Truly a brave warrior. Even Lu Guanghua in the background couldn't sit still. This was close to 40 to 50 million worth of items going out, and in the end, selling Qin Chen might not even recoup the costs. At this point, he could only endure a little longer. Soon, a set of gold equipment was brought up, shining with a golden glow, valued at around 30 million. Take back the staff and clothes. I already have them. I'll take the rest. Azure Wave Cloak, Azure Wave Boots, Azure Wave Necklace, all were level 5 gold equipment, suitable for mages. As expected of gold equipment, it feels so comfortable to wear, cool and refreshing. After donning the equipment, Qin Chen marveled in novelty. After this round of operations, the 1 million he originally had seemed insignificant. His bold move of taking out a loan to buy equipment and skill books, combined with the title of record breaker in ordinary level dungeons, quickly spread across the entire internet, sparking widespread discussion. After all, everyone already knew that the Li Corporation had long ceased to operate ethically. Qin Chen's actions were akin to jumping into a fire pit. Such self-destructive behavior was precisely what the Li Corporation wanted to see. Until a piece of news arrived, like a bombshell. Qin Chen was going to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. Azure Wave Cloak level restriction, Lv. 5 attribute restriction, 53 points of intelligence quality, gold level base attributes, intelligence plus 30, strength plus 10, health plus 1000. Skill 1, Azure Wave Healing Light consumes 300 mana points, releasing a bouncy healing wave that heals the first unit for 500 health points, bouncing 7 times, with each bounce decreasing by 20%. Skill 2, Still Recovery while standing still, recovers 5 health points per second. The Azure Wave Necklace provides a base attribute bonus of intelligence plus 20, agility plus 20, and has an additional skill that releases a beam of retribution light, dealing 300 fixed damage to enemies. The Azure Wave Boots provide a base attribute bonus of agility plus 25, intelligence plus 15, and have an additional skill that creates a wave in front of the caster, significantly increasing movement speed. Qinshen tried it out and felt like he was walking on a conveyor belt. It required some skill, otherwise, he would fall off. Is there anything else you want to buy? Lu Shiyu's voice trembled slightly. Let's procure some daily necessities. Barbecuing is too troublesome. How about a simple hot pot? Just bring some vegetables and meat, and we can cook them right away. Lu Shiyu? You're not thinking of doing this in the dungeon, are you? Exactly. Staying in the dungeon for several hours can get boring, so it's better to have more food. Recliners, drinks, simple hot pots, and so on were all packed into Qinshen's warehouse. He spent over 10,000 and got a 20-year installment plan. After a big shopping spree, Qinshen spent not a single cent but brought back a full load of items. Lu Guanghua and the other professionals even developed a sense of illusion. It seemed that the real fool was not Qinshen, but the company. However, are there not many examples of being extravagant when spending money and crying in despair when repaying it? Seeing Qinshen leave, Lu Guanghua immediately stepped out and said, "Your repayment date is the 1st of next month, including all the items you purchased today. I hope you can give us an explanation by then." Of course. With everything ready, he could finally enter the nightmare dungeon. Qinshen did not rush. Instead, he went home to take a nap. The skill upgrade system would first raise the level of the skeleton archer's summoning technique before entering the nightmare dungeon. This way, it would be more secure. During this time, he reviewed almost all the online guides about the manor dungeon, and he noticed some details he had overlooked, such as a children's drawing hidden under the long-haired ghoul boss, which depicted a map of the manor. He needed to pay attention to this when entering the nightmare dungeon. Moreover, it seemed there was a story background behind the manor dungeon. On the other side, Lu Shiyu was sitting on her cramped bed. She looked at the extra 100,000 in commissions in her account, feeling quite uneasy. When did she become so pathetic? Every item Qinshen bought felt like a heavy blow to her heart. This money was all earned through blood and sweat. She looked at the money and couldn't help but murmur, "I really should die." That night, Qinshen's name spread throughout the entire Linhai city. The front pages of major media websites were all about Qinshen. #surprised, the record breaker of the ordinary level dungeon actually borrowed nearly 50 million #advanced consumption. How it can ruin a person. Qinshen is the best example. People were arguing fiercely in the comments below this post. Chosen at the start, but ended up being turned into a catastrophic beginning by Qinshen. That's a record-breaking title, something countless people dream of, just lying down and making money. But this Qinshen just wouldn't, insisting on buying so many things. Indeed, if I had a record-breaking title, I would definitely just lie at home and not come out. You upstairs, do you think everyone is as unambitious as you? Right, people like that could never get a record-breaking title, let alone lie flat. Hee hee, you all would kneel and lick at the sight of a record-breaking title, and yet you're here talking about me? Qinshen's latter half of life is basically over. The Li Corporation is known to be a pit. He's essentially handing the knife to others. Qinshen woke up and stretched comfortably. He made a call to have Lu Shiyu come pick him up. Spending so much money, it should be no problem to pick up a client. Soon, Lu Shiyu drove her beetle and parked at the door, looking at Qinshen with a complex expression. "Let's go to the Abyss Connection." Qinshen glanced at his skills in the car and found that the archer skeleton had leveled up. Archer skeleton summoning flame archer skeleton summoning flame archer skeleton summoning powerful archer skeleton summoning powerful archer skeleton summoning annihilation archer skeleton summoning level, Lv3241. This level really gives a sense of security. The other two skills also upgraded. Meditation greater meditation incantation greater incantation, with hands clasped, reciting the necromantic incantation, can communicate with the dead. Within a 10-meter range, undead units continuously heal for 300 points per second, non-undead units continuously lose health for 300 points per second, and generate a fear negative effect, consuming 20 points of mana per second. Evil aura greater evil aura. Necromancer's graveyard giant necromancer's graveyard consumes 1000 points of mana, can temporarily alter the surrounding environment. Undead units within gain absolute home field advantage, speed plus 100%, attack frequency plus 100%, continuously obtain usable corpses, causing a large area of fear effect. Another trump card. A smile appeared on Qinshen's face. "We've arrived." Lu Shiyu parked the beetle by the street, looking at Qinshen with a complex gaze. "Are you sure you want to go to the nightmare dungeon?" Lu Yang's right eyelid twitched, looking at Qinshen in terror. "Yes, I'm confident I can clear the nightmare dungeon. Don't joke around, this is no different from sending yourself to death. Trust me, can an ordinary level dungeon let me level up to level 9? Have you thought about what happened inside?" You mean, Liu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. Exactly, the so-called high-carrying high-level professionals didn't even take action, instead becoming my experience boost. Qin Shen nodded, affirming his thoughts. This is too unbelievable. Are you coming with me? We're good brothers, that's why I'm telling you. Liu Yang hesitated. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, and if they cleared it, they could soar to great heights. Qin Shen's idea was simple. Having one more person to tag along not only would provide a reward boost but also an extra clearing reward. Why not? Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. I want everyone to know that as long as they follow me, there will be benefits, but those who go against me, I'm sorry, those people will be erased from the world. Qin Shen spoke, his words revealing a strong confidence. Liu Yang stared at him blankly, moved by this confidence. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. I believe in you. Take me through the levels. Adoptive father, do you choose the nightmare level Black Abyss dungeon? This dungeon is extremely difficult. All monsters are enhanced by 3 to 5 times. Extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Currently in a 2-person state. Yes/no. Liu Yang, adoptive father, go for it. Qin Shen, 1, countdown 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. As the words fell, a distortion appeared before Qin Shen's eyes. Then he vanished from his spot. Moonlight spread across the ground, and the surrounding weeds rustled. Everything seemed tranquil yet eerie. Accompanied by the twisting of space, Qin Shen's arrival instantly shattered the silence. The grass around erupted with the eerie cries of ghouls, followed by the sound of something quickly crawling through the underbrush. Ugh, the atmosphere around is terrifying. There are ghouls everywhere in the grass. Liu Yang looked around, her heart racing with panic. Facing even one ghoul was overwhelming. So many ghouls would leave him with nothing but scraps. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Qin Shen squinted slightly, then raised the staff in his hand. Come forth, my skeletons. Swish, swish, swish. 5 circular whirlpools appeared around them. Epic skeletons, holding purple greatswords, slowly rose. Purple flames ignited in their hollow eye sockets. Liu Yang, you tell me this is a skeleton monster? Nightmare-level manner, it should be more realistic. The wind that blew carried a thick malice. Qin Shen warily scanned the surroundings, a chill creeping down his neck. There seemed to be some terrifying entity present. The manor, hidden in the night, loomed in the distance, watching him. In the next moment, the grass began to shake, and ghouls emerged from within. Qin Shen was mentally prepared, but seeing them still left him momentarily speechless. These ghouls were covered in twisted patterns, resembling the graffiti of a madman. Nightmare Ghoul, Ordinary Nightmare Monster, Health, 5300, Level, Lv. 10, Attributes, Strength * 273 points, Agility * 298 points, Intelligence * 73 points, Skill 1, Madness. When a Nightmare Ghoul sees a professional, it can instantly enter a state of madness, increasing its speed to 300%, attack speed to 300%, with a chance of attacking indiscriminately, devouring enemies or allies to increase its madness level and enhance its attributes. Skill 2, Pain. The Nightmare Ghoul is always in pain and is dedicated to spreading this pain to others. Anyone it attacks will receive a pain buff, continuously losing health in endless agony, 10 points per second, lasting for 1 minute. Description: they were filled with resentment in life and do not let go even in death. Adoptive father, did you see the patterns on these ghouls? It feels like a nightmare. Liu Yang trembled and squeezed closer to Qin Shen. What a disappointment. We haven't even started fighting, and you're already this scared. I need to have the qualifications to fight too. I'm just a level 2 nobody. Liu Yang was on the verge of tears. This is just the beginning of the nightmare dungeon. The subsequent monsters will be even more twisted. Qin Shen shook his head slightly. 5 purple skeleton figures stood around, providing a strong sense of security. The hollow eye sockets of the skeletons burned with purple flames. They showed no fear of these nightmare ghouls and charged forward with their swords. The nightmare ghouls indeed went mad. When they leaped into the air, their foreclaws flailed wildly, almost leaving afterimages. A 5-claw attack speed per second should be possible. Unfortunately, what awaited them was a purple heavy sword, the blade striking directly across its face. Swish and upward slash, directly killing it. -5320. Congratulations, successfully killed a nightmare ghoul, gained experience, 80 points. What the hell, did I just see that right? Over 5,000 damage with one sword? I remember that the highest damage a level 10 player could deal was 500 at most, and you just multiplied that by 10? And there are 5 of them? What's your situation? Liu Yan looked as if he had seen a ghost. It's just that the skeleton happened to have a killing skill, so it cleared the health bar with one sword. Normally, 2,000 health would be about right. Qin Shen explained with a smile. Having a buddy nearby to farm monsters felt pretty good. If he had come in alone, his mood would have been a bit darker. Just these 5 skeletons aren't enough to kill these ghouls. You can summon more? Come forth, my archer skeleton. Shin-chan raised the staff in his hand, and a dark purple pentagram appeared, spinning at his feet. A skeletal hand suddenly shot up from the ground, startling Liu Yang into a squawk. Then the entire skeleton body crawled out, carrying a simple black longbow. Liu Yang, looks really strong, adoptive father, this skeleton is something else. The archer skeleton was much smaller than the melee skeleton, standing about 1 meter 80, with relatively thin bones. A total of 12 could be summoned, forming a small team. Annihilation Archer Skeleton Level, Lv9, cannot surpass the Summoner, Health, 7300 Base Attributes, Strength * 673, Agility * 1132, Intelligence * 798 Skill 1, Annihilation Arrow Death Energy operates in a special way and attaches to the arrows, causing penetrating damage to enemies. After that, it releases a death energy storm with a radius of 2 meters, engulfing enemies within, dealing 300 damage per second, and completely annihilating the body afterward. Skill 2, Infinite Arrows. The arrows of the Annihilation Archer Skeleton are made of death energy. Consuming a bit can create 1 arrow, which cannot be used by others. Successfully shooting an enemy will inflict negative emotions such as numbness, panic, and pain. Skill 3, Arrow Rain releases 30 arrows at once, capable of area damage to enemies, and carries the effects of all normal skills. It can also shoot the same target continuously, but the arrow damage will decrease progressively. Description: Professional archer, extremely high accuracy at this moment. In combat mode, they naturally knew what to do. They each took down their large bows from their backs, then pulled the bowstrings taut towards the sky. The tips of the arrows burst into black flames and then were released with a whoosh. The arrows arced through the air and accurately struck the back of a ghoul. Buzz, the death energy erupted, instantly swirling into a black energy ball. It quickly engulfed several nightmare ghouls. -1821 -300 -300. Aside from the previously high damage values, the remaining 300 burst out in a large area. Moreover, the nightmare ghouls caught in it moved noticeably slower. The purple skeleton wielding a great sword immediately stepped forward to finish off the kill. -2389. Congratulations, killed a nightmare ghoul, gained experience. 83. The nightmare skeletons appeared like cockroaches, continuously emerging without any signs of stopping. The purple skeleton and the archer skeleton worked seamlessly together, able to kill as many as came. Liu Yang stared blankly at the battle before him, already convinced in his heart. Shin-chan wasn't lying to him, it was really possible to clear the nightmare dungeon. Looks like it's going to be a protracted battle. Let's take a break first. Shin-chan took out a reclining chair and a simple hot pot table. Soon, the aroma of hot pot wafted through the air. Liu Yang, you're eating hot pot in the nightmare dungeon? He felt like his worldview had collapsed. Less nonsense, do you want to come and dip some lamb? Yes, adoptive father, you just lie down, this little matter I'll handle. Outside, the fighting was fierce. Inside, Shin-chan and Liu Yang were enjoying their meal. At the exchange company, a man was trembling on the ground. The young master of the Li family was stepping on the man's back. In Linhai City, everything is decided by my Li family. Who do you think you are, daring to take my Li Yuhao's equipment? The man stammered, Young Master Li, please spare me. I worked hard to obtain a high-quality piece of equipment, just wanted to sell it for a good price. My son is seriously ill and needs the money. What does that have to do with me? Damn it, I want that equipment, so hand it over. Li Yuhao kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying several meters away. At that moment, Lu Guanghua walked in, glanced at the man lying on the ground, and respectfully said, the one named Qin-shen refused to team up with you. Qin-shen, that Qin-shen. Li Yuhao frowned slightly. Just as Lu Guanghua was about to remind him, Li Yuhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Are you talking about that very handsome man? Ha! Lu Guanghua was taken aback. He recalled the rumors about young Master Li, who had no qualms about men or women, and a chill rose in his heart. Then, he quickly nodded in affirmation. That's right, it's him. Then what are you waiting for? Bring him to me. Just because he said no, does that mean it's a no? Can we really let him be? Li Yuhao looked astonished, as if to say, you're asking me about this? Understood. He took out a loan of nearly 50 million. After my investigation, he definitely can't pay it back. By the end of the month, I can bring him to you. Lu Guanghua wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly said, the end of the month? Do you think I will wait that long? Bring him to me tomorrow. If you can't do it, get the hell out. Li Yuhao said very arrogantly. Yes. Lu Guanghua nodded repeatedly. Just as he was about to turn and leave, an urgent notification appeared. Announcement: the practitioner Qin-shan has chosen to challenge the nightmare level Black Abyss dungeon. What? He actually? Lu Guanghua looked up in shock. He suddenly understood Qin Shen's intention. As long as he could pass the nightmare level dungeon, it would definitely shake the higher-ups of the official organization, thus ensuring his protection. If he failed, then he wouldn't need to repay the debt. At Linhai City Awakening High School, countless students learned of Qin Shen's deeds. The initial envy quickly dissipated. In its place was confusion and schadenfreude. Qin Shen, has he gone mad? Buying so many things in installments at once, and now the exchange company is threatening him with debt. He's just walking into the line of fire. $1 million for a resurrection badge isn't enough. He even bought a full set of gold-level equipment. I think he really doesn't understand the terror of the company. Tisk tsk, to be honest, things are getting more and more interesting. Just let it fall apart. He's never experienced the thrill of crazy shopping. The 990,000 undead job change package opened up his mind, and now he can't go back. The class teacher's expression changed repeatedly, finally letting out a deep sigh. He actually wanted to help Qin Shen and could assist in reporting resources. However, borrowing 40 to 50 million all at once was beyond the school's capabilities, and it was impossible to help him pay off the debt. The Li family company was not one to suffer losses, backed by the main family in the central district, wielding power in this small place of Linhai City, forming a systematic oppression of ordinary practitioners, and it had been thoroughly researched by the legal department, completely legal and compliant. It was really too difficult to eradicate this force locally. Of course, this was also Qin Shen's own doing. Knowing there were tigers in the mountains, he still chose to walk toward them. At that moment, an announcement rang out, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of everyone. Announcement: the Qin Shen team has begun challenging the Nightmare Dungeon. Please be informed, class teacher. A group of students? Wait, what's going on? A flash of lightning crossed their minds, seemingly connecting everything at once. Class teacher, that Qin Shen kid has been planning to enter the Nightmare Dungeon from the very beginning, even revealing his name, openly provoking and mocking the Li Corporation. If he can clear the Nightmare Abyss dungeon, everything will change. 40 to 50 million is nothing. This guy is someone all factions want to win over. Wait, hold on. Qin Shen team? The class teacher jolted, quickly checking the team composition, and then his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Level 9 Qin Shen, Level 2 Liu Yang. These two really dare. Since the Manor Abyss dungeon is a first-tier dungeon, only practitioners below level 10 can enter. Due to the high difficulty of the dungeon, combined with the fact that practitioners' skills and attributes haven't been developed yet, the difficulty of the Manor Abyss dungeon is actually greater than that of higher-tier nightmare dungeons. Many prominent families choose to skip this dungeon and level up directly. Over time, the Manor Nightmare dungeon has become legendary. No one dares to challenge it. Qin Shen and this other person look like they're just going in to deliver food. In the eerie manor, the screams of nightmare ghouls echoed endlessly. An epic skeleton wielded a purple-patterned greatsword, fighting on the front lines. The greatsword danced skillfully in the air. Facing the nightmare ghouls that shot out from above, it reversed the greatsword in its hands and then fiercely plunged it into the ground, showcasing the destructive power of the greatsword against flesh at that moment. Minus 2,370. The nightmare ghoul's health bar dropped to half, still struggling. Then, an arrow fell from the sky, striking it in the back of the head. Black energy surged out, ravaging and consuming it. Minus 1,789. Minus 300. Minus 300. Fortunately, there was no friendly fire, otherwise, the epic skeleton would also lose health. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a nightmare ghoul, gaining experience, 80. This was already countless nightmare ghouls. Experience had successfully increased by 2/3. Meanwhile, Liu Yang, who was just tagging along, had already leveled up twice, from level 2 to level 4. Leveling up too fast, it feels like a dream. I never thought monsters could be killed like this. Liu Yang sighed while picking up a slice of meat to stuff into his mouth. Delicious. This place is really heavy with negative energy. Even with a blanket, I feel like the energy is drilling into my clothes. Plus, I always feel like something is watching us, secretly controlling everything. What do you think? Qin Shen was wrapped in a blanket, holding a hot cup of coffee. Yes, I feel that too. I once studied the strategy carefully. The entire manor dungeon is divided into 2 phases. The first is outside the manor. After killing the ghoul boss, you can get the manor key to enter the manor and continue clearing. But after careful comparison and analysis, I found that all practitioners entering the manor will provoke the wrath of the manor boss, accompanied by angry shouts to roll out. Liu Yang rested his chin on his hand, starting to analyze. I noticed that too. The monsters outside the manor and those inside are not from the same faction. They are at odds with each other. Qin Shen nodded. Some attentive netizens had previously done an analysis. At that moment, a whip crack sounded from afar. The nightmare ghouls immediately growled and retreated. Let's go, we'll kill our way over. I'll clean up the stuff. After Liu Yang tidied up the scene, they immediately advanced towards the manor. Now that they had obtained the manor key, pushing through was definitely the right move. As they advanced, new monsters emerged from the surrounding grass. They looked like beetles, about a meter long. The moonlight shone upon them, reflecting silver spots. But those heads with hair! Hiss! Lu Yang gasped. The heads growing on the necks of the beetles sent a chill through him. These bugs have human heads growing on their necks? Shin Chen furrowed his brow, remaining silent. These human-headed beetles were not mentioned in the strategy guide. The guide only covered the difficulty level. No one knew what the nightmare level entailed. Beetle Wraith, Common Nightmare Monster, Level, LV10, Health, 7,300, Attributes, Strength * 432, Agility * 397, Intelligence * 129, Skill 1, Take Off. The beetle wraith spreads its insect wings and can soar into the air, moving slowly while scattering scale powder that causes confusion, pain, and other negative effects. Skill 2, Vitality. The beetle wraith possesses an extremely strong vitality. Even if its head is severed, it will continue to live. When its health drops to 0, it can remain active for 30 minutes. If someone casts a healing spell to restore health, the wraith beetle can regain its ability to act. Description: they were once individuals until one day. My god, they can still live after dying? Why do I feel like they are even scarier than ghouls? Lu Yang couldn't help but shrink back. The consequences of being caught by these wraith beetles were dire. I think these wraith beetles are just a simple punishment. Look at their skills, they have no offensive means. What could possibly want them to suffer? However, that's not our concern. Let's kill. The beetle wraith had extremely high attributes, even stronger than the nightmare ghouls, but their combat power and will to fight were terrifyingly weak. Upon seeing the fierce purple skeleton, their 8 insect legs began to tremble, and their white eyes, devoid of pupils, showed signs of panic. Then, they turned their heads left and right, seemingly trying to escape the scene. Halfway through their escape, they stopped, as if something terrifying was blocking and intimidating them. Is this pushing the beetle wraiths towards me, meaning to kill indiscriminately? Interesting. This nightmare dungeon has some substance. The experience at hand could not be missed. The epic skeleton monster remained still, guarding the surroundings. The dark bow skeleton took advantage of its ranged capabilities, continuously shooting arrows that accurately struck the beetle wraiths, causing death energy to erupt and extinguish their bodies. -1,728 -300 -300. -1,794 -300 -300. A rain of arrows poured down from the sky. Out of 30 arrows, 20 struck the beetle wraiths accurately. The arrows, ignited with black flames, easily pierced through their shells. Amidst the overwhelming arrows, the beetle wraiths did not attack. Instead, they writhed on the ground, screaming in pain. Some seemed unable to bear the pain, spreading their insect wings and stumbling into the air, showing no will to attack, instead flying chaotically in the sky to evade. I feel like their cries sound like indistinct human voices. It seems like they are saying something. Lu Yang shrank his neck. This was the first time he had seen monsters that only knew to run away when hit. It was hard to imagine that such monsters existed in a nightmare dungeon. It was simply a benefit for grinding experience. It is human voices. They are still human souls, but their bodies have been grafted onto other creatures. Shin Chen nodded with a complex expression. Seeing this scene, he probably couldn't eat hot pot anymore. If these monsters were good people in life, then giving them an end is helping them. If they were bad people in life, then we are also punishing the wicked. The main focus was on a fully three-dimensional defense. You mean they were specifically made to be like this and then punished? Exactly. With wave after wave of arrows, the health of the beetle wraith finally hit 0. Now it was just a matter of holding on for half an hour, waiting for them to perish. Shin Chen did not rush forward but chose to play it safe, waiting until all the beetle wraiths were defeated before securing the experience points. In the next moment, a purifying moonlight suddenly poured down, illuminating the beetle wraiths writhing on the ground. Their health, which had been at 0, began to rise, and then, as if injected with adrenaline, their recovery speed increased rapidly. What's going on? If they keep getting healed like this, won't we be fighting for a year? Shin Chen quickly realized the seriousness of the situation. The beetle wraiths, which had been twitching on the ground and close to dying, flipped over one by one. This time, they seemed much bolder, their pure white eyes revealing resentment as they fixed their gaze on Shin Chen, some of their true nature surfacing. This doesn't look good. If they can keep reviving, we might end up worn out. Lu Yang gripped a spear tightly, speaking cautiously. I guess it must be the boss behind the scenes, thinking we haven't inflicted enough pain, trying to break them into pieces. If that doesn't work, we'll have to charge in. First, we take down the boss, then we deal with the minions. Lu Yang, first the boss, then the minions? Isn't that the wrong order? Shadow Ghoul LV 3271, summons a horde of peak attribute shadow ghouls to fight for you, duration 1 day, blue mana cost, 300 points. Come forth, my ghouls. Shin-chan raised his staff, and the surrounding space twisted. One by one, shadow ghouls crawled out, their bodies a grayish-white, almost blending into the dark environment, making them nearly invisible. There were a total of 130, each moving with incredible speed, hidden in the shadows. The beetle wraiths, just getting up from the ground, didn't have time to react before a claw plunged into their shells, tearing them apart, thick, oil-like blood spraying everywhere. -723, -771, -809. The shadow ghouls attacked rapidly, striking 3 times a second. The cumulative damage was also quite high. The beetle wraiths immediately began to wail in agony. "Spare me, I'm just a dormitory manager, I don't know anything. I have no idea what the dean did. Please, spare me." Accompanied by the cries of despair and the fragmented information they revealed, Shin-chan finally began to understand some of the story. This manor was originally an orphanage, specifically taking in homeless children, and these beetle wraiths were once the staff of the orphanage, controlling and deceiving these children, raising them to a certain age, and then starting to draw blood and sell their organs. They can be considered truly evil. Shin-chan sighed slightly. He had thought it was the boss's method of dealing with them, but in the end, it was just pure torture and punishment. But these people should have absolute control over the manor. How did it end up like this? Liu Yan looked puzzled. "I don't know. Judging from the wails of these beetle wraiths, it seems that one of the children suddenly turned dark and began to punish them. Right now, it's just a guess. Let's see if our results can satisfy them." The shadow ghouls moved too quickly, flickering in the shadows. One by one, the beetle wraiths were torn apart, revealing various human organs scattered on the ground. Finally, their health dropped to 0. The beetle wraiths shattered into pieces, their legs still twitching, still alive but not dead. "You need to hold out for a full 30 minutes. This time, the essence of moonlight did not pour down. The kill notification sound rang out one after another. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed a beetle wraith, gaining experience, 120 points. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a beetle wraith, gaining experience, 120 points. Congratulations, you have successfully reached Lv10, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, can learn advanced skills of the necromancer, all skill levels have been increased, health +1000, mana +500, it seems I was right, the behind-the-scenes boss wants me to slaughter these beetle wraiths. What exactly happened in this manor?" Shin-chan took out the level 10 equipment, the necromancer's spellbook, finally able to hold it in his hands. The novice staff was tossed into the warehouse to gather dust. "I've finally reached level 10. After equipping the necromancer's spellbook, my casting time has been reduced to 1 second, allowing me to summon replacements at any time. Even if all the skeletons die, I can still summon them again and have them appear at full health. And there's the flying ability, useful for escaping or gathering information, which seems pretty good too." Shin-chan happily equipped the necromancer's spellbook, his fingertips brushing over the intricately patterned cover. The skull head embedded in the center was quite eye-catching. "Foster father, you've reached level 10, congratulations," Liu Yang said excitedly. Walking this way, he felt as if he were dreaming. Although he could only gain a little experience, in the face of absolute experience numbers, it was enough for him to level up again. He had now reached level 5. For an ordinary person to reach level 5, it would take at least a year, and the higher the level, the harder it becomes to level up. Many people get stuck at level 5 forever. Simple dungeons don't give experience, and difficult dungeons can't be cleared, ultimately fading into the crowd and exiting the stage of professionals. Among tens of thousands, only one can reach level 10. Yet Shin-chan had reached level 10 in just 2 days. The look Liu Yan gave Shin-chan was filled with both gratitude and admiration. Strong, too strong. In his heart, he had already transformed into a fan. Shin-chan was not particularly excited about leveling up. What mattered to him was the advanced skills of the necromancer. Skills are divided into levels, which he had not expected. He only knew that as levels increased, the professional skills that could be learned would gradually unlock, and at level 25, one could undergo a job change to gain a specific career direction. Each professional has their unique career advancement path, and at that time, the professional's combat power would undergo its first qualitative change. When we go out, I must get my hands on those advanced skills. After dealing with the beetle wraiths, they continued to push forward. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at the familiar marble fountain. The long-haired ghoul boss was lying on the marble fountain. Upon sensing someone approaching, it slowly raised its head, its pupils swirling like a vortex, as if to drag a person's soul into it. Long-haired ghoul, nightmare, boss, health, 132,700, attributes, strength plus 931, agility plus 1,083, intelligence plus 273, skill 1, blood moon rotation, the silver moon and the sky completely transformed into a blood moon, ancient doors opened, craving the blood and flesh of young boys and girls. They love to squeeze chunks of flesh together and give them new life. This time, the ancient and evil power was transmitted, causing all attributes of the long-haired ghoul to triple, and health to decrease by 1,000 points per second until death. Skill 2, Phantom Forest, the long-haired ghoul's eyes can cast illusions, forcibly pulling the enemy's consciousness into it, inflicting immense pain, causing confusion, daze, madness, and other negative effects, with a certain probability of turning the enemy into an idiot. Skill 3, Watchdog, the ancient gatekeeper, selecting and accepting the sacrificial blood offerings, presents the offerings to them, receiving comprehensive attribute rewards each time. When it dies, the ancient gate will close, waiting for the birth of the next watchdog. Introduction, their beloved. Are you ready to face the retribution? Watchdog? This thing seems to be a guard? Lu Yang also saw the introduction of the long-haired ghoul, his legs trembling. A hidden fear seemed to be unfolding, and he was 100% going to regret it. You mean the final boss we have to fight won't be the monster guarded by this thing, right? Compared to the information released by the panel, the long-haired ghoul's super strong attributes seemed insignificant. Impossible, an ancient and powerful existence is not something we can deal with at level 10. Even in a nightmare dungeon, we have to consider the most extreme possibilities, like a level 60 or 70 boss. That wouldn't be a dungeon, it would be a killing machine, whoever enters dies. I think it should just be a background prop, Shin said confidently. Now I feel relieved. Wait, this long-haired ghoul doesn't seem easy to deal with either. Oh my god. Over 1,000 agility attributes. Many level 20 professionals only have 400 or 500 base attributes when they reach level 20, and that's among the top tier. No wonder they call it a nightmare dungeon. Shin appeared quite calm. Let's set up the hot pot again. This time, it might take a while. Ah, big brother, no, adoptive father, is it appropriate for us to eat hot pot now? Isn't that too disrespectful to the nightmare level boss? What if it gets angry? Can you go up and fight it? Definitely not. One slap and I'm gone. Coincidentally, I'm just like you, Lu Yang. The fragrant hot pot bubbled once more. Shin, wrapped in a blanket, lay on the rocking chair, downing 2 bottles of blue potions to fill up his empty blue bar. 5 epic skeleton monsters, 12 shadow archers, and 130 shadow ghouls had already mobilized. This was the first wave. Once they were all defeated, Shin would summon the second wave. There were still the skills, great spellcasting, and giant undead cemetery left unused. If the first wave couldn't be defeated, then he would use the latter abilities. A fierce battle was about to begin. The 5-meter-tall purple skeletons naturally took the lead, serving as the frontline meat shields. They possessed the power of death, capable of breaking through 45% of the opponent's defense, dealing slightly less damage to the long-haired ghoul boss. At the same time, their tactical coordination was quite smooth. One epic skeleton suddenly leaped up, gripping a greatsword tightly, raising it above its head, and then striking down heavily. The long-haired ghoul boss did not dodge at all but widened its eyes, with ripples swirling madly in them. It was actually trying to confuse the skeleton with an illusion. Since it didn't even have a brain, it naturally wouldn't be deceived. The sword blade struck hard on the back of the long-haired ghoul boss's head, causing its entire body to stagger downwards. -1983 The second epic skeleton then slid in, ribs close to the ground, and swept the purple-patterned greatsword horizontally. The long-haired ghoul boss's head was immediately knocked to the side. -2003 Subsequent epic skeletons followed suit, mercilessly hacking with their great swords. -2039 2045 The shadow archer skeletons pulled their bowstrings taut, and arrows flew like a torrent, connecting head to tail as they shot towards the long-haired ghoul boss. 30 arrows struck the same target in succession. -1537 -1489 -1372. The damage continued to diminish, but this was damage dealt within 3 seconds. It could be considered a massive output. The shadow ghoul lurked in the darkness, clearing away the nightmare ghouls that surged from all around. Both sides gnawed at each other. In the end, the nightmare ghoul suffered a regrettable defeat. At the trading company, Lu Shiyu, dressed in black stockings, sat obediently on the sofa. Manager Lu Guanghua paced back and forth at the desk, looking very irritated. Tell me, What exactly is your relationship with Qin Chun? Lu Guanghua suddenly stopped and barked sharply. It's nothing special, he's my customer, but I deceived him into buying a 990,000 undead job transfer package. I feel really guilty about it, so I want to compensate him, Lu Shiyu sighed. Every time she thought of Qin Shen, she felt like a sinner. What a good kid he was. Ultimately, under her influence, he had gone down a bad path. Humph, if the company finds out you have any special relationship with him, they have the right to reclaim all the money you've earned, and you'll end up owing a huge sum, understand? Lu Guanghua threatened viciously. In fact, he had already checked. The two had indeed met for the first time just a few days ago. They were completely unrelated, otherwise, he would have used Lu Shiyu to threaten him. I understand. Lu Shiyu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Just as Lu Guanghua was about to wave her off, a thought suddenly surged in his mind, and he grinned wickedly. Do you know where Qin Shen is right now? Lu Shiyu was taken aback, then remembered that she had sent Qin Shen to the Black Abyss connection point, so she casually replied, he should be in a dungeon. Heh, you know that, but do you know which dungeon he's in? I don't know that. Lu Shiyu wasn't part of the professional circle and didn't pay attention to some information. He entered a nightmare-level dungeon. That little brat thinks he can use this to escape the company's reckoning. If he doesn't succeed, he'll die trying? He's too naive. When has the company ever lost money? Even if he dies, he'll still be teleported back. The company owns his body rights. Even if they conduct experiments and research, they will still recover the final losses, and all the equipment on him will be returned. Lu Guanghua gritted his teeth as he spoke. If anyone hated Qin Shen the most right now, it was undoubtedly him. Because of Qin Shen, he had received quite a bit of scolding. You guys! Lu Shiyu clenched her fists instinctively upon hearing such malicious words. This was the most venomous thing she had ever heard in her life. Not even the body was spared. Is this human? Just thinking that she was working for such a company made her feel her sins had deepened. But then she suddenly realized the words nightmare dungeon and froze. I heard that nightmare dungeons are very dangerous. It seems no one dares to enter, Lu Shiyu asked in a daze. Dangerous? It's beyond dangerous. Those who enter are doomed to die, and even those who escape don't survive. Lu Guanghua saw that Lu Shiyu finally realized the problem, his face full of glee. Understand? By the time Qin Shen comes out, he will have turned into a corpse. Boom! This sentence struck Lu Shiyu's mind like a thunderclap. Her hand slowly pressed against her chest, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. So, sending him to the Black Abyss connection point was like personally sending him to the guillotine. Qin Shen clearly knew the dangers of installment loans, but he was already prepared. Even if he died in the nightmare dungeon, he wouldn't become a dog for the company. A mist clouded Lu Shiyu's eyes, and she could no longer see clearly. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming shock. At the same time, she felt immense sadness. Inside the Nightmare Manor dungeon, the battlefield was extremely brutal. Various bones and limbs flew everywhere. Foster father, the meatballs are ready over here, very fresh and tender, come try some. Lu Yang diligently worked in the kitchen, managing the hot pot with great order. Various vegetables and meats were put into the pot as needed, and those that needed to be taken out were fished out. Delicious, delicious. Don't keep cooking, hurry up and eat some too. I can't finish all this. Qin Shen felt a shiver run down his spine as he saw the food being served quickly. The efficiency was just too high. Hee, you're the main combat force, of course you should eat your fill first, Lu Yang chuckled, sitting down at the table and happily taking a bite. He was very clear about his role, just a bystander, handling logistics. So the service had to be on point, ensuring Qin Shen could eat comfortably. If we're talking about the main combat force, we should feed the skeleton monsters, but unfortunately, they have no tongues and no stomachs. And they have no senses either. Qin Shen shook his head. However, this also became their advantage. The illusion effect of the long-haired ghoul boss had no effect on them. Moreover, they felt no pain, had no fear, and were not afraid of injury, like death warriors. Meanwhile, the battlefield with the long-haired ghoul boss had entered a fever pitch. After several rounds of attacks, the long-haired ghoul boss's health had dropped by over 50,000, leaving it with around 70,000 health. As its health decreased, the long-haired ghoul boss's attacks became increasingly fierce. In the midst of its continuous counterattacks, it suddenly lunged forward, circling behind the epic skeleton, then opened its massive mouth and bit down hard on its spine. Crack, the spine shattered instantly. Minus 3,271. The epic skeleton tried to reach out to grab the long-haired ghoul boss, but its body suddenly collapsed, shattering on the ground, its eye socket still burning with purple flames, now becoming hollow again. One epic skeleton has fallen. This wave of summoned creatures seems to have reached its limit. Qin Shen squinted at the scene. The health of the other epic skeletons was also nearly depleted. Shadow ghouls, get in there. Epic skeleton summoning, cancel. Qin Shen issued 2 commands in succession. The shadow ghouls hidden in the darkness had been continuously ambushing the small monsters around them, and now with their full strength intact, all 130 were alive. They immediately sent 60 to confront the long-haired ghoul boss. The once formidable epic skeletons shattered one by one on the ground. "Come forth, my skeleton monsters." Qin Shen raised the magic book in his hand, 5 circles unfolded on the ground, and the epic skeletons slowly rose. Since the epic skeletons had not been placed in the upgrade position, they remained unchanged. They immediately stepped forward to face the long-haired ghoul boss, starting a new round of battle. The long-haired ghoul boss looked stunned at the sight of the fully revived skeletons. The archer skeletons that had been in the upgrade position finally received their promotion. Doomed Archer Skeleton Dark Ranger, hero level summoning. Each summoning will fix the unit, and as the skill level increases, the hero's strength will also increase. Summon a hero, Dark Ranger, to fight for you. Duration: 1 day, blue mana cost, 1000 points. Activation requirement: sacrifice 100 units, regardless of enemy or ally. Qin Shen? After 5 levels of upgrades, it turned out to be a hero level unit? Hero level summoning? Qin Shen was extremely excited as he read the new skill description. He knew that there were many types of summoners: beast summoners, human summoners, elf summoners, and even dragon summoners. These subdivisions had vastly different summon creatures and combat styles, but the one thing that was the same and rare was the hero-level summons. It could be said that hero-level summons were the standard for measuring a summoner's strength. The growth potential and skill strength of heroes were far superior to ordinary summons. They could even rival practitioners of the same level. But for a summoner to obtain a hero-level summon is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even for super prestigious families, after generations of inheritance, having a hero-level summon is already a great blessing. So, if I do this, can every one of my summoning skills eventually upgrade to a hero-level summon? Qin Shen couldn't help but gasp. To be honest, he was scared himself. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qin Shen forced himself to calm down. He discovered that the Dark Archer Skeleton Summoning Technique did not directly upgrade to Dark Ranger Summoning Technique, but instead presented him with 2 branches to choose from. One was the hero-level route, and the other was the Special Monster route. Dark Thunder Skeleton Archer, Special Monster route. The Dark Thunder Skeleton clan is a well-known undead race with formidable combat power. Their racial strength is immense, and as their level increases, the number they can summon also increases. Qin Shen glanced at it and quickly understood. Although the Dark Ranger was hero level, its quantity was limited, allowing only one to be summoned at a time. In contrast, the Dark Thunder Skeleton Archer, while not hero level, had no such restrictions. As the level increased, he might be able to summon hundreds or even thousands, each with considerable combat power, ultimately stacking up to be no weaker than the Dark Ranger. I want both. What a dilemma. Why put this problem in front of me? Qin Shen tugged at his hair, finding it hard to make a choice. At that moment, Lu Yang suddenly trembled and said, foster father, the situation has changed. Look, the moon has turned red, and the entire night sky seems to be shrouded in a layer of blood mist. It's terrifying. With his reminder, Qin Shen suddenly noticed that the red moonlight had dyed the entire world red. The hidden terror was breaking free. He no longer had time to hesitate. Damn, it's not like this is the only opportunity. At worst, I can just split the skills into more later. Qin Shen gritted his teeth and immediately chose Dark Ranger Summoning Technique. After all, it was a boss, requiring stronger single-target attack capabilities, and hero-level units were just right for this. Selection successful. Please sacrifice 100 units, regardless of friend or foe, to activate the summoning skill. Still need to sacrifice? Qin Shen immediately looked around, and the enemy minions in the blood haze had already retreated. Only the long-haired ghoul boss stood among them, howling at the moon like a wolf, with a strange red light emanating from its body. Even its black hair had turned blood red. 5 epic-level skeletons were surrounding it, slashing with their purple-patterned greatswords. -2037, -2089, -2148. Without a doubt, this was a great opportunity to deal damage. But frustratingly, their output damage was not as fast as the Blood Moon's recovery speed. Qin Shen pointed at the shadow ghouls on the field, with 101 remaining, just enough for the sacrifice. He suddenly raised the magic book in his hand, and countless ghostly lights swirled in from all directions. Sacrifice. Like the souls being absorbed. One by one, the shadow ghoul's pupils quickly became vacant, then thudded to the ground, and then turned into a puff of black smoke, disappearing from the spot. Sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1, sacrifice +1, sacrifice 100, Dark Archer Skeleton Summoning Technique, Dark Ranger Summoning Technique, Dark Ranger Summoning Technique Lv1, Lv2. As the Blood Moon transformation of the long-haired ghoul boss reached its climax, Shin hurriedly raised the necromantic magic book in his hand and began to chant, "Come forth, my Dark Ranger." In the next second, a black-purple pentagram magic circle spun into existence on the ground before him. Purple light surged forth, forming a spherical shape. Faintly, a slender and graceful figure emerged, her back bearing an exaggeratedly large longbow. As the light faded, the enchanting beauty appeared. Dressed in a purple leather outfit that barely covered 3 points, large areas of her skin glistened. Her smooth and well-defined muscles seemed to conceal endless power. She wore a hooded cloak that obscured her entire face. Her eyes resembled 2 rubies, radiating a scarlet glow. "My lord!" Upon the appearance of the Dark Ranger, she knelt on one knee before Qin Shen, showing great respect. Dark Ranger, Heroic Level, Lv10, cannot exceed the Summoner's level, Base Attributes, Strength *1037, Agility *1589, Intelligence *1205, Skill 1, Withering Arrow. Each arrow shot by the Dark Ranger carries a withering effect, ignoring magical and physical defenses upon hitting the enemy, spreading virally from the wound and growing dense red spots. The initial damage is 300 points, which increases over time, ultimately reaching 1000 points per second. Healing and purification are ineffective, only special holy items can dispel it. After the enemy's death, the withering flowers absorb all life essence and thrive on the corpse, autonomously attacking nearby enemies and releasing a withering mist. Skill 2, Decay Detonation, a one-time detonation of the withering effect within the enemy, causing 5000 points of true damage and triggering an explosion effect. The splattered fluid that touches other enemies will induce a weakened version of the withering effect, which will grow into a normal version after 10 seconds of spreading. Skill 3, Charged Piercing Arrow. The Dark Ranger can charge for 3 to 10 seconds, compressing varying degrees of dark energy to the extreme, achieving a range of 3000 to 30,000, with arrow lengths of 1 to 5 meters, dealing 3000 to 30,000 piercing damage to enemies. Skill 4, Petal Flicker. Upon sensing danger nearby, the Dark Ranger can flicker to any location within 5 meters, the sensed area, scattering withering petals on the spot. Enemies that come into contact will be infected with a weakened version of the withering effect. Introduction: a hunter wandering in the darkness, some powerful figures harbor deep hatred for her. Charging for 10 seconds can deal 30,000 damage? And the base attributes, it's just insane. Qin Shen was stunned. The heroic attributes were indeed exaggerated. Before Qin Shen could give an order, the Dark Ranger had already locked onto the Blood Moon transformed ghoul boss. Her eyes, filled with a scarlet glow, showed no emotion. She slowly drew back the giant longbow in her hands, dark energy gathering at her fingertips. The Dark Ranger took a stance, her eyes shining brighter with scarlet light. The arrow coalesced at her fingertips, continuously enlarging. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Blood Moon transformed long-haired ghoul boss sensed the impending danger and immediately began to struggle uneasily. It first swatted away the epic skeleton, its steel-like teeth crushing the bones. Minus 5,327 then, with a claw, it instantly killed the epic skeleton monster. Minus 3,721 The strength of the long-haired ghoul boss received an unprecedented boost. Your epic skeleton monster has died. Your epic skeleton monster has died. Your epic skeleton monster has died. The skeleton monsters just summoned had barely warmed up before they were already dead. The long-haired ghoul boss suddenly turned its head towards them, a blood-red vortex swirling in its eyes. It was filled with terrifying dread. It's looking over here. Lu Yang retreated in fear, his voice trembling. Don't look into its eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yang quickly shut his eyes, but the next moment, a dazzling purple arc flashed before his eyelids. What? He opened his eyes and saw the long-haired ghoul boss throw its head back violently, its massive body tumbling backward due to inertia, an arrow piercing through its skull. After a brief silence, blood-red patterns rapidly spread, giving the ugly long-haired ghoul boss a touch of beauty. Minus 17,328 17,000 damage. You tell me this is level 10? Lu Yang's eyes widened, his head buzzing. Come forth, my skeletons. Qin Shen raised the magic book in his hand, and 5 epic skeletons crawled out once more. Flames ignited in their hollow eye sockets as they charged toward the long-haired ghoul boss. They were merely cannon fodder, but as long as they could buy time, it was worth it. This was also the advantage of the monster series. After death, they could be summoned again until the mana ran out. The Dark Ranger charged up a piercing arrow again, unleashing a fully charged shot. The long-haired ghoul boss couldn't withstand such immense force and fell backwards several meters. Minus 30,000 finally, with the long-haired ghoul boss's unwilling scream, the kill notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a long-haired ghoul boss, Nightmare version, gained experience, 50,000, gained, special item Blood Moon Orb, gained, platinum level equipment Blood Moon Claw, gained, gold level equipment Crimson Battle Armor, gained, gold level equipment Crimson Necklace, a platinum level equipment dropped, and the rest were a heap of gold and silver level gear, all at level 10. Unfortunately, the Blood Moon Claw could only be equipped by assassins. Both its base attributes and equipment skills were exceptional. It was a top-tier assassin gear that would be fought over if sold. However, level 10 equipment could only serve as a transitional item, which was quite awkward. The price would also be significantly reduced. The platinum level equipment was secondary. What Qin Chen valued more was the dropped Crimson set, each piece at level 10, with attributes and skills that were top-notch, far superior to the 5-level gold set he had obtained from the trading post. Crimson Battle Armor, Level Restriction, Lv10, Class Restriction, Universal, Quality, Gold Level, Attribute Bonus, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Intelligence plus 10, Health plus 1500, Health Regeneration plus 2 per second, Skill 1, Blood Pool. The Crimson Battle Armor automatically stores health. Killing an enemy allows you to siphon 1/10 of their health, with a maximum of 100,000 health. Except for negative effects like healing restrictions, every time health is lost, it will instantly recover until the stored health is completely exhausted. Skill 2, Crimson Eruption, consumes 500 health to deal 1000 area damage within a 5-meter radius, and knocks back enemies. The more health consumed, the stronger the damage and the better the knockback effect, with a damage cap of 7,000 points. Skill 3, Savage Charge, consumes 100 health, forming a thick blood armor around the body, accompanied by a shield stab, effectively dispersing enemy encirclement and dealing 513 impact damage, with 200% increased damage to buildings. Description: a presence like a blood cow, capable of taking hits. Crimson Cloak, Level Restriction, Lv10, Class Restriction, Universal, Quality, Gold Level, Attribute Bonus, Intelligence plus 15, Agility plus 15, Body becomes lighter, can run along vertical walls at maximum speed. Skill 1, Elemental Defense, when attacked by fire, water, lightning, and other elemental attacks, the cloak can be used to shield in front, resisting elemental damage. Skill 2, Aerial Glide, opens the cloak in the air to gain gliding ability, controlling the height of both ends to change direction. Skill 3, Crimson Confinement, consumes 500 mana to unleash crimson power, causing panic and tremors in enemies, and immobilizing them in place for a duration of 0.1 to 3 seconds, depending on the enemy's level and strength. Introduction: want to experience the joy of flight? Crimson Battle Boots increase base attributes by 20 agility and 10 intelligence, and allow for triple jumps in the air, much faster than the takeoff of the Undead Spellbook, covering at least 20 meters in 3 steps, perfectly complemented by the gliding of a cloak. Crimson Necklace increases base attributes by 20 intelligence and 10 strength, with the main ability to deploy a scout eye, with 500 plus health, capable of autonomously monitoring the surroundings and remotely notifying the user of any situations, while also sharing vision, very convenient. Currently can only deploy 1/1. Qin Shen glanced at the attributes of the golden level equipment and immediately replaced his 5-level set. He tossed all the 5-level gear into the warehouse to gather dust. After equipping, Qin Shen's appearance instantly transformed. The overall tone was a dark red, mysterious, and powerful. Beside him, Lu Yang flashed with white light, presumably having successfully leveled up. Although he was just tagging along, the experience and rewards he gained were truly exhilarating. Feels good. Qin Shen cancelled the summons of the epic skeletons and shadow ghouls, leaving only the alluring Dark Ranger by his side. Hero-level summoning cannot be repeated in a short time. Once cancelled, she cannot come back out. Lastly, there was a special item, the Blood Moon Orb. He held it in his hand. It was a crystal ball with a blood-red moon floating within. Blood Moon Orb special item effect: upon use, the blood moon descends upon the world, ancient doors open, and they will meet you, becoming their watchdog, gaining their power, or facing death. Introduction: as long as you provide sufficient and delicious blood offerings, they will give you what you desire. So this thing is an offer? Recruiting a watchdog? The long-haired ghoul boss, with a terrifying face filled with arrows. Is the watchdog job really that good? Living neither as a human nor a ghost. Who would want to do that? Qin Shen stood before the long-haired ghoul boss, looking at its miserable state, unable to help but shake his head repeatedly. Thus, the plot of the manor instance became very clear. One could say that all the analyses circulating online were completely wrong, because the key information was in the nightmare level instance, which they had no way to access. In summary, the long-haired ghoul boss was merely a broker, and in the anticipation of the ancient doors, the long-haired ghoul boss struck a deal with this so-called orphanage, providing the organs of children to them in exchange for significant benefits for the headmaster. This was a terrifying human meat farm. Qin Shen trembled in his heart. Too dark, too bloody. The previous beetle spirits with human heads were all staff of the orphanage, responsible for deceiving and controlling these children. From the punishments and tortures they suffered, it seemed the entire orphanage had been taken over by the children. Based solely on the children's strength, they probably can't resist. What on earth happened to lead to this situation? Qin Shen murmured to himself. He suddenly remembered that after the long-haired ghoul boss died, a hand-drawn map of the manor by a child would appear beneath it, so he summoned an epic skeleton monster and assigned one to search for it. Finally, a 5-meter-tall giant skeleton came before Qin Shen, holding an A4 paper. "My lord!" Qin Shen took the drawing, which depicted houses drawn with black crayon, with some crooked paths inside. At the top, there was a line of text, "My best friend, where are you now?" Triggering plot mission, my best friend, mission introduction. One by one, children from the orphanage are disappearing, and the other children feel very uneasy. The dormitory aunt tells them that these children have been adopted and will soon live very good lives. Thus, the children shift from unease to anticipation, hoping someone will take them away from this gloomy orphanage. Until one day, a child named Xiaofeng discovers that his best friend is missing. He searches the manor and finds his best friend in front of a hidden stone door, already disemboweled, with the adults from the orphanage present at the scene. He is terrified and runs back crying, and the dormitory aunt tells him that his best friend has been taken away to live a better life. Mission objective: find Xiaofeng's best friend and bring them before Xiaofeng. Mission reward: experience plus 50,000, 1 random item, 1 random piece of equipment. Qin Shen, your best friend has been disemboweled. Where am I supposed to find them for you? Adoptive father, that was really dangerous just now. How did I trigger a mission? Best friend. Lu Yang happily walked over, having leveled up again to level 6. He then glanced at the mission introduction and was stunned. What the hell, are they profiting by deceiving children? Are these people even human? He was about to curse angrily when he suddenly froze. What's wrong? I just remembered a video I saw before, where a content creator discovered a place full of dry bones. The bones were thin and should belong to children. The creator didn't understand what that place was for, so they posted it on Bilibili. Do you think it could be? Very likely, that child has probably turned into dry bones. Then what should we do? Are we still going to take on this mission? Yes. Don't forget what my profession is. Qin Shen smiled mysteriously. Necromancer. Right, I deal with skeletons. How could I not find their remains? When a god begins to bleed, he is no longer a god. People will start to rebel until they trample him underfoot. The Li family's trading company always looms over all ordinary professionals, using debts to force ordinary professionals to sell their futures at a loss. Many have already noticed the problem and feel very uncomfortable. But life has not yet reached a dead end, so they naturally hold on to a mindset of just getting by, one day at a time, even tolerating some of the company's overstepping behaviors. Over time, those who dare to resist are seen as outcasts, as if all of this is taken for granted. Until Qin Shen's appearance. He didn't do anything, nor did he rise up in rebellion. He merely caused the company to suffer a small loss. Especially when the announcement of his entry into the Nightmare Dungeon was made, it directly ignited the emotions of all professionals. Announcement: Qin Shen's team enters the Nightmare Dungeon. Countless professionals suddenly realized that they also had the right to say no. I've run so many dungeons, and I have more than a dozen silver-level equipment. It's been 3 years, and I've only made 50,000 bucks, which is less than what an ordinary person makes in 3 years. Damn it, I sell things at a loss, and buying things is twice as expensive as outside. I borrowed 500,000 with interest and paid it back for 3 years, and I still owe 450,000. I'm done. Every day they just send me to train newcomers. When do I have time to run my own dungeons? When I was young and foolish, I borrowed 1,300,000 in installments, and after years of frugality, I still owe more, and I owe an extra 100,000. Sometimes I really want to take a knife and stab the whole family of the company leaders. I want to accuse the young master of the Li family. A year ago, I had just begun to shine. My life was full of promise, but then I got involved with the young master of the Li family because of some installment debts. They said if I went with him once, my debts would be wiped clean. At that time, I thought the world was beautiful, but the young master of the Li family brutally broke my right leg, ending my career as a professional. Do you know what's the most ridiculous part? The medical expenses that the Li company eventually paid were deducted from my debts, and in the end, I still owed 50,000. At worst, we'll go down together. The Li family is the biggest tumor. If Qin Shen can enter the Nightmare Instance to fight back, why can't I? Qin Shan really sees things clearly. He went crazy with so many installments and then directly entered the nightmare instance, successfully taking advantage of the Li Company. In all my time, this is the first time I've seen the Li Company suffer a loss. If Qin Shan can successfully clear the nightmare instance, if he can escape alive, that would be the strongest blow to the Li Company. At that time, he would have 100 people responding to his call, and we could definitely overthrow the Li family's tyranny in Linhai City. Countless harmed professionals were discussing fervently. The appearance of Qin Shan undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to their dim lives. As long as he could come out alive from the nightmare instance, everything could change. This world respects strength. They had no power and could only endure the oppression of the Li family. But Qin Shan was strong enough to prove his worth. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Li family were leisurely sipping coffee, enjoying the excitement and pain of the lower-tier professionals. They looked down on their resistance. It's only right to pay back debts. A bunch of losers, wanting to spend money but not pay it back? Where in the world does such a good thing exist? Countless professionals were eagerly awaiting Qin Shan's return. He was no longer just an individual but a symbol of the victory horn. As long as Qin Shan could return, they would follow in his footsteps and further resist the exploitation of the Li Company. Not to mention wiping out all debts, but at least they could eliminate the low-price acquisitions and forced transactions. Otherwise, no matter how many instances they cleared, the result would be the same. 80% of the profits would be taken away, and they would still have to repay their debts with the remaining 20%, which was utterly ridiculous. At the connection to the abyss, some professionals even set up altars, praying for Qin Shan to return safely. Their fervent hearts were almost overflowing. The Li family's trading company would naturally not tolerate such occurrences and immediately issued various task orders, using debts to drive these people into instances. The professionals, despite their complaints, all followed into the instances. There was no way. If you asked them to resist as individuals, they wouldn't dare. A day quickly passed. The event the professionals were hoping for never occurred. No one came out, nor were there any bodies transmitted. This made everyone extremely anxious. There's still a chance. The bodies haven't been transmitted, which means Qin Shan isn't dead. It's been a day. I think it's unlikely. That's a nightmare-level instance, and I've seen monsters that eat people without spitting out bones. Those videos of clearing nightmare instances show such monsters everywhere. If Qin Shan was swallowed, it's normal not to have a body. No, Qin Shan would have retreated if the situation was bad. He wouldn't really want to risk his life in there, would he? The nightmare instance doesn't change based on human will. You think you can just go in and out as you please? What do you think a nightmare-level instance is? Indeed, a day's time can already determine many things. Damn it, we really need a peerless genius to lead everyone through this crisis and break the Li family's monopoly and oppression. It's really useless to talk without strength. I am a rather pessimistic person. If Qin Shan successfully comes out, what if the Li family tempts him with a fortune, or even pulls him into their family to jointly enjoy the resources of the entire city? Do you think Qin Shan would be moved? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. On one side was a golden path paved with opportunities. On the other was a difficult road filled with thorns. Any normal person would know which to choose. They realized they had been naive. In the mayor's office of Linhai City, Tang Zhu, dressed in a white suit, wore a serious expression, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. She was currently only at level 24, making it difficult to command the entire Linhai City. However, there was no choice. Official resources were tight, and her level was the highest among the official team in Linhai City, but compared to the Li family's influence, it was completely insufficient. They had individuals with level 37, directly overshadowing her by 13 levels. In this world, strength spoke volumes. Even if she was the mayor, if her level couldn't suppress others, she had no real power and couldn't compete with them. Moreover, the Li family, as a superfamily, could easily dominate the official side in the central district. If it weren't for the other 4 superfamilies keeping them in check, the Li family's wolfish ambitions would likely drag the entire dragon country back into feudalism, with them monopolizing all resources. At this moment, the principal sitting below suddenly spoke up. The current situation is very severe. The power structure of the dragon country is gradually forming into 5 oligarchic groups, and the official power is being infinitely weakened. The 5 superfamilies are intentionally excluding official personnel, and the resources from high-level dungeons are very limited. What the future holds for the dragon country is really hard to say. His expression was anxious, filled with concern for the country's future. While internal upheavals were occurring, external threats were also growing larger. He understood too well the methods of the 5 superfamilies, who, through extreme suppression, sought to extract nutrients for their own growth. In the end, they would cause everyone, including themselves, to fall into the abyss. We can't manage national-level issues. It's not our place to do so. The most critical issue now is Linhai City, where the resentment of the professionals has long been brewing. Moreover, the Li family is sacrificing the future of all professionals to seize resources and strengthen themselves. We must find a way to eradicate this tumor. As soon as these words were spoken, the official higher-ups present fell silent. They had level 37 professionals and had established a complete exploitation system. They were even compliant and legal, leaving no reason to intervene. To take the lead in eradicating them, I believe the key to breaking through lies in Qin Chen. Principal Shirkong remained silent for a long time before suddenly speaking. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. The Minister of Human Resources was the first to jump out. I oppose this. Qin Chen's talent is only B-level, and he is a necromancer. Our resource supply is limited. We cannot bet everything on one person. That's right. Even if Qin Chen can successfully escape, it doesn't prove his value unless he can clear the nightmare dungeon. But that possibility can't be said to be non-existent. It can only be said to approach zero. Breaking the Li family's monopoly is incredibly difficult. We need to leverage the power of the lower-level professionals. Qin Chen is now the one everyone looks up to. I believe he is the only choice. The high-ranking officials began to argue among themselves. Mayor Tang Zhu, who had been silent for a long time, let out a deep sigh. Everyone, please stop. I have decided to mobilize all resources and place them all on Qin Chen. He is now the people's choice, and the power that can be mobilized is unimaginable. But the premise is, he must survive. In the nightmare manner, Qin Chen was still unaware that he had become the people's choice. I remember the burial site is just ahead. The environment of the nightmare-level dungeon has changed somewhat, but the most important locations should remain the same. Lu Yang's eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the place from the video. No need to look anymore. Isn't that the ancient door mentioned in the introduction? Qin Chen patted his shoulder, startling him. Ancient door? A place specifically for sacrifices. Lu Yang looked in the direction Qin Chen pointed, and indeed, there was a large door hidden among the withered branches in the night, engraved with intricate patterns that gave off a sense of sinister horror. Ancient door, sealing a terrifying unknown existence, the two tacitly decided not to approach it recklessly. Instead, they began searching nearby. The mass grave must be around. Right here, I found it. I was wondering why it was so hard to find. Turns out it's overgrown with weeds. Lu Yang pointed to a patch of open ground, shouting excitedly. Qin Chen nodded, raised the necromancy spellbook in his hand, and began to chant. Spread out, necromancer's cemetery. A massive wave of light surged outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, tombstones emerged from the soil, marking the identities of these nameless corpses. All of them were children, their deaths gruesome beyond belief. Spread out, necromancer's cemetery. Tombstones continued to rise from the ground, inscribed with the names and other information of the deceased. Following that, tiny hand bones sprang up from the soil, incomplete little skeletons crawling out one after another. Some skulls were severely damaged, with large dents caved in. Some had broken legs, standing only by hopping, at risk of falling apart at any moment. Others had all 12 ribs broken, appearing to have a large hole in the middle. These little skeletons seemed unaware of their fate, their hollow eye sockets sparkling with light, exuding a sense of innocence and curiosity as they looked towards Qin Chen and Lu Yang. Such a sinister and terrifying scene completely broke Lu Yang's defenses. I can't bear to look. It hurts my heart. It's hard to imagine what they went through in life. Qin Chen sighed as well. The reason these children can rise again as skeletons is that their souls haven't left. We help them find release and return to the right path. However, this is a nightmare dungeon, an existence of infinite loops, so what we see and feel may not necessarily exist in reality. It could be images from history. After all, once other players enter, everything we change will likely reset. Yeah, there's too much injustice in the world, and we can't change anything. Lu Yang took a deep breath, recalling the moment he returned home as a child, seeing his parents hanging from the ceiling. Those swaying 4 feet were something he could never forget in his life. But he couldn't change it, not even able to pay off the debts left by his parents. A son must repay his father's debts. Qin Chen fell silent, then asked, "Who among you is Xiao Feng's best friend?" One of the small skeletons with a broken rib reflexively raised its bony arm. "So it's you. Come with us, we'll take you to see your best friend, Xiao Feng." Qin Chen waved at it, and the excited little skeleton ran over, tripping twice on the ground, its head falling off and rolling a couple of times. It hurriedly picked up its head and placed it back on its neck. Xiaofeng's best friend, Quest NPC, level, Lv1, health, 500, base attributes, strength *10, agility *10, intelligence *10, skills, none, description, an ordinary little skeleton. Let's go, we're heading to the manor. Xinshen patted its little head, then commanded an epic level skeleton to lift the little skeleton and place it within its empty chest cavity, providing protection while moving quickly. On the way to the manor, no powerful monsters appeared. An unknown creature lurking in the shadows showed no signs of disturbance. To put it simply, they didn't care at all what happened to Xiaofeng's friends. The manor villa, hidden in the pitch-black night, finally came into view. A 3-story small Western-style building, all the windows were dark, and 2 large doors stood tightly closed before them. This should be the final location of the nightmare instance, right? Lu Yang's voice trembled slightly. It should be. Once we get past this level, we should be able to go back, Xinshen said, taking the manor key from the warehouse and inserting it into the giant lock. Click as the lock opened, the massive door creaked as it swung open. Countless dust particles filled the room. It was a hall, very spacious, with a grand arched staircase in the center, a magnificent chandelier hanging from above, and Roman columns distributed around. The 5-meter-tall epic skeleton walked in, barely able to move. Xinshen entered amidst the skeleton monster's presence, frowning as he looked at the dusty hall. Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came from the arched staircase ahead. Outsiders, welcome. I am the master of this manor. Help me, and you can choose a generous reward, wealth, power, or perhaps beautiful women? Xinshen, Lu Yang, is he still trying to negotiate with us? It would be good enough if we could just kill him with one blow. But, a choice box really popped up before them. Trigger main quest, the Undying Manor Master, wealth, power, beautiful women. Note, choosing one means giving up the best friend quest. Xinshen and Lu Yang exchanged glances and then both laughed. We choose to give up. Sometimes, a matter of principle cannot be shaken, even if the Manor Master's quest rewards seemed more abundant. Despicable outsiders, dare to refuse my good intentions. You greedy worms, how dare you defy me? Die! The Manor Master's voice suddenly turned resentful, as if the whole world owed him something. Immediately after, howls echoed from all directions, accompanied by the clattering sound of footsteps. What the hell is that noise? Old Dingzi has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Lu Yang felt no fear. Instead, he cursed angrily. Anyone who witnessed the tragedy within the manor wouldn't have a good expression. The clattering sound continued for several seconds before the main figure slowly appeared, a soldier, 2 meters tall, clad in armor, moving stiffly, covered in a disgusting substance resembling blood vessels, with eyeballs growing on these vessels, spinning continuously. It seemed these vessels controlled the soldier's movements. Contaminated soldier, nightmare level monster, level, Lv10, health, 25,000, base attributes, strength *1023, agility *178, intelligence *32, skill 1, contaminated power. The contaminated soldier possessed a bizarre power, capable of attacking in an instant, dealing 2 to 5 times heavy damage, while its recovery ability increased to 10 points/second. When in contact with ordinary beings, there was a high probability of contamination, and they would be controlled by the same will. Description: poor soldier, who died without knowing what happened. Although this monster had only one skill, it was more troublesome than any other monster. Come forth, my shadow ghouls. 130 shadow ghouls quickly crawled out from the surrounding air. They served merely to buy time. When it came to killing monsters, it still depended on the Dark Ranger. At the same time, Xinshen removed the Dark Ranger from the system upgrade slot and replaced it with Epic Skeleton Summoning. The Dark Ranger could not be summoned repeatedly, so enhancing the Epic Skeleton was a better choice. The battle between both sides was about to erupt. It's time for a break. Let's find a place to lie down. Xinshen stretched lazily and then took a reclining chair from the warehouse. Boss fights require some strategy, but these minor skirmishes were just a way to pass the time. Foster father, after such a long journey, you must be thirsty. A chilled soda, let's start with a can. Clang, clang, clang. The infected soldiers moved with stiff steps, as if their knees couldn't bend. Each one was more abstract than a skeleton monster. However, when the epic skeleton monster strode forward, raising its greatsword high to strike down, the speed of the opponent's counterblock was astonishing. The silver long sword left a trail in the air before striking heavily against the purple-patterned greatsword. Clang! Countless sparks flew out. The massive body of the epic skeleton monster staggered back a few steps, and a crack appeared in the middle of the purple-patterned sword. -1,279. The infected soldier lost its balance, stiffly falling to the ground, and the silver long sword broke apart. -1,784. After a clash, the epic skeleton monster only had a slight advantage. The next second, a giant black arrow spun and rushed in, grazing past the epic skeleton monster. It released a sharp whistle as it flew. The infected soldier was just stiffly getting up, having barely lifted its head when the giant black arrow pierced through its skull, splattering blood-red liquid. The immense force carried it backward. After passing through 2 infected soldiers, it was forcefully pinned against the wall. -30,000, -20,194, -15,329. The power was continuously diminishing, but it was still enough to kill the infected soldiers. Congratulations, successfully killed an infected soldier, gained experience, 200, blood pool content increased, 2,500, congratulations, successfully killed an infected soldier, gained experience, 200, blood pool content increased, 2,500, it's still the Dark Ranger, the efficiency of single-target monsters is too high. Shin-Chen held a steaming cup of coffee, savoring a sip. The only regret was that the charge time for the arrow was too slow. It took a full 10 seconds to charge completely, so they could only grind slowly. Foster father, that manor owner just now should be the orphanage director. Everyone else has turned into bug spirits, tortured and tormented. How come he's the only one unscathed? Lu Yang, grinding coffee by hand, asked in confusion. This director should be the beneficiary of the orphanage incident, meaning the ancient door has given him some rewards. Even if the kid brother has successfully turned dark, it would still be tough to fight the director. Both sides are currently evenly matched opponents, stalemated in the manor, which is why we have the option to support one of them. Shin-Chan provided a reasonable analysis based on his years of gaming experience. So, we should find the kid brother now and help him break the balance. The child can be taught. Shin-Chan smiled slightly, then took out an A4 sheet of paper with a crooked drawing of a route. It looked very simple, but the information was quite comprehensive. At the end of the first floor corridor, there was a circle, with an arrow drawn from it, labeled, I, Xiaofeng. Other areas were marked with circles and arrows. Kitchen, accessible, basement, dangerous, second floor director's room, dangerous, toy room, accessible, experimental dissection room, extremely dangerous. This should be the children's dormitory. Xiaofeng is here, and the other accessible areas should have rewards. Right now, we only pursue clearing the game. We won't think about other rewards for now. What do you think? Shin pointed at the hand-drawn map, asking for Lu Yang's opinion. Of course, I wholeheartedly agree. The nightmare dungeon is really terrifying. I'm always on edge, and I can hardly imagine what the nightmare difficulty of a high-level dungeon is like. Well, actually there is a way to take shortcuts in this nightmare dungeon. If we know from the beginning that we have to choose between 2 factions, we can avoid most of the battles by directly choosing to side with Xiaofeng or submitting to the Dean, thus gaining the support of the dungeon NPCs. Yes. If we climb in through the window and sneak in, we can avoid the battle we're in right now. That's right, but we need to kill monsters to level up. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light suddenly appeared around Shin-Chen. He leveled up. Congratulations, you have reached Lv11, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, health +500, mana +100. High levels have a natural suppression effect on low levels, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of their stats. Even a 1-level difference can have a strong suppressive effect. Finally leveled up, it gets harder after level 10. Shin couldn't help but sigh, while Lu Ziguang beside him had leached enough experience to level up 5 or 6 times. Meanwhile, he had barely leveled up twice since entering the dungeon. In fact, besides these 2 possibilities, there was a third option. I don't need to rely on any dungeon NPCs for help. I can directly use absolute power to kill you all. This epic level skeleton monster leveled up every second and finally reached the crossroads of promotion. Epic level skeleton monster LV. Max, can be promoted. Please choose a promotion path. Heroic path, special monster path. Heroic path, red skeleton, melee hero, special monster path, thunder skeleton clan warrior. Red skeleton? Shin frowned, lost in thought. Even though he couldn't see the specific promotion information, he could vaguely sense some things through the options. The red skeleton is a melee hero riding a flame skeleton horse, skilled in charging and breaking through enemy lines, with attack attributes far exceeding defense attributes. In a normal battle, the red skeleton would definitely deal impressive damage, at least not weaker than the Dark Ranger. But to put it bluntly, the red skeleton is a master at bullying weaker opponents. Against opponents of the same level or lower, it can easily turn the tide, dealing much heavier blows than the Dark Ranger, making it highly efficient at bullying. If it faced the nightmare dungeon that Shin was currently challenging, it would be in trouble. Not only would it struggle to kill, but charging into the enemy's territory would likely lead to its demise. The Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior has relatively mediocre attributes but can summon hundreds or thousands of them. As a frontline damage absorber, it is a very good choice, ensuring that the Dark Ranger can output damage from the back. After careful consideration, Shin Chen ultimately decided to choose the special monster path. The Thunder Skeleton Clan is, after all, a major skeleton race. It has appeared twice already. If I don't choose it, it might not come back next time. I choose the Thunder Skeleton Clan. Selection successful. Epic level skeleton monster. Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior. Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior Lv1 summons ordinary warriors of the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 300 points. Lv1 Lv, 2 Lv, 2 Lv, 3 Thunder Skeleton Clan Warrior Lv30 summons advanced warriors of the Thunder Skeleton Clan to fight for you. Duration 1 day. Mana cost 300 points. As the level increased, the strength of the summoning spell also skyrocketed. Qin Shen waited silently until all the epic level skeletons retreated, the shadow ghouls dead or injured. Only then did he slowly raise the magic book in his hand. Come forth, my Thunder Skeleton. Foster father, the monsters are closing in. Should we just retreat outside the manor? Lu Yan looked at the slowly moving infected soldiers, his face pale. The invisible pressure almost made it hard for him to breathe. Don't be fooled by their slow movement, their attacks are sharp. Each slash sends out a shower of sparks, enough to overwhelm even the purple skeletons. A light strike can break swords and bones, while a heavy blow can shatter them completely. The performance of the shadow ghouls is even more tragic. They rely on agility, with their flexibility and speed being their advantages. Logically, a nimble attack style should be a dimensional strike against the sluggish infected soldiers, allowing them to toy with their opponents. However, the reality is different. The shadow ghouls are the most unfortunate. They hide in the shadows, showcasing their proud speed. At the same time, they show enough respect to their opponents, deliberately circling behind the infected soldiers to avoid the glint of the silver longswords before launching a heavy strike. The thick veins on the silver armor and the protruding eyeballs are fixated on them, having seen through their movements in the shadows. The moment the shadow ghouls reveal their claws, the infected soldiers suddenly turn around, striking with lightning speed. Minus 4,738, a terrifying damage value, appears instantly. Before the shadow ghouls can even scream, a massive gash opens in their midsection, their health bar empties, and their bodies dissipate into black smoke. Damn! Shin Shen feels the resentment of the shadow ghouls and chuckles, saying, once I level up the Thunder Skeleton Clan, I'll hang you up to level up. One day, you will get your revenge. With Qin Shen's promise, the resentment of the shadow ghouls dissipates in the air. Qin Shen possesses a B-grade talent resonance crystal. Leveling up 3 skills means leveling up all skills. He has no reason not to upgrade. Foster father, what should we do? Your ghouls seem to be on the verge of extinction. Lu Yang's face is filled with terror, and he has lost his appetite for hot pot. Don't panic, I still have a trump card. A trump card? Foster father, is it reliable? Of course. Qin Shen raises the necromancy spellbook in his hand. After chanting for a second, terrifying lightning appears around him, twisting like a giant snake. What the hell is that noise? Foster father, are you about to ascend and face tribulation? Lu Yang looks around in shock. A powerful and domineering aura is brewing amidst the thunder. A summoning array made of lightning spins into existence beneath his feet, while one unfolds above his head. Glimmering rib bones slowly descend, suspended in the lightning. Following that, rugged skulls pop out from above, and limb bones spring forth from the gaps, forming a 3-meter-tall giant skeleton. Each one exhales and inhales lightning, exuding a terrifying presence. The deep eye sockets are filled with countless flickering electric lights, adding a touch of divinity to the skeletal creature. Thunder Skeleton Clan Ordinary Warrior Special Summon Level, Lv11, cannot exceed Summoner's Level, Health, 34,000 Attributes, Strength * 1237, Agility * 832, Intelligence * 327 Skill 1, Thunder Energy. The Thunder Skeleton Clan is born in the Forbidden Thunder Pool, with every inch of bone containing thunder energy. Once the thunder state is fully activated, health increases by 50%, size doubles, thunder energy is released autonomously, all attributes increase by 20%, and all skills transform into super thunder state, gaining greater combat power for 1 hour, after which they enter a weakened state. Skill 2, Thunder Tread. The thunder skeleton leaps high, reaching the peak of thunder energy, and releases it all at once, dealing 4,327 points of thunder damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, inflicting negative effects such as paralysis, dizziness, and fainting. Skill 3, Thunder Armor. The thunder skeleton activates thunder energy using ancestral secret techniques, forming thunder armor around itself, increasing its defense by 30%, slowing the attack speed of all flying projectiles, and paralyzing enemies around it. Introduction: the most ordinary warrior of the Thunder Clan. A total of 20 ordinary warriors from the Thunder Skeleton Clan appear. They are only 3 meters tall, much smaller than the 5-meter-tall epic skeletons. However, their combat power is significantly higher, and their bone strength is even more abnormal. The air is filled with crackling electricity, giving a tingling sensation. This is a powerful magnetic field created by the 20 Thunder Skeletons, capable of freely attracting any lightning. However, the lightning energy flows within them, and to release it, they need to transform. After the 20 Thunder Skeletons slowly land, their electrically charged eye sockets immediately lock onto the surrounding enemies, then they stride forward, fists crackling with lightning, and strike hard. The face of the infected soldier, filled with veins, is illuminated, and the eyes attached to the veins stare intently at the Thunder Skeletons. They quickly swing their shiny silver swords to meet the lightning-fisted punches. Just as the two sides are about to collide, the air crackles with electric sparks. The silver swords of the infected soldiers seem to plunge into a quagmire, their speed immediately dropping. The electrified bone fist misses the silver sword and then crashes down hard on the infected soldier's head. Thud! It creates a large dent in its face, with countless scarlet liquids splattering out. The infected soldier is sent flying backward, skidding several meters along the ground. Minus 3,274. The Thunder Skeleton looks at it indifferently, not pursuing. Instead, it stands its ground to defend against other stiffly approaching infected soldiers. Whoosh! A massive black arrow pierces through the air, instantly penetrating the infected soldier's head. The immense inertia sends it flying backward, taking several infected soldiers down with it. Minus 30,000, minus 25,238, minus 15,043. Terrifying damage values rapidly float up. When it comes to damage output, it's still the Dark Ranger that shines. The Thunder Skeleton and the Dark Ranger each play their roles. The one that should take damage does so, and the one that should output damage does just that. This is the most efficient way to farm monsters. Congratulations, you have killed an infected soldier, gaining experience, 210 points, blood pool content plus 2500. Congratulations, you have killed an infected soldier, gaining experience, 215 points, blood pool content plus 2500. Congratulations, you have killed an infected soldier, gaining experience, 230 points, blood pool content plus 2500. With the deaths of the infected soldiers, the defensive circle continues to expand. Xin Shen's experience points also rise rapidly, soon reaching 20%. This is too fierce. Lu Yang watched in astonishment. The disadvantage was already obvious, but the sudden appearance of the new skeleton monsters instantly reversed everything. This is not a summoned creature, it's clearly a powerful boss, the kind that hundreds of professionals would team up to defeat. He looked at Xin Shen and couldn't help but speak up. Xin Shen interrupted first. Don't ask, it's a secret. No, I just want to shout 2 words. Lu Yang said firmly. Foster father. In the hall on the first floor of the manor, the infected soldiers lay in the dust. Their shiny silver armor had become dull. Ultimately, they rotted on the ground like decayed food. What kind of power did the manor owner gain to turn people into this? Lu Yan looked at the soldiers rotting on the ground, feeling both terrified and curious. I don't know. We'll find out if we go take a look. Xin Shen glanced at his experience panel, which had now risen to 50%. If another wave of monsters came, he would level up. He also noticed that the closer they got to the boss, the higher the intensity of the monsters. Go take a look? Aren't we going to find the kid to turn in the quest? Lu Yang was quite surprised. I think pushing through the boss will give more experience and rewards. The difficulty and rewards of the Abyss Dungeon will dynamically adjust based on the combat power of the professionals here. If we let Xiaofeng join in, our experience will be reduced by at least half, and the rewards will be even less. Haven't we come this far just for the experience and rewards? Qin Chen. The surrounding 20 Thunder Skeleton warriors also tightened their protective circle. The combat discipline was quite good. Oh, huh? Lu Yang's eyes widened. He had already said too much, and he didn't know how to retort. Are you afraid that the NPC's strength is too strong and will steal your experience and rewards? Exactly. Compared to strong combat power, I prefer to bring a burden, that way the experience and rewards will be higher. Lu Yang, I suspect you are implying something about me, but there is no evidence. After the infected soldiers turned into a lump on the ground, the manor instantly became much quieter. The manor owner no longer showed his face, seemingly pondering the threat of the incoming combat power to himself. Let's go directly here. The master bedroom of the manor on the second floor. We'll go in and take down the manor owner. Xin Shen pointed to the crooked line on the other end. That was. Xiao Feng had drawn a circle with a red pen, marking the director's bedroom, and labeled it with the words extremely dangerous. Okay. Lu Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Anyway, I'm just a bystander. I'll follow your lead. Alright, we'll take down the director first, then go find Xiao Feng to hand in the task, and everything will be accomplished. Xin Shen smiled and said, the record for clearing the nightmare for the first time can be said to have been obtained. Nightmare clearing record? Lu Yang's eyes lit up, then he joked. We really are something. Xin Shen. Afterwards, Xin Shen gathered his undead army, 20 Thunder Skeletons and a Dark Ranger. The summoning technique of the Thunder Skeleton clan had just been upgraded and urgently needed skill level enhancement for combat power. The Shadow Ghoul summoning technique still had to wait. Lu Yang tidied up the hot pot scene, sealing the unfinished food. No waste allowed. Xin Shen led the large troop directly up the magnificent arched staircase to the second floor. When they reached the corridor on the second floor, grotesque blood vessels were surprisingly spread across the walls. They extended all the way to the end. Like living creatures, they opened and closed, making one's skin crawl. What the hell is this? Lu Yang felt a wave of chills surge through him. This so-called director must be a demon, right? We'll know if we keep looking. Xin Shen frowned and, under the protection of the large troop, stepped forward step by step. During this time, they encountered no monsters at all. However, as they advanced, the grotesque blood vessels on the walls trembled even more violently. Listen, do you hear any sound? Xin Shen suddenly stopped and listened intently. Sound? Lu Yang was startled and quickly listened carefully. It sounds like a drum? No, that's a heartbeat. Some monster is being gestated. Lu Yang's face changed instantly. What kind of monster's heartbeat could sound like a drum, even echoing throughout the entire building? They continued to advance. The heartbeat grew louder and stronger. Lu Yang clutched his chest, feeling that the heartbeat from the other side was actually affecting his own heart. It was very uncomfortable. -57, -63, -69. The numbers of health reduction popped up above his head. Just the sound of the heartbeat was unbearable for him. Lu Yang panicked instantly and hurriedly took out a red potion bottle to gulp down. +100, +100, +100. This is too exaggerated. I'm going to be shaken to death by the boss's heartbeat. How ridiculous. Lu Yang complained while downing the red potion. Fortunately, he had previously bought 50 bottles of red potions in one go, just to grind down the ghoul. Unexpectedly, it has now become the key to avoiding being killed by the boss's heartbeat. Xin Shen clutched his chest, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but much better than Lu Yang. He didn't experience any blood loss either. Meanwhile, the Thunder Skeleton and the Dark Ranger beside him were completely unaffected. What do you think about directly destroying the blood vessels on the wall? The boss would probably be very angry. The Thunder Skeleton warrior drew a captured silver long sword, and the lightning from its bony hand extended along the blade. It finally gathered at the tip of the sword. With a whoosh, the sword, crackling with arcs of electricity, plunged into the wall's blood vessel. Countless red fluids burst out instantly. -3271. Does it even explode? Lu Yang couldn't help but complain. Don't get splashed by this stuff. Be careful of infection. This thing is too sinister. Before Xin Shen could finish his sentence, the well-built Dark Ranger stepped in front of him, using her delicate body to shield him from the infection. The Thunder Skeleton clan and the Dark Ranger, with their high bloodlines, naturally weren't afraid of contamination. Ah! A painful scream immediately echoed from the depths of the corridor. The wall's blood vessel violently contracted, as if it felt pain. Xin Shen recognized that voice. It was the voice of the previous dean. At the same time, he realized that if he chose the dean's faction and truly believed what it said, the end would probably be death. The Nightmare Dungeon seemed to allow the selection of both factions, but the dean's faction was too evil. Choosing it would likely lead to death. At the very least, he would be infected. Looks like we did the right thing. Let's keep moving. The manor villa began to shake. The dean was clearly panicking. They continued forward and finally arrived at the red circle marked in the children's drawing. This was the core, where all the blood vessels surged from all directions, converging at the door. No, it should be that all the blood vessels were radiating out from within. Thump 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 thump, the strong heartbeat was coming from the room, accompanied by intense gasping sounds. We're finally about to face the final boss battle. Are you ready? Xin Shen took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Lu Yang, beside him, gulped down red medicine and couldn't help but smile wryly at Xin Shen's words. What preparation can I do? Should I sprinkle some cumin on myself to enhance the flavor? Are you ready? We're going in. Xin Shen took a deep breath to steady his nervousness. Lu Yang wanted to complain that being ready was of no use. He was now truly just a support. However, the words that came to his lips turned into something else. Foster father, don't mind me, just go all out. Qin Shen first ordered the Thunder Skeleton Warrior to destroy all the blood vessels gathering outside. -3278 -3320 -3427. Each time the silver longsword was thrust in, damage values popped up. This meant the blood vessels were connected to the final boss. Inflicting some damage beforehand was good. Once inside, there would be no hope of instantly killing the nightmare boss. The best scenario would be to hold the line. While destroying the blood vessels, the howls from within the room continued unabated. It was as if something was about to burst out and tear him apart, but was restrained and unable to escape. Qin Shen nodded to Lu Yang, then sent the Thunder Skeleton in to scout. After confirming there was no blood loss, he followed into the room, and the sight of the old man made his pupils constrict. The old man, wearing a respirator, was trembling as he walked on the blood vessel-paved floor. In the center of the room was a large, quivering flesh cocoon, from which all the blood vessels spread out, and the terrifying heartbeat also emanated from within. It seemed to be nurturing some creature, but it had yet to hatch. Unhatched demonized flesh cocoon nightmare BOSS level, LV. 10 health, 200,000 attributes, strength * 1000, agility * 1000, intelligence * 1000 skill 1, hatching after hatching, a new form will be obtained, remaining hatching time, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Qin Shen squinted his eyes, there was still a minute and a half left for hatching. Fortunately, he had come directly here. If he had gone to find Xiao Feng, he would have faced a fully formed boss. Child, don't be afraid, you will be fine soon. By then, everyone will kneel before you. The old man did not look at the two who rushed in but instead approached the large flesh cocoon, his face behind the respirator showing affection as he reached out his hand, which was connected to N4, to continuously stroke the large flesh cocoon. Is this the gift they gave you? Qin Shen frowned and asked. Exactly, what a perfect work of art. You uncouth villagers only know how to destroy. Truly despicable. Qin Shen, how does this old man insult people? Is what's inside your son suffering from a terminal illness? Of course, I helped him enter a higher life form. He will thank me for my decision in the future. So, your son is healthy then? The old man did not answer, but his expression already revealed the truth. Then it's fine. Qin Shen thought it was the classic plot of conducting evil experiments to save a son. He waved his hand and immediately began to attack. With over a minute left, he aimed to blow up this large flesh cocoon. 20 thunder skeleton monsters, clad in thunder armor, immediately pressed forward in a line. The air was filled with arcs of electricity, continuously suppressing the enemy. The old man trembled a couple of times, clearly shocked. Yet, despite looking frail, he did not fall. The well-built Dark Ranger took off her longbow, planted her feet firmly on the ground, and pulled the bowstring back fully, dark energy rapidly condensing at her fingertips, causing the energy arrow to grow larger. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No! You uncouth savages, you're going to destroy my artwork. I absolutely will not allow it. The old man screamed loudly, his pupils glowing a crimson red. The grotesque blood vessels spread across the walls began to tremble. First, take down this old man. He's not right. Qin Shen immediately commanded. Orphanage Director Nightmare BOSS Health, 30,000 attributes, Strength * 132, Agility * 71, Intelligence * 297 Skill 1, Seed of Demonization. One of the gifts bestowed upon him, possessing the power of regeneration and immortality, the ability to demonize the body, which can be fused through the collection of high-level materials for sacrifices, allowing himself or others to obtain a demonized form. Skill 2, Demonization Control. All demonized monsters he personally created can be controlled by him. Skill 3, Out-of-Control Demonization has a chance to lose control, becoming a monster that only knows slaughter. The director can perform remote termination and recovery. Description, their gift, is it a blessing or a curse? The Dark Ranger fully drew her bowstring, immediately aiming the arrowhead at the old man's head. Then she released it fiercely. The sound of the arrow cutting through the air rang out, striking the old man's head hard. -30,000. The old man's head snapped back, his body seeming to bend backward. He did not fly away. Yes, hit me, don't hit my child. The director straightened up again, his health empty yet still alive. Instead, he shouted with excitement. He didn't die even with empty health? Lu Yan was dumbfounded. It must be his skill. The Seed of Demonization gives him the ability to regenerate and be immortal. Look, his health is starting to recover. Qin Shen squinted his eyes. As expected of a nightmare boss, he was indeed tricky. Damn, it really is recovering. The director's health surged from 0, rapidly climbing to over 700 in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a silver shining sword suddenly pierced into the director's chest. -3,284 damage floated up, directly reducing the director's health to a negative number. Yet the director still did not die. His health began to recover from the negative, first to 0, then into the positive. This is ridiculous. Xinshen felt a chill at the sight. Adoptive father, should we keep fighting? Lu Yang was even more terrified at this point. Fight! Let's get him! All firepower turned towards the demonic flesh cocoon. With a total of 200,000 health, it wasn't too much. The Dark Ranger could deal 30,000 penetrating damage after charging for 10 seconds. In total, it would take about 70 seconds to shatter the demonic flesh cocoon. The demonic flesh cocoon had no regeneration. Once its health was depleted, it was done for. The Dark Ranger had high output, but being vulnerable while charging for 10 seconds required layers of protection. Whoosh, the sound of air being pierced erupted as a black arrowhead suddenly embedded itself into the demonic flesh cocoon. Minus 30,000. A painful scream immediately echoed from within. No, you can't hit me. Please don't hurt my child. The director cried out in anguish, then spread his arms wide, shielding the front like an eagle protecting its young. The charged arrow burst forth again, piercing through the director's chest and embedding itself into the demonic flesh cocoon behind him. Minus 30,000. Minus 25,394. Damage reduction. We're done for. Xinshen's pupils constricted sharply. The original 70 seconds was just enough to take down the demonic flesh cocoon, but with damage reduction, it wouldn't be able to be taken down now. Come forth, my ghouls. 130 shadow ghouls crawled in through the windows and doors along the walls. They began their assault from all directions. Spread out, necropolis. Destruction, great incantation. Xinshen couldn't care less about anything else, unleashing all his damage skills. Spread out, necropolis. The wave of necromantic energy spread out from Xinshen, radiating in all directions. Wherever it passed, graves rose up, and tombstones grew from within. The once sinister scene composed of crimson veins instantly transformed into a chilling landscape dominated by the undead. To be fair, even with graves all over the ground, it was much fresher than being surrounded by veins. The undead probably never expected they would have a refreshing day, all thanks to the contrast with their peers. After the battlefield transformed into the necropolis, both skeletons and ghouls saw a significant increase in their movement and attack speeds. The higher the unit's strength, the weaker the bonus coefficient. Thunder skeletons increased by 50%, ghouls by 100%. The Dark Ranger also received a boost, but the dark charged arrow still required 10 seconds. The Thunder skeleton warriors steadfastly defended their perimeter, protecting the core Xinshen and the Dark Ranger. The shadow ghouls focused on attacking, gnawing and clawing at the demonic flesh cocoon, but the damage they dealt was disappointing. Minus 574, minus 589, minus 603. Their strength gradually lagged behind, and some damage was being blocked. If they were level 10 professionals, the damage dealt now would be in the range of 200 to 300. Occasionally, with top-tier equipment and well-rounded training, they could deal damage in the range of 500 to 1000. This still depended on the profession. For instance, an assassin pursuing extreme damage could very well deal 1000 damage. Whoosh, the Dark Ranger shot another fully charged arrow. Minus 30,000, minus 25,748. The director was pierced by several arrows but still did not die, with health in the negative by several thousand. Great incantation. Xinshen raised his magic book and recited loudly. This was an area spell that dealt damage to enemies while restoring himself. It dealt 300 damage per second, not much, but barely sufficient. But recovering 100 health/mana per second is still very appealing. The downside is obvious. You can't move, and being attacked will interrupt it. 300, minus 300, minus 300, minus 300, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. As one goes down, the other goes up, and Xinshen felt great. Soon, a minute passed, and the health of the demonic flesh cocoon was nearly depleted, with only 15,324 health remaining. The Dark Ranger needed to charge for another 5 seconds, and with the ghoul finishing it off, they could take down the boss in front of them. Then everything could be declared over. The key point was that the information panel of the demonic flesh cocoon showed it still had 10 seconds before it could start hatching. During this time, it could definitely be killed. Suddenly, the dean, pinned to the wall, turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, and said fiercely, "You all should die. My perfect body. I want you to pay for it." What? Lu Yan was stunned. This thing sacrificed its own son and then occupied the body after it was demonic? It seems to be the case. This old Bai Tang really deserves to die. Xinshen spat. At that moment, the seemingly exhausted dean stretched out his hands, which were attached to 4 drips, and forcibly pried open the outer wall of the demonic flesh cocoon, trembling as he squeezed inside, reaching out as if to grab something within. The demonic flesh cocoon began to tremble, followed by sounds of suffocating struggle. My god, it's not human. Liu Yang felt darkness before his eyes. Give it your all, attack the opening. Qin Shan also felt his scalp tingle. He didn't know what to say anymore. Whoosh, the Dark Ranger's charged arrow shot through the air after 6 seconds of charging. The damage was precisely calculated to clear the remaining health of the demonic flesh cocoon. At that moment, a claw covered in black spikes suddenly reached out from the cocoon's crack, inexplicably grabbing the charged arrow. Crack! The dark charged arrow was actually snapped in half, falling to the ground. There was even an 4 tube stuck in the back of the claw. Qin Shan? The Dark Ranger also showed a look of surprise. You all should accompany my son in death. You dare to destroy my perfect body. A beast-like voice echoed from within the demonic flesh cocoon. Immediately after, 2 claws covered in black spikes gripped the crack and slowly pulled out a body. A lizard-like face emerged, its golden vertical pupils ignited with vengeful fire. It wore glasses on its nose, and one could vaguely recognize the Dean's previous features. You all really should die. It roared, its eyes fixed on Qin Shan. If looks could kill, Qin Shan would have died 1,000,000 times. A dragon? Qin Shan's expression was astonished. It looks a bit like a Western dragon, a lizard with wings that can breathe fire. Liu Yang, though scared, joined the discussion. Qin Shan frowned, waiting for the boss information panel to display. But instead of the boss panel, he saw the creature crawling out from the cocoon wall. Be on guard. Before the words were out, the monster transformed from the Dean suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. Ha! Qin Shan was stunned, then saw the scaled dragon-like monster crash to the ground, its lower body missing. It could only crawl on the ground with its claws. The golden vertical pupils were filled with resentment. Ha ha ha! Qin Shan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the previous efforts were not in vain. Incomplete Demonic Dragon Nightmare BOSS level LV. Health 340000 attributes, Strength * 3217, Agility * 103, Intelligence * 1738 Skill 1, Demonic Dragon Breath Demonic Power Bruise in the throat, charging for 3 seconds to attack with a breath, causing 700 damage per second, accompanied by demonic negative effects. If not cleared within 10 seconds, the body will rot and decay, becoming food for the demonic dragon, which, once consumed, increases base attributes and skill damage. Due to bodily defects, skill damage is halved, and it cannot devour enemies to grow attributes. Skill 2, High-Speed Flight. This skill cannot be used due to bodily defects. Skill 3, Dragon Body. Due to bodily defects, the defensive effect of dragon scales is greatly weakened, and the attack effects of dragon claws and teeth are significantly reduced, with movement speed decreased by 99%. Skill 4, Evolution. All dragons can evolve infinitely and can infinitely restore their defective bodies. Defective Body Recovery Countdown, 48 hours 29 minutes 53 seconds. Introduction. A dragon, the ruler of the world. Someone won't be able to sleep tonight. Liu Yang laughed heartily. If the Dean really turned into a complete demonic dragon, his future days would be delightful. Heaven and earth, nothing would be impossible. But for now, let's gather more. The strength of dragons is even higher than I imagined, and it's growth-oriented. I must get a bone dragon or something in the future. Qin Shan looked at the attributes of the demonic dragon, feeling a bit envious. If it were to take shape, he feared he would be done for. Fortunately, this thing was missing its lower half. Kill for me. You all deserve to die. The Dean resembled a newly born lizard, covered in tender scales. Transparent slime slid down its body. Only its face revealed age and resentment, making it very uncomfortable to look at. From the waist down, it had only a small, incomplete tail, deformed and ugly. It crawled quickly on the ground, hissing with malice, and with a slight brewing in its throat, it expelled demonic breath. It spread forward in a cloud-like form. The Thunder Skeleton warriors stood side by side, showing no signs of retreat in the face of the terrifying breath. The electric charge in the air between them was rapidly increasing, and just touching it would give a tingling shock sensation. Once the demonic breath entered this area, it was like stepping into a swamp. Already slow, it became even slower. Then it landed early, with only a slight contamination on the first row of Thunder Skeleton warriors. -523 plus 300, Great Spellcasting, -518,300. 1 decrease and 1 increase, greatly delaying the death time of the Thunder Skeleton warriors. At that moment, a black arrow suddenly shot through the air. With powerful kinetic energy, it struck the Dean's chest. -30,000. The Dean clutched its chest and trembled backward, then looked over even more ferociously. It crawled on the ground with its 2 claws, dragging its incomplete lower half. It looked almost pitifully awkward. Let's play a kite-flying tactic with it. Qin Shan smirked. With the Dean's limited movement speed, they had to maximize their advantage. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The Dean desperately crawled forward a distance, while Qin Chen's main force retreated a distance. As it cursed and retreated, Qin Chen's main force moved forward again, unable to attack or escape. The Dean was frustrated and kept whining. The Dark Ranger in the team, unhurriedly, pulled back the bowstring, charging and releasing piercing arrows. Every 10 seconds, it could deal 30,000 damage. The newly grown dragon scales of the Dean could not withstand it at all. Adoptive father, brilliant. Ha! Are we really going to clear the nightmare level dungeon? Liu Yang felt like he was dreaming. They had taken down the Manor's nightmare level dungeon just like that? This was something unprecedented and would never be repeated. Once he stepped outside, he couldn't even imagine the madness that would ensue. The most crucial point was that as long as this clearance record was in place, his life would be secure for the next half. And all of this. Liu Yang looked at Qin Chen with deep emotion, his heart racing. It was all given by others. The next part was much simpler. It was all about playing tricks. You hate me to the core, but you can't hit me or run away. You can only watch your health points dwindle. Meanwhile, the Li Corporation grew increasingly ruthless, beginning to settle scores with the practitioners who had previously sided with Qin Chen. In no time, countless low-level practitioners were filled with grievances. Many even chose to stand on rooftops, ending their hopeless lives. Most practitioners were just holding on, enduring the daily pressure of repaying loans. As they passed the nightmare connection point, they couldn't help but sigh. It's already been 2 days, and there's still no news from the connection point. The first person to dare resist the Li Corporation just vanished? It's so frustrating. When will this kind of life end? Every day I open my eyes, it's all about debts, and more debts. The gear and items from the dungeons have to be sold off at a loss. There's no end in sight, and life is just too dull. Bro, you're lucky you're not married. I'm married now, and I have to see my wife's sour face every day. I have elderly parents and young kids to support, plus a mountain of loans. Just think about how much pressure I'm under. I don't even dare go home at night. Did Qin Chen fail just like that? Not even making a splash. It's really disheartening. Not necessarily. If Qin Chen failed, his body would be teleported back. Since nothing has been sent back yet, there's still a chance. Bro, don't be so naive. It's normal for nightmares not to return bodies. 2 days without news likely means he's already gone. Countless people sighed in despair. They needed a strong person, someone who could break the existing rules. But finding such a person was incredibly difficult. Throughout history, such individuals were often emperors, capable of overturning the entire world. It might take hundreds of years to find one. Occasionally, S-class geniuses would appear in Linhai City, but once such a genius emerged, various factions would scramble to claim them, throwing exaggerated resources at their feet. The resources controlled by the Li Corporation were even greater than those of the official channels, so it was highly likely they would end up with the Li Corporation. A genius who could have anything would never spare a glance at these lowly people, would they? Perhaps they would live under oppression until death. Since Qin Chen entered the Nightmare Dungeon, a beautiful figure often appeared at the Black Abyss connection point. Qin Chen, you must come out. Lu Shiyu clenched her fists tightly. As long as you can come out, I will pay off your debts for you. I promise I will never do anything unethical again, and I won't deceive others just to meet my performance targets. Please, come out. As she spoke, her eyes misted over. Please, you must come out. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. I am guilty. On the other side, students had received the officially issued job transfer certificates, and the number of people entering the Black Abyss dungeon surged. The hall was filled with their chattering voices. Classmates, remember to buy a few bottles of red potions. You can clear the basic dungeons just by popping pills. Everyone, be careful not to take out loans to buy equipment. It feels great to use it now, but you'll understand when the time comes for you to cry, got it? The homeroom teacher nagged tirelessly. Got it, everyone replied in unison. Then, they exchanged glances and shook their heads. They certainly wouldn't take out installment loans, as the counterexamples were right there. The craziest was Qin Chen, who took out loans in the tens of millions to buy a full set of top-tier equipment. And what happened? Before I even started to enjoy myself, I was forced into a nightmare instance. Now, the people from the Li Corporation are waiting at the connection to the nightmare, just waiting to collect Qin Chen's corpse. With such a tragic ending, even with 100 times their courage, they wouldn't dare to take a share. What they didn't expect was that the principal, the head of the teaching department, and even the mayor had all come. A few of them frowned at the connection to the nightmare. It's been 2 days without any sign of him. What are the chances of Qin Chen surviving? Mayor Tang Zhu crossed his arms, frowning as he looked at the swirling connection. The data analyst sighed and said, it's almost zero. Even the chance of a corpse being teleported out is very small. The S-class genius in the Manor's nightmare level instance has a great risk of falling, and Qin only has B-class talent. Even if he tries to escape, it will be very difficult. What a pity. I should have reached out to this child sooner, the principal said with some regret. That child must have panicked at the time, and without anyone to advise him, he rushed into the nightmare instance. Sigh, let's still try to fight for him, and do our best to ensure he has a complete corpse. That's the only way. The Dean, transformed into a half-dragon boss, crawled around in a sorry state. His small body was pierced with black cloud-piercing arrows, looking like a hedgehog. One arrow, 30,000. His health quickly hit rock bottom. Aoo, the Dean roared in anger, his golden vertical pupils lit up like lamps. His breathing rate increased significantly, and more small monsters appeared around him, but it was of no use. Instead, it allowed Qin to successfully level up. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv12, all attributes +1, free attribute +4, health +500, mana +100. Qin casually allocated all his free attribute points to intelligence. It highlighted a specialization. The undead summons and attributes are independent. The higher the level, the stronger they become. But other auxiliary and damage skills are linked to intelligence and must be arranged accordingly. The demonized dragon boss was the hardest boss he had ever fought, although its movement speed had greatly decreased. He could basically only take hits, but as its dragon scales hardened and its recovery rate increased, the Dark Ranger's charged cloud-piercing arrows seemed somewhat inadequate, dealing a fixed 30,000 damage, but the actual effective damage was only over 10,000. In the end, it was a matter of grinding down the time. Congratulations, you have killed a contaminated soldier, gaining experience +210. Congratulations, you have killed a contaminated sculpture, gaining experience +300. Congratulations, you have killed a demonized ghoul, gaining experience +150. Various small monsters fell outside the encirclement formed by the Thunder Skeleton Warriors. Once they entered the electromagnetic circle created by the Thunder Skeleton Warriors, they became as if they had entered a swamp. Their movements slowed down tremendously, even lifting a foot was a struggle. Ultimately, the Thunder Skeleton Warriors and Shadow Ghouls harvested them skillfully. After a long stalemate, the demonized dragon boss had just lost 2/3 of its health, while countless small monsters were killed. Qin's experience rose to 72% at level 13. The following time became somewhat boring, constantly repositioning and grinding the boss's health. It was monotonous and tedious. Foster father, once we clear the nightmare instance, the official should ensure your safety. The installment debts you owe should be interest-free, Lu Yang said, following Qin, already dreaming of the good life after they got out. Interest-free? Qin shook his head. I won't pay them a single cent, not even the principal. Ha! Lu Yang was stunned, his mind blank. He quickly advised, but that's the Li Corporation. They have always exploited others. When have they ever suffered a loss? I advise you to think twice. The exchange company in Linhai City is managed by a father and son from the Li family's branch. They are typical miserly hoarders. When they plunder others, they would love to gnaw off a piece of flesh, but if they lose even a grain of rice, they will exert all their strength to get it back. You currently owe nearly 50 million with your installment debt of 1,000. It's like you've carved a piece of meat from their thigh. If you don't pay it back, those two will go crazy. That's interesting. I like seeing my enemies in a desperate state, ultimately ending up like the Dean boss, crawling on the ground in a mess. Qin laughed, pointing at the Dean boss on the ground. Who would have thought that the Dean boss would see it? The latter's face turned red, and in extreme anger, he fumed again. Ha ha ha, Qin laughed heartily. The other's impotent rage really resembled a clown. But, there are still professionals above level 30 in the Li family company, and our mayor in Linhai City is only level 24. This is the root cause of the current situation, Lu Yang said with concern. Professionals above level 30? Qin frowned slightly. This was indeed a problem. Can he take action against me? If it's in a dungeon, he can act against you without anyone intervening, because no one knows what will happen in the dungeon. If he says you were killed by a monster, no one can say anything. If it's in reality, he absolutely cannot act against you. The superfamily Li is not the only one. The government and the other 4 superfamilies will restrict him. Once he takes action, it will provoke public outrage, Lu Yang continued. If he can't act against me, then that's good. That said, the influence of a level 30 professional in Linhai City may far exceed your imagination. Some of his words might even carry more weight than the mayor's, so he will likely use his power to suppress you. Qin looked at Lu Yang in surprise. Oh, I remember you studied hard in school. How do you know so much about the Li family company? Because my family chose death due to the pressure of installment loans, compounded by the Li family's debt collection. Ironically, they thought this would allow me to live more easily, but in the end, all the installment debt fell on me, Liu Yang said with a desolate smile. So, once you become a professional, the Li family company will also come to collect debts from you. This Li family is truly despicable. I'll slaughter them all in the future. Qin Shen sighed as he looked into the distance. Liu Yang always thought Qin Shen was just talking casually, until one day, he saw rivers of blood. You vulgar mortals, dare to kill me? One day I will awaken again, and when that time comes, I will tear you to pieces. The Dean Longhua boss let out a reluctant and venomous roar before finally taking another powerful arrow. Minus 22,395, Dragon Scale defense reduced. After struggling for a good 5 hours, his body finally fell to the ground. Final boss, defeated. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the nightmare level boss Corrupted Dragon Dean, and completed the first kill of this nightmare level boss, gaining experience *100000, completing first kill experience reward *200000. Congratulations. You have obtained diamond level equipment, Dragon Magic Staff. Congratulations. You have obtained platinum level equipment, Corrupted Long Spear. Congratulations. You have obtained a special item, Dragon's Blood. Congratulations. You have obtained a common item, Corrosive Rune. You have leveled up to Lv14, all attributes +1, free attributes +5, health +500, mana +100, level, Lv14 health, 7600, mana, 4200 attributes, strength *63, agility *37, intelligence *142 remaining free attribute points, 0 skill, Thunder Skeleton Clan summoning Lv12730, Dark Ranger summoning Lv1834, Shadow Ghoul summoning Lv242, Great Spellcasting Lv242, Giant Undead Cemetery Lv242, Talent, Resonance Crystal, Equipment, Crimson Battle Armor, Crimson Cloak, Undead Spellbook, Crimson Boots. Accompanied by the mournful cry of the magic dragon turned Dean, the surrounding minions fell to the ground, unable to rise. The twisted veins all over their bodies quickly withered and exhausted, turning into piles of rotting matter. Before dying, they gave Qin Shen another wave of experience. Congratulations, the infected soldier has died, gained experience, 210 points. Congratulations, the magic ghoul has died, gained experience, 160 points. Congratulations, the golem has died, gained experience, 320 points. Experience points surged, reaching 14th level 32%. Leveling up not only enhances basic attributes but also unlocks advanced skills. In terms of numbers, professionals can never compare to dungeon monsters. The stats of dungeon bosses exceed those of professionals by more than 10 times. But why can professionals still clear dungeons? It relies on skills and the understanding of the attack mechanisms of monsters and bosses. Once you grasp how many types of attacks the opponent has, combined with health bar reduction, even a deity could be worn down. This time I actually got diamond level equipment. Magic Dragon Staff. Qin Shen's eyes lit up. It was the first time he had seen diamond level equipment. Moreover, such high quality gear is extremely rare. Previously, when he browsed the trading post, he hadn't seen a single piece. The highest was only gold level. Equipment above platinum should go through auction channels. Magic Dragon Staff. Level restriction, Lv15, class restriction, Mage, 124 intelligence, quality, diamond level, enhancement, 0, forging, 0, enchanting, none, attribute bonus, intelligence +75, strength +30, agility +30, mana recovery per second +5, health recovery per second +1, skill 1, Dragon's Chant, releases all mage skills, which will transform into dragon roars, with skill effects additionally carrying dragon attributes. Low-level summons gain the bloodline of the magic dragon, while powerful summons receive dragon weapons. Damage skills carry dragon breath, and defensive skills carry dragon scales. Passive skill, no consumption. Skill 2, Dragon by my side, wielding the staff releases dragon spirits, capable of defending against mental and elemental damage, and allows for flying, accommodating up to 5 people, duration, unlimited, consuming 50 mana per second. Skill 3, Wand Strike, melee ability, swinging the wand to strike the enemy on the head, dealing 2,437 points of magical damage, and inflicting negative effects such as stun, confusion, and fear, consuming 300 mana, cooldown, 1 second. Skill 4, Evil Dragon Roar, releases a magic dragon roar, causing enemies within a 5-meter range to experience temporary deafness and enter a state of fright. Enemies within a 5 to 10 meter range experience confusion and desperately try to flee. Enemies beyond 10 meters are intimidated and dare not approach. Support type skill, no damage, consuming 500 mana each time, cooldown, 1 hour. Description: a staff imbued with the will of the magic dragon, releasing skills as if the magic dragon has descended. With the wand in hand, the world is mine. This can't be a magic staff made from a magic dragon's corpse, it's too fierce. All skills have dragon-type bonuses, low-level summons carry the bloodline of the magic dragon, and high-level summons possess dragon equipment. Various skills and spells all come with dragon-type bonuses. If this were to be made public, wouldn't it make those mages weep with envy? Moreover, this wand is truly versatile, capable of both offense and defense. It even has a blunt weapon skill, knocking out enemies without a sound. The seemingly most useless fourth skill has no damage at all. But Qin Shen knew that this was definitely the strongest divine skill, even surpassing the first skill, Dragon Transformation. Because this was the true roar of the demon dragon, the suppression of bloodline and rank would make any creature bow down. If released behind an unsuspecting ordinary person, the chances of scaring them to death were quite high. Since it wouldn't cause any harm, this skill could also be used in reality. Level 15 to equip. I'm still one level short. Qin Shen glanced at his experience and was already eager. Completing Xiaofeng's quest would yield a reward of 50,000 experience points. The first clear of the Nightmare Dungeon and the record holder would also come with corresponding rewards. Adding these together, he should be able to level up. The Nightmare level boss just died like this? I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Yang was surrounded by multiple beams of white light, clearly indicating that his gains were also quite impressive. Even if he only leached off 5% of the experience, it would be enough for him to reach level 8. The higher the level, the harder it was to level up. Soon, he would experience the leveling pains that Qin Shen was facing now. However, the first clear record of the Nightmare Dungeon would ensure he never had to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Do you still think I chose the Nightmare Dungeon because of pressure from the Li Corporation? Qin Shen smiled at him. Whether or not the Li Corporation existed, you would still choose the Nightmare Dungeon. They are just an afterthought, Lu Yang murmured. He suddenly felt that this longtime close friend had become mysterious and powerful. He could no longer understand him at all. However, becoming stronger was a good thing. Being strong meant not being bullied. He could even trample on those who once looked down on him. Super Family Li, the final boss, the demon dragon turned Dean, was already dead. The walls, once covered in crimson veins, had now turned a grayish-brown, the veins withered like dry vines. Following the hand-drawn map, Qin Shen walked towards the children's dormitory on the first floor. He did not call back the main force but kept them by his side for vigilance. Perhaps there would be a last-minute reversal. Xiaofeng could also be a boss, and he could easily die without anything around him. They encountered no monsters along the way. The entire manor felt as if it were dead. Finally, they stood before the tightly closed dormitory door, and a prompt box immediately appeared. The door sealed by powerful telekinetic force cannot be opened. Qin Shen was taken aback. Just then, a tender and excited voice came from inside the door. Liang Yu, is that you? The little skeleton Qin Shen brought along immediately ran forward excitedly, its head falling off. Its jaw clattered as if it wanted to say something. Unfortunately, it had long since lost its vocal cords. Creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a disheveled dormitory. In the center of the room, a little boy was tied up in a chair, his eyes covered. Yet he could accurately sense Qin Shen and the others. Xiaofeng, telekinetic ability user, level, Lv10, base attributes, strength *17, agility *23, intelligence *2317, skill 1, telekinetic field, skill 2, growth, description, an ability user born from extreme fear and hatred. The little skeleton held its skull and walked over step by step. This is your best friend. We brought him here. But he is already dead. Qin Shen looked at the little boy with a complex expression. The source controlling everything outside the manor came from here. Thank you for bringing Liang Yu. You are all good people. Xiaofeng raised his head and smiled. Completed the best friend quest, gained experience, 50,000, gained random item, copy mirror, gained random equipment, telekinetic glass bead, golden level hidden weapon. Thank you, outsiders. Let me know that my best friend is already dead. Xiaofeng was tied to a chair, his eyes covered with white cloth. His tone was very calm. Xiaofeng's favorability plus 50, this. Lu Yang scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond. He glanced at Qin Shen, who shrugged at him. After they left, the little skeleton would fall apart, and the soul would dissipate along with it. After I learned that Liang Yu had disappeared, I searched for him desperately, even when the dormitory aunt lied to me, saying he had been adopted. I still didn't believe it. It turned out I was right. All the adopted children had died, fed to terrifying demons. Since then, I've lived in fear and darkness. I couldn't tell the other children, yet I watched them disappear one by one. I was too cowardly. Some children even hope to be adopted, unaware of the fate that awaited them. I hate those who deceived me, and I hate myself for not daring to resist. I always hoped Liang Yu was still alive. How I wished it was all a dream, that this was just an ordinary orphanage. Until one day, they found me. Xiao Feng recounted his past calmly. What do you want to do next? Qin Chen asked. I want to become the master of the manor, to repay the pain I've endured 100-fold to these people. And those demons hidden behind the door, I will take my revenge on them. Xiao Feng shouted through gritted teeth. I have a prop here that can open the ancient door. If you don't mind, I can give it to you, Qin Chen said, taking out a blood moon orb. Once used, it would turn him into their watchdog. This is. Thank you. Xiao Feng suddenly became excited. Normally, he wouldn't be able to open the ancient door. Only with this prop could he trick them into opening it. As for what to do next, it depended on Xiao Feng's thoughts. At the same time, Qin Chen had a vague premonition that the Black Abyss instance was not an infinite cycle of respawning. It might have a larger world line, and everything he did could very likely push the changes in that world line. You have given the Blood Moon Orb to the ability user Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng's favorability plus 1000, should I untie you? This would mean that the Black Abyss instance was giving them time to search for the Bobo people, and only after trying to establish contact with them would they enter a state of war. Qin Chen said, looking around. The ground was soft and muddy, with dried yellow straw towering over them. The poisonous gas, with a strong acidity, clung to their equipment, making a hissing corrosive sound, severely damaging its durability. Insects the size of a palm, like crickets, kept crashing into their combat boots, displaying extreme aggression. After stepping on them, their flesh was also acidic. Do you think the poisonous gas was released intentionally? Mu Shui, who had remained silent, once again demonstrated what it meant to speak startlingly. Hiss. The others gasped in shock. If that's the case, it would be terrifying. The sky was filled with thin black smoke, slightly revealing some brightness. This meant they were currently in daylight. The Qin Chen team set off, their feet sinking into the muddy ground as they walked towards the distant building, taking deep and shallow steps. Suddenly, wooden stakes about 4 meters tall appeared among the straw ahead, each one impaled with a person. From bottom to top, they were forcefully inserted, with signs of struggle. Their heads hung down, lifeless eyes staring downward. Flies buzzed around, landing on their eyes and gnawing. Ugh, the first to lose his composure was the middle-aged man Sun Yulong, who knelt to the side and vomited. The others swayed but managed to hold it together, especially the cute cat girl, who seemed unfazed, which surprised Qin Chen greatly. It seems these are the Bobos from the village, who were captured by the enemy and impaled here alive. The other Bobos in the village don't even dare to collect the bodies, of course, that is assuming there are any surviving Bobos. Qin Chen frowned slightly and began to analyze. Lu Yang couldn't help but shout, This is too inhumane. Using poison gas and impaling people here, is it some kind of threat or coercion? No, I think it's just for pure amusement. Mu Shui continued, pointing to the surrounding straw and said, the enemy might have extremely heavy beast mounts. They have been here for a long time, clearly watching the Bobo struggle in pain before dying. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the others changed in unison. Even the cat girl couldn't remain calm. If we get caught, wouldn't that be terrible? You could say that. Mu Shui nodded seriously. Qin Chen looked at the disheartened team and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that before even encountering the Holy Royal Family, his small team was already struggling to hold together. It seemed like they were about to fall apart, but since they had already entered the instance, he wouldn't stop anyone who wanted to leave. After a few seconds of pause, Qin Chen looked at everyone and said, Death is paramount, let's bury these Bobos first, to show our stance, and it will be easier to communicate with any surviving Bobos we encounter. Bury them? These bodies were impaled on wooden stakes. To take them down, one would have to pull them out. It was quite disturbing. Sun Yulong gritted his teeth and stepped forward, saying, I may not know much, but leave the heavy lifting of digging graves to me. I will do it well. Lu Yang also stepped forward, count me in. I've been lying around for so long, it's time to contribute. Qin Chen looked at their determined expressions and smiled, saying, no need, don't forget I'm a necromancer. Controlling corpses is my specialty. He then focused his gaze and reached out toward the hanging person. Yellow Spring's corpse guiding technique, activate. The person hanging on the stake suddenly came to life. They lifted their lifeless eyes and began to struggle, freeing themselves from the stake. Holy crap, big brother, why do I feel like you're even scarier now? Lu Yang's eyes widened at this scene, and all the hair on his body stood on end. The shock is too intense. Ugh, Sun Yulong squatted down by the roadside again. Thud, thud, thud. The corpses on the stakes fell one by one into the muddy pile, then crawled to an empty space, their lifeless eyes gazing into the distance at the village. This lasted for several seconds before they began to dig their own graves and then lay down inside. Soul plus 1, 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 Yellow Springs Corpse Guiding Technique, 5/50,000. A total of 5 people contributed 5 souls. You will witness the scene of counterattacking and slaughtering the Holy Royal Family. Xin Shen murmured as he retracted his right hand. The 5 souls surged, and hatred erupted within them. Let's continue walking towards the village. The Xin Shen team trudged through the mud, heading towards the village. Just a few steps in, they heard faint sobbing sounds from the nearby straw. Who? Lu Yang jumped, and the obsidian spear appeared in his hand. Don't be agitated. It might be a surviving Bobo from the village. Xin Shen immediately stopped him, then smiled and called out to the source of the sound, "Come out. We are here to help the Bobos resist the Holy Royal Family." As soon as he finished speaking, a small girl, dressed in rags and covered in dirt, trembled as she stepped out. Little Qianqian identity, villager introduction. The village she lives in is controlled by the Holy Royal Family, and she lives in constant hiding. I saw you burying Auntie's body. You are good people, the little girl said timidly. We just arrived. Can you tell us what happened here? We will help you, Xin Shen said softly. Then, Xin Shen gave Lu Yang a look, and he immediately understood, taking a red apple from the warehouse and handing it to the little girl. He hadn't bought any equipment this time, just brought a lot of food. The little girl saw the red apple and her eyes lit up with hunger as she clutched it and began to bite into it. They call us pigs. The little girl chewed on the fruit, speaking indistinctly. When it gets to dawn, they come to the village to catch little Qianqian. They like to let little Qianqian run first, then chase her on a vicious wolf. As long as she can successfully hide in the fields and cover herself in mud, they won't be able to smell her. Sometimes those who get caught don't die. Instead, they are sent to the fortress ahead, where they can be taken apart and then put back together. Little Qianqian has seen them before. They had several heads, and when they saw little Qianqian, they said they would send her to the fortress. Little Qianqian was devouring the apple, and the village's plight gradually became clearer amidst her indistinct words. This is just too inhumane, absolutely insane. Lu Yang clenched his fists, unable to hold back his curses. The others looked at little Qianqian with complex expressions. Compared to the exploitation by the Li Corporation, little Qianqian's life was clearly more desperate. This was not just slaughter, it was a madman's pastime with human lives. The Bobo people's camp really made the right choice. If helping the Holy Royal Family kill the Bobo people in such a cruel way, I would willingly withdraw. I have never seen such cruel people. Seeing little Qianqian finish one apple, Xin Shen took out another and handed it to her. Little Qianqian's favorability plus 50, little Qianqian did not eat it but carefully put the apple away. Why don't you eat it? Xin Shen asked curiously. Little Qianqian wants to save it for the other little friends. They haven't eaten for several days. Good child. Xin Shen patted her head, his gaze becoming more resolute. That means, kill. All the Holy Royal Family members who dare to appear before them must be killed. They do not deserve to remain in this world. Every morning, they will catch one for an hour, and then they will leave. Little Qianqian just needs to hold on, and she can survive. There are still 10 minutes left. Little Qianqian tilted her head and counted on her fingers. So the people of the Holy Royal Family are still here. That makes it easier. Xin Shen sneered, instructing everyone not to run around before raising the magic dragon staff in his hand. Come out, my ghoul Nax. A blood-red pentagram unfolded, and 2 terrifying claws reached out from it, followed by rows of needle-like teeth and a powerful jaw, exuding strength. Nax's size was no different from an ordinary person, but its deformed bones forced it to lie on the ground, with its back muscles bulging high, claws and head leaning forward, ready to tear apart its enemies. Its appearance was terrifying, and its combat power was formidable. Ghoul, Nax, Hero Unit Level, Lv15, cannot exceed Summoner Level, Health, 89,000 Attributes, Strength * 1573, Agility * 1639, Intelligence plus 327 Skill 1, Devouring Evolution. Nyx continuously accumulates its evolution value by consuming corpses, living ones work too. After reaching a certain level, it can enhance its claws, fangs, muscles, bones, and other body parts, with a chance to gain special abilities like diving, gliding, and invisibility, and a very small chance to acquire the skills of the corpse's owner. Skill 2, Toxic Hunt. Nyx's claws and fangs are laced with deadly poison. After attacking enemies, they become infected and cannot detoxify for a short time, prohibiting all healing effects, causing 150 bleeding damage per second and 450 poison damage per second, with a chance to inflict paralysis, fainting, and slowing effects. The deadly poison and Nyx share a symbiotic relationship. They can sense each other, and no matter where the infected creature escapes, Nyx can easily predict their location and can steal a small amount of their base attributes. Skill 3, Magic Immunity. Nyx's body has been specially forged through alchemy, making it immune to all magical damage. It also possesses no magic itself and cannot use any magic-related auxiliary items. Skill 4, Killing Feast. Nyx's bodily functions are fully unleashed, increasing movement speed by 100%, attack speed by 100%, killing efficiency by 100%, prey perception by 100%, the spread speed of deadly poison by 100%, and fully activating combat instincts, allowing it to see through enemy weaknesses and devour their core. Duration, 1 hour. After the skill ends, a state of exhaustion will occur, causing all attributes to drop by 50%, and health cannot be restored. Introduction, a mad dog, do not let it loose. Isn't this just a pure killing machine? Why not abandon all magical elements and forge the body to its peak? It's time to let these holy royals see what a true monster is. As soon as Nyx appeared, a bloody aura spread, frightening the teammates. Foster father, it's been 2 days, and your summon has become even more terrifying. So fierce, meow. I'm a bit scared. Although Mu Shui didn't speak, her taking 3 steps back was quite serious. Among them, Xiao Qiong was surprisingly the calmest. She pointed at Nyx and said in a baby voice, "The monster chasing Xiao Qiong is even scarier, its arms and legs are so long." Roar! Upon hearing that there was a monster scarier than it, Nyx immediately howled in displeasure. "Where is the monster chasing you now?" Qin Shen squatted in front of Xiao Qiong, gently asking. At that moment, the towering straw on the left suddenly fell to the sides. Xiao Qiong's face turned pale with fear, and she shouted, It's coming." Just the slow advance was enough to raise everyone's hearts to their throats. However, the opponent seemed unhurried, moving forward unsteadily, with only the straw falling to the sides visible. "What are you pretending to be?" "Dark Ranger." "As you command, my lord." The Dark Ranger's eyes glowed fiercely as she drew the bowstring, dark energy gathering at her fingertips, eventually forming a black arrow, which she released with force. Whoosh, the straw exploded outward, clearing the obstacles ahead. They finally saw the full appearance of the monster, starting with a pale human face, devoid of fangs but looking very strange, its body covered in muscles, and its limbs, as Xiao Qiong described, long and spider-like. The black arrow struck its forehead, causing its massive body to tilt back slightly. Minus 12,370 damage value floated out slowly. The pale monster, having taken an arrow to the forehead, acted as if nothing had happened. It looked at the crowd, not with the anger of someone who had not been harmed, but instead grinned and laughed. "What the hell is this thing? Is it sick?" The crowd immediately thought of 2 words upon seeing the pale monster: bad luck. At the same time, the monster's information appeared before everyone. Holy Royal Family's man-faced dog, nightmare level monster, level, Lv20, health, 100,000, regenerating 50 health per second, attributes, strength *1073, agility *1297, intelligence *1538, skill 1, stealth hunting. The man-faced dog can effectively hide itself and set traps based on the enemy's habits and psychological state. Once the enemy falls into the trap, they will suffer a fierce ambush dealing 5,200 points of damage, with a 100% chance of causing a crippling effect. Skill 2, Smiling Suggestion. When the man-faced dog sees an enemy, it will show a smile and implant a suggestion in the enemy's mind. In subsequent encounters, this suggestion can give it the upper hand and effectively predict the enemy's next move, increasing damage to the enemy by 20%. Skill 3, Information Transmission. After receiving significant information, the man-faced dog can transmit it over long distances to other man-faced dogs, synchronizing information in just a few seconds. Description: a new breed created by the Holy Royal Family, taboo and powerful. The man-faced dog smiled as it slowly crawled out from the straw field, its long limbs propped up on the ground. It looked like a large bug. Lu Yon, this thing is a brainy monster? Catgirl, its 3-dimensional attributes are all over 1,000, so terrifying. Sun Yunlong, this is the nightmare level difficulty of the main storyline dungeon. All the team members turned pale and retreated in unison. Only Qin Shen stood solemnly in place. To be honest, the difficulty of the main storyline dungeon far exceeded expectations. This so-called man-faced dog had health even higher than that of the Ghoul Nax, and in the previous Nightmare Manor dungeon, it could have been considered a small boss, yet here it seemed just an ordinary monster. According to the description, it could summon a whole horde. Speaking of which, such a strong monster must give a lot of experience, right? Nax, do you have the confidence to crush it? Nax climbed up with a whoosh, disdain evident in its bulbous eyes. It seemed an insult to compare it to the man-faced dog. Run, quick, run. The claws of the man-faced dog are as sharp as blades. They love to gut people. The moment Xiao Qiangqiang saw the man-faced dog, her little face turned pale with fear, and her first reaction was to stumble backward, running away at high speed, disappearing into the straw in a flash. Qin Shen did not stop her. Despite her young age, she had already developed her own set of experiences from battling monsters in the village, and intervening would only have the opposite effect, making it not worth the trouble. She would come back once she saw there was no danger. Nax did not speak, only letting out a frustrated growl, its claws scraping the ground, eager to rush forward and tear the man-faced dog apart. But it would not charge without Qin Shen's command. The man-faced dog lay in the distance, its pale face still smiling, staring intently at the bearing Nax, its body seeming a bit stiff with fear. From an attribute perspective, they were similar, but their hidden lineage was worlds apart. You really hold a grudge. Come on, let me see your strength. Qin Shen crossed her arms and said softly. The next moment, Nax charged like a wild buffalo released from its reins, its claws frantically digging into the ground as it began to sprint wildly. It leaped from the ground, claws outstretched, lunging at the man-faced dog. It aimed to engage in close combat with the opponent. The human-faced dog still wore a smile, as if it had seen through Nix's movements. It took a step back and then thrust its sword-like right claw upward with great force. The strike landed precisely on Nix's abdomen. Sparks flew from the friction, accompanied by a painful screech. Minus 1,278 damage value rose from Nix's head. In the next moment, it abandoned the idea of pouncing on the human-faced dog and instead opened its mouth to bite at the elongated claw. Chomp, chomp, its needle-like teeth clashed together, biting down along with the claw. Minus 3,678, right claw crippled, toxin ineffective. Minus 3,721, right claw crippled, toxin ineffective. Minus 3,795, right claw crippled, toxin ineffective. Ghoul Nix devoured the right claw of the human-faced dog, gained evolution points +1, intelligence attribute +1. Ghoul Nix devoured the right claw of the human-faced dog, gained evolution points +1, intelligence attribute +1, 1 bite, 1 evolution point, along with a bit of intelligence. Could it be that my Nix is going to get smarter? The ghoul's combat relied mostly on instinct. If it could gain some intelligence, that wouldn't be bad. To everyone's surprise, the human-faced dog let out a painful scream. It stared in shock at its right claw being devoured, utterly incredulous. You dare to eat me? Nix consumed food at an astonishing speed, its protruding mouth equipped with 2 sets of sharp teeth, one set protruding outward, likely increasing its oral capacity, and the other set scattered within the mouth, with its tongue featuring barbs to push food down its throat. A mouthful of food was swallowed in just a second. Within a few seconds, the human-faced dog's right claw had completely vanished. Just as the human-faced dog was screaming in agony, Nix lunged forward again, pressing its face against the dog's. The dog's screams abruptly ceased as their eyes locked, and the air grew still. Nix opened its gaping maw and directly removed the human-faced dog's head. Chomp, chomp, with its needle-like teeth bursting through, it swallowed the head whole. Minus 21,370, severe brain injury, toxin ineffective. Minus 22,143, severe brain injury, toxin ineffective. Minus 22,189, severe brain injury, toxin ineffective. Ghoul Nix devoured the right claw of the human-faced dog, gained evolution points +5, intelligence attribute +5. Ghoul Nix devoured the right claw of the human-faced dog, gained evolution points +5, intelligence attribute +5. As the human-faced dog lost its head, its elongated body, supported by its 3 limbs, collapsed weakly to the ground. Its hind claws pointed skyward, twitching occasionally. Qin Shen, is this the Ghoul Nix? So brutal. Both sides had similar attributes, but they were not on the same level at all. Moreover, after inflicting severe brain damage, it could even break through attribute limits, delivering a devastating blow to the opponent. All signs indicated that the Black Abyss dungeon was not a gamified world, but a real world where blood could be shed and death could occur. Congratulations, your Ghoul Nix has killed a human-faced dog of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience. 1,200 points, 1,200 points? I'm rich. You should know that ordinary monsters in the Manor Nightmare dungeon only yield a few dozen experience points, a difference of dozens of times. And looking at the description of the human-faced dog, it seemed capable of notifying other human-faced dogs. Wasn't that just a gift? This isn't a nightmare-level main quest. It's clearly a paradise for grinding experience. After the human-faced dog fell, the other team members not only didn't breathe a sigh of relief but instead looked at the gluttonous Ghoul Nix with immense fear. Their heads seemed to synchronously utter the same phrase. What kind of filthy thing is this? Meanwhile, in the outside world, the news of Qin Shen entering the nightmare-level main quest spread throughout the entire network. In an instant, discussions erupted like a mountain calling for a tsunami. Countless people were moved to tears. What? Qin Shen has entered the nightmare level main storyline dungeon, the Dusk Plains? That's a main storyline dungeon for levels 15 to 40, which means not only can he encounter level 15 monsters, but also level 40 monsters, with no restrictions inside. The most terrifying part is the level 40 boss. The level suppression will make one feel despair. Damn Corporation, they actually upgraded the main storyline dungeon to a nightmare dungeon. They're threatening all the citizens of Linhai City. Qin Shen, he really makes me cry. For Linhai City, for the loyalty in his heart, he boldly walked into the nightmare level main storyline dungeon. Calculating the time, it should have been an hour now, and Qin Shen's body hasn't been teleported out yet. There's still a chance. Black lightning cascaded down from the sky of Linhai City like a waterfall. The terrifying aura made the wild monsters flee far away, not daring to approach. Li Xinggang stood on the top floor of the Li Corporation building, his pupils reflecting a doomsday-like scene. Behind him stood 60 professionals, all above level 20. Many of these professionals began to show signs of fear, clearly realizing something. You don't need to be afraid. The faction we've chosen this time is the Holy Royal Family, which has always been my chosen faction. Li Xinggang turned around and looked at all the professionals present. The Holy Royal Family has an absolute advantage in the Dusk Plains and the power to end the war, but they don't want to end it just yet. They want to seize the treasures of the Bobo people and extract their biological value through disease research. You understand what I'm trying to say, right? The professionals immediately stirred, exchanging glances, their eyes revealing shock. The key information about the Dusk Plains was unexpectedly explosive. Of course, in this era of rampant refined egoism, they wouldn't care about the suffering of the Bobo people, nor would they think about how inhumane the Holy Royal Family was. As long as they were not in danger and could benefit from clinging to the high branch of the Li family, that was enough. Once you enter the dungeon, you have one goal: make sure Qin Shen dies in there, understand? Understood. Of course, I will also enter. We will coordinate specific actions in the dungeon. As soon as these words were spoken, all the professionals' eyes lit up. Li Xinggang was a level 34 professional, while Qin Shen was only level 15. With more than double the level, how could they possibly lose? This time, they were practically getting a free ride, and since it was a nightmare level main storyline dungeon, the experience and equipment rewards would be even richer. A guaranteed profit. Who wouldn't want to do it? Anyone who wants to withdraw, please raise your hand. Li, will not force anyone. Li Xinggang looked at the crowd, his gaze sharp. Those professionals who were originally hesitant broke out in a cold sweat. If they withdrew now, they would probably have to roll out of the Li family in the future. They had to hold on tight to this high branch. President, I can go through fire and water for the company, no hesitation. This Qin Shen is indeed too much. He actually forced the president to activate the nightmare difficulty of the main storyline dungeon, putting Linhai City in danger without a care. He really deserves to die. Rest assured, President, as long as I see Qin Shen, my big axe will immediately come down on him without the slightest hesitation. The professionals were all excitedly pledging their loyalty, which made Li Xinggang nod in satisfaction. Qin Shen's act of entering the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon greatly inspired the fighting spirit of the lower-tier professionals. When the family arrives in 9 days and sees this scene, he will be finished. It would be better to deal with it personally and shatter the hopes of these lower-tier professionals. Since they are mere cattle and horses, let them carry bricks properly, not knowing their own weight. Li Xinggang raised his hand, and a small black vortex appeared in the empty room, surrounded by short black lightning. Since everyone agrees, there's no time to waste, let's go in. Remember, once you enter the Twilight Plains, each team's starting point will be different, so you must try to contact other team members immediately and ultimately follow my command. Of course, if you learn of Qin Shen's whereabouts and have a good opportunity to take him down, you can act directly. Whoever kills Qin Shen in the end, I will reward them handsomely. After Li Xinggang carefully instructed, he watched as the professionals present formed their teams, one after another entering the Twilight Plains. Finally, he led his own team into the Black Vortex. Announcement: Li's first team has entered the Nightmare-level main storyline instance Twilight Plains. Team composition: Holy Royal Family. Announcement: Li's second team has entered the Nightmare-level main storyline instance Twilight Plains. Team composition: Holy Royal Family. A total of 12 announcements left all professionals in Linhai City stunned. This was almost the pinnacle of professional strength in Linhai City, collectively entering the nightmare-level main storyline instance Twilight Plains to encircle and eliminate Qin Shen. Until the last announcement rang out, it instantly ignited public opinion. Announcement: Li Xinggang's team has entered the nightmare-level main storyline instance Twilight Plains. Team composition: Holy Royal Family. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Just moments ago, the lower-tier professionals were filled with excitement, but they suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over them. Everyone's lives had just begun to flourish and show promise, and then Lee's company pulled this stunt. The Manor instance and the official marketplace formed a perfect trading loop, equipping those in need while the sellers gained substantial money. But all of this was based on Qin Shen's existence. Lee's company is truly malicious, specifically choosing the Holy Royal Family, which stands opposed to Qin Shen's faction. Their intentions are clear to all. It's over, it's all over. Qin Shen is only level 15 right now. He not only has to face high-level monsters but also the encirclement of level 34 Li Shingang. Currently, no known genius has been able to cross the 20-level gap. This is really infuriating. Life was finally starting to show some hope, and now it's about to be extinguished. How can we help Qin Shen? I really don't want him to die, nor do I want everything we have to be destroyed. I only remember that some special items could help, but those are all in the hands of superfamilies. We can't even see them. Sigh. In a rented room, Lu Shiyu was walking around with a bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly, the noodles fell and exploded on the floor. Lu Shiyu froze in place, staring at her phone, trembling all over. The breaking news that just popped up was, Lee's company's elite professionals have collectively formed a team to enter the Twilight Plains. Are they going to hunt down the unparalleled genius? How did things turn out like this? Lu Shiyu's face was filled with panic and worry. She had just arranged a 100 million installment loan for Qin Shen to buy 2 skill chains. Now, Lee's company had collectively mobilized to find Qin Shen? Could it be because he owed too much money, and the company was coming to collect? At this point, she didn't know what to say. Although it was Qin Shen who actively requested the loan, did that mean she bore no responsibility? Not only did she have responsibility, but it was also significant. It's my fault that Qin Shen is being hunted. If I hadn't arranged the loan for him, we wouldn't have reached this point. I really am damned. The ghoul Naxus was devouring the man-faced dog, each bite providing 1 point of evolution value and 1 point of intelligence. Until the announcement rang out, Qin Shen looked up in surprise. Have the elites of the Li Corporation all come in, and they chose the Holy Royal Family? The ghoul, Nax, was not particularly pleasant in appearance or manner of eating. The team members kept their distance, afraid they might accidentally vomit. Lu Yang said, "The ghouls I encountered before weren't like this. Foster father, I really want to know what it went through in your hands." The cat girl exclaimed, "I can't hold it anymore, I'm about to throw up." Sun Yunlong added, "How can you all hold it in? I've even thrown up bile." Even the mysteriously originated Mu Shui couldn't help but clutch her stomach, feeling a churn inside. After quickly downing a bottle of sedative, she felt much better and then looked at Qin Shen with a complex expression. "If I'm not mistaken, this ghoul of yours should be a hero unit, right?" "That's right," Qin Shen admitted without hiding anything. Mu Shui glanced at the Dark Ranger beside her and said nothing more. The thought of 2 hero units stirred up a storm in her heart. Which super family did this come from? Hero units have growth potential and can eventually surpass other practitioners of the same level. And Qin Shen actually had 2 of them. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from the straw nearby, instantly triggering everyone's tense nerves. Lu Yang jumped up reflexively and asked in a trembling voice, "Who? It's me, Big Brother. Did you really kill the man-faced dog?" A dirt-covered, innocent little face peeked out from the straw. As everyone saw Xiao Qianqiang's face, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were glad to be outsiders. If they had lived in such a nightmarish village, having to outsmart and fight against monsters like man-faced dogs every day, it would have been utterly despairing. "Did you really kill the man-faced dog? How is that possible? Man-faced dogs can't be killed, they are impervious to blades and fire. How did you do it?" Xiao Qianqiang stepped out from the straw, her face full of disbelief. At that moment, the ghoul, Nax, suddenly lifted its head, holding the last paw of the man-faced dog in its mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Qianqiang covered her mouth. "Don't be afraid, it's my little pet, and it ate the man-faced dog. Yes, its nickname is also Little Dog." Qin Shen first calmed Xiao Qianqiang's emotions, then called out to the ghoul, Nax, "Come, bark twice. Ow whoa, woof woof." The ghoul, Nax, rolled over and ran over, acting all cute. However, this display sent chills down everyone's spines. "Please act normal, thank you." "Ahem, no need to act cute. I just want to confirm that it looks ugly, but its personality is quite good," Qin Shen said with a dry cough. Xiao Qianqiang looked at the splattered blood on the ground and fell silent. What about the other people in the village? Is the Bobo Resistance Organization here, and how can we contact them? After the misunderstanding was cleared, Qin Shen began to inquire about key information. The Dusk Plains was, after all, a main battlefield instance, and all rewards were distributed from both factions. His random killing spree had not received any faction tasks, resulting in a significant reduction in experience and rewards. The people in the village have all hidden away. The resistance organization has been found and completely killed. Grandpa the village chief has been trying to contact the Bobo army. there is crucial intelligence about the holy royal family that he wants to send to them, but all contact methods have been cut off, Xiao Qiangqiang said with a gloomy expression. Qin Shen's heart stirred. He felt that the village chief should be the one issuing faction tasks, so he quickly asked, "Is the village chief still alive?" "I don't know. Grandpa, the village chief is hiding like everyone else, fleeing from the man-faced dogs. I still don't know if he has been caught by them. So where has everyone hidden?" "In this straw field, as long as we smear mud on ourselves, the man-faced dogs won't be able to smell us. The man-faced dogs only have 1 hour to hunt us down. As long as we can hold out, we'll be safe." "I see." Qin Shen turned to look at the surrounding straw field, where all the villagers were hiding. It was like a game of hide and seek. "So, as long as we kill all the man-faced dogs in the straw field, the other villagers will be safe, and the camp mission can be completed smoothly. Then it would be a direct assault on the sacred royal fortress." Of course, he still had to be cautious. The level difference with the enemies shouldn't exceed 10 levels. Otherwise, the risk of sudden death would be quite high. "Lu Yang, are you hungry right now?" "Ha?" Lu Yang was taken aback, and the others were equally puzzled. "Hungry? Could it be that? Set up a barbecue stall, make more lamb skewers. Seeing Nikes eat so deliciously is making me hungry." Qin Shen took a lounge chair from the warehouse and comfortably sat down. Oh, I get it." Lu Yang was confused but unconditionally chose to trust Qin Shen. Whatever he said to do, he would do it without hesitation. This was the awareness of being a bystander. The other three didn't have such high awareness. They stared blankly at Lu Yang, their heads filled with big question marks. "In this environment, you want to barbecue? Seriously?" Soon, the scene filled with swirling smoke and the aroma of meat confirmed their doubts. They really were going to roast meat. Catgirl, Wardfa. She had stopped meowing and was now asking a soul-searching question. Even the usually cold Mu Shui had her mouth agape, unable to speak. Instead, it was the middle-aged man Sun Yunlong who had the most awareness. He immediately started helping Lu Yang and handed the first batch of sizzling, oily skewers to Qin Shen. Qin Shen took a bite, and the flavor of the meat and spices filled his mouth. Delicious. Xiao Qiong, do you want a bite?" When Xiao Qiong tasted it, her eyes lit up. She had never eaten anything so delicious. "Big brother, if we do this, the man-faced dogs and the pursuers from the sacred royal family will come after us," Xiao Qiong said, her words unclear. "That's exactly what I want." Qin Shen smiled slightly, then removed the Nike summoning technique from his skill upgrades and replaced it with the Dark Ranger summoning technique. Now, the level of the Thunder Skeleton had been set to the lowest. Just as he expected, the smoke from the barbecue rose in the straw field. Coupled with the information transmitted by the man-faced dogs before they died, countless man-faced dogs playing with the villagers, along with pursuers riding strange wolves, all turned to look at the rising smoke. In the next moment, they charged in from all directions. Countless upright straw fell like waves. "They're coming!" Qin Shen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately raised his magic dragon staff. "Come forth, my thunder skeletons!" Purple lightning began to flicker around, and the pentagram summoning array opened in the thunder. One after another, densely packed, there were as many as 300 of them. Fully armed, with tiny dragon scales on their bodies, the thunder skeleton monsters instantly filled the surrounding space. Purple lightning flickered in the air as the thunder skeleton warriors slowly descended. A total of 300 formed two formations, surrounding Qin Shen and the others. An invisible magnetic field unfolded between the skeleton formations. Purple lightning transmitted among the skeletons, and the straw couldn't withstand the high temperature, quickly igniting. The soft, muddy ground beneath their feet rapidly hardened, and the water vapor turned into white mist, spreading in all directions. Lu Yang and the others saw -1-1-1 damage values above their heads, which had already disappeared. But they couldn't care about that. They were dumbfounded, staring at the densely packed elite thunder skeleton warriors around them, unable to utter a single word. If the Ghoulnix was a small shock, then the thunder skeleton elite warriors brought a big wave of it. Lu Yang stared in disbelief and shouted, "Foster father, did you poke the skeleton's nest?" "Wardfa, skeletons are skeletons, but why are they electrified? My fur is standing on end, crackling, and smoking." Catwoman also shouted, waving her claws in the air, instantly disturbing quite a few classics. What should I do?" Sun Yunlong was even more limp on the ground. This middle-aged man had never seen such terrifying skeletons before. How did you summon so many skeletons? As far as I know, such an exaggerated skill must at least be of the forbidden technique level to implement. No, this is even more impressive than forbidden techniques. If this skill were made into a skill book, it would cause a bloody storm in the Dragon Kingdom. Mu Shui seemed to understand more, her voice trembling. "That's why I told you to start roasting meat. This battle has nothing to do with us. We can just eat and drink while waiting for it to end." Did you bring chairs or something? If not, you'll have to stand. This nightmare-level main quest dungeon will definitely take a long time to clear. After this meal, who knows when we can eat again. Qin Shen comfortably lay in a recliner, shoving fragrant lamb skewers into his mouth, followed by a sip of chilled soda, feeling blissful. After the Thunder Skeleton elite warriors appeared from the pentagram array, they displayed extreme discipline. They stood in line, with 2 flashes of short, fragmented lightning flickering in their hollow eye sockets. The Thunder Skeleton elite warriors summoned now were no longer comparable to the previous batch of ordinary warriors. First, they were significantly larger, with purple plasma flowing through their straight spines, coursing through their circular ribs and forming a heart made of pure thunder energy in their hollow chests. Each powerful pump would cause the lightning to rapidly spread along the bones, filling the leg bones, arm bones, toe bones, and skull. At the same time, each of them wielded a long axe, nearly 2 meters long, with a parallelogram blade that looked somewhat like a human fire axe, but the blade was made of a pitch-black unknown material. With each pump of the thunder heart, the surface of the axe blade would light up with a web-like electric glow. This was the backbone of the Thunder Skeleton clan, capable of sweeping through many forces, the Thunder Skeleton Battle Group. Qin Shen summoned 2 formations at once. Thunder Skeleton Clan Elite Warrior Special Route Monster Level, LV. 15 Health, 53,000 Attributes, Strength * 1782, Agility * 793, Intelligence * 238 Skill 1, Thunder Heart. The special ability of the Thunder Skeleton Clan, which transforms its own skeleton into thunder, gaining a terrifying power far beyond that of living beings. Passive, no consumption. With the pumping and contraction of the Thunder Heart, the basic attribute bonuses also change, with attack bonuses ranging from 0% to 200%, speed bonuses from 0% to 200%, defense bonuses from 0% to 200%, etc. And it also includes effects like Thunder Paralysis, Thunder Burn, and Thunder Acceleration. Formation Activation Bonus, all bonuses increase by 30%, gaining Thunder Strike ability and Formation Information Transmission. Skill 2, Undying Trait. The Thunder Skeleton Clan Elite Warrior, after its health reaches 0, will have its bones lose the strength to support themselves and scatter on the ground. After 500 seconds, if not subjected to a crushing blow, all bones will emit electric light, connect with each other, and resurrect with 20% health, with no limit on the number of times. Formation Activation Bonus, resurrection time shortened to 100 seconds. Skill 3, Thunder Infection. After killing an enemy, the thunder energy will quickly cleanse the blood and flesh from the corpse, filling the bones and transforming it into a low-quality thunder skeleton, which is then summoned, inheriting 30% of the base attributes. Since ordinary creatures cannot withstand the power of thunder, they will be permanently destroyed after 30 minutes. Formation Activation Bonus *, the duration is extended to 24 hours, and stronger bones can be selected for reuse, even permanently joining the Thunder Skeleton Army. Introduction *, the skeletal disaster that strikes fear into countless forces. The more you fight, the more skeletons you summon, and the stronger they become. A Thunder Skeleton Elite Warrior is already this strong. Who can stand against a formation of 300 skeletons? The key is that my level limits the attributes of the summoned creatures. If I were level 30 now, the attributes of the Thunder Skeleton would at least triple, and the same goes for other summons. Level is the key. A human-faced dog, huh? A holy royal family, huh? Kill them for me. Leave none alive. The Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors seem to receive a divine order. The 400 plasma hearts pumping in their chests rumbled like thunder, and just the shockwave could injure the enemies internally. At that moment, an incredibly respectful shout suddenly rang out from outside the skeleton formation. Please wait a moment, esteemed necromancer. I represent the Holy Royal Family and wish to speak with you. Oh, Qin Shen raised an eyebrow. He had yet to see the so-called Holy Royal Family. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. It was a good opportunity to learn more. Let the one who speaks come forward. With a command from Qin Shen, the Thunder Skeleton formation parted to create a clear path. 2 3-meter-tall Thunder Skeleton Elite Warriors marched in, carrying a humanoid creature, followed by a whimpering, howling monster dog with 8 legs, which was indeed quite peculiar. This humanoid creature must be the Holy Royal Family. First, it had a completely bald, shiny head, with a golden diamond shape imprinted on its forehead, and it was dressed in splendid attire, far better than the mud-covered little Cheong. The Holy Royal Family elegantly stood up, adjusting its disheveled clothing. Then, the first words it spoke made Qin Shen frown. Esteemed necromancer, how can you associate with these swine? With your strength, you could easily become a guest of our Holy Royal Family and enjoy our offerings. As it spoke, it arrogantly lifted its head, as if it were the highest honor. After seeing the panel of the Holy Royal Family and understanding its basic information, Qin Shen waved his hand at the Thunder Skeleton elite warriors and said, "Chop him to pieces for me." The Holy Royal Family instantly panicked. "No, how dare you!" The Holy Royal Family, riding the 8-legged monster dog, led the human-faced dog to surround him with a sinister grin, thinking about how to gut this group of swine and listen to their wails before death. However, they were suddenly caught off guard by the emerging Thunder Skeletons. Holy Royal Family Hunting Team Captain Nightmare Elite Monster Level, Lv20 *** Attributes. Strength * 2375, Agility * 793, Intelligence 1795. Skill 1, Holy Crystal. The Holy Royal Family was originally just an ordinary human race until a man ascended to the throne and declared that the Holy Royal Family was above all creatures, possessing unparalleled blood eyes that no creature could compare to. After conducting cruel experiments on the Bobo people, they ultimately succeeded in researching the Holy Crystal, which they embedded between their brows. In battle, damage plus 50%, speed plus 50%, and it comes with the application of holy energy. Skill 2, Whistle. Summon experimental creatures of the Holy Royal Family within a 5-kilometer range will gather upon hearing the whistle, targeting the Bobo people for hunting activities. Skill 3, Team Banner. The captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team is responsible for commanding the entire squad, granting all members plus 20% damage and plus 20% speed. If the captain dies, morale collapses, and all members suffer minus 20% damage and minus 20% speed. Introduction ***. His duty is to turn the Popo people's village into a pigsty for disease experiments. This thing is really damn annoying. From what we can see, the Holy Royal Family seems to have the power to wipe out the Popo people. They have kept the Popo alive for experiments and other reasons, so the entire area may be under the control of the Holy Royal Family. So the question arises, choosing the Popo people's faction is a nightmare level difficulty, but where does the nightmare level difficulty of the Holy Royal Family come from? Could it be that the Holy Royal Family is also facing some terrifying crisis? Xiao Qiong's first reaction upon seeing the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team was to run away, but after just 2 steps, she was blocked by the Thunder Skeleton. She charged at the exit twice with all her might, only to be pushed back by the Thunder Skeleton each time, leaving her to tremble in fear behind Qin Shen. Her fear of the Holy Royal Family was ingrained in her very genes, especially that grinning face of the man-faced dog. Just seeing something she wanted to die from made her hair stand on end. "From now on, you don't have to be afraid, because I will prove to you that they are nothing but mere mortals." Qin Shen gently patted Xiao Qiong's head and spoke softly. He then slightly raised his head and uttered a sharp command. "Kill!" The captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team appeared to have high attributes, but he was genuinely cowardly. He seemed accustomed to bullying the weak. Once faced with someone of equal strength or even stronger, he would instantly lose his fighting spirit. He lay on the ground, shouting, "Respected necromancer, why are you helping these pigs? You should be as noble as us." The hunting team captain extends an invitation to you. Will you join the Holy Royal Family? Can we even switch factions? Qin Shen was somewhat surprised and waved his hand casually. Who is noble and who is lowly is not for you to decide. You Holy Royal Family have no such qualifications. The expression on the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team changed instantly. He no longer cared about being noble or elegant, but instead screamed in panic, "No, don't kill me." The formation created by the Thunder Skeletons sealed off the empty path once more. Then, countless Thunder Skeletons could be seen surrounding the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team tightly. Axes shimmering with web-like electric patterns were raised above their heads, followed by a flurry of brutal strikes. Minus 2723, minus 2801, minus 2932. The damage from a single skeleton was not enough to instantly kill the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team. However, with a dozen skeletons surrounding him, the damage per second became quite considerable. The captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team fell during the second round of attacks, letting out a horrific scream as he perished. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team, gaining experience, 2,300 points. The nearby ghoul Nax had long been unable to contain himself, his sharp claws scratching eagerly at the ground, his bulbous eyes filled with a craving for flesh and blood. And Qin Shen had been watching all of this closely. Go! The Ghoulax rushed forward at the command, eagerly biting off the head of the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team. Ghoulnax devours the head of the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team, gaining evolution points plus 10, strength attribute plus 10, holy energy plus 5. What? What the hell is holy energy? Qin Shen could hardly contain himself, wondering what kind of evolution would result from Ghoulnax's insatiable appetite. After the captain of the Holy Royal Family's hunting team died, terrified screams echoed from outside the formation. All members of the hunting team suffered a 20% decrease in damage and speed. In the next moment, the Thunder Skeletons broke their defensive formation and spread out to attack the Holy Royal Family. After all, the Holy Royal Family's hunting team had basic attributes to support them, so they still had some resistance, but that was about it. Faced with 10 times the number of Thunder Skeletons, along with the ambush from the Ghoul-Nax and the long-range sniping from the Dark Ranger, they quickly couldn't hold on. The face dog finally stopped smiling, desperately raising its neck to try to escape amidst the encirclement of the Thunder Skeletons. Dozens of square axes were raised and fell, splattering countless blood. -2,891, -2,907, -2,918. After 2 rounds, the face dog was killed, having basically no ability to resist. Congratulations, you have killed a face dog. Experience gained 1,200. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Family hunting team. Experience gained 1,500. Congratulations, you have killed a modified dog mount. Experience gained 700. In any case, it was kill humans when seeing humans, and kill dogs when seeing dogs. A massive influx of experience poured in, and surprisingly, I leveled up twice. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to Lv16, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, health +400, mana +100. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to Lv17, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, health +400, mana +100. For other professions, leveling up mainly increases basic attributes and skill damage. But for Qin Shen, the most important aspect of leveling up was unlocking the power of summon creatures. The one-sided battle left Xiao Qianqian momentarily stunned. The terrifying and unbeatable Holy Royal Family was actually being chopped down like dogs? Just thinking about her past life of hiding and living in extreme panic brought tears to her eyes. At that moment, she felt no sense of revenge, but rather a sharp pang in her nose, and she burst into tears. Qin Shen looked at the sobbing Xiao Qianqiang and sighed softly. It's all over. The Holy Royal Family hunting team had a total of 40 monsters, including the face dog. Once surrounded by the Thunder Skeletons, there was basically no escape. One of the Holy Royal Family members, seeing the inevitable defeat, threw his monstrous dog mount to the Thunder Skeletons and erupted in holy light, frantically fleeing outward. Whoosh! An arrow formed from black energy shot out, piercing straight into the back of his neck. The immense inertia caused him to fall to the ground. -30,000. The Thunder Skeletons behind him, stepping on electric light, grabbed his feet and dragged him back. No! Amidst the panicked screams, the square axe was raised and fell again. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Family hunting team. Experience gained 1,500. As the dust and mist gradually dispersed, the sounds of battle and screams faded into nothingness. The elite warriors of the Thunder Skeleton clan stood back in formation, their hollow eye sockets flickering with tiny sparks of electricity. Discipline was at its peak. In the face of the Holy Royal Family's resistance, some had already lost half their health. Dissipate, my skeletons. Qin Shen raised the dragon magic staff in his hand, and the pentagram teleportation array reappeared. The Thunder Skeletons sank into it one by one. The Grand Skeleton formation vanished, leaving only the corpses of the Holy Royal Family scattered on the ground. Once invincible, the Holy Royal Family now lay on the ground like dead dogs. The Ghoul-Nax feasted happily, taking one big bite after another. Its stomach seemed to never fill up. Hell's Shell guiding technique. With his right hand extended, 40 corpses immediately emitted souls. Soul +1 soul +1 soul +1 soul +1 underworld soul capacity, 45/50,000. To Qin Shen's surprise, the 8-legged monster dogmount actually had no soul. It looked more like a forced assembly. What on earth is this Holy Royal Family up to? Thud! Xiao Qianqiang stared at the corpses scattered on the ground, then collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. They're dead, all dead. Ha! She never imagined that the Holy Royal Family could actually die. As long as she could escape the encirclement and pursuit, it would be a stroke of luck. The Holy Royal Family's hunting team was completely wiped out. This was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Once, her playmates had been captured right next to the mud where she was hiding. She covered her mouth and nose tightly, not daring to make a sound. Those high and mighty guys lay at her feet like dead dogs. Is it really over just like this? This is a nightmare level main quest dungeon, and the first wave of monsters was taken care of in just a few minutes? How is that possible? Mu Shui, who had remained cold and silent, was the first to shout out loud at this moment. She knew more than others and could feel the shock of it all. The key point was that she had teamed up with many professionals and had never seen such a fighting style. Ordinary professionals fought by relying on health potions and terrain advantages, grinding down the monster's health. Genius/noble professionals fought by leveraging skill advantages and taking damage for each other, pulling monsters one by one to eliminate them. How could they possibly take down 40 monsters in less than a month? Yet, these people had resolved it all in just a few minutes. Such combat power could solo a small map. Just get used to it, we just need to shout 666 from the sidelines. Liu Yang instead comforted Mu Shui, saying that if you're just there to watch, you should have the mindset of a bystander. He took out a large pile of raw lamb skewers and handed them to Mu Shui. Mu Shui, what are you still dawdling for? Grill the meat. Mu Shui blankly took the raw lamb skewers, feeling a sense of unreality. Meow meow meow. What just happened? The cat girl stood there with a dazed expression. I don't know anything, just grill the meat. Sun Yunlong was probably the busiest person there, running back and forth managing the barbecue stand, and the grilled skewers were indeed a specialty. Not long after, the straw field in the distance suddenly rustled. One by one, villagers covered in dirt and looking emaciated appeared. They saw the bodies of the Holy Royal family lying on the ground, their faces filled with terror, and they all took several steps back. It's the hunting team. Run, quick, run. They couldn't confirm whether they were dead or alive and turned to flee. Fear had clearly seeped into their bones. Xiao Qiangqiang hurriedly ran up and shouted, they're dead, they were all killed by the big brother. After shouting for a long time, the villagers finally turned back nervously. After confirming that the Holy Royal family was indeed dead, they all collapsed to the ground. Thank you, outsiders. The dirt-covered village chief stepped forward, looking sincerely at Qin Chen and the others. Poison Fog Village favorability plus 500. Your courage and strength are astonishing. Having wiped out the Holy Royal family's hunting team, you should be able to escape this place smoothly. Head north, that's where the Holy Royal family's defenses are weak. We, the Bobo people, have built underground fortifications there. Take my token, they will accept you, the village chief said as he took off a silver ring and handed it to Qin Chen. Do you accept the village chief's token? The silver ring agreeing will officially join the Bobo people's faction and receive faction tasks. Village chief, you can keep the token, Qin Chen said with a smile. Liu Yang and the others immediately showed confusion. Why did he refuse? This is also good. Leaving the Holy Royal family's sphere of influence, you can live well. The village chief nodded, indicating his understanding. The Holy Royal family can be described as utterly insane. Not everyone is willing to confront them. Village chief, you misunderstand. I want to stay in the village and kill all the Holy Royals around us. That way, we can win faster. Swish, the village chief suddenly looked up, incredulously staring at Qin Chen. He then shook his head and said, I admit you are very strong if you can annihilate the Holy Royal family's hunting team, but if you think that you can kill all the Holy Royals around us like that, you are mistaken. Do you see that peak? At the top, there is a defensive fortress of the Holy Royal family, which not only houses their elite troops but also the flesh and blood monsters they have created, and they are researching diseases inside. There are many strongholds around, and they should be on their way to besiege our village now. You should run quickly while you still can. The village chief was sincere, he did not want the hero to die here. If I run away, won't you all die? After hearing this, the village chief smiled bitterly and said, being here is no different from being dead. Grandpa village chief, Xiao Qiangqiang choked up. I just hope you can take her with you, she is still young and has a lot of time ahead. We will stay in the village, and after we kill all the Holy Royals, we will ascend the fortress. Qin Chen's attitude was very firm. All these Holy Royals around were experienced monsters. How could he possibly leave? Faction mission triggered, defend the village, reward, experience *100000, reward, exquisite treasure chest *1. The Poison Fog village was truly a tragic sight. The houses were all pieced together from broken wooden planks, and the roads were full of potholes and muddy. Some houses had large holes broken into them, with various debris thrown out from inside. It must have been dug out during the hunt by the man-faced dogs. Moreover, the Holy Royal family knew how to exploit the situation, always keeping the population of Poison Fog village within a certain range. Xiao Qiangqiang always thought it was because she could hide, which is why she had survived. But in reality, when the man-faced dogs discovered her, they would just toy with her before letting her go. Heroes, our village's conditions are limited. Please have some food and water. The village chief and other villagers crawled out from the dilapidated houses, bringing forth the meager food and water they had. However, the yellow, muddy water and the unknown dry food that had turned to stone were truly unappetizing for Qin Chen. He could only politely decline. However, he did not take out his own food and water to share. First, he didn't know how long the main storyline quest would last, and what he had was not enough for himself. Second, it could lead to an imbalance in the villagers' mindset. Those living in darkness would not be able to survive if they saw the light. Qin Chen knew that this was the real world. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had passed. the village remained quiet, and the Holy Royal family was nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Why is their efficiency so slow? Qin Chen couldn't help but complain. He was almost unable to hold back his skills: Container Tentacle Summoning Technique, Dispersi Battle Cemetery, Skill Chain, In Corpse Guidance Technique, Skill Chain. All these skills were eagerly waiting to be unleashed. Maybe the Holy Royal family doesn't know yet? Lu Yang analyzed. There are no communication devices here, and if all the people are dead, there's no one to inform them. That makes sense. It's not a good idea for us to keep waiting here. We must think of a way to notify them. Mu Shui, Cat Girl. They were now very suspicious if they were playing the same game. They were afraid that the Holy Royal family would not come to attack and would even notify them. Dark Ranger, my lord, get me ahead of a Holy Royal and shoot it over to the fortress. As you command, my lord. The Dark Ranger immediately stepped forward, drew the bowstring, and an arrow of black energy, tipped with the head of the ghoul Nax, began to charge. Lu Yang, Mu Shui, Catwoman, so thrilling, so arrogant, directly shooting the heads of the hunting team members onto the fortress. The damage wasn't high, but the insult was extremely strong. Just as they were in shock, the Dark Ranger released the bowstring. The black energy arrow, with the head, disappeared into the clouds. Whether it could reach the castle was still uncertain. At that moment, the village chief trembled as he approached, beginning to recount the information about the Poison Fog village. In fact, the Holy Royal family's hunting team captures our villagers not just for experiments. Most of them are sold as slaves. There is a city of the Holy Royal family nearby, inhabited by ordinary residents, and they have a high demand for slaves, so they mainly buy our villagers. That city originally belonged to us, the Bobo people. The Holy Royal family killed us all and shamelessly moved in. The village chief spoke of the past, his eyes filled with hatred. He looked as if he could spit fire. Qin Chen's eyes lit up. A city? How much experience could be gained from that? The village chief didn't notice Qin Chen's expression and continued speaking to himself. The nobles of the Holy Royal family's castle are now actually researching growth potions. They want us to grow as quickly as wheat, then sell us off in batches. It's a disgrace, simply a disgrace. If the growth potion is really developed, I'd rather die than give them any chance. Cough, cough, cough. The village chief was furious to the extreme, coughing violently. Lu Yang shook his head and sighed. Sigh, the Holy Royal family has truly taken their inhumanity to the extreme. Catwoman, it makes me feel so bad. Meow. The Bobo people are so miserable. Who would choose the insane Holy Royal family faction? So, does that mean this hunting team is responsible for capturing slaves, and a convoy to transport slaves will be coming soon? Qin Chen pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Currently, he had a faction mission and couldn't leave the village directly. Moreover, if he left, the entire village would be slaughtered, which weighed heavily on his conscience. It would be better to first eliminate the surrounding Holy Royal family members and then take down the castle. Next, the ghoul, leave the heads behind, just like before with the wooden stakes. Hang all these heads at the village entrance. Next, the ghoul was enjoying its meal. Its claws had turned dark gold, a sign of impending evolution. However, it was still immediately executed Qin Chen's order. It carried several wooden stakes to the village entrance, each adorned with the heads of the Holy Royal family. Now, they just had to wait for the other side to arrive. Another 10 minutes passed. Finally, the convoy carrying the cages slowly approached. The lead vehicle was pulled by a dog with 8 legs. The leader of the Holy Royal family was leisurely sitting in the vehicle when he suddenly saw the heads hanging outside the village and was stunned. This is the heads of our Holy Royal family? How is that possible? By the time he reacted, he was so frightened that he fell from the convoy. Come out, my skeleton. Let's start with an appetizer. Kill. Thunderous pentagrams appeared, and thunder skeletons emerged, axes in hand, ready to strike. The skeletons were not chatty. The Holy Royal family members in the slave convoy were much weaker, and they were all quickly dispatched. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience, 700. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience, 700. You can't kill me. I am the nephew of General Black Sun. General Black Sun is right in the stronghold. If you dare to kill me, he will make you wish you were dead. The leader fell from the vehicle and immediately shouted at the ghoul, Nax. Unfortunately, Nax couldn't understand his words and merely tilted its head in confusion. The Black Sun General? Can it be eaten? Then, it lunged forward and bit off the leader's head. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal leader, gaining experience, 900. The experience provided by this wave of the convoy surged by 10%. The experience from the Holy Royalty is somewhat different, but it's still quite tasty. And the so-called Black Sun General should be the mini-boss of this area. A bunch of scum, all to be slaughtered. Soon, the convoy was annihilated, and with the heads displayed at the castle, it finally caught the attention of the holy royalty, who furiously dispatched their army from nearby strongholds. They quickly surrounded the poison fog village, leaving no escape. Upon seeing the heads hanging at the village entrance, they felt utterly humiliated. "You've come, the more, the better." Wooden stakes stood at the village entrance, with the heads of the holy royalty hanging from them. Their lifeless eyes seemed to tell of past glory. As a result, the villagers of Poison Fog Village were terrified. The village chief rushed over, his face full of anxiety. "This can't be done, this can't be done. Why did you hang the heads of the holy royalty at the village entrance?" Qin Shen smiled at the village chief. "What's the problem? They can hang the bodies of villagers, but we can't hang their heads? That's not the point. You've seen how cruel and ruthless the holy royalty is, and they regard dignity as paramount. Such a thing as hanging their heads at the village entrance has never happened before. The consequences are unimaginable." The village chief was very agitated. The villagers stood behind, their faces filled with worry. "Either way, we're going to die. Why not humiliate them thoroughly before we go? What do you say, village chief?" I just love seeing these guys furious yet unable to do anything to me." Qin Shen turned to look outside the village, his words revealing calmness and confidence. Suddenly, a sharp shriek came from outside the village. Then countless footsteps echoed, heads darting through the woods. They did not reveal themselves but spread out first, completely surrounding the entire Poison Fog village. From their appearance to the encirclement, the whole action was fluid and seamless. It was clear they were professionals at village slaughtering. Roughly estimated, there might be thousands of holy royalty, armed with golden long spears and wearing golden armor. Their equipment was exceptionally refined, and they were no longer riding monstrous dogs with 8 legs but rather heavily armored reptiles, each exhaling white mist, looking quite fierce. Moreover, the killing intent in their eyes was evident. They were clearly used to bloodshed. As they slowly emerged from the woods, their faces twisted in ferocity, preparing to attack, they suddenly saw the heads hanging at the village entrance, and they all froze, the air becoming extremely quiet. The village chief and the villagers present dared not even breathe, their hearts racing wildly. "It's over, it's over." In this eerie silence, a holy royalty riding a blood-red reptile, with a golden diamond crystal embedded between his brows that spread along his forehead to his temples, resembling a pair of golden wings, slowly walked out from the ranks, looking arrogantly at Qin Shen and the others, and spoke in a deep voice. "Outsider, are you the one who hung the heads of my kin at the village entrance?" "Indeed, it was your grandpa," Qin Shen replied defiantly. "Lu Yang and the others." "Big brother, take it easy, I'm scared." The holy royalty's face twisted in rage, the veins in his neck bulging. "You will regret everything you have done. Charge! The holy royalty will not be insulted. The holy royalty will not be insulted." With deafening shouts, the holy royalty began their charge against the village. Their target this time was not Qin Shen or the villagers, but the head hanging at the village entrance. They wanted to erase this humiliation first. Since that's the case, I won't let you succeed. I'll make you furious." Qin Shen raised the dragon magic staff, and a blue light shone forth. "Come forth, my tentacles." Due to the resonance crystal's effect, the tentacle summoning spell was upgraded once again. Container Tentacle Summoning Technique Forbidden Touch Summoning Technique Forbidden Touch Summoning Technique Lv5371. Summon forbidden touches at any time, any place, in any quantity, and in any posture. Cannot move, can act as a perception scout. Consumes 5,000 mana to summon 100 forbidden touches, can be paid in installments, exceeding 100 touches triples the mana cost, and for each day that passes, the mana cost increases by 1,000. As Qin Shen pointed the staff forward, the transparent air suddenly split open in front of the wooden stake filled with heads, and a substance that seemed to surge like black seawater flowed from within. A thick tentacle, about a meter in radius, emerged from the gap, stretching horizontally in midair. The edge of the tentacle perfectly matched the split in the space. The surface of the forbidden touch was covered in sharp teeth, capable of biting independently, and would grip tightly when it touched an enemy. "Ah, what is that thing?" The leading holy royal family member showed terror, hurriedly trying to stop, but inertia carried them forward. The 10-meter-long forbidden touch, lying across the air, slightly lifted and smashed down on 4 holy royal family members, its sharp teeth gnawing through metal armor and heavy scales, producing a screeching sound that made one's teeth ache. -6273, curse spreading, curse activated -3207, gnawing damage -6321, curse spreading, curse activated -3289, gnawing damage -6321, curse spreading, curse activated -3391, gnawing damage. Terrifying damage values burst forth in waves, causing the surrounding holy royal family members to change their expressions. Their first instinct was not to save their companions but to get as far away as possible. "Hee hee, A bunch of hypocritical guys. But this tentacle is really convenient to use. I can summon them one by one, just like tower defense. The key is, they can just pop out of nowhere. That's amazing. Come forth, my tentacles. Come forth, my tentacles. Accompanied by Qin Shen's specific summons, tentacles sprang out from beside the wooden stake heads, forming a square formation. Let's see who can break through. Forbidden touch cannot move level, Lv17 attributes, strength * 4217, agility * 0, intelligence * 0 skill 1, fierce whip. The forbidden touch strikes the target fiercely, dealing 6000 plus impact damage, while also causing suppression, intimidation, and crippling negative control effects. Each fierce strike takes 2.5 seconds, with a certain probability of missing. Skill 2, Forbidden Na. The surface of the forbidden touch grows several sharp teeth, capable of biting through armor or scales, causing permanent damage, with plus 200% damage to magical elemental equipment, each bite dealing 3000 plus damage. Skill 3, Curse Aura. Centered on the forbidden touch, curses all enemies within a 10-meter radius, dealing 10 damage per second, while enhancing perception. When Fierce Whip attacks cursed units, accuracy plus 200%, damage plus 50%, and negative effects like intimidation and suppression plus 50%. Description: where does the nutritional blood and flesh ultimately flow to? At the village entrance, 20 forbidden touches appeared, instantly toppling the Holy Royal family members who had come. As long as they were pinned down, without the help of companions, they could forget about getting up. They would be directly gnawed to death. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family's sanction team, gaining experience, 3000. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal family's sanction team, gaining experience, 3000. From other directions of the village, intense crashing sounds erupted. Qin Shen raised the dragon magic staff, and the blue light shone once more. Tentacles of taboo emerged around the village in a circle. The scene was extremely horrifying. What is this thing? Foster father, aren't you a necromancer? When did necromancers start summoning tentacles? Shouldn't it be the bones of the tentacles? Are you stupid? Meow? Tentacles don't have bones. Ah, they don't? The first time was unfamiliar. The second time was familiar. At the beginning of the battle, Lu Yang and the others had already set up the barbecue stall again. The middle-aged man, Sun Yunlong, seemed to be bent over by life, his whole being exuding the bitterness of a middle-aged man. He ignored the Holy Royal family attacking the village and focused on his barbecue, making sure Qin Shen enjoyed it. According to him, everyone was just living day by day. As for the villagers of Poison Fog Village, they had long been scared out of their wits, unable to react at all. Xiao Qianqiang had become addicted to eating, scampering over without caring whether the Holy Royal family could hold the defense outside, as long as she could eat her fill first. However, the rows of taboo tentacles surrounding the village, standing 10 meters tall, still provided a sense of security. With my 100 taboo tentacles, may I ask how you plan to respond? On the other side, the Holy Royal family had already been broken down by the heads hanging from the wooden stakes. How could the noble Holy Royal family allow such an insulting thing to happen? But the square defense formed by 20 taboo tentacles made it impossible for them to approach. Unforgivable. The Holy Royal family, riding a blood-red crawling beast, slowly walked out in anger. The golden patterns on his forehead, resembling wings, began to glow and grow stronger. Qin Shen immediately became interested. It seems like he is about to explode with power. It looks like my heads weren't hung out for nothing. I've directly forced out the opponent's ultimate move. Captain of the Holy Royal Family Sanction Team, Nightmare Level Elite Monster, Level, Lv20, Health, 175,000, Attributes, Strength * 2731, Speed * 2061, Intelligence * 2289, Skill 1, Stage 1 Transformation. The Holy Royal Family, through various cruel experiments, ultimately combined with a specially cultivated ancient disease, can induce certain conditions for their kin to undergo transformation and metamorphosis. Each transformation grants immense power, and after 3 transformations, they will ascend to a higher and more perfect life form. Not yet successful. The captain of the sanction team is still in the first stage of transformation, gaining plus 700 strength, plus 500 agility, and accelerating the operation of holy energy by 50%. In extreme emotional states, there is a very small chance to trigger holy cells, temporarily gaining immense power, but dying after the state disappears. Skill 2, Energy Beam. The captain of the sanction team can condense energy through the holy crystal in his forehead, firing a high-energy scorching beam with an effective attack range of 300 meters. As the distance increases, the damage decreases, causing continuous burning damage of 3,000 to 15,000 points. After releasing once, the captain will fall into a state of exhaustion and weakness. Skill 3, Holy Light Descends. The captain of the sanction team can temporarily activate the holy cells within his body through secret methods, gaining an additional plus 700 strength and plus 500 agility, increasing the number of energy beam releases to 3/3 times, and activating 3 additional abilities, Holy Strike, Holy Transfer, and Holy Shield. The state lasts for 10 minutes, and after it ends, he cannot use holy energy for 3 days. Skill 4, Punishment Squad Banner. The Punishment Squad of the Holy Royal Family can share, convert, and output divine energy, achieving a resonance frequency, with a synergy increase of plus 200%. Strength attributes increase by 20%, agility attributes increase by 20%, and defense increases by 20%. Information can be shared rapidly. Introduction. Where does the path of divine transformation lead? Cough cough cough. The path of divine transformation. The ambitions of the Holy Royal Family are too great. If we follow the usual pattern of the Black Abyss dungeon, practitioners might be able to transition to the divine transformation path of the Holy Royal Family. By that calculation, it would also be a rare special profession, but whether it will yield a good outcome in the end is anyone's guess. The level 25 job transition is crucial. The divine transformation path will likely attract many practitioners, or rather, the Lee Corporation has already begun researching it. Qin Shen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The negative impact of the Black Abyss dungeon on reality is almost catastrophic. Meanwhile, the captain of the punishment squad had golden wing-like patterns glowing on his forehead. Both strength and agility attributes were rapidly increasing. The divine energy felt as if it were about to overflow. His golden glowing eyes were fixed intently on the head impaled on the wooden stake. Then he charged forward on the blood-red scale beast. The Holy Royal Family, their heads are really hard. Perhaps, this is a point to exploit. By creating an item that insults the Holy Royal Family, it would come with infinite provocation. Buzz, the forbidden touch, did not show him any mercy, delivering a powerful strike directly down. The diamond crystal on the captain's forehead then shone with a blazing light, releasing a high-energy beam the thickness of a finger, striking the forbidden touch. The mouth on the surface of the forbidden touch opened wide and began to swallow the high-energy beam. Strangely, there was no reduction in health points for the forbidden touch. Instead, a series of golden characters appeared at the root of the forbidden touch, connected to a deeper unknown space. Plus 7,500. The Lord of the Forbidden Touch expresses great satisfaction. Plus 7,500. The Lord of the Forbidden Touch expresses great satisfaction. What the hell is going on? Qin Shen was shocked. He had originally planned to sacrifice one forbidden touch and then immediately strike down the second. But the forbidden touch could directly consume the divine energy beam? The blood food swallowed by the mouth of the tentacle clearly led somewhere. This was akin to a sacrifice. No way, my blazing beam can even pierce through an obsidian shield. How could it be eaten? What on earth is this thing? The captain of the punishment squad shouted in disbelief. His mindset finally shattered. However, facing the descending forbidden touch and its terrifying sharp teeth, he did not hesitate at all. He raised his right arm, and divine energy began to spread and intertwine along the round shield, quickly forming a thick and wide divine shield. Bang! The forbidden touch slammed into the divine shield, and it actually held up. The sharp teeth on the forbidden touch began to gnaw at the divine shield, and this time it was much sturdier. After biting down, it only left a few sharp tooth marks, and to completely gnaw it away would likely take a considerable amount of time. The captain of the punishment squad was also struggling. His body was bent, pressing his shoulder firmly against the divine shield. The blood-red scale beast beneath him was even pressed into the ground. What are you all still looking at? Come over and help. The captain of the punishment squad angrily scolded the team members who were still dazed in the distance. But soon, he despairingly realized that the outsider's movements were even faster than his. What the other party said made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The test is over. It's time to end all of this. Captain of the punishment squad? There are still trump cards? The forbidden touch surrounded the village like a tower defense. The 10-meter-tall figure rose and fell, each time crashing down to send the Holy Royal Family tumbling. The only drawback was its slow attack frequency. It took 2.5 seconds to rise and fall again, requiring other tentacles to fill the gap to prevent the Holy Royal Family from rushing in. As long as the Holy Royal Family was pinned down by the tentacles, they were basically doomed. Some members of the Holy Royal Family sensed something was off and dared not charge in. Instead, they took out crossbow bolts and shot at the forbidden touch, each time hitting the sharp mouths scattered across the tentacle surface, which would then quickly crush and swallow them. This thing had a broader menu than the ghoul Naxes. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Family's Judgment Squad, gaining experience. 3,000 congratulations, you have killed a member of the Holy Royal Family's Judgment Squad, gaining experience. 3,000 congratulations, you have killed a scale-armored beast, Gaining experience, 700. As the kill notifications continued to ring out, the experience points skyrocketed as if they had eaten gunpowder. The experience provided by the Judgment Squad was incredibly enticing. 3,000 points of experience was unparalleled among all nightmare dungeons. Moreover, there were still many more Holy Royal family members in sight, all of which were pure experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv18, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, health +400, mana +100. All free attributes were allocated to intelligence. At the same time, the attribute cap for all summon creatures was further unlocked. The attributes of already summoned creatures remained unchanged. The battles came quickly and left just as fast. Attacking the flanks and rear of the Holy Royal family, not a single one had made a sound. Currently, 80% were dead. The remaining Holy Royal family members with any combat capability were just the captain of the Judgment Squad at the village entrance and a few subordinates he led. The captain of the Judgment Squad had a wing-shaped golden pattern glowing on his forehead, his entire arm bracing against the holy shield, struggling against the crashing forbidden touch. He was genuinely scared now, so he shouted urgently to those behind him, "Hurry, what are you waiting for? Come help me." His subordinate team members hesitated. After all, if the captain couldn't hold on, what could they do? Go to their deaths? This is an order. Anyone who disobeys will be sent to the castle. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the subordinate team members turned fearful. Compared to the forbidden touch, they were more afraid of being sent to the castle, a place where no one should be. Thus, the holy diamond crystals on their foreheads began to glow, transmitting to the captain while they moved forward, grabbing their long spears with both hands and stabbing fiercely at the forbidden touch, pressing down on the captain. Squish squish, juices splattered. -3,897, -3,902, -3,919. A series of damage values popped up, instantly boosting the morale of the Judgment Squad members. There was hope. The forbidden touch recoiled in pain, shaking and lifting up, allowing the captain of the Judgment Squad to escape. The team members wore victorious smiles. The forbidden touch was not invincible, it could be killed. The next moment, the captain of the Judgment Squad directly abandoned the blood-red scale-armored beast beneath him, took a step, and turned to run without hesitation. Golden light threads burst forth from both sides of his feet, intertwining in the air to form a rudimentary wing shape. He ran with all his might, even using holy energy. This left the Judgment Squad members who had come to save him dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. "Ha, this is hilarious." Lu Yong threw his head back and laughed heartily. "The Holy Royal family is really hypocritical, meow." The cat girl couldn't help but comment. The name sounds so grand, yet the way they act is so despicable. When subordinates come to save him, he just runs away after being rescued, just like some leaders in Jialan. "I really want to scratch them to death, meow. Right now, I just want to know, is this tentacle serious?" Mu Shui also joined the complaining army, though her focus was a bit strange. "Mu Shui, something's off with you." "No, I'm not." At that moment, Qin Shen suddenly spoke up, instantly capturing everyone's attention. To put it bluntly, the Holy Royal family bullies the weak and fears the strong. They see the Bobo people have no ability to resist, so they take advantage of them, even squeezing out the last bit of value. But when they encounter tough opponents, they back down, unable to muster any fighting spirit, yet their pride is incredibly strong. To put it nicely, they are just good at bullying the weak. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. At this point, Mu Shui curiously asked, "Are we just going to let the captain of the Judgment Squad escape after he got out of the tentacles' attack range?" "Mu Shui, you really like tentacles. Go away, don't say nonsense." Mu Shui's usually cold cheeks turned rare shades of red. "Of course we can't let him run. The captain of the Judgment Squad has the most experience. But how do we?" Everyone looked at Qin Chen, who seemed unhurried, filled with curiosity. The captain of the Judgment Squad was running too fast, almost like flying at low altitude. He was nearly out of sight. How could they catch him? Qin Chen didn't hide it and shouted directly, "Dark Ranger, my lord!" A well-built Dark Ranger, cloaked and hooded, knelt on one knee with a longbow in hand. Right hand of the underworld. The world changed in Qin Chen's eyes, allowing him to see and manipulate souls directly. A ball of azure soul floated in the right hand of the underworld. Lost newborn, activate. Qin Chen channeled the soul and then slapped it onto the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul consumption, 1 point, underworld soul capacity, 44/50,000 Death as Whisper, triggered strength attribute +5, random, health/mana restored 1000 as the soul infused into the Dark Ranger's chest. She suddenly lifted her head, her ruby-like eyes shining brightly. A surge of power flowed within her, and 5 flames ignited in front of her longbow. Soulfire, 5/5, next shot range plus 100 kilometers, damage plus 50,000, penetrates all things, can carry piercing characteristics, ignites the soul upon hitting the enemy, causing 3,000 points of soul burn damage per second, along with negative effects like pain, confinement, and disability. The Dark Ranger's blood-red eyes looked in the direction of the fleeing captain of the Judgment Squad, then aimed her longbow at the sky, slowly drawing the bowstring. A jumping soul fire extinguished and merged into the arrow of the Dark Ranger. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the charged arrow reached its peak, the entire arrow suddenly ignited with ghostly green flames. This was a flame that all living beings despised, directly burning the soul. The Dark Ranger released the bowstring, and the arrow engulfed in ghostly green flames instantly vanished into the horizon. A few seconds later, terrifying damage numbers appeared. -80,000, soul ignited, crippling strike -5,000, -5,000, -5,000 from the distant jungle. The captain of the Judgment Squad's wails echoed. -5,000, -5,000, -5,000. The soul burn deducting health made him wish for death. He could only roll on the ground, hoping the pain would lessen a bit. Unfortunately, this was damage to the soul, which could not be physically shielded. The screams here shocked the team members for an entire year. Liu Yang prided himself on being used to it, but upon seeing this scene, he still couldn't help but gape. Fog grass, this is too awesome. What was that skill just now? It instantly boosted the Dark Ranger and killed the captain of the Judgment Squad from kilometers away? My goodness, I can't be dreaming, right? Mu Shui looked at Qin Shen with a complex expression. 1 arrow, 80,000 damage, plus a burning effect that continuously drains health. This can't just be described as abnormal. Meow meow meow, brother Qin Shen, are you interested in joining our Gallon organization? Just a nominal membership is fine, please. The cat girl's eyes sparkled as she turned to Qin Shen and acted cute. Your Gallon organization is a hidden black market. After this dungeon ends, can you help me see if there are any skills for necromancers? Qin Shen had wanted to ask this for a long time. Skills were of utmost importance to him, far more than equipment or items. Of course there are, meow. Can it be paid in installments? Installments? The cat girl scratched her head in confusion, then nodded firmly. Yes, Nix, come. Qin Shen snapped his fingers. In the distance, a ghoul named Nix, holding a leg in its mouth, looked up in confusion, then glanced angrily at the pile of remains, and howled as it came to Qin Shen's side. It looked like it was complaining. The body was completely eaten. Who could it be? The forbidden touch swayed nearby, its sharp beak swallowing the last bite, pretending nothing happened. Go drag the captain of the Judgment Squad over here, and don't eat anything on the way. I need to ask him a few questions. I can let you eat after it's over. As soon as Qin Shen said this, Nix instantly became excited. It frantically dug its claws into the ground and sprinted towards the captain of the Judgment Squad. Liu Yang and the others watched with twitching mouths. Could they trust the ghoul Nix to come back intact? Sure enough, a few minutes later, the distant woods echoed with the captain of the Judgment Squad's piercing screams. The team members shook their heads. How could the ghoul Nix resist? A meat bun thrown to a dog, could the meat bun come back? However, Qin Shen had great trust in Nix. Time passed second by second. Nix appeared from the woods, biting the captain of the Judgment Squad by the thigh, and placed him in front of Qin Shen, its expectant gaze seeming to seek praise. The captain was still groaning in pain, with all his fingers and toes gnawed down to the bone. It was a pitiful sight. As Qin Shen approached, the captain trembled in fear. I have a few questions for you. If you can answer them, I might consider letting you go. Really? I will tell you everything. The captain's eyes lit up as he hurriedly replied. You are currently in the first stage of transformation, the strongest holy royal in this area. What stage of transformation is the Black Sun General? The Black Sun General has completed the second stage of transformation, both body and soul have transformed, and he is now seeking the third stage of transformation, which is a higher state of life. Don't worry, currently only 20 holy royals can reach the third stage of transformation, and only our king can achieve the cocooning after the third stage. Already completed the second stage of transformation? Qin Shen frowned slightly. To be honest, the path of extraordinary transformation for the holy royals was quite strong and a good class choice at level 25, but unfortunately, it did not fit his career characteristics. Moreover, this was something the holy royals developed through disease research, and it was hard to say what the end of the transformation path would lead to. After all the effort to reach the end, only to become a monster, who would he complain to? Is the Black Sun General the strongest in this area? Qin Shen continued to inquire. He needed to clarify the enemy's power limits, otherwise, if a monstrous being suddenly appeared, it could easily take him down. The Black Sun General is indeed the strongest. He has 12 fierce generals under him, all at the second stage of transformation. One of the generals even gave me guidance. allowing me to smoothly enter the first stage of transformation. The captain of the punitive squad said, sounding a bit proud. So what's the deal with the castle? Shin asked, puzzled, maintaining an attitude of asking when he didn't understand. According to the information he had received earlier, the castle was a more terrifying existence than the Black Sun General. How could it be weaker in combat power? That is the Duke's castle, which can communicate directly with the royal family. It specializes in the research of ancient diseases and promotes the development of the sacred path of transformation. The Black Sun General spent 10 years in the castle, exploring the sacred path of transformation with his own body, and ultimately succeeded in entering the third stage of transformation. It can be said that the Duke's castle created the Black Sun General. The captain of the punitive squad became even prouder, lifting his head high. Such a feat could only be accomplished by their sacred royal family. I see, I understand now. Shin nodded, gaining some understanding of the power dynamics in this area. He then waved to the ghoul. Naxus, it's up to you. Roar! Naxus excitedly crawled over, looking at the captain of the punitive squad, whose face was twisted in terror. You can't take my word for it. I said to let you go, but I didn't say where to let you go. How can that not count? Congratulations, you have successfully killed a captain of the punitive squad, gaining experience. 4,500, obtained item, Sacred Shield, Platinum level. Ghoul Naxus devoured the head of the punitive squad captain, gaining evolution points plus 25, strength attribute plus 25, sacred energy plus 100. Your Ghoul Naxus begins to evolve. Naxus suddenly stopped eating, then stood up, staring in shock at its dark golden claws. Immediately, its sharp claws blossomed like flowers, forming a terrifying harvesting disc. As its will moved, the blossomed claws suddenly retracted. Harvesting disc, blossomed claws that can vibrate and cut through the enemy's body, capable of piercing armor with double the attack's defense, while dealing 6,000 points of tearing damage, with a 100% chance to trigger bleeding, maiming, and other effects. Naxus finally evolved, and the attack power is as high as 6,000. Not bad, not bad. Congratulations, you have completed the faction task. Defend the village, gaining faction points plus 500, gained favorability from the Poison Fog village plus 3,000, gained experience, 150,000, obtained reward, exquisite treasure chest. Faction task triggered, task direction options. Continue to defend the Poison Fog village. Eliminate the stronghold of the sacred royal family. Capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Bobo people. Extremely dangerous. Note, all tasks are part of a task chain, and each choice will lead to changes in subsequent tasks. The faction task, Defend the Village, has finally been completed. Shin saw other team members glowing with white light, indicating that they had also gained considerable experience. The Black Abyss dungeon distributes rewards based on the percentage of effort contributed. Thus, they were destined to only gain a little experience. But that was still much better than fighting monsters on their own in the dungeon. Let's continue with the faction task. I think we should choose the third option, to capture the invaded city and liberate the enslaved Bobo people. What do you all think? After all, they were on the same team, so it was necessary to ask for others' opinions. Liu Yang, foster father, I'll follow you no matter what you choose. Because whether it's easy or hard, the sacred royal family can beat the crap out of me. Catgirl, it's all up to you, brother Chen. After we exit the dungeon, you can help me out, and I'll get you a skill book for the necromancer. How about that? Chen gave her an okay gesture. As long as there were skill books, everything would be fine. Mu Shui, Sun Yunlong, awesome, I leveled up twice and got a piece of golden equipment. Is there any work I can do? Seeing that everyone was looking up to him, Shin said no more. He simply chose the third faction mission. Capture the invading city, liberate the slave Bobos, these damned holy royals, just kill them. Let them experience what the hell is called a necromantic disaster. Faction mission, accepted successfully, experience reward, 500,000, equipment reward, starry quality equipment chest *1, other rewards, perfect quality chest *1, share in city economy *1, 500,000 experience, and a starry quality equipment chest? It is well known that above diamond quality equipment is starry quality, which is rare and hard to come by. Any practitioner who can obtain starry quality equipment would cherish it and use it until death. A level 20 starry quality equipment can rival a level 30 diamond quality equipment. One can imagine its preciousness. This city must be broken, this mission must be completed. Oh, and a delicate chest. A heavy chest appeared out of nowhere and then thudded down in front of Chen. Made of metal, with intricate patterns. As the chest slowly opened, a blue light burst forth from within. A skill book appeared, spinning. Skill book. Shen's eyes lit up, quickly grabbing the skill book in his hands. The heavy chest randomly transformed into black smoke and disappeared. Congratulations, you opened the delicate chest and obtained the skill book, Frost Armor, Necromancer, Undead Mage, Water Mage, Arcane Mage, can all learn it, skill introduction, an extremely cold armor that can freeze surrounding enemies or slow down the movement and attack speed of powerful enemies, can be cast on oneself or allies, increasing armor value, 1000 points, mana cost, 500, duration, 1 hour, a very ordinary skill. Freezing might have some effect, but Qin Shen was not worried at all because he had the Resonance Crystal. As long as it was a skill, he could take it without thinking. Resonance Crystal, activated, Frost Armor, upgrading continuously, Extreme Cold Magic Armor Lv8326, Necromancer, Ice Mage can learn, skill introduction, release pure extreme cold elements, combining them around the body into armor through special secret methods, providing indestructible defense, armor plus 100,000. Providing magical power boost, running speed plus 50m/s, jumping, attack speed, etc. are also affected. Extreme cold aura spreads, all enemies within a 50-meter range enter frozen/slow state, and continuously lose 100 health points/second, mana cost, 3000 points, target unit, self or allies, duration, 3 hours, group release, consumes 15,000 mana points, can designate 10 allies to receive the effect of extreme cold magic armor, great bonus. Wait, doesn't this seem like a group release with half mana cost? In any case, as a single target defensive skill, it's still very appealing, and there are no restrictions on the size of friendly units. 10 meters tall and 1 meter tall are completely different, so I don't know how the specific release is calculated. Current mana, 4835/7500, regenerates 20 mana per second. As the skill level increased, the mana became increasingly insufficient. The mana bonus from the equipment was also minimal. 3000 mana almost consumed half of it. I need to quickly get some equipment and items to increase the mana limit. I hope completing this mission can solve it. Without further ado, Qin Shen immediately found the village chief and inquired about the specific location of the invaded city. The village chief was still in a daze, calling out several times without any response. The Holy Royal family has been completely annihilated? How is that possible? Incredible. Village chief, don't talk about those Holy Royal families. If I liberate the invaded city, those Holy Royal families will have to make way for you, the true natives, to resettle and establish your lives. Qin Shen said with a smile, his words full of confidence. The other teammates nodded in agreement, expressing that Qin Shen was very reliable. He could really make it happen. The village chief was stunned for a long time, tears suddenly welling up, and with a thud, he knelt down to bow to Qin Shen. Hey, village chief, let's talk properly. Qin Shen jolted and quickly supported the village chief. The village chief did not insist any longer but looked at Qin Shen with tearful eyes and continued, we Bobo people actually have our own ancient heritage. Unlike the Holy Royal family, we can't rise to power in one step, but we excel in abundant magical power, which can greatly develop the potential of our Bobo people. However, this is also what the Holy Royal family covets. If they analyze and integrate our heritage, it would perfectly compensate for their physical shortcomings, and they might really be able to walk the path of holy transformation. At that time, the disaster for our Bobo people will come. It must be that the favorability had reached a certain level for the village chief to reveal such a secret. Qin Shen could no longer hear anything else, his mind only filled with two phrases. Blue more, endlessly. No matter how others viewed the Bobo people's heritage, to him, it was an SSS-level job transfer heritage. Village chief, can I obtain the heritage job transfer? Qin Shen asked directly without beating around the bush. Of course you can. You are the benefactor of our Bobo people and fully qualified to obtain the heritage, the village chief said without hesitation. But, we Bobo people have hidden the heritage treasure specifically to prevent the Holy Royal family from getting their hands on it. You can only obtain the true heritage if you acquire the heritage treasure. Is the heritage treasure still there? Of course, it's in the underground defenses to the north, but with just my token, it might not be enough for you to obtain the heritage. As long as it's there, everything else can be discussed. At worst, I'll slaughter the entire Holy Royal family to give you a boost. The village chief suddenly looked up. The Holy Royal family, General's mansion. The Black Sun General, who was 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall, was sitting on a luxurious golden white chair. Layers of fat hung down on him, the golden light shining like a breath, illuminating the fat before quickly dimming. The golden diamond crystal at his brow emitted golden stripes along his skin, converging towards his eyes, transforming into a point at the center of his pupils. The golden light radiated like sunlight. Around him were 5 or 6 members of the Holy Royal family, diligently serving him. Compared to the Holy Royal family members, they were quite small. It was estimated that running a lap around the Black Sun General would leave them exhausted. At that moment, a Holy Royal Family informant hurriedly walked in, kneeling on one knee and shouting, "General, there has been a riot in the Poison Fog Village." "Riot?" The Black Sun General raised an eyebrow, pushing aside the person on his belly with his finger. "What kind of riot? Tell me." "The people of Poison Fog Village seem to have rioted. The entire slave team has not returned." The Black Sun General was taken aback, then sneered, "These Bobo people are really tenacious. Even at this point, they dare to resist. In that case, let's send them all to the castle." As soon as the word castle was mentioned, the Holy Royal Family guards standing nearby trembled in unison. It was as if these two words were rooted in a terror deep within the marrow. "At your command." Moments later, the Sacred Royal Informant rushed in again, breathless. "What now?" General Airy was in high spirits, but his mood soured at the interruption. The Sacred Royal Informant wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, "The entire slave team is dead. They even stuck the heads of the slave team at the village entrance, and the guards around the castle have found arrows with the head of the slave team captain on them." Upon hearing this, General Airy was stunned. A group of malnourished Bobo people could kill the slave team? He quickly realized that there might be outsiders in the Poison Fog Village and changed his tone. "Send a punitive squad to wipe out the entire Poison Fog Village. That outsider must be captured and hung at the village entrance with the heads of our Sacred Royal Family." "Humph, he really is tired of living." "At your command." Suddenly, the Sacred Royal Informant burst in from outside, stumbling and shouting, "The punitive squad has also been wiped out. Mysterious giant tentacles have appeared around Poison Fog Village, and it was these tentacles that killed all the members of the punitive squad." "What?" General Airy stood up abruptly, instinctively tightening his grip. The sound of bones cracking echoed. Then, a pale body exploded, splattering flesh and limbs all over those nearby. But they didn't dare to scream. "Damn it, how audacious of the outsider! Prepare my dragon horse beast. I want to personally go to Poison Fog Village." The people of the Sacred Royal Family scattered, some preparing, some wiping the floor. At that moment, 5 shadows suddenly appeared outside, clad in armor that only professionals would wear. "General, please don't act impulsively." The leading man took a deep breath and approached with a smile. Lin Moshwan, an elite professional from the Lee Corporation, a berserker currently at level Lv24, just one level away from his job transfer quest, had set his sights on the sacred transformation path of the Sacred Royal Family, as had other members of the Lee Corporation, including Li Xinggang. "Outsider, do you have anything to say?" Seeing that they were professionals, General Airy's anger and excitement eased slightly, and he asked with a serious face. This was the advantage professionals had over the natives. As long as the Black Abyss instance confirmed their entry into the faction, anyone in the faction would be quite tolerant of professionals, at least giving them a chance to speak. Lin Moshwan needed enough faction points to gain the opportunity for a job transfer. At the same time, he could also take down Qin Chen and earn rewards from the Lee Corporation. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? "General, it's like this. I know about that outsider in Poison Fog Village. His strength is extremely weak. You could easily crush him with a single finger." Lin Moshwan said respectfully. General Airy nodded in satisfaction. After all, he was a being at the 3rd stage of sacred transformation. Crushing the opponent with a finger was only natural. However, hearing it from these outsiders was still quite gratifying. "But this person is very cunning and willing to take big risks for small gains. He specifically prepares some poisonous items or one-time use magical items that can kill instantly. You know, we outsiders have all sorts of strange things, and he specializes in collecting these, just waiting to ambush others." Upon hearing this, General Airy's brows furrowed tightly. His life state was currently in chaos, sometimes even beyond his control. If he were to deal with any poisonous items, he might really die suddenly. Lin Moshwan smiled and continued after speaking to General Airy, "Please hand him over to us. As fellow outsiders, we are well aware of his methods. Do you really need me, the general, to deal with such lowly life forms?" General Airy nodded in satisfaction. He sat back down on the luxurious wide chair and said to Lin Moshwan, "As long as you handle the outsiders in the Poison Fog Village, I can give you 3 great treasure chests. Money, women, equipment, and divine power. Whatever you want, I can provide." Upon hearing this, Lin Moshwan was overjoyed. Immediately, a prompt appeared before him asking if he wanted to accept the faction mission. Faction mission, defend the colonial city. He did not show his excitement but knelt down with his 4 teammates, bowing their heads. "Thank you for your recognition, General. We will not disappoint your expectations." General Airy nodded and waved his hand impatiently, urging them to leave quickly. Once Lin Moshwan and the others exited the general's residence, they hurriedly made their way to the colonial city. Defend the colonial city, mission accepted, the Holy Royal Family, colonial city. Tall and imposing members of the royal family walked through the city built by the Bobo people, enjoying the plundered delicacies and fine wines. Their faces displayed a sense of superiority and blatant disdain for other beings. Meanwhile, the original inhabitants, the Bobo people, were locked in iron cages in the slave market on the west side of the city, their necks shackled with heavy chains, being bought amidst the bargaining of the Holy Royal Family, sometimes receiving lashes that left their skin torn and bleeding. Numbness was the only emotion reflected in their eyes. At that moment, above the western city wall, the calm space began to twist, as if shedding its clothing. Behind the curtain of space, Mu Shue's cold and beautiful face appeared, followed by a sudden flick of her right arm, revealing an invisibility cloak-like equipment. Qin Shen emerged from under her arm, hands in pockets, walking to the edge of the city wall, gazing out at the entire colonial city. Wow, there are quite a few people, conservatively estimated to be around 200,000. However, the living conditions were too shabby. The low and small houses resembled a slum, and the roads between the houses were muddy dirt paths. Most critically, the entire city lacked dedicated sewage channels, with people relieving themselves right on the streets. Some more refined members of the Holy Royal Family would use a basin and then pour it onto the street. Qin Shen silently pinched his nose, finding it a bit outrageous. Soon after, several people emerged from Mu Shue's invisibility cloak, their overall posture resembling eagles catching chicks, with Qin Shen wrapping his arms around Mu Shue's waist closely behind her. The close contact caused a blush to appear on Mu Shue's cheeks. However, once they officially appeared, they all frowned and pinched their noses. Ugh, it stinks. My eyes are watering. Lu Yang had just stepped out, squinting his eyes into a line, tears streaming uncontrollably. Meow. The cat girl followed, as if struck by a blow, immediately sticking out her little tongue and wanting to retreat back into Mu Shue's arms, only to be ruthlessly pushed away. Yu, the middle-aged man Sun Yunlong, who had once seen broken corpses, adapted very well, showing no signs of vomiting. Perhaps he had developed resistance in strange places. Mu Shui watched as everyone exited, then waved her arm to cover herself again. She would not come out for anything. I really can't stand these Holy Royal Family members. Their names sound so domineering, but at least they should have some standards. Qin Shen raised the dragon magic staff, consuming 1,000 mana, and cast an extreme cold magic armor on himself. A light blue icy current quickly intertwined around Qin Shen, ultimately enveloping him from head to toe. The icy, fresh air instantly revived him. As for the others, he couldn't care less. With 1,000 points of magic power to deal with these things, would he still be attacking the city? However, the others had their ways. Lu Yang took out a stone mask, and after putting it on his face, he could breathe immediately. The cat girl used a bubble skill to cover her head, looking like an astronaut. The middle-aged man, Sun Yunlong, leisurely took out a mask. It seems we can't have the barbecue stall. Everyone can just stand here and enjoy the undead calamity instead. As for why Qin Shen and the others relied on Mu Shue's stealth cloak to come to the West City Wall, it was because there were strongholds of the Holy Royal Family all around. To reach this colonial city, they would have to fight their way through, which was quite troublesome. It was better to sneak in and then go for a big move directly. At that moment, a vigilant voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Qin Shen turned his head to see 5 guards of the Holy Royal Family holding long spears. The golden diamond crystals between their brows shone brightly. Qin Shen glanced at them and smiled slightly. Guess. He then raised the magic dragon staff in his hand and began to chant. Come forth, my Dispersi Battle Cemetery. Dispersi Battle Cemetery Lv12374 summons 5 Super Sea Battle Cemeteries from another world, each with 5 completely different sea grave trenches: Ship Grave Trench, Sea Monster Grave Trench, Piranha Grave Trench, Ocean Serpent Grave Trench, Abyss Fishman Grave Trench, all skeletal types. Every 10 seconds, 30 different types of ocean skeletons emerge from each trench. Summon quantity, unlimited. Skill duration, unlimited. Blue mana cost 5,000 points. Mana deduction doubles every hour. Chanting time required, 30 seconds. The Skeleton Cemetery summoning skill chain is currently one of Qin Shen's ultimate moves. The level increase every second during this time makes its terror unpredictable. The only downside is the additional 30 seconds of chanting time. Qin Shen could understand this. After all, such a destructive skill needs time to unfold its domain. The 5 guards of the Holy Royal Family also sensed something was off and confirmed Qin Shen's power. According to their racial characteristics, they would not take the risk to approach but immediately scattered to escape, intending to inform others of this news. Quick, there's an enemy attack. Notify the city defense general. I'll inform the city lord. The enemy is coming fiercely. We must take it seriously. Right. I'll go find some people first. The Holy Royal Family guards spoke with righteous words and then hurriedly fled. But before they had taken a few steps, a massive object appeared in the sky, blocking the light above their heads. The shadow spread rapidly, even threatening to engulf the entire city. The 5 guards of the Holy Royal Family? They stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the sky. They saw the sky ripple like the ocean. No, it should be said that it had turned into a deep sea, the unfathomable dark trench making them tremble, and it seemed to be inverted, as if the entire ocean was about to pour out from it. However, these were just their imaginations. The dark trench remained inverted in the air, calm, with not a drop of seawater falling. Accompanied by Qin Chen's chanting, the sea trench cemetery slowly unfolded, and they could vaguely see some things within. The next moment, the central sea battle trench emitted the creaking sounds of ships. A large ship, reduced to nothing but bones, faintly emerged from the dark sea trench cemetery, and then broke through the critical point, crashing down above the colonial city, the 20-meter-long broken ship's bottom smashing hard against the city wall. Boom! The city wall collapsed, and the broken ship's bones slid toward the center of the colonial city along the stone bricks. The pitch-black mass stood tall, and the tattered planks of the ship were filled with pirate skeletons brandishing curved blades. They believed they were robbing and plundering a city, their jaws excitedly clacking together in a cacophony of cheers and celebrations. At that moment, whether teammates, the Holy Royal Family, or the professional team from the Lee Corporation, they all gazed at the 5 suddenly emerging trenches. Their minds were filled with a single character. In the colonial city of the Holy Royal Family, at the Lord's mansion, Lin Moshwan quickly entered with 4 teammates. Upon seeing the colonial lord, he first cupped his hands in salute. "My lord, we have received the order from General Black Sun to come and protect this city. My city does not need your protection." The thin, bamboo-like lord of the Holy Royal Family stood with his hands behind his back at the window, his expression full of arrogance. Lin Moshwan exchanged glances with his teammates, then his expression shifted. He took out 5 gold bars exchanged from the bank from the warehouse, stacking them together, radiating a tempting golden sheen. A small tray supported them, which he then presented to the side of the Holy Royal Lord. The Lord glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, immediately showing signs of delight, but he had to maintain his composure. His lips twitched uncontrollably, yet he managed to suppress it. "My lord, we do not doubt your abilities, nor do we wish to showcase ourselves." Lin Moshwan continued to hold the gold. "Rather, the outsiders threatening the city are our sworn enemies. We need to leverage your power to encircle and eliminate this outsider, while also removing the threat to the city. These 5 gold bars are our token of goodwill. Please accept them." "Outsider, is he worth such trouble? As far as I know, he is merely one of the pigmen. What kind of storm can such a person stir?" The Lord turned around, discreetly accepting the 5 gold bars, his fingers trembling as they brushed over their surface. Such luster, such uniformity, he had never seen before. "My lord, you are correct. This outsider is far weaker than us. It is no exaggeration to say that if we meet, I could immediately knock his teeth out." Lin Moshwan nodded in agreement. "So weak?" The Lord seemed somewhat surprised. He handed the 5 gold bars to a servant and stretched his arms, saying, "If that's the case, I could easily kill this outsider, right? Of course, my lord is stronger than us, so it would be effortless. But this outsider is notoriously treacherous. It is said that this city has only one water source, and I believe he will definitely poison this river, and it will be contagious, causing half the city's population to die immediately." The Lord was shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Exactly, besides that, he can also cast wind magic to blow the poison powder into the city, with the same effect. So what do you suggest we do now?" "My lord, first recall all the Holy Royal soldiers from every outpost, surrounding the city to form an ironclad formation. Not even a bird could fly through. Our team will then capture and kill this cunning outsider." Lin Moshwan's lips curled upward, already envisioning the scene of receiving rewards from both sides after eliminating Qin Chen. He was currently Lv24, with the support of the entire city. How could he possibly lose? He wouldn't even lose while lying down. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a frank and in-depth discussion on how to eliminate Qin Chen. They could write a book about it, titled, "100 Ways to Kill Qin Chen," until a dark shadow appeared outside the window, resembling a vertical eye, slowly opening. "Huh, what is that?" The thin lord was the first to sense something was off, peering out the window in confusion. He initially thought it was an experiment from the castle, but the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. "This isn't right." As time slipped away second by second, the vertical scene gradually opened, revealing a dark scene reminiscent of a water-filled abyss, seemingly burying countless white bones and bizarre objects within. Since the Holy Royal Family were inland beings who had never seen the sea, they could not comprehend the profound ocean trench. Upon witnessing this, Lin Moshwan and the others' smiles instantly froze. The next moment, he suddenly stood up and shouted in shock, "Enemy attack! Outsiders are coming!" "Outsiders? Didn't you say he only poisons the river?" The city lord was even more confused. How did he summon the river to the sky, and there are 5 of them? How is this possible? Can such a large-scale skill really exist in this world? My god, the deep sea is inverted in the sky, with sunken ships and sea monsters inside. No, according to the intel, Qin Chen is just a level 15 practitioner. Even if he is a necromancer, I can understand summoning skeletons, but how does he summon an ocean trench? The 5 of them, Lin Moshwan and the others, could hardly pay attention to the city lord. They were all plunged into unparalleled shock. They could not comprehend what was happening now. However, the narrow ocean trench appearing in the sky seemed to have a barrier from reality, as the terrifying seawater did not pour down. Ha! I understand now. This must be an illusion, just a scare tactic. Lin Moshwan's heart stirred, and the doubts in his mind suddenly cleared, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. But before his words could finish, a pitch-black, dilapidated ship's skeleton burst forth from the trench, emblazoned with a pirate emblem resembling a skull, with countless skeletons clinging to the ship, waving curved blades in their hands. The heavy hull directly crushed the enemy's city wall. Everyone? Are you serious? Moreover, the ship was indeed filled with skeletons, just as a necromancer would do. One ship would have been enough, but 4 more trenches were continuously spewing forth skeletal sea monsters. Fish-tailed skeleton mermen darted out, twisting their tails as if it were raining. Giant armored creatures covered in seaweed emerged, revealing the heads of dead ocean titans from the trench graveyard. Piranhas twisted their bodies, opening their tooth-filled mouths, ready to bite anything they saw. Large swathes of white skeletons cascaded down from the 5 ocean trench graveyards, resembling 5 white waterfalls. This isn't a joke, right? This is too exaggerated. Lin Moshwan and the others stared at this scene, their brains crashing. The city lord became anxious. Is this the outsider you mentioned? Didn't you say he was weak? Don't panic, gather all the Holy Royal Family soldiers to fight against these emerging skeletons. Don't worry, these skeletons are already decayed and dead, very weak, they fall apart with a touch. The necromancer's body is very weak, we should bring some strong fighters to hunt down the body. Lin Moshwan spoke rapidly, coaxing and deceiving without a hint of hesitation. The city lord immediately nodded, saying, "All right, I will personally lead people to confront these skeletons. You take my trusted aides. They are the strongest Holy Royal Family here. Quickly kill the necromancer you mentioned." "Okay, let's do it." Both sides quickly dispersed from the city lord's mansion, swiftly launching actions against the skeletons see appearing in the sky. However, unfortunately, the necromantic disaster had already begun, with countless experiences converging into Qin Chen's body. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience. 2,100, congratulations, you have killed an archer of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience. 1,800, congratulations, you have killed a commoner of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience. 100. Enemy attack. The guards of the Holy Royal Family were huddled in the shade of the city wall, playing cards and gambling. Suddenly, the massive ocean trench slowly opened above their heads. They stood there in a daze, watching until the trench fully opened. When the massive, pitch-black ship's bone burst out from the trench above their heads, they finally realized that terror had arrived. As the dark ship's bone loomed larger before them, the guards suddenly jumped up from the ground and hurriedly fled in all directions, fearing they would be a second too late. However, only a few managed to escape successfully. Most were directly crushed into the city walls by the dark ship's bone, turning into pools of blood and flesh. -85,000, triggered fatal pressure -85,000, triggered fatal pressure -85,000. Triggered fatal pressure. Damage values popped up in clusters, instantly killing without any surprises. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience. 2,000 congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience. 2,100 congratulations, you have killed an archer of the Holy Royal Family, gaining experience. 1,800. With the crushing of the dark ship's bone, 123 guards of the Holy Royal Family perished as the city walls crumbled. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to Lv19, all attributes +1, free attributes +4, health +400, mana +100, fearless ship bone special monster route level, Lv19, cannot exceed the summoner, health, 350000 attributes, strength *5000, agility *0, intelligence *0, skill 1, set sail. Depart. The soul of the fearless longs for ocean adventures, but it has been sunk by cannonballs, forever submerged in the depths of the sea. Yet its obsession with moving forward remains strong. It glides forward using any advantageous terrain, capable of breaking through the terrain, moving at a speed of 0 to 20 knots, and dealing 0 to 100,000 points of damage to enemies along the way. It requires terrain to assist. Without terrain, it can have the skeleton crew carve out a terrain. Skill 2, Skeleton Crew. If recognized by the soul of the fearless, one can become a skeleton crew member, sharing 50% of the ship's strength attributes and gaining agility *300, retaining original intelligence. After killing an enemy, one can convert them into a skeleton crew member or absorb their life force to become stronger. Current number of skeleton crew members, 100. 100 Skill 3, Ship Body Activation. After the soul of the Fearless is generated, the ship body gains a certain degree of mobility. Ropes/anchors can be launched forward, entangled, or redirected, and the deck can open and close. Abandoned cannons can autonomously turn and reload, and if they can still fire, they can bombard enemies. Description: it was an extremely brutal naval battle boom. After the ship's bone of the Fearless smashed into the city wall, it began to slide into the city. The skeleton crew members jumped off the ship, brandishing their curved blades, their teeth clattering. One blade struck heavily against the guard's long spear of the Holy Royal Family. Countless sparks flew up, and the guard screamed as he staggered back, blood oozing from his mouth due to the immense force. Rat-a-tat-tat. The pirate skeletons were extremely ferocious, not giving him a moment to breathe. A few quickly hacked him into a pulp, even shattering his bones. -4,789, -4,801, -4,823. The green breath representing life force erupted from the dying guard of the Holy Royal Family. It was then divided among the pirate skeletons that had killed him. In the next moment, the surface of the pirate skeletons became shinier. Even the seaweed growing on them turned a deeper green. After the ship's bone of the Fearless smashed into the city wall, it was immediately surrounded by the arriving guards of the Holy Royal Family. A brutal battle ensued between the two sides. The brutality here specifically referred to the guards of the Holy Royal Family. Meanwhile, inside the city, the slave master of the Holy Royal Family raised his whip, mercilessly lashing the nearby Bobo people until their skin was torn and flesh was shredded. The cages around them were all filled with Bobo people. I told you to be more spirited, can't you understand? If I can't sell you for a good price, I'll beat you to death. You still need to eat every day, it's driving me to ruin. Even pigs are more useful than you. The curses and insults grew increasingly harsh. This Bobo person had both hands bound and was hanging, his head drooping. Faced with the cruel whip, he merely swayed his body. He was so weak that he couldn't even speak, only able to grunt. Since his birth, his hometown had been invaded and occupied, and every day he had to hide with his mother until one day, a few guards from the Holy Royal Family leered and reached for his mother. He fought desperately, but in the end, he only ended up with a head full of wounds. Since then, he had never seen his mother again. He only saw a pile of unrecognizable flesh. How unwilling he was, he thought to himself. Before dying, he hadn't even taken someone down with him. Even if he could bite off a piece of flesh, he would be willing. Now, being tied up here and whipped to death was truly too suffocating. At that moment, the continuous pain suddenly stopped. The Bobo person trembled and opened his eyes, looking over in confusion. It turned out that guests had arrived, 3 elegantly dressed members of the Holy Royal Family. He recognized them. They came every few days to select female Bobo slaves. It was easy to guess what they would do with them. And with their frequent purchases, the fate of these female Bobo people was clear. Dead. The slave owner rubbed his hands and walked over with a smile, selecting female slaves from the cages for the 3. Soon, the women's screams and cries of despair rang out. They knew that being bought would lead to a fate worse than death, but all of this was beyond their control. The Bobo person hanging there closed his eyes, tears streaming from the corners. Even though his heart was filled with humiliation, anger, and unwillingness, what could he do? He could do nothing, change nothing. The only fate awaiting him was to be whipped to death. A humiliating death. Not far away, they had already chosen their female slaves, leering as they pulled one out of the iron cage. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. It was as if something had fallen from the sky. Immediately after, the slave owner and the other 3 screamed in horror. What is this thing? A skeleton? Why does it have a fish tail? It can still move. Someone help me shake it off. It's biting me. It's biting me. My ear is gone. The Bobo person then opened his eyes in shock, and what he saw was a scene he would never forget. Skeletons with human bodies and fishtails fell from the sky like raindrops. Upon landing, they began to bite at the people around them. Serves you right. Die, all of you die. The Bobo person laughed maniacally, until one of the mermaid skeletons slowly crawled towards him, its terrifying face sending chills down his spine. Come, eat me, and eat them too. The Bobo person shouted excitedly. Tears of excitement flowed from his eyes, but in the next moment, the rope binding him was suddenly bitten through by the mermaid skeleton. In the slave market, white skeletons fell like raindrops. They smashed into the muddy ground, kicking up dust. They hit the houses, making loud banging sounds. Some even fell directly onto the Holy Royal Family members, knocking them to the ground. Upon seeing food, the mermaid skeletons opened their fearsome jaws and bit down, blood splattering like bursting fruit. Holy Royal Family, Oh holy royal family, you have your day too. Countless Bobo people watched this apocalyptic scene with no fear, but rather with excitement. Who has ever experienced being sold as a slave to the enemy who invaded their homeland? Such humiliation is something no sane person can accept. Finally, it has come to an end. Evil people get their just deserts, and witnessing the tragic deaths of the holy royal family is an incredibly satisfying thing. However, what all the slave popos did not expect was that the terrifying skeletons falling from the sky did not devour them one by one, but instead severed the ropes that bound them and bit through the metal cages that trapped them. Those sharp claws would surely create bloody holes upon contact. Yet, they did not harm them in the slightest. The slave popos were freed from their ropes and cages, all collapsing to the ground, dumbfounded as they watched the holy royals scream in agony as they were bitten to death. Those who once looked down upon them and chose them at will were now so frightened that they lost control of their bladders, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. Suddenly, a panicked holy royal saw the popos unharmed and rushed over to hide beside them. Sure enough, a nearby mermaid skeleton that wanted to pounce immediately changed direction. The holy royals were useless at everything except for fleeing. More and more holy royals noticed this phenomenon and scrambled to squeeze in. Among them was the fat slave owner. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. A bunch of slaves, can't you see the skeleton monsters outside? Hurry up and get out of the way, or I'll kick you to death. If I can't sell you for a good price, you might as well be useful for something else. Although the slave owner was cursing, he was indeed cowardly, pushing toward the center. The popos exchanged glances, their eyes burning with the fire of hatred. They clenched the stones on the ground and brought them down on the slave owner's head. Ah! The slave owner screamed, blood immediately gushing down. He turned his head and shouted viciously, "You slaves dare?" The popos had tears of blood in their eyes, their resentment almost palpable. They had waited far too long for this day. Bang 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 bang, countless stones smashed down on the slave owner, brutally turning him into a puddle of indistinguishable flesh and blood. Congratulations, you have killed a commoner of the holy royal family, gaining experience. 50 faction points plus 10. Congratulations, you have killed a slave owner of the holy royal family, gaining experience. 200 faction points plus 2000. Congratulations, you have killed a commoner of the holy royal family, gaining experience. 50 faction points plus 10. Xin Shen stood at the edge of the city wall, surrounded by an armor of extreme cold magic energy. The scene of the colonial city suffering from the disaster of the undead was truly spectacular. Captain, can I take a picture to post on social media? Meow. The cat girl hesitated as she approached, full of anticipation. Phones could be brought into the instance, but there was no signal. Of course. Qin Shen smiled slightly and then called everyone over. Lu Yan, wearing a mask, Sun Yulong, with an N95 mask, and Mu Shui, who was hiding under an invisibility cloak with only her head showing. The cat girl stood at the front, making a heart shape against the backdrop of the destroyed colonial city. When her finger pressed the shutter button, the deep-sea titan skeleton was raising a giant ship anchor high, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Wow, the effect of the picture is amazing. I'll edit my face to make it smaller when I get back. The cat girl looked at the picture she had just taken, nodding in satisfaction. I'll send you a copy later. Do you want the original or the edited version? Qin Shen, just the original, thanks. Lu Yan, me too. Mu Shui, send me the edited one. Swish swish swish, everyone turned to look at her. The Asian head-swapping technique truly lived up to its name. Lu Yang came to Qin Shen's side and said, looking outside the colonial city, "It seems the Holy Royal family has reacted as well. The soldiers from the surrounding outposts are rushing over here like crazy." Well, I anticipated this situation before coming, but the Holy Royal family has quite a few trump cards. Qin Shen looked at the massive creature emerging from the dense forest, trampling the trees beneath its feet. This should be the war machine of the Holy Royal family. However, in the end, it would just be a source of experience for him. Hell's Shell guidance technique. Qin Shen's expression turned serious, and the world before him began to change. Countless souls of the Holy Royal family were wailing in the air, seemingly unable to accept the fact of their own deaths. Qin Shen didn't indulge them and directly absorbed all the souls. In the next moment, a massive influx of ghostly blue souls surged towards him, their faces twisted in expressions from their former lives. It was quite eerie. Soul plus 1, 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 soul plus 1. The number of souls was skyrocketing. Hell soul storage, 27389/50,000. In just a few seconds, it reached half of the storage capacity. So many souls, why not use them? It was also a good way to replenish the missing mana. Qin Shen immediately grabbed a handful of the Holy Royal family's souls and threw them towards the Undaunted's hull. Lost new life, activate. The tilted mast of the Undaunted immediately straightened up. At the same time, the remaining short sections of the ship's ropes instantly elongated, reaching the thickness of an adult's wrist, with dozens of pitch-black ropes twisting powerfully in the air, resembling a calamity of giant pythons. The ship's anchor became extremely hard, ready to pierce through anything. Crucially, once the anchor and ropes regained their strength, the Undaunted's hull could move forward without relying on the skeletal crew for propulsion. Instead, it could use the anchor and ropes to secure its position ahead and pull the ship forward. The Undaunted's hull's maneuverability greatly increased, allowing it to hunt down the soldiers of the Holy Royal Family. Death Speaker, triggered, agility +5, random, health/mana restored 1000, Death Speaker, triggered. A total of 5 souls were consumed, completely replenishing the missing mana. Shin wasted no time and immediately summoned the Ghoul, Nax, and the Dark Ranger. He had a bad feeling, having these two for protection would be safer. As soon as the Ghoul, Nax, appeared, his eyes nearly lit up at the sight of the blood and flesh all over the city. "You can eat after we're done." At that moment, applause suddenly erupted from one side of the city wall. Lvl1, accompanied by 4 professionals, approached with a sinister grin. "Shin, you're quite arrogant, daring to stand on the city wall so brazenly?" The colonial city was engulfed in one-sided slaughter. The white skeletons descending from the sky posed no resistance to the ordinary people of the Holy Royal Family. They could only scream and flee in all directions. The 15-meter-tall deep-sea titan wreckage raised the giant anchor in its hand, smashing down on the more fortified buildings without a sound. Due to being ordinary people, their combat power might not even match that of the ghouls in the manor dungeon, so the experience gained was low, but in terms of quantity, it was still considerable. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv20, all attributes +2, free attributes +6, health +1000, mana +500. Attribute bonuses would increase with level. The situation in the city quickly became clear, but the real challenge came from outside the city, as soldiers from the surrounding Holy Royal Family strongholds swarmed in, along with bizarre experimental creatures like the man-faced dog and specially developed war machines, which still posed some threat. 5 summoned sea tombs. The mermaid skeleton sea tombs were used to deal with the forces inside the city, while the remaining 4 were to combat the army outside the city. Lvl1, along with 4 teammates and a large group of the Lord's personal guards, all in the first stage of transformation, appeared with unfriendly expressions. "You say you're a summoner, and not only do you not hide, but you boldly stand on the city wall. Isn't that asking for death?" Lvl1 grinned maliciously, looking quite excited. Summoners are universally acknowledged to be weak in body. He didn't believe that Shin could unleash a city-destroying catastrophe and still possess combat ability. He probably relied on his teammates to protect him. However, one is more useless than the other, except for that cat girl who was a bit stronger. Oh, that female assassin is not bad either. Her level information is hidden, which must mean she has some hidden items. With such a rare item, she must come from a wealthy family. He should spare her life later, or at least not make an enemy of her. To get by as a professional, one must understand human relationships. As for Shin, he must be killed. It would be best to take his head as a trophy. Boss Li Shingang would surely be very pleased to see it. Obtaining S-level resources in the future would not be a dream. They lined up, malice almost palpable in the air. On the other side, Shin squinted slightly at them. The feeling of battling a summoner was quite peculiar, akin to seeing a fellow countryman in a foreign land. However, fellow countrymen abroad are often the ones who deceive you the most. They would love to peel off a layer of your skin. Lvl1, level, Lv24, health, 13200, profession, Berserker, Li-1, level, Lv22, health, 15800, profession, Shield Warrior, Qingyan, level, Lv24, health, 7500, profession, Ice Ranger, Lu Yen, level, Lv24, health, 6300, profession, Electric Mage, Wang Chunyang, level, 19, health, 4800, profession, Holy Light Priest. A very standard professional team, capable of tanking, dealing damage, and healing. Their levels generally exceeded his by 2 to 4 levels, with one even being a level lower than him. The difficulty wasn't very high. Facing a professional team for the first time, Shin felt quite novel about it. Shin, what's the difference between you slaughtering ordinary people in the city and a butcher? Killing you is to uphold justice. Lvl1 said with a sense of righteousness, drawing 2 large blades and crossing them in front of him. His entire aura changed in an instant. As soon as he said this, Lu Yang and the others could no longer hold back. Lu Yang, look clearly, this is the city of the Bobo people. The natives have all been sent to the slave market. Are you blind? Sun Yunlong, I may not be educated, but I know that the oppression and humiliation the Bobo people face is 100 times worse than mine. Those are all things of the past, but now you have slaughtered the holy royal family's city. You are evil, and I am just. Lin Moshwan crossed his blades, and a red glow emanated from his body. He was clearly activating the core skill of the Berserker. At that moment, a panicked shout suddenly came from behind. No! Lin Moshwan was still activating his Berserker skill, his heart trembled, and he quickly turned to look. He saw the assassin named Mu Shui had somehow appeared behind the Holy Light Priest and directly slashed his throat with a dagger. -1783, bleeding status triggered -73. Lin Moshwan's pupils constricted sharply. What high damage! He quickly turned back, crossing his blades in front of him, and continued to desperately activate his Berserker skill. It required a total of 30 seconds to activate, so he began the activation right there. As long as he succeeded, his speed would increase by 30%, damage by 30%, and it would also have a lifesteal effect. Very strong. With Li Dezhuang, the shield warrior, beside him, he should be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were the city lord's personal guards, a total of 12, each in the process of evolving to the next stage. They were the real main force. The next second, a scream from Li Dezhuang suddenly rang out from the side. A terrifying ghoul, emerging from nowhere, had actually torn apart his 2-meter-tall shield. Then, with one bite, it tore off his right arm and swallowed it. The sound of muscle being chewed made his scalp tingle. -7321, disability trigger, toxin trigger -500. Lin Moshwan's eyes widened in shock. What kind of damage is this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows carrying a faint blue chill shot towards Qin Shen in succession. Lin Moshwan breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's my turn. -173 -188-209. Damage values floated up one after another, all in white. This is impossible. The ice archer, Qingyan, held her longbow, her heart collapsing in an instant. Her attack couldn't even break the opponent's shield? It's my turn now. Lu Yang, now at level 17, thrust his spear directly at Qingyan's face. The opponent stumbled back, but her backside bumped right into the crouching Naxus, who was gnawing on something. Naxus slowly turned his head, still holding an eyeball in his mouth. Thud! Qingyan's legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. However, Naxus showed no mercy, grabbing her delicate calf and pulling her into his embrace, then opened his fearsome jaws and bit down, accompanied by Qingyang's scream. The crisp sound of crunching bones echoed. Professional Li Dezhuang has died, dropped experience, 15,000, dropped equipment, Earth Great Shield, Platinum level. Professional Qingyang has died, dropped experience, 17,000, dropped equipment, Ice Longbow, Platinum level. In just one encounter, 2 team members died, and the priest had his throat slit, unable to speak or chant. Lin Moshwan trembled all over, and his core skill, Berserker's Fury, had not yet fully activated. There were still 10 seconds until Berserker's Fury successfully activated. Lin Moshwan gritted his teeth, the hair on his body standing on end. He never expected that 2 teammates would die in one encounter. What happened to the level suppression? However, Qin Shen was still very honorable and did not ambush him at this moment. Once he successfully activated Berserker's Fury, he could be immune to all negative effects and control effects. If he really couldn't win, he could still run, right? The most crucial point was that the Lord's 12 personal guards were right here, each having entered the first stage of transformation, Lv25, with 150,000 health points, which would be considered boss level in other dungeons. Now they were his greatest reliance. Kill for me! Lin Moshwan crossed his dual blades and shouted loudly. This shout did not prompt the 12 personal guards to act. Instead, it elicited disdainful looks from them. As noble holy royalty, they were very displeased with this outsider giving orders. They felt quite pleased seeing these outsiders die one after another. Instead, the only remaining electric mage, Lu Yan, couldn't hold on any longer. She panicked and turned to run, casually throwing out 2 thunderbolts that smashed into Naxus's face, electric sparks darting around his terrifying features, but causing no damage. Magic immunity, magic immunity. Ha! Lu Yan was so scared she nearly wet herself. Magic immunity? Naxus extended his claws to wipe his face, then bared his teeth and suddenly leaped up, directly pouncing on Lu Yan, pinning her to the ground, his claws firmly pressing down on her hands and feet. What are you going to do? Lu Yan looked at Naxus's terrifying face, her heart filled with extreme fear. Naxus opened his mouth wide and bit down on her exposed chest, then yanked upwards, flesh tearing. -7,389. Bleeding effect triggered, toxin spreading. Damn! All the women present instinctively touched their chests, feeling a phantom pain. Professional Lu Yan has died, dropped experience, 18,000, dropped equipment, electric staff, platinum level. It must be said, the experience dropped by professionals was still quite tempting. 5 more seconds, just hold on for 5 more seconds, just 5 seconds. Lin Mashwan crossed his dual blades, his skin already reddened to the extreme, pores exuding mist. Power surged within him. With 12 personal guards remaining, they should be able to hold on. A splendid battle, now it's our turn, the captain of the City Lord's personal guard said leisurely. He had witnessed the intensity of the previous fight, they were far inferior. The only thing to watch out for was the woman in the hooded cloak, whose black arrows charged with a ghostly green flame posed a significant threat to them. Eliminate the threat first. The captain of the City Lord's personal guard led his men straight toward the Dark Ranger, right hand of the underworld. The world changed in Qin Shen's eyes, souls became visible to the naked eye. He casually grabbed a handful of the sacred royal family's souls and pressed them forcefully against the Dark Ranger's chest. Soul-1, 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 soul-1. A total of 100 souls were consumed. Underworld soul storage, 49873/50,000. If he didn't use them soon, they would overflow. Lost and Reborn, activate the charged arrow, already burning with soul flames, underwent another transformation. The soul flames began to crystallize, ultimately covering the entire arrow. Countless twisted, pained faces were forever imprinted within the crystal. Soul crystal, a sufficient number of soul flames condensed together, transforming into an eternal soul crystal, range plus 1,000 kilometers, requires prior perception of target unit, damage plus 100,000, can penetrate defenses to directly attack the soul, with additional soul damage plus 5,000, causing a soul crystallization effect, rendering the enemy's body rigid and their consciousness unable to control their body. Duration 3 seconds, uses 1/1 death speaker, activate consume 1 soul, power plus 5, random, restore 1000 health/mana. A full 100 souls transformed from quantity to quality, and Qin Shen's attribute bonuses were also quite exaggerated. Power plus 175, agility plus 225. Intelligence plus 100. Whoosh, the crystallized charged arrow shot out violently. Its tremors in the air seemed to affect the soul, causing extreme discomfort. The captain of the City Lord's personal guard's expression changed drastically, the danger alarm in his mind ringing loudly. He panicked and tried to dodge, but the charged arrow pierced through his chest, creating a large hole. Minus 130,000. With additional soul damage, and soul crystallization minus 5,000. The captain of the City Lord's personal guard widened his eyes in shock, his pupils gradually losing focus, then he fell straight back. Congratulations, you have killed the captain of the Sacred Royal City Lord's personal guard, gaining experience. 55,000. The charged arrow did not stop but continued to pierce through 3 personal guard members, ultimately embedding itself in the city wall. Minus 12,203. With additional soul damage, and soul crystallization minus 5,000 minus 11,832. With additional soul damage, and soul crystallization minus 5,000. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the Sacred Royal City Lord's personal guard, gaining experience. 30,000. Congratulations, you have killed a captain of the Sacred Royal City Lord's personal guard, gaining experience. 31,000. The 3 personal guard members fell straight down as a result. Lin Mashwan, in shock, caught a glimpse of the fallen City Lord's guard. Huh? I still have 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Nax was still gnawing on Lu Yan's body, taking a bite of an arm, then a bite of a thigh. Ghoul Nax, devouring the right leg of the practitioner Lu Yan, gaining evolution degree plus 100, agility attribute plus 100, archery proficiency plus 300. Ghoul Nax, devouring the right shoulder of the practitioner Lu Yan, gaining evolution degree plus 100, agility attribute plus 100, archery proficiency plus 300. So many attribute bonuses? Qin Shen was somewhat surprised, but he decided to deal with the enemy in front of him first. Huang Quan's right hand once again pulled out a handful of souls, around 100 or so, and pointed them towards Naxus. Due to the long-range injection, 6 souls dissipated along the way. Lost Newborn, activate. Naxus raised his head and let out a howl, his claws and fangs crystallizing with soul energy. The Dark Ranger was used on a per-use basis, while this had a 20-minute time limit, with damage bonuses reduced to 50,000, soul damage still at 5,000, but movement and attack speed increased by 300%. Death Speaker, activate strength plus 325, agility plus 55, intelligence plus 120. Naxus turned to look at the remaining City Lord's guards, a rainbow-colored light of souls flowing in his eyes. The guards instinctively took a step back. My core skill has finally activated. Lin Mashwan was radiating blood energy, looking imposing, but he did not dare to shout loudly. The core skill Berserker's Fury had finally activated successfully. Lin Mashwan was bursting with blood energy, his muscles bulging, veins bulging grotesquely. He felt power surging through his body, a murderous impulse occupying his mind. The overwhelming strength at the breaking point made him feel great, as if he could crush any enemy. It could be said that this skill sacrificed reason for immense combat power. A series of subsequent minor skills were also built on this mechanism. In a typical battle, he would have charged fiercely into the enemy ranks, but at this moment, he stood on the ground littered with flesh, falling into silence, and behaved very obediently. At that moment, a scream suddenly came from the nearby Sacred Royal Guard. Lin Moshwan turned to look, his breath caught in his throat, and his legs trembled uncontrollably as he fell to his knees. Brother Qin, I was wrong. We are all human, and we are all from Haicheng. Spare my life, and I will surely repay your kindness in the future. I was blind and didn't recognize the great mountain. If I had known you were this strong, I wouldn't have dared to come even if I had 100 guts. How about you give me a beating to catch your breath and spare my life? I beg you. The so-called berserker with half the IQ was now so rational. Who just said I was the executioner? Shinshin smiled as he walked forward with his hands behind his back. He had actually intended to keep Lin Moshwan alive. After all, there was a lot of information he couldn't know from his side, so he could only ask someone from the enemy camp. I am, big brother, I am the executioner. The Bobos are so pitiful. They were just living diligently in their homeland when the damned Sacred Royal family barged in, burning, killing, and looting, almost committing every evil deed, and in the end, they even occupied their city, moving in brazenly and treating the people like slaves. Bad, too bad. These Sacred Royals deserve to die. Lin Moshwan said indignantly. It was as if he had witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. Xin Shen was taken aback for a moment, then said, your moral standards are quite flexible. Where, Lin Moshwan even became modest. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and if you answer truthfully, I might consider letting you go. Okay, you just ask. Even if it's 100 questions, I will answer sincerely. First is about General Black Sun. Tell me everything you know about him. General Black Sun was the strongest boss in this area, so preparations had to be made. I know this. My faction's task is to receive it from General Black Sun, so I know a bit about all aspects of him. Lin Moshwan exclaimed excitedly. Good. Go ahead. General Black Sun suffers from a strange serious illness, causing his body to deform, layers of fat piled upon each other, and he has also lost his excretory outlet. Qin Chen? Is it what I think it is? No way. How do you know about this? I previously worked on a mission at the Black Sun General's residence and attended a research meeting by the Li Corporation on the sacred transformation path. We all agreed that the Black Sun General is a failure, which is why he came out of the castle. If he had succeeded, he would have transformed into a cocoon like the Sacred King, waiting to evolve into a higher life form. Oh, I see. But what does this have to do with me? The Black Sun General's strength is immense, to the point of despair, almost immortal. Now that it's at nightmare difficulty, his power has reached an unimaginable level. To put it bluntly, with your current combat power, you'd just be sending yourself to your death. Lin Moshwan shouted excitedly. The internal disease core began to erupt, generating a powerful impact that splattered the body, reduced to mush, against everything around it, spreading the disease to the maximum extent. All direct contact had a 100% infection rate. Inhalers had an 80% infection rate. Witnesses had a 50% chance of infection. Introduction: a mixture of humans, cattle, sheep, and dogs. How did they achieve this? Qin Shen stopped in his tracks upon seeing the introduction of the large meat mass. Even if he could control the disease, he didn't want to be splattered with meat mush. Outsiders, what are you doing? The sentinels of the Sacred Royal family surrounded Qin Shen and his group, with the sentinel captain sternly questioning them. It seems too much time has passed. Qin Shen smiled as he picked up the skeletal staff. You don't even remember me. You are. The sentinel captain of the Sacred Royal family squinted at Qin Shen, scratching his head. In the next moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something, his body instinctively leaning back in fear. He pulled on the reins of the crawling beast, causing it to topple over. Wait, he is the Dark Destroyer. Oh my god, run! No, quickly report this to the Black Sun General. The Dark Destroyer has appeared again. Damn it, why did it have to be during my patrol duty? Before Qin Shen could make a move, the sentinels surrounding him were already in disarray. He had once single-handedly destroyed the entire sacred city and summoned countless undead skeletons, becoming the greatest terror in the hearts of the Sacred Royal family. Simply put, they were scared of him. Qin Shen felt a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. The Dark Destroyer? Is that the nickname the Sacred Royal family gave him? It does sound quite impressive. The sentinels of the Sacred Royal family retreated in fear, like waves pulling back. The other 4 teammates were all stunned. Mu Shui, ha? Lu Yang, ha? They're scared. Catgirl, I'm not even surprised at all. Meow. Sun Yunlong, how did the monster know I got stronger? Qin Chen naturally wouldn't let them escape. The skeletal staff was slightly raised. Bone Kingdom. The aura of the undead instantly filled the entire space, darkening the sky significantly. Countless skeletal hands emerged from the ground, precisely grabbing the limbs of the crawling beast and forcibly dragging them underground. Minus 77,328, minus 77,623, minus 78,392. The wails and howls sounded like a hellish chorus. The sentinels of the sacred royal family fell one by one, and the skeletal hands began to grope them. Their defenses were high, and they wielded golden long spears, frantically sweeping at the skeletal hands, producing the sound of metal clashing and sparking countless sparks. But these skeletal hands were merely an appetizer. The heavy hitters were yet to come. In the terrified and desperate gazes of the sentinels of the sacred royal family, one by one, skulls burning with fire appeared in the air, strung together by a spine. Cackling, terrifying laughter echoed from all directions. In the rocky beach of the canyon, countless white bones intertwined, and a chilling wind swept through. The holy royal sentinels wailed and screamed within, as if in hell. And 2 kilometers away, on a protruding boulder, shadows twisted madly, among which 5 figures flickered in and out of sight. Their movements had become so frantic that they were almost deformed. One of them couldn't help but mutter angrily, "Su Lao-san, can you even understand the stealth skill as a damn assassin? Wobbling around like this, you're just exposing your ass." Su Lao-san protested pitifully, "I'm scared." Scared of losing control of your skills? That's pretty normal, right? Bullshit. Another female voice snapped in frustration. They consume 100 mana, you consume 100 mana, what's the difference? You can't even understand the stealth skill? I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have a teammate like you, useless, not even a bit of reward to see, and I have to accompany you to mess around with this stuff. Assassin, damn right, you're spot on. Hey, who would have thought? I picked an assassin just to be a waste. If I can get up, it's a blood profit. If I can't, at least I have a stealth skill. What can you, a ranger archer, do? Shooting people is like scratching an itch. You don't even scratch as well as that. Are you providing a bath service? You. The female archer's face instantly flushed red, little pearls falling down. With a swipe of her hand, another layer of powder got on her sleeve. Alright, the company has pulled out all the stops this time to take down Qin Chen, and the successful killer will receive $1 billion in rewards. The chance to become a billionaire is right in front of you, and you're arguing with me? A slender young woman interrupted the bickering of her teammates. Her name was Chao Lily, Lv27, and she had already transitioned to an arcane mage, so she hadn't touched the path of holy transformation. She was here purely for money and experience/equipment rewards. She possessed the A-grade talent, Savage Growth, which gave her spells extremely exaggerated bonuses. At the same time, she was a key nurtured professional by the Li Corporation, one of the top mages in Lehigh City. Chao Lily had a high prestige, and the team immediately quieted down. The assassin's stealth skill also stabilized significantly. I have notified other professionals in the company. They are on their way here, and they are bringing a large force from the Holy Royal Family. Chao Lily looked at the rows of skulls emerging in the sky, her eyes filled not with fear but with excitement at the prospect of battle. In her understanding, battles between mages were about dismantling each other's moves and striking during the gaps between skills. She could see that the sky full of skeletal bones seemed like summoned creatures, but they were actually created by spells. As long as it was a spell, she was confident in countering it with magic, thus suppressing Qin Chen with her spells. Why hasn't the summoning started yet? Chao Lily was getting impatient, wanting to engage in a magical duel with Qin Chen. However, the opponent's summoned creatures were strong. She had seen videos where a single hit could deal tens of thousands of damage, while her own fragile body had only over 10,000 health, which couldn't withstand it at all. The company had brought out some hidden equipment/items specifically against Qin Chen's undead summons, including Refresh Talisman Stone, which could erase the enemy's summoning mark, turning it into one's own summon. If the summon was too strong, the Refresh Talisman Stone would explode. Absolute Return to the Void banishes enemy summons to the void. Shattered Area directly kills enemy summons and permanently plunders their attributes. Exceeding the limit will backfire. So many summoned creatures, almost one for each person, all to deal with Qin Chen. Without summoned creatures, a necromancer is just a waste of space, right? She was hiding here, waiting for Qin Chen to summon the undead, and then she would unleash Shattered Area, stealing attributes by percentage. Gaining dozens of points and attributes would be so satisfying. But the other side never summoned. Instead, they used undead spells. Calculating the time, the other professionals should be arriving soon. Even if he summons later, Shattered Area can still be used. Qin Chen, let me see your strength. Chao Lily was getting impatient, taking out her high-level staff and charging towards the sea of bones. "See, Captain!" The others were stunned. Arcane magic reversal. Chow Lily, dressed in a blue spell robe, rushed to the edge of the skeleton formation and suddenly raised her staff high. The magical waves spread out from her like a center point, radiating in all directions. The floating fiery skulls and interconnected vertebrae in the air seemed to play in reverse. First, the flames in the eye sockets extinguished, then the skulls shrank back, and the vertebrae trembled and disappeared. A gap appeared in the bone kingdom. Shin Shen looked over in surprise, not expecting someone could break his bone kingdom. Until he saw at the gap, a woman was holding her staff high, with a shining blue gem floating above her head. The opponent's professional information also appeared. Arcane Mage? Seems a bit interesting. The two locked eyes from afar, and Chow Lily suddenly smirked. Arcane Missile. She swung her staff forward, and 5 blue orbs of light shot towards Qin Shen like shooting stars, trailing long tails behind them. "In that case, I'll play with you." Qin Shen reached out and pointed in the air, and several skeletal arms shot up from the ground, forming a bone shield. Just as the arcane missiles were about to collide with the bone shield, they suddenly veered to the side and went around it. Countless skeletal hands flailed in the air but missed one by one. Auto-navigation? Qin Shen scoffed, and the 5 arcane missiles struck the 5 people. Bang! A white gas burst forth, causing no damage, but all 5 transformed into palm-sized frogs and snakes that fell to the ground, then crawled slowly. Half a second later, there were 2 more bangs, and Qin Shen and Mu Shui returned to their original forms. The two exchanged glances and then looked at the frogs and snakes crawling on the ground. One frog even had cat ears. Chow Lily saw Qin Shen recover and her pupils suddenly constricted. She then shook her staff, setting up an arcane trap. When the enemy summons the first creature, the trap will activate, and ownership will transfer to her. Is this the power after changing jobs? So many tricks? But then again, mages rely on skill diversity. If it were just simple and straightforward attacks and defenses, mages wouldn't have any advantage. Qin Shen raised his head in delight. Chow Lily's fighting style seemed to open a new door for him. Chow Lily was frantically stacking arcane spells. When the enemy casts the first spell, it will be countered. But when she saw the look in Qin Shen's eyes, she couldn't help but tremble. He was excited. "Why you stay back? I warn you, if you come closer, you won't have a good time. Do you see the blue crystals above my head? Each one represents an untriggered arcane spell. I guarantee that if you accidentally trigger one, you will definitely regret it." Chow Lily's body trembled uncontrollably, but her mouth was still making a tough threat. At the same time, she frantically waved to her teammates behind her. Soon, the 4 who had been hiding in stealth sighed, revealing themselves from their hidden state, and came to stand behind Chow Lily. Their captain, Chow Lily, is one of the top 3 mages in Linhai City. While her efficiency in farming may not match that of other mages, her ability to take on opponents one-on-one is truly formidable. Her various arcane abilities make her unpredictable and hard to defend against. The most crucial point is that they just witnessed Captain Chow Lily break through a sky full of skeletons. This indicates that their captain still has the strength to fight, which is why they stand behind her. The 5 of them nervously looked at Qin Shen, clearly just a level 22 necromancer, yet they felt as if they were facing a nightmare-level final boss. Captain Chow Lily, level, Lv27, class, Arcane Mage Team Member Yang Qing, level, Lv26, class, Elf Archer Team Member In Yi, level, Lv26, class, Phantom Dagger Team Member Wang Duchun, level, Lv25, class, Heavy Warrior Team Member Mu Go, level, Lv24, class, Bard. I thought you would come to challenge me one-on-one. Tisk tsk, how boring. Qin Shen sighed, his enthusiasm instantly waning. To him, this was merely the stubbornness of the weak. Chow Lily, one-on-one? Who the hell challenges a big boss one-on-one? Since that's the case, let's make it quick. Qin Shen glanced at them indifferently, and the skeletal wings made of bones slowly unfurled behind him. These were the wings of an unknown creature, sharp moon bones layered and spread out, exuding a chilling and eerie beauty. As the bone wings flapped powerfully behind him, Qin Shen soared into the air, blocking the sunlight above them. His indifferent eyes seemed to be looking at the dead. I didn't trigger any of my arcane abilities. Chow Lily's face turned pale in an instant. 10 souls transformed into vengeful spirits, rushing out from beside Qin Shen, wrapping around the 5 below. Elemental shield. Chow Lily hurriedly raised her staff, and a gaseous shield surrounded her. The vengeful spirits grinned as they approached, not directly crashing into her magical defenses. Instead, they mischievously grabbed hold of Chow Lily's staff. Chow Lily, huh? Before she could tighten her grip, the staff was swept up into the sky by the vengeful spirits. The staff flew higher and higher, getting further away from her. The piercing laughter echoed around, as if mocking her. "Ah, my staff!" Chow Lily was stunned, Her arcane trap hadn't triggered, yet her staff was gone. She quickly took another staff from her inventory, but its attributes were significantly inferior to the previous one, with much lower arcane bonuses. The others were the same, and yes, Phantom Dagger Cloak wasn't taken, but the Illusion Cloak was directly ripped away. Even the Heavy Warrior's large shield couldn't be taken, so the spirits forcibly removed his helmet. A scream came from the side as elf archer Yang Qing found her skin-tight leather armor stripped away, covering her chest and screaming frantically. Vengeful Spirit entangled, activation successful acquired, Arcane Staff, Diamond level, Illusion Cloak, Diamond level, Rock Helmet, Diamond level, Bard Instrument, Diamond level, Elf Leather Armor, Diamond level. One piece of Diamond level equipment is worth 50 million. 5 pieces total 250 million. A small profit. Of course, Qin Shin didn't release the Vengeful Spirits primarily to steal items, but to recover some mana first. Death Speaker. Triggered *10 strength plus 237, agility plus 109, intelligence plus 174 weight. Qin Shan was suddenly stunned. He had just killed so many Holy Royal Sentinels on the battlefield, yet the soul capacity in his right hand from the underworld was already full. What was he waiting for? Let's create it directly. Undead Army, charge. Qin Shan spread his bone wings in the air, and 3,000 undead surged out densely. Qiao Lily and her team were extremely furious as their equipment was stolen. This was something they had worked hard to obtain, specifically for their classes, and it couldn't even be bought. You can hit them all you want, but don't touch their equipment. Until the sky was filled with vengeful spirits, which instantly changed their expressions. Run fast. If they got surrounded, wouldn't they have their equipment stripped off? That would be worse than killing them. As the saying goes, the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their powers. At this moment, it was a race to see who among the 5 could run the fastest. Qiao Lily, as an arcane mage, was desperately running with her short legs, but it was all in vain. She quickly fell behind the other 4, while the Phantom activated its speed skill and vanished in a flash. You guys, wait. She wanted to ask her teammates for help, but before she could finish her sentence, she heard a chilling laugh behind her, and then felt something grab her ankle. She immediately lost her balance and fell hard to the ground. The grip on her ankle didn't loosen, it actually dragged her toward the sky. Arcane Missile, Fireball, Refresh Summoning Stone. Why is nothing working? Qiao Lily panicked as countless vengeful spirits surged toward her, like vultures feasting on prey in the sky. These souls are freshly caught by me, of course, they won't have any effect. Qin Shan watched all of this with great interest, casually answering her confusion. Ha? Freshly caught? At that moment, Qiao Lily's mind went blank. Then she saw the corpses of the Holy Royal Guards scattered on the ground, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart. The so-called freshly caught wouldn't be their souls, would it? Arcane Ritual. In her terror, Qiao Lily quickly unleashed her ultimate move. Her eyes filled with a green light, and a strong wave of magical energy began to surge around her. Her long black hair billowed upward. She clenched her hands around the spell sphere and slammed it down on the nearest vengeful spirit. Bang! The spirit was directly shattered. Necromancer, activate. Then, Qiao Lily, as if on drugs, began to wildly smash the energy ball around her. Seeing that she couldn't clear the spirits, she suddenly erupted, and the magical waves instantly obliterated the vengeful spirits within a 10-meter radius. Necromancer, activate. Agility plus 5, health/mana restored 1,000 points. Necromancer, activate. Intelligence plus 5, health/mana restored 1,000 points. Not bad. You've wiped out 1,000 of my vengeful spirits. Let's have another 5,000. Qin Shan waved his hand slightly, and more vengeful spirits surged out densely. Qiao Lily floated in the air, her eyes flashing with green light. She gasped for breath, a hint of pride and satisfaction on her face. But when she turned around, the dense vengeful spirits were already right in front of her. Qiao Lily? Sizzle, sizzle, strip the armor. Qiao Lily's eyes widened in terror as she looked at the vengeful spirits right in her face. On their twisted, pained faces, there were illusory golden crystals engraved between their brows. These were the souls of the Holy Royal Family. At that moment, she finally understood what Qin Shen meant by freshly caught. And her own soul, wouldn't that mean? No! A tremor from the deepest part of her soul surged up to her mind. She finally understood the horror of a necromancer. A deep sense of regret overflowed in her heart, and she even wished she could slap herself twice. Why did she provoke him when she had nothing to do? She should have just run at the first sight. Countless vengeful spirits pressed against her body, their terrifying, sinister laughter almost drowning her out. These spirits didn't bite her or launch any attacks. Instead, they extended their cold, ghostly hands across her skin, leaving no inch untouched, making her feel violated. But she couldn't care less. She frantically gulped down blue potions, pouring them down her throat. Blue numbers kept popping up. +100, +100, +100, +100, +100. Releasing her earlier ultimate move, Arcane Impact, required a full 3000 mana, and hers was already running low. The first bottle of blue potion was downed, restoring 1000 blue points. She quickly took out the second bottle, and just as she twisted off the cap, her right ankle was grabbed, leaving her defenseless as she was hung upside down in the air. The blue bottle slipped from her hands and shattered on the ground, splattering a large area with sparkling blue droplets. Countless vengeful spirits swirled around her wildly, forming a small black tornado. Chow Lily was completely engulfed, invisible amidst the chaos, yet her equipment continued to be sent out. First came the white over-the-knee boots, brought over by 5 vengeful spirits. Elemental mage boots, diamond level, nice equipment, but why does it smell? A bit sour? How long has this girl been wearing them? Xin Shen pinched the corner of the boots with some disdain before tossing them into the warehouse. Regardless, the small treasury had gained 50 million. Soon, various pieces of equipment were sent out in succession. Arcane Pants Mage Leather Armor Magic Explosion Cloak. Damn, AC Cup? You guys brought this too? Xin Shen's lips twitched slightly, and he casually tossed it behind him. It wasn't worth much and had no use. Once Chow Lily was dealt with, the other 14 members naturally couldn't escape. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the flying vengeful spirits. Each one had 5,000, totaling 20,000, giving them ample respect. Soon, the slowest bard, Mugu, screamed as a vengeful spirit grabbed his ankle, lifting him upside down into the air. Countless vengeful spirits surged upwards, frantically stripping off his armor, piece by piece, delivering warm diamond-level equipment to Qin Shen. Is it because of the healer? The other two were also swept up into the air, starting to frantically strip their gear. Before long, Qin Shen received a large pile of diamond-level equipment. Although it was second-hand, it was still very valuable. Is being haunted just about getting this kind of stuff? I thought it was about dealing continuous damage. Qin Shen looked at the equipment being stripped off and felt a deep sense of emotion. Wait, Qin Shen's expression suddenly changed. Could these vengeful spirits be influenced by me? Originally meant for a vicious attack, they ended up stealing equipment and running away. If he were to become a vengeful spirit himself, he certainly wouldn't be biting anyone. Instead, he would first strip off their gear. This raised a new question. How much influence does an individual have on skills? With hundreds of millions of mages worldwide, could every fireball spell they cast be the same? No, it must be different. Qin Shen's eyes widened in realization. He felt he was touching upon something, yet it remained vague. It felt like 100 ants crawling around on his heart, unbearably itchy. At that moment, the first black tornado made of vengeful spirits suddenly dispersed. The slender Chow Lily fell heavily to the ground. The vengeful spirits returned to the right hand of the underworld, transforming into soul reserves. Didn't kill her? Qin Shen pointed his skeletal staff, and several circular ribs shot up from the ground. They pierced through Chow Lily's body, splattering countless droplets of blood. After all, he needed to gain experience. Congratulations, you have killed Arcane Mage Chow Lily, gaining experience, 30,000, item dropped. Summoning stone. The experience given by professionals was still substantial. A summoning stone? Qin Shen was taken aback, and after checking the item description, he immediately smiled. No wonder Chow Lily had been defending. She was waiting for this. This thing is of little use to me. I'll just sell it after taking it out. After all, he could utilize the soul and bones of the enemies he killed, even stronger than his original summons. Right hand of the underworld. He routinely extracted Chow Lily's soul and tossed it into the soul reserve. But when he saw Chow Lily's soul rise from her shattered body, her dazed and numb expression sent a shock through his heart. The realization from just now surged strongly again. 100 people, 100 hamlets. There are no two identical leaves in the world. Even with the same skills and the same level of practitioners, the way they manifest is different. Only by having their own unique characteristics and style can one be called a genius. Perhaps, I can walk a path that belongs solely to me. Qin Shen had an epiphany. Even if the world of the undead and the kingdom of bones exist, they do not exist within the dimension of the human world. No one can witness their entirety. Even an undead mage can only glimpse a corner. If it doesn't exist, then I will create a kingdom of bones, to become the only one in this world. This is a path that no one has walked before, or rather, all undead mages are walking this path, but they die too quickly. An undead mage at 30 can already be called an elderly mage, and a 40-year-old undead mage is almost a longevity star. They have barely explored a corner of the glacier of the undead world before they perish. Then let me go see the real world. Qin Shen extended his skeletal staff and pointed at Chow Lily's soul. Countless bones surged from all directions, filling her soul. Just the ribs numbered in the hundreds, densely arranged from top to bottom. Arcane crystals reformed on her skull, and the arcane staff was thrown back to her. I am. Chow Lily's skeletal mouth gaped, her eye sockets glowing with a green light in shock. Death? Or loyalty to me? Qin Shen looked down at her, his eyes seemingly carrying endless authority. The skeleton that Chow Lily transformed into shivered, thinking she had seen a god. She suddenly knelt on the ground, her teeth chattering. I am willing to be loyal. Qin Shen nodded slightly. He did not expect Chow Lily's skeletal form to bring him much combat power. However, she was the first human being he transformed in the Kingdom of Bones. This would become the anchor point of his creation. The former Kingdom of Bones was merely a skill. If someone used a forgetting skill on him, he would lose the right to use the Kingdom of Bones. But the Kingdom of Bones he forged would belong solely to him. The true world of the undead is too mysterious for humans. It is the realm of the dead, a dimension higher than that of the human world. Just thinking about it in their minds makes people tremble with fear. The only goal of all undead mages is to get closer to the world of the undead, to see more of this mysterious dimension, to explore the most authentic secrets hovering above the heads of the world. At the same time, there is a very clear boundary within this. As long as one steps past it, they can revive their aging bodies with the vitality of youth, and their panicked and fearful hearts can regain peace and confidence. At this point, they can already touch the real world of the undead, the place that terrifies the world. This is no longer about skill intensity, but a crushing of dimensional levels. For superfamilies, this is both a temptation and a poison. As long as they cultivate family members who have crossed this boundary, then this superfamily can easily crush other forces, even the entire Blue Star, with the Eagle Sauce Federation, Dying Nation, Little Sun Nation, and so on being mere small fries. Anyone who refuses would just get a big slap in the face. One hit, and they wouldn't make a sound. Qin Shen was actually very curious about the path he was about to take into the world of the undead. He had searched extensively for related information at home. 1% of undead mages die at 40, most of whom are cultivated by superfamilies, while the remaining 99% are already out of the game by 20, either drained dry or dying tragically. At that time, he realized something was off. All those who chose to be undead mages did not have a good ending. Compared to warriors who are still vigorous at 100, it was like heaven and earth. And the natural mages who specialize in studying life force were even further behind. But, after a careful search, he finally found relevant content in the forum. There really was a necromancer who crossed boundaries, named Injujio, Lvl216. It once caused a huge uproar, sparking a great discussion throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Some feared it would unleash a necromantic disaster, leading to national destruction. Others were exceptionally excited, as he wiped out the Eagle Sauce Alliance, the Little Sun Country, and other boisterous factions. For a necromancer of that level, it was merely a matter of waving a hand, and the sky full of undead would reduce them to a dead zone. He was originally a member of the superfamily, the Wang clan, which was overjoyed at the time, issuing an announcement demanding the other 4 superfamilies and the authorities to yield and concede. Then, Injujio disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Because of this incident, the superfamily Wang clan fell from grace, becoming a laughingstock while their power plummeted from first to last. Even now, Injujio's whereabouts remain a mystery. Some say he entered the deepest part of the Abyss dungeon, while others claim that such an existence is not allowed in the human world, and he was taken away. Each has their own story, each with its own reasoning. Some high-ranking individuals surely know the truth. I am willing to submit. I don't want to die. Chow Lily knelt on the ground, her body elongated, composed of dense, circular white ribs. Very well, you can stay in my Bone Kingdom. I hope to use this as a foundation to build my own path. Currently, the Bone Kingdom is all about skill introductions. If he could leverage the consciousness of people like Chow Lily, perhaps he could construct a fixed domain that belongs to him. At the same time, several black storms around them gradually dissipated. Qin Shen reached out his hand, grasping at the air. Countless white ribs surged forth, enveloping them, then suddenly contracting. Blood and flesh splattered like an explosion. Humans are truly fragile without armor. Congratulations, you have killed the elf archer Yang Qing. Experience gained, 27,000, item dropped, Stone of Agility. Congratulations, you have killed the Phantom Stabber Knight. Experience gained, 28,000, item dropped, Stealth Scroll. Congratulations, you have killed the Heavy Armored Warrior Wang Daxiang. Experience gained, 26,500, item dropped, Cycle of Despair. Congratulations, you have killed the Bard Mugu. Experience gained, 25,000, item dropped, Shattered Area. You have leveled up to Lv23, all attributes +2, free attributes +6, health +1000, mana +500. The experience dropped by professionals is still quite substantial. Wiping out a small team yields over 100,000 experience points. More professionals like this, please. Thank you. Level 25 allows for a job change, accepting the inheritance. This time, it's naturally the magical energy body inheritance of the Bobo people, solving the issue of mana limits. Hopefully, it can reach a level where it never runs out. Level 25 for one job change, level 40 for another. Both can be seen as raising one's dimensionality, getting closer to the necromantic world, and peering into more secrets. The so-called boundary of the necromancer is at level 40 for the second job change. If one can cross it, it would be a whole new world. If not, one can only watch themselves live and die in agony. Of course, even if Qin Shen does not cross that boundary, the infinite upgrading of skills can help him avoid disease infections and necromantic backlash. In simple terms, skills are knowledge about the depth of professional exploration. Any skill taken to the extreme can always reveal a glimpse of professional truth. Just then, terrified screams suddenly echoed from not far away. The Dark Destroyer, he has killed all the sentries. Even the outsiders from the same place were not spared. Oh my god, he is a devil. What kind of hell is this, with bones and flesh mixed together? I'm going to have a week of nightmares. Retreat, quickly retreat. The Dark Destroyer is looking this way. The bone wings stretched behind him as Qin Shen gazed at the rushing Holy Royal Army. Just a glance, and they fled in panic, shedding their armor. Even the not-so-intelligent crawling beasts were scared to the point of wetting themselves. Some were even trampled to death. Qin Shen, is this a nightmare-level main quest? Is it normal for them to run at the sight of me? Speechless. However, the entire mountain peak was only so big. Where could they run to? Ha. Qin Shen slowly descended from the sky, and Mu Shui instinctively took a step back, nervously swallowing. To be honest, the moment the bone wings spread behind Qin Shen, her instincts were urging her to flee. For a brief moment, she felt that Qin Shen was no longer human, but rather a reaper come to harvest lives. Are you afraid of me too? Qin Shen was surprised. My rational mind tells me you are safe, but I am physiologically very scared, Mu Shui said with a bitter smile. To be honest, I almost peed myself just now. Qin Shen, is this still the cool and reticent Mu Shui? It seemed like some seal had been broken. What left him even more speechless was that Lu Yan, Catgirl, and Sun Yulong were still in their little frog and little snake states, bouncing around on the ground, their eyes revealing a clear foolishness. Chao Lily, help them revert. Okay. Reduced to a peculiar skeleton, Chao Lily began to wave her staff. Bang bang bang, 3 puffs of white gas emerged, and the 3 returned to their original forms. Lu Yang sat on the ground in a daze. What just happened? The other 2 exchanged glances. Mu Shui, I don't know, but ignorance is fearless. In fact, there was one thing she lied about. That is, she really had a stomachache. The undead dissipated, and the bones were retracted. The long-lost sunlight shone on the rocky beach, yet it could not dispel the chilling aura. Lu Yang, did I level up? It seems like a team of professionals rushed in and then hit me, and I don't remember anything after that. I remember the girls inside were quite pretty. Where are they? Look, right there. Qin Shen pointed to a puddle of blood and flesh on the ground, devoid of bones, looking like a shed skin. No matter how beautiful the girls are, they will ultimately leave in an ugly manner. Life is like this. Everyone will die, and everyone will leave ugly. Lu Yang sighed, tilting his head back, as if he had gained new insights about life. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Sun Yulong scratched his head and stood up. My local specialties are still outside. I don't know if I can find them when I go out. Catgirl, meow meow meow. I slept so comfortably. Mu Shui looked at these 2, a few black lines appearing on her forehead. At that moment, she envied the weaker teammates who could just faint at the slightest disagreement and wake up to find everything resolved. Compared to the nightmare-level monsters, Qin Shen's pose with the bone wings was even more terrifying. At this time, Qin Shen walked over with the map of the Holy Royal Defense Line and pointed at it, saying, "There's a main road ahead, easy to defend and hard to attack. The Holy Royal Army that just rushed out seems to have escaped in here. You guys see if there are any other routes." When Mu Shui saw him approaching, her breath caught, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Bad memories attacked her once again. What's wrong with you? Qin Shen looked at her in confusion. It's nothing. Mu Shui forced herself to remain calm, trying to keep her original demeanor. Oh. Qin Shen nodded, not finding it strange. After all, Mu Shui was originally a cool type of beauty. She also hid her strength. Lu Yang, let me take a look. I'm good at reading maps. Hey, there are 2 small paths on the side. It seems we can directly circle to the back of the castle, but I'm not very sure. If we take the shortcut, it should count as completing the camp mission. After all, it only says to break through the defense line, but there's no need to kill more monsters for extra experience. What do you think? Lu Yang, it's all up to my adoptive father. Catgirl, meow. Sun Yulong, me too. Mu Shui, okay. Through the rocky beach, a faint black mist enveloped the hillside ahead. It gave off a bad feeling. It looked like it was about to get sick. Disease. Liu Yang and the others immediately tensed up, clutching the only antidote in their hands. Before they got close, they felt their heads start to ache, and their throats became dry and itchy. A negative status appeared. Ancient disease. Pathogens enter the body through the respiratory tract, spreading throughout the body in 10 minutes, dissolving in the blood, ultimately gathering at a specific location in the center of the forehead, condensing the host's nutrients and energy here. After 1 day, a parasitic state appears, and after 10 days, the energy in the forehead will condense into a holy insect, devouring all cerebrospinal fluid, successfully crawling out of the host's skull. Host, dead. Transmission range, 1 meter around the pathogen, death beyond that. As soon as the disease-type negative status appeared, Liu Yang and the others' faces changed instantly. This was using their bodies to nurture insects. In other words, the so-called path of sacred transformation was to nurture insects in the center of the forehead? In the end, would the one who successfully transformed be a person or an insect? No. How could there be a profession to choose from in such a legacy? For a moment, everyone was filled with question marks. In any case, the path of sacred transformation was very strange. Liu Yang, I see that the antidote's description says it can help us completely eliminate the disease, so to maximize the effect, let's use it in 4 or 5 days. Catgirl, my head hurts so much. It feels like something is crawling inside. The others also swayed unsteadily, looking like they couldn't hold on much longer. Mu Shui, being stronger, emitted a white light around her skin, temporarily resisting the disease's invasion. Just when everyone was in agony, she saw a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Black Death. Qin Shan raised his skeletal staff and waved it in the air. Denser and more domineering disease particles were released. The two sides collided fiercely, intertwining and dissipating in silence. From a microscopic perspective, the battle was extremely intense. Immediately after, Mu Shui incredulously covered her mouth, her legs trembling weakly. The Black Death released by Qin Shan actually suppressed the spread of the ancient disease. She looked at Qin Shan in disbelief, her fear instinctively heightened. Qin Shan could actually control diseases. Lvl23, and he hadn't even changed professions. Was he still human? Her legs trembled uncontrollably, unable to stop. Soon, Liu Yang and the others recovered from the negative status, their faces showing astonishment. They turned their gazes to Qin Shan, the answer already apparent. I told you I had a way to solve it. Liu Yang, but, adoptive father, why did I suddenly get a negative buff called Black Death? Catgirl, me too, meow meow meow. Sun Yunlong, me too. Qin Shan, you won't die, don't worry, this thing is not very toxic. Liu Yang, if you say that, then I can relax. Mu Shui looked at the Black Death that had appeared in her status bar, unable to speak. However, her steps became a bit unsteady, and she quickly fell to the back of the group. Liu Yang, Mu Shui, why are you walking so slowly? Logically, you should be stronger than us, your resistance should be higher. I'm fine. Mu Shui said softly. Hey, wait, what's wrong with your pants? There was nothing just now. After hearing this, Mu Shui reflexively shouted, what do you mean? My stomach hurt just now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at her. Qin Shan? Liu Yang? Catwoman. 3 minutes later, the defensive stronghold of the Holy Royal Family appeared. In the middle was a steep slope, with cliffs on either side. They had even made the cliffs steeper. Before they could get close, they heard someone shouting ahead. Hurry, hurry, Qin Shan is about to arrive. Shield warriors, move forward and activate your skills, make them as solid as a rock. Don't worry about mana consumption, the company will compensate you for any losses. Even if you die, the company will give your family 10 million. What's there to be afraid of? One general's success is built on the bones of thousands. Rangers and mages in the back, hurry up. Start chanting your skills now. Even if we can't take down Qin Shan in one hit, we can slow him down and give the priests enough time to heal. Qin Shan is a necromancer. Bring out all items that target summon creatures. Don't let him summon anything. That's his weakness. If he can't summon, he dies. But if he does summon, we die, understand? Yes. Qin Shan walked forward, speechless, watching thousands of professionals hurriedly set up formations at the stronghold entrance. Is this the rhythm for preparing to fight a boss? Can I join in? Is he really a necromancer? Why does his skin look better than mine? So fair with a rosy glow, and his eyes are so spirited. I remember the necromancers in the videos looking sickly and on the verge of death. I don't know, but I'm a Lv24 warrior, and I feel like I can't even match his muscle mass? I don't know about anything else, but look at the holy royal guards next to us, their legs are shaking non-stop. How scared are they? Damn, it's true. Even the crawling beasts over there are scared to piss themselves. The mercenaries hired at a high price by the Lee Corporation whispered among themselves. They had rich experience in killing bosses, especially in main storyline dungeons. They had even achieved some first kills. When it came to killing bosses, they were professionals. But the Lee Corporation had hired them at a high price, and while a nightmare-level main storyline dungeon was one thing, this time they were asked to choose a camp that seemed to be the villains, with the super boss named General Black Sun sitting behind them, while they were sent to block the way to kill a necromancer? And with the specifications of killing a boss, it made them unable to hold back. Just a mere professional, is it really necessary? They could drown him in spit. However, they were being paid to do a job. As long as the payment for killing the boss was sufficient, they could make a pig die with the same flair as a boss. Their focus was on professionalism, ensuring customer satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Yuhao, Lv15, the young master of the Li family, was fuming at the back of the team. He had just come out of prison and was gritting his teeth, wanting to kill Qin Chen. He didn't even notice his mother's death when he rushed home, gathering a group of brothers to charge into the main storyline dungeon. Especially knowing the company was hunting Qin Chen, he immediately took the position of commander without hesitation. Hurry up, hurry up. There are gaps in this defense line. We must block them all. You axe warriors, get up front. And you archers, are you just standing there? Quickly raise your longbows, charge your arrows to the max, understand? My father has entered the castle. Even if we can't kill Qin Chen, we must at least slow him down to buy time for my father's transformation. You bunch of bastards, stop chatting and pay attention, or we won't pay you a single cent. Li Yuhao sat on the wooden platform at the back, full of vigor as he issued commands. This made the professional mercenaries very unhappy, each one cursing inwardly, but their bodies honestly moved along. After all, the money hadn't been received yet. At this moment, a scruffy man leaning against the wooden platform exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. "Heh, what kind of monsters can a small city like Linhai produce? We, the hungry wolf mercenaries, have killed the Black Emperor." One of the guards beside him, "That thing was hard to kill, yet we still managed to take it down." He was the leader of the mercenary group, codenamed Wolf King, Lv29, estimated to be around 50 years old. His words had a decisive influence within the mercenary group, and these two sentences struck a chord with the mercenaries. Especially the fact that a Lv15 little punk was riding on their heads made them extremely displeased. They could kill pigs, but having pigs ride on their heads was unacceptable. "Shut up!" Li Yuhao scolded sharply, showing no respect for the Wolf King's authority. The Wolf King's face twitched slightly, then he lowered his head and took a deep drag from his cigarette, but his expression hidden in the smoke. "Qin Shen's strength is beyond your imagination. He is a necromancer who has cleared the nightmare dungeon. The holy royal family beside him is so scared their legs are trembling. Can't you see that?" As soon as Li Yuhao said these two sentences, it immediately resonated with the professionals from the Li Corporation. They were the ones who had just fled in fear. They even had a strong feeling that Qin Chen was merely wearing a human skin, and who knows what was underneath. Suddenly, a large knife pierced through Li Yuhao's abdomen, pinning him to the wooden stake behind him. -100, teammate protection, bleeding triggered. The spirited Lu Yuhao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, the pain twisting his face. The Wolf King approached expressionlessly. "You're too noisy. Don't worry, I'll keep you alive with a blood vial." Li Yuhao's eyes widened, his lips trembling, unable to speak. He could vaguely make out a sentence. "You will regret this." Regret? What a joke. I, Wolf King, never do things I regret. At this moment, a scout suddenly ran over and said, "Captain, that necromancer named Qin Chen is coming." Everyone go all out, just kill him. The sooner we finish, the sooner we get paid. We won't cooperate with the Li Corporation again next time. Pa, what bad luck. What a joke. Lu Yang, guess what I saw? The young master of the Li family, Li Yuhao, is stationed at the back, a level 15 commanding a group of high-level professionals. It's just hilarious. Catgirl, oh my, look at that man. He couldn't hold back and directly stabbed Li Yuhao. Qin Chen was also quite surprised. The young master of the Li family was released just like that? According to Tang Zhu, it shouldn't be for another year or so? Could it be that the main branch of the Li family had already arrived and swiftly took control of Linhai City, so Tang Zhu couldn't withstand the pressure and release Li Yuhao? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The main branch of the Li family didn't want to give up on the resource point of Linhai City, so they took over forcefully. Regardless, he should first deal with the person in front of him. And by the way, test the results of his new insights. As solid as a rock. Hearts connected. Hardened resistance. The frontline shield warriors uniformly held 2-meter-high rectangular shields, looking like security doors, each one bracing against the others with their shoulders. Brownish light overflowed from the shields, gradually connecting with the surrounding shield warriors. The damage they were about to receive was evenly distributed among each shield warrior. The professional mercenary group used this tactic to withstand many bosses. It had proven effective time and again. They were quite confident in it. Meanwhile, a rain of arrows and magical energy balls appeared behind the shield warriors. They arced through the air, all aimed directly at Qin Chen. Even if a single arrow causes little damage, when hundreds or thousands are stacked together, it becomes terrifying. It can even unleash a horrifying output of 10,000 damage per second. "It's over," the Wolf King said, looking at Qin Chen beneath the arrows, his tone indifferent. "Professionals have low health, no one can withstand such an attack." At that moment, Qin Chen raised the skeletal staff in his hand. Bone Kingdom. The skeletal structures he created slowly rose. It was a skeleton named Xiao Lily, surrounded by dense ribs, holding an arcane staff. Beneath her, layers of skulls swirled around, pushing her into the sky. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Qin Chen smiled slightly and said, "I named it Arcane Skeleton Mage Tower." Countless skulls quickly emerged from the ground, lifting the skeleton Xiao Lily upward. This was Qin Chen's creative construction of the Bone Kingdom, using the souls of professionals as anchors, with bones as support, connecting to reality. He was going to create his own unique Bone Kingdom. And this was just the first step. Facing the barrage of sharp arrows and magical energy blasts, the skeleton Xiao Lily raised her arcane staff. Arcane Magic Counter. The densely arranged skulls on the tower base all opened their jagged jaws, with cold green flames burning in their eye sockets. A strong wave of necromantic energy surged forth, combined with the spell released by Xiao Lily, forming a necromantic-enhanced version of Magic Counter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first arrows that shot down entered the realm of the necromantic-enhanced Magic Counter, as if entering a quagmire, their speed drastically reduced to almost a halt, when suddenly, the arrows ignited with green flames. The skulls scattered across the tower base flew up, like a swarm of insects dancing in the air. They clashed their jaws together, then bit down on the halted arrows, with green flames bursting forth from their eye sockets, nostrils, jaws, and cochleas, looking quite vigorous. Then, they replaced the incoming arrows, returning along the same path, clashing their jaws as they bit towards the archers who shot the arrows. At that moment, all the professional mercenaries stared wide-eyed in shock. Was this a necromancer? How was it different from what they had seen before? Where were the promised skeleton monsters? What were all these flying skulls? Unfortunately, they had no chance to voice their questions. The skulls burning with green ghostly fire charged into the ranks of the professional mercenaries, seeking out their designated archer, chasing after them and biting wildly, clack clack. The sound of jaws clashing echoed terrifyingly. And once they bit down, they wouldn't let go until they had bitten off half a buttock. -1783, soul burn, -300, -1803, soul burn, -300. To be honest, the damage wasn't very high. After all, this wasn't Qin Chen's serious skill, he was merely experimenting with his new insights, exploring the beauty of the undead. However, the archers generally had health between 7,000 and 9,000, so taking a hit was enough to cost them dearly. The key point was, it hurt. The screams immediately turned the faces of the mages holding staffs in the back pale. They seemed to foresee their own fate. Unfortunately, once the magic projectiles were thrown out, there was no way to take them back. The slower flying magic projectiles fell into the magic counter area. The thinned-out skeletal tower base sent out another batch of skulls, which bit down on the suspended, ghostly green magic projectiles, and the necromantic energy transformed from the magic counter immediately ignited them. Then they charged towards the mages. The mages did not possess the agility of the ranger archers. They screamed in fear and hurriedly released magic shields and magic teleportation. 2 seconds of chanting. They thought they were safe, but unexpectedly, the skull had actually gnawed a hole in the magic shield, forcing its way in and biting down hard on their thighs, its sharp teeth nearly reaching the bone. A scream more tragic than that of the archers rang out. One could only say, as expected of a mage who needed to chant, their voice was loud. The increasingly intense screams from behind immediately caused the brothers in the front row, who were bracing against the 2-meter shield, to lose their composure. Wait, we're still holding the front. Why are they screaming? I don't know, we can still hold on here. But the ranger mages are about to give in. Shouting like that, anyone who doesn't know would think our mercenary group has never seen the world. The front row shield warriors cursed and turned back, only to be stunned by the sight of skull heads flying everywhere. What the hell? What the hell is that? The team leader, the Wolf King, took a deep drag from his cigarette butt and slowly exhaled. Amidst the swirling smoke, he gazed at the battlefield ahead, a serious expression on his scruffy face. This Qin Chen is indeed different from the usual necromancers. Necromancers typically summon skeleton monsters, then allocate roles to form a balanced skeleton army, but this Qin has summoned a skeleton that can cast arcane magic, as well as flying skull heads. It seems he is forging his own unique path. Looking at all the historical geniuses, none have followed the crowd. Qin has also embarked on such a path. This child must not be left alive. The Wolf King extinguished his cigarette with his fingers and raised his hand. Dark Extinction Spear. A black pentagram slowly unfolded, and a black spear descended. Immediately, a shrill neigh echoed from the darkness, and a black steed with glowing blue eyes charged out. The Wolf King mounted the horse, and a chilling aura erupted instantly. His profession was Dark Knight. He. Li Yuhao, covered in blood, suddenly laughed. What do you mean? The Wolf King, donning a black helmet, turned to look at Li Yuhao. Now, you realize fear. Too late. Li Yuhao spat blood, mocking him. Fear? Me? Joke. The Wolf King sneered, then waved his hand backward. A mobile team composed of assassins, knights, and other professions charged out right after. I am a Dark Knight, I know not what fear is. With that, the Wolf King led his men to charge forward, thrusting his spear at a skeleton behind an archer. Bang! Minus 2,379. The powerful force pierced the skull head cleanly. The Wolf King felt no joy. If he couldn't handle a skull head, he might as well give up. First, deal with the skull heads, then rescue the ranger mages. Front row shield warriors, hold the line. Yes, understood. After giving his orders, he commanded his men to continue clearing the skull heads. One must say, Qin truly surprised him. Summoning these skull heads with magical countering abilities had put his archers and mages at a disadvantage. But that was where it ended. A level 23 professional, what waves could he stir? He probably should be worried about the front row shield warriors. Taking shortcuts is one thing, but the gap in hard power would soon become apparent. However, in the next moment, an overwhelmingly oppressive presence suddenly appeared, making him want to kneel in worship. What? The Wolf King was instantly stunned. The dark warhorse beneath him neighed and threw him off, then galloped forward. Regrettably, your dark warhorse has chosen to betray you. In his entire life, it was the first time he had heard such a prompt. The Wolf King lay on the ground, trembling as he raised his head, his expression turning to shock. His lips quivered as he uttered a few words. Dark Queen? Everything suddenly became reasonable. Wait, how could this Lv23 necromancer summon such a being? The dark warhorse charged towards the Dark Queen, and as it entered Qin's skeletal realm, its flesh and blood automatically shed, leaving only a pitch-black skeletal frame. It saw its own appearance and spun around in shock. It seems my exploration and creation of the skeletal realm have yielded initial results. It even formed a halo-like effect. Entering my skeletal realm will automatically strip away flesh and blood. If I continue to delve deeper, combined with skill upgrades, what the future will hold, I can't even imagine. Qin was exceptionally excited. This was his first attempt to create his own necromantic system. Judging by the results, it was undoubtedly a success. Next, there was no need to hold back. Dark Queen, at your command, my lord. The Dark Queen gracefully bowed, then drew the longbow in her hands. Dark arrows charged furiously at her fingertips before being shot out with a sudden force. Boom! The once thought indestructible shield warrior defense shattered in an instant. Countless shield warriors couldn't even scream before they dropped dead on the spot. Minus 183,493, infected by darkness, transformed into a skeleton. Minus 185,394, infected by darkness, transformed into a skeleton. Minus 189,249, infected by darkness, transformed into a skeleton. The pitch-black skeletal monsters crawled out from the corpses. Qin strolled closer with the Dark Queen as if in a leisurely walk. Black smoke emanated from him, causing blood to flow from every orifice of those who passed by, suffering from symptoms like suffocation and choking. The Black Death. Anyone infected would fall into endless pain, feeling their body gradually collapse. If I could make the Black Death like the skeletal realm, not just limited to skills, but create something unique of my own, that should be quite interesting. Qin watched the spread of the Black Death, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. 18,000 damage? The Wolf King saw this damage and fell into despair. The shield warrior's health was at most around 40,000, and this directly exceeded 4-5 times. How to play? Even dungeon bosses weren't this outrageous. So far, he could still accept it. After all, the Dark Queen had been summoned, and such an attack level was somewhat normal. Until the spread of the Black Death and that contemplative expression finally plunged him into the abyss of fear. This guy is not human. On this day, the Dark Knight sensed what true fear was. The black smoke spread in the air, and just inhaling it would scratch the throat. Within seconds, blood would gush from the mouth and nose. The effect was extremely fast. 1,000, 1,000, 1000, 1000. Health points were draining like someone had taken a laxative, pouring out uncontrollably. Even more terrifying was that health potions and recovery skills were all ineffective. Only the antidote had some effect, but it couldn't last for more than a few seconds before health began to plummet again, accompanied by intense pain, as if every cell in the body was collapsing in battle against the virus. The whole body ached, and the waist couldn't straighten up. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary class shield warrior. Experience dropped, 30,000. Equipment dropped, Earth-type large shield, platinum level. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary class ranger. Experience dropped, 29,000. Equipment dropped, agile short boots, platinum level. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary class healing spirit. Experience dropped, 27,000. Equipment dropped, warm short armor, platinum level. The continuous kill notifications rang out, and the experience dropped by these professionals was incredibly enticing, almost 10 times that of the Holy Royal Guard. The experience progress bar was skyrocketing. Unfortunately, it's currently too difficult to level up. The progress bar has only jumped to 49%, with half still to go. No matter how hard it is to level up, taking down General Black Sun should get me to level 25. By then, I can accept the magical energy profession inheritance from the Bobo people and enjoy a life filled with abundant blue energy. After that, I can just bombard with skills without worrying about energy consumption. A significant increase in energy capacity would represent a qualitative change for Qin Chen, allowing him to recklessly explore some insights into necromantic abilities and even construct a more complete and grand skeletal kingdom. Summoning a skeleton kingdom at will, how could one possibly lose? Level 25 job advancement is a deeper excavation of the original profession, and this is the widely accepted view. Every professional knows this, but very few can actually achieve it. Most professionals mechanically believe that after job advancement, they can learn higher level skills, gain more basic attribute points, or unlock unique elemental magic abilities, without ever considering where this power comes from. This is the fate of every professional, to trace back to the source. You're still killing too slowly. Infect the black crows. The clear and pleasant whisper reached the ears of the surrounding professionals, undoubtedly like a demon roaring. Still killing too slowly? Is this even human talk? Killing like a machine. Caw caw caw, representing ominous black crows. They surged out from around Qin Chen like a swarm of insects. They spiraled upward and then shot toward the mercenary professionals at a distance like missiles. Whoosh! The air vibrated with a rapid sound. Don't come over here. I'll chop you to death with one axe. The axe warrior, holding a giant axe, saw a black crow charging at him and immediately raised his axe, shouting in panic, "Jump slash!" The mercenary axe warrior's combat instincts were decent. He raised his axe and swung it forward fiercely. Thud, the sensation of hitting something made him ecstatic. I survived. The axe warrior was overjoyed, a sense of achievement swelling within him. Once upon a time, he feared a mere bird. One axe chop would suffice. But the fear Qin Chen instilled in him was too strong, making him subconsciously believe that every summoned creature of Qin Chen was abnormally powerful. He felt incredibly invigorated, even wanting to tell the other mercenaries, God can be hurt, God can die. The next moment, he saw the black crow he had chopped into still moving. What? He jolted and looked down. The black crow on his axe was staring back at him with pitch-black eyes, then tilted its head. Bang! The black crow exploded, its foul-smelling, shattered flesh mixed with black feathers splattering all over the axe warrior's face. Damn it! The axe warrior stumbled back, hurriedly wiping the bits of flesh off his face. But when he touched it, he found his hand covered in blood. It was his blood. At the same time, a notification appeared. Late-stage Black Death. You are about to die, Axe Warrior? Before he could react, his vision blurred, and he collapsed straight to the ground. In his dying moments, he finally understood that the Black Crow had launched a suicide attack, and standing too close meant late-stage Black Death. This really left no way out. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary professional axe warrior. Experience dropped, 30,000, equipment dropped, Bloodblade Battle Axe, platinum level, bang 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 bang. The surrounding black crows exploded one after another, splattering bits of flesh all over the faces of those nearby. The mercenary professionals initially cursed angrily, but upon seeing the sudden negative effect notification, they froze in shock and then collapsed to the ground. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary professional jester assassin. Experience dropped, 27,000, equipment dropped, jester's red nose, platinum level. Congratulations, you have killed a mercenary professional sharpshooter. Experience dropped, 30,000, equipment dropped, revolver, platinum level. After the plague of black crows joined the battlefield, the killing effect indeed increased several times. No matter how far the mercenary professionals fled, a single charge from the Black Crows would end it. So this is what it's like for others to be infected with the Black Death. It's a bit different from my infection, but how can I create something on this basis? If transforming and innovating the Bone Kingdom is a difficulty of 1, then for a disease like the Black Death, the difficulty of transformation and innovation is 100,000, because it already exists in reality, conforms to real logic, and changing something fixed is incredibly difficult. The Holy Royal Family needed to concentrate the strength of the entire clan to conduct research, and in the end, they still failed. Skills carry not only higher damage and transformations of power forms, but also a deeper understanding of professional power. My skills can upgrade once per second, and when the Black Death advances next time, I will grasp more related knowledge, making future transformations much simpler. Qinshen nodded slightly. Such matters indeed cannot be rushed. At this moment, he looked up at Li Yuhao, who was impaled on a wooden stake in the distance. Young Master Li. The first meeting ended with him being thrown into prison. The second meeting, would he be sending him to his demise personally? What a fateful connection. Did the people from the Li family headquarters let you out? Qinshen asked. He, you are indeed clever. Li Yuhao laughed arrogantly, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The big shots of the Li family headquarters are more powerful than you can imagine. Qinshen shrugged. No wonder this guy was still so arrogant. Even facing death he remained defiant. Go die, you can't kill me. I am a member of the Li family. Young Master Li probably never thought he would die. He had been accustomed to acting tyrannically, and even if he killed someone in a dungeon or even in reality, the Li company would help him clean up the mess, ultimately without any cost to pay. After all, the Li company was the local emperor of Lehigh City, but now, he realized he might really die. The Li company might not be able to protect him this time. In his final moments, he thought, I might as well stay in prison. Put. Blood splattered all over the bearded man beside him, who didn't even have time to wipe it off, trembling in fear. You dare to come up at level 15, do you want to challenge me out of your league? Qinshen's eyes widened when he saw Li Yuhao's level. Congratulations, you have killed a professional swordsman, experience dropped, 7,000, equipment dropped, crippling greatsword, golden level. The experience dropped from a low-level opponent was indeed not enough, so Qinshen turned his gaze to the Dark Knight. The latter trembled immediately, liquid flowing from below. Oh, your level is the highest here. The experience dropped must be a lot. The Wolf King quickly said, wait, how about we make a deal? I can definitely offer you something satisfactory. Make a deal, go ahead and speak. The main storyline dungeon in the central area, the Black Emperor, the Holy Royal Family you see is just one of the families under the Empire. In fact, each main storyline task in the dungeons is a force within the Empire. The choice of faction ultimately determines whether you are in the Black Emperor faction or the Rebel faction, and to participate in the main storyline dungeon in the central area, you need the Black Emperor's permission. The Wolf King's tone was urgent. You will definitely ascend to the grand stage of the central area in the future. If I help you solve this problem, will you spare my life? I always thought the Black Emperor was just a nickname, but I didn't expect there to actually be a Black Emperor in the main storyline of the Central District. Wait, are you saying we need the Black Emperor's permission to enter the main storyline? Qinshen's face showed shock. The amount of information here is quite overwhelming. First of all, the Black Emperor must know about the Abyss and the human world, and also possess the ability to control this world and resist the Abyss. That's a bit terrifying. If the Black Emperor gets angry, it's very possible for them to counterattack reality. Oh, thank you for the information. But, sorry, I already have a mentor from the Central District. As for the so-called permission from the Black Emperor, she can help me obtain it, so you don't need to worry about that. You can just go peacefully. This is a critical resource. Your mentor can't get it for you unless you pass the test and meet the contribution standards. The Wolf King said anxiously, but he choked halfway through. Very well, you realize that none of this is a problem for me. You can leave. Qinshen raised his right hand, and the pathogen of the Black Death gathered at his fingertips, ultimately forming a strangely shaped black spear. With a soft sound, it pierced into the Wolf King's chest amidst his desperate gaze. Immediately, the black spear exploded into several fine branches, then violently pierced through the Wolf King's chest cavity, resembling a black cactus. Minus 58,239, Black Death outbreak, dead. Congratulations, you have killed the mercenary leader Dark Knight. Experience dropped, 50,000, equipment dropped, obsidian spear, diamond level, 50,000 experience, how delightful. Wait, why don't you use money to bribe me? If you give enough, I might just be tempted. Qinshen was quite surprised. However, the person was dead, and the money was all taken to the coffin. He turned his gaze to the distance, where the Holy Royal Guard was hiding far away. Upon noticing Qinshen's gaze, they immediately retreated in a flurry, looking quite disheveled. To be honest, The combat power of the Holy Royal Family in the second phase of their transformation is not bad, especially since their base attributes have reached over 3,000, making any one of them a boss-level existence in ordinary dungeons. The only drawback is that they give too little experience. The key point is that they have some resistance to the Black Death, unlike professionals who bleed from all orifices after infection. Let me check the skill upgrade slot 4, Thunder Skeleton Clan Summoning Technique. Calculating the time, it had been 3 days since it was placed there, and he hadn't really checked on it since. Upon opening it, it had already leveled up. Thunder Skeleton Summoning Technique, Thunder Skeleton King Summoning Technique, Thunder Skeleton King Summoning Technique. Lv573, summon one of the 5 Skeleton Kings, the Skeleton King seated on the Thunder Throne, to fight for you. Mana cost, 10,000, duration, 1 day. Thunder Skeleton King? He must have a deep understanding of bones and skeletons. If there's time in the future, they must have an in-death exchange. Since the skill has leveled up, the last step is to place Ghoulnax Summoning Technique in the skill upgrade slot, and once it levels up, all skills will follow suit. Come forth, my Thunder Skeleton King. Qinshen raised the skeleton staff in his hand, and a 10-meter diameter circle immediately unfolded in front of him, which was not a magic circle, but a constantly flowing plasma, resembling boiling, churning magma. Then, the plasma bulged upward, and a large skeletal hand adorned with mysterious runes reached out, then rested on the ground beside it. Who dares to disturb my plasma bath? Accompanied by an extremely displeased voice, a broad skeletal head slowly rose. The plasma flowed along its bones, forming muscle-like elongated shapes that adhered between the various bones. The ordinary Thunder Skeleton possesses a plasma heart, and so does the Thunder Skeleton King. However, among his hundreds of ribs, there are as many as 5 plasma hearts, pumping plasma throughout his body in waves. Oh, my lord! Please forgive my earlier disrespect. After climbing out of the plasma pool, the Thunder Skeleton King became much more respectful upon seeing Qinshen. Go deal with these Holy Royal Family members. Understood, my lord. Receiving the command, the Thunder Skeleton King slightly bent his knees, and arcs of electricity burst forth from his legs. After a brief gathering, he leaped fiercely into the sky. His feet stacked together, he stomped down with a fierce momentum. War tread. The guards of the Holy Royal Family fell to the ground in fear, their mouths agape as they gazed at the electrified sky and the skeletal feet wrapped in plasma flesh, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Boom! The Thunder Skeleton King's feet landed on the body of the Holy Royal Family's commander, who shattered into pieces under the surging electricity. Minus 136,722, plasma tear. Minus 32,842, minus 332,749, plasma tear. Minus 342,854, plasma tear. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Family Guard commander, gaining experience. 23,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Family Guard, gaining experience. 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Family Guard, gaining experience. 3,000. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv24, all attributes plus 2, free attributes plus 6, health plus 1,000, mana plus 500. Congratulations, the faction task breakthrough defense line has been completed. Experience reward, 1000000 reward, shining level equipment chest *1 special reward, perfect chest *1, Bobo people profession inheritance, meets faction points conditions. Just 1 level away from job inheritance. The Thunder Skeleton King, with his plasma-infused flesh, truly stands out. Not only does he possess the aesthetic of a muscular giant, but the brilliant blue plasma also erases any sense of grotesqueness. Standing nearly 15 meters tall, he is a striking figure in the defense line. At the same time, the Thunder Skeleton King has overcome the slow movement disadvantage typical of skeleton monsters. The plasma muscle composition grants him biological-like agility, allowing him to run freely on the battlefield and execute terrifying war treads. He himself also enjoys the visceral feeling of combat. Thunder Skeleton King Special Monster Route Level, Lv24, cannot exceed the Summoner's level cap, health, 200000 base attributes, strength *5271, agility *3721, intelligence *2230 skill 1, perfect plasma muscle exclusive to the Thunder Skeleton clan, utilizing the Thunder Skeleton's extraordinary affinity for plasma. The bones can hold vast amounts of plasma while connecting with other storage points, forming a precise thunder muscle structure. The Thunder Skeleton King mimics humans by creating 5 hearts for himself, perfectly solving the plasma energy circulation issue. Attribute bonuses: strength plus 2,000, agility plus 3,000, intelligence plus 1,000, damage plus 200%, and includes plasma disintegration ability, causing 30,000 to 50,000 continuous damage to enemies, which cannot be healed. Speed can be charged for 1 to 8 seconds, reaching 25 m/s to 300 m/s. Skill 2, Thunder Throne. The Thunder Skeleton King sits upon the Thunder Throne, enjoying the majestic authority of thunder, providing a continuous source of thunder energy, and possessing infinite thunder resurrection ability. Chanting for an hour allows for ultra-long distance summoning. Upon successfully summoning the Thunder Throne, all thunder levels increase, and thunder bonuses multiply tenfold, striking enemies with a thunder attack once per second, dealing 100,000 fixed thunder damage. Note, the foundation of the Thunder Skeleton Clan, losing it is equivalent to the extinction of the clan. Skill 3, Martial Arts Secret Technique. Before the Thunder Skeleton Emperor ascended to the Thunder Throne, he was the only outcast in the clan who could not control thunder. All the skeletons chose to ignore him, allowing him to fend for himself. Thus, he embarked on a difficult journey to seek power and successfully returned, mastering a set of skeleton martial arts secret techniques that no one could rival. All the skeletons congratulated the great skeleton emperor on ascending to the Thunder Throne. Includes branch abilities, War Tread, Rapid Strike, Block and Resolve, etc. Skill 4, Thunder Summon. Chanting for 10 seconds, a thunder portal is opened, and the 4 great thunder skeleton generals will crawl out from it to fight alongside the skeleton emperor. Introduction. This is an inspiring skeleton. Wow, is this skeleton really that inspiring? This time, Shin Chen was not moved by the power of the Thunder Skeleton Emperor. Instead, he was impressed by its indomitable will, which forged a path of its own. Well, it's a bit like me. When we get back late at night, we should have a good heart-to-heart talk. 3 people traveling together must have a teacher among them. Shin Chen felt he could learn a lot from the Thunder Skeleton Emperor. Not far away, bursts of electric light erupted, and the battle of the Thunder Skeleton Emperor was nearing its end. No, spare my life. I know this area very well. Wherever you want to go, I can take you there. The Holy Royal Guard, covered in blood, cried out in panic. The Thunder Skeleton Emperor pressed him down and had already raised his fist, but he paused at those words and then looked up at Shin Chen. Guide party? I hate guide parties the most. Kill. Boom! The Thunder Skeleton Emperor did not hesitate and smashed down with a fist charged with electric light. The Holy Royal Guard and his bones were turned to dust. Congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Guard, gaining experience, 7,000. Congratulations, faction task completed. The defensive line of the Holy Royal family has completely collapsed, marking the bloody reign of the Holy Royal family coming to an end. The path of holy transformation is not holy. The power explored from ancient diseases can only plunge into the unknown abyss. Before disaster strikes, please end all of this and give the Bobo people and other creatures suffering from catastrophe a home. New faction task triggered, kill the final boss, General Black Sun. Hidden task, prevent the castle from presenting perfect research results to the Black Emperor. Countdown, 1 month. The defensive line was in ruins, with various remnants of walls and shattered limbs mixed together. In the bloodstained mud, flashes of brief electric light occasionally flickered. Everything was over, yet it was not over. Right hand of the Yellow Springs. Everything in the world was changing, countless numb souls burrowing into the right hand of the Yellow Springs. The soul reserve was rapidly increasing, 50,000/50,000. With just over 20 souls left, consider them as blue potions consumed. Death Speaker, activate, intelligence +5. Health/mana restored by 1,000 points. Death Speaker, activate, strength +5. Health/mana restored by 1,000 points. The nearly depleted mana was instantly filled again. I can't release skills recklessly, it really feels quite uncomfortable. I must get my hands on the Bobo people's legacy. Killing General Black Sun should get me to level 25, and I can change jobs. At this moment, the voice of the Dark Queen suddenly sounded from the side. My lord, how should we handle this dark skeletal horse? Shin Chen looked at the well-proportioned dark horse. Its long neck bones appeared quite elegant. You want to take it back? That's fine. No, my lord misunderstood. It originally belongs to the Dark Clan. Upon hearing this, Shin Chen immediately understood that the Dark Queen had a protective attribute. Upon seeing a creature belonging to the Dark Clan, she instinctively wanted to give it a better home. But how should it be handled? Now only the Bone Kingdom has a relatively good level of tolerance. Shin Chen nodded, reaching out to grasp the dark bone horse in the darkness. Bone Kingdom. Countless giant crescent-shaped bones emerged from both sides and then interlocked with each other. I didn't intend to do this. Shin Chen was stunned upon seeing this. The skill he released, Bone Kingdom, did not take the dark bone horse away as he had imagined, but instead created a structure resembling a bone bridge. It should be noted that there was a precedent with Chow Lily's skeleton, which had proven this move feasible, but this time he was completely at a loss. The dark bone horse, initially dejected and engulfed in depression and panic, suddenly brightened when it saw the bone bridge made of crescent bones ahead. It let out a joyful neigh towards the sky and then galloped happily on the bone bridge, its hooves clattering, disappearing at the end of the bridge. I understand now, Qin Chen suddenly realized. The Bone Kingdom is connected to the consciousness of the Dark Bone Horse, creating a place where the Dark Bone Horse has always longed to gallop freely. A Bone Kingdom created by a single person's consciousness is merely a child's plaything. But a Bone Kingdom created by the will of countless beings? That is a dynasty. This time, he gained insight again. In Lehigh City, at the top floor of the Lee Corporation building, a middle-aged man sat seriously at his computer desk, typing on the keyboard with a two-finger zen, while a contract presented from below lay on his right side, which he glanced at before signing. Li Wei, the inspector from the Li family, Lv43, profession, dragon fighter. The situation was a complete mess. He had even witnessed the death scene of Li Xinggong's wife and the signs of Li Xinggong's decline. If this continued for a few months, the Li Corporation would collapse, so he took full control of the Li Corporation and began to handle various matters, including destroying the official marketplace that had been established. At this moment, the company secretary rushed over and said, Mr. Li, the official marketplace has lowered prices again. If we lower ours any further, we won't have any profit left. What should we do now? Do I need to emphasize this again? We will always be significantly cheaper than them. Even if we lose money, it doesn't matter. Li Wei raised his head in dissatisfaction, looking at the secretary. Understood. The secretary hurriedly left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. The family is very concerned about the dungeon resources in Lehigh City, whether it is the inheritance of the Holy Royal Family or the inheritance of the Bobo people. Both are suitable for large-scale cultivation of related professionals. Among them, there is a hidden inheritance that the family has already discovered, which is very likely to break the deadlock of the Central District's dungeon. This time, I will obtain the hidden inheritance. Li Xinggong has brought considerable benefits to the family, but now his will has sunk, and he even personally killed his own wife, so he can only be sacrificed. Li Wei finished typing the last character. He then slowly closed his laptop and walked step by step into the reception hall. Sacrificial ritual. He began to chant, a scorching voice continuously spilling from his lips. A scarlet pentagram spun into existence beneath his feet, expanding with the sound of his chanting, filling the hall. The reception sofa and coffee table seemed to sink into some kind of fluid, tilting as they submerged into the scarlet pentagram. Soon, the entire room became spacious, with various stone pillars rising from the surroundings, dim candlelight illuminating them, and in the center appeared an outstretched stone claw. It resembled a bizarre piece of art, large enough for a person to sit on. Li Wei was enveloped in a red aura of fighting spirit. As the chanting stopped, he slowly raised his head, his gaze fixated on a point ahead, as if something were there. He emitted a heavy, deep voice, beginning to call out, "In the name of the bloodline, I command you, Li Xinggong, return. The family needs your blood and flesh. Offer everything you have." As his voice continued to echo, the space in front began to slowly twist and rotate. Eventually, a blood-red vortex formed at the spot he had just seen, where Li Xinggong was bizarrely impaled on a sharp iron pillar, his body pierced from below, his feet locked around his neck, hands reaching downward, his skin resembling charred coal, layered and stacked. Li Xinggong's eyes were filled with madness, mumbling something under his breath. The moment he saw Li Wei, his body trembled, and a look of pain crossed his face. The family has finally come. Li Wei looked at him solemnly and said, "The family is very disappointed in you." I know. Li Xinggong's expression cleared, but the ensuing pain twisted his features, yet he could not hide the shame. The layout of the Li Corporation has been dismantled, and I couldn't even control the main storyline, even sinking into it, killing my own wife. I have fully taken over the Li Corporation, and I have also pressured your son to be released. In the future, Lehigh City will still belong to the Li family, Li Wei said meticulously. That's good. Li Xinggong's painful expression eased a bit. His son should still inherit something. Now the family has given you a new mission. If you succeed, you can not only preserve your position in Lehigh City but also have the chance to be accepted into the central family's ranks. Are you willing to sacrifice for the bloodline? Really? I am so willing. Li Xinggong struggled to lift his head. The family requires you to complete the 3 stages of the sacred transformation and ultimately emerge from your cocoon. Li Xinggong, could it be? With the noble bloodline of the Li family, I believe you can overcome this crisis. I will assist you throughout the process, observe your condition, and provide guidance as needed to help you complete the final transformation. But what about Qin Chen? He is the reason for my current state. Li Xinggong said bitterly. He already has an official mentor from the central area. I can't touch him and have no intention of doing so. The family's goal is to obtain hidden legacies and mass-produce powerful new generation professionals. Once this main storyline ends, he will leave with his mentor, and Linhai City will ultimately still belong to the Li family. But if he seeks death and crashes into us, then don't blame me. Li Xinggang, hidden legacy? At that moment, Li Wei suddenly grinned at him. The sacred royal family and the Bobo people, they share the same origin. Li Xinggang was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. This is a life crystal, you should consume it first. The reason for the failure of General Larry is that the ancient disease infected him too deeply, yet he lacked strong recovery abilities, ultimately leading to a half-dead state. I will forcibly maintain you with life-related items. This time, it must succeed. Announcement, Li Corporation Professional Team, all dead. Announcement, Li Corporation Mercenary Team, all dead. Announcement, Li Corporation Elite Team, all dead. Announcement, Qin Shen's team successfully broke through the Sacred Royal Family's defense line and received the first completion reward. First completion treasure chest *1. The series of announcements left all professionals dumbfounded. Li Xinggang, who was struggling in the pain of the third stage, immediately lifted his head. My son, your son is doing well. Focus on breaking through the third stage, Li Wei said without changing his expression. Li Xinggang, oh, that's good. Meanwhile, online, it stirred up a huge wave, instantly igniting a frenzy. What? The Li Corporation's professional teams were all wiped out? That's too explosive. They chose the Sacred Royal Family faction, which holds absolute battlefield advantages, and they all died? Did they provoke something they shouldn't have? Could it be that Qin Shen did this? If I remember correctly, he only entered the main storyline dungeon at level 20. How could he possibly wipe out so many professionals? Who else could it be? Didn't you see the announcement? Qin Shen's team broke through the Holy Royal Family's defense line. They were charging forward, and when the professional teams blocked their path, they were naturally killed off. Damn, how many teams did he wipe out? A massacre. A massacre. I love it. The day the Li family inspector arrived, the entire Linhai City fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. People finally remembered how formidable the super family, the Li family, truly was. Mayor, our newly established dungeon mall system has completely collapsed. If this continues, we'll be pushed back to our previous state, completely losing control over the professionals and dungeon resources. We can't compete with them at all. The people from the Li family this time are too steady and experienced, making almost no mistakes, every step hitting the offensive nodes, suffocating us. Mayor, what should we do? This can't go on. In the high-level meeting of Linhai City, the ministers were all talking at once. They hadn't expected the people from the Li family to be so terrifying, their strength too overwhelming. Clearly just one person took over the Li company and immediately launched a comprehensive attack on them, leaving no room for breath, while continuously consolidating and expanding their advantage. It was like a Go master, constantly capturing black stones while filling the board with white stones. What frustrated them the most was that the opponent's moves were plain and unremarkable, something they could have thought of with a little effort. Yet, with such simple moves, they were beaten to a pulp. Tangzhu sat silently in her chair. After a long while, she sighed deeply and said, "You all have done very well. This world is inherently unfair. Some are born to shine brightly, while others are destined for a mediocre life. We cannot fight against the Li family, nor do we have the strength to do so. We can only accept the final outcome. We are finished." The previously quarreling ministers fell silent. Although they were reluctant to see their hard work go to waste, this was the reality. At that moment, kill announcements rang out one after another. What? The professional team from the Li company is all dead? Damn it, the Li company actually summoned mercenary professionals. These are a bunch of ruthless, insane killers. Qin Shen killed them all? Good, good, good. He even broke through the Holy Royal Family's defense line. Everyone's expressions brightened considerably. Qin Shen was indeed impressive. But the gloom soon returned. The people from the Li family had already arrived. What waves could he possibly stir? The best outcome would be for him to leave Linhai City for the central district, while Linhai City remained as it was. We can only hope Qin Shen can protect himself. Don't die. In Dasha City, the White Emperor stood at the main storyline dungeon, Sea War, at the connection to the Black Abyss. She had her favorite white cleaver strapped to her waist. Her teammates stood around her, seriously checking their equipment and items. The difficulty of the main storyline dungeon was very high. Any level of professional could die inside. This time, the dungeon environment was also at sea, greatly increasing the danger level. My dear student actually killed all the professionals from the Li company? The White Emperor felt her phone vibrating at her waist, so she took it out and a look of joy appeared on her face. These guys even brought in mercenary professionals. When I get back to the central district, I must demand an explanation from the Lee family. They are trying to harm my student. They must pay. At that moment, the black vortex began to accelerate, and the surrounding space started to twist. The White Emperor's expression hardened, and as the captain, she immediately said in a deep voice, "We are about to enter the main storyline instance, Sea War. If anyone wants to withdraw, now is the time. Once we enter, no one is allowed to act on their own, everything must follow my orders. Otherwise, a gruesome death is not my concern." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shuddered in unison. The Black Abyss instance was always fraught with danger, and even high-level professionals had a high probability of death. No one is speaking, so I'm going in. Accompanied by a distortion of space, the salty and cool sea breeze rushed towards them. An endless ocean stretched out before them, waves crashing violently. The only support beneath their feet was the ship's deck. Faction task: kill the final boss, General Black Sun Luyan. We've finally reached this point. What do you think General Black Sun will look like? Can he control the Black Sun or something and burn us all to death? Catgirl, meow meow, Black Sun is just a nickname. Do you really think he can control the Black Sun? I think he should be a tough guy clad in black armor, the kind that can punch someone's brains out, definitely a brawler's fighting style. Mushue, how did you guess he's a tough guy? Catgirl, isn't that how they portray it in movies? Muscles bulging, face like it's been chiseled. Mushue, hiss, you make a good point. Anyway, I think no matter how terrifying he is, he can't compare to Qin Shen. Right now, he's the scariest thing I know. The monsters in the videos don't even come close. Qin Chen, am I really that scary? Mushue said confidently, of course. It's fine now, but during the battle just now, you made me have a physiological fear response. Qin Chen? Lu Yang? Sun Yunlong, what do you mean by physiological response? I don't understand. At that moment, Qin Chen's voice rang out. We've arrived. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they all stopped in their tracks. Before them appeared a place resembling a manor, with a gate made of pitch-black metal bars blocking their way. Behind the iron gate was a withered garden, where trees and flowers had all died, black branches scattered about. From deep within the manor, the sound of a woman's scream could be heard, along with the lewd laughter and roars of something monstrous. Looks like General Black Sun is home today. Qin Shen decided to give this final boss the respect it deserved. Come forth, my forbidden touch. Come forth, my Despair Sea battle graveyard. Sacrificing 10 souls, the Death Speaker triggered, randomly gaining 50 points in attributes, and replenishing some mana. Come forth, my ghoul, Nax. Bone Kingdom, domain activated. Come forth, my Plague Ravens. Sacrificing another 10 souls, the Death Speaker triggered again, randomly gaining 50 points in attributes, replenishing mana. Boom, the pentagram summoning array appeared in succession, the ghoul, Nax grinning as it crawled out, the forbidden touch guarding the manor's entrance, and the Plague Raven swirling in the sky like a swarm, darkening the horizon, along with the summoning trench that obscured the sky, where schools of mermaid skeletons and the undaunted shipbones were already eager to join. As for the Thunder Skull King and the Dark Queen, they had always stayed by his side, never retreating. Qin Shen glanced at his army and nodded slightly. Lu Yang, Mu Shui, and the other 3 teammates showed expressions of shock. The sight of so many terrifying undead summons mobilizing together was overwhelming. General Black Sun, here I come. Qin Shen gestured forward, and thousands of plague ravens dove in first. The ghoul, Nax swung its claws, shattering the black iron gate into pieces. Charge! Bang! The pitch-black iron gate broke open from the outside, shattering into countless fragments. The ghoul, Nax screeched as it crawled out, its bulging eyes searching for flesh to devour. The pitch-black skeleton army surged forward, their jaws clattering ominously, hollow eye sockets exuding an oppressive darkness. The Dark Queen, with her blood-red eyes, walked gracefully behind them, tightly gripping her queen's longbow, her fingertips resting on the bowstring. Further back was Qin Shen, moving casually as he scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of the roars echoing from deep within the manor. You, who are you to dare intrude upon the general's residence? Do you wish to die? The guards of the Holy Royal General's residence appeared, shouting sternly. The holy crystal embedded in their foreheads resembled a black spider web, a sign of reaching the late stage of the second phase of holy transformation. If they were determined to enter the castle, they could smoothly step into the third phase of holy transformation, but by then, their consciousness would spiral out of control, completely succumbing to chaos, with only the Black Sun General able to maintain his sanity. Annoying. Qin Shen glanced at them and spoke indifferently. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, he commanded, "Eliminate them." Before his words faded, a flash of lightning erupted in the air, and a colossal figure leaped forth. With a powerful start, boom, a massive fist, crackling with electricity, smashed down, driving them straight into the ground. Minus 162,389, plasma tear, minus 30,000 minus 163,290, plasma tear, minus 30,000 minus 167,234, plasma tear, minus 30,000. Electricity coursed through the soil, releasing a charred scent. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Holy Royal General's residence, gaining experience, 13,000. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Holy Royal General's residence, gaining experience, 12,500. Real men never look back at explosions. The guard of the general's residence, reduced to shattered limbs, was now mixed with the earth. The undead army marched on, undeterred, charging deeper into the manor. However, at that moment, there were always those who disrupted the formation. The ghoul, Nax, lay on the smoking ground, staring at the charred remains mixed in the dirt, letting out a painful scream, as if shouting, "Waste! Such waste!" Mermaid skeletons fell like raindrops, crashing onto the decaying flowers and plants of the general's residence. The Undaunted, the ship's bones, charged in with the weight of a mountain, its tattered ropes and mast fully repaired, swinging with even greater force. It carried a ship full of pirate skeletons, all of whom were clamoring, for they sensed the treasures that the general's residence had to offer. Despair and fear spread throughout the general's residence. The Holy Royal Guards were already screaming in terror. This was a true natural disaster. They encountered no significant resistance along the way. The Holy Royal Guards crumbled like paper, unable to withstand the second punch of the Thunder Skull King. The Dark Queen could also take down an enemy with a single arrow once fully drawn. The ghoul, Nax, was somewhat weaker, needing to entangle with the Holy Royal Guards for a while, relying on its combat instincts to barely kill its opponent. However, it preferred to feast on its own kills. Any corpse that passed through the hands of the Thunder Skull King and the Dark Queen was not fit for consumption. The screams grew closer, the roars more intense. It seemed that the arrival of the undead disaster had not changed anything. Does this Black Sun general enjoy playing so much? Even after breaking in, he's still at it. Qin Shen frowned slightly. This Black Sun general seemed a bit off. On his way here, the mermaid skeletons and the plague-carrying black crows had already rushed in, but it seemed they hadn't disturbed the Black Sun general's plans, as various cries continued unabated. A massive deep-sea titan skeleton appeared from the giant trench floating above, then plummeted straight into the depths of the general's residence. Boom! The deep-sea titan skeleton fell from the sky, shaking the entire ground, its height around 15 meters, protruding from the walls of the general's residence. It raised the giant anchor covered in seaweed high and then slammed it down. Bang! There was a dull metallic collision sound, and the several-ton heavy giant anchor flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string, then arced through the air and crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Lu Yang, Mu Shui, and the others who had not yet stepped in all shivered. Lu Yang, my goodness, this General Black Sun is no joke. To send a heavy iron anchor flying like that, reaching a height of over 10 meters, what kind of power is this? Mu Shui, as expected of the final boss of a nightmare-level mainline dungeon, I've seen it today. I think even 10,000 people might not be able to take down this boss, at least hundreds of thousands are needed, all at level 40 maxed out, just to wear the boss down to death. The cat girl seemed a bit infatuated, as if she had some kind of general complex. I don't know why, but the image of Lubu popped into my mind. It must have been some weapon collision just now. Sun Yulon, is this a place I can come to? General Black Sun, just look and you'll know how heavy he is. Bang! Qin Shen lifted a foot and kicked open the pitch-black door. The figure of General Black Sun gradually appeared in front of everyone. The cat girl instantly stood frozen, her filter shattered. Yushi turned around and directly vomited. That layer upon layer of fat, like lard, is he serious? And it was blackened, as if he hadn't bathed in years. What he was doing was even more unbearable to witness. You ruined my good thing. The smile of General Black Sun faded, and his pitch-black eyes were filled with golden stripes. He stared directly at Qin Shen, his killing intent surging. Dark Destroyer, you should join us in the pursuit of power. The voice of General Black Sun was deep, and his bulk slowly rose. It seemed he was standing up, but the fat still hung down to the ground. The golden diamond crystal between his brows lit up, releasing a brilliant golden light, illuminating all the golden stripes on his body, shining like gold, giving off a divine feeling, as if he were a Buddha saving all beings. But soon after, the light released by the diamond crystal began to darken, as if it had gone bad. The golden stripes fractured into a terrifying spider web shape. The black spider web detached from the body of General Black Sun, swaying in the surrounding air, as if composed of fine segments of black mist. Paired with his bulk, at first glance, it looked like a black sun releasing its luster. This is the so-called final form of General Black Sun. The ancient disease also appeared at this moment in another form. In the general's mansion, the trench hung upside down in the sky, and white skeleton rain fell to the ground. The screams of the Holy Royal Guard echoed from all directions. They danced with the mermaid skeletons, creating a lively scene. And in the innermost part of the general's bedroom courtyard, thunder and lightning, dark energy, the breath of the undead, and various effects were all at their peak, yet it was still eerily silent. The people here didn't dare to breathe, as if General Black Sun had even taken away the light in front of them. The golden patterns covering the large mass of fat on General Black Sun had detached from his body, exploding in the air into the shape of a black spider web, appearing from a distance as if surrounded by a layer of black mist, his main body shrouded in the black mist. If one got closer, they would find that the black mist was growing from his body, moving like water plants. Without a doubt, this was the manifestation of the ancient disease. To put it metaphorically, it was somewhat similar to the externalization of anger. You have nearly slaughtered our holy royal family, Dark Destroyer. Our sacred path of transformation is also highly valued by the Black Emperor. Every research report must be submitted to the higher-ups. You are too ignorant, not knowing what you are doing, thinking that being an outsider means you can control everything. How arrogant. The voice of the Black Sun General was hoarse, yet it carried the tone of a victor. His pitch-black eyes looked at Qin Shen as if he were staring at a corpse. No matter what I do, it's better than you playing with people here. Clearly, you don't even have an outlet anymore. I can't understand how you still want to play. A dead eunuch sitting here every day, fondling a woman's body. It's quite amusing when I think about it. You say you're doing this for the Black Emperor, but how long have you been sitting here? 10 years, right? What progress have you made? Or is it that every day is just this dead state? Qin Shen chuckled, each word making the Black Sun General's body tremble with anger. You. By the time the last word was spoken, his body was beyond control, and the surrounding black mist began to sharpen. Lies do not harm, the truth is the sharp blade. Without any warning, the black mist extended slender black lines, stabbing fiercely towards Qin Shen. Is this breaking the defense? Qin Shen raised an eyebrow and immediately released the Black Death Plague from within. Black Death Forbidden Technique. Black Death Condensation Explosive Spear. Countless pathogenic particles erupted, rapidly condensing into a bizarre long spear under Qin Shen's guidance, resembling a withered black branch, extending swiftly through the air, colliding directly with the slender black lines that shot out from the black mist. There was no explosion, nor was there a strong reaction. The two sides actually merged in the air, then remained static. It seemed as if both had returned to calm. But judging by the swirling black mist around the Black Sun General and the serious expression on Qin Shen's face, things were far from simple. On a microscopic level, the two types of pathogens were engaged in a frenzied battle. My lord! Thunder Skull Emperor looked worried. As a skeleton, he was theoretically not afraid of ancient diseases. However, without Qin Shen's orders, he did not dare to act recklessly. The Dark Empress wore a grave expression, her dark skeleton subordinates unable to withstand the pressure from the Black Sun General, one by one shattering, ribs and leg bones scattering everywhere. The ghoul, Naxus, was anxiously pacing in place, occasionally scratching its skull with its claws, not daring to rush forward. It knew that if it went up, it would die. Liu Yang exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of divine battle is this? Is this something a mere mortal like me can witness? The Black Sun General has scared my legs weak, I can barely move. What should I do?" Mu Shui glanced at him, thinking that he was finally experiencing her feelings. If they could survive this time, she wouldn't believe anyone could leave without their pants on. Meow. The cat girl's body trembled violently, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks as she looked at the Black Sun General, her fur standing on end, nearly unable to control her muscles from fear. Sun Yunlong was in the worst condition, having collapsed to the ground, fainted from fright. The two people before them were terrifying existences capable of destroying a city with a mere wave of their hands. The Black Sun General, seeing his ancient disease blocked, immediately raised his head in shock, his corpulent body trembling with black mist, incredulously shouting, "What? You also possess a disease? And you can even resist my divine transformation line? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Resist? You underestimate my Black Death too much. Eat." Qin Shen pointed forward, and the Black Death Condensation explosive spear began to grow wildly, devouring the disease black lines along the way. 100% control is this powerful. The Black Sun General's expression changed drastically, his hefty body immediately leaping back, a wave of flesh rolling. The ancient disease black lines were thus severed. Qin Shen did not pursue and also retracted the Black Death Condensation explosive spear. In a battle of diseases, the key is to suppress the opponent in their own territory. He feared that if he sent in this bit of Black Death pathogen, it would be devoured. You, how do you also possess a disease? And it's different from mine. The Black Sun General stared in shock at Qin Shen, still unable to believe it in his heart. The Holy Royal Family had studied ancient diseases for so long, finally touching the edge of something controllable, and now a person had emerged, bringing a new disease that was even more refined than his own control. How could he accept this? The key issue was that if the Black Emperor learned of this matter, he would likely abandon the Holy Royal Family immediately. Anyone with a slightly higher rank knew that the Black Emperor's character was to use everything around him solely to achieve his own goals. If Qin Shen willingly contributed the control method for the new disease, he would surely be promoted and take away all the glory that belonged to the Holy Royal Family. Qin Shen silently watched him, the black pathogen swirling around him. Unlike the clear black line structure of the Black Sun General, his pathogen appeared extremely loose, like countless fluffy sands, and these pathogens were bound around him, creating a similar fogging effect to that of the Black Sun General. Although I can control the Black Death 100%, he said, I don't have a fixed structure like the Black Sun General, so the efficiency is much lower. The Holy Royal Family's research over the years has not been in vain. Qin Shen pondered deeply in his heart. The Holy Royal Family's research on ancient diseases could provide him with a very clear direction for his future development of the Black Death. It was like crossing the river with the Holy Royal Family. Qin Shen gazed at the Black Sun General and said with a light smile, the warm-up is over. Roar! The Thunder Skull Emperor let out a roar, crackling with electricity as he stepped forward. He could no longer wait to go up and beat the fat man mercilessly. The Dark Empress, the Gulax, and the arcane skeleton tower of Chaolili all emerged from around. You have helpers, but do I not? The 5 generals come out to receive guests. The Black Sun General sneered. 5 bizarrely shaped behemoths slowly walked out from the dormitory. This thing is really hard to kill. The test was over, and both sides faced off. Qin Shen focused on the information about the Black Sun General and the 5 figures emerging from the depths of the mansion, each looking grotesque, clearly having undergone transformations from ancient diseases, and their strength was much greater than that of the same Stage 2 transformations of the Holy Royal Family. With his current strength, it would likely take some effort to kill the Black Sun General. Black Sun General Nightmare Level Mainline Side Quest Final BOSS Level, LV. 40 Health, 10000000 Base Attributes, Strength * 13728, Agility * 3795, Intelligence * 9833 Skill 1, Holy Transformation Stage 3 End, Failure. The Black Sun General endured countless painful days and nights in the castle, struggling to explore the end of the Holy Transformation path. His mind gradually began to go mad, and his body underwent aberrations from ancient diseases, suffering through everything until he finally reached the end. Yet he regretted and feared, permanently falling into the abyss of failure, embarking on a path filled with insatiable desires and endless pain, and he would never die. Base Attributes plus 300%, Health Recovery Speed plus 1000%. When the golden pattern is fully triggered, it activates the complete form of the ancient disease, capable of devouring all flesh and blood around, dealing fatal blows. After health is depleted, the body will reorganize on the spot and resurrect with full health. Skill 2, Aberrant Flesh Wave. In the long-term disease experiments, the Black Sun General's body underwent a transformation of virtual obesity. After failing on the Holy Transformation path, the virtual obesity reached its peak, and the waves of flesh hindered his movements, greatly reducing his agility. However, this wave of flesh became his strongest shield and sharpest sword. Agility 2839. The mutated flesh wave can change its form according to the will of the Black Sun General, including but not limited to the Black Sun Wings, Black Sun Great Shield, Black Sun Flesh Spikes, and so on, with the effects and damage varying based on the current form. Skill 3, Sacred King Insect. The Black Sun General perceives the ominous end of the sacred transformation path, a feeling that makes his soul tremble. After giving up, while his body mutates, the Sacred King Insect gradually hides in the deepest part, falling into a long slumber. When the Black Sun General approaches death, the Sacred King Insect will awaken. Effect, unknown. Several minor skills. Introduction. What have I struggled in pain for all my life? It's indeed tricky. The power directly hit me with 13,000, more than twice that of the Thunder Skull King, and the health reached 1,000,000. But that's not the most important thing. After all, as long as there's a health bar, any professional can kill for you. The problem is that they can resurrect infinitely. Even if you grind down their health with a swarm tactic, they will fully revive in a few seconds, leaving all professionals present dumbfounded. Qin Shen quickly analyzed the information panel of the Black Sun General in his mind. He began to plan the subsequent strategy. The intelligence obtained from the professionals earlier indicated that the Black Sun General has lost his excretory outlet. The eunuch has another outlet below, making him worse than a eunuch. Therefore, the strategy discussed by the Li Corporation is to block the nostrils on his face, causing his internal circulation to go out of control, and his bodily system will rapidly collapse. In simple terms, the internal collapse of the body means that the Black Sun General cannot recover or be reborn. With a sudden shift in thought, Shin Chen had already devised the boss strategy for the Black Sun General. As the saying goes, to see the problem, one must look at its essence. The Black Sun General's flaw is not the so-called excretory outlet, but rather the bodily maintenance system that has long been precarious under the torment of ancient diseases. With just a little intervention, it would collapse completely. And possessing the terrifying disease of the Black Death, it is incredibly easy to touch the depths of the Black Sun General's body. The 5 generals emerging from the depths of the mansion did not carry the majesty and dominance of battlefield warriors. Instead, they resembled a human-faced dog, their skin revealing a pale hue typical of experiments, some with oversized heads and sharp teeth grinning to the roots of their ears. Others had extremely long limbs, able to reach the wall's base with a slight stretch, and their basic attributes were significantly higher than those of the sacred Phase 2 Guard Army. Thunder Skull King, summon your subordinates. This skull respects your command. The Thunder Skull King spread his arms, and thunder roared like hell around him as 4 other thunder generals, also skeletal with plasma muscles, slowly emerged. Their ribcage contained only a single plasma heart beating, and their bodies crackled with lightning, lacking the stability of the Skull King. Dark Queen, take Nax and the other skeletons to deal with the 5 generals. I will confront the Black Sun General with the Thunder Skull King. As you command, my lord. A glint flashed in the Dark Queen's eyes as she led a large force toward the 5 generals. The charged dark arrows struck a sacred royal general, sending him flying. The Gulaks quickly climbed up and bit before the opponent could react. Come forth, forbidden touch. Chow Lily's arcane skeleton tower, assist the Dark Queen. The space in the courtyard continuously cracked open, and the forbidden touch sprang forth. A tower made of countless stacked skulls appeared, with Chow Lily the skeleton standing atop it, holding an arcane staff. In such high-level battles, one cannot afford to hide their trump cards. The correct approach is to unleash everything at once to try to take down the boss quickly, or else it would be oneself who ends up dead. Dozens of souls rushed out, drilling into the bodies of the Dark Queen, X, and others, igniting the flames of their souls. While increasing their basic attributes, it also restored their consumed mana. Are you ready? Thunder Skull King. Shin Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the Black Sun General. This was his first time personally stepping onto the battlefield, and just thinking about it made him a bit excited. My lord, let the slaughter begin. Thunder Skull Emperor clenched his fists, 5 plasma hearts pumping powerfully within his chest, sending a surge of electricity throughout his limbs. His figure rapidly expanded several times. He, you successfully piqued my interest. I want to devour you. The Black Sun General's face twisted into a sickly, deranged smile, his eyes filled with greed and hunger as he looked at Shin Chen. In the next moment, his expression froze, a massive electric fist already crashing toward his face. Boom! Shattered electricity erupted violently, the enormous mass of flesh uncontrollably flying backward. It smashed directly into the mansion. Minus 13,238, plasma tearing, 13284. Thunder Skull Emperor's figure flickered, his gigantic form, 15 meters tall, appeared above the mansion, his legs slightly bent as he stomped down. The war trampled. Bone wings, unfold. Black Death explosive spear. Several crescent-shaped bones spread out behind Shin Chen, vibrating slightly as they lifted him into the sky. The Black Death explosive spear in his hand thrust downward, its tip beginning to extend infinitely. It aimed straight at the dust-filled mansion. Liu Yang, hey, what do we do now? Mu Shui fell silent for a few seconds, then uncertainly spoke. Cheer, and control your sphincter? The Black Sun General's massive body crashed into the mansion, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thunder Skull Emperor's plasma muscles erupted with blinding arcs of electricity as he leaped up, jumping to the high ground of the mansion, his legs slightly bent as he stomped down hard. The war trampled. Boom! Countless electric sparks danced in the dust. Minus 327, plasma tearing, minus 27. Thunder Skull Emperor's eyes, flashing with short bursts of electricity, widened in surprise. He felt as if his foot had landed on an extremely tough keratinous substance, isolating the thunderous energy that surged forth, resulting in minimal damage. The next moment, a tremendous force lifted him, directly throwing him out. Shin Chen spread his bone wings, hovering in the air, wielding the Black Death explosive spear in conjunction with Thunder Skull Emperor as they thrust downward fiercely. This was merely a probing attack, yet the damage exceeded his expectations. Minus 273,429, triggered Black Death's bad effect. Shin Chen was not the least bit surprised to see Thunder Skull Emperor fly backward, but he was deeply shocked by the damage he had caused, dealing 270,000 damage in one hit. Wasn't that enough to kill the Black Sun General in just a few strikes? Hey you, I want to eat you. I want to eat you. From the ruins of the mansion came the Black Sun General's furious roar, a powerful cyclone suddenly erupting, shattering the walls made of red stone bricks, sending the Dark Queen and the 5 generals tumbling. Qin Shen flapped his bone wings, also retreating several meters. There was no doubt, the Black Sun General was enraged. His figure slowly emerged from the ruins of the mansion, his once visible fat now gone, replaced by a hard, rotating keratinous layer resembling a flower bud, looking somewhat like crocodile skin. Thunder Skull Emperor had just kicked against this, causing a pitiful few hundred damage, and was thrown out. There was no doubt, this was the Black Sun shield formed from condensed fat. You want to eat me? I want to eat you too. Qin Shen's bone wings spread behind him, immediately sneering in retort. Eat me? Insolent! You are insolent! The Black Sun General trembled with rage, the fat on his body began to rotate and bulge, then suddenly charged forward. Black Sun Flesh Spike Bone Kingdom Yin's right hand, the soul infusion of a heavy shield practitioner. The aura of the undead swirled around, immediately gathering at a point under Qin Shen's guidance. Dense crescent bones intertwined, forming an extremely thick, door-shaped heavy shield. The Black Sun's flesh spikes slammed down, unexpectedly sprouting several sharp points that began to rotate and drill inward. The tightly locked crescent bones were pried open one by one, then shattered. Although the Black Sun General is agile, his fat body attack method really solves this problem well. It's like a half-range attack, and combined with his extremely thick health, he truly embodies both offense and defense. However, his weaknesses are quite obvious. That is, his attacks are too clumsy. The bone wings trembled slightly, and Qin Shen bypassed the crescent bone heavy shield in front of him, diving toward the Black Sun General with the Black Death Plague explosive spear in hand. Food, delivered right to my door, he. The Black Sun General licked his thick lips, and then 2 more Black Sun flesh spikes erupted from his body, attacking Qin Shen in conjunction with the previous one. He knew that the black spear in Qin Shen's hand had a strong restraining effect on him, and he also knew that the black spear could quickly extend, but he would never give the opponent a chance to attack him. The flesh spikes transformed again, with small, disc-shaped sharp teeth appearing at the front, capable of spinning rapidly. The shield-breaking effect was excellent. The heavy bone shield that Qin Shen used again was already ineffective, and the 3 flesh spikes shattered it in a second. Come forth, forbidden touch. A light sparkled in Qin Shen's eyes as the space around him rapidly cracked open. The forbidden touch burst forth, smashing toward the flesh spikes, its surface mouth wide open, ready to bite. Your methods are starting to repeat, the Black Sun General smiled. You are finished and will soon become my food. Oh, is that so? The forbidden touch began to tremble, its body suddenly shattering. Qin Shen floated in the only small space available, surrounded by the encroaching Black Sun flesh spikes, yet his expression showed no signs of panic. What? The Black Sun General instinctively felt something was off when he saw Qin Shen's confident demeanor. He scanned the surrounding situation again, still finding nothing. The advantage was still his. In that case, die. The Black Sun General stood in the realm of the Bone Kingdom, the aura of the undead quietly gathering behind his head, forming a bony claw with exceptionally sharp talons. This alone clearly could not deal a devastating blow to the Black Sun General. As the Black Death Plague pathogen began to gather at his fingertips, the concentration rapidly increasing. Once the concentration reached its peak, it suddenly surged from the Bone Kingdom into reality, targeting the back of the Black Sun General's head. The Black Sun General shuddered, feeling a chill at the back of his head. He could not afford to use the Black Sun flesh spikes to encircle Qin Shen, instead retracting them quickly to defend himself. The bony claw filled with the Black Death Plague pathogen pierced directly into the back of his head. The Black Death Plague explosive spear shot out from the bony finger and then exploded inside the Black Sun General's brain. -899,999. Black Death Plague critical hit. This was the new technique Qin Shen had learned from the Thunder Skull Emperor. Why is there still 100,000 health left? Quick, take his head off. Seeing that there was still a bit of health remaining, Qin Shen couldn't hold back any longer. Logically, the Black Death Plague explosive spear piercing into the Black Sun General's body should have caused structural damage, meaning he couldn't be reborn. So the Black Sun General should have died directly, but clearly, something was wrong. The bony claw plunged into the Black Sun General's brain and then pulled back forcefully. The large head was directly torn off, leaving only a headless body spewing black blood, seemingly losing its vitality. -59,999, death effect triggered. Why is he still not dead? Is he playing a game? Qin Shen's eyes widened as he thought about inserting the Black Death Plague explosive spear into the gaping wound and giving it a stir. That should end it, right? The next moment, a terrifying insect-like screech suddenly erupted from the flesh mountain of the Black Sun General. Fuck, that scared the hell out of me. Qin Shen jolted, and then he saw a centipede as thick as a basketball springing out from the scar in the bowl, twisting its body like a snake, opening its pincers towards Qin, hissing fiercely. Immediately after, the lifeless lump of flesh slowly stood up again. It looked as if it couldn't walk, swaying unsteadily on the ground, constantly falling over. Ugh, so disgusting. Forget it, I won't eat you after all. Qin's face was filled with disgust, but then he suddenly realized something. At the end of the sacred transformation path, would one be eaten by the worm, or become a worm? A long centipede worm sprang out from the neck of the Black Sun General, its body twisting in the air like a snake, its countless tiny legs flailing wildly. Meanwhile, the Black Sun General's body seemed drunk, spinning around on the ground, unable to stand steady. The long worm that had emerged seemed to recognize Qin as a threat, struggling to adapt to its new body, its dark worm eyes fixed intently on Qin. The constantly opening and closing pincers surprisingly spoke human language. Eat. I want to eat you. It sounded a bit like the tone of the Black Sun General. The Black Sun General has fused with this worm? Consciousness synchronization? Damn, this is oddly creepy. Qin felt goosebumps all over. Who the hell would degrade themselves like this? Even if the attributes could multiply tenfold, he wouldn't choose this path. My lord, this skeleton fears no disease. Let this skeleton go take down this worm. The Thunder Skeleton King volunteered, its plasma muscles flowing with electric light, clearly ready for action. No need, and you might not be able to kill it in a short time. If this worm regains its strength, it will be troublesome. As you command, my lord. Qin floated in the air with his bone wings, then cautiously approached the fierce long worm. The other party clearly became alert, hissing madly at Qin, trying to scare him off to buy time for its recovery. But this exposed its attack range. Qin observed from the edge, making the fierce long worm quite irritated. Infectious black crows. As Qin's voice fell, thousands of infectious black crows charged straight at the long worm. The fierce long worm immediately panicked, but the infectious black crows exploded right in front of it, scattering bits of flesh and blood all over its face and long worm body. And two types of pathogens began to battle fiercely, with the Black Sun General convulsing on the ground. Black Death Condensation Spear. A black spear extended down, piercing through the worm's body. Black Death Forbidden Technique. As the fierce long worm curled up, Qin immediately released a black mist-like pathogen, quickly enveloping the long worm, starting to devour and erode it at the cellular level. Your Black Death is devouring the sacred royal worm. Please wait. Moving or attacking will interrupt this process. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden quest, the truth of ancient diseases. Triggered hidden inheritance, sacred source body. A series of prompts rang in his ears, but Qin couldn't care less. Because he had entered a state of enlightenment, he could continue to comprehend. As the Black Death devoured the sacred royal family, he could sense it, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the evolution of the sacred royal worm and the causes of the entire ancient disease. In simple terms, this ancient disease was a type of parasitic disease. The sacred royal family reached a stage of symbiosis with the sacred royal worm by being infected with the ancient disease, and the so-called 3 stages of sacred transformation were not about human transformation, but the 3 stages of worm transformation, each growth granting the host more power. Until after the 3 stages, the cocooning process, the final outcome was a human-worm hybrid, or simply a worm. Congratulations, absorption successful. Black Death release scale plus 200%, pathogen release speed plus 200%, Black Death intensity plus 200%. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the final boss of the main storyline dungeon, General Black Sun, and achieved the first kill. Experience gained, 1 million. Treasure obtained, first kill treasure chest *1, Black Sun treasure chest *1, perfect treasure chest *1, shining level equipment treasure chest *2. Collecting 5 shining level equipment treasure chests will have a high probability of opening a set. Faction points, 1 million, the Bobo people will be grateful to you and regard you as the one true god. Congratulations, General Black Sun is dead, the main storyline dungeon Dusk Plains has achieved a normal ending, and the Bobo people can finally live in peace and stability, but the shadow of the castle still looms over them. Fortunately, decades of research on the castle will keep it silent. Gained control over the main storyline dungeon, total time spent 6 days 9 hours 27 minutes 34 seconds, successfully obtained the first clearance record. Note, overthrowing the castle is considered a permanent end. The main storyline dungeon Dusk Plains will be permanently closed, and the experiences and routes of the clearers will be repeatedly provided for monsters and faction tasks. No actions can change the direction of the dungeon or affect other main storyline dungeons. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to Lv25, all attributes plus 2, free attributes plus 6, health plus 1000, mana plus 500, and gained the qualification for the first job change. After successful job change, all basic attributes will increase significantly. So, everything here really happens in some spatial dimension? And if I clear everything here, the Dusk Plains will serve as a recorded dungeon, repeatedly providing experience and equipment for other players? Then everything that happens here might really inform the Black Emperor in the Central District. Seems a bit interesting. Although Qin Shen had not experienced many dungeons, it was clear that this was a complete dungeon world. The old guys in the Central District must be facing some kind of dilemma. Life doesn't seem to be easy. Anyway, I need to get the job change sorted out first. The Bobo people's magic energy body significantly increases mana capacity, which is very appealing. Then I won't have to worry about mana consumption and can throw skills around like crazy. This is a huge boost for me. Hey, where did my teammates go? Oh, they're over there. Ugh, such a strong smell of urine? When Qin Shen found Lu Yang and Mu Shui, he saw them huddled in a corner. Each one was slumped on the ground, their faces still showing fear. When Lu Yang saw Qin Shen standing in front of him, he burst into tears. Foster father, you're so strong. I thought I would never see you again. That General Black Sun was so powerful. I didn't even dare to look at the information panel a second time. Over 10,000 in strength attributes, is that something we can touch? Damn it, my strength attribute just broke 100. Mu Shui then pinched her little nose and said delicately, who's feeling hot? Immediately, all eyes turned to Sun Yunlong, as the middle-aged uncle was a bit careless. It wasn't me. Sun Yunlong looked very aggrieved. Not you? Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. At this moment, the cat girl quietly raised her hand. I've been feeling a bit hot these past 2 days, meow. Everyone. Case solved. Among the 5 members of the team, 4 of them had wet their pants, and they returned to the Bobo people's city. What? You killed General Black Sun? Xiao Qianqian looked at Qin Shen in disbelief. Soon, when the news truly spread throughout the city, the Bobo people erupted in joy. The cruel oppression of General Black Sun had finally come to an end. They no longer had to live in fear. Xiao Qiong, are you ready for the inheritance of the Bobo people, the magic energy body? Accept the inheritance of the Bobo people magic energy body, or accept the hidden inheritance same origin, then I definitely choose the hidden one. The second one. Announcement. Team Qin Shen has completed the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon final boss kill of the Twilight Plains, received first kill treasure chest *1. Announcement. Team Qin Shen chose the Bobo people faction, crushed the evil forces of the Holy Royal Family, successfully cleared the Nightmare level main storyline dungeon Twilight Plains, exploration rate 80%, surpassing the Explorer Li Xingang's 37% exploration rate. Explorer Li Xinggang lost control of the main storyline dungeon Twilight Plains. Explorer Qin Shen gained control of the main storyline dungeon Twilight Plains. The series of announcements echoed throughout Linhai City, instantly leaving everyone stunned. This news was like a bombshell, making people's heads buzz. Even the Black Abyss announcement was hard to believe. The Nightmare level main storyline dungeon was cleared just like that? And it was a one-time thing? Was Qin Shen some kind of beast that fell from the sky? It should be noted that the Li Corporation had been stationed in Linhai City for over a decade, primarily researching and exploring the main storyline dungeon Twilight Plains, constantly jumping between the factions of the Holy Royal Family and the Bobo people, and only achieving a 37% exploration rate in the end. Yet, he directly killed the final boss General Black Sun. Impossible, absolutely impossible. General Black Sun is not something that an explorer can kill. If you said Qin Shen helped the Holy Royal Family wipe out the Bobo people, I might believe that, but to say he took down General Black Sun, I would never believe it. Something must have gone wrong, or Qin Shen must have exploited some kind of bug. The situation will definitely reverse. It has to reverse. The first to wail were the company dogs. When the lower-tier explorers began to resist the company, these people unhesitatingly backstabbed everyone, licking the Li Corporation like lapdogs, hurling insults at the resisting lower-tier explorers. Now that Qin Shen had truly cleared the main storyline dungeon, they were the ones who found it hardest to accept. But no matter how hard it was to accept, the black lightning over Linhai City had already begun to dissipate. The bright blue sky finally appeared above everyone, and the long-lost sunlight poured down. As expected of the great Qin Shen, he actually cleared the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon. He will be the pride of our Linhai City. If anyone goes out of town and is looked down upon, just bring up my great Qin Shen's name, and I guarantee they won't say a word. What about those company dogs who were shouting before? Where are they now? A bunch of spineless things, just a few crumbs and they rush up practically begging on their knees. Their servile demeanor is truly disgusting. Exactly, I strongly suggest the officials register all these company dogs, prohibiting them from enjoying the rights that Qin Shen fought for. If they like to chase after the company for scraps, let them keep running after it. This is truly a breath of fresh air. Not just the ordinary company dogs, I still remember those celebrity big Vs who stood up for the Lee Corporation back then. Not a single one should be let off. Those who like to go with the wind and be fence-sitters should taste the consequences. Wanting everything, where do so many good things come from? The lower-tier explorers clamored for severe punishment for the company dogs. They couldn't let them have the best of both worlds. And those celebrity big Vs, not a single one should be allowed to escape. In the official building of Linhai City, all the stern-faced executives couldn't help but show excited and surprised smiles. Qin Shen's move had directly uprooted the foundation of the Lee Corporation. Linhai City was truly about to change. Well done, this kid Qin Shen has probably made the Lee Corporation furious. Haha, what about the people from the Lee family headquarters? They can't stop Qin Shen. If he dares to act against Qin Shen, that would be a declaration of war between the Lee family and the authorities. Do they dare to do that? The other 4 major super families probably also hope to have one less super family to share the cake. Tang Zhu sat in his seat, pondered for a moment, then spoke. The public has an immense hatred for backstabbers. Keeping these people is of no use to us. You all compile a list and let them go with the Lee family company. And those celebrity influencers who once openly opposed the authorities, it's time to investigate their crimes as well. Next, we need to reorganize Linhai City, and give the citizens of Linhai and all the grassroots workers a clear blue sky. A few words immediately ignited the passion of those present. Has the day finally come for Linhai City to undergo a transformation? Fantastic! Meanwhile, at the top of the Lee family company building, urgent chanting filled the room, and a pentagram magic circle spun on the ground, emitting a blood-red glow. Li Wei sat cross-legged in the center, his head bowed, hands clasped together. Around him lay a dozen empty large blue potion bottles. This is a super strength crystal. Consuming it can increase your strength attribute by 50 points. This is a sky branch. It can enhance your mental power and control the insect body. Li Xinggang, you can't sleep. Suppress the Holy King insect within you with your will. Just endure this period, and I will help you create the perfect adult insect. At that time, combining it with the magic energy body of the Bobo people will allow you to perfectly harness this power. Do you understand? Seeing Li Xinggang struggling, Li Wei immediately scolded sharply. The roar, accompanied by the intimidation skill, made Li Xinggang's body tremble. Li Xinggang quickly reacted and continued the 3rd stage of the holy transformation. I understand. I will not disappoint the family's cultivation. Li Wei's expression eased considerably. This time, the family had invested heavily in the hidden inheritance of the main storyline instance for Linhai City. Every treasure he had brought out during this period was of immense value, rare in the market. However, if they could successfully create a perfect Holy King insect and allow Li Xinggang to use the Bobo people's magic energy body to survive the transformation after the 3rd stage, then all the investment would yield a tenfold return. At the same time, this also meant they could mass-produce super-strong professionals through the path of holy transformation, the strategic significance of which was self-evident. Moreover, each transformation would double the attributes. The super-strength stone just invested would normally add 50 points of strength, but if used in the 3rd stage of holy transformation, it would triple that. 1 is worth 3, with immense strategic value. He himself had also invested a lot for this plan. However, it was all worth it. Gulp. Gulp, gulp. Li Wei took out another bottle of super blue potion and began to pour it down his throat. Blue amount plus 500, blue amount plus 500, blue amount plus 500. Just then, an announcement sounded. The Qin Shen team killed the final boss, the Black Sun General, and gained control of the main storyline instance. Crash! The super blue potion bottle shattered on the ground. What's going on? Qin Shen cleared the main storyline instance? Li Wei stared blankly at the weeping and twisted Li Xinggang. He couldn't speak for a long time. After all that investment, was it all in vain? After the announcement of the final boss kill, Li Wei was stunned for a good 10 seconds. His mind, which had experienced many storms, also crashed at this moment. He really didn't want to admit that his investment was about to go to waste. Returning like this would leave him unable to explain to the family, and he would also doubt his own abilities. What to do? Li Wei pushed aside his chaotic emotions and focused on deep thought. If Qin Shen masters the control of the main storyline instance, then he has the ability to kick Li Xinggang out of the main storyline instance, the Twilight Plains. He is currently undergoing the 3rd stage of the sacred transformation in the castle. Once he leaves this specific environment, Li Xinggang will undoubtedly die, and his plan for coming here will completely fail. First, I must do everything I can to protect Li Xinggang. I can't return empty-handed. It's also an explanation to my family, proving that the path of sacred transformation can allow a useless practitioner to gain the strength to challenge beyond their level. Just 3 times the attribute points are enough to make others look up in awe. As for Qin Shen mastering the control of the main storyline instance, That means he controls this inheritance route. When the time comes, we can just talk about cooperation and payment, and sign a confidentiality agreement. I heard that Qin Shen owes the Li Corporation 150 million. Analyzing his past behavior, he must be someone who loves money and enjoys getting things for free. Then I'll let him enjoy it for free. Generally, such greedy little people can't see the immense value behind the entire inheritance route. This is no longer something that can be measured by money. Li Wei quickly devised a counter-strategy, named Protect Li Xingang at all costs, to let his family see the value of the inheritance route. Then he would use money to daze Qin Shen and buy the exclusive inheritance rights to the main storyline instance in Linhai City. From his perspective, Qin Shen could gain a large sum of money from the Li family without doing anything. But what he didn't expect was, Qin Shen's understanding of getting things for free was a bit different from his. You have chosen to hide the inheritance route, triggering hidden inheritance task chain. Please follow the task chain, otherwise the inheritance may fail. Qin Shen? Honestly, this is quite considerate. It saved him the trouble of gathering information step by step. Hidden Task 1, accept the Bobo people's inheritance, magic energy body. Little Cheong Cheong, can I accept your magic energy body inheritance? Of course, big brother Qin Shen. You are now our Bobo people's great hero. We will sing your name for eternity, build a statue for you, and create a church for you. Little Cheong Cheong said excitedly. The death of General Black Sun was truly uplifting. The huge stone that had weighed on the hearts of the Bobo people finally disappeared. Thank you, but there's no need for the statue in church. You all need to rely on yourselves. This way, when the next crisis comes, you'll have the ability to cope. I won't always be here, Qin Shen said lightly. The Bobo people were completely liberated, and he was happy about it, but their ultimate fate was still in their own hands. Big brother Qin Shen, are you leaving? Little Cheong Cheong's eyes were filled with tears, full of reluctance. About that, I need to go see the Black Emperor, Qin Shen said, looking towards the distant horizon. If all goes well, after finishing the main storyline instance in Linhai City, he would follow his mentor to the Central District. That was the convergence of all local instance main storylines and the true stage for countless geniuses to compete. At the same time, there was a world-class boss, the Black Emperor, stationed there. Naturally, he wanted to venture there. The Black Emperor? Little Cheong Cheong's tear-filled eyes suddenly showed fear as she covered her mouth and stepped back repeatedly. What's wrong? The Black Emperor is very scary. Are you really going? The sacred royal family is merely loyal to the Black Emperor. Under the Black Emperor, there are many cruel and bloodthirsty subordinates like the sacred royal family. I'm afraid big brother you, Little Cheong Cheong said excitedly. You're afraid I'll become the Black Emperor's henchman? No. I'm afraid big brother you will be captured and killed by them. Don't worry. If I can kill General Black Sun, I have the confidence to escape, Qin Shen said, patting Little Cheong Cheong's head with a smile. Little Cheong Cheong, you must work hard in the future and become a support standing behind me. Before the words fell, Xiao Qianqian's eyes immediately brightened. I can do it. Xiao Qianqian nodded vigorously. What Qin Shen didn't know was that his casual remark would lead to the emergence of an extraordinary queen in the future. The inheritance site of the Bobo people's magic energy body. This was an extremely ancient stone structure. It had once been occupied by the sacred royal family, but instead of destroying the building, they had carefully protected it. Inside lay the origins and history of the Bobo people. The sacred royal family had spent great effort researching it, yet they had never been able to unlock the stone lock of the building. At this moment, the Bobo people were gathering here to hold a grand inheritance ceremony. In their eyes, although Qin Shen was an outsider, he was fully qualified to receive the magic energy body inheritance. Obtain inheritance, job change, please choose. Qin Shen stood before the massive stone door, two options appearing before him. Simply obtaining the inheritance would mean gaining some attribute bonuses and inheritance characteristics, similar to an increase in mana recovery speed per second, which didn't even count as a skill, merely adding some numerical values. But if it was a job change, it would need to merge with his current, undead summoner. What profession he would ultimately change into was still uncertain. The only thing that could be confirmed was that it would be in the undead category. I choose job change, Qin Shen chose without hesitation. In his understanding, job change was about helping the practitioner to explore and develop deeper layers of professional power. Selection successful, starting hidden inheritance job change. As the prompt sounded, the stone door slowly opened. Stepping inside, the ground shimmered like the surface of water. Several stone pillars stood around, and faint chanting could be heard. In the very front was a large stone pool, from which water continuously overflowed and flowed into the floor beneath his feet. Qin Shen felt it was magical. He stomped his feet on the ground, immediately splashing two large sprays of water. Yet he remained on the surface of the water, not sinking. This is the so-called magic energy. Qin Shen realized, capable of carrying everything and embracing everything. As he continued to approach the magic energy pool, his perception of the magic energy grew stronger. Eventually, the magic energy liquid transformed into several water columns that began to swirl around Qin Shen's body, and he entered a mysterious state. It was as if he saw the past. Beautiful giant butterflies unfolded their rainbow-colored wings at the edge of the magic energy pool. The rainbow-colored magic energy fluctuations revitalized everything around. Countless people knelt beneath the magic energy waves, small as a speck of dust. Qin Shen? Congratulations, you have obtained the magic energy body job inheritance. Start hidden job change task 2. Obtain the perfect sacred royal insect. Congratulations, you have obtained the perfect magic energy body inheritance. Unique, your mana bar has been completely replaced with a magic energy bar. Skill release mana cost minus 50%, skill release efficiency plus 200%. You will have a clearer perception of the flow of magic energy when releasing skills. It will be easier to comprehend new skills, and to explore the essence and principles of skills. Magic energy can be materialized outside the body, and consuming it can restore health points at a ratio of 1:1. You have obtained the Magic Energy Spring, Intelligence Attribute plus 500, Maximum Magic Energy plus 150,000, Magic Energy Recovery 100 points per second. As the prompt fell, the water columns surrounding Qin Shen suddenly surged into his body. At this moment, a new world door slowly opened before Qin Shen. Unbelievable, my mana bar has been completely changed. Why did they even add effects to my panel? Originally, the mana bar was just a plain long bar icon like other practitioners. After consuming mana, it would decrease by a little according to the ratio. And now, the blue stripes seem to have ascended from 2 dimensions to 5, transforming into a transparent container resembling crystal, its surface shimmering with a diamond-like iridescence, while inside flowed a magical energy akin to water, continuously circulating along some periodic frequency. Next, my panel, it won't all turn into special effects, will it? I haven't seen anyone's panel turn into special effects on Douyin. Could it be just me? Qin Shen's thoughts stirred, and magical energy surged from his fingertips, flowing weightlessly along his arm. He took a sip and found it incredibly sweet, refreshing his entire spirit. Health is full, cannot recover, this thing can actually be consumed. Can you believe it? Moreover, it had a refreshing effect. Qin Shen recalled the colorful scene he had seen before, where vividly colored butterfly insects spread their colorful wings. Perhaps this magical energy was their food. After a series of events, the humans who knelt in prayer wanted to seize the magical energy, plundering the power of the butterfly insects, ultimately splitting into 2 different lineages? It should be like that. Speaking of which, if the magical energy inheritance is this strong, wouldn't it be even more outrageous after a successful job change? And this perfect magical energy inheritance is unique. If others want to obtain it, they would probably get a watered-down, simplified version. Of course, if someone performs exceptionally well, they might also receive the official version. The perfect magical energy body inheritance was complete, and Qin Shen returned to the city of the Bobos. Now he was already Lv25 and could find a secluded place. To open the dazzling level equipment treasure chest that formed the 5 Dragon Balls, the entire dazzling set, along with the first completion treasure chest, first kill treasure chest, record-breaking treasure chest, and so on. Just the treasure chests alone were almost enough to fill a warehouse. Fortunately, no keys were needed, otherwise, it would have been quite a hassle. At that moment, Liu Yang and the others, wrapped in the Bobo people's robes, walked out somewhat awkwardly. Seeing this, Qin Shen couldn't help but ask, what's going on with you guys? Why is everyone wearing Bobo people's clothes? What happened to your equipment? Liu Yang replied, I was scared at the general's mansion just now, ran a couple of steps in a panic, and then sat right into a puddle. I gave my equipment to the Bobos to help me wash it. But I remember the general's mansion was pretty dry, where's there a puddle? Qin Shen scratched his head and then looked at the others. Did you all fall into a puddle too? Sun Yunlong's old face turned red, and he awkwardly said, I don't know either. Catgirl, I peed myself, meow. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately turned to look at her. The catgirl seemed quite justified. I'm not human anymore, it's normal not to be able to control it, meow. After hearing this, the others felt there was a hint of reason in it. Then, Qin Shen looked at Mu Shui, who not only changed clothes but also took a bath. This cool and beautiful woman had her fair cheeks suddenly flush. To be honest, which serious professional wouldn't be scared to the point of losing control during a dungeon run? She also wanted to admit it boldly, but seeing Qin Shen's puzzled gaze, her voice suddenly got stuck. Forget it. It's not important. Qin Shen waved his hand and then addressed everyone. You don't need to follow me to the last castle, just rest well in the city of the Bobos. Once I sort everything out, we'll go out together. Mu Shui cleared her throat, almost choking on her own words. A strange competitive spirit suddenly ignited in her heart. She watched Qin Shen's departing figure, not knowing what she was thinking. It's time to open the treasure chests again. Let me see which little cutie I should pamper first. Qin Shen arrived at the secret room arranged for him by Xiao Qianqian, which was completely enclosed and undisturbed. He could safely open the treasure chests. First, there were 5 dazzling level treasure chests, arranged in a row, their exquisite cases shimmering with rainbow hues. Immediately following were 2 initial treasure chests, low-key and reserved, within which seemed to surge some powerful aura. Next was the first kill treasure chest of General Black Sun, emblazoned with the head of General Black Sun and a fierce, soaring long worm. Click! Qin Shen opened the shining grade equipment chest. A rainbow glow immediately burst forth, revealing a beautifully crafted staff inlaid with black and purple gemstones, spinning into view. Staff of Death shining grade equipment exclusive to Undead class equipment level, Lv25 attribute bonus, intelligence plus 300, strength plus 40, agility plus 40, death aura plus 10 skill 1, life drain consumes 1 to 10 death auras to drain life from a specific unit, causing a life siphon of 100 per second, and stealing 10 to 100 permanent attributes, which can be transferred to any unit. It can impose a permanent suppression on units caught between life and death until they die or use countermeasures to escape. Skill 2, Song of Death consumes 5 death auras to create a death domain with a radius of 50 meters, where all undead units gain immunity to control, phasing effects, attribute siphoning, and impose negative effects like fear suppression, muscle failure, and skill failure on enemies, while also creating a permanent suppression on units caught between life and death until they die or escape. Skill 3, Undead Summon Enhancement. All undead summoning skills have no casting time, and upon successful summoning, there is a chance to gain effects like Death Entanglement, Killing Ritual, Super Defense, Fog Interference, and Fear Tread, with at least one effect guaranteed in up to all. It also deals double damage to units caught between life and death, ignoring defense. Skill 4, Death Lightning. Wielding the Staff of Death, deliver a powerful Death Lightning strike to enemies, causing 100,000 points of true death damage, along with effects that prohibit healing, resurrection, and buffs. Description: congratulations, the equipment every undead mage dreams of, unbeatable in one-on-one combat. The Staff of Death specifically targets individuals caught between life and death. This is practically invincible in civil war. Any skeletons or undead summoned by others can be wiped out with a mere wave of the hand. Wait, do beings that enter the 3rd stage of sacred transformation count as caught between life and death? After all, they are infected by ancient diseases and become something neither human nor ghost. This trip to the castle to find the perfect sacred king bug would be secure. Direct suppression, no need for more chatter. Other shining grade equipment chests were opened one by one, the dazzling light uplifting the mood. As expected, it was indeed a death set. Death Armor Intelligence plus 200, Strength plus 150, Agility plus 50, Health plus 20,000, Death Aura plus 10, can extract Death Aura whenever an enemy dies nearby, and the storage limit for Death Aura increases by 500, providing a death shield at all times, with a shield amount of 5,000 plus Death Aura plus 100, preventing enemies caught between life and death from approaching. Death Cloak Intelligence plus 225, Agility plus 175, Intelligence plus 50, Health plus 15,000, Death Aura plus 15, can fly into the sky using Death Aura, taking off with just one, flying faster and more agile the more Death Aura is consumed. Provides a flying shield, effectively resisting elements like strong winds, frost, and flames. Death Necklace Intelligence plus 350, Agility plus 100, Magic Power plus 10,000, Death Aura plus 10, consumes Death Aura to generate a large-scale death shockwave, causing all living beings within that range to have their life force siphoned and replenished to any unit, with a chance to steal vitality, lifespan, attributes, and more. Death Boots Intelligence plus 200, Agility plus 200, Death Aura plus 5, Speed plus 500, can summon a Death Guardian, unable to move or attack, can scout the surrounding area, and shares vision with the user. Consuming Death Aura allows for location swapping between both units, ignoring distance and domain. Duration, 6 hours, summon quantity, 3/3, and comes with set effect Death-like Wind. When receiving fatal damage or actively evading some damage, the body can completely / partially become ethereal, immune to physical attacks, evading some magical damage, and doubling damage from holy attributes. The Shining level set is indeed extraordinary. This equipment, centered around Death Aura, can both fight and run, and even allows for teleportation. As long as the teleportation points are set up, it's incredibly convenient to run back and forth. In close combat, it can also play an unexpected role. Just with this Shining level equipment, one can fight a boss back and forth. The last castle area should be secure. You have opened the first completion treasure chest and obtained shining level item Skytree Seedling. Skytree Seedling, a legendary tree that grows above the sky, with strong adaptability, can survive when planted anywhere, in deserts, oceans, rocks, especially in the clouds above the sky. The effects after growth vary greatly depending on the planting location. The rarer the place, the more likely the sky tree will have rare attributes. Isn't this just planting vegetables? My DNA is moving. Bone Kingdom. As Qin Shen's voice echoed, a chilling wind spread outwards. Bones flickered in the black soil, countless crescent bones stretching out from the air. Qin Shen took out the sky tree, its crystal-clear branches and leaves appearing so pure and beautiful. He threw the sky tree, and several skeletal arms shot out from the soil, catching the thrown Skytree seedling, then carefully planting it into a pile of bones made of skulls. The crystal-clear roots of the tree began to grow along the eye sockets of the skulls. Before long, it filled the pile of skulls, with the crystal-clear Skytree seedling swaying at the top. A sense of eerie evil emanated from its purity. Skytree seedling planted successfully, expected to grow to the next stage in 107 hours. 107 hours? Alright, as long as I can harvest, it doesn't matter how long it takes. You opened the completion treasure chest and obtained Soul Summoning Technique, Skill Book. You opened the first kill treasure chest and obtained Black Sun General Summoning Technique, Skill Book. You opened the record-breaking treasure chest, obtained Plague Cauldron, Shining Level Item. You opened the S-Level Perfect Treasure Chest, obtained X-Ray Glasses, Shining Level Item. Qin Shen, after opening all the treasure chests in one breath, it felt like there were too many points to criticize. The most outrageous is the X-ray glasses. Am I that kind of person? Qin Shen took out the X-ray glasses first and then looked around with great interest. These X-ray glasses are indeed useful. They clearly show the pests in the wooden stakes, the cracks and veins in the stones, and the energy flow trajectories in the treasure equipment. Qin Shen walked out of the secret room and happened to see Mu Shui staring blankly at the lake. Mu Shui glanced at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she said nothing. Looking through the X-ray glasses, he saw a seductive skeleton standing there, and faintly, he could see the heart between the ribs beating wildly, likely soaring above 120, while she herself gazed at the lake, appearing very cold. Your heart is racing, it's about to explode. You'd better go see a doctor. Mu Shui, big brother, are you really going to the mountaintop castle? Xiao Qiong looked at Qin Shen with concern. It's really terrifying there. We are living well now, and they can't do anything to us for the time being. I will definitely work hard to build the Bobo People's City and cultivate a magical energy body Bobo army. After that, I won't be afraid of them anymore. Big brother, you don't need to take risks. A good person should see things through. I won't do things halfway. As soon as these words were spoken, tears of emotion welled up in Xiao Qianqian's eyes. Xiao Qianqian's favorability plus 3,000 professional Mu Shui's favorability plus 500 Qin Shen? Just as he was feeling moved, something suddenly popped up. It felt a bit scary. I'm placing a death guard here. No one else can enter this room, or they might lose their lives. Big brother, don't worry, no one will enter. Xiao Qianqian nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with affection. After Qin Shen placed the death guard in the room, he consumed 5 breaths of death energy and shot up into the sky. At that moment, he resembled Ultraman, arms spread wide, able to fly freely without needing to flap his wings. It was very convenient. Lu Yang, foster father, I've set up the barbecue stall for you. Remember to eat meat when you come back. Sun Yunlong, I'm best at grilling meat. I'll do the cooking. The Bobo City quickly receded beneath his feet, the houses looking as small as matchboxes. Meanwhile, the castle atop the distant mountain, shrouded in black toxic gas for years, was getting closer. The feeling of free flight is really nice, much more convenient than bone wings, and there's no need for a preparatory motion. I can fly away anytime with just a bend of my legs. Wait, what is that? Qin Shen looked down and saw a gigantic stone sculpture with his face carved on it. Dozens of Bobo people were pulling ropes to slowly raise the sculpture. Xiao Qianqian really made a stone sculpture for me. I wonder if this world has anything like faith in becoming a god. If it does, this city should bring me quite a bit of faith. Forget it, let's first check the skills obtained from this treasure chest. The most unexpected thing is that I can actually summon the Black Sun General. Speaking of which, the Black Sun General's limit has already been reached. What can this skill upgrade produce? Qin Shen glanced at the flight path and then began to check the skill book obtained from the treasure chest. Soul Summoning Technique, summon a ghost with strange abilities to fight for you, 50% physical immunity, can pass through walls, can retrieve items from a distance, etc. Duration, 1 day, blue energy cost, 500 only 500 blue energy? Who do you look down on? Use up my blue energy. Resonance Crystal, activate Soul Summoning Technique upgrading Nether Warrior Summoning Technique, please choose a route. Special Monster / Hero Route. Hero Route. With the blue energy issue resolved, the number of summons was already quite exaggerated. What was lacking now was quality. Selection successful Nether Warrior summoning technique upgrading Nether Iron Emperor summoning technique Nether Iron Emperor. Summon the Emperor seated on the Nether Iron Throne to fight for you and execute all commands. Duration, 1 day, blue energy cost, 10,000 Nether Iron Emperor, Iron Throne? Sounds a bit interesting. How it performs in actual combat still needs to be tested by going to the castle to find someone. Next was the Black Sun General summoning technique, with the cover of the skill book featuring the Black Sun General's plump head and a terrifying longworm soaring into the sky. Learn! Congratulations, learning successful Black Sun General summoning technique. Summon the Holy Transformed 3-stage failed Black Sun General. Ability in normal state. Duration, 1 day. Blue energy cost, 3,000 with the strength of the Black Sun General. This much blue energy cost is indeed worth it. Black Sun General summoning technique continuously upgrading reached the limit. Holy King Insect Black Sun General summoning technique. Holy King Insect Black Sun General summoning technique summons the fully revived Black Sun General of the Holy King Insect. Duration, 1 day. Blue consumption, 5,000. This should be the state of having longworms growing from the neck. I haven't seen its true power yet, but the 5,000 blue consumption already says it all. Wait, this doesn't make sense. The previous skill upgrade system stated there was no upper limit, so why has it reached a limit now? Even if the Black Sun General has reached a limit, it shouldn't stop. Exceeded the limit. Continue upgrading Holy King Insect Black Sun General summoning technique limit breaking upgrade imaginary level Black Sun General summoning technique Chin-chun. An imaginary level has appeared. Is this a conceptual type? Imaginary level Black Sun General summoning technique summons the Black Sun General in the form of its most ideal self and fights for you. Duration, 1 day. Blue consumption, 12,000. Wow, the blue consumption is even higher than that of the Nether Iron Dark Emperor. I can really look forward to this. The Black Sun General's most ideal self should be the ultimate form achieved after successfully passing through the 3 stages of the Holy Transformation. Finally, there is a shining level item, Plague Cauldron. Just from the name, it is undoubtedly related to diseases. Plague Cauldron, shining level can contain various disease pathogens. After a period of devouring and evolution, produces a comprehensive pathogen, fully controlled by the user. Disease understanding plus 10%, disease spell casting speed plus 50%, pathogen spreading speed plus 50%. The user can gain a deeper understanding of pathogens through observation and experimentation. Good stuff. No wonder it's shining level. It can be said to be a divine artifact for disease spells. Moreover, once the research on pathogens reaches a certain depth, it becomes very difficult to delve further. The Plague Cauldron will undoubtedly help me break through the shackles. Shin-chan flipped his right hand, and a palm-sized, ornate golden patterned square cauldron appeared in his hand, equipped with 4 diamond-shaped metal objects that would automatically unfold when pulled, revealing an observation glass inside, allowing direct visual observation of the pathogen's activity. At the same time, there are 4 internal spaces for separate experiments. It has self-cleaning capabilities, creating an experimental environment free from external interference. If the Holy Royal family saw this in their castle, they would be envious to death. The pathogen of the Black Death oozed from Chin-chan's fingertips, and with a slight point towards the mouth of the Plague Cauldron, it all entered inside. Plague Cauldron, pathogen equipped plus 1 Black Death. After finishing the inventory of the last item, Chin-chan arrived at the mountaintop villa. A thick black mist toxin enveloped the area, undoubtedly an ancient disease. Chin-chan immediately took out the Plague Cauldron, preparing to input the data. However, he was unexpectedly prompted that the input failed. Input failed, no disease pathogens in the toxin? Chin-chan was taken aback, and then, with his understanding of disease, quickly realized. The underlying logic of ancient diseases is parasites, which are the colorful butterfly-like insects he saw during his inheritance. The pathogen should be their eggs, and the black mist permeating the air is merely a toxin. To input the ancient disease, he needed to find the eggs. There should be plenty in the mountaintop castle. Chin-chan approached the castle, where the thick copper door was tightly shut, and there was not a sound from within. The entire castle seemed to have become a dead city. The walls and fortifications, intertwined with withered branches, faintly exuded a sense of decay. Playing dead? Come out, my forbidden touch. Chin-chan raised the death staff in his hand, and several death auras surrounded him. The space around him cracked open in succession, and the forbidden touch, filled with mouths, surged out. Swish 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 outside the castle, inside the castle, in the garden, even the fortress houses were pierced by the forbidden touch, creating a large hole. Countless forbidden touches sprouted up like bamboo shoots after rain, occupying the entire mountaintop castle. From a distance, it looked as if this area was overgrown with thick seaweed. There were tens of thousands of them, and inside the castle, panicked screams echoed. Ah ah ah! what is this? The tentacles are still opening their mouths? It ate my right leg. Damn it, quickly spread toxins to wither these tentacles. Using so many tentacles to explore, Xinshan was the first in history. Xinshan, there's no helping it, Lan Duo is just willful. Mountaintop Castle, the small castle of a few thousand square meters, was already filled with tentacles. The panicked screams of the Holy Royal family continuously emerged from within, accompanied by various sounds of fleeing. Where did these huge tentacles come from? Are the gods punishing us? I have never done anything wrong in my life. Why treat me like this? It's so unfair. The Bobos down the mountain live so well, we holy royals are clearly superior to them. Why not deal with them? Why are we so pitifully shrinking on this last piece of land? Why won't they let us go? Why? I don't understand. Xinshan, did these holy royals really not know, or were they pretending? Before this castle was built, it was the home of the Bobos, who had been occupied for over a decade, and now they shamelessly claimed it as their own? And now they still had the nerve to ask why they were treated this way? A few words instantly raised his blood pressure. Open the door for guests, you little bastards. If I don't make you shit yourselves today, I'll take your surname. Xinshan shoved his hands into his pockets and walked up, delivering a powerful kick to the main door. Boom! With a loud bang, the bronze door exploded open, creating a large hole. Death Guardian, activate. Wooden stakes exuding a deathly aura appeared in midair, with a large eyeball spinning curiously at the top. Below, they were conical, deeply embedded in the ground, motionless. Death Guardian, 1/3 if it encounters any lethal moves, it can teleport out and come back again. The main focus was on being stable. Xinshan walked through the broken door, his steps leisurely, as if strolling in his own backyard. This thought wasn't too far off, after all. The castle garden was filled with his forbidden touches, both thick and thin, possibly having drained a massive creature hidden within the taboo all at once. At that moment, a low, hoarse voice suddenly rang out, trembling with anger. Impudent, how dare you? Who allowed you to enter the castle? The sudden explosion of sound in his mind startled Xinshan. The final boss, General Black Sun, had already fallen. How could there still be such a character? Oh, I remember now, the castle is the territory of the Holy Royal family's duke, specifically conferred by the Black Emperor. Xinshan clapped his hands, recalling this piece of information from when he first arrived at the Poison Fog village. So the whole process is that the Holy Royal family wants to return here to study ancient diseases, and then the Black Emperor circles the area on the map, conferring the entire place to the Holy Royal family, while the indigenous Bobos are reduced to livestock, slaves, and test subjects. In that case, the Duke and the Holy Royals in the castle have some justification for their arrogance. After all, they received the Black Emperor's conferment, so they genuinely believe this land is theirs. What a pity, I don't recognize it. Boom, 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 boom. The forbidden touches began to swing even more fiercely, smashing stones and splattering blood and flesh. Congratulations, you have killed a castle guard of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience, 13,000. Congratulations, you have killed a disease experiment of the Holy Royal family, gaining experience, 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed a meaningless flesh amalgamation, whose soul is grateful for your release, gaining experience, 1,000. Castle Laboratory Map *1. Xinshan felt a slight sensation, then extended his right hand. A translucent soul floated by, leaving behind a piece of parchment. It depicted a cross-section of the castle, likely drawn by some captured Bobo person trying to escape, only to be madly transformed into a flesh amalgamation by the Holy Royal family. Thank you. Xinshan watched the soul drift towards the sky, not reaching out with his right hand from the yellow springs to grab it. Suddenly, the castle shook violently, emitting a furious roar. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. How dare you release the experiment? Xinshan turned to look at the trembling castle, then waited in place for a few seconds. But there was no sign of anything happening for a long time. He felt speechless. Is this it? Just a couple of roars? Huh? You wait. I'll come find you later. Faction mission perfect ending. Destroy the Duke's castle. Eliminate evil experience reward. 2000000 other rewards. Perfect ending treasure chest *1. Shining accessory treasure chest *1. God's hand treasure chest *1 hidden job change mission. Find the perfect Holy Royal insect. The Duke could be killed at any time, but if he accidentally killed the perfect Holy Royal insect, the hidden job change mission would fail. Expand castle laboratory map. It turned out the entire experimental area was underground, and it was quite large, even exceeding the surface castle. Following the map, Xinshan finally found the entrance. It was an arched door, engraved with tadpole-like characters, connecting at the ends. This is. Upon seeing the door, Xinshan's pupils constricted sharply, a strong sense of familiarity washed over him. Wasn't this the door they encountered in the Nightmare Level Manor dungeon? The orphanage director served the blood and flesh of the children to exchange for great power. Now a similar door appeared. It could not be a coincidence. Could this be related to the Black Emperor? In an instant, a flood of questions surged through his mind. If it had been him before level 10, he would have weighed his strength before entering such a mysterious door. But now, give it all you've got. Come forth, Dark Queen, my lord. The Dark Queen, her eyes glowing with a crimson light, stepped gracefully out of the dark mist. Her power was even greater than before. Come forth, Ghost Iron Dark Emperor. Whoosh, the surrounding space began to distort, faintly revealing extraordinary phantoms. A throne of iron filled with countless swords, and a robust figure slowly rose, then walked towards Qin Shen. Within the dark, intricate armor, there was no flesh, but a soul-like blue glow. Great Master, our first meeting. I am at your service. Qin Shen nodded in satisfaction. Powerful, no need for further words. Come forth, Ghoul Nax. Nax slowly crawled out from the ground, glancing at the Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Dark Emperor, then surprisingly stood up on its hind legs, raising its claws in a strong gesture. You, go play. Qin Shen waved his hand, summoning Nax to devour more corpses and evolve sooner. Nax reluctantly lowered its claws, then crawled towards the castle, its ugly back revealing a deep sense of loneliness. As it crawled, it suddenly accelerated, racing through the castle. Nix, Nix cried and ran away. It dashed through the ruins of the castle, following the scent to find a hiding holy royal, lifting them above its head amidst their terrified screams, then tearing them apart in the middle, hot, bloody liquid splattering all over it. Oh whoa! Nix howled to the sky. Create it, go all out. If you get killed, I'll summon you again. Let's go, enter this mysterious door. Qin Shen waved his hand and walked towards the mysterious door first. The Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor and the Dark Empress followed him, one on each side. Considering the limited underground space, summoning oversized creatures was not appropriate. Let me see what's going on. Upon entering the mysterious door, he felt a strange change in the surrounding space. The tadpole-shaped characters on the doorframe lit up with a red glow. You have entered Nibelungen, a high-dimensional space, possibly inhabited by high-dimensional beings, which have a suffocating crushing effect on low-dimensional life forms. Please do not disturb them, and leave as soon as possible before they notice you. Nibelungen? High-dimensional space? Then isn't this a step closer to the underworld I want to explore? Qin Shen's heart raced wildly. The feeling of approaching the truth made him extremely nervous. As for whether seeing the true underworld was a good or bad thing with his current strength, that was hard to say. I didn't expect the ancient door to be a high-dimensional world, Nibelungen, and high-dimensional beings should be like gods to low-dimensional people. So far, these high-dimensional beings seem very interested in the Black Abyss instance world. Almost every instance shows their traces, but I'd never seen them come out of the door. Instead, they lure low-dimensional people in, probably due to some restrictions. Qin Shen frowned and looked around, realizing he had arrived in a square underground passage. Burning torches illuminated the mottled stone walls. Rusty iron doors were tightly shut, and a pungent smell of medicine seeped out from behind the rusty doors, making the entire passage sting the eyes and bring tears. In the depths of the darkness, faint screams could be heard. Qin Shen turned to glance at the Dark Empress and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor. Both showed a hint of tension, likely also constrained by the so-called high-dimensional beings. However, they had at least become queens of their kind, and their dimensions were continuously rising, so they could be considered a small fraction of high-dimensional beings, able to handle a bit of pressure. The leveling up of professionals was also a dimensional promotion, and the difficulty was much lower than that of other races. Black Emperor, Nibelungen, high-dimensional beings, disease experiments. These words lined up together are quite interesting. This Black Emperor has quite the ambition. The aura of death surrounded Qin Shen, forming a death shield that filtered out the pungent smell of medicine. The current goal was to find the perfect holy royal insect and complete the hidden job transfer task. Death Guardian. A wooden stake with big eyes fell from the sky, easily piercing into the stone ground at its pointed end. Then the big eyes rose up, vigilantly looking left and right. If Nibelungen restricts my teleportation, I'll teleport directly to the entrance, then escape. The effect would be the same. After finishing the preparations, Qin Shen began to explore the underground experimental area. In this place, he had to be a bit low-key. It was all about being adaptable. Open Nibelungen experimental area map. The names of the map items had all changed. The overall map of the experimental zone is actually not complicated. It is an H-shaped corridor with various functional experimental rooms scattered on both sides. There are no dormitories for the sacred royal experimenters, and the map only marks the rooms along the path he is currently on, with the horizontal and vertical bars of the H being black. Monster Creation Room, Flesh and Blood Splicing Research Room, Sacred Metamorphosis Research Room. The Sacred Metamorphosis Research Room should be right here. Shin followed the map and walked a short distance, finally standing in front of a rust-covered iron door. Faintly, he could hear cries of pain coming from behind the door. "Open the iron door," Shin said, then silently retreated behind the Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor. The Dark Queen's eyes glimmered with a crimson light. She was about to make a move but was stopped by the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor. Then it clanked forward, extending its right hand wrapped in black iron armor, and with a fierce grip, the rusty door crumpled into a ball, emitting a screeching sound. The Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor can control metal. After the rusty door shrank into a metal ball, it fell to the ground with a thud. The space behind the door was extremely simple, consisting of an iron bed and a cabinet filled with various experimental instruments. On the iron bed lay a person, their head missing, and their body split open from the abdomen to the neck, with all the organs gone and the bones shattered. The Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor entered first, cautiously looking around. Shin followed behind them. "Something's not right. I just heard screams and struggles from inside the door. This person has just died." At that moment, a shrill scream suddenly echoed from above. It turned out to be a large bug with wings, measuring nearly 2 meters long. The Sacred Royal Bug. Clang! The Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor stepped forward first, extending its iron cast arm to block the descending Sacred Royal Bug. -3721, disease infection ineffective. -2942, disease infection ineffective. Once the Sacred Royal Bug lunged, it began to bite frantically. Sacred Royal Bug Metamorphosis Description: a Sacred Royal Bug nurtured through ancient diseases, ultimately devouring its host to complete its metamorphosis into an adult, possessing disease transmission abilities and an undead characteristic. Oh, an undead characteristic? Shen's heart stirred, and he immediately shouted sternly, "Kneel down!" The realm of death expanded, exerting a strong suppressive effect on beings caught between life and death. The Sacred Royal Bug flapped its wings, biting fiercely at the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor's iron-cast right arm, sparking countless sparks, and then it received a left hook from the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor, immediately becoming obedient. Following Shen's reprimand, it trembled and knelt on the ground, unable to rise. "Such an ugly thing? It's completely different from the giant butterfly bug I saw when receiving the magic energy inheritance." Shen's face showed disdain. However, it had at least transformed into a bug, and he could barely store it in the Plague Cauldron to fight against the Black Death. Shen took out the Plague Cauldron and shouted, "Sacred Royal Bug, Ji!" The Sacred Royal Bug raised its ugly bug face, and the next moment, it was sucked into the Plague Cauldron. Shen shook the cauldron, which emitted clanging sounds. Not bad. Plague Cauldron activated. You have captured a Sacred Royal Bug Metamorphosis. The Plague Cauldron has 4 experimental zones. Theoretically, it can only hold 4 Sacred Royal Bugs, but I can squeeze all the Sacred Royal Bugs into one zone, letting the Sacred Royal Bugs of the same disease fight each other. It might just produce a perfect Sacred Royal Bug. This so-called Nibelungen was still too dangerous for him. It would be best to sneak in and sneak out quietly. As for why the Holy Royal Family could establish an experimental zone here, Shen felt it might be that the Black Emperor or the Holy Royal Family's count had made some kind of deal with the high-dimensional beings here, just like the previous orphanage director, allowing them to conduct experimental research. What the specifics of the deal were, Shen did not know, but he felt it must be terrifying. Subsequently, Shen followed the map to the marked Holy Transformation Research Room and began knocking on doors one by one. All it took was for the Ghost Iron Dark Emperor to break open the rusty door, and Shen released the death domain, then shouted, "Kneel!" Inside, whether it was those still undergoing transformation or the Holy Royal Worms, they all prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. It took about 10 seconds to catch a Holy Royal Worm, with remarkable efficiency. Not a perfect level, this one isn't perfect either. Where on earth are the perfect worms? As he was about to sweep to the end of the corridor, he had indeed caught quite a few Holy Royal Worms, both mature and immature, as well as those still in the parasitic stage within human bodies, all captured into the Plague Cauldron, but not a single perfect Holy Royal Worm was found. Shen frowned. Could it be that there wasn't a single perfect Holy Royal Worm in the entire experimental zone? If so, his hidden class transfer task would fail. Forget it, let's check other areas first. There might still be core zones or something. I'll see if I can find anything after a sweep. Shen walked to the middle intersection of the H-shaped path and continued to sweep forward. The Nibelungen map ended here, and he needed to knock on each door one by one. However, anyone entering the 3rd stage of Holy Transformation was caught between life and death. The death domain could perform mindless suppression, so it wasn't too troublesome. Creak! The rusty door shrank into a metal ball and fell to the ground. Inside appeared a flesh and blood splicing monster, surprisingly with 3 heads, a human head in the middle and dog heads on either side. The human head showed a longing for liberation, while the 2 dog heads were barking wildly. The ghost Iron Dark Emperor clanked forward, then pointed, and an iron throne filled with iron-cast swords slowly appeared. He had fought across the lands, and for every enemy head he severed, he would place his iron sword on the throne. If he didn't have one, he could create one with his soul, and over time, it formed the Iron Throne. Dozens of iron swords suddenly flew out from the throne, piercing the 3-headed monster before him like a hedgehog. Minus 72,348 damage per iron sword, can stack minus 73,242 damage per iron sword, can stack minus 73,728 damage per iron sword, can stack. A single iron sword had low individual damage, but when stacked 10 times, it became quite terrifying. For some high defense, high health enemies, the weakening was significant. Congratulations, you have killed a specimen 3-headed monster, gained experience, 3,000 points. Qin looked at the human head in the middle, which showed a look of relief, its lips moving to say the word thank you, and he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Sweeping through each room one by one was indeed a good thing, helping those in despair who sought death but could not find it to be liberated. Thus, he began to sweep through each iron door, finishing each room in about 10 seconds. Suppression and slaughter, all in one go. But he still hadn't found a perfect holy royal worm. As Qin continued to push forward, someone finally couldn't sit still. On the top floor of the Li building in Linhai City, a room filled with a scarlet aura. Li Wei suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment and worry. Qin, how did he get into Nibelungen? Logically, he shouldn't have the qualifications. Wait, he can't keep going forward. Damn it, Qin's strength is unexpectedly strong. Sweeping a room in just a few seconds, his efficiency is simply too high. So many doors can't possibly stop his steps. Even if he has restraining abilities, it shouldn't be like this. To be honest, he was a bit flustered now. Qin's relentless advance had truly caught him off guard. Li Wei downed another bottle of the super blue potion and then opened an observation port to the right at 3 o'clock. The space rippled, revealing the narrow corridor of the testing area, allowing him to see Qin, and it moved along with his footsteps. Suddenly, Qin stopped, looking around in surprise. Li Wei said, "This young man's insight is terrifying. He can actually sense my treasure. The treasure of Nibelungen. Once, someone made a deal with a higher dimensional being, and as long as the agreement was not exhausted, they could gain corresponding abilities from Nibelungen until the agreement ran out." Li Wei cleared his throat and said as kindly as possible to Qin, "Hello, young brother Qin. I didn't expect you to enter Nibelungen as well. It can be quite dangerous in here." Qin was just putting the Holy King bug into the plague cauldron when he heard the voice from above. "Who are you? Were you the one spying on me just now?" Qin asked in surprise, putting away the plague cauldron and turning his head. What shocked him even more was that someone could monitor others in Nibelungen. Li Wei smiled kindly and said, "Young brother Qin, I mean no harm and will not do anything detrimental to you. I am an inspector specially sent by the Li family headquarters. I didn't expect the exploitation by the Li family company in Linhai City to be so severe, even going so far as to elevate the main storyline to nightmare level, wanting to drag the entire Linhai City down with it. Our super family, the Li family, has always valued the interests of lower-tier professionals. After all, they are the foundation of our dragon country. I have ordered the Li family company to fully withdraw high-interest loans, and all your installments will also be cancelled. This is our sincerity." Qin, do you think I would believe that? The young master of the Li family is already shouting and running out, which shows that the arrival of the Li family headquarters is not to control the Li family company but to exert extreme pressure on the authorities, leading to this outcome. However, this so-called inspector from the Li family headquarters likely knows the whereabouts of the perfect Holy King bug. Qin decided to play along for a while. "So it's a senior from the Li family. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, please forgive me." No problem. Ha, young people, we all went through this. I am currently communicating with you through the Nibelungen treasure, not in contact with the higher dimensional beings within, so you can rest assured. I see you seem to be looking for something. Could it be the perfect Holy King bug? Qin raised an eyebrow. In the narrow, eerie corridor, cries of pain echoed from deeper within. The pungent smell of the medicinal solution in the air grew stronger. Qin stood casually in place, the death armor filtering out the strange odor of the potion. He looked up at the ceiling in astonishment, feeling very surprised that the Li family could monitor him in Nibelungen and converse with him. This was the dwelling of higher dimensional beings, weren't they afraid of being traced through the network? Young brother Qin Shen, you won't find the perfect Holy King bug this way. In the end, you'll just waste time. Li Wei's voice came from above, sounding very friendly but revealing a condescending tone of superiority. The two sides were in completely opposite situations. Oh, please tell me where the perfect Holy King bug is, senior. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. A few seconds later, a faint sigh was heard. Sigh, I know you are completing a hidden class change. The first completion grants uniqueness, and our Li family is somewhat interested in this. But don't forget where the Holy King bug comes from. The path of divine transformation? That's right, the perfect Holy King worm is not found, but cultivated using one's own body as a vessel. Only when combined with the magical energy inheritance of the Bobo people can the hidden job transfer task be completed. Will you take that risk? Qin Chen. To be honest, every word from this so-called Li family is correct, but in reality, they are trying to dissuade him. Thank you, senior. I'll make plans after I finish clearing this area. Qin Shen said, then ignored the old man, continuing to knock on doors with the Dark Empress and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor. Congratulations, you have killed an experimental three-headed dog, gaining experience. 2,700, congratulations, you have killed a Holy Royal Disease researcher, gaining experience. 7,300. As Qin Shen swept through the area, the people from the Li family seemed a bit anxious. Like a chatterbox, voices kept ringing above his head. Hey, young man, listen to my advice, you can't go any deeper. Nibelungen is very dangerous. If you encounter a high-dimensional being living in Nibelungen, you'll be dead. Only a level 42nd job class can barely resist. Your current situation is very dangerous, it's really making me anxious. Don't kill, don't kill. The count in the castle hasn't been dealt with yet. Why did you come down first? This order is wrong. If he reports to the Black Emperor, just wait to be hunted down. Qin Chen. He stopped in his tracks, feeling speechless, and looked up at the ceiling. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't reach this so-called Li family right now, he would have given this old man a couple of hits. I really can't bear to see such a talented young person fall in Nibelungen. How about this? I'll point you to a clear path to obtain the perfect Holy King worm. Hey, this was originally from our Li family, but since I see we have a connection, I'll give it to you. The voice above sounded incredibly regretful, as if it had truly made a significant concession. Qin Shen quietly watched him perform. In the next moment, suddenly an item fell from above, startling Qin Shen. Not only can they monitor communication, but they can also drop things in? Is the Li family the favored child of Nibelungen? He instinctively reached out and caught the object that fell from above. It felt like a round metal object, and when he opened it, it turned out to be a golden compass. Golden compass, diamond level item, effect. When you silently think of what you want to find, the golden compass will point you in the right direction. As long as you keep walking in that direction, you will eventually find it. Usage, unlimited. Consumption, none. Note, when searching for treasures, artifacts, etc. There is a chance of confusion, Qin Shen? He was completely stunned. The golden compass is a good item, and they really gave it? This thing is more useful than he could have imagined. Arguably the most cost-effective item. And the other party just gave it to him? He just called you an old man, and now he feels a bit embarrassed. Let's apologize, shall we? Qin Shen stared at the golden compass in his hand for a long time, then said solemnly, thank you, senior. Qin Shen, little brother, I have high hopes for you. With the golden compass, you can find what you want, but you can also realize the value of this item. So this time it's just a loan. If we have deeper cooperation in the future, giving it to you wouldn't be a problem. Li Wei sat in the Scarlet Room, his tone friendly, but his face expressionless, his voice echoing in the crimson space. Loan? Cough, thank you, senior. Without saying another word, Qin Shen directly stuffed the golden compass into his pocket. After that, the voice of the Li family never appeared again, and the world became quiet once more. After Qin Shen continued to push through a few more rooms, he indeed found no clues about the perfect Holy King worm. Although half of the area had yet to be explored, he feared it would be difficult, so he took out the golden compass. The round golden disc trembled as the needle moved within it. Perfect Sacred King Insect. Perfect Sacred King Insect. Perfect Sacred King Insect. Qin Shen closed his eyes and softly murmured, and the needle of the golden compass seemed to gain momentum, starting to spin wildly. After a few seconds, the needle slowly came to a stop, finally pointing in a direction. Qin Shen stared at the needle, momentarily stunned. No way, is it pointing at the wall? At first, Qin Shen thought it was pointing to another room beyond the wall. After all, the entire experimental area was H-shaped, and it was possible for it to point diagonally to another room. But he realized that the direction it pointed to was not within the experimental area, but rather outside the H-shaped zone. Could it be that there are hidden rooms in the experimental area? But no one comes here, is it really necessary? Shin-chan furrowed his brow. Nibelungen was not suitable for human activities. If he left the experimental area, he might run into high-dimensional beings. At that point, escaping would likely be impossible. However, the perspective mirror would come in handy now. Perspective mirror. Shin-chan took out the perspective mirror and aimed it at the wall. To his surprise, a passage appeared inside, along with many members of the Sacred Royal Research Team. There really is a hidden area. I knew it. How could there be only monsters and no people? Turns out they were all hiding here. People might lie, but tools never do. Perhaps the people from the Li family truly want to guide me? Shin-chan felt uncertain, but first, he needed to get the perfect Sacred King insect. Dark Iron Empress, at your service. The Dark Iron Empress stepped forward, directly controlling the iron within the wall. Creak! The once unremarkable wall split open in the middle. The Sacred Royal researchers hiding inside all looked over in shock. Locking mechanism has been destroyed, hidden area has been opened. The Dark Iron Empress approached the wall, manipulating the iron gears inside according to the direction indicated by the golden compass, slowly opening the stone wall. The Sacred Royal researchers, curled up in the corner and trembling, turned their heads in astonishment, their faces filled with fear. So these people were hiding here. I thought I hadn't seen many along the way. Shin-chan smiled upon seeing the Sacred Royals. Having done so many wicked things, now they pretend to be pitiful here. Kill them for me. As you command, my lord. The Dark Empress drew her long bow, fingers gripping a row of arrows, then released them in a scatter. Minus 89,234. Darkness successfully invaded. Minus 90,428. Darkness successfully invaded. Minus 91,238. Darkness successfully invaded. Since it was an area of effect attack, the individual damage was lower. The Dark Iron Empress followed suit, clanging as she stepped forward, the Iron Throne subtly appearing as she rose, dozens of ghostly swords shooting out from the Iron Throne. Then under the Dark Iron Empress's control, they stabbed and slashed at the Sacred Royal researchers. Minus 78,423, Iron Sword damage, stackable. Minus 79,342, Iron Sword damage, stackable. Minus 79,596, Iron Sword damage, stackable. With the two area of effect skills unleashed, a wave of high damage erupted. The Sacred Royals hiding in the secret room couldn't withstand even 2 rounds and fell one after another. Congratulations, you have killed a Sacred Royal disease researcher, gained experience, 7,800. Congratulations, you have killed a Sacred Royal disease researcher, gained experience, 7,700. To be honest, this amount of experience was hardly worth mentioning. After this wave of kills, the experience only increased by 10%, far from the experience drops of a professional. Shin-chan frowned and looked down. A Sacred Royal figure, with iron swords embedded in his back, was dragging his bloodied body forward. Surprisingly, he was not crawling deeper into the hidden area but rather towards Shin-chan's feet, or more precisely, towards the passage behind Shin-chan. It seemed that whatever lay in the hidden area was more terrifying than Shin-chan, who had come to take his life. Bold! The Dark Iron Underworld Emperor clanged forward, gripping a necromancer's sword, ready to stab down fiercely. Wait! Shin-chan raised his hand to the Dark Iron Underworld Emperor, then squatted down with interest, looking at the Sacred Royal figure before him. This is quite interesting. You still crawl towards me. Aren't you afraid of me? Dark Destroyer. The crawling Sacred Royal figure looked up to see Shin-chan and immediately shuddered. He glanced back over his shoulder, his eyes filled with even greater fear, then frantically crawled towards Shin-chan, trembling as he pleaded, "Spare me a life, I beg you, please." Shin-chan frowned as he looked into the depths of the hidden area, which was shrouded in darkness. According to the Golden Compass's indication, there should be a perfect Sacred Royal insect inside. I can spare your life, but you must tell me what happened inside. After saying this, he nodded to the Dark Iron Underworld Emperor, who understood and directly lifted him to a safer location. This is the core area of the experimental zone. Many critical experiments are conducted here, including those specially approved by the Black Emperor. I don't even have the right to see them, the Sacred Royal figure explained, his eyes flickering with anxiety once he felt safe. Sounds like there shouldn't be a problem. Is the perfect Sacred Royal insect inside? The Sacred Royal researcher's eyes immediately flashed with fear, and he slowly nodded. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emerged from his throat. He terrifiedly clutched his neck, but it was too late. A sharp barb pierced through his throat and slowly slid down, as a long insect twisted its legs, attempting to crawl out. Shin-chan sighed, then took out the plague cauldron and captured the newly emerged Sacred Royal insect inside. It seems there are even more terrifying things in the hidden area, causing these Sacred Royals to prefer risking their lives to escape rather than return deeper inside. All the Sacred Royal researchers were crawling towards the outside. Perhaps the moment Shinshin opened the wall had given them hope instead. How strange, let's go in and take a look. Shinshin took a deep breath. With the Death Guardian, he could shift positions, so escaping was definitely not a problem. Dozens of pitch-black skeletons crawled out from the bodies of the sacred royals. They led the way, and at the end of the secret chamber stood a large bronze door blocking the path. The bronze door was covered in twisted, mysterious patterns, clearly of a much higher grade than the rusty door. My lord, this is a talisman door, usually used to store some precious treasures. The Dark Queen, being royal, immediately recognized this type of door. Can you open it? Of course, my lord. As the Dark Queen spoke, the surrounding darkness seemed to come alive, surging into the so-called talisman door. Crack! The patterns on the talisman door instantly disintegrated. Talisman door has been destroyed. Dozens of dark skeleton monsters crawled out from the gap in the door, and a notification sound immediately rang out. One of your dark skeleton monsters has died. One of your dark skeleton monsters has died. What? Are there hidden traps inside? Shinshan's pupils slightly constricted as the monsters in the deeper area revealed themselves. They were faceless humanoid monsters, their features obscured as if covered by cloth, wielding spiked clubs. Their movements were extremely swift. Before the dark skeleton monsters could react, one was smashed to pieces with a single blow. Failed product no. One faceless man introduction. Through a series of agreements with higher dimensional beings, the Holy Royal Family can utilize the characteristics of higher dimensional space to improve and study the path of divine transformation. When you see failed product no. 1. You are already extremely close to the core secret of the Holy Royal Family. Do not approach, do not approach, do not approach. Whether you live or die is no longer for you to decide. Shinshin. He suddenly felt that the golden compass given to him by the Li family seemed to have ill intentions. But if the perfect Holy Royal insect was inside, he had to take a look. The faceless man held a spiked club and slowly turned towards them. Without eyes, it was unclear if they could see. Kneel down. Shinshan released the realm of death, attempting to suppress it. After all, these test subjects were originally living Bobo people, then transformed into something neither human nor ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, the faceless men trembled and slowly knelt down. The Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor stepped forward first and began to harvest them. The faceless men had a terrifying amount of health, as much as 300,000. It took 2 or 3 rounds of attacks to take them down. Congratulations, you have killed a failed product no. One faceless man, gained experience plus 10,000. Congratulations, you have killed a failed product no. One faceless man, gained experience plus 10,000. The hidden area was not very large. Shinshin glanced around and suddenly gasped. What the hell is this? The trading location of higher dimensional beings and the Holy Royal Family. Stepping out of the secret chamber, the Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor immediately felt a sense of impending danger. Their energy surged like spikes. Shinshin followed closely, and his pupils immediately reflected a huge circular cave, filled with headless humanoid monsters, replaced by a long worm writhing in the air. In the center of the cave, a ribbon-like glow floated continuously, seemingly nurturing a worm cocoon. The Holy Royal Family doctor, wearing a white worm body mask, stood around the cocoon, looking at Shinshin with a gaze full of indifference. You have entered the higher dimensional trading location. The golden compass has found the target. This mission is complete. Shinshin dazedly took out the golden compass, then saw the pointer wildly pointing towards the center of the cocoon. Higher dimensionalization. Perfect Holy Royal Insect Cocoon status. Unhatched, experimental state. Introduction. Once higher dimensionalized, it cannot be calculated with numerical values. Higher dimensions possess terrifying crushing power over lower dimensions, along with the ability to touch the world barrier that higher dimensional lifeforms do not possess. Probability of successful higher dimensionalization, 1%. I just wanted a normal perfect Holy Royal insect, but instead, I got a higher dimensional one? Wait, what I was thinking about before was a Holy Royal insect detached from the human body. What difference would it make if it were a Holy Royal insect within the human body? Shinshan's mind stirred, and he quickly imagined it in his head. Then the golden compass began to spin again. It ultimately pointed back to the path he came from, right within the H-shaped area. The old man of the Li family used my cognitive bias, so he gave me the golden compass? Trying to use this higher dimensional trading point to trap me? In a flash, countless thoughts surged up. To be honest, he had no anger about being tricked this time. The people of the Li family had calculated his cognitive bias regarding the Holy Royal insect, or rather, that most people would not want their job transfer materials to be taken from a human body. So when using the golden compass, he imagined it as a standalone Holy Royal insect, and then it led him here. If he had associated it with the parasitic human body, the answer would have been completely different. I've solved the case. However, it seems like I lost, but in fact, I didn't lose at all. The true high-dimensional beings are not here. The core physician of the sacred royal family is studying high-dimensional transformation here. So he killed all the monsters and the sacred royal family here, and then captured the sacred royal insect that was still in the process of high-dimensional transformation into the plague treasure cauldron. Wouldn't that solve everything? The key point is that when it comes to high-dimensional transformation levels, my Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor are not inferior to the monsters here. Isn't that right? The Dark Queen, of course. The Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor, I am about to unleash my true power. Dark Throne, begin to spread. The Dark Queen discarded her royal bow, her arms spread wide, her feet gently leaving the ground, and countless shadows surged from behind her, dragging her to sit majestically in the darkness. Due to the summoner level restrictions, the Dark Queen and other royal summons could not unleash their full power. Summoning her throne was equivalent to temporarily opening the limiter, after which there would be a short period during which she could not continue summoning. Ghost Iron Throne, let me slaughter the enemies. The Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor walked forward, stepping on the Ironcast steps, climbing to the top, where the Ghost Iron Throne made of countless precious swords awaited. Once he sat upon it, his aura instantly transformed. He was the Emperor overlooking all beings. Warning, the Dark Queen has summoned the Dark Throne. After this summoning ends, skill cooldown plus 72 hours warning. The Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor has summoned the Iron Throne. After this summoning ends, skill cooldown plus 72 hours. The high-dimensional elevation of the two royal summons caused the entire space to begin to tremble. The physician of the sacred royal family, wearing a white insect mask, rarely showed signs of fear in his eyes. They looked around in the trembling space, seemingly not afraid of the two royal summons undergoing high-dimensional elevation, but rather terrified of waking some potential existence. Qin Shen originally wanted to summon the Thunder Skeleton as well. This guy also had a Thunder Throne to summon. However, thinking of the potential danger, he had to give up. The two royal summons sitting on their thrones stood to the left and right of Qin Shen in the air, their presence powerful enough to rival thousands of troops capable of intimidating a large number of people with just their gaze. However, the monsters they faced this time were not easy to deal with. They could be said to be the ultimate experimental subjects of the sacred royal family, mixed with high-dimensional elements. Failed product no. 2. Humanoid centipede status. High-dimensional, sacred stage 3 insect transformation. All attributes doubled strength * 15723, agility * 9327, intelligence * 3238. Skill 1, high-dimensional bite. Skill 2, undying. Skill 3, high-dimensional movement. Failed product no. 3. Sacred cyborg status. High-dimensional, sacred stage 3 midterm. All attributes doubled strength, 9823, agility * 7562, intelligence * 5956. Skill 1, top-level combat skill. Skill 2, high-dimensional / skill 3, high-dimensional movement. The so-called high-dimensional transformation theoretically allows one to ignore a series of low-dimensional rules such as space, time, and reality, existing in a state that low-dimensional beings cannot comprehend. These failed products only possess a hint of high-dimensional characteristics, crushing low-dimensional beings. For example, if someone swings a blade, there is simply no way to defend against it. The elevation of a professional's level is essentially the process of high-dimensional transformation. At the same time, a great battle was about to erupt between the two sides. The Dark Queen sat upon the Dark Throne, her body completely concealed within it, with only two scarlet eyes glowing, unleashing darkness upon her enemies, trapping them completely within. The high-dimensional fur of the monsters could not help them escape at all. The darkness of the Dark Queen was like a millstone, crushing them to death within. Congratulations, you have killed the failed specimen no. 2 humanoid centipede, gaining experience, 23,000 inch. Congratulations, you have killed the failed specimen no. 3 holy cyborg, gaining experience, 20,000 inch. The Dark Iron Emperor sat on the Iron Throne, a ghostly green light bursting forth from his iron armor. His authority lay in the manipulation of the undead sword. Any enemy that approached him would be suddenly pierced by the sword, turning them into a sieve, while also having the ability to firmly trap enemies and extract their souls. This somewhat clashed with Qin Shen's right hand of the Yellow Springs. However, it was not a big problem. Just killed him. On the top floor of the Li building, Li Wei sat cross-legged at the center of a scarlet formation. He looked at the gradually calming Li Xingang and let out a sigh of relief. Li Xingang is about to complete his transformation, becoming the only one to obtain a hidden profession. He should eventually grow to be one of the top 10 experts in the family, which will greatly benefit the entire family. And my position will be further solidified because of this. The corners of Li Wei's mouth lifted. And then there's this Qin Shen, he really went in. That place involves high-dimensional powers, which I cannot probe, but I'm sure he won't survive. It's just a pity about my golden compass. I'll have Li Xingang go in later to help me find it. With the emergence of the two great thrones, the efficiency of monster killing was like mowing grass. Qin Shan saw the Dark Empress crossing her legs, elegantly seated on the dark throne. She no longer needed the Empress's longbow. With a mere gesture, vast darkness would envelop the area, and as the darkness receded, a ground full of corpses would remain, with pitch-black skeletons crawling out from the bodies. To be honest, the Dark Empress was still more efficient than the Dark Iron Emperor. The experience provided by these high-dimensional monsters was truly delightful, with each one offering 20,000 to 30,000 experience points. As he swept through, the experience bar was rapidly rising. If it weren't for the consideration that they might appear, Qin Shan would have wanted to stay here and grind monsters every day. Congratulations, you have killed the failed specimen No. 2 humanoid centipede, gaining experience, 21,000 inch. Congratulations, you have killed the failed specimen No. 3 holy cyborg, gaining experience, 22,000 inch. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv26, all attributes plus 2, free attributes plus 6, health plus 2,000, magic power plus 1,000. After successfully changing jobs, the level up bonus will change. Doesn't this mean that I've lost out on my level up? My job change task isn't completed yet. The high-dimensional Holy King insect should be usable as material for the job change task. After all, they are all perfect level. Qin Shan strode between the two great thrones, with monsters falling around him like cut wheat. But he noticed that the holy royal physicians in the central area did not appear flustered. Instead, they quietly watched him kill his way through, their white insect body masks revealing eyes filled with indifference. Have these people messed up their brains? Aren't they afraid to see me coming in to kill? Qin Shan frowned slightly. Anyone or any monster that wasn't afraid of him now was already considered abnormal. Or do they have confidence in resisting the Dark Empress and the Dark Iron Emperor who summoned the two great thrones? It seems the latter is more likely. Just as Qin Shan was pondering, the holy royal physicians in the central area began to move, still unhurried, but they were continuously injecting something around the Holy King insect egg cocoon and pouring buckets of bloody, mangled flesh over it. The cocoon soon began to swell from the center, constantly absorbing the flesh and blood. Qin Shan finally understood. The holy royal physicians were accelerating the hatching of the insect cocoon. Hurry, let's speed up. Dark Empress, at your command. Dark Iron Emperor, bloom, flower of iron. The darkness released by the Dark Empress was like a fierce beast, actively attacking and devouring the enemies. The Iron Throne behind the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor unexpectedly bloomed like a flower, with countless spectral swords shooting out in succession, then connecting head to tail as they pierced through the monster's body, resembling a long snake, significantly increasing the efficiency of the kills. As time passed, the piercing speed of the iron sword snake continued to accelerate. The humanoid centipede in the cyborg showed little emotional reaction. They were devoured like walking corpses, then died. Among them, the trapped souls of the Bobo people could instead find release. It could be said that the monsters here were all created by the Bobo people. Kill. About 10 seconds later, Qin Shan pushed his way to the central area. Here, rainbow-colored light beams descended from the sky, resembling the aurora just within reach, and it was these things that could actually block the dark invasion of the Dark Queen and the Iron Sword Snake of the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor. Both of them struggled greatly but could not break through. Meanwhile, the busy holy royal physician inside turned to take a glance and continued with his work. I see, no wonder these people are so calm. It turns out they have absolute confidence in their barrier. Qin Shan suddenly understood. Secret technique Holy Barrier Health, Infinity Description, developed by the Holy Royal Family under the authorization of the Black Emperor, in collaboration with high-dimensional beings, and based on research experience, this barrier can withstand all physical and magical attacks, can only be released in a high-dimensional environment, and is specifically designed to protect some precious items. Qin Shan, upon seeing the symbol infinity, his mind briefly went blank. No wonder these physicians were so calm. Even if the flood outside was overwhelming, as long as they didn't step out, they would be unaffected. Is there no way for you to break this barrier? Although Qin Shan held little hope, he still looked at the two generals beside him. My darkness cannot penetrate. If all my restrictions were lifted, perhaps there would be a way. The Dark Queen shook her head first, as her true power was limited by her level. The Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor, same here. This is troublesome. Are we going to have to retreat? As the insect eggs trembled more violently, the creatures inside were rapidly reviving. If the high-dimensional Holy Royal Insect emerged, he might not be able to handle it. Forget it. Let's try our luck. The Black Sun General has a high status among the Holy Royal Family. Perhaps he can break it, and since he is of the imagination level, the probability should be greater. In a moment of urgency, Qin Shan raised the death staff in his hand. Come forth, imagination-level Black Sun General. As his voice echoed, countless black pathogenic particles emerged and began to intertwine in the air. Finally, a robust and well-proportioned handsome man slowly walked out, clad in heavy armor and holding a long spear, exuding an imposing presence and heroic demeanor. Qin Shen's mouth fell open, and both the Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor were stunned. Where was that fat, ugly big guy? How did a strikingly handsome man come out? It wasn't until Qin Shen sought his information panel, Imagination Level Black Sun General, that he confirmed he hadn't summoned the wrong one. Could it be that the fat, ugly guy has always imagined how handsome he is, thus creating this handsome man? This obsession is a bit deep. Lord Qin Shen, may I ask what your command is? The Black Sun General, now transformed into a handsome man, gracefully knelt on one knee. Do you have a way to break through this barrier? The holy barrier? The Black Sun General was taken aback, then nodded and said, My lord, I cannot break through, but I understand the principle of the holy barrier. As long as enough concentrated pathogenic particles from the third stage of holy transformation are injected, this barrier can be opened. Please wait a moment, let me open it for you, my lord. The Black Sun General said, then strode forward, raising his right hand to press firmly against the sacred barrier. The sacred crystal on his forehead quickly lit up, revealing golden stripes that rapidly spread across his body, ultimately condensing entirely in his right hand. During this process, there was no sign of corruption or darkening. Is this perfectly digesting the sacred kingworm? At that moment, a sudden screech of an insect echoed from within the barrier. The cocoon, pushed to its limits, suddenly burst open from above. A slimy insect emerged, immediately devouring one of the physicians who had created it. The physicians looked on with delight at the crawling insect. What awaited them, however, was a fate of being eaten one after another. The high-dimensional sacred kingworm had finally emerged. Squeak! The cocoon split open, and an ugly worm covered in bristles slowly crawled out. It first began to gnaw at the blood-soaked walls of the cocoon, its mandibles chewing voraciously. Child, you have finally come into the world. Those bad people will be your food. Generally, creatures that have just hatched from their eggs will recognize the first being they see as their parent or master. The physicians of the sacred royal family hurriedly crowded in, hoping to be the first thing the creatures saw. Squeak! The ugly worm seemed to sense something and turned its head, seeing the hopeful faces of the physicians. In the next moment, its head vanished, and a fountain of blood shot up into the sky. The physicians of the sacred royal family began to scream in terror. Child, it's me. I've always fed you with blood food, don't you remember? Ah, my leg, it ate my leg. Why do this to me? What did I do wrong? Child, I am the one who created you. Amidst the unwilling cries of the sacred royal physicians, they were despairingly devoured by the worm. This ugly worm seemed insatiable, having consumed all the physicians present. Its dark, hollow eyes then turned towards Qin Shen outside the barrier. This thing was born evil. The moment it was created, it first devoured its own creator. How ironic. I wonder what the sacred royal family, no, the Black Emperor wants this thing for. For battle? With such a terrible instinct to consume, it would be lucky if it didn't bite its master. More likely, it will be used for brewing potions or as material for rituals. I hope my plague cauldron can contain this great god. High-dimensional sacred king worm status. High-dimensional, sacred 3-stage transformation completed level. Unquantifiable health, 10,000,000 attributes. Strength asterisk 37,283, agility asterisk 30,827, intelligence asterisk 6, 238 skill 1. High-dimensional movement. The sacred kingworm can exhibit a flickering effect while moving, crossing space and time to instantly appear beside an enemy or at a desired location, with a movement range of 10 meters in radius, carrying a certain chance of causing its own collapse. Skill 2, high-dimensional bite. When the sacred kingworm bites an enemy, it may occur that the enemy has already appeared in its mandibles, and neither it nor the enemy knows how this happened, causing 218,439 points of bite damage and injecting ancient diseases. Skill 3, high-dimensional consumption. The sacred kingworm's perception of hunger is infinitely heightened. It will never be satisfied, its belly will never be full. Description, the high-dimensional material that the Black Emperor dreams of. Qin Shen, 10 million health, over 30,000 attributes? Is this something a human can defeat? Even Qin Shen felt his scalp tingle upon seeing the data of the high-dimensional sacred kingworm. He quickly took out the plague cauldron, checked the information on the panel, and found no indication that high-dimensional parasites could not be recorded. After all, it was a shining level item, so it should be fine. At that moment, a loud crashing sound came from ahead. Qin Shen was startled and quickly looked up, only to see the ugly bug directly crash into the sacred barrier, then fall to the ground with a thud. Minus 230,438, damage values slowly appeared. The sacred barrier only trembled slightly and did not break. Qin Shen. This bug looked fierce, but it seemed quite foolish. The ugly bug's dark, beady eyes fixed on Qin Shen, then it took a few steps back before charging forward again, slamming into the sacred barrier, bug juice splattering everywhere. Minus 274,539 this time. The sacred barrier shook even more violently, and tiny cracks appeared. High-dimensional impact, as expected. Come on, keep going. Qin Shen placed his hands on his hips. The ugly bug let out a resentful screech, then retreated to the end before charging straight at him. Halfway through, it vanished in a flash, only to reappear right in front of the sacred barrier and crash into it. Bang! The sacred barrier shattered and exploded, and the bug fell out as a result. Quick, suppress it. Death Domain. Qin Shen jolted and immediately unleashed the Death Domain while activating the Plague Cauldron. Endless darkness surged forward, engulfing the ugly bug that had crashed out, with more darkness following to continuously suppress it. The Iron Sword of the Dark Iron Emperor also rushed in, constantly weakening the ugly bug's combat power. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ugly bug rolled and struggled in the darkness, countless iron swords flying out, and the Dark Assault repeatedly dissipating. The Dark Queen's mouth bled purple, and the Dark Iron Emperor's body was continuously disintegrating. High dimensionalization perfect sacred king bug. Qin Shen shouted at the ugly bug in the darkness. Squeak, the ugly bug screamed in anger. The next moment, a strange power surged from the plague cauldron, causing the ugly bug to rapidly shrink and then be absorbed into the cauldron. Congratulations, you have successfully recorded the high dimensionalization perfect sacred king bug, hidden class change task. Obtain the perfect sacred king bug, task completed, hidden class change task, temple class change ceremony, complete the class change. It really let me take it. Finally, I can proceed with the class change. A joyful smile appeared on Qin Shen's face, and the two generals beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. They had almost met their end here. At this moment, the entire circular cave was left with only Qin Shen and his companions standing. The rest lay on the ground, becoming corpses. Wait, before leaving, I need to settle the score with the Li family. Want to set me up? Poof, I hold grudges. Qin Shen sneered, taking out the golden compass. If he remembered correctly, the Li family was also hiding a class change task, so they must be cultivating the perfect sacred king bug as well. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. He silently chanted perfect sacred king bug, and the golden compass immediately pointed the way. It was in the H-shaped area. The Li family didn't have the capability to go to the core experimental area, so they were cultivating in the H area. This made sense. On the other side, as Li Xinggang howled to the sky, golden patterns gathered between his brows. His skin seemed to become transparent, with shadows of bugs flickering faintly. Eventually, the bug shadows completely disappeared, and a powerful force emanated from Li Xinggang's body. Holy Transformation Stage 3, Perfect Bug. I did it! I did it! Li Xinggang clenched his fists and roared excitedly. He had endured so much hardship, and now he had finally succeeded. Good, good, hurry up and complete the hidden class change task. Come back to my family with me. Li Wei also showed a smile. His efforts were not in vain after all. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze, because he saw in the Scarlet Ritual that Qin Shen had actually walked out from the hidden area, and then he gave him the middle finger from a distance. In Linhai City, on the top floor of the Li building, Li Wei looked at Li Xinggang, who had successfully transformed from a bug, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It's not easy to pull off a hidden job change. He had sat there for 3 days and nights, his whole body stiff with tension, waves of weakness surging from deep within his body, a sign of power exhaustion that wouldn't recover in a few months, not to mention the precious items consumed this time, which were basically all his savings from over a decade. At least 100 billion had been invested. But in the end, the return was quite rewarding. Who knows, he might even become a family elder. By then, not to mention a mere 100 billion, even a trillion could be within reach. However, the higher he climbed, the more ordinary currency significantly depreciated. Even with assets in the trillions, it was still very difficult to buy some top-notch equipment and items. He leaned back, and the mountain of empty blue bottles beside him immediately made a sound. Unknowingly, I've drunk over 100 bottles of super blue potions. Li Wei sighed, and suddenly a ripple came from the scarlet magic array. His pupils suddenly constricted. The scarlet magic array showed that Qin Shen had actually walked out of the hidden area. Moreover, the other party immediately noticed him and gave him the middle finger. Li Wei? He was so shocked that he suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. How did he come out? This is impossible. Even if I went in, I probably wouldn't be able to come out. The monsters inside are all tainted with certain high-dimensional characteristics, and there's a high chance of encountering them. But this was clearly not over. He saw with his own eyes Qin Shen take out the golden compass he had sent out, then began to locate a certain item, and finally, the pointer stopped at the direction of Li Xinggang, who had just completed the third stage of the sacred transformation. He knows the hidden profession is unique, so he wants to eliminate the competition? Or is there some other reason? Li Wei's pupils trembled, various guesses bubbling up. Unknowingly, he was already sweating profusely. This was too bizarre. How did he survive among a bunch of monsters with high-dimensional characteristics? Moreover, the other party instantly sensed him, clearly having gained some growth. Could it be that he had given him an opportunity and even provided the golden compass? Thinking of this, Li Wei felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He took a deep breath and then tried to continue operating the Scarlet Magic Array and communicate with Qin Shen. Li Wei, brother Qin Shen, congratulations. It seems you've gained a lot this time. Dark Queen has reached the limit of endurance, has been recalled, cooldown time, 72 hours. Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor has reached the limit of endurance, has been recalled, cooldown time, 72 hours. Just as Qin Shen walked out of the hidden area, two prompt sounds rang out in succession. The Dark Queen and the Ghost Iron Underworld Emperor sat on their thrones, and then their bodies were suddenly swallowed by the distorted space, leaving not even a final word, just exchanging a last glance with Qin Shen. In such a hurry? Qin Shen looked up at the ceiling, where Li Wei was. At the same time, he heard the other party's voice. Congratulations to me, you have no idea what that place is, right? That's a trading spot for the sacred royal family and high-dimensional beings. I was lucky this time not to encounter them, otherwise, I wouldn't have come out. Qin Shen said with a cold smile. This guy really had thick skin. The trap he set didn't work, yet he could still greet him with a smile. So, how are you going to compensate me? He, that's all your personal choice, has nothing to do with me. You said you wanted to find the perfect sacred royal bug, so I lent you the sacred compass, and in the end, you should thank me, right? Li Wei's voice grew colder, arguing irrationally. I don't need your thanks, just return my sacred compass. Return it to you? Qin Shen showed a look of surprise. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be completing a hidden job transfer task, right? This time, I've targeted the perfect humanoid Holy King bug. If you're from the Li family, you'll bear the consequences. If not, I will not only return the golden compass but also sincerely apologize. How about that? Li Wei's face instantly turned ashen. He didn't know how strong Qin Shen was, but he assumed it couldn't be weak. He didn't want any complications. He then said with a dark expression, I advise you to think carefully, young man. Don't be so impulsive. Even if you find someone from the Li family, do you think I would just sit back and let you kill our people? I hope this matter can end here. I can help you write off your debt of 150 million, as long as you return the golden compass to me. We'll be even, and in the future, I might even be able to offer you some help in the central district. What do you think? The softest tone delivered the hardest words. Qin Shen was quite puzzled. 150 million debt? Do I have that? Upon hearing this, Li Wei suddenly felt a pang in his heart. He had a bad premonition. As Qin Shen strode towards Li Xinggang, a murderous intent flickered in Li Wei's eyes. Heaven has a path you refuse to take, hell has no door, yet you come knocking. If you seek death, you can't blame anyone else. He turned to the overly confident Li Xinggang and said, someone is coming to kill you. Be prepared. What? Li Xinggang, who was looking terrifyingly strong, suddenly heard from the Li family that someone was coming to kill him. It's Qin Shen, who just cleared the nightmare dungeon. He has quite a grudge against you. Qin Shen? Ah, I thought it was someone else. This kid, I can take him down in a minute. The perfect holy transformation stage 3 is even stronger than I imagined. Upon hearing Qin Shen's name, Li Xinggang burst into laughter. He violated your wife, Li Wei said flatly. Li Xinggang's smile froze, and he turned his head stiffly, a tide of murderous intent surging in his eyes. Your wife died a terrible death, her face was even gouged out, and her chest had a huge hole, with her insides spilling everywhere. The people I sent to clean up the body even vomited. But that's not the most important part. He also dismembered your son, Li Xinggang. Not long ago, your son was just released from prison, and then he encountered him in the dungeon. His arms and legs were severed, and when he died, he was a human pig. Qin Shen, I want him to die a miserable death. Li Xinggang's anger reached its peak, each word squeezed out between his teeth. Where is he now? This person is unforgivable. I will assist you remotely with items. Seeing Li Xinggang's expression, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Now, they just had to wait for Qin Shen to deliver himself to their door. Not long after, the rusty door was kicked open with a bang. Qin Shen. Li Xinggang was furious, about to explode, then froze. A towering figure slowly walked in. General Black Sun? You, how? I'm terrifyingly strong now. The power brought to me by the Holy Transformation Stage 3 is even more than I imagined. Plus, I'm now Lv34, strong enough to crush any practitioner below level 5. That kid Qin Shen, barely over level 20, what can he use to fight me? Just a 10-level difference will create a chasm of despair for him. Now, he actually dares to come knocking on my door to seek death? Good, 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 then we'll settle old and new scores together. Li Xingdong's face twisted into a snarl, the golden stripes on his body seeming to come alive. Time passed second by second, and his anger grew stronger. Thinking of his wife and son dying tragically at the hands of the other, his body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to make Qin Chen understand the meaning of regret in the most brutal way. Bang! The tightly shut rusty door suddenly bulged inward with a footprint, and then it burst open violently. A tall and imposing figure slowly walked in, eyes like torches, holding a sharp golden spear. Just as Li Xinggang was about to explode with anger, he suddenly froze, staring blankly at the tall figure that had entered. Memories of the past rose up to attack him, filled with fear and submission. General Black Sun, how did you end up like this? After stepping inside, General Black Sun looked down at him from a height. Kneel down. Li Xinggang shuddered at the command, then trembled as he knelt, his face filled with the servility of submission. Seeing all this, Li Wei became anxious. Damn, I worked hard to elevate you to the perfect sacred transformation, and you just kneel down without a word? That's still Qin Chen's summoned creature. Li Wei's voice exploded in the void. No kneeling. Do you still want to mix in the Li family? If you want to stay, then stand up. That's not the real General Black Sun. The real General Black Sun is dead. He is now Qin Chen's summoned creature. Li Xinggang? His body half-crouched in the air, he looked up in shock at General Black Sun. The current General Black Sun was very different from the previous fat figure. He could be called a dragon among men, with a body full of muscle, exuding the demeanor of a general. He thought that General Black Sun had also completed his transformation, resulting in a perfect physical state. Soon, he realized something was wrong. Wait, you said General Black Sun was killed by Qin Chen, and then summoned back? How is that possible? At that moment, a lazy voice rang out from outside the door, followed by a young man clad in a death suit walking in with a smile, exuding confidence as if he were a reaper descending from a higher dimension. How interesting, you say it's impossible because you can't do it. It's you who killed my wife. As soon as Li Xinggang saw Qin Chen, he immediately turned red with rage, killing intent surging from his eyes. Qin Chen? I killed your wife? I've never even met your wife. Also, I don't have a habit of being a bull-headed man. Qin Chen couldn't hold back anymore. Why was everything being blamed on him? If it's not you, then who? Today, I will tear you apart. Li Xinggang gritted his teeth, the golden diamond crystal in his brow beginning to emit a golden light, and the golden stripes on his body lit up one by one, as if coming to life, twisting on the surface of his skin. Imaginary level General Black Sun immediately felt a sense of crisis, stepping in front of Qin Chen, the golden diamond crystal in his brow also lighting up, but the golden stripes appeared not on the surface of the skin, but within the muscles, shining through the skin. How old is your wife? Qin Chen continued to ask. He felt this matter needed clarification. He couldn't be unjustly labeled as a bull-headed man. 45, the age of still having charm. Li Xinggang said resentfully, but a hint of infatuation flashed in his eyes. Qin Chen, sorry, I don't have one, don't say random things. I act properly and just killed your son. He was over 10 levels higher than me, jumping in front of me, and I just slapped him dead. Li Xinggang, come and take my life. He suddenly erupted, lunging at Qin Chen like a wild dog. A massive fist, accompanied by a whistling sound, slammed heavily into Li Xinggang's side. Ah! Li Xinggang was hit so hard that he caved in, his body flying out like a sandbag, smashing into the metal wall and creating a human-shaped dent. Minus 73,849, disease invasion ineffective. Li Xinggang, Lv34, perfect sacred king insect transformation, profession, berserker blood is quite thick, an ordinary practitioner would probably be dead after taking that punch, but he can still stand up. General Black Sun, this human is handed over to you. Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely pound him into a meat pie. General Black Sun stepped forward with a serious expression, wielding a golden spear, his momentum rising steadily. Imaginary level General Black Sun hero unit level, Lv26. Cannot exceed the summoner's level cap, health, 340000 attributes, strength * 21093, agility * 18394, intelligence * 11504 skill 1, imaginary level sacred transformation in the endless years of failed transformation. General Black Sun once fantasized about successfully transforming into a divine royal with a perfect body, possessing absolute power and majesty in every gesture, while also having his own excretory outlet to fulfill some long-desired wishes. All attributes plus 400%, possessing a sacred power system, able to temporarily enhance himself by manipulating the golden patterns within, increasing damage plus 200%, speed plus 200%, defense plus 200%, and possessing a series of basic abilities such as Sacred Beams, Energy Infusion, and Sacred Phantoms. Skill 2. Imaginary level Autumn Wind sweeps the leaves before his failed transformation. General Black Sun was a master marksman, his stylish and graceful gun skills making him the most handsome man among the Divine Royals. However, after the failed transformation, he never picked up a gun again, and only when he used his flesh spikes could one vaguely see the shadow of his former gun skills. Equipped with the Sacred Spear, he can use the gun skill Autumn Wind sweeps the leaves, with an ethereal movement that can decapitate enemies. Skill 3. Imaginary level Golden Spear. Unyielding after his failed transformation, General Black Sun's desire for women reached its peak, but due to the loss of his excretory outlet, he could not feel any pleasure from it, so he imagined his own bravery in fantasy. All skill durations plus 100% description. There is no such thing as rebirth, just the fantasies of a person before death. Cough. Li Xing just fell from the metallic wall and immediately felt a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly took out a red large potion bottle and a purple recovery potion from the warehouse, twisted the caps, and shoved both bottle mouths into his mouth, gulping them down. Health plus 500, health plus 500, health plus 500. After finishing the potions, he felt much better. However, a tall figure slowly appeared, blocking the light in front of him. General Black Sun. Li Xing looked up and immediately shivered. Li Wei, who was in the Scarlet Formation, realized this was not good. Facing General Black Sun, Li Xing seemed to have an instinctive fear, and under the pressure of this fear, being able to exert 70% of his strength was already quite good. So, he immediately notified him, saying, Li Xing, General Black Sun is already dead. What you see now is summoned by Qin Chen. You just need to kill the summoner. There's no need to confront General Black Sun head-on. At this moment, Li Xing was in a state of panic, and hearing Li Wei's voice felt like grasping a lifeline. He trembled and said, how could he summon General Black Sun? Moreover, General Black Sun's sacred transformation failed. The one in front of me is a successful transformation. He is just like me. I have no advantage. Don't worry, with me helping you, Qin Chen is nothing to worry about. Just follow my instructions and do as I say without thinking. Anyone in the world could harm you, but I alone cannot. You know how much I've invested in you and how much hope I've placed in you. Now, I only hope you survive. Li Wei spoke steadily, as if he was confident about everything. I understand. Li Xinggang took a deep breath, but his legs were still trembling. This is the heart of Gaia. Consume it, and you will enter a state of fearlessness. You only need to remember one thing, Qin Chen is a summoner. No matter how powerful the monsters he summons are, as long as you kill Qin Chen, everything will end, and you will avenge your lady's son, Li Wei said, pulling out a still-throbbing heart from the warehouse. A flicker of reluctance and heartache crossed his eyes. Heart of Gaia, treasure level item, description, the heart of the god of the world, according to legend, but in reality, it was excavated from a higher dimensional area, extremely rare and precious, with extremely special bonuses for class changes or equipment crafting. Heart of Gaia? Li Xinggang caught the heart that fell from above, momentarily stunned. His gaze then ignited with fervor. This was a rare treasure that appeared once in 100 years. He no longer hesitated and stuffed it into his mouth. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The throbbing heart of Gaia suddenly shot out several vascular tendrils, as if sensing him, directly burrowing into his throat. What is this? Li Xinggang looked in terror as the heart of Gaia pressed against his face, connecting with his features, countless blood vessels spreading from his face throughout his body. An extremely domineering power surged forth. Even the sacred transformation power had to obediently comply. After use, the heart of Gaia will fall off. Remember to return it to me. Sigh, wasting a usage here, Li Wei sighed. From a distance, Qin Chen's ears twitched slightly. Return? Please forgive his DNA for suddenly reacting at that moment. I command you to kneel. Why won't you kneel? The Grand General of the Black Sun brandished a golden spear, his massive 2-meter-tall figure charging forward like a bulldozer. He raised the spear high and suddenly pointed it forward. A glimmer of cold light arrived first. Did you hear that? Li Xinggang seemed to go mad, throwing his head back in wild laughter, his eyes covered in blood vessels shaking uncontrollably, ultimately locking onto Qin Chen, who stood at the back. The heart of the world is beating. Crack, the spear tip halted in midair. What blocked it were two hands. Countless blood vessels spread along the spear tip, golden liquid flowing within, releasing a brilliant luster. Let me show you what true sacred transformation looks like. Li Xinggang shouted from behind the heart, appearing somewhat deranged. In the next moment, a fist suddenly struck from the side, smashing hard against Li Xinggang's temple. The latter spun out like a kite with a broken string, crashing against the metal wall with a loud bang. Chirping, the Grand General of the Black Sun said lightly, suddenly noticing his spear had broken in the middle, right at the area covered by blood vessels. his brows furrowed tightly. Li Shingang was a professional. Aside from basic information, it was difficult to see detailed information or know his true abilities. One could only judge based on combat information. The ability of this Heart of Gaia seems to be assimilation, assimilating everything that can be assimilated. And it also carries higher dimensional characteristics, Qin Shen assessed. This thing is truly a good item. If used well, it can achieve unexpected effects. If the Lord likes it, I can fetch it for you. Then I will trouble you. Boom! The Grand General of the Black Sun discarded the spear. The sacred diamond crystal at his brow began to sink into his skull, various brilliant golden rays illuminating his muscles and bones. At that moment, his 2-meter-tall figure seemed to be filled with divinity. He exerted force, and the metal ground beneath him suddenly exploded into a large pit. The hurricane howled as he arrived above Li Shinggang's head. Ha ha ha! Li Shingang tilted his head back and laughed foolishly, as 2 fists slammed hard against his face. -138,453, Divine Strike. He buried his head into the ground, his legs raised high. General Black Sun grabbed his ankles, soaring through the air, and smashed him down onto the ground. -142,239, Divine Strike. Bang bang bang, countless massive fists pounded down on Li Shingang. -158,329, Divine Meteor Fist. -158,423, Divine Meteor Fist. -159,238, Divine Meteor Fist. Terrifying damage numbers were skyrocketing. Yet Li Shingang remained alive, merely passively enduring the blows. With a crisp sound, a palm the size of a mat slapped down on Li Shinggang's face, on the Heart of Gaia. Then 5 fingers gripped tightly, while the other hand pulled at Li Shinggang's body, roaring to tear the Heart of Gaia away. Suddenly, Li Shinggang's body flickered and, at an incredibly fast speed, drilled through General Black Sun's body. The general's movements froze, his eyes, filled with golden patterns, widened in shock. In the next moment, countless streams of golden blood erupted from his body. -3523490, Fatal Blow. My lord, I am unable to bring you what you desire. General Black Sun is extremely weakened, skill cooldown, 72 hours. Ha ha ha, now it's your turn. Li Shingang laughed maniacally as he charged at Qin Shen. Qin Shen frowned slightly and softly called out, Bone Kingdom. General Black Sun's body split in half, golden blood splattering everywhere. The massive figure crashed to the ground, and his eyes, filled with golden patterns, gradually became hollow. The dream shattered. Phew, finally killed this monster called General Black Sun. It seems my Heart of Gaia was not wasted. Li Wei sighed in relief upon seeing the fallen general. Qin Shen's strongest summon must have been depleted at the high-dimensional trading point. Now losing another powerful summon, he should have no trump cards left. Let's end this quickly. I want to return home to take credit. Unfortunately, he hadn't been happy for a few seconds when his expression suddenly stiffened. Bone Kingdom. The 4 words sounded like a demon's whisper. An invisible aura of death spread out, altering the very rules of the world. White bones surged around, obeying some will. High-level undead skill, Bone Kingdom. Why is what Qin Shan released different from others? I remember it could only summon a bone wall or rib traps. I've never seen a situation where bones are hidden in the invisible like this. Even other super family necromancers have never had such a situation. Li Wei's face showed horror, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Could it be? Qin Shan has carved out a path of his own in the necromancer profession? My god! What kind of talent is this? A mere commoner can rival the seed-level geniuses of superfamilies, without any resource investment or guidance from high-level mentors. How is this possible? The most critical point is that he chose to be a necromancer, an extremely special profession. This profession is indeed weak, but once it becomes strong, no other profession stands a chance. One person can become an army and crush a whole field of practitioners. Under the impact of these facts, even the composed Li Wei couldn't remain calm. His mind fell into chaos. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, the aura of death enveloped Qin Shen, allowing him to fly freely in the air. He calmly looked at Li Shingang, pointed a finger, and countless skeletal arms, glimmering with a pale light, shot out, grabbing hold of Li Shinggang's body, resembling a perfect bouquet. Li Shingang struggled desperately, but the skeletal fingers snapped one by one. Gaia's heart behind the crimson eyes fixed intently on Qin Shen. The entire person was plunged into a state of madness. Qin Shen looked at Li Shingang, revealing a thoughtful expression. He did not summon any other entities, merely maintaining the Bone Kingdom, because this time, he had gained a significant insight. After experiencing several moments of enlightenment and a few battles with high-dimensional characteristics, he felt he had touched upon a critical point. He believed that once he crossed this threshold, his perception of the true world of the undead would deepen, paving a unique and powerful path for both the Bone Kingdom and disease-related skills in the future. This final push would rely on his own understanding gained through crisis and combat.
Li Xinggang, is that all you've got? Want to kill me? Dream on.
Qin Shen suddenly clapped his hands together, and tens of thousands of skeletal arms burst forth from either side of Li Xinggang, resembling two blooming white bone flowers, eagerly reaching out to grab him.
You brat! You're looking for.
Li Xinggang was furious, and as he exerted his strength, he was horrified to see countless skeletal arms filling his vision, tearing and dragging at his body, causing excruciating pain as if his flesh were being ripped apart. -72,328, bone tear -73,593, bone tear -74,295, bone tear. Several damage values popped up, but Li Xinggang did not fall. No one at the scene knew how thick his health bar was.
Moreover, the Gaia's heart covering his face was frantically pulsating to restore his health.
Health plus 10,000, health plus 10,000, health plus 10,000.
Black Death. Countless Black Deaths spread within the Bone Kingdom. The originally pale bones stained gray.
Spinal spears stood side by side, forming a sharp spinal cage that trapped Li Xinggang, buried under the skeletal arms, and continuously constricted. Black liquid oozing from the tips of the spinal spears. This was a highly concentrated pathogen with a certain degree of mobility.
Merge. It can all merge into the Bone Kingdom. All toxic death entities, come in.
This was the first layer of insight Qin Shen had gained. Especially after obtaining the magic energy body inheritance, the blue consumption turned into magic energy, and the blue consumption limiter was completely lifted.
He could release, merge, and transform the Bone Kingdom without restraint.
The effect was outstanding. Any enemy within the Bone Kingdom would face an endless and highly creative barrage of skeletal attacks. Just the bone flowers alone were something even Central District professionals could hardly have seen. Not to mention the Black Death, spinal cage, which was even more explosive.
Gee, boom 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 boom.
In a flash, the spinal cage erupted with two sounds. One was the shrill scream of the Holy Kingworm, likely stimulated by the Black Death, engaging in fierce resistance. The other was the intense beating of Gaia's heart, sensing the threat and pressure, extracting and releasing more power, even including some high-dimensional characteristics.
However, this was Qin Shen's second insight, to add high-dimensional characteristics to the Bone Kingdom.
Just imagine briefly manipulating time, space, and even life and death.
Wasn't this precisely what the undead should possess?
And he did not need external forces. Through several moments of enlightenment and careful perception in crises, he could create it. Finally, with a skill upgrade, it would be a perfect conclusion. And indeed, as he had anticipated, the bone flower suddenly exploded, countless finger bones scattering, and arm bones retreating.
The Black Death, spinal cage suddenly broke open a large human-shaped hole.
Li Xinggang dashed out, his entire body bathed in golden blood.
Qin Shen's eyes widened as he witnessed the entire process unfold before him.
This was precisely the move that Li Xinggang used to defeat General Black Sun, characterized by its high-dimensional features, even overshadowing the experimental subjects in the hidden area.
This is a form of control over space. It can even break through the Bone Kingdom. Qin Shen finally understood.
The arrival of the Bone Kingdom actually has a covering and distortion effect on the real space, albeit very weak. If he could learn Li Xinggang's move, it would be an epic enhancement against the Bone Kingdom. And now that he understood it, he could use it.
Die for me!
Li Xinggang shouted at Qin Shen, his eyes wide with rage. The heart of Gaia was beating wildly. His figure flickered out of sight again, the trend of space twisting directly towards Qin Shen's chest. Bang! A massive skeletal fist smashed Li Xinggang out of his flickering state.
-173,283, spatial impact. This is impossible.
Li Xinggang lay on the ground, spitting blood, a large dent in his forehead. Qin Shen looked down at him.
Thank you for helping me achieve my second understanding. Li Xinggang? Li Wei?
As a necromancer, the competition lies in the understanding and comprehension of the undead. Based on his previous experiences and insights, Qin Shen realized that there must be a real undead world in the high dimensions, where all the deceased would go, and the source of power for necromancers comes from that world. It is particularly suitable for highly gifted geniuses. Once they grasp something, they can immediately manifest it in battle. Qin Shen used the high-level necromancy skill, the Bone Kingdom, as a foundation to incorporate everything he had comprehended. Devour, Sea of Skull Heads. Qin Shen spread his arms wide, and an exaggerated number of skull heads erupted wildly.
Flames burned in their hollow eye sockets. They surged towards Li Xinggang like a tidal wave. Ah! After taking a punch, Li Xinggang's eyes cleared significantly.
He saw the impenetrable sea of skull heads and immediately felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The heart of Gaia was beating furiously, extracting more power with high-dimensional characteristics. He quickly scrambled to his feet, trying to break through the spatial blockade again and escape the encirclement of the skull heads. But, this time,
he found that this move was ineffective. The space was incredibly solid, and he couldn't break through at all. He could only watch helplessly as the sea of skull heads engulfed him. The sounds of teeth clashing and flesh being gnawed made one's scalp tingle. Qin Shen comprehended the power of high-dimensional features and integrated it into his skills? Is this possible? Is this really possible? Li Wei was dumbfounded. He was in a state of disbelief, but he watched as Li Xinggang was submerged by the sea of skull heads, horrifying and exaggerated damage values popping up in clusters, sending chills down his spine. If this continued, Li Xinggang would surely die, and all the rare items he had invested would be wiped out. It was unbearable, too unbearable. The enormous sunk cost made it impossible for him to let go. He could only keep pouring in more and more. This Qin Shen is doing it on purpose. He wants to use Li Xinggang to sharpen his understanding and insight. Damn it, he actually succeeded. What kind of monster is this? He might even cross the perception line of the undead world in the future, but I can't think about that now. I need to secure the position of the Li clan elder first. Things for the future will naturally have future wisdom. Li Xinggang, get up! No kneeling! Li Wei roared at Li Xinggang while frantically flipping through his inventory. He was searching for rare items that could turn the tide, but there were only 3 or 4 left after going back and forth. Items of extremely high value, the kind he usually wouldn't dare to use. Damn it, World Tree Essence! After hesitating repeatedly, Li Wei took out a small ice crystal vial and threw it into the gap. Crash! The ice crystal vial shattered, and the essence of the World Tree poured over Li Xinggang, causing his veins and flesh to begin to grow wildly. Ah! Li Xinggang's body rapidly expanded, immediately creating a large bulge on his skull. Then, with a roar, he suddenly sprang up, using both hands to sweep away 2 large piles of skulls. But countless skulls emerged again, as if they could never be killed off. His face was filled with terror as he scrambled out, trying to escape the horrifying sea of skulls. You really are trying to kill me, but it's useless, it's all over. All the rare items you invested have ultimately fed my kingdom of skeletons. All the skulls gnawing at Li Xinggang's body, after a hearty meal, clearly became shinier. This feedback was not just from one, but all the bones received a boost. Hardness increased, strength increased. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Li Xinggang, why are you so useless? Is the essence of the World Tree not enough? How many rare items do I have to invest for you to turn the tide? I'm about to lose everything. Can't you at least put up a fight? Li Wei was clearly anxious, jumping up and down in place. His heart was bleeding. If this time was unsuccessful, he wouldn't even have the qualification to stay in the family. Reality is that cruel. Devil's potion, keep it coming. I'm going all out. Li Xinggang, I've given everything for you. You must give me a return. Gritting his teeth, Li Wei took out a potion bottle filled with a blood-red liquid and threw it at Li Xinggang. Bang! Strange swirling patterns began to appear on Li Xinggang, exuding a hellish aura. He violated your wife. Do you want revenge? Li Wei shouted loudly. Revenge! Li Xinggang answered loudly, his body changing more and more obviously. He dismembered your son. Do you want revenge? Must take revenge. Li Xinggang let out a beast-like roar, and a pair of horns actually grew from his head. His eyes turned spiral-shaped as he looked at Qin Shen. Devil? Then I can kill for you. Right hand of the Yellow Springs, release all souls. Qin Shen shouted coldly, and 50,000 souls flew out together. With the infusion of souls, the kingdom of skeletons was finally complete. Arcane Mage Chow Lily, shield warriors, archers, and the holy royalty, countless skeletons gathered and stacked under their wool, ultimately condensing into a skeleton mage tower, heavy arrows with spinal structures, and white-ribbed heavy shield walls. Everything was created by them, forging a unique vitality for the kingdom of skeletons, and Qin Shen's will transcended all of this. At this moment, he gained further insight. The souls that the kingdom of skeletons could accommodate were limitless. Die! Kill! Li Xinggang charged madly, his spiral pupils fixated on Qin Shen. He had only one thought in his mind, to rush in front of Qin Shen and tear him apart. What awaited him was the first batch of white-ribbed heavy shield walls. His head was hard. He charged in with his 2 horns, causing countless ribs to break and fly out. Kill for me! You must live up to my rare items. Li Wei was also outside, shouting and yelling. The next second, a face suddenly popped out from the observation gap in front of him. It was Li Xinggang's face, covered in bloodstains. His face was somewhat flattened, looking dazed. Li Wei gasped, instinctively taking a step back. Your Gaia heart is quite good. I'll take it. And you'd better be sensible and not ask me for the golden compass. Qin Shen's calm voice came from behind Li Xinggang. Why you? How? Li Wei was so scared he was dumbfounded, unable to speak. Soon, he saw a white skeletal hand pressing down on the back of Li Xinggang's head, presumably having smashed in directly along the traces of space. But this was simply unbelievable.
What do you want to do? I am a second-turn professional,
Li Wei shouted loudly, realizing he had just been frightened by a little guy who hadn't even completed his first turn. In the next moment, red and white liquid suddenly splashed across his face.
Warm, sticky.
The sensation made him shiver violently. Amidst the stench of blood, he was still in shock. Li Wei's face was covered in the foul-smelling liquid, red and white, still steaming slightly. He was so scared he froze, unable to speak for a long time. What had just happened? Qin Shan was actually pressing Li Xinggang's head down, shoving it in front of him. It was as if mocking everything he had done. That overwhelming shock penetrated to the very core of his being. He still remembered Li Xinggang's face, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, filled with terror and despair. Finally, with a gasp, that familiar face shattered before him, various liquids splattering across him, signaling that Li Xinggang was dead beyond recovery, and all his efforts had gone to waste.
Qin Shan was using Li Xinggang to humiliate him.
The scarlet ritual receded like a tide, and the once sunken sofa and coffee table floated back up. The top-floor room of the Li building returned to its original state, with Li Wei kneeling dazedly on the carpet, blood and brain matter exploding around him like blooming snowflakes.
Bang, bang, bang.
The sound of knocking echoed as a secretary in a Shiro-L uniform hurried in. She had just taken out the documents in her arms to say something when she saw Li Wei kneeling amidst the blood splatter, with brain matter stuck to him, causing her stomach to churn, and she turned to the ground to vomit violently.
Is there something wrong?
Li Wei's voice trembled.
Ugh, the official of Linhai City is organizing a counterattack.
The secretary struggled to control her throat muscles before managing to say this.
Silence, a long silence.
Then Li Wei sighed deeply. I understand, you can go out now.
The secretary nodded quickly and fled as if escaping.
Li Wei remained in place for a while before bitterly standing up and shaking off some of the brain matter on him. He had lost, utterly and completely.
What are you going to do now? A tiny voice sounded from within him.
I want to return to the family home. I didn't directly participate in this conflict, so in the end, only Li Xinggang lost, not me.
I am Lv43,
unable to enter the instance. Others won't suspect me.
However, I have noted this debt.
Li Wei cleaned off the filth on him and planned to leave Linhai City overnight. Although he had suffered heavy losses this time, he couldn't lose face. As long as he maintained his face, he didn't need to go down with the ship.
The losses now could be recovered in the future. It was just a matter of time.
Congratulations, you have killed a sacred transmutation professional. Li Xinggang. Experience dropped, 100,000, equipment dropped, the arrogant axe, diamond level. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, surrounded by bones, forever losing its life.
Finally over. This harvest is still acceptable.
The heart of Gaia, surrounded by countless bones, was presented before Qin Shan. At this moment, it looked wilted, only slightly trembling after several seconds. He didn't know if it could be used when he changed professions later. However, the golden compass was now firmly in his hands. Before I leave, let's destroy everything here. Give the experimented beings a release. The Kingdom of Bones. One by one, white bone flowers bloomed from the walls. Waves of skulls surged at Qin Shan's feet, crashing through one rusty door after another.
Countless experimental monsters were set free. Congratulations, you have killed an experiment No. 3 monster, meatball, and gained experience, 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed an experiment No. 5 monster, shellman, and gained experience, 2,500.
Countless notifications popped up, and the entire underground space began to tremble. Whispers echoed in Qin Shan's ears.
You ruined the transaction.
Qin Shan's body was suddenly covered in goosebumps. Instinctive fear surged within him.
Escape! They are coming. The true high-dimensional beings, the masters residing in the ancient door. The surrounding walls began to twist, shadows started to appear.
Countless eyes rushed out, staring intently at him.
Under such terrifying pressure, there was no room for resistance. A moment's delay would mean death. Surrounded by countless skulls, Qin Shan moved swiftly, reaching the ancient door in just a few breaths.
The door glowed with tadpole-shaped characters and was slowly closing.
Now there was only a small gap left, and it seemed he wouldn't be able to escape. We are here to help you, Master. You must get out. Thank you for freeing my kin. Countless skeletons surged forward, desperately holding the closing gap of the door, and inside was the soul of the Bobo people.
They were grateful to Qin Shan and wanted to do one last thing for him.
The resonance of countless souls could even counter the ancient door.
The souls of the Bobo people shouted together, finally managing to slowly open the closing door.
Thank you. Qin Shan leaped forward, slipping through the gap. Crack!
The ancient door closed completely, crushing the white skeleton into pieces. The Kingdom of Bones has shattered. Skill has entered a fatigue period, cooldown, 72 hours.
We remember you.
Their voices echoed in Qin Shan's ears one last time. Then they retreated like a tide.
Shin-chan lay sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath.
A cool breeze brushed against his cheek. A brilliant starlight spread across the night sky, dazzling and mysterious. Suddenly, an ugly head curiously poked over. Protruding sharp teeth still had bits of flesh on them.
Damn! Shin-chan jolted and slapped it. Woo-woo!
The ghoul, Nax, spun around in place, showing a pitiful expression.
What are you doing here? Did the holy royalty in the castle finish eating? Shin-chan asked in surprise upon seeing Nax. Nax nodded repeatedly and showcased his achievements.
His hind legs had evolved, displaying a spring-like physiological structure. It looked like a spring, and his jumping ability should be quite impressive. Congratulations, your ghoul Nax has successfully devoured and evolved, gaining super high movement speed, hind legs. Congratulations, your ghoul Nax has successfully devoured and evolved, gaining spiral-shaped, abyssal giant mouth. Congratulations, your ghoul Nax has successfully devoured and evolved, gaining charge type, steel muscles. A series of notifications confirmed that ghoul Nax had indeed not worked in vain. Just from kills, he had gained 570,000 experience points, and the experience progress bar had reached 89%.
As for skills leveling up every second, ghoul Nax summoning technique had already reached LV 32,789.
It was likely that promotion would be completed soon, and since Nax was the lowest level skill of the resonance crystal, this meant that after its promotion, other skills would collectively level up as well. What would happen to the Kingdom of Bones, the Black Death, the Black Sun General, and so on after their promotions was something to look forward to. At this moment, Nax extended a large claw and pointed towards the castle.
Shin-chan immediately understood. You mean, the count is still saving some for me? The ghoul Nax nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
The holy royalty castle was already in a state of decay. Blood and flesh, along with shattered bones, were smeared everywhere.
Shin-chan and the ghoul Nax walked through it. Shin-chan couldn't help but ask, did you do all this?
The ghoul, Naxus, immediately puffed out his chest with pride.
I underestimated you before. Roar! After crossing the dim corridor, the view suddenly opened up.
Luxurious palace chandeliers and imposing Roman columns filled the space. At the very end was a throne, upon which sat a man, his face pale and extremely weak, looking as if he could hardly catch his breath. Yet this very person was a duke personally appointed by the Black Emperor, the highest authority of the holy royal family. Even the general of the Black Sun had to kneel and submit before him. The duke, slumped on the throne, looked at Shin-chan and immediately threw his head back in laughter, his tone full of mockery.
What are you laughing at when death is upon you? Shin-chan asked in surprise.
I was going to die anyway, given my current physical condition. It's hard to accomplish anything. Cough cough.
All divisions disappeared, and everyone's will was twisted into a single rope. First, the 30-meter ships circled around the Black Pearl like a pack of sharks hunting their prey.
These maneuverable vessels released chains hanging with underwater mines, completely blocking the Black Pearl's path while continuously compressing its space for movement. Golden fish spears protruded from the ships, the only means of attack for these highly mobile vessels.
Of course, the Black Pearl did not move, it simply floated on the sea, quietly waiting for their encirclement.
Shin-chan and the ghoul emperor, Naxus, stood at the edge of the ship, calmly watching the Royal Navy at work. Master, it seems like this is a bit difficult to resolve, Naxus said.
What makes it difficult?
My combat ability on the sea is not strong, especially on this swaying deck. If the two ships are too far apart, I might fall into the sea, and all the meat I specially stored will be contaminated. It would have been better if we had taken the initiative earlier. These ships are all close together.
Master, wouldn't your power be better unleashed then? Naxus expressed confusion.
If that were the case, we wouldn't attract the attention of the golden whale.
Look, it's not fleeing now, instead, it's frequently looking back. We are surrounded by the Royal Navy because of it, and it even helped delay its escape.
It's hesitating whether to come back and save us, Shin-chan said with a smile.
This golden whale, it's too kind.
It's simply a breath of fresh air in this world of cannibalism. The ghoul emperor, Naxus, was taken aback and quickly looked up. That golden figure in the sea indeed turned back and began to linger in the distance, water columns rising one after another, clearly hesitating whether to approach. At the same time, it could distinctly feel a sense of worry and urgency.
Kindness, Naxus murmured to itself.
In its understanding, the world was a fate of eating and being eaten, but now it was shaken. Shin-chan smiled slightly at this scene.
Naxus has gained insight.
At this moment, the 30-meter maneuverable ships began to tighten their encirclement. The 70-meter ships surrounded the outside and began to fire heavy artillery in unison. But these were all smoke bombs. The real killing blow was on the main ship of the Royal Fleet, where the boomerang began to spin rapidly on the launching device, quickly accumulating kinetic energy. All the ships left a small gap here, allowing them to dodge to the sides at a critical moment.
Hanting was very confident in the royal fleet's arrangement. This was an absolute killing move. Even the sea's undead could not withstand it.
However, Xinshan also intended to show them the true disaster of the sea's undead.
Cursed sea. The black seawater began to surge rapidly, with swarms of bones wandering within. Boom, boom, boom.
The skeletal swarm suddenly burst forth from the water, triggering the surrounding underwater mines.
Countless waves surged violently.
-3,759, explosion damage -3,892. Explosion damage -3,711, explosion damage. A series of damage values emerged, but for the skeletal horde, it was merely a tickle. After bursting from the sea, they quickly climbed up the ship's hull,
a dense mass resembling locusts.
This time, they were no longer mermaid skeletons, but lizard-like creatures with 4 skeletal claws and a large tailbone trailing behind. Once they climbed aboard the motorized ship, they swiftly unleashed a massacre.
The Royal Navy on the ship screamed in terror. "Ah! What are those things crawling out of the sea? Skeletons, they're skeletons, they don't look human. Get back to your sea, they can't bite there." Amidst the chaos, kill notifications rang out one after another.
As a result, one motorized ship after another sank. Congratulations, you killed a Royal Navy soldier, gained experience. 12,000 congratulations, you killed a Royal Navy soldier, gained experience. 13,000 congratulations, you sank a 30-meter motorized ship, gained experience. 50,000, obtained blueprint, ultra small ship blueprint. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv27, intelligence *20, strength *10, agility *10, health 5,000, mana 2,500, high dimensional attribute +1 career task, create a high dimensional corpse, without relying on skills, equipment, or items, and the corpse must be low dimensional, task reward. High dimensional attribute +1. The experience from the motorized ships was incredibly rich. Each one provided 50,000, and there were dozens of crew members aboard. Another big wave.
Create a high dimensional corpse.
I have no clue about this yet. I can only slowly figure it out when the time comes.
Maybe I'll suddenly have an epiphany? But what is this ultra small ship blueprint?
Ultra small ship blueprint, exclusive to ships over 100 meters, utilizing the massive water storage space at the bottom of the cabin to manufacture and deploy 20 to 70 microships. Each can carry one person. Once fully released, it can conduct high mobility group strikes against enemies. Note: this microship inherits the main ship's attributes. I see. It's just releasing a bunch of little brothers to bite. Xinshan imagined for a moment, the Black Pearl releasing a large group of little black pearls, then encircling the enemy at sea.
The image was indeed quite wonderful. Done. Moreover, he possessed the Bone Kingdom. As long as he had the blueprint, constructing it would be effortless. The motorized fleet was completely annihilated.
This immediately shocked Bai Hanting, causing the monocular telescope in his hand to drop. He suddenly understood that what he encountered was not a simple maritime undead.
This is the legendary undead disaster. The undead crawled up from the sea.
I still have my trump card left to use.
Giant boomerang, launch.
The ships were sinking, and the Royal Navy was panicking in the water. Countless white skeletons swirled around, dragging them one by one beneath the surface. At this point, health points had become irrelevant. Whether it was 10,000 or a million, being dragged down meant certain death. With percentage-based damage, even the time of death was the same. 127 30-meter motorized ships met a tragic end. Meanwhile, on the outer perimeter, 72 70-meter heavy ships had not even formed their complete encirclement, yet the innermost motorized ships were completely wiped out, leaving them in extreme terror. The skeletons emerging from the sea further shattered their understanding.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the undead emerge from the sea? This defies logic. The sea is always humanity's most dangerous enemy. These seamen fear the ocean more than we do. Even if they die, they will retain this fear, and they will never plunge into the deep sea, let alone swim within it. Yes, exactly. It's possible to encounter the spirits of the dead at sea, but the spirits beneath the waves are utterly impossible. That's a place where even the dead won't go. No, in this vast ocean, the dead also need boats to ferry them, otherwise, they will be forever lost in the surging waters. On the 70-meter heavy warship, the Royal Navy was shouting loudly. The fact before them was indeed bizarre. How could skeletal spirits emerge from the sea? It was utterly perplexing, and they were sweating profusely. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out. What if they are not human?
As soon as these words were spoken, all the Royal Navy members shivered, a chill running up their spines, goosebumps rising all over. They looked at the Black Pearl, which was suspended in the center, and their expressions changed.
You bunch of pups, Are you out of your minds? The great battle is imminent, and you're scaring yourselves? I hereby declare, anyone who disrupts the morale will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Our Royal Navy does not need such weaklings. Remember this, you can commit all sorts of misdeeds, but you cannot retreat in fear of death. The burly captain of the warship strode over, shouting angrily. He then directly threw the one who had just spoken those words overboard. The sailors looked at the churning waters beneath the ship, shuddering. Whoever is dawdling will face the same consequences. Royal Guard, activate! The captain cursed as he commanded, and the fleet, which had been somewhat disbanded, reformed. Pop, 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 the sound of expanding bubbles arose, and golden light flickered above each royal ship, then spread out like a fountain, ultimately forming a spherical structure that enveloped the entire ship. 72 heavy warships lit up one by one. The scene looked incredibly spectacular. Immediately after, each ship fired a parabolic shot, connecting to the royal flagship in the main position, ultimately forming a unified front to resist the enemy. Royal rapid-fire cannons, royal anti-aircraft guns, royal incendiary bombs. All, prepare. The captain continued to issue orders. The cannons located on both sides of the ship's hull began to adjust their positions, aiming at the central black pearl. Fire! Hit it hard, sink it. Someone stepped forward to issue the command, and the morale of the troops stabilized significantly. Bang, 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 the 72 heavy warships fired in unison. Black heavy lead bullets, oil-burning incendiary bombs, and fish-shaped penetrating shells. All sorts of projectiles filled the sky, arcing down towards the central black pearl. At that moment, the 100-meter-long black pearl seemed so small. Quickly, shatter that ship and leave this place. The Royal Navy looked up at the rain of projectiles, feeling a sense of security. In such a fierce bombardment, surely no ship could survive, right? This was a simultaneous volley from 72 heavy warships, each firing at least 10 shells, totaling 720 shells, and this was just the first round. Even if a sea monster came, it would be turned into a sieve. Bone Kingdom, all domains open. Qin Chen spoke. This was the first time he fully unleashed his Bone Kingdom since its promotion. The Royal Navy had pushed him to this extent, which was quite something. Countless bones appeared, connecting head to tail, forming several gigantic rings. One ring encircled another, continuously rotating, and in the very center, a massive eye slowly opened, curiously gazing at everything in the world. The beautiful, vibrant pupil was moving around. Any creature that met its gaze would feel a tremor in their soul. Even the countless projectiles in the sky came to a halt. So beautiful, orderly and mysterious. The Ghost King, Naxos, raised his head, murmuring to himself. At that moment, he felt that the meat on the plate had lost its flavor. The kingdom of white bones has been tainted by divinity. Boom, 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 boom. Shells rained down from all directions, crashing onto the circular white bones. The energy from the explosions did not dissipate. Instead, it activated the circular white bones. Fiery energy filled the gaps between the bones, causing each bone to open up until dozens of white bone rings were filled with a blazing light. The eye in the center lit up, its beautiful and brilliant pupil becoming increasingly enchanting and captivating. It gazed at the surrounding massive ships, as if a god were watching from above. The immense pressure and overwhelming fear made the Royal Navy tremble and kneel one by one. The sea's undead could still kill them, but a god could only kneel and plead. Buzz, the fiery and brilliant pupil suddenly illuminated, and a massive ship exploded from within. One after another, ships ignited fierce pillars of fire on the sea. Congratulations, you have killed a Royal Navy soldier, gained experience, 13,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Royal Navy soldier, gained experience, 13,500. Congratulations, you have sunk a 70-meter royal ship, gained experience, 100,000. Gained hull kinetic propulsion device blueprint. The continuous notifications rang out, but they could not pull Qin Chen's attention back, let alone others. He himself was shocked by the released kingdom of white bones. How far apart were the undead and the gods? Master, what have you summoned? The Ghost Emperor, Naxos, couldn't help but ask. Qin Chen looked up at the magnificent and beautiful pupil and gently said, "The Eye of the Angel." The Royal Navy members all knelt on the deck, including the ship's captain. They watched as their fellow ships exploded one by one, yet they did not move at all. God, have you abandoned us? Why would a god appear alongside the undead of the sea? What does this signify? Is it the end of the world? Oh no, God, I have always been loyal and never betrayed you. Why must you kill your own people? Eye of the Angel, description. Constructed from bones tainted by divinity, possessing higher dimensional qualities, capable of manipulating the conversion of space and energy in a very short time, and is a true higher dimensional angel's eye. Those who gaze upon it cannot help but kneel and worship, and prolonged gazing has a high probability of contamination. Note, the eye of the angel will wither in 1 minute. Is a god that withers and dies still a god? The appearance of the eye of the angel was incredibly shocking. The sky and the ocean seemed to worship it. Heavy ships of 70 meters continuously turned into fireballs under its gaze. The Royal Navy members, crawling and kneeling, dared not move, waiting for the flames to consume them. At that moment, the will of the Black Emperor began to spread across the sea and sky. Although it had no physical form, the displeased king was descending. Moreover, the will of the Black Emperor could overpower the eye of the angel, causing those kneeling Royal Navy members to suddenly gasp for breath, then turn to fervently worship the will of the Black Emperor, while the ocean stirred up huge waves and the sky whipped up a super hurricane, as if roaring and demonstrating against the eye of the angel. The emergence of the will of the Black Emperor instantly reduced the eye of the angel to a forsaken god. More critically, the magnificent and graceful pupil of the eye of the angel was rapidly disintegrating, like starlight particles scattering one by one, the lively and spirited eye gradually becoming hollow, ultimately turning completely pale. Then the entire eyeball withered like a flower. It finally transformed into a dry, indistinct object, falling onto the deck. Shen walked over to pick it up. It resembled a withered branch. Waste material, description, completely useless. He did not discard it but instead stored it in the warehouse. The higher dimensional undead profession required him to create a higher dimensional corpse. This branch-like object should have some use in the future. After all, it is the eye of a high-dimensional angel, and the item description contains no information about high dimensions, perfectly avoiding all restrictions. Moreover, the angel's eye has destroyed all heavy fleets, which can be considered a glorious completion of its mission. The enormous experience gained has already brought him to Lvl216, 73%. Although the naval battle is just an ordinary mainline side quest, the experience rewards are quite good. Shen nodded in satisfaction. If the professionals in the city of Dasha saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. After so many years of the mainline side quest being open, who has ever seen a fleet clearing monsters one by one? 99% of the Royal Navy's ships have sunk. Now only the last one remains, and it is the strongest, the Royal flagship with siege strength. Next, it would be up to the Black Pearl to use its own power to resolve the situation. As a super ship of 100 meters, the Black Pearl has the strength to fight. At that moment, an ethereal call rang out. Moo buzz, this call is. Shen's heart stirred, and he quickly leaned over the ship's edge to look down at the sea, only to see a golden figure slowly swimming around the Black Pearl, its size even larger than the Black Pearl itself. Congratulations, your strength and courage have been recognized by the golden whale. It will follow you, gaining plus 10 favorability per minute at the same time. It can also execute some commands when favorability reaches 50,000. A hidden quest will be triggered. Faction quest, protect the golden whale side quest trigger hint. Please remove the boomerang stuck on the back of the golden whale reward, 20,000 experience. Golden whale favorability plus 2000. No wonder the seawater next to the Black Pearl has always been red, and it's getting more and more intense. The blood of the golden whale is so magical, it seems like the bones at the bottom of the ship are evolving. In astonishment, Shen indeed saw a giant boomerang, 4 blades, stuck on the back of the golden whale, measuring at least 10 meters wide. The golden whale also seemed quite intelligent, deliberately raising the injured spot above the water, waiting for Shen's help. Little skeleton, call a few skeletons to pull out the giant boomerang. Dada. The little skeleton jumped down from the ship's helm and then pointed with its bony hand at a large group of skeletal pirates, all of whom were strong and powerful big skeleton pirates, and these skeletons were also the bad guys who had disassembled it back then. At least, that's what it thought. Nowadays, the little skeleton has gained the captain's trust, who would dare to look down on it. A few big skeletons, under the little skeleton's urging, started working hard. Shen entrusted the task to the little skeleton and didn't pay attention anymore. He squinted at the 100-meter giant ship beyond the countless wrecks, the royal flagship. The other side showed no intention of fleeing after seeing the fleet's total annihilation. If this were the case for the Holy Royalty, they would have started to run after the first batch of mobile ships sank. The Royal Navy seems to be following some kind of spirit. Bai Hanting knelt on one knee on the ship, facing the pervasive will of the Black Emperor, his right fist clenched against his chest, shouting devoutly, "Obey the will of the Black Emperor. The ship and the people are one. The prestige of the Royal Navy cannot be infringed. This sea area is the territory of the Black Emperor, and the Golden Whale is also the property of the Black Emperor. No one is allowed to touch it, and those who dare to defy will be killed. I will fight for the Black Emperor until the last drop of blood is shed." The Royal Navy members standing around also roared in unison. "Kill! Shed the last drop of blood. Royal Super Boomerang, launch!" A sharp whistle pierced the air. The 10-meter wide boomerang suddenly shot out over the sea, leaving deep water channels in its wake.
full speed ahead. Ram them! The Royal Navy turned its ship's bow, charging towards the Black Pearl like a sharp arrow. Ha, quite bold. Black Pearl, engage the enemy and show them our strength. All the skeletal pirates rushed chaotically across the deck and masts. Chains, long guns, cannons, fire. Skull cannon, fire. A gun tip with an eyeball spun wildly. Then, with a slight buildup of power, it shot out violently. Segments of hand bones gripped from behind, forming a chain of white bones. Whether it was the skull cannonballs or the chain long guns, they all brushed past the giant boomerang. Boom! Creak! The giant boomerang struck the Black Pearl accurately, then began to spin like a chainsaw, its blade slicing into the bones, splattering countless sparks, and almost burrowing in a large chunk. Minus 13,729, hull damage to the Black Pearl, no risk of flooding. The skull cannonball struck the royal flagship, immediately blocked by the shimmering golden barrier surrounding it, not directly hitting the hull. However, the misfired skull cannonball did not fall into the sea but opened its mouth wide and began to gnaw at the golden barrier. Crack crack, the gnawing made by Hanting's eyelids twitch. The ship's gun with an eyeball suddenly twisted its body and changed direction. It lunged into the opening gnawed by the skull. Boom! The violent sound made the royal ship sway. Minus 137,439, hull damage, can be forcefully towed. Wenka Island, one of the largest islands controlled by the Royal Navy. The gambling and flesh trade here are the most developed. Moreover, this place only recognizes money, not people. Whether you are a filthy pirate or a lowly fisherman, as long as you can produce enough money, you can enjoy yourself here, and in the end, the Royal Navy will politely send you away. This is a holy land that everyone at sea yearns for, and those with money choose to have fun here. In this Wenka casino, a dazzling and tumultuous woman stood with one foot on the gambling table, glaring at the overturned dice cup, roaring, "Big, big, big, give me a big one." A crowd gathered around her, some shouting big along with her, while others frantically shouted small. The scantily clad female dealer glanced at everyone with a smile, pausing slightly on a man with a goatee, who seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed on the dice cup. "Small," the female dealer said. "Bet locked in, any raises?" The gamblers looked at each other, then shook their heads. At that moment, a bold voice rang out, "Keep raising." Saying this, the White Emperor pushed all his chips onto the big bet. "Miss, raise by 100 gold coins, anyone else?" Just as the dealer was inquiring, a teammate of the White Emperor quickly grabbed her. Don't bet, at this rate, we'll have to sell off all our props." "Yeah, the prices on Wenka Island are outrageous, it's like a gold-devouring beast." "This won't do, the casino will never lose." The White Emperor turned to them, his light brown pupils filled with scrutiny. "The first mission gave us a 30-meter ocean-going ship, who thinks this ship is too small and wants to change to a bigger one." The four teammates fell silent, then all turned their gazes towards a female teammate. "Sia, local professional from Dasha City, Lv31." Sia's eyes flickered, then she argued, "That tiny ship, what can we do with it? We are the elite, how could we lower ourselves to such a small ship? And what can that small ship do? One wave comes, and it flips over, and it feels so unsafe. We used to have 70-meter giant ships." The other three team members fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed to make some sense. All right, let's say you're right," the White Emperor said with a cold smile. "We sell the 30-meter class maneuverable ship, and then everyone pools some gold to buy a 70-meter giant ship. That should meet your expectations, right? But who was it that saw the treasure chest and secretly changed the course, ultimately leading the ship into a whirlpool? You ruined the whole ship, do you know that?" Sia's eyes widened suddenly, and her face flushed red as she stomped her feet in frustration. "I was doing it for everyone's good." According to the previous strategy, treasure chests floating on the sea are very lucky. If we chase after them, we can find treasure. By then, not only can we buy a ship, but we would also have enough money to raise an entire fleet. Wouldn't that qualify us to participate in this war? The other team members remained silent. They felt that Sia's words made a lot of sense. After all, her intentions were good. It was just that the execution was a mess. And what was the result? The White Emperor looked at her expressionlessly. "The ship sank, but I didn't want it to end up like this. My original intention was good." Sia stomped her feet, looking very innocent. The White Emperor took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart. "Once this instance is over, I will have a good talk with your family. If you can't think straight, then don't come out and cause trouble for others." What do you mean by that? Who are you calling not able to think straight?" Sia puffed up like an angry cat, but then she remembered the White Emperor's identity and rank, so she could only stomp her feet hard on the ground and turn away. "I won't talk to you anymore, the White Emperor. Get lost, don't let me see you again." Time was running out, and it was almost impossible to force a logout and restart. Moreover, there was a penalty for forced logout, randomly losing 5 pieces of equipment/items. Even she was unwilling to bear that. After saying this, the White Emperor turned away, took a swig from the bottle beside him, and boldly pointed at the female dealer, shouting, "Come on, continue. Then I'll open the dice cup." The female dealer smiled gently and suddenly opened the dice cup. 3 sixes, not only a big win but also a triplet. Ahaha, good, good, good. I said it, after 11 small rolls in a row, it had to be a big one this time. And it's a triplet, double the payout. Meanwhile, the other 3 team members were caught between the departing CA and the White Emperor at the gambling table, constantly wavering. Who should they follow? A few seconds later, they chose CA. After all, they prided themselves on being the elite of Dasha City, and they generally wouldn't get involved with gambling, whether inside or outside the instance. After downing a few gulps of rum, the White Emperor's fair cheeks flushed with 2 patches of red, and she appeared somewhat tipsy, her movements becoming increasingly bold as she continued to place bets. However, amidst the drunkenness, a glimmer of sharpness occasionally flashed in her eyes. She had been to countless casinos, seen all sorts of games and tricks, and understood some of the core principles. What they called luck was actually setting a trap, whether it was a conspiracy or an open scheme. She knew that the female dealer in front of her was trying to set her up, but she was also laying her own plans. When she had just revealed that she had many valuable pieces of equipment, the dealer's hand had clearly moved a few times, not only allowing her to win but also resulting in a triplet. Other team members might find it unreliable, but she was confident she could secure funding for a large ship in a short time here. 10,000 gold, for a 70-meter giant ship. I already have 3,217 gold, almost there. Time waits for no one, I need to hurry. The White Emperor watched as the dice cup opened again for her bet, murmuring to herself. On the other side, the battle between the Black Pearl and the Royal Flagship was also nearing its end. Both sides were recklessly charging at each other. For the Black Emperor, kill! Bai Hanting raised the military flag high, his face twisted in a snarl. The golden glow on the surface of the Royal Flagship began to bulge, forming dense golden spikes. It looked just like a hedgehog. Bang, the 2 sides collided violently, sending up a massive spray of seawater. Relying on the golden spikes, the Royal Flagship surged forward like a hot knife through butter, its bow plunging directly into the Black Pearl, shattering the white skeletal planks that could not withstand the impact. Minus 172,398, Black Pearl, hull severely damaged. Aha, die for me. Bai Hanting stood at the bow, laughing maniacally. Not far away, the sea monster raised by the Royal Navy gradually revealed itself. It was a great white shark clad in golden scales, its sharp teeth gleaming with a chilling white light. It lunged forward, biting into the lower half of the golden whale, then shook its body violently. The golden whale wailed as it sank into the sea with the shark. The water churned continuously, red blood bubbling to the surface. Suddenly, Bai Hanting, with a face full of madness, froze. He then looked incredulously at the Black Pearl ahead. This ship is also dead? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A dead ship can only sink to the bottom of the sea forever. How could it possibly resurface? Fear crawled up his heart like countless black ants. He could sense that the Black Pearl lay quietly there, hollow and empty. Countless bones surged up, dismantling the hull of the Royal Flagship, then replenishing the Black Pearl. Brilliant light gradually illuminated the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl, completed with bones, is still too fragile. It doesn't look like a ship, but if it's completed with the Royal Flagship, then there's no problem. Just in time, I used the blueprints as well. Congratulations, Hull Kinetic Propulsion Device Blueprint. Construction completed. Congratulations, Ultra Small Ship Blueprint. Construction completed. Congratulations, you have destroyed a Royal Fleet Siege Class giant ship, gaining experience. 230000 gained, Siege Spiral Cannon Blueprint. Congratulations, Siege Spiral Cannon Blueprint. Construction completed. The Black Pearl was already dead. If it weren't for Qin Shen summoning it from the cursed sea, it would have remained silent at the bottom forever. Although the bones filled the void of the Black Pearl, allowing it to barely float on the sea, the ship's soul that once radiated vitality was already dead. Now it retained some semblance of consciousness, like the lingering awareness within a skeleton. Perhaps, I can use the Black Pearl to complete my professional task. Creating a high-dimensional corpse. The task description doesn't specify what kind of corpse it should be. Theoretically, any being that once had consciousness can be considered a soul. Making the Black Pearl high-dimensional will definitely be much simpler than a biological corpse. Qin Shen stood on the deck, looking at the 2 colliding ships, feeling a surge of inspiration. Theoretically, the Black Pearl was also a kind of undead, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to summon it, meaning its structural composition was similar to that of a skeleton monster. He didn't need to use bones to fill it. The Black Pearl's black ship bones could be reconstructed. Bai Hanting, standing on the opposite royal flagship, shouted in terror, "Your ship is eating my royal flagship. Your ship should be dead, forever sunk at the bottom of the sea." Qin Shen glanced at him, too preoccupied to care. The Black Pearl was transforming into a true ghost ship. This process was extremely important. As long as he allowed the Black Pearl to become high-dimensional, the professional task would be completed, and he would obtain an unprecedented 100-meter giant ship, one that would instill fear across the entire ocean. He took out the dried eye of the angel from the warehouse. Then he stood at the breach created by the collision of the two ships. He was savoring and organizing his past perceptions of the high-dimensional. Meanwhile, the white bones were falling away from the Black Pearl, the black ship's hull refilling the gaps and becoming increasingly glossy, while the royal flagship grew dim, decayed, and ultimately turned to dust. All the blueprints were completed at this moment. I sensed a trace of higher dimensional characteristics from the wreckage of the angel's eye. That is a state where calmness and madness coexist. Incredible, this state of movement cannot be clearly expressed in words. Qin Shen suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through his pupils. He cast the wreckage and his insights into the Black Pearl. Whoosh, the transformation of the Black Pearl into a ghost ship came to a halt. After a brief silence, the Black Pearl seemed to go mad. Its hull was no longer a square plank but sprouted countless slender tentacles, twisting and intertwining wildly, resuming the process of becoming a ghost ship. These tiny tentacles wrapped around the royal flagship, densely inserting themselves within. Suddenly, the royal flagship let out a terrified howl, a golden phantom attempting to break free. This is the ship's soul of the royal flagship. Like a human soul, it does not directly control the hull but manifests protection in the face of danger or avoids certain maritime disasters. I never expected it would force the ship's soul out. Qin Shen gazed at the golden phantom soaring into the sky, unable to suppress his emotions. However, the black slender tentacles surged up, forming a large net to ensnare the golden ship soul, gradually pulling it back into the Black Pearl. "You are truly a demon. The world will be destroyed because of you," the disheveled Bai Hanting shouted at Qin Shen. "Thank you," Qin Shen replied with a smile, causing Bai Hanting to widen his eyes in shock. Then he merged into the Black Pearl along with the shattered hull. Soon, the royal flagship turned to ash and dissipated in the sea. The Black Pearl shed its ugly white bone exterior, transforming into a sleek, entirely black ship, with significant changes to its hull structure, shifting from a streamlined shape to a bird-like hull, resembling a large blackbird floating on the sea from a distance. The front formed a triangle, while the back resembled a great bird spreading its wings. Just from afar, this ship appeared chillingly lifeless. This was a true ghost ship. "Congratulations, you have completed the professional task. Create a high-dimensional corpse, Black Pearl, reward, high-dimensional attribute +1 as expected." I was right. A smile curved on Qin Shen's lips. The current Black Pearl had achieved a breakthrough in spatial attributes, with a sailing speed 10 times that of before, and even possessed the ability to briefly traverse space. It could perceive everything it carried as ocean. The sky and desert could be navigated. Not far away, the battle between two sea monsters was also nearing its end. The golden shark flipped onto its white belly, surfacing from the water. The injured golden whale suddenly lunged out, opening its mouth wide to swallow it whole, and its body began to recover rapidly. "Congratulations, you have completed the faction task. Protect the golden whale. Side quest trigger hint. Please remove the boomerang from the back of the golden whale. Reward, 20,000 experience. Golden whale favorability +2,000. Final faction task. Release treasure of the oceans. Will description: the ocean belongs to every marine creature, not to any individual. Participate in the maritime war, seize the treasure of the ocean's will, and restore the entire ocean to its former tranquility. Do you accept? Faction change available. Royal Navy/Pirate Note. Task inheritance, stance, and purpose will change. Qin Shen. He suddenly wondered, would the Black Emperor hate him? I accept. Accepting success. The treasure of the oceans will. Countdown, 2 days 13 hours 57 minutes 32 seconds. So, there are 2.5 days left until the naval war? That's enough time for me to find my mentor. The golden whale swam sluggishly to the front of Qin Shen and spouted a column of water. "You should recover first. I'll call you if I need anything later," Qin Shen said. Splash! The golden whale spouted another column of water and then disappeared. Qin Shen took out the golden compass, confirmed the mentor's location, and handed it to the little skeleton. Just then, a prompt box suddenly popped up. Side quest, Revenge of the Hurricane Pirate Group. Description: the Hurricane Pirate Group is vengeful, and ships in the surrounding waters can only detour. No one dares to provoke them. Now they are coming out in full force, like a swarm of locusts, to settle the score with you. Qin Shen. A large number of shabby ships appeared in the distance, looking really pathetic compared to the royal fleet. They seemed to realize the problem as they all stopped at a distance, staring blankly at the golden shipwrecks floating on the sea.
In that case, release the little pearl.
Nearly 101-meter-long miniature black pearls rushed out from its tail. They were equipped with rapid-fire guns, driven by a skeleton. Then they charged towards the Hurricane pirate group in droves.
Amid the screams, one hurricane ship after another sank. Who are the locusts? Where did these little punks come from, daring to mess with our Hurricane pirate group? Hee hee, let them understand how deep the sea really is this time.
Our Hurricane pirate group will chase you to the ends of the ocean, the pirates shouted, driving their pirate ships aggressively forward. But when they saw the golden shipwrecks floating on the sea, they were struck dumb.
The royal fleet is completely wiped out. Run! Retreat collectively!
Quick, quick, quick! Those who don't want to die, hurry up and put in some effort. Sometimes, change only takes a moment. Nearly 100 shabby ships quickly turned around, and their escape speed was indeed as rumored, about twice as fast as when they came. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the little black pearls rushed out, moving at 3 to 5 times the speed of the Hurricane pirate ships, and in just a few seconds, they caught up with the Hurricane pirate ships, firing their guns at the wooden hulls of the pirate ships.
Minus 2,371, damage minus 2,499, damage minus 2,532, damage.
Although the single damage was low, the firing rate was fast, and with several little pearls surrounding them, the cumulative damage was still terrifying.
In just a few seconds, they could smash a pirate ship.
The key was that the little pearls maintained a high-speed moving state while shooting, which was a dimensional strike against the clumsy pirate ships. The cannons and harpoons on board were completely ineffective and couldn't hit the opponent at all. Congratulations, you have destroyed a Hurricane pirate group pirate ship, gaining experience, 10,000. Congratulations, you have destroyed a Hurricane pirate group pirate ship, gaining experience, 10,000. Congratulations, you have annihilated the Hurricane pirate group, gaining experience, 100,000, faction points plus 500, blueprint reward, serpentine route design. Serpentine route design, after modifying the hull structure, the ability to withstand waves has been enhanced, and it can advance in an S-shaped manner in the sea, effectively evading most cannonball attacks. Congratulations, you have completed the side quest, the pursuit of the Hurricane pirate group. Quest reward, 50,000 experience, advanced hull blueprint *1. Hurricane rapid-fire cannon, sacrificing single-shot damage of cannonballs, it significantly increases range and firing speed to deliver suppressive strikes against enemy ships capable of firing 10 cannonballs per second for continuous strikes on specific locations.
Note, cannonballs are consumed very quickly, please prepare at least 30,000. I have an endless supply of skull cannonballs here, perfect for me.
Shin-chan waved his hand, transforming 6 Hurricane rapid-fire cannons on the right side of the Black Pearl's hull. The cannon mouths rotated like a Gatling gun, requiring spinning fire. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv28, Intelligence *20, Strength *10, Agility *10, Health plus 5,000, Magic Energy plus 2,500, High-dimensional attributes plus 1. Leveled up again, not bad.
Destroying an entire fleet gives quite a considerable amount of experience.
Whoosh, 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 little Black Pearl returned triumphantly to the mothership.
Now it's time to find the mentor.
Little Skeleton, lead the way. Little Skeleton jumped excitedly a couple of times, then looked at the golden compass and immediately directed the course. Black Pearl, set sail. The current Black Pearl is no longer like before, needing to rely on the wind to move forward. Now the interior of the Black Pearl is equipped with a powerful engine, making it easy to advance against the fierce winds. About 20 minutes later, Little Skeleton suddenly jumped up, anxiously looking at Shin-chan, then pointed ahead.
What's in front? Shin-chan immediately walked to the bow, squinting into the distance.
He saw an island gradually appearing, looking very prosperous, with various ships bustling in the port, and a beam of golden light shooting up from the center of the island.
Wenka Island, one of the main islands controlled by the Royal Navy. So it's an island of the Royal Navy. The direction indicated by the golden compass is this island. Could it be that the mentor is on this island? The Black Pearl just wiped out a Royal Navy fleet. Isn't it a bit reckless to just barge in? Moreover, once a battle starts, finding someone in the chaos would be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Shin-chan pondered for a moment and decided to hide the Black Pearl in the deep sea. He would pilot the little pearl to the island to search for the mentor. He then instructed Little Skeleton about some things, and the latter nodded repeatedly in understanding. I wonder if there are any snail phones for sale on the island. I'd like to snag a few for free. Shin-chan went to the stern and sat in the little Black Pearl. The control room was small and enclosed, feeling like piloting a fighter jet. Charge! After the little Black Pearl hit the water, it immediately revved up and sped forward. The feeling of racing across the sea was quite nice.
Shin-chan quickly grew fond of this sensation. Just then, towering warning turrets appeared in the shallow waters ahead.
As the little black pearl approached, the turrets immediately adjusted their positions, aiming at him.
"Stop, submit to inspection. Do you have landing permission?"
The voice of the Royal Navy rang out.
"Landing permission?"
Shin-chan's expression tightened, preparing to unleash the bone paradise to annihilate all these turrets.
"No, you need to buy it for 100 gold coins.
Don't think about playing tricks. The Royal Navy fleet is on the island."
The angry shouts continued from the turret. 100 gold coins for a chance to land on the island? This is really dark, but I don't want to draw attention for now.
Shin-chan frowned slightly, then suddenly increased the speed of the Black Pearl to the maximum. At that moment, his perception of space reached its peak.
The Black Pearl vanished from its spot and reappeared behind the turret. Where is he? Damn it, he has already run inside. Quickly report to the higher-ups. How did he do that? Incredible!
As the turret's warning personnel shouted, Shin-chan chose a rocky coastline and then landed on the island. This place was not suitable for docking ships, but the Black Pearl had no issues at all. He took out the golden compass, and after the needle spun wildly a few times, it pointed toward the center of the island.
Following the needle, he soon saw a bustling port city. As soon as he stepped onto the street, Shin-chan couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this place?"
The streets were filled with people on both sides, indescribable in words. Shin-chan glanced around, each person was wealthy and generous. Interactions were possible, and there was no need to pay. At that moment, Shin-chan suddenly felt that 100 gold coins didn't seem so expensive after all. Of course, getting it for free was even more cost-effective.
Is this place heaven?
Walking on the spotless street, surrounded by green vegetation and luxurious buildings, every passerby wore a smile.
The people by the street became a beautiful sight.
What surprised Shin-chan the most was that there were professionals everywhere, all around level 15, each with a carefree demeanor. They were having more fun than the natives in the dungeons. I suddenly understand the problems and dilemmas of the Tower City. With such a great place, who the hell would grind monsters to level up, risking death? The key point is that the Black Abyss dungeon has a self-purification function. For example, if you get infected with a disease or other abnormal conditions in the dungeon, it will automatically purify when you leave, taking no pathogens with you. But when you enter the dungeon next time, the disease or curse will still follow you. With such a mechanism in place, these people can play freely, but for Tower City, this is catastrophic. First, the professionals lose their motivation to level up, and then men become unwilling to marry. The goddesses who used to have countless admirers are now ignored by ordinary men.
Shin-chan looked at everything before him, unsure of what to say.
He had planned to find his mentor and directly conquer this island,
but now he hesitated. This would ruin the happiness of many men.
Just then, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder.
"Hey, bro, just arrived? Isn't this place nice? I'm telling you, you've come to the right place."
Shin-chan was taken aback, instinctively wanting to use the necropolis to take this person down, but reason regained its ground.
He turned to see a sunny, handsome young man, looking familiar and flashing a bright smile at him. Su-dahu, level Lv17, profession, priest. Bro, you're so cold, my arm is numb.
Su-dahu reflexively pulled back his hand, then looked at Shin-chan in astonishment.
"Do you need something?" Shin-chan looked at him indifferently. "Bro, don't be excited.
I saw you just got here, so I wanted to be friends with you.
But if you don't want to, that's fine. There are quite a few things to pay attention to here. It could be life-threatening."
Su-dahu waved his arm, then saw Shin-chan's level and immediately became much more respectful.
In his understanding, those who can complete a first transformation are all tough characters. "Shin-chan, are you a tour guide?" Su-dahu: "Ahem, I guess so. Aren't there always people at the front of every train station trying to pull in customers? Just think of me as one of those." "Wait a moment."
Shin-chan glanced at him, then took out the golden compass, imagining his mentor's face in his mind. Perhaps the beautiful scenery by the street was too dazzling. He tried to recall it several times but couldn't bring it to memory. Finally, the image of his mentor, the White Emperor, barely appeared. The needle pointed directly at the palace-like building behind the woman.
Shin-chan stared at the magnificent structure ahead, momentarily stunned, then pointed and asked, "Do you know what goes on inside there?" Su-dahu looked over and immediately displayed a "you-know-what-I-mean" expression. Shin-chan? With his mentor status, it shouldn't be like that, right? Even at Lv40,
one could undergo a second transformation. It was possible to wipe out everyone on this island.
I must be thinking too far, it must be. Why don't you show me around and answer some questions? How much will this trip cost? Shin-chan decided to investigate further.
"Oh, I was just waiting for you to say that.
1 gold coin is enough. No one knows this place better than I do,
and with my connections among the locals, you might even get to see the deep-sea songstress. Sudahu rubbed his hands together, beaming with a smile. Deep-sea songstress? Yes, yes, yes. A beauty of the world, just captured by the Royal Navy. They were supposed to send her to the Black Emperor, but for some reason, they left the deep-sea songstress here first. If you're willing to pay a hefty price, you might catch a glimpse of her beauty, but anything beyond that is out of the question. This is confidential information. I wouldn't tell just anyone. Qin Shen nodded, silently noting this intel. Golden whale, deep-sea songstress. These might have implications. Here, you only need 1 gold coin to have a great time. If you fancy anyone, just say the word, and I'll arrange it for you. Sudahu patted his chest, looking every bit the local. Qin Chen, you're using this to test the old cadre? Do you know what the best part about this place is? Sudahu asked mysteriously. What? Before you decide whether to buy anything, everything is free. Wow, this is a paradise for freeloaders. Hee, brother, no one would tell you this kind of information. That 1 gold coin of mine, shouldn't you? Qin Chen, just put it on my tab. Sudahu? Sudahu seemed to frequent this place often, leading Qin Shen in with ease. As soon as they entered the hall, they encountered a foot massage service. All the foot massagers were much prettier than those outside, but none of them were professionals. Instead, they were all burly Royal Navy personnel. Wanka Island Royal Enforcers Level, LV. 40 Health, 100000 Description, the elite of the Royal Navy, possessing extraordinary combat power, each capable of single-handedly battling sea monsters with a long spear. Currently, they serve as enforcers on Wanka Island, maintaining order and establishing a very tight surveillance network. Note, these elite enforcers hold the power of life and death while enjoying high dividends from the casino and businesses. As soon as they walked in, the royal enforcers all turned their gazes toward them. Their eyes were like those of ferocious beasts, ready to pounce and tear apart at any moment. Gentlemen, please continue your fun. I'm bringing this newcomer in to spend some money. He has a lot of gold coins on him, Sudahu said humbly, smiling. At the same time, he nudged Qin Shen. Qin Shen understood immediately. Previously, he had received a lot of gold coins from the distribution in the Bobo People's City, and now it was time to put them to use. He took a wooden box from the warehouse, filled with gold coins, around 1,000 or so. The golden glow instantly brightened the faces of the royal enforcers. The captain pointed to the stairs leading up. Sudahu's eyes lit up. He had always thought it was impressive for Qin Shen to take out a dozen coins, but he didn't expect him to bring out a whole box. So many coins were enough to last a year, and he could have a different woman every day. Of course, if he added other expenses, it would go quickly. Qin Shen calmly put the box of coins away, and he had 6 or 7 more like it. He took out a golden compass and confirmed the direction once again. Master Bitey was upstairs. The Paradise Hall had a total of 10 floors, standing out on Wanka Island. Every piece of wood and stone was carefully selected from the volcanic islands, taking a month to transport to Wanka Island, specifically crafted for entertainment. At this moment, Bitey had already cleared the casino, winning from the original 500 coins to 50,000 coins, successfully attracting the attention of the casino organizers, who then invited her to the highest-end gambling table on Wanka Island. The island master, the Royal Navy governor, and various celebrities from the surrounding seas would gather here. All the ultimate pleasures were designed for this small group of people, combined with magic and other extraordinary powers breaking the limits of imagination. There was nothing you couldn't achieve. What kept those professionals addicted were merely the scraps. Faction task completed, faction task released, complete the final gambling game on Wanka Island, achieve total victory, task difficulty, extremely difficult, potential life-threatening, caution advised. Bitey glanced at her task description and closed it without showing any emotion. Next to her, a well-dressed man was excitedly chattering away. Zika, the eldest son of the royal governor, casino owner, level, Lv17, arrogant and wealthy enough to rival nations. Zika occasionally glanced at Bitey. The sharp aura emanating from her made him avert his gaze. But this only excited him more. According to his countless experiences with women, very few could excite him. But this woman, in terms of both appearance and figure, could be rated S+, or even higher. Didn't expect this, did you? This gambling game is under my control. If I want you to win, you win. If I want you to lose, you lose. I am the master here, Bitey glanced at him lightly, seeing through all his little schemes. What he didn't know was that if such a situation truly occurred, Bitey would split him in half with a single sword. Beautiful lady, this way please. Zika gentlemanly opened the door and gestured for her to enter. Thank you, Bitey said as she walked in, and the scene inside made her frown slightly. A bald man, as fat as a pig, was comfortably lounging in a chair, while 3 or 4 people knelt at his feet, massaging them with expressions of flattery on their faces, which made her feel somewhat disgusted. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slay the fat pig with her sword, and followed Zika up the steps. To her surprise, the lower floors were relatively plain, but starting from the 5th floor, each level became more debauched, leaving her utterly astonished. By the time she reached the 9th floor, it was almost like a human experiment, with no consideration for bodily harm. Coupled with magic and other extraordinary powers, this place could be described as hell. These are all disobedient women, they can only be brought here. Don't worry, we are very civilized. As long as these people submit again, we will send them back down. We generally won't make things difficult for those who are obedient. In fact, we will provide them with a good life. The White Emperor. Is this a joke? She took one last look at the pitiful people below and turned to follow Zika to the top floor. The brilliant light immediately dazzled her eyes. Ladies in evening gowns were chatting with gentlemen in tailcoats, and everyone appeared very proper, with no inappropriate actions. It was like two different worlds compared to the lower floors. Suddenly, a servant approached respectfully and asked, "The VIP gambling game requires a shining level equipment as collateral. If you can't provide it, you'll have to leave." "How dare you speak like that?" Zika immediately scolded, causing the servant to retreat in fear. He then smiled at the White Emperor and said, "This is a small issue. If you can't provide it, I can help you out first." "No need." The White Emperor glanced at him indifferently and casually took out a shining level ring. As a professional from the Central District, it would be too embarrassing not to have 7 or 8 shining level equipment/items on her. "I knew it, you are just like us. Enslaving others for enjoyment. We just need to sit high above and look down on these people." "Welcome to join us," Zika chuckled. "I certainly did not," the White Emperor thought to herself. Under Zika's lead, they continued upward until they arrived at a crystal-like room that overlooked the beautiful scenery of Wanka Island. In the center was a luxurious long gambling table, surrounded by 5 men and 2 women, with 1 empty seat. The White Emperor narrowed her eyes slightly. The Royal Navy Governor, the Wanka Island Lord, members of the Ocean Parliament, all high-ranking figures whose slightest stump could shake the sea. At the far end of the room, the deep-sea songstress was hanging by the wall. So beautiful. The White Emperor was momentarily entranced. Deep-sea songstress, spirit of the sea, combat power, none, special ability, can influence the entire sea area. As she walked in, the governor, the island lord, and other high-ranking officials were arguing. "We finally caught the deep-sea songstress, and we haven't even tasted her yet. Why should we send her to the Black Emperor? The Black Emperor doesn't lack people. What we are doing is thankless labor." The Royal Navy Governor's face turned red, his eyes glistening with desire for the deep-sea songstress. "Exactly. Have you seen the Black Emperor? I certainly haven't. To this day, I don't even know what the Black Emperor looks like. Perhaps this is a conspiracy by the royal family to scare us noble families, which is why they established a mysterious Black Emperor." The Wanka Island Lord chimed in. Others nodded in agreement. The dynasty had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, and every emperor at least showed their face. But no one knew what this Black Emperor looked like. Yet his power was exaggeratedly strong. The will of the Black Emperor was spreading across all territories. "How dare you? Is the Black Emperor someone you can discuss?" A member of the parliament, an old man with white hair, slammed the table, his white beard trembling with anger. Until the White Emperor walked in, the argument immediately ceased. The Royal Navy Governor smiled and said, "It seems the last person has arrived. The gambling game can finally begin." The Ocean Parliament leader, yes, a newcomer, perfectly fitting the requirements of the game. "We finally have everyone gathered. Zika, I won't disturb you any longer." The White Emperor sat in the only empty seat. This top-tier gambling game still made her a bit nervous. "Gentlemen, what are our stakes?" "Bro, you seem to have no interest at all. Why do you keep looking down at the compass?" Sudahu was speaking so dryly that he was almost out of breath, while a crowd of people was waiting to spend money. Yet the man in front of him kept his head down, as if searching for someone. "It's fine, just keep introducing me. In the end, I'll double it for you, 2 gold coins. Qin Shen said casually. He had already sensed a conspiracy. Oh no, the scent of the Black Emperor. This old dang was probably laying strategic plans on Wanka Island. 2 gold coins? Sudaho's eyes lit up, and he excitedly clasped his hands together. "Thank you, boss, you're generous. It's nothing at all. As long as you can do well, 10 gold coins are no problem." Qin Shen boasted grandly. As for whether he would actually give it or not, that was another matter. He was definitely going to attack the island afterward and then give him a position. "I understand now." Sudaho clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. "Boss, you must not be used to the natives here. There are also professionals, absolutely to your taste. Anything you can think of can be entertained." Upon hearing this, Qin Shen was immediately shocked, his gaze shifting for the first time from the golden roulette. "There are professionals here? In the instance?" That's outrageous. Are they male or female? Shin Chen widened his eyes at Su Dahai, feeling as if his understanding was being shattered. To be fair, professionals were the elite of the instance natives, not only possessing the right to enter and exit the instance world at will, but also existing at a higher dimension than the instance world. It was as absurd as being slapped by a game character while playing a game. Boss, so you like this kind? You should have said so earlier, but we can't be too harsh on the professionals. After all, we all come from the same place, Su Dahai explained while leading Shin Chen down another aisle. So what about the instance natives? Will they come? Of course, as long as you pay. Su Dahai shook his head with a sigh. Shin Chen? Professionals were killed by instance natives? This world was a bit upside down, truly opening his eyes. But from the direction indicated by the golden compass, the mentor was not in the area Su Dahai was heading to, but higher up. He had no idea what the mentor was doing. He shook his head and followed Su Dahai to the third floor. Upon seeing everything in front of him, he stood there dumbfounded. The impact of this scene was simply too great. Reverse Tian Gang, is that even possible? Ru Yen, Lv15, Profession, Ice Mage Yang Qingqing, Lv16, Profession, Holy Priest Qin Ping, Lv15, Profession, Berserker. Information detection boxes appeared one after another, proving this absurd and crazy phenomenon. So, the men of Dasha City don't get married, spending all their money on Wonka Island, while those who originally needed a huge bride price have come to this instance? Wait a minute, my head is a bit confused. Shin Chen held his forehead, increasingly alarmed. What was wrong with this world? No, it should be said. What were these people here for, enduring the low-dimensional instance natives? This was his biggest doubt. At that moment, a guard from the Bliss Hall walked over, not even looking up as he said, 1 gold coin. Shin Chen. He stared blankly at Su Dahu, already shocked beyond measure. Professionals were being trafficked in the Black Abyss instance, this was. He had heard that Dasha City was facing some kind of problem, and it was probably this, which seemed unsolvable. No money? The Bliss Hall guard looked up displeased. With a clatter, Shin Chen took out a box of gold coins, shining brightly. The Bliss Hall guard's eyes widened. Can I take a look first, is that okay? If not, then I'll leave. Shin Chen retracted the box of gold coins, saying lightly, Sir, it was my mistake. Please feel free. The Bliss Hall guard immediately put on a smiling face. Shin Chen ignored him and walked in with Su Dahu. Once they were alone, Shin Chen finally voiced his confusion. What's going on? Aren't the professionals supposed to have the right to enter and exit the instances? Unless these professionals voluntarily stay here, who else could keep them? Ah, so that's what you meant. The specific reasons are only known to the higher-ups in Dasha City, and the relevant information has been sealed. All I know is that after the last maritime battle ended, Dasha City was utterly defeated, and many experts died. Then Dasha City received the decree from the Black Emperor. These professionals are the compensation for the defeat, which was unilaterally announced by the Black Emperor. I remember that both the Central District and Dasha City tried every means to eliminate the Black Emperor's decree, but it was completely useless. In the end, the compensation for defeat took effect, and these professionals were forcibly kept here. Now that we've reached the time point of the maritime battle again, both Dasha City and the Central District are taking it seriously, but I don't know what specific actions will be taken. Shin Chen, compensation for defeat? The Black Emperor's decree? Unfortunately, he had just received the Black Emperor's decree. 4 days had already passed, and there were still 9 days left before he would face the Black Emperor's summons. If the Black Emperor was that powerful, then he was in great danger. Rows of powerful professionals looked at him with eager eyes. Is there any good news from the outside? They won't forget us, right? I really don't want to stay here, it's like hell. Whoa, I'm so miserable, really so miserable. I was just at home enjoying the air conditioning and playing on my phone, and I ended up being captured here. Please, save us. Shin Chen's frown deepened, and then he suddenly turned and walked outside. As long as he could conquer this island, these professionals should be able to be freed. Ha, why are you leaving? Not playing anymore? Less nonsense, here are 3 gold coins for you. Okay, bro, I'll only speak when you call me from now on. I'll add another one, call me Foster Father. Foster Father. Following the golden compass, Shin Chen strode up the steps. Then he was blocked by the Bliss Guardian on the 9th floor. Invitation. He was about to do the same and take out the gold coin box for the Bliss Guardian to see. Suddenly, joyful shouts came from above. Lost, lost. The outsiders have lost everything. Cheers erupted from the top floor, celebrating the so-called defeat of the outsiders. The outsiders should be the professionals. If they lost the bet, Shin Chen immediately took out the golden compass, and the needle pointed straight up. Without a doubt, the loser must be his mentor, the White Emperor. What's up there? Shin Chen grabbed Su Dahai and asked sternly. What's up there has nothing to do with us ordinary professionals. I've never been up there. Su-dahai trembled in fear, his legs shaking. The man in front of him, who spoke little, suddenly erupted in anger, making him feel as if the sky was about to collapse.
Less nonsense. I've only heard about it. It's not guaranteed.
Up there are some upper-class people from the island, like the island owner and the governor, and the deep-sea songstress I mentioned should also be up there. Su-dahai's face turned red as he spoke rapidly. He was so nervous that he felt like he was about to bleed from suffocation. 1-1-1-1. To his astonishment, the other party's hand was like a giant claw, completely unmovable.
You think you can ascend to the 10th floor?
Hurry up and roll. The Bliss Guardian watched the farce with a cold smile, realizing that they didn't even know what the 10th floor was.
The next second, slap.
A heavy slap landed on his face, instantly making his vision go dark as he spat blood and flew backward, half of his teeth shattered.
Minus 5,732, bleeding effect. How much? Su-dahai's eyes widened.
A single slap had dealt 5,007 damage, which was 3 or 4 times higher than his full-strength strike.
You can't go up.
The royal guard, covering his face, got up and saw Qin Shen stepping up to the 10th level, his eyes immediately filled with terror. Qin Shen extended his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Without any warning, skeletal arms shot up from beneath him, grabbing his body and pulling hard, instantly tearing him apart.
Minus 130,239, fatal damage. Damn!
Su-dahai was splattered with blood but didn't even bother to wipe it off. His eyes were wide open, unable to comprehend what had just happened.
That move was too cool.
Qin Shen reached the top level, where brilliant sunlight poured down from the crystal ceiling.
Well-dressed men and women were clapping in unison.
The cheers were coming from them. At that moment, a tumultuous woman caught his attention. She was kneeling on one knee, drenched in sweat, her body slightly trembling. It seemed she couldn't accept the final outcome. I'm sorry, you've lost all your valuable possessions, and you've also lost the right for outsiders to compete for the throne. From this moment on, you outsiders will forever live beneath us, ha ha ha. Also, you now owe us 100,000 gold coins. How will you repay this?
A man named Zika stood nearby, hands on his hips, laughing heartily.
The White Emperor's pupils trembled. She didn't hear a word of Zika's speech. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the gambling match she had just witnessed. It was a game she had never seen before, and no one could cheat in such a game because it wasn't organized by humans.
It was by higher dimensional beings. Mentor.
Qin Shen approached the White Emperor and called softly.
Qin Shen?
The White Emperor, seeing her student, gradually regained her composure.
Aren't you in the main storyline instance in Linhai City?
How did you get here?
I've already cleared that side.
What?
How long has it been?
The White Emperor's eyes widened in shock. She had planned to finish the naval war and waited most a month, yet he was faster than her. Then, as if remembering something, she immediately grabbed Qin Shen and said, "Quick, you go in to represent Dacheshire City in the gambling match."
I just lost the entire Dacheshire City.
No, you can't go in. Quickly get out and report the situation here to the Central. Let the Central District implement a cleansing plan, and this matter has nothing to do with the Black Emperor. You don't need to worry about me here. I won't die, and no one can touch me. The White Emperor spoke rapidly, pushing Qin Shen towards the exit.
You lost Dacheshire City? This gambling match is. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's mind went blank.
Just then, a sharp voice shouted from the side, "Want to leave?"
Impossible. And you all stay here. This gambling match cannot be interfered with, Zika said, pulling out a specially made firearm from his waist.
You hurry and leave. I'll hold them off here. The White Emperor's gaze was sharp as she made a drawing motion, countless gusts of wind gathering in her hand.
But Qin Shen was faster than her. Countless skeletal spikes shot out from Zika, making him look like a hedgehog. Zika's movements froze in midair, his expression shifting from terror to emptiness. Minus 138,534, soul extraction.
Congratulations, you have killed the Royal Navy Governor's son, Zika, gaining experience. 13,000 triggered side quest. The Royal Navy Governor's pursuit. Qin Shen's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand, and the bone spikes shot out. Swish, swish, swish. Elegant and noble upper-class men and women were pierced by the bone spikes, screams and panic erupting all around. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the upper class on Wanka Island, gaining experience, 3,000. Congratulations, you have killed a member of the upper class on Wanka Island, gaining experience, 3,100. Hurry, don't kill them, it's useless. The White Emperor was startled to see the white bone flowers blooming everywhere, and quickly reacted by pushing Qin Shen to continue moving outward.
The gambling game isn't over yet. If I go and kill everyone, the game won't take effect. The White Emperor was momentarily stunned, then looked at his student in shock. On the 4th level,
A group of professionals was trapped here. You saw that, right?
I saw it. Lower dimensions cannot affect higher dimensions.
The Black Abyss instance is a lower dimensional existence compared to our human world. We can enter and exit at will, and we might die inside, but they will definitely not come out to wreak havoc. But now the professionals are instead imprisoned here.
What do you think is the reason? Qin Shen pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Higher dimensional beings are pulling the strings?
You're very clever, so we cannot intervene in this gambling game, nor can the Black Emperor. Once it starts, it won't end until a result is determined.
Qin Chen, there's still good news. Their internal strife is severe.
Some represent the will of the Black Emperor, while others want to establish their own power and break free from the Black Emperor.
The most typical example is the Lord of Wenka Island. So what if I occupy the entire island during the gambling game? The White Emperor was taken aback, unable to speak.
The Lord of Wenka Island is a participant in the game. If the island is occupied during the game, the Lord would lose their qualification, and a new Lord would take their place. This was a path she had not considered. However, this would not violate the rules of the gambling game.
But we don't have a fleet to attack the island.
The White Emperor shook her head. Attacking an island is very difficult. Breaking through from the inside out would provoke the displeasure of higher dimensional beings, violating their rules.
Qin Shen smiled and said, Mentor, please follow me. It was chaotic, all in disarray.
At the top of the Bliss Hall, the upper-class individuals were fleeing in panic, each trying to shrink back as much as possible. Those who didn't escape in time were pinned to the walls by white bones. Skeletons crawled up from the corpses, their hollow eye sockets devoid of any emotion, but upon seeing the living nearby, they would immediately pounce and bite, leaving many with bloody faces, missing chunks of flesh.
Qin Shen and the White Emperor took this opportunity to quietly leave.
Meanwhile, those at the gambling table in the sky room were staring intently at the crystal plate in their hands. At the front of the gambling table, opposite the deep-sea songstress who was bound and hanging, there was a glowing phantom, a higher dimensional lifeform filled with twinkling starlight. If one looked closely, they would see that it was a collection of functioning stars. It was watching the participants of the gambling game with indifference, devoid of any emotion.
What? My son is dead. Who killed him?
The Royal Navy governor suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the upper-class individuals of Wenka Island running around in panic, like a pack of frightened dogs.
Sika is my heir.
His sudden outburst drew the displeasure of the 5 people around him. The Lord of Wenka Island glanced at the indifferent being and immediately scolded, If you want to die, don't drag us down with you.
Are you trying to provoke it? Do you want to die?
Cold sweat broke out on the Royal Navy governor's forehead as he realized he had lost control of his emotions, quickly apologizing, I'm sorry, I got too emotional. The being ignored him and turned to the next oceanic female counselor.
Ha, it's my turn. The oceanic female counselor forced a smile, her palms already slick with sweat.
The Ocean Parliament leader said, No matter what happens outside, this gamble must have a winner and a loser. This is beyond your and my intervention.
The Lord of Wenka Island chuckled. What does it matter if a son dies? As long as we win this gamble, we can gain supreme power, even control the homeland of outsiders.
Try losing a son, and don't forget, the Black Emperor is still up there, who dares to act recklessly. The Lord of Wenka Island shrugged indifferently.
So what if it's the Black Emperor?
My Wenka Island gathers the wealth of the entire ocean, possesses an unparalleled powerful fleet, and has exceptional defensive capabilities.
I dare to guarantee that my Wenka Island is the safest place in the world. No one can breach it. Now I just need recognition. The will of the Black Emperor that pervades the ocean should now be inherited by me.
Upon hearing this, others sneered coldly.
It is only because he is here that the Black Emperor cannot see. Once outside, the Lord of Wenka Island will behave like a grandson.
Meanwhile, Qin Shen and the White Emperor had left the Paradise Hall and were racing towards the coast. Along the way, the White Emperor observed her student, growing increasingly alarmed. The power of the undead was unfathomable, and from the way he casually summoned bones just now, it seemed he had already reached a very high level. If an undead summoner were to fully develop, their strength would be beyond words. What shocked her the most was that the high-dimensional characteristics on Qin Shen were already very apparent. It is well known that low-dimensional beings cannot inflict effective harm on high-dimensional beings, but in Qin Shen's current situation, he should be able to hurt them.
Have you completed your job change? What did you change to? The White Emperor couldn't help but ask. High-dimensional undead summoner.
The White Emperor suddenly stopped, staring blankly at Qin Shen.
What did you change to? High-dimensional undead summoner. What's wrong, mentor?
Qin Shen turned his head in confusion, only to see a turbulent sea, then quickly shifted his gaze away. Your level of genius exceeds my expectations. The assessment I submitted above is inaccurate.
It seems I need to rewrite it.
You should have no difficulty obtaining the 0-level qualification now. When you reach the Central District, All the experts will eliminate risks for you and tailor the fastest growth path. The White Emperor excitedly stepped forward, gripping Qin Shen's arm as if looking at a precious gem.
What does the Central District know about the Black Emperor?
Well, the Central District has a think tank dedicated to studying the Black Emperor, and they have a relatively comprehensive understanding of this authoritarian ruler.
Firstly, the Black Emperor possesses power that transcends dimensions.
In the Dragon Kingdom District's instance, the will of the Black Emperor is omnipresent. Almost every instance has the Black Emperor's schemes behind it. The Black Emperor's ambition is enormous, even the human world cannot satisfy his desires. But what confuses the think tank researchers is that, so far, no one has seen the true face of the Black Emperor, not even in person. There is a Black Dragon Hall instance in the Central District, which should be the Black Emperor's residence, yet no one has ever seen him, the White Emperor explained in great detail. The more Qin Shen listened, the deeper his frown became. He then posted the will of the Black Emperor. The will of the Black Emperor: Holy Royal Family, success, summoned by the Black Emperor, failure, summoned by the Black Emperor, countdown, 7 days 12 hours 39 minutes 22 seconds. So, does this mean I'm the first person to see the Black Emperor? Qin Shen was still quite apprehensive about this matter, so he wanted to seek the power of his mentor and the Central District to resolve it.
What? This is the will of the Black Emperor. How did it end up in your hands? This is bad. This is bad.
Anyone who receives the will of the Black Emperor, regardless of their genius, has never survived. There has not been a single successful case so far.
The White Emperor was startled, her flower-like branches trembling. Is there not a single one who can survive? Qin Shen furrowed his brow. That's right.
Even if they fulfill the Black Emperor's orders, once the time is up, they will forcibly disappear from space. By the next day, they will die in their own homes, their failed bodies clearly having suffered torture, similar to being flayed alive or boiled in oil. The successful bodies are preserved a bit better, mostly having been poisoned.
The White Emperor spoke heavily. Qin Shen.
In any case, it meant that those summoned had to die. Wait, it seems there was one person who saw the Black Emperor and survived.
Who? His name is Zhou, and like you, he is also a necromancer.
It seems he managed to endure thanks to the characteristics of his necromancer profession, but when asked what exactly happened, he refused to say a word, not willing to reveal anything.
Ah, I know him, the first in the necromancer profession, but he ultimately broke through the critical point and disappeared. Exactly, the Black Emperor's orders must be endured by yourself. External forces have little effect. Ha, your boat,
the White Emperor said, then saw a 1-meter-long black small boat docked by the shore, and she couldn't help but feel a bit tense.
A boat of this size can't participate in naval battles.
The little black pearl rocked with the waves by the shore.
Can such a tiny thing even work?
One wave hits, and it might just capsize. The White Emperor crossed her arms, posing a soul-searching question. Moreover, she had never seen a boat with such a unique design.
Don't worry, mentor.
Just as Qin Shen was about to say something, a sharp reprimand suddenly rang out around them, followed by guards in standard Royal Navy uniforms appearing, each holding a long flintlock musket, pointing their dark muzzles at them. At the same time, shadows of ships began to appear in the surrounding waters.
Trigger side quest: the revenge and pursuit of the Royal Navy Governor. Please escape from Manga Island within 1 hour and shake off the encirclement of the Royal Navy. Quest reward: experience *50,000, ocean treasure chest *1. They've caught up. Let's go. The White Emperor's expression changed slightly, then she pulled Qin Shen towards the little pearl. Aren't we going to kill them all? They're all experience packs. Qin Shen expressed his confusion. Didn't you receive the quest?
The quest tells you to escape, and if you kill all the pursuers, it will trigger a failure penalty.
You might even get demoted.
The White Emperor spoke urgently. She had encountered such situations many times before.
Violating the quest will result in a systematic penalty?
Qin Shen was taken aback. He had always followed the quests and had never triggered one. However, those experience packs were right on the island, and they couldn't escape, so he would eventually collect them. Bang 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 bang, as the Royal Navy charged out, they immediately pulled the triggers at Qin Shen and the White Emperor, large lead bullets smoking as they shot straight towards them, then smashed into the white bone plate summoned by Qin Shen. A large amount of fire erupted. The bone plate did not shatter but was directly knocked away.
Qin Shen? Look closely, the Royal Navy's knockback attribute is maxed out. They might not be able to break through your defense, but they can keep knocking you into the air.
You should know that the Black Abyss instance doesn't have the invincibility from the game. Theoretically, it can knock you up infinitely. The White Emperor explained rapidly. She lightly tapped her toes on the water's surface and actually ran forward on the water. These Royal Navy guys are playing dirty when they can't win. Qin Shen didn't have the time to step on the water's surface, but he had countless ways to cross the sea, so this time he chose the unremarkable Death Aura to fly over. Mentor, you take the little black pearl, my equipment has flying capabilities, and I'll follow you from above. The little pearl was only 1 meter long, and the driving space was very limited. Plus, with the Mentor's turbulent waves, it would become quite awkward for both of them to fit inside. Who would have thought that the White Emperor would widen his eyes and shout, "You little brat, you seem to have a lot on your mind. Hurry up and get in. The Royal Navy has strong air capabilities, waves of large nets will come down. Do you think you can escape?" "I really think I can escape. You little rascal, what if your fainting attribute is maxed out?" "Ahem, Mentor, please allow me to squeeze in next to you. That's more like it. Hurry up, I don't really know how to pilot this little boat, and I might hold you back." As the White Emperor said this, he leaned back, leaving a bit of space for Qin Shen. Qin Shen nodded, took a deep breath, and sat down in the little black pearl. Warmth and softness came from behind, giving a very safe feeling. "Stop! You have entered the island without royal permission. We will sink you. Fire! Fire! We can't let him escape. Raise the sea defense line." 130-meter royal motorboats appeared in the nearby waters, beginning to encircle the little black pearl. "Ah, why is your boat so fast?" As soon as the little black pearl started moving, the White Emperor exclaimed. This speed was almost comparable to a fully powered sports car. Qin Shen said nothing but focused intently on the 530-meter motorboats appearing ahead. They appeared horizontally, like a wall of steel blocking the way. At the same time, the hulls extended small cannon mouths, which surprisingly spewed out fan-shaped flames. "Royal flamethrower, interesting. Little black pearl, let me see your limits." Qin Shen sharply turned the wheel, and the little black pearl's rear swung, drifting on the sea surface. On land, drifting involves tire friction, but on the sea, it's all about how you want to play, even using the rising waves to fly. Awesome! The feeling of being pushed back and the tail-swinging sensation made Qin Shen shout in delight. The little black pearl successfully dodged the fan-shaped flame attack with its drifting maneuver. "You actually started playing around." The White Emperor's eyes widened, unable to hold back her sarcasm. At the same time, she was even more surprised by the hull's strength. Despite the graceful movements, 99% of boats would suffer varying degrees of damage under the pull of the waves, even risking disintegration. But the little black pearl didn't lose a single drop of blood. "Mentor, does the ship have rapid-fire cannons? Can you control them? Such a small boat has weapons?" The White Emperor was completely shocked. "Of course, if we sink these boats, we won't fail the mission, right?" "Definitely not. We can sink enemy ships while escaping." Then, the White Emperor stretched her arms around Qin Shen's sides and grasped the rapid-fire cannon control levers. After that, she played even more wildly than Qin Shen. "Ha! This is so exhilarating. Your rapid-fire cannon is too powerful. It takes down one without a sound." "Sunk! Sunk! Ha ha ha! That motorboat has been sunk by us. Quick, chase after it, that boat has no health left." "Qin Shen, what happened to escaping? Why are you starting to chase them down?" The key point is, he had never even played with rapid-fire cannons. He had the Bone Kingdom, which could be said to have infinite ammunition, with skulls of all sizes that could be launched as cannonballs and still bite people on impact. The little black pearl drifted again on the sea, and 2 rapid-fire cannons at the bow fired. Bayubiu, the trajectory formed by burning light points struck the motorboat with a loud bang. -32,178, skull continues to bite. -33,284, skull continues to bite. -32,438, skull continues to bite. To be honest, this damage was already quite considerable. Even a 70-meter ship, without a protective shield, might not be able to withstand it. Congratulations, you and the White Emperor have jointly sunk a 30-meter class maneuverable ship, earning shared experience, 20,000. Congratulations, you and the White Emperor have jointly sunk a 30-meter class maneuverable ship, earning shared experience, 21,000. The Royal Navy was thrown into a panic. "Our ships are just targets. We can't hit them, they're too small and too agile. We need to deploy microships. We absolutely cannot let them escape, or the governor will kill us." Amidst the chaos, the little black pearl was finally about to break free from the encirclement. However, the Royal Navy's speedboat-like vessels surged out. The White Emperor was no longer joking. "Controlling the rapid-fire cannon," he said, "these microships are too agile. We can't hit them at all." But the next second, countless little black pearls appeared ahead. She was left dumbfounded. "Wait, where did so many little ships come from? I thought you only had this one." The Royal Navy was seeing red. Such a tiny ship, not even as long as a person lying down, had managed to tear through their proud maneuverable fleet. It was utterly humiliating. "Damn it, it's just a small ship. What are you all doing? Can't handle this? How am I supposed to explain this to the governor?" Zhou Shang, one of the 7 naval generals, was furious. pointing his finger at his subordinates and cursing. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to speak out. Damn it, did the Black Emperor's will not appear this time because he knows their little schemes? How does the Black Emperor know? Without the support of the Black Emperor's will, the Royal Navy's combat power is reduced by more than half. But no matter what, we cannot let this little ship escape. The naval general held his forehead, veins bulging at his temples. Naval Suicide Squad, step forward. At all costs, block this little ship. As soon as these words were spoken, the royal fleet fell silent. Only the sound of waves crashing could be heard. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to act as the Suicide Squad. This bunch of cowards, if only the Black Emperor's will, forget it. Zhou Shang looked at his hesitant soldiers, then gritted his teeth and said, anyone who joins the Naval Suicide Squad will receive 100 gold coins unconditionally. If you unfortunately die in battle, you will be compensated with 500 gold coins. If you survive and successfully sink the enemy ship, you will be rewarded with 500 gold coins. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Their annual salary was at most 5 gold coins. Just participating would be worth 20 years' worth. With great rewards come brave men, and the number of applicants for the Naval Suicide Squad surged. Swish, 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 the Royal Navy instantly deployed a large number of microships, all of them red-eyed and fixated on the little Black Pearl, as if they had a blood feud. The little Black Pearl appeared very small and lonely in the encirclement. The key was that so many ships filled the sea, making movement a forced collision, and high-speed movement was nearly impossible. Quick, everyone together. It's just this one little ship. We can definitely take it down. This is 500 gold coins. We must kill it. Heh, just this one little ship. I don't understand what it's so arrogant about. Exactly, relying on its speed to challenge our Royal Navy? Ridiculous, open your eyes and see, we are a fleet. Suddenly, the enemy attack alarm sounded. All the shouting Royal Navy members froze, then looked out at the distant sea. At a glance, everyone was momentarily stunned. They saw one after another of the little Black Pearls rushing towards them, their dark hulls exuding a deep, gloomy aura. A feeling of being targeted by a ferocious beast arose. Many of the Royal Navy members trembled, feeling an impulse to explain. It was all a misunderstanding, but this was not over yet. A massive, pitch-black ship was slowly emerging from the mist in the distance. It resembled a colossal sea beast, exuding an overwhelming presence. They were all a bit breathless. Damn it, what is that? Xiao Shang noticed the sudden change and immediately snatched the telescope from a subordinate's hands, then looked towards the Black Pearl in the sea fog. The next moment, he shouted to his subordinates, quick, notify Wenka Island, initiate full defense. That's a siege-class ship, they're going to attack the island. Ha, no, why are there so many little pearls? And they all look exactly the same, how is that possible? The White Emperor stared at the imposing fleet of little Black Pearls, his mouth agape. The little pearls were no longer alone. Instead, they frightened the Naval Suicide Squad into retreating one after another. Mentor, if I said I have another identical big ship, would you believe me? Qin Shen, sitting in front, smiled and turned to look at the White Emperor behind him. Identical? In what way? Wait, are these little ships offspring of the big ship? Otherwise, how could they look so alike? The White Emperor pondered and still found it quite miraculous. I guess that could be the case. Qin Shen tilted his head, recalling the appearance of the little pearls. It seemed plausible. Wow, you really have given me too much face. I can't wait to take you to the central area and show those old geezers what kind of prodigy I brought back. The White Emperor looked at Qin Shen with admiration. The fleet of little Black Pearls suddenly accelerated towards them. Utilizing their advantage of high-speed drifting on the sea, they quickly circled around the fleet, weaving in S-shaped curves, making it impossible for the Royal Suicide Squad to retaliate, sinking them amidst cries of despair. Congratulations, you sank a Royal Fleet mini-ship, gained experience, 1,200. Congratulations, you sank a Royal Fleet mini-ship, gained experience, 1,300. Congratulations, you successfully escaped from Wenka Island and evaded the pursuit of the Royal Navy, gained experience, 50,000, gained reward, Ocean Treasure Chest *1, the White Emperor. She looked at the numerous wrecks floating on the sea around her and the Royal Navy members clinging to wooden planks for survival, unsure of what to say. They had indeed escaped, but they had also taken down their pursuers. A large group of little Black Pearls rushed in, surrounding them like guardians, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, then protecting the little Black Pearl where Qin Shen was, slowly heading towards the big Black Pearl. Finally seeing the big ship you mentioned, it really does look exactly the same. Mom brought a bunch of little cubs? The White Emperor couldn't help but mock as she looked at the Black Pearl, which resembled a duckling in the water. Retreat, quickly retreat. Fight using the turrets on the island. With the command given, the Royal Navy immediately retreated in disarray. Without the Royal Navy to block them, Shinshen easily returned to the Black Pearl. Shinshen, you go up first. I'll pilot the little Black Pearl and play for a while longer. After sending Shinshen off, the interior space of the ship immediately felt much more spacious, and she herself became eager to try.
Okay, mentor, have fun. Ha ha ha, I'm off then.
Shinshen, you're the best student I've ever met. Let's get to know each other better in the future, the White Emperor said excitedly as she piloted the little Black Pearl, chasing after the fleeing Royal Navy.
The rapid-fire cannons were launched as if they were free.
What she didn't know was that each shot consumed Shinshen's magical energy. The recovery of magical energy could perfectly cover the consumption rate. Shinshen stood once again on the Black Pearl, and the skeleton pirates were all extremely excited, with the little skeleton bouncing over.
The Black Pearl, which had been aimlessly drifting, immediately found its backbone.
Shinshen smiled at the skeleton pirates, then quickly composed himself and pointed towards Wanka Island ahead.
Follow my orders, attack the island.
Trigger side quest, sound the horn of counterattack, capture Wanka Island. Note, it's time for the Royal Navy governor to pay the price. The Black Pearl loomed like a giant sea beast, slowly approaching Wanka Island. Countless small black pearls were moving rapidly around, resembling a terrifying swarm of locusts, using rapid-fire cannons to chase and tear at the royal fleet. Of course, there were also damaged small black pearls, dragging their broken hulls back to the Black Pearl for repairs. The naval horn had sounded. The island's defending soldiers rushed out, beginning to reinforce their defensive measures. There were a total of 3 defensive lines. The first was a turret matrix built close to the coast, with bases that allowed for stronger cannons than those on ships, boasting a range of 5 nautical miles and dealing 2 to 3 times more damage, equipped with oil shells, sniper shells, heavy artillery, and magical cannons, among others. Each type of shell had different values. At the same time, the Royal Fleet was positioned ahead to draw fire and provide specific enemy ship coordinates, with both working in extremely close coordination, suggesting they had conducted many military drills together, forming the first line of defense. The second line of defense was the coastal defensive walls of the island, where any enemy ship attempting to land would find the beach a death trap filled with various traps and covered by firepower. The final line of defense was Wanka Island's magical defense system, strongly protecting the upper-class residents living on the island, even though Shinshen had already killed many of them. On the coastal defensive walls, the naval general Lu Xuanfei, clad in magical energy armor, was holding a monocular and gazing at the battlefield ahead, exuding an overwhelming aura.
The first line of defense at Wanka Island is as solid as gold. With just a few small ships, they dare to attack the island? Dream on!
Lu Xuanfei lowered the monocular, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a robust figure stumbled back, and upon closer inspection, it was Qiao Shang, who had just escaped from the front lines, panting heavily and looking terrified. Lu Xuanfei's brow furrowed, and he reached out a large hand to grab Qiao Shang. As one of the 7 generals of the Royal Navy, how can you be so frightened by just a few small ships? What a disgrace! You've brought shame to our Royal Navy. Death gods, they are the death gods of the sea. Qiao Shang trembled, still in shock.
We can't fight them. We can't fight them at all.
Shut up about death gods. You should be thinking about how to explain this to the governor. Lu Xuanfei harshly threw Qiao Shang to the ground, then squinted at the battlefield ahead.
The first line of defense is enough to sink them all. Our Wanka Island is not something these wildlings can breach.
Lu Xuanfei stood with his hands on his hips, exuding confidence. But soon, he began to feel uneasy. His eyes widened in disbelief. On the Black Pearl, Shinshen raised the death staff in his hand.
Come forth, Thunder Skull King, Dark Queen, Plague Black Crows, Forbidden Touch, release the souls, River of the Underworld. The Royal Navy and the coastal turret matrix were on high alert, and then they saw groups of summoned undead begin to tremble, their muscles spasming uncontrollably. Master, long time no see.
The Thunder Skull King, with 5 plasma hearts, knelt before Shinshen, its massive form nearly 15 meters tall, causing the entire Black Pearl to sink slightly. It respectfully lowered its head, the thunder throne flickering in and out of view. Very good, very good. Shinshen nodded in satisfaction. Ever since the Ghost Emperor, Naxos, completed the summoning technique and was promoted, he had given the skill slot that upgraded every second to the Thunder Skeleton Emperor, whose level had now reached an exaggerated degree and should soon be able to promote again.
Thunder Skeleton Emperor Lv53214, summon the king of the Thunder Skeleton clan to fight for you, possessing 50% of the power of the Thunder Throne. Duration, 1 day. Magic energy consumption, 35,000. Just from the magic energy consumption, one could see the extent of it. My lord, I have already heard the horns of war. Please let me kill the enemies for you.
The Thunder Skeleton Emperor said loudly, its tone like a thunderclap, crackling with short bursts of electricity.
Can you go into the water?
The Thunder Skeleton Emperor. It clasped its hands and said, My lord, water has a great disturbing effect on thunder power. I am confident in dealing with forbidden level water magic, but facing the entire ocean, I have no way. Without a ship, even land-based undead can't move an inch. Qin Shen pondered for a moment and then had an idea. How about this? I will specially make 4 medium-sized black pearl ships for you, one for each of your hands and feet. You can step on them and paddle over to dismantle the turrets. I will try, the Thunder Skeleton Emperor said somewhat awkwardly. It looked at the rolling ocean, feeling a mix of emotions. To be honest, it was a bit afraid of water. The Dark Empress did not need to engage in melee attacks. She could just stand at the bow of the ship and shoot arrows continuously. The Ghost Emperor, Naxos, was about 3 meters tall, and standing on 2 small black pearl ships was enough, or with its exaggerated athletic ability, it could jump between the Royal Navy ships. Soon, the second wave of attacks composed of undead summoned by Qin Shen surged forward. Bang 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 bang, the coastal turret matrix turned in unison and suddenly fired. The cannonballs flew into the sky and smashed down towards the black pearl ships. Qin Shen stood at the bow, watching the incoming cannonballs, feeling as if countless meteorites were crashing down, utterly unavoidable. Dark invasion. The Dark Empress expressionlessly extended her hands, and dense darkness unfolded before her, meeting the falling cannonballs. Buzz, 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 buzz. The thick darkness seemed unable to contain itself, with huge bulges bursting forth from below. In the end, it still blocked them, and the cannonballs, having lost their momentum, fell from the darkness into the sea. Plop! The Dark Empress stumbled forward, directly half-kneeling on the ground, her crimson eyes beginning to flicker continuously. Due to the inability to use the power of the Dark Throne, a wave of cannonballs nearly drained the Dark Empress. Don't push yourself too hard, rest for a while, then just attack from the ship, Qin Shen comforted, patting her shoulder. The Dark Empress had just passed 72 hours. If she were to be drained and die on the spot, she would have to wait another 72 hours. That was too unprofitable. As you command, my lord. The Dark Empress took a deep breath, stood up again, and the surrounding darkness surged into her crimson eyes, immediately stabilizing the flickering red light, making her feel much more settled. Meanwhile, the White Emperor was piloting a small black pearl ship, breaking through the royal fleet. Battle, exhilarating. This is even more thrilling than drifting in a sports car. Is this the turret in front of me? Let's smash it first. Oh, there's even a magical shield. The White Emperor pressed the fire button hard on the turret, but the cannonball skull that was launched slowed down infinitely before it could hit, ultimately plopping into the sea. High-level slow magic array, there's no choice, I have to go myself. The White Emperor slowly stood up from the ship, gripping the hilt of her sword. A fierce aura circulated around her. Swift wind sword. Before she could finish her sentence, a massive thunder skeleton came crashing down from the sky. 5 plasma hearts emitted a piercing vibrating sound, directly shaking to death the naval royalty inside the turret. The thunder meridians unfolded, violently tearing apart the turret. White Emperor? What on earth has Qin Shen summoned? The second coastal defense line. Black death crows circled in the sky, and the undead roared in the sea. Lu Xuanfei looked at the apocalyptic scene before him, his legs weakened, and waves of terror surged in his heart. They're coming, they're coming! Xiao Sheng cried beside him, his eyes filled with fear. Lu Xuanfei, as a naval admiral, you just confidently said they couldn't break through. Do you still think so now? No, the Royal Navy is invincible. There isn't a single ship at sea that can match us. Lu Xuanfei shook his head vacantly. Still stubborn, the second defense line is stronger than the first. We will send these undead back to the land of the dead. Yes, that's right. It must be like that. Lu Xuanfei seemed to be encouraging himself, mumbling incessantly. But this behavior, in the eyes of his subordinates, undoubtedly showed he was so scared he had lost the ability to think. The next moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the last coastal turret defense line was breached. The turret with the advanced slow magic array couldn't withstand even a second in the hands of the thunder skeleton. It shattered instantly, as if made of paper. 5 plasma hearts throbbed, pumping the terrifying thunderous flesh and blood. The Thunder Skeleton King slowly raised his head, his eye sockets flashing with short, jagged arcs of electricity, fixating on Lu Xuanfei. Lu Xuanfei felt darkness envelop him, as if the sky were about to collapse. It's coming! Congratulations, you have sunk a Royal Navy defense ship, gained experience, 11,000. Congratulations, you have destroyed an oil turret, gained experience, 32,000. Gained construction blueprint, oil turret design. Congratulations, you have destroyed a heavy artillery turret, gained experience, 33,000. Gained construction blueprint, heavy artillery turret design. Congratulations, you have destroyed a sniper artillery turret, gained experience, 45,000. Gained construction blueprint, sniper, artillery turret design. With an unstoppable advance, the Black Pearl slowly sailed into the near coastal defense line. Due to the depth of the sea, the Black Pearl would run aground if it went any further. Thus, the Black Pearl began to turn, positioning itself across the sea, facing the second coastal defense line.
Do you want to learn the oil turret design?
Yes.
Learning successful. Do you want to learn the heavy artillery turret design?
Yes.
Learning successful.
Qin Shan learned all the construction blueprints obtained, which could later be used to directly create in the Bone Kingdom.
My lord, these despicable humans haven't even tried to escape.
It seems our fear isn't enough, the Dark Queen said, gazing at the Royal Navy on the coastal defense wall, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly, revealing her displeasure.
Escape? They need the strength to run, Qin Shan smiled and replied.
And this is an island, they have nowhere to retreat. It's either fight or die.
I see. The Dark Queen showed a thoughtful expression.
They're still waiting for me to land on the beach so they can concentrate their fire.
This time, let's give them something big.
Just as Qin Shan was about to unleash the Bone Kingdom, a plump figure appeared on the deck.
Qin Shan, it's insane, too insane.
The White Emperor was already soaked, her hair sticking to her face.
Upon seeing Qin Shan, she couldn't help but exclaim, Mentor, is it over?
Oh,
what kind of summon creatures do you have?
Each one is fiercer than the last, and that big skeleton crackling with thunder must be a hero-level summon. One punch for a turret, I wouldn't even get a chance to strike.
And even if I went all out, it would take 4 or 5 strikes.
I can't compete, not at all. The White Emperor shook the water droplets from her hair, then casually tied up her black hair, revealing her snow-white neck.
Cough. Qin Shan glanced over and then awkwardly shifted his gaze away. My good student, it seems the mentor is benefiting from you this time. Not just me, the entire Dasha city is benefiting from you.
If this island assault ends successfully, the predicament of Dasha city will also come to an end. The White Emperor was completely unconcerned, wrapping an arm around Qin Shan's neck in a friendly manner. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of mentor who takes advantage of students.
Once we reach the central district, I'll compensate you.
Thank you, mentor. Before he could finish, the White Emperor suddenly let out a startled cry.
Oh my goodness, another new summon?
You scared me. The White Emperor saw the Dark Queen with blood-red eyes, clutching her chest and gasping for breath.
I have met the mentor.
I hope the mentor will treat my lord kindly. The Dark Queen was very polite, bowing gracefully before speaking. Of course, from now on, Qin Shan's matters are my matters.
If anyone dares to make things difficult for Qin Shan, I'll be the first to get angry.
The White Emperor patted his snow-white chest, making a bold promise.
But speaking of which, how are you going to land on the island?
The Black Pearl can't get on the beach, and it would be easily targeted. The White Emperor looked at Qin Shan, his expression becoming serious.
Of course, we'll blow them up.
Black Pearl, prepare all cannons for firing.
Qin Shan turned and shouted to the skeleton pirates.
Just relying on the cannons on the Black Pearl is far from enough. The coastal city walls stretch for several kilometers. The White Emperor frowned, deep in thought. But what happened next left her stunned. Accompanied by Qin Shan's soft murmurs, everything around them changed in an instant.
Bone Kingdom.
Countless bones intertwined and stretched out from the sea, forming towers built of bones. They occupied the entire near coast. Those who didn't know would think the island belonged to the Bone family. Information about the towers appeared in her eyes one after another. Bone Heavy Artillery Tower, Undead Fuel Artillery Tower, Bone Sniper Artillery Tower. These towers underwent a reorganization, with all values increasing significantly, and they gained the eerie power of bones. All towers, prepare, fire. With Qin Shan's command, the bone towers fired in unison.
Skull bullets, spine guns, big bone cannons.
A massive array of bones with tremendous kinetic energy rained down on the second defensive line.
The Royal Navy on the city walls were left dumbfounded, staring blankly at the arrival of the bones. Boom, 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 boom.
The city walls shattered one after another, and even the magical shields were ineffective. Soon, a large section collapsed. Standing in the center, the magical armor Lu Xuanfei hadn't even reacted to what was happening when he felt a piercing pain in his chest. He looked down in a daze and found a spine gun had pierced through his body.
Help! Me! I don't want to die.
Lu Xuanfei coughed up blood, looking at the naval general Qiao Shang, who was collapsed on the ground, his face filled with terror.
Minus 332,348. Body penetrated, one-shot kill. Ah!
Qiao Shang looked at the fallen Lu Xuanfei, frantically trying to escape, only to be precisely pinned to the ground by a spine gun that shot through the air. The terror in his eyes quickly turned hollow.
Minus 346,349. Body penetrated, one-shot kill.
Wow, the sniper artillery has pretty good accuracy.
One shot, one little friend.
Qin Shan couldn't help but applaud. The White Emperor beside him was speechless, staring blankly at the destroyed coastal wall. she suddenly realized, "My disciple seems to be able to take me out in an instant." Congratulations, you have successfully shattered the second coastal defense line of Wanka Island. Experience reward, 150,000. Please break through the third defense line and seize control of Wanka Island. Amidst the sound of countless cannon fires, bone shells rained down from the sky. The coastal defense line stretching several kilometers also collapsed. The Royal Navy died in fear, without even making an effective resistance. The White Empress gazed at the calamity before her, silent for a long time, before finally speaking. "Qin Shen, you are quite fierce." She recalled the risks she took to buy a ship on Wanka Island, even sacrificing 2 pieces of her shining equipment, and in the end, all she gained was the qualification to participate in the final naval battle. Yet, as soon as Qin Shen arrived, he effortlessly breached Wanka Island. It was almost unbelievable, yet it had truly happened. "We're already near the coast. If the Black Pearl goes any further, it will run aground. Let's take the small Black Pearl and charge ahead. It's just right for me to sharpen my Gale sword." The White Empress puffed out her chest like waves, her expression turning serious. She felt like a mentor, her mouth agape in front of her students, looking as if she had never seen the world, and she should regain some of her authority as a mentor. "It's fine, the Black Pearl can fly." The White Empress nodded seriously, then suddenly froze, her mouth agape. "Huh? It can fly?" "Yes, take off, Black Pearl." After Qin Shen gave the order, the skeleton pirates on the ship immediately began to get busy. The Black Pearl started to turn, its duck-like hull spreading out to the sides, then it burst out of the water, soaring into the sky. The pitch-black hull flew in midair, blocking out a large swath of light. The White Empress hurried to the side of the ship, staring in shock at what lay below. Her pale face was filled with disbelief. The remaining Royal Navy members all looked up, gazing at the Black Pearl soaring into the sky. Their mentality instantly collapsed. "Oh God, is this a punishment for us? Ah, damn it, this must be a nightmare. Wake up, wake up. How do we fight? It can fly." After the Black Pearl took to the sky, it unleashed its full firepower, raining down a large number of skull cannonballs. It flew straight towards the center of Wanka Island. The Royal Navy at the third defensive line of Wanka Island stood ready. Their expressions were solemn. News of the defensive line being breached had already reached them. It had only been a short time since the enemy ship first appeared, and in less than an hour, 2 defensive lines had fallen. To be honest, they thought it would take several months to prepare. Everything was developing too quickly, they weren't ready at all. Just then, an alarm sounded, enemy attack. They focused on the distance, expecting ground troops, but instead saw a massive black ship soaring into the sky, rapidly approaching them. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The ship? It can fly? Is that even still called a ship? The magical shield of Wanka Island immediately activated, and all defensive mechanisms were fully operational. Whoosh, 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 the Black Pearl flew overhead, and a torrent of skull cannonballs rained down. Each skull cackled eerily before crashing into the magical shield. -0, magical shield, block successful. -0, magical shield, block successful. The magical defense shield of Wanka Island has some substance. It blocked all the damage from the skull cannons, and it seems to be effortless. Since it had no effect, the Black Pearl circled above and stopped dropping skull cannonballs. "Qin Shen, since that's the case, let's charge down directly. Just in time for me to warm up my hands." The White Empress placed her hand on the hilt of the Gale sword, her whole demeanor showing impatience. It was finally her turn to shine. This time, she wanted her students to see her true strength. "Mentor, I have a faster and more efficient method." "You still have a trump card?" The White Empress suddenly felt a bit tense. This level of battle hasn't reached the point of using trump cards. The White Empress, is that so? However, she did believe her student had such capability. She crossed her arms and looked at Qin Shen, very curious about what he would do next. "Thunder Skull King, Ghost Iron Underworld King, Ghost King Naxos." As Qin Shen recited the names, the 3 phantom gods, who were wreaking havoc on the rear line, appeared before him. Their massive 15-meter forms immediately caused the Black Pearl to sink significantly. "My lord, you all jump down and tear apart the last line of defense. As you command, my lord." The Thunder Skull King glanced down from the ship, and at nearly 1,000 meters high, the people and buildings below appeared very small. Soon, it was eager to try. Jumping down and delivering a punch should feel exhilarating. The 3 phantom gods jumped off the Black Pearl in succession, crashing down onto the island's magical defense array. Below, the Royal Navy, seeing that the defense array had blocked the cannonballs, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the enemy ship cannons posed no threat, they were safe. The last line of defense had ultimately held. But soon, they saw the 15-meter, lightning-illuminated behemoth. Their pupils instantly shrank to the extreme. Boom! The Thunder Skull King directly sat down, shattering the magical defense array. Minus 528,429. Magical defense array, shattered. The Ghost Iron Underworld King jabbed with its iron sword a few times before opening a hole. The Ghost King Naxus, however, tore it open with its claws, not as straightforward as the Thunder Skull King. Once they entered the defense line, they immediately began their slaughter. 5 plasma hearts pumped in unison. The Thunder Skull King clenched its right fist and slammed it into the ground, the scattered thunder instantly killing all nearby Royal Navy soldiers. Congratulations, you have killed a Royal Navy Island Guard soldier, gaining experience, 21,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Royal Navy Island Guard soldier, gaining experience, 21,500. Following that, the Black Pearl also dove down, landing in the core area of Wenka Island. Shinshin slowly walked down from the Black Pearl, and a royal general unexpectedly slid to his knees, prostrating before Shinshin, trembling as he held up a token. Wenka Island token, description. The one who possesses this token, possesses this island, note, cannot be placed in the warehouse, cannot be hidden, must be displayed at the center of the island, can be contested. We welcome the new island master, we are willing to bow and serve. Shinshin reached out and took the island token, and a prompt box immediately popped up in front of him. Congratulations, you have occupied Wenka Island, becoming the island master. The previous island master of Wenka Island has lost power, kicked out of the final gamble. Do you wish to replace him and participate? Shinshin looked at the prompt that popped up and frowned. He had never participated in any gambling, had no experience at all, and if he entered, he was afraid he would lose everything, even his pants. The White Emperor seemed to see through his thoughts and approached, saying, the final gamble is not mandatory, but their stakes are the entire ocean. Their stakes are the entire ocean? What does that mean? Shinshin was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. The White Emperor rarely became serious. She pondered for a moment and countered, whose ocean do you think this is? Whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. So this ocean belongs to the Black Emperor? Shinshin thought for a moment and gave his answer. Moreover, how powerful is the Black Emperor's will, able to meddle in everything? Who would have thought the White Emperor would shake her head and then say, what is the Black Emperor? He may not have even set foot here, let alone lived here. This ocean belongs to every marine creature, including the island sea folk and other beings that coexist here. Upon hearing this, Shinshin suddenly realized. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind: golden whales, deep-sea songstresses, and the sea folk living under the shadow of the Royal Navy. No wonder the mission assigned to him was to protect the golden whales and restore the deep-sea songstress to freedom, for they were all part of the same faction. Indeed, it seems you have understood, the White Emperor said, looking at Shinshin, who appeared enlightened, unable to hold back his praise. Your insight is truly remarkable. Since you understand this, you should also grasp the stakes of the final outcome. Under the manipulation of high-dimensional beings, the Royal Navy Governor and the former island master of Wenka Island wished to betray the Black Emperor, driving out his will and ruling over the myriad races of the ocean themselves. Look at Wenka Island now. This will be the state of the ocean in the future. Valuable things will be endlessly exploited, while that small group at the top enjoys infinite wealth. Shinshin, so it's a case of the lower rising against the upper. The Black Emperor certainly cannot tolerate such a thing. Right, the final naval battle will be the Black Emperor's army coming to settle accounts. Then why do high-dimensional beings need to manipulate things? To cultivate puppets? No, according to the research of the Central District think tank on high-dimensional beings, they are not interested in the power transitions of humans, wealth, fame. These things are like dust to them. We know very little about them, but one thing is certain, they are very interested in biological flesh. Shinshin. So all this time, they were just craving our bodies. That's all we know for now. Their purpose this time is definitely not as simple as flesh. We can't continue to speculate on the specifics. I understand. Shinshin looked at the prompt box that appeared before him. Do you wish to replace the former island master and participate in the final wager? He then pressed the no button firmly. No. Selection complete. Wenka Island loses eligibility for the final wager. After seeing this prompt, Shinshin inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Wagers are best avoided. Moreover, being involved with them could lead to losing everything. Currently inheriting Wenka Island, settling assets, please wait. Settlement complete. The former island master left you with 2 treasure locations, estimated value of 340,000 taels of gold, 3,671 wives, 1 luxurious manor, capable of accommodating over 10,000 people, all wives reside within, 12,384 acres of fertile land on the island, 1 luxurious casino, 1 paradise hall, 1 super large port, 1 residential street covering 80,000 square meters, 3,671 wives? Can you even handle that? Shinshin was stunned. If he had one a day, it would take him 10 years. Ancient emperors claimed to have 3,000 beauties in their harem, but in reality, they only favored a few concubines. This former island master, however, had directly gathered over 3,000. He must have wanted to emulate the Black Emperor. The standards of the harem had to be maintained. Regardless, we need to resolve the issues in Dasha City first. Let's send those professional women from Paradise Hall back. Yes. Once you become the island master of Wanka Island, the mayor of Dasha City will definitely require you to restrict the provision of flesh trade. Right now, the men in Dasha City aren't getting married, and the professionals aren't looking to level up. As long as Dasha City completely abolishes the bride price system, I believe it can return to normal. Of course, once the bride price is abolished, Wanka Island will also impose corresponding restrictions, Shin said. Even without Wanka Island, a second or third Wanka Island would emerge. After all, demand never disappears. With his hands behind his back, Shin strode towards Paradise Hall, flanked by the guards of Wanka Island. The professional women imprisoned within, upon seeing the words Island Master of Wanka Island above Shin's head, nearly wet themselves, but more quickly realized that as long as they could win the favor of this Island Master, they could escape this hell. Then, they rushed forward crazily. Lord Island Master, take me away, I will be obedient. Please, let me do anything. Woof woof woof. Shin. Open your eyes and look carefully, I am also a professional, you don't need to do this, understand? Those who are kneeling, get up. With the deafening voice ringing out, the women present all looked up at Shin in a daze. It was indeed true that he was a professional. In an instant, tears streamed down their faces. Shin sighed slightly and then said, you can go back now. As long as I am here for a day, Wanka Island is safe for professionals. Soon, they discovered that an option to exit the instance had appeared on the panel. Click to exit, level will drop by 1. Announcement, Wanka Island Master Shin has released the prisoners of Dasha City. Announcement, Wanka Island Master Shin has released the prisoners of Dasha City. In the Dasha City conference room, the mayor was giving a PowerPoint presentation when he suddenly stood up upon hearing the news. The prisoners of Dasha City have been released. And what's more, the Lord of Wanka Island has turned out to be Shin. What happened here? Hurry, go welcome the released professionals. Stop the meeting. The mayor of Dasha City jolted, not even bothering to put on his coat, and rushed out in a hurry. The other high-ranking officials of Dasha City were collectively petrified. They knew all too well what kind of existence Wanka Island was. They had studied it for 20 years without finding a way to conquer Wanka Island. Those 3 defensive lines were, for them, an insurmountable chasm. Now, it had been easily breached by a professional from Linhai City. All the high-ranking officials had one question: how did he do it? The public opinion in Dasha City also stirred up a storm. Oh my god, someone actually conquered Wanka Island. Doesn't that solve our problems in Dasha City? It's not that simple. 1 gold coin, 10,000, for Wanka Island is enough to play for a month. But if you want to marry, the bride price is at least 30 gold coins. No matter what, it's a good thing that the people imprisoned on the island can come back. Wow, Shin is really too strong. Amidst the discussions, Dasha City also issued an announcement. Completely cancel the bride price, severe penalties for violators. At the top of the Paradise Hall, the final gambling game. The Lord of Wanka Island looked at the 2 cue cards in his hand, extremely excited. He grinned at the others, then skillfully rubbed the last crystal card in his hand. Q, give me a Q. As he moved his fingers away, a Q card appeared. A pair, I've got this round. My luck has been pretty good lately. The Lord of Wanka Island burst into laughter, while the others sighed and tossed away the crystal cards in their hands. At this rate, the final winner should be me. You all need to think carefully about how to please me. If I'm happy, you can continue enjoying your current lives. But if I'm unhappy, then sorry, this ocean has no place for you. The Lord of Wanka Island stood with his hands on his hips, exuding confidence, and his score ranking was already far ahead. Lord, we are in the same boat. Let's not do this. The Royal Navy governor squinted his eyes, smiling in a flattering manner. Who's in the same boat as you? Don't try to get close to me. The Lord waved his hand dismissively, looking down on everyone. Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice flashed in the Royal Navy governor's eyes, but he held it back. The others saw this and shook their heads secretly. Power is the best mirror to reveal one's true nature. As a result, this island master was already arrogant beyond measure just by being approached. Immediately, they looked at him, whose body was covered in stars. He seemed devoid of human emotions. Even as the island master jumped in agitation, there was still no reaction from him. At that moment, the crystal plate in the hands of the island master of Wanka turned to gas and vanished without a trace. He was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching out into the air. The island master of Wanka has lost his island and cannot represent the corresponding power, thus losing his qualification for the bet. His emotionless voice echoed in everyone's hearts. After a brief silence, the island master of Wonka went mad. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My island was perfectly fine, how could it be gone? There must be a mistake. Wonka Island's defenses are invincible, no one can breach them. The island master of Wonka shouted in a hurry, but when he turned to look out the window, he was dumbfounded. A massive black ship, 100 meters long, was floating high in the sky, with countless streams of water cascading down, as if it had just been pulled from the sea. Below the ship was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, with countless skeletons devouring living beings. I was just about to win. 3QS. At that moment, the Royal Navy governor burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Look at your face just now. Do you still need to please me to feel satisfied? The island master of Wonka awkwardly chuckled twice and then said, we're all in this together. Mutual care and support are the best. When I make a comeback, I won't forget your kindness. Who are you calling we? Before the Royal Navy governor could finish his sentence, he spoke again. Royal Navy governor, due to the collective defection of the Royal Navy, you have lost your qualification for the final bet. The Royal Navy governor? The scene fell silent, becoming quite awkward. He slowly stood up, the space around him twisting as if merging and devouring his body. Outsider forces, failure. Rebel forces, failure. Rising forces, failure. Marine biological forces, refuse to participate in the bet. Black Emperor forces, win the bet. After the announcement, his figure vanished in the distortion of space. The high-dimensional power attached to the crystal room also dissipated. In the end, it is I, the old fool, who has won the final bet. The president of the Ocean Council slowly stood up, his aged cheeks flushed with vitality, the vigorous life force reviving within his old body. I will inherit the will of the Black Emperor and carry out a thorough cleansing of the entire sea area. You flies should have been driven away long ago. The ocean seemed to echo the emotions of the Ocean Council president. Waves dozens of meters high surged continuously. Bang! The door of the crystal room suddenly swung open, and the island's guard army rushed in unison. Dark gun barrels were pointed at everyone present. Do you have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? How dare you aim firearms at me and the island master? I'll count to 3, put down your guns. At that moment, a voice came from behind the guard army. Don't count, drag them out and beat them half to death first, until they divulge all the information in their heads about this sea area, otherwise don't stop. Dare you? Don't touch me with your filthy hands. The two shouted in panic. Soon, screams echoed. Outsider, you surprise me. Let's cooperate and jointly rule this sea area. How about it? The president of the Ocean Council looked at Qin Chen, a hint of a smile on his face. I refuse. Why? I have no time. The president of the Ocean Council? You will regret it soon. The president of the Ocean Council said lightly. His aged figure began to float in the air, merging into the space around him. His eyes turned deep blue, and words with heavy emphasis spilled from his mouth. I am the master of the ocean. Immediately, his figure began to dissipate into the air. Yo, you think you can just run after showing off? Dream on. White Bone Paradise. A white light suddenly shone from below, striking the body of the president of the Ocean Council. In an instant, it locked onto him. The president of the Ocean Council was taken aback, then sneered. You actually possess high-dimensional traits, but that's useless to me, because it is he who gives me power. He began to scream madly, his body trembling as if trying to break free. But then he froze, because following the white light coming from below, he saw billions of skeletal remains, rushing upwards recklessly, as if they had seen the only beam of light in a desperate hell. What? What is that? He was frightened, his voice trembling. Qin Shen, you hold him down, I'll take him down. At that moment, the White Emperor rushed in, and upon seeing the scene before him, immediately pressed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, a fierce wind gathering in his hand. In the next moment, boom! A dense mass of snake-like skeletal remains suddenly surged out. They stretched out their bony arms, frantically reaching for the president of the Ocean Council. No! The president of the Ocean Council screamed, being forcibly submerged and dragged away. That mysterious beam of light vanished, and the skeletal spirits returned to despair. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the president of the Ocean Council, gaining experience, 100,000, triggering final faction mission Sea War. Warside president of the Ocean Council has died, final faction mission completed, Qin Shen. It seems a bit too fast. The White Emperor drew his sword and looked around, feeling lost. Congratulations, final faction mission Sea War, completed, triggering final faction mission. The ocean is the ocean of all marine life. Description: whether it is marine life, golden whales, deep-sea songstresses, or island sea people, they are all part of the ocean. If they disappear, this ocean will die as well. Please reverse the final power distribution of the gamble, drive away the will of the Black Emperor,
and let the ocean regain its former vitality. Upon completion, a 5% change in the world line will occur. Current world line change, 10%. After the president of the Ocean Council was submerged and killed by the White Bone Paradise, the task notification sounded continuously. So this is what the final goal of the Sea People faction means. The choice determines the outcome. If I had chosen another faction, the final result would probably be very different. Choosing the Royal Navy faction would be the easiest, just maintaining the will of the Black Emperor. If I had chosen the pirate faction, it would probably be about seizing the power of the Royal Navy and becoming the overlord of the sea. Only the Sea People return everything to everything, but that's fine, everyone coexists harmoniously, allowing this ocean to regain its vitality. Shinshen let out a long sigh of relief, then casually waved his hand behind him. Arrest all these people for me, torture them, and make them confess everything they know, especially about treasures, treasure chests, and the like. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Island Master. The guards were still in shock from earlier, but upon hearing Qin Shen's order, they immediately sprang into action, capturing everyone involved in the final gamble. Alright, and those so-called upper-class people outside, make them spit out everything they've eaten over the years. Understood. A sweeping cleansing of the entire sea area began. However, this time it was aimed at the smallest group at the top. Qin Shen, what was that move you just did? I actually felt a strong high-dimensional projection. That is not an ordinary high-dimensional world. The White Emperor looked at Qin Shen in horror, fearing that the scene just now would give her nightmares for a whole week. A beam of divine white light descended, and the skeletal spirits, trapped in darkness and despair, surged forth like moths to a flame, until they engulfed the president of the Oceanic Council. Each second of the scene was incredibly shocking, forever etched in her mind. Bone Paradise, you know I have obtained the hidden job change. High-dimensional necromancer. The White Emperor murmured. I have to say, you are much stronger now than the Nine Candle back then. Since he could survive the Black Emperor's summons, you can too. I have already sent your message to the Central District through a special item. If all goes well, the think tank should start targeted research and provide you with a detailed strategy, so don't worry. Thank you, Mentor. The Black Emperor's summons was undoubtedly a huge challenge. It was like the ancient court's torture. If successful, one would be granted poison wine, drinking which would lead to immediate death. If failed, it would be death by slow slicing, boiling, or other tortures, resulting in a tragic end. It was said that the Nine Candle survived by utilizing the characteristics of the undead and then playing dead. At worst, I'll summon high-dimensional evil spirits, and we all won't live. The Black Emperor's summons loomed over Qin Shen's heart like a shadow. The Black Emperor's will, Holy Royal Family, success. The Black Emperor's summons, failure. The Black Emperor's summons, countdown, for days 18 hours 12 minutes 57 seconds. There are still 4.5 days left, and the Maritime War instance needs to be wrapped up. Time is a bit tight. Just then, a soft moan echoed from the end of the crystal room. The voice was beautiful, sending shivers down one's spine. The guards present stumbled and fell, and as they got up, they began to bleed from their noses. They wanted to see the main figure, but the island master was right there, so they dared not and hurriedly ran out. The White Emperor said, "What is that sound?" "Even I, a woman, am moved." Qin Shen replied, my heart is racing too." Following the source of the sound, a perfectly proportioned woman was hanging with both hands against the wall, her skin a vast expanse of snow white, 3 colorful shells affixed to her body, and a colorful transparent cloak draped over her shoulders. Qin Shen glanced and was instantly stunned. This was no deep-sea songstress, she was clearly a I can satisfy you, but can you let me return to the sea? I can't be away from the ocean for too long, my scales will fall off. The deep-sea songstress seemed unable to speak, her voice coming out in song, carrying an ethereal beauty and a physiological allure. Deep-sea songstress, description, carnivorous marine spirit, with sharp teeth capable of biting through the metal armor of ships. They usually use their ethereal singing to attract nearby marine creatures and humans, stirring their physiological desires, and then devour them one by one in pleasure. Qin Shen and the White Emperor exchanged a glance, speechless. This was still unnatural. However, once burned, she would eat people. "Open your mouth, let me see," Qin Shen said. "Please, let me go, I can meet any condition, or just pour some water on me." The deep-sea songstress, her eyes covered with black cloth, said nervously, "Open your mouth." Qin Shen commanded sternly. Only then did the deep-sea songstress reluctantly open her mouth, revealing a row of terrifying sharp teeth, instantly shattering the enchanting atmosphere she had created. The guards watching from a distance suddenly felt a chill beneath them and hurriedly fled. I won't bite you," the deep-sea songstress quickly explained. "How many of your kind are left?" The deep-sea songstress stopped her writhing body and lowered her head sadly. "Only I remain." "Then doesn't that mean no one is left to have children with you? We reproduce asexually, like fish laying eggs, unlike you humans who need to carry for 8 months. Qin Chen, a naturally pregnant holy body? Alright, I'll put you back in the sea, but you must remember to repay your kindness, understand?
The deep-sea songstress suddenly looked up and nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Thank you, Island Master.
Please take off the eye mask. I want to remember what the Island Master looks like. Qin Chen removed her eye mask, and her dazzling, brilliant eyes instantly left everyone around her in a daze. So captivating, no wonder the previous Island Master had to cover her eyes.
Go now, return to the sea, and don't get caught again next time.
The little black pearl flew in and stopped in front of the window.
Qin Chen used bones to send the deep-sea songstress up. You are the new Island Master, right? I remember you.
The deep-sea songstress leaned over the edge of the ship, revealing just her little head.
Then she disappeared with the little black pearl into the horizon.
The deep-sea songstress has returned to the ocean. Task completion, 50%. Let's go. Next we'll check out the former Island Master's mansion.
And the 3,671 wives left for me.
In the Paradise Hall, the garrison began to settle accounts. Indigenous women could leave if they wanted, or stay and continue selling themselves if they wished.
It was all about not forcing anyone. Professional women were all sent back to reality to receive psychological treatment.
They would be the first to sound the horn for the restoration of the city. Hey, during the siege just now, it seems the Black Emperor's will didn't appear.
Is the Black Emperor trying to use my hand to clear out the dissidents? Qin Chen walked alongside the White Emperor in the corridor of the Paradise Hall.
Well, according to the research from the Central Think Tank, the Black Emperor has likely surpassed biological sensuality, is very clear about the situation in various places, and can react quickly.
In summary, he knows everything and can do anything like a mortal. If that's the case, the Black Emperor should be the pinnacle of the Black Abyss instance, the final boss of the Dragon Kingdom main storyline instance?
You could say that, but so far, not only have we not seen the Black Emperor, but we haven't even connected to the task of slaying the Black Emperor. He is everywhere like air, yet we can't find his entity, which is very strange.
What about the 9-in candle? Didn't he survive the Black Emperor's summons? He should have seen him. Qin Chen showed a look of confusion.
The Black Emperor's true form seemed shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see clearly. The Central District specifically provided psychological counseling for the 9-in candle and collected relevant information, but he only said there was a shadow sitting in the hall, obscured by a screen, and he could only see a silhouette. He was in so much pain at the time that he didn't look closely. So many years have passed, and the 9-in candle is still the man closest to the Black Emperor.
The Black Emperor is indeed quite mysterious. This time, I must see his true form.
Even if I can't kill him, before I leave, I will throw a high-dimensional evil spirit in, and then run away myself. Qin Chen felt half worried and half expectant about the Black Emperor's summons. Look at the horizon, the dark clouds are starting to churn again.
We just resolved the final gamble, and the Black Emperor's will has descended. The timing is just right. The White Emperor looked at the overcast sky and said sarcastically, "Mentor, this should be the final task. After dispelling the Black Emperor's will, this instance will be cleared. Do you have any good methods?" Qin Chen asked with a frown.
The current task completion was 50%, but he had no idea what to do next. The White Emperor had strong experience in instances. She smiled slightly and said, "To counter the Black Emperor's will, we must use will to counter will. We cannot rely on our personal will to resist, but all the grassroots creatures living in this sea area emit a strong will to resist, which can dispel the Black Emperor's will."
I see. Qin Shen's eyes lit up, and he had a sudden realization.
Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. 2 small black pearl ships sailed in with the wind, and the 2 of them boarded, heading towards the coast. Before they landed, they saw a group of raggedly dressed people kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads. These were the lowest class of sea folk from Wonka Island, who once lived on the island.
"What are you kneeling here for?" Qin Shen stepped down from the Black Pearl and frowned at the group of sea folk. "Lord Island Master, why have you come?"
An elderly man with a weathered face raised his head, his murky eyes reflecting Qin Shen's figure, immediately causing him to shudder.
The sea folk exchanged glances and quickly said, "We are begging the spirit of the ocean not to leave, to protect us from disasters and the invasion of the Royal Navy."
"Yes, inform the other sea folk to come together to resist the will of the Black Emperor.
And tell them they are not fighting alone, the creatures of the sea are fighting alongside them. They will see this when they reach the coast, and together we will dispel the will of the Black Emperor. Let this ocean be returned to everyone."
In just a few words, Qin Shen stirred the sea folk into excitement. Every word from the Lord Island Master felt like a dream. Then, one by one, they knelt down, tears welling in their eyes.
"Don't kneel, get up, do as I say, and notify the other sea folk."
As Qin Shen spoke, he tossed a snail phone to the sea folk. They immediately gathered around and began dialing numbers for whaling ships, fishing boats, and others. Qin Shen and the White Emperor stood on a giant rock by the coast, the sea raging at their feet. "Golden Whale, come out!" With Qin Shen's command, a golden figure appeared on the horizon, spouting a tall column of water, swimming at high speed, then leaping out of the water, creating a beautiful splash. "Golden Whale, spirit of the ocean." The sea folk's eyes widened in astonishment. "Deep-sea songstress." An ethereal song rose with the waves. The deep-sea songstress's body grew back its brilliant scales, and she suddenly leaped from the sea, landing on the giant rock, bowing deeply to Qin Shen. "You too, summon the will of the ocean creatures to collectively resist the will of the Black Emperor. From now on, this ocean belongs to you." Qin Shen shouted, and the golden whale immediately twisted its body, swimming towards the deep sea while releasing high-frequency calls. The deep-sea songstress did not leave. Instead, she sat on the giant rock and began to sing. Her ethereal voice carried far and wide. "It seems like a perfect clearance. This is really strong." The White Emperor looked at Qin Shen, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Moments later, countless ocean creatures poked their heads out of the water, emitting sounds at the same frequency towards the sky, a sign of their struggle against the Black Emperor and fate. Even the beach was filled with crabs, hermit crabs, and others, all waving their claws defiantly at the dark sky. Of course, these ocean creatures were not ordinary beings from Blue Star. Each one was qualified to be a monster, providing experience when defeated, with combat power equivalent to level 5 to 15 practitioners. Before long, various sea vessels appeared, and the weathered sea folk stood on the boats. They were first astonished by the appearance of the ocean creatures, then they all shouted towards the sky together. After all, they were fishermen, and seeing so many fish made them instinctively want to catch them, but they all held back because they needed to fight for their fate together. Across the vast ocean, billions of beings struggled against the will of the Black Emperor. Finally, the dark clouds in the sky shattered, beams of light slanting down onto the sea. The will of the Black Emperor retreated completely. The sun once again shone over the ocean. Countless ocean beings began to cheer. The power to survive had finally been fought for. Qin Shen let out a long breath, feeling relaxed. "Congratulations, you have achieved a perfect ending in the main storyline instance. The ocean is the ocean of marine life. Congratulations, you have completed the first clear of the main storyline instance, the Ocean War. It will now transition to a historical recording, and future practitioners will strategize based on your experience. You have gained control of the Ocean War instance, along with a 5% experience bonus. You have been appointed as the Island Lord of Wenka Island, inheriting the rights to manage the island and the legacy of the previous Island Lord. World line change, 15%. A beam of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the surface of the sea. It felt as if the entire ocean was experiencing a rebirth. Marine creatures floated on the surface, basking in the sunlight, reveling in the joy of victory. The entire sky and sea were in harmony. "Let's all coexist peacefully today. We can think about filling our bellies tomorrow," Qin Shen said, gazing at the golden whale. And the golden whale called out and dove into the sea, spreading the message to all marine beings. This day would be commemorated, forever preserved in this ocean. No killing on this day. The island's sea folk were ecstatic and relayed the news far and wide. All the sea folk quickly accepted it. Anyone who tried to disrupt this understanding would face collective punishment. Finally, it's over. The White Emperor smiled broadly, feeling at ease. "This time it's a perfect ending, right?" "Yes, Mentor. The will of the Black Emperor has been dispelled from this ocean, and the will of all lower-tier beings now represents the sky. I believe the future will develop in a direction favorable to them, ultimately achieving a paradise at sea." Very good, very good. A perfect ending is extremely valuable and will bring you immense benefits in the future. The 5 great families will do everything they can to secure a perfect ending for their seed candidates. I remember the highest record in the Central District is 13 perfect endings. Perfect ending? What's the use of that? Qin Shen was taken aback, not expecting there was more to it. The number of perfect endings directly reflects the level of contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. The central authorities and the 5 great families will allocate resources based on this standard. Most importantly, it may lead to recognition from the Dragon Kingdom's Hall of Heritage. Dragon Kingdom's Hall of Heritage? Exactly. The Hall of Heritage has existed since ancient times, though its name has changed. It enshrines our ancestors from the ancient period of the Dragon Kingdom. Looking across the entire Blue Star, other countries' civilizations have already severed their legacies, while only the Dragon Kingdom can pass down its lineage. It is precisely because of the Hall of Heritage that our national fortune is protected. It's worth mentioning that your predecessor in the necromancer profession, Nining Candle, also entered the Dragon Kingdom's Hall of Heritage. This is the most glorious moment for us, the children of Huaxia, Dragon Kingdom ancestors. Qin Shen was momentarily stunned, and the first thing that came to his mind was the popular online meme, "I am Qin Shi Huan, pay up." Could it really be realized now? He would have to work even harder. 10 minutes later, Qin Shen stood in front of a luxurious manor, beaming with joy. The White Emperor crossed his arms, looking at him with a speechless expression. "You were just talking about bringing glory to your ancestors, and now you've run off here, right? Mentor, you don't understand. The ancestors would love to extend a few more excellent bloodlines. If my children inherit my potential, wouldn't the Dragon Kingdom have nothing to worry about in the future?" The White Emperor paused, then scratched his head. "That seems to make sense, but something feels off. The island lord of Wanka Island is as rich as a nation. Just the treasure site is worth 340,000 gold coins, plus several treasure vaults. I'm about to be summoned by the Black Emperor, and I will definitely receive these resources." With just a few words, he completely convinced the White Emperor. "Alright, but don't take too long. It's best to finish within a day. I still need to take you back to the Central District immediately to formulate a plan for the Black Emperor's summons." "No problem," Qin Shen said, striding into the luxurious manor. As soon as he stepped through the door, servants came forward, kneeling in 2 rows on either side. "Welcome, Lord Island Master. Congratulations, you have inherited the Island Master's Manor." Note, the Island Master's Manor is independent of historical images and can connect with instance developments, but it may also be subject to attacks from oceanic forces. "Please ensure proper defenses." "Lord Island Master, what can I do for you?" The manor steward respectfully stood beside Qin Shen, bowing his head as he spoke. Please walk this way. I'll just take a look." "Alright, Lord Island Master." The steward immediately led the way respectfully, bringing Qin Shen to a high wall. Laughter and cheerful voices, like silver bells, came from within the high wall. The gate slowly opened, revealing several girls playing and frolicking in the courtyard, kicking something resembling a shuttlecock, exuding youthful vitality. To the right, several gentle women quietly wove garments. There were also those painting, and in the distance, someone was playing the piano. At that moment, Qin Shen felt what it meant for time to be peaceful and beautiful. Wow! The White Emperor initially looked quite disdainful but was immediately stunned by the scene inside, so beautiful that it made her want to move in. Carefree and playful. "These are all from the former island master." No. The women in the courtyard were taken aback when they saw Qin Shen enter, then put down their tasks and hurriedly came before him, speaking in unison. "Lord Island Master, you have arrived." The White Emperor. She was very suspicious whether Qin Shen could still come out after entering here. The next day, Qin Shen arrived at the treasure site left by the former island master. As soon as he walked in, he was immediately dazzled by the shining gold coins. Countless coins piled up into a mountain of gold, truly absurd. There were no equipment, no items, no other miscellaneous things. This was the true meaning of being so poor that only gold coins remained. "I really want to know what kind of immortal life the former island master lived." Qin Shen stared blankly at the mountain of gold, somewhat at a loss for words. He had thought that the so-called treasure site would have some top-notch items that could be exchanged for gold coins. The result was just solid gold coins. Wow, damn. The White Emperor's eyes widened. "Quick, gather all these gold coins. Gold coins are worth more than Dragon Kingdom currency and are also the main means of trade up there. So many gold coins are enough to give you a fresh start and make you more confident for the Black Emperor's summons." Qin Shen nodded and immediately stored the gold coins in the warehouse. Fortunately, the warehouse had no limit on the amount of gold coins it could hold, and soon he had cleared out 2 treasure sites, bringing his gold coin total to 340,000. "Now, I am richer than a nation." Then, Qin Shen called over the Royal Navy General who had surrendered. "Lord Island Master, what are your orders?" The Navy General immediately knelt before Qin Shen. "Find all the necromancer skill books on the island for me. Do you understand? Necromancer skill books?" The Navy General showed a confused expression. "If there are no necromancer skill books, other skill books will do. As long as I can learn them, find them all for me." Black Emperor's summons, countdown, 3 days 13 hours 20 minutes 33 seconds. Wanka Island. Qin Shen was sitting in the island master's manor. In front of him was a 1-meter-long steamed lobster, its shell a bright red. When he cracked off the large claws, a large amount of delicious juice burst out, and the translucent, bouncy meat was irresistible. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the Black Emperor's decree suddenly popped up, accompanied by a terrifying transformation. Black, silky, and domineering dragon patterns twisted and appeared at the edge of the prompt box. Then they extended towards the center. The Black Emperor was furious. "Well, the special effects are nice. It rivals the effects of my magic energy panel." Qin Shen took a big bite of the lobster meat, the bouncy texture bursting with delicious flavor between his lips and teeth. My dear disciple, what special effect! Burp. Beside him, the White Emperor downed a gulp of rum, his snow-white cheeks flushed with 2 patches of red, his eyes hazy as he looked at Qin Shen. It's the Black Emperor's summon prompt. A black dragon pattern appeared. I can feel the Black Emperor glaring at me. Awoo, so tasty. Please help me peel the shrimp meat. At your service, Island Master. The shrimp meat looked crystal clear, and it was fragrant when put in the mouth. Oh, so it's this kind of special effect. Glug glug, I've really never seen this before. Dear disciple, I think you're done for. Ha ha ha. It's fine, I have high-dimensional evil spirits. Half an hour later, the butler knelt beside Qin Shen. Island Master, all the skill books have been searched for you. Qin Shen, thank you for your hard work. Have the subordinates categorize them, put the low-level ones in one pile and the high-level ones in another. Understood. Should we just throw away the low-level ones? The Island Master definitely won't want these. Shut your mouth. Do what you're told without asking too many questions. Yes, it was my mistake to speak out of turn. The butler trembled, quickly slapping himself several times. Qin Shen waved his hand casually, and the butler immediately retreated. Since he was left by the previous Island Master, some adjustment was still needed. At this moment, the mentor, the White Emperor, was hugging the rum bottle, completely unconscious, drooling at the corner of his mouth, occasionally chuckling as if recalling something amusing. Qin Shen, his mentor, was truly unreliable. He had previously said not to let him get drunk, but in the blink of an eye, he was the one who passed out from drinking. Island Master, the lobster is finished. What should we do next? You help my mentor back. Let her have a good sleep. All right, bring a few more wives, just like you serve me, serve my mentor. Understood, Island Master. Qin Shen watched them leave and couldn't help but shake his head. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. He probably couldn't count on this cheap mentor. This time the Black Emperor's summon must be the most dangerous dungeon he had encountered. If things went wrong, he could very well die inside, so he had to prepare thoroughly. Currently, his greatest reliance consisted of 3 things: infinite magic energy, a skill upgrade system that worked every second, and a talent resonance crystal. As long as he had enough skills, the Black Emperor would have to weigh his own strength. At this moment, the butler returned with servants carrying a total of more than a dozen large boxes. Island Master, the wooden boxes over here are low-level skill books, and the exquisite boxes over there are high-level skill books. All right, you can leave now. A ragged sea dweller suddenly stepped forward and said, Island Master, we haven't been paid for these skill books yet, and there's our transportation fee. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen frowned slightly. The butler, observing the situation, immediately shouted sternly, You think you can get away with this? How dare you ask the Island Master for money? Ha! The sea dweller lowered his head, retreating repeatedly, not daring to say anything further. Wait a minute, butler, did I say to shut your mouth? Qin Shen said in a deep voice. The butler was instantly stunned, standing there at a loss. His expression was one of did I say something wrong again? There are so many nobles on the island. Go take the guards and randomly choose one to raid their home, then pay these sea dweller brothers, and remember to give them a little extra. No embezzling allowed, forget it. I'll send a skeleton to follow you. Qin Shen snapped his fingers, and an arcane skeleton mage named Chow Lily crawled out from the Bone Kingdom. The butler looked at the skeleton in terror and trembled away with the sea dweller. Qin Shen watched them leave, then chuckled and shook his head. He then opened the wooden treasure chest, which contained a large number of low-level skills. Fireball, exclusive to Mage's Precision Shot, exclusive to Archer's Blade Storm, exclusive to Swordsman. Qin Shen frowned and searched around, then picked out 7 or 8 books. Substitute Doll, leave a doll at the origin to take a single target damage on your behalf, cooldown, 10 minutes, mana cost, 10 points. Learning Successful Resonance Crystal, activate Substitute Doll upgrading, Phantom Veil, enter a phasing state, can pass through walls, immune to physical attacks, immune to magical attacks, while unable to attack or cast spells, can split into 5 identical phantoms to confuse enemies, undetectable by any living being, duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 5 minutes, mana cost, 50. Magic Mark, apply a mark on the enemy, can continuously track the enemy, damage bonus 5%, cooldown, 1 minute, mana cost, 10. Magic Mark upgrading, Spatial Lock, after releasing a mark on the enemy, as long as they exist in the same dimensional space, their location can be precisely pinpointed, while using the surrounding space to suppress them, causing a series of negative effects such as immobilization, slow, and binding. Cooldown, 5 minutes, mana cost, 50 points. Dispel Magic, dispel enemy buffs within a 10-meter range, cooldown, 1 minute, mana cost, 10 Dispel Magic Upgrading, Dimensional Release. Dimensional Release can remove all buffs and states of enemies in the same dimension, and can interfere with higher dimensions, erasing the opponent's higher dimensional characteristics, can be activated continuously, consuming 10 mana points per minute. Back Jump, interrupt your own spellcasting and forcibly perform a back jump, cooldown, 10 seconds, mana cost, 1 point. Back Jump Upgrading, Spatial Teleportation. Spatial Teleportation can dash 1 to 10 meters in any direction, can break through higher dimensional suppression, and can be combined with other skills for unexpected effects. Cooldown, 10 seconds, mana cost, 20 points. All skills belong to basic skills, but their effects are very practical. It's equivalent to preparing in advance for the summons of the Black Emperor. All the skill books that can be found in the outside world are available on Wenka Island. Xin Shen learned all that could be adapted to the undead profession. Having many skills is never a burden. There will always be something useful. Moreover, this summons from the Black Emperor is undoubtedly a huge challenge, and he must be well prepared. Haste, universal skill, increases running speed. Upgrading. Ghostly Sprint, gain ghost-like mobility, running speed increased tenfold, can float, pass through walls, and can release skills consuming 10 mana points per second after activation. Sensory Enhancement, temporarily gain enhanced vision, hearing, reaction, and other abilities. Upgrading. Dimensional Perception, after activation, perceive all things in the same dimension, and be extremely sensitive to higher dimensional characteristics, gaining strong mental resistance, consuming 10 mana points per second. All of these are basic skills, but they are practical. At critical moments, they might be more useful than advanced skills. He went through all the basic skills without spending a penny, all provided by the wealth of the island's nobles. Next are the advanced skills, often appearing in skill systems. There are 3 sets for commoners and 1 set for nobles. Xin Shen did not hesitate and immediately began to learn them one by one. 3-Headed Hellhound Summoning Technique. Upgrading. Adam the Great Demon King, Hellhound Summoning Technique. Heroic Level Route. Adam the Great Demon King. Hellhound Summoning Technique. Adam the Great Demon King is covered with despair magic patterns, capable of releasing a wisp of true hell's aura. Duration, 1 day. Magic energy consumption, 25,000. Secondary skills, Horde Formation, High Temperature Physique, Flame Jet, Malicious Bite. After continuous upgrades. Ghostly Passage, Hell Lava Body, High Temperature Absorption, Instant Flash Frenzy Bite. Magic Confinement, continuous upgrading. Invisibly Shackled, Spell-type skills. Invisibly Shackled, remote control of enemies, unable to dimensionalize, unable to move, unable to attack, unable to release skills. For beings whose power far exceeds that of the caster, it imposes significant restrictions, consuming 20 magic energy per second. Secondary skills, multi-unit influence, dual casting, mental suppression, fixed in place, after continuous upgrades. Descend to the world, multi-layer nesting, pain torture, dimensional nail. The skill book is like a collection of knowledge, forcibly crammed into the mind. Xin Shen gritted his teeth and continued to learn. Soon, he arrived at the most precious noble route. This time, it was actually a disease-type system. Scurvy, continuous upgrading, Plague Body Scurvy, Plague Body Scurvy. After significant enhancement of the pathogen, it forms a concrete embodiment of the disease, with absolute control over the pathogen. When it appears, the transmission efficiency increases 5-fold, and the mortality rate enhances 5-fold. Secondary skills, Scurvy Mist, Rapid Infection, Latent Outbreak, Symptom Enhancement. After continuous upgrades. Scurvy Grenade, immediate effect, God-level concealment, endless pain symptoms. Xin Shen saw the scurvy skill chain and suddenly remembered his plague cauldron. Ever since he threw the Holy King Worm and the Black Death into it, he hadn't paid attention to it. Now several days had passed, and there should be some results. Just in time, he got a scurvy, perfect for a tri-disease-gathering cauldron. He immediately took the plague cauldron from the warehouse, feeling a slight warmth to the touch. Congratulations, the experimental results of the ancient disease and the Black Death have been obtained. The Black Death and the ancient disease have fused, producing a brand new disease insect, terrifying Black Death insect. Wow, that sounds super fierce. Xin Shen looked through the observation lens and saw a black and white mutated insect wriggling in the plague cauldron, its body inheriting the large form of the Holy King Worm, resembling a caterpillar, with the pathogen transforming into black mist swirling around it. How about handing this thing over to the Black Emperor? He must be very surprised. Forget it, I only have this one insect, and it can still undergo metamorphosis and evolution. Xin Shen recalled the scene he saw during his job change, where it ultimately could become a butterfly. Now that the scurvy also has a body, just throw it in. Let the two disease bodies fight and merge. With this thought, Xin Shen raised the death staff in his hand. Plague body of scurvy, come forth. Swish, swish, swish. Countless red blood energies surged from all directions, then intertwined and fused in the air, ultimately forming an ugly large flesh ball, with no eyes or nose, blood-colored particles spraying out from its body and then being sucked back in.
Scurvy mainly targets the mutation of blood and flesh, and this form of the plague body seems acceptable. Without hesitation, Shin opened the plague cauldron and tossed the plague body of scurvy inside. He then leaned over the observation port to watch. The despairing black death insect, which had been slowly wriggling, immediately sensed danger, its fleshy body arching up. The blood-red large flesh ball crashed right onto its head, and both sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Black mist and red blood energy continuously intertwined and tore at each other, neither side giving way. Scurvy and Black Death are currently devouring and merging. Please wait, what will happen in the end? So, ordinary insect-type creatures generally have a lifespan limit. Even if you let 10,000 insects fight each other to cultivate poison, the final insect king will only be a so-so. But the disease insects are different. They are in a state of rapid change, and in just a few seconds, entirely new forms can emerge. Only after the battle can they be effective. The more skills Qin Shan had, the stronger his confidence became. Coupled with the mana energy boost from the magic energy body, he could unleash skills infinitely. Congratulations, you have completed the main storyline instance Sea War for the first time. Would you like to claim the settlement rewards? Yes. City of Dasha main storyline instance Sea War. Perfect ending first clear, experience gained, 1 million, rewards obtained, perfect ending treasure chest *1, first clear treasure chest *1, shining level treasure chest *5, world line change, 15%, obtained, 15% world treasure chest. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv29. Intelligence *20, strength *10, agility *10, free attributes plus 50, health plus 5000, mana plus 2500, higher dimension plus 1, just one level away from Lv30, but there was no time to think about that now. The summons from the Black Emperor were imminent, and he had to prepare with all his might. I might not be able to keep 3,671 wives in a state of widowhood, and none of them have even lost their virginity yet. Qin Shen's gaze became resolute as he took out the perfect ending treasure chest. Perfect ending treasure chest, opening successful, a skill book glowing with golden light appeared from within. Shining level skill scare box, a box that makes people unable to resist opening it, giving enemies a big surprise, randomly releasing one of the user's attack/summon skills, cooldown time, 1 minute, mana cost, 500 points, scare box, a good item. I'll give the Black Emperor a big gift then, or say it contains a sacred king insect. The expression when opened will surely be spectacular. Scare box, upgrading continuously, quantum state gift box, no entity, including the caster themselves, can know what is inside the gift box. The appearance of the gift box adapts automatically, and at the moment the recipient accepts it, an event of opening the gift box will inevitably occur at the nearest point in the future, randomly releasing attack/summon skills. The first surprise attack will cause enhanced dimensional damage. Quantity, 1/1, mana cost, 300,000, Schrodinger's cat? Not daring to do much, now there's no need to worry about the Black Emperor not opening the gift box. As long as he accepts it, it will definitely be opened, and he will take a heavy hit. How should His Majesty the Black Emperor respond? Even if he is omniscient and omnipotent, he is still a low-dimensional being, not even as high as the human world. Qin Shen's lips curled slightly as the scheme against the Black Emperor surfaced in his mind. Since death was inevitable, it was better to kill the opponent first. Everything was resolved. He opened all the remaining treasure chests. First clear treasure chest, opening successful, swish, just as the chest opened a crack, a blood-red light immediately spilled out from the gap, appearing exceptionally enchanting under the sunlight. Then, thump thump thump, powerful heartbeat sounds emanated from within the chest. This heartbeat even disturbed Qin Shen's normal heartbeat, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? Qin Shen showed a look of surprise, quickly taking a deep breath to calm the unusual sensations in his heart, but the effect was minimal, so he endured the discomfort and pulled out a fierce and rugged heart from the chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the Heart of Gaia, again with you? How many hearts does Gaia have? Can you give me more? The Heart of Gaia, the legendary heart of the god of the world, but in reality, it is excavated from a higher dimensional area, extremely rare and precious. Whether used for class changing or equipment crafting, it provides exceptionally unique bonuses. The Heart of Gaia has a wide range of uses. It can even be directly embedded into one's body to gain the power of body modification. Such a good thing, of course, is meant to be fed to the bugs. I hope my disease bugs won't let me down. Qin Shen's heart stirred, and he immediately found a purpose for the Heart of Gaia. If he didn't feed it to the bugs, he could only use it for crafting equipment or creating some undead monsters. Anyway, he couldn't use it on himself, it would be a loss. After a brief contemplation, he took out the plague cauldron and tossed the Heart of Gaia inside,
and the uncomfortable, powerful heartbeat sound finally disappeared. Comfortable. However, while he felt comfortable, the disease bugs inside the plague cauldron were not feeling well. Observing the scene, as soon as the heart of Gaia landed in the experimental space, the black and white black death bug was directly knocked over, the black mist trembling along with the heartbeat, clearly being dominated by the heart of Gaia. The other scurvy plague body, that big meatball, curled up tightly. It had just been flaunting its power over the black death bug, and now it was silent, probably playing dead. These two bugs are no good. They wilted just like that? I still need to keep training. Shinshin shook his head and then put away the plague cauldron. It would probably take some time for these two disease bugs to adapt. Next, there were 5 shining level equipment treasure chests left to open. Shining level equipment treasure chest, opening successful, congratulations, you have obtained a Lv30 shining level set, quantum state, undead set, Shinshin. He had planned to directly enhance his combat power, but unexpectedly, the chest opened to reveal a Lv30 set. The higher the level of the professional, the higher the degree of dimensionality, and eventually, one could even become a higher dimensional being, like a dragon, demon, or god, so it makes sense that high-level equipment would come with high-dimensional characteristics. Quantum is the fundamental particle that connects to higher dimensions, and the quantum state, undead set is considered to have touched the threshold. The downside is that it can only be equipped at Lv30, leveling from Lv29 to Lv30 would probably require tens of millions of experience points. Time might not be enough. He immediately opened the last 15% world-line treasure chest. A fruit with strange patterns slowly rose. It felt hard in his hand but emitted an enticing fragrance. This is. Shinshan's eyes widened immediately upon seeing the fruit's description. World tree fruit, harvested from the core high-dimensional area of the world. Eating it grants plus 1000 strength, plus 1000 agility, plus 1000 intelligence, plus 5 high-dimensional attributes, and removes dimensional restrictions on summoned creatures. What a good thing! Shinshan immediately took a big bite, then directly regretted it. Why does it taste so strange? Too hard to swallow. It smelled good but tasted terrible? For the attribute points, he chose to pinch his nose and swallow it down. Congratulations, you have consumed the world tree fruit, gaining, blessing of the world tree, strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, intelligence plus 1000, high-dimensional attributes plus 5, summon creatures remove dimensional restrictions, blessing of the world tree? Shinshan gulped down a few large swigs of rum before the strange taste in his mouth faded. Why is this blessing of the world tree buff a question mark, with no description at all? Shinshan felt an ominous premonition, but there was no way to verify it now. He could only leave it be. Now that all skills are learned, all treasure chests are opened, and the gift for the Black Emperor is prepared. It's time to wake the mentor and head to the central area. Alright, I also need to say a proper goodbye to my 3,671 wives. Tell them not to miss me too much. Shinshan walked into the back garden with his hands behind his back, and the people who were painting and playing music immediately ran over with delicate voices. They surrounded Shinshan, chattering away. Each of them wanted to become the Island Lord's wife. The Flowing Island Lord, the ironclad people. When Shinshan found the White Emperor, she was completely drunk, her body being lifted by several women, trying to carry her to bed. Her sleeping posture was extremely ungraceful. Mentor, wake up, we need to go to the central district. Shinshan called out twice with no response. She continued to sleep like a dead pig. He had no choice but to change his approach and shouted, Mentor, a new batch of rum has been found, and it's the Island Lord's limited edition, the only bottle in the entire ocean. If you don't get up now, it will be gone. Where is it? Take me there quickly. The White Emperor sat up straight, her eyes still closed, but drool was already flowing down. Shinshan shook his head. Just waking her up was enough. Soon, 3,671 people who knew Shinshan was leaving rushed out to bid farewell. Their eyes revealed deep reluctance. Island Lord, you must come back quickly. At that moment, the mayor of Dasha City entered with a group of high-ranking officials for an inspection and happened to witness the scene. Everyone was instantly petrified. In the luxurious and extravagant Wanka Island, several middle-aged men holding thermos cups appeared. They surrounded one person like stars surrounding the moon, standing on the hill, by the coast, pointing and gesturing towards the distance. Mayor, the scenery here is so beautiful. If it can be developed into a tourist area, it will have a strong boosting effect on Dasha City's GDP, and it could even leap to become a super first-tier city. Not only tourism resources, but Wanka Island is also an extremely special existence for the Black Abyss dungeon and practitioners. Shinshan has already cleared the main storyline dungeon of Dasha City, and in the future, practitioners can only farm monsters in historical images, while Wanka Island indeed exists independently in the world line of the Black Abyss dungeon. and it can definitely be built into a base for practitioners. In the future, Dasha City will become a composite city integrating tourism, practitioners, resource production, and more. Mayor, you have hope for promotion to the central district in the future. The high-ranking officials of Dasha City pointed at the beautiful scenery around Wonka Island, excitedly exclaiming. The beautiful vision of the future seemed to be right in front of them. A few words immediately struck a chord with the mayor of Dasha City, and the smile on his face couldn't be stopped. Now, Dasha City's problems were solved, and there was a treasure land like Wonka Island. Wonka Island was very likely to become the opportunity for Dasha City's rise. It's really fortunate that the person who gained control of Wonka Island is Qin Shen, not someone from another force. Otherwise, our Dasha City would become like Linhai City, out of official control. Whoever gains the dungeon resources, gains the world. Other high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, and since Qin Shen was about to head to the central district, he would definitely need people to help him develop Wonka Island, making the Dasha City officials the best choice. Let's hurry, maybe other capitalists have seen Qin Shen. The mayor of Dasha City could no longer hold back and ran wildly towards the island lord's manor. He then saw Qin Shen's 3,671 wives in the farewell scene. Wait, this. Where did you get so many wives? The mayor of Dasha City and others instantly couldn't hold back. Mayor? Qin Shen was taken aback upon seeing the newcomers. Hi! The White Emperor's cheeks were flushed, her tongue heavy, dazedly greeting them. Ahem, Qin Shen, little brother, are you about to set off for the central district? The mayor of Dasha City decided to put aside everything else for now. Securing the development rights of Wonka Island was the most important thing. Yes, I have urgent matters now. Mayor, are you thinking? Qin Shen, little brother, does Wonka Island currently have any developers? Yes, my steward manages all affairs. When Qin Shen spoke those words, it instantly caused a heart attack among the high-ranking officials of Dasha City. They breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that it was just a local native. I see, young brother Qin Shen, could you hand over Wonka Island to our Dasha City officials for development? We will fully break down the barriers between the instance and reality, and the profits earned will be 100 times what they are now. Moreover, you won't need to spend a single penny on development costs. The final profits will be split 50-50 between the officials and you. How does that sound? Qin Shen was taken aback. He had only been thinking about the Black Emperor's summons and hadn't considered the potential value of Wonka Island at all. The mayor of Dasha City's eager expression said it all. Seeing Qin Shen fall silent, the mayor grew anxious and quickly added, in this 50-50 split, we still need to pay employees' salaries and various development costs, and you won't have to spend a dime. The final 50% profit can be yours, but if we lower the split ratio, our cash flow won't keep up. As for the special industries on the island, we will retain them to the maximum extent within a controllable range. In theory, the laws of the human world cannot take effect in the instance world, so being a bit excessive won't raise any eyebrows. Despite the mayor's pitiful act, they would definitely make a huge profit in the end. However, Qin Shen didn't want to be too greedy. It was essentially a freebie, so he thought it was good enough. Alright, I accept your development of Wonka Island and the 50-50 profit split. As soon as Qin Shen said this, the mayor of Dasha City and the others immediately showed expressions of ecstasy. It was settled, Dasha City was secure for the next 100 years. Their achievements would also shine brightly. However, I have a few requirements. Quick, get a notebook to jot this down. Young brother Qin Shen, feel free to mention them. We will definitely meet your requests. The mayor of Dasha City said humbly. First, all business on the island must not be outsourced. It must be strictly controlled by you. That is a must. Those outsourcing companies don't handle personnel, and I don't want them to ruin Wonka Island. Second, treat the natives on the island well, and no monster farming is allowed on the island. If practitioners want to farm monsters, they must take a boat to a farther location. Okay, noted. After a series of discussions, both parties finally signed the agreement for the development of Wonka Island. The island owner even added a line acknowledging and protecting Qin Shen's 3,671 wives. After receiving the agreement, Qin Shen placed it in the warehouse. The island owner liked to act on his own, and to be honest, he was definitely unreliable. He might even try to get involved with his 3,671 wives. Since he had to accept the Black Emperor's summons, he couldn't pay attention to these matters, so his departure essentially meant giving up Wonka Island. The official entry of Dasha City perfectly filled this void. Is it dawn already? At this moment, the White Emperor slowly woke up from his drunken stupor and stared blankly at Qin Shen. Master, you should drink less in the future. I only have a little over 2 days left until the Black Emperor's summons. Qin Shen couldn't help but complain upon seeing the White Emperor wake up. Sorry, I've already made arrangements for the central district. let's set off immediately. The White Emperor rubbed his face and rolled out of bed. Young brother Qin Shen, I prepared a special plane for you. It's the latest military development that can effectively resist the Black Lightning waterfall, allowing you to pass through safely, the mayor of Dasha City quickly said. Black Lightning waterfall? That's right. There is a thick layer of Black Lightning waterfall surrounding the central district. Any ordinary creature that enters will surely turn to gas. You need to have entry permissions and a vehicle that can withstand the lightning flow to pass through. At this moment, the White Emperor rubbed his head and said, the Black Lightning Flow waterfall didn't exist at first. After the Black Abyss instance developed to a certain extent, it suddenly unfolded from around the central area. The think tank speculates that the Black Emperor sealed off the entire central area. It's the Black Emperor again. How long has the Black Lightning Flow waterfall existed? About 150 years. So, does that mean the Black Emperor has also lived for 150 years? Yes, according to the think tank's calculations, the Black Emperor should be around 300 years old. Qin Shen took a private plane and left the city of Dasha. However, the impact he left behind was immensely significant. The professionals in Dasha City were the first to suffer, because the main storyline instance, the Maritime War, was incredibly difficult, so difficult that they were brought to tears. Even the initial maritime battle royale almost ended in disaster, often with 5 team members waking up on a distant ship, only to be forced into hard labor for a month without gaining anything. Damn, brothers, how on earth do we get through this maritime battle royale? Is there anyone who understands who can say a few words? Rebel. Find a few assassin professionals to stab these crew members in the back, open more eyes. No, you upstairs, don't be ridiculous. As soon as you open your eyes, there's a gun pointed at your head. You try to stab them in the back and see how that goes. This Qin Shen is too abnormal. How did he get through this? It's simply unsolvable. The professionals in Dasha City were frantically complaining online, as just the first level had stumped all the professionals. Once hailed as the strongest genius of Dasha City, even he had to bow down before the dark muzzle of a gun. There was no way around it. It was just too unfair. A dozen gunshots in one round, and even a heavy shield warrior couldn't withstand it. Many shields were shattered to pieces. The key point was that this was still the reward level of the Maritime War. After clearing it, players would receive a large fishing boat, and the story of fighting against the Royal Navy or pirates would truly begin. The difficulty would only increase from there. The only good news was that the experience was relatively objective. Destroying a ship along with its crew could yield considerable experience rewards. The professionals from the neighboring city of Linhai, upon seeing this, felt a sense of shared suffering, as they were still struggling in the straw fields of the Poison Fog village, tormented by the smiling man-faced dog, leaving many with psychological scars. Upon learning that Qin Shen had cleared the main storyline instance of the Maritime War in Dasha City, they all rushed in with a schadenfreude attitude, as they were technically the first main storyline area that Qin Shen had cleared. Professionals of Dasha City, stop complaining. The Maritime War is at least of normal difficulty. How much harder can it get? If you have the ability, come over to our Linhai City and see. I guarantee that as soon as you enter, your sphincter will fail. Haha, finally someone can understand our pain. How does it feel? Is there a sense of fear being dominated by Qin Shen? Being in a blessing and not knowing it. How I wish our main storyline instance difficulty was at the normal level. Just thinking about it is too enjoyable. We're not afraid of your Dasha City jokes. We haven't even taken down the first man-faced dog kill. Each professional from Dasha City became interested after seeing the messages. The two sides engaged in a friendly exchange, and communication between the two cities grew closer. However, through the trials of high-difficulty instances, the professionals from both cities began to make rapid progress. Compared to other cities, not only were their levels higher and equipment stronger, but even professionals of the same level, equipment, and class were significantly more powerful. There was no choice. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't survive. In the future international stage, the reputations of the two cities gradually became renowned, humorously referred to as brothers in hardship. On Wonka Island, construction has already begun in full swing. Due to the inability to bring in human-made concrete, steel, production lines, and other localized items, direct transformation of Wonka Island was not possible. The mayor of Dasha City came up with a good idea, to transport resources from other places and then, based on modern human knowledge, start building ports and shipyards. Wonka Island began to change dramatically, exuding an air reminiscent of the Dragon Kingdom. Professionals from Dasha City flocked to the island, discovering that not only were firearms starting to be mass-produced, but various standard ships were also beginning to be manufactured, and there was no need to spend gold coins. Initially, the Dasha City government provided subsidies, 5,000 for a firearm and 50,000 for a standard 30-meter ship. As a result,
the island's casinos and indigenous women were completely ignored. What fun is there in fighting for women?
One by one, the professionals picked up their firearms and immediately turned to attack the distant ships that had them working illegally. They fired away at the crew. Soon, they surpassed the instance progress of Lehigh City. Meanwhile, the tourism projects on Wonka Island were still in the planning stage and were temporarily closed to visitors. The mayor of Dasha City looked at the thriving scene, his lips never leaving a smile. The sun rose on the horizon. We all have a bright future. On the other side, Qin Shen sat in the private jet, unable to remain calm. He looked through the window, astonished at the terrifying scene before him. Black lightning, the terrifying phenomenon that had previously appeared in Lehigh City, now flowed down from the sky like a stream, intertwining and twisting as it fell to the ground. Eventually, it formed a pool of black thunder on the ground. Within it, Qin Shen sensed the familiar will of the Black Emperor.
Dimensional perception, activate. In Qin Shen's eyes, countless black threads intertwined and entangled. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate everything.
The black lightning waterfall was not created by the Black Emperor. It seems to be some kind of substance existing in the depths of the dimension, possessing extremely strong dimensional characteristics, and was then induced to be released by the Black Emperor.
Dimensional rift?
Qin Shen recalled a news report he had seen when he entered the connection point of the Black Abyss. #Level56 Powerhouse Morning Light was pursued by the Rift Dwellers and has been missing ever since. A generous reward will be given to those who provide assistance.
Perhaps there was some connection? He thought carefully but still couldn't figure out any reasoning.
Although he could see some things, his understanding of dimensions, the Black Abyss instance, and the Black Emperor was too shallow to make effective judgments, leading to some incorrect conclusions. Subsequently, Qin Shen discussed this issue in depth with his mentor, the White Emperor.
The White Emperor displayed a bewildered expression. Huh? You can see things in the depths of the dimension? That's impressive? Qin Shen, this cheap mentor, can you be a bit more reliable?
Perhaps thinking of his own image, the White Emperor said seriously, Ahem, Qin Shen, although I can't answer you right now, I have my teacher, Mr.
Zhongkue, who is currently in the decision-making level of the Central District.
He knows much more than I do and should be able to provide you with some answers. Also, I came this time mainly to take you to meet him.
Mr.
Zhongkue will use his exceptional insight and mobilize research resources from the think tank to formulate a series of counter-strategies for you. Coupled with your extraordinary strength, you will surely succeed. Don't worry, the White Emperor suddenly smiled and patted Qin Shen on the shoulder. Qin Shen nodded, filled with anticipation for what he was about to encounter.
This was the true stage for high-level professionals to compete. The private jet plunged into the black lightning waterfall, weaving through the terrifying black lightning.
Finally, they broke through the black lightning waterfall. The buildings of the Central District gradually appeared before Qin Shen. His first impression was, so serious, so oppressive.
Even the brightest things are black.
The Central District gives Qin Shen a strange feeling. Clearly, it is a sunny day, visually very bright, but in his heart, it is recognized as black.
It forces people to become serious. No wonder Li Wei from the Li family always looks so stern.
I can't smile, I really can't smile, not even a fake one. Qin Shen frowned tightly and immediately activated his skill.
Dimension release.
Whoosh, the dense blackness around him rapidly dissipated, and he could finally manage to squeeze out a smile, but the terrifying blackness surged back, compressing the range of his dimension release ability, and it directly caused his skill state to collapse.
Dimension release, ineffective, cooldown time, doubled. What on earth is going on in the Central District? Just the pressure of the environment shattered my skill.
Qin Shen was stunned. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. He never expected that on his first day in the Central District, he would face such a setback. Meanwhile, Bai Di beside him also straightened up from her lazy posture, sitting upright with a serious expression, even the turbulent waves in her chest obediently tucked away in her clothes, making her look almost like a saint.
The stark contrast nearly made Qin Shen unrecognizable.
If it weren't for the rosy hue left on her face from drinking, he would have really thought his mentor Bai Di had turned into another person.
What's wrong?
Bai Di's gaze fell on Qin Shen, her brow slightly furrowed. The mentor's authority radiated from her for the first time.
Mentor, why do I feel like the Central District is filled with an invisible blackness?
It affects my mood, I can't even smile, and I feel terrifyingly rational.
This is the Central District.
Even someone as cheerful and optimistic as me has turned into this. Bai Di sighed deeply, turning to look out the window, and only then did she regain some of her previous demeanor. If we talk about spatial positioning, the Central District overlaps with the Black Emperor's palace, so the current situation in the Central District is likely influenced by the Black Emperor.
Qin Shen, this Black Emperor wants to ascend to heaven. Well, since we've already arrived in the Central District, let me introduce you to the specific situation here.
As you know, the Central District currently consists of 5 major superfamilies in the official structure, with the official being the strongest, followed in order by the Su family, Zheng family, Wang family, Li family, and Su family. The 5 major superfamilies in the official have engaged in a long-term game, ultimately centering around the official management of the academic system, where practitioners from the 5 major superfamilies need to settle in, turning competition into a visible positive cycle, allowing the Central District to begin moving forward steadily. Of course, there are also other external forces, such as foreign practitioners from Sakura Country, Great Bear Country, Eagle Sauce Country, etc. They mainly come for technical exchanges. There are certainly ulterior motives. Those who clear the main storyline dungeons or are the most advanced can gain control over the dungeons, and at that time, they might even control the Central District. So far, countless foreigners have died in the Black Emperor's main storyline dungeon, and now they don't even dare to enter, they just wander around in the side dungeons. Qin Shen listened quietly, gradually gaining clarity about the situation in the Central District. Suddenly, he saw a white tower in the distance, standing at a height of nearly 100 meters. What is that? Qin Shen pointed at the white tower, asking in confusion. The Wang family's Soul Hall, used to replace the Holy Hall, has multiple inheritance paths reserved by the Wang family, as well as the ancestral offerings of the Wang family. Both family members and outsiders can join and enjoy the inheritance paths and blessings from their ancestors, though the treatment varies for different people. Does every super family have a soul hall? Qin Shen suddenly thought of Mu Shui. She had once said that she belonged to the Wang family's soul hall, and he wondered if she would appear in the Central District, especially since it seemed there had been some incidents in the Soul Hall at that time. Of course, in reality, the official side has places similar to the Soul Hall, they just don't call them that, but rather the Ability Inheritance Department. The so-called sanctum is not safe. Not safe? Yes, this goes back to your predecessor, the Nine Candle. His disappearance seems to be related to the sanctum, and since then, all high-level professionals have been on edge, which is why a new inheritance location was established. We also don't know how the sanctum suddenly appeared, as if without warning. It just stood there on the earth, attracting professionals to change their jobs. Qin Shen gazed at the distant white soul hall, unable to speak. The higher he climbed, the more fog there seemed to be. But no matter what, confronting the high-dimensional evil spirit in front of the Black Emperor's face must be the right thing to do. A private plane descended from the sky and landed on the helipad, the high-level professional training base. The words dragon flying and phoenix dancing appeared before him. The people passing by all wore serious expressions. They glanced at the landing private plane, showed no interest, and hurried away. Yang Qingqing, LV. 52, profession, Bubble Mage Wang Jian, LV. 49, profession, Void Warrior Smith, LV. 45, profession, Vampire Elder. Ah, it seems I've mixed in with something. The levels of professionals in the Central District are really high. Is it because the Central District dungeons give more experience? Or is it that the official resources are more abundant? Qin Shen glanced at the foreigner and then withdrew his gaze. He looked at the tranquil and elegant campus, feeling a sense of anticipation in his heart. Qin Shen, the task I assigned you, just complete it as you see fit. If you really don't have time, it's okay not to finish it. The White Emperor stepped off the private plane, his demeanor becoming much more serious, all the previous turbulence now contained. Afterward, I'll take you to meet my master, Mr. Zhongkue, and have him activate the official think tank to devise a strategy for you, along with corresponding high-level items, and so on. Okay, mentor. Qin Shen nodded. The high-level professional training base has a 5-year system. You must have a perfect ending record to graduate. The White Emperor walked with Qin Shen through the campus, speaking as they went. A perfect ending record? Doesn't that mean most people won't graduate? You can't say it like that. Achieving a perfect ending in a side dungeon is still relatively simple. There are perfect ending strategies on the professional forum now. As long as you're willing to put in the effort to study, a perfect ending isn't that difficult. The kids who can get here are all willing to work hard. Soon, Qin Shen completed the onboarding procedures for the high-level professional training base, receiving a schedule, a stack of textbooks, and a large gift package issued by the training base. Open gift package obtained. Dungeon Escape Items *10, Dungeon Escape Tools *10, Immunity Attack Talisman *10, Resurrection Scrolls *5 Qin Shen. It seems the high-level professional training base is really afraid of them dying in the Central District dungeons. Central District, Qingbei University. Qin Shen looked around and saw professionals everywhere, the lowest being LV25 and the highest LV61, each exuding an aura of genius. Confidence was a standard feature, radiating a sense of ambition. I can already smell the competition. Given the current situation, crazy competition should be the best approach. At that moment, Mentor White Emperor suddenly said, Shin-Chen, you go back to your dormitory first. The specific location is written on your enrollment form. I need to report to Mr. Zhongkue first. Once everything is arranged, I'll call you. Okay, Mentor. With that, the White Emperor hurried away. The summons of the Black Emperor countdown, 2 days 2 hours 13 minutes 53 seconds. There are still more than 2 days left. We should be able to make it. Qin-Shen walked along the green path, admiring the scenery of Qingbei University, feeling quite excited about his future campus life. Suddenly, 5 girls walked out of a standalone dormitory building, chatting and laughing as they approached. Their levels were not high, around Lv30. At that moment, a familiar female voice suddenly exclaimed, Qin-Shen, you're here. Qin-Shen looked over in surprise. Mu Shui was standing among the 4 girls, her expression complex. Mu Shui, do you know him? Mu Shui, I remember you never greet anyone. Why are you taking the initiative to talk to a boy today? Have you taken a liking to him? Tsk, this boy does look quite good. Not at all. Mu Shui said softly, then shouted to Qin-Shen, about the high-level skills we agreed on. I'll give you a response in a few days. I'll come find you then. Okay, then I'll head off first. Qin-Shen made an okay gesture to her and turned to leave. The 4 girls accompanying her watched Qin-Shen's departing figure and immediately began to tease her. Mu Shui's cheeks turned crimson. Those who could enter the central area were all quite tactful. The 4 girls only joked a bit more before shifting the topic to how to level up through dungeons. However, after taking a couple of steps, they were astonished to find Mu Shui still standing in place, her expression looking quite troubled. What's wrong with you? One girl asked curiously. Nothing. You all go ahead. I'll catch up with you later. Mu Shui tightened her face and waved for them to leave first. Once she was alone, she crouched down, holding her stomach. Seeing Qin-Shen suddenly made her stomach ache a bit. Mu Shui is really strange. She's usually so aloof, but after seeing Qin-Shen, it's like she suddenly changed, said a girl with a ponytail. Li Miao Miao, you don't know this, but Qin-Shen is probably the one who took her through the main storyline dungeon before. I heard he's quite strong. It's him. Li Miao Miao's eyes widened. That's right. What's wrong? He's the one who wiped out all the companies of the Li family in Lehigh City, causing quite a stir in our family. I have to call home. Don't tell Mu Shui. Got it. Li Miao Miao immediately found a secluded spot to contact her family. Wow, one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. As the one who brought shame to the super family Li and became a laughingstock for other super families, Qin-Shen had already left a bad impression on the Li family. However, due to the official presence here, they couldn't do anything to him. Qin-Shen, you entered the central area so early. Are you provoking me? Li Wei learned this news and smashed the table in front of him into powder with a punch. When he was in Lehigh City, he had almost given everything, but it was because of Qin-Shen's arrival that everything went to waste, causing his status in the Li family to plummet. At this moment, a well-dressed young man beside him slowly sipped his tea and then smiled. Third uncle, is Emir Qin-Shen really worth your anger? We are a super family. There are 100 ways to deal with him. Fonger, how do we do it? Third uncle, do you know who everyone in the central area hates the most? Li Wei hesitated for a moment and then said, despicable, shameless, lowly people? No. Li Feng shook his head with a smile. It's pretentious people. All the professionals who can come to the central area think they are the best or will be the best in the future. Do you think they will allow a newcomer to boast about how strong he is? We just need to guide a little, and it will explode immediately. At that time, we just need to watch the show. Qin-Shen might just get crushed in the dungeon. After hearing this, San Shu's eyes grew brighter. Every year, the number of professionals who die in the Central District dungeons is no less than 4 digits, and among them are some outstanding individuals, so it is quite reasonable for Qin-Shen to die inside. Good idea. Good idea. Subsequently, articles about Qin-Shen appeared simultaneously on the Qingbei University Forum, Tiaba, and various social media platforms, praising Qin-Shen to the skies, instantly attracting the attention of countless talented professionals. Hashtag the strongest newcomer in history? Qin-Shen, this man cleared the nightmare level main dungeon all by himself. What incredible strength. Hashtag the strongest newcomer Qin-Shen, once declared that everyone here is trash. Hashtag made the Li family suffer? Qin-Shen, he single-handedly fought against the Li family and is already far ahead of his peers. Hashtag, once this information was released, it exploded. The strongest newcomer? Everyone here is trash? Can someone tell me who this Qin-Shen is? Damn, who is he? So arrogant? I want to crush him. Qin-Shen, huh? Far ahead, huh? Dare to challenge me one-on-one? I'll beat the crap out of you. Oh ho,
this kid can really brag, come on, let's see if you're a mule or a horse. More professionals shook their heads repeatedly.
This Qin Chen was too arrogant. In the highly competitive Qingbei University, releasing such news was undoubtedly digging his own grave. Even teammates who cleared dungeons couldn't find a place to hide. Qingbei University is like this: whoever is strong has the right to speak. If you dare to be so arrogant, you must accept challenges from everyone, and if you get stepped on, you will vanish without a trace. If you can step on everyone, Qingbei University can walk sideways. Even the passing dogs would offer you a cigarette. It is this atmosphere that has propelled talented professionals to new heights. Meanwhile, Qin Chen had already found his dormitory, a standalone villa, complete with a refrigerator, air conditioning, sofa, bed, everything was provided. All food, clothing, housing, and transportation were free. A good university is different. I can finally relax a bit. Qin Chen dove into the soft sofa, twisting his body to find a comfortable position. But the next second, shouts suddenly came from outside. Qin Chen, who the hell is Qin Chen? The strongest newcomer, huh? Calling us old-timers trash? Let's spar, I challenge you, see if I don't beat the crap out of you. Qin Chen? What's going on? In the standalone dormitory area, Qin Chen heard the shouts outside and looked out in confusion. There were no people outside. The shouts came from the adjacent standalone dormitory. The duty teacher went around knocking on doors, and soon it quieted down.
It seems these people don't know I'm here.
It's more like they saw information about me, and their emotions were ignited, shouting out instinctively.
Could it be that someone is spreading rumors about me online?
Qin Chen squinted his eyes, quickly deducing an answer. As for whether it was right or not, he would have to check online. Just then, a familiar figure appeared on the green path. With a tense expression and a powerful aura, passing students greeted her. The key point was the surging energy sealed within her leather outfit, tightly stretched.
Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door, and Bai Di's serious face appeared at the entrance.
As soon as Qin Chen opened the door, she boldly walked into the room.
I was about to suffocate.
She leaned against the wall, greedily breathing in the air.
The seal was lifted. Goddess, cough, mentor, isn't this inappropriate? Qin Chen felt a bit awkward. What are you thinking?
Bai Di glared, hands on her hips.
I specifically went to find Mr. Zhongkue for you. Do you know how serious it was over there?
I didn't even dare to breathe, and this outfit was suffocating me. I was almost choking.
God, can you make me a little smaller?
The airport is better than these two big lumps.
Qin Chen. Alright, that's how his mentor is.
Immediately, the White Emperor threw himself onto the large sofa and shouted at Qin Chen, "Hurry, get me a bottle of ice-cold happy water.
Once I recover, I'll take you to meet Mr. Zhongkue.
The think tank already knows about your summons from the Black Emperor."
Oh, okay.
The dormitory building had 3 floors, and the space was exaggeratedly large.
Qin Chen opened the luxurious refrigerator, which was packed with various foods.
He took out 2 bottles of happy water, tossed one to the White Emperor, and opened one for himself. The two enjoyed their leisurely time together. On the other side, Mu Shui leaned against a nearby tree trunk, taking a long time to recover.
That strange feeling slowly dissipated.
This is bad, Mu Shui said with a bitter smile, raising her head. This is a physiological reaction, just like someone who is afraid of snakes jumping 3 feet high when they see one, and I'm probably in that situation. Mu Shui quickly flashed through countermeasures in her mind, her fists tightening. Ever since that incident, her body had become a bit strange.
She didn't know when she would recover.
Suddenly, a scene flashed in her mind of bone wings slowly unfolding behind a man, countless white bones intertwining, and the whole world seemed to turn into a white bone hell. A hint of panic crossed her face, and her legs went weak.
Damn it, I can't think about this anymore.
When she returned to the dormitory, her 4 roommates had already come back, gathered on the spacious sofa, chattering about something. She hadn't planned to listen and hurried to her bedroom to change her pants.
As a result, one girl happened to see her. Hey, Mu Shui, where did you go just now? We waited for you for ages and didn't see you come up. Ha! I was feeling a bit unwell and found a place to rest for a while.
Mu Shui forced a couple of dry laughs, and her 4 roommates nodded, not saying anything further.
Li Miao Miao, holding a tablet, suddenly spoke up. Mu Shui, the one you greeted just now is called Qin Chen, right? Mu Shui immediately asked nervously. Yeah, why? He has drawn everyone's ire. TSK, too arrogant. So many people are waiting to deal with him. You're friends with him. Do you want to ask about it?
Li Miao Miao inquired tentatively.
What? Mu Shui was taken aback and stepped forward to take the tablet to browse.
Then she saw someone wanting to beat Qin Chen up, and she couldn't help but laugh silently. It seemed that the central district needed more people like her. Thinking about it made her feel much better. The 4 girls saw Mu Shui laughing and were immediately astonished, exchanging glances.
Mu Shui, what's wrong?
Nothing, just feel like these reports are quite pragmatic. Li Miaomio was dumbfounded. This was written exaggeratedly to incite hatred. Quite pragmatic, ah? After a long heart-to-heart talk, Qin Shen and the White Emperor had a deeper understanding of each other. It's about time, your countdown is almost up, right? The White Emperor stood up from the soft sofa, her expression becoming serious again. She took a deep breath and then suddenly yanked up the zipper of her leather jacket. The snow-white waves surged, sealing. There's still 1 day and 23 hours left. Qin Shen glanced at the countdown and said, "That's enough time. This time, Mr. Zhongkue has used many ancient devices, not only to ensure you pass this summons from the Black Emperor but also to collect some information and observe the internal situation. After all, this is a precious opportunity to get close to the Black Emperor. You might even witness the true Black Emperor. You don't mind, do you?" Qin Shen thought about how no one in the Central District had seen the true face of the Black Emperor for so many years, so he nodded. Being the first to do so was quite significant. Alright, let's set off now. An hour later, Qin Shen stood in front of an ancient building. The breath of 1,000 years of vicissitudes rushed towards him. "Old Mr. Zhongkue is inside. Be serious when you go in, and don't joke around." Understood, understood. Looking at the serious expression of the White Emperor, Qin Shen felt nervous as well. The White Emperor first adjusted his appearance, then took a deep breath and stepped into the ancient building, with Qin Shen following closely behind. On both sides were sculptures resembling young scholars, holding scrolls and bowing. An invisible force field emanated from within. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, the blackness inside 100 times denser than outside. It was truly impossible to smile now. Looking around, all he saw were a series of question marks. Qin Shen was genuinely shocked. What kind of existence was this old Mr. Zhongkue? To be honest, everything before him was unprecedented. Even more absurd was that they had walked for a full 5 minutes, encountering various ancient artifacts, all information panels displaying enough to prove that what was placed here was no ordinary item. It felt like visiting a long-established museum. Just as Qin Shen was looking around, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly rang out. "Little Bai, you're here." The unexpected voice made Qin Shen's heart skip a beat. He turned to look and saw an old man, covered in tubes, sitting cross-legged on a soft couch behind a screen adorned with auspicious clouds. The tubes were as thick as an arm and entirely silver. At the same time, Qin Shen could sense the old man's breath fluctuating, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. His heart stirred. Old Mr. Zhongkue, is he on the verge of death? Indeed, old Mr. Zhongkue was close to death. His breathing was heavy, like a blower. It made Qin Shen uncomfortable, fearing that the old man might pass away at any moment. The thick silver tubes inserted into him connected to an ancient copper instrument that looked like a life-sustaining device, with no data display panel. This was not modern medicine. It resembled some kind of human experiment. Several medical personnel in white coats were moving around the ancient device, occasionally adjusting something or pouring some liquid into it. Qin Shen couldn't understand what it was, but he was deeply shocked. What shocked him even more was old Mr. Zhongkue's level. Zhongkue, Lv67, immortal war god. According to his understanding, leveling up was the process of elevating oneself to a higher dimension, and Lv67 must be an exaggerated level of dimensional elevation, possibly even forming a higher dimensional life structure. Not to mention that old Mr. Zhongkue's profession was immortal war god. Just the name of that profession sounded formidable. So a new question arose. What had this immortal war god experienced to become like this now? Old Mr. Zhongkue, this is my new student, named Qin Shen. Not long ago, he perfectly cleared the nightmare-level main storyline instance, Dusk Plains, which angered the Black Emperor, so he was summoned by the Black Emperor. Now, he has 1 day and 22 hours left. The White Emperor walked over gently, introducing him respectfully, and gestured for Qin Shen to step forward. "Ah, the nightmare-level main storyline instance, Dusk Plains, I remember that instance was quite difficult. The Holy Royal Family and the Bobo people, right?" Old Mr. Zhongkue turned to look at Qin Shen, his murky, pale eyes revealing a strong sense of age. "Yes, old. Senior." Qin Shen was taken aback. He hadn't expected old Mr. Zhongkue to know this, so he quickly cupped his hands and responded politely and respectfully. This was truly a senior in the truest sense. Don't mind me, just call me by my name. It's been too long, I'm afraid I've forgotten my own name, old Mr. Zhongkue said with a hearty laugh, appearing somewhat amiable. All right, Mr. Zhongkue. Qin Shen let out a sigh of relief, the invisible pressure easing slightly. Not bad, not bad. Being able to accept the Black Emperor's summons is something that can be counted on 2 hands throughout history. This proves that your existence truly threatens the Black Emperor, Mr. Zhong Kuei said with a smile, then shifted the topic. Child, how do you view this world? Xin Chen was taken aback, not understanding why this suddenly came up. This answer relates to the upcoming summons from the Black Emperor and how far you can go in the future. Mr. Zhong Kuei's smile faded, his tone becoming more serious. Xin Chen recalled his past experiences. In Lehigh City, the Li Corporation, with its overwhelming strength and control over dungeon resources, enslaved lower-tier professionals and suppressed the authorities. He had rapidly boosted his combat power through a skill upgrade system and ultimately crushed the Li Corporation. What was the basis for this? Strength, Mr. Zhong Kuei. In this world, strength is king. Whoever has the strongest fist can knock others down and make them submit, Xin Chen said with conviction, not believing there could be a second answer to this question. Your thinking is correct, and it is also the thought of the vast majority. Anyone who has suffered injustice will quickly realize this. But with this answer, you won't survive the Black Emperor's summons. If it weren't for this difficult challenge, you would inevitably walk the same path as I did, ultimately filled with tubes, struggling to survive, neither wanting to die nor daring to die. You might as well be my student, Xiao Bai. Mr. Zhong Kuei's voice grew colder, his frail body leaning back slowly, his murky, pale eyes closing once more. You can leave now, there is nothing here for you. Xin Chen? He was baffled, clearly having given the correct answer, and there seemed to be no second answer. This should be the only truth. Wait, truth? Mr. Zhong Kuei, my student has great potential, I have seen it with my own eyes, he can even defeat me in an instant. He will surely become a standout in Manhwa. How can you bear to let him die in the Black Emperor's summons? Bai Di said anxiously, stepping forward. Great potential? Mr. Zhong Kuei opened his murky, pale eyes again, looking at Bai Di. I was once the #1 war god of Manhwa, completely shattering the Black Emperor's expansion plans and trapping him forever in the Black Abyss dungeon. But so what? When it comes to geniuses, there are plenty in the Central District. But he is different, Bai Di said anxiously, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she had no idea how to prove that Xin Chen's potential was stronger than others. However, the conversation between the two instantly awakened Xin Chen. Mr. Zhong Kuei had once been glorious, even looking down on others, only to watch himself gradually weaken until now he had to rely on tubes to sustain his life. He used his own life to prove that this path was a dead end. Xin Chen's thoughts raced, and he suddenly understood. Mr. Zhong Kuei, please allow me to finish. What I said about strength being king was only half the story, there is another half. Xin Chen's calm voice immediately drew a look of astonishment from Bai Di. This kid seems to have realized something. The other half? Go on. Mr. Zhong Kuei opened his eyes again, looking at Xin Chen. Strength is king, but only within humanity. My strength can overpower others. However, humanity remains a small and fragile existence in the vast universe. Even a slight change on a planet can claim the lives of hundreds of millions. Even high-level professionals are powerless against it. This is the limitation of humanity, a barrier we can never cross, just like a fish will die if it leaves the water. As his words slowly fell, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Mr. Zhong Kuei did not close his eyes but stared intently at Xin Chen. Beside him, the White Emperor was tense to the extreme, the tightness in her chest making it almost impossible for her to breathe. After a long while, Mr. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath and revealed a smile again. Your presence in the Dragon Kingdom is a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom. Your understanding is perfect. I used to only know how to become the strongest among humans, but there are mountains beyond mountains, and skies beyond skies. We humans are merely a drop in the ocean compared to the entire world. From the perspective of cosmic time, humanity is just a fleeting moment. I believe you will not follow my old path. Mr. Zhong Kuei clapped his hands, and the ancient bronze door behind him slowly opened. He looked at Xin Chen and said with a smile, "Go in, there are gifts I have prepared for you inside." The bronze door opened slowly. A rich, ancient fragrance and a series of whispers rushed towards him, as if a ceremony was taking place inside. Xin Chen hesitated for a moment, but seeing Mr. Zhong Kuei nodding at him with a smile and the excited White Emperor clenching her fists and cheering him on, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. The room behind the bronze door was entirely made of bronze, surrounded by many people dressed in ancient attire. They all performed the same action, hands together, bodies slightly bowed, and the whispers emanated from their mouths. For some reason, as Xin Chen approached, an infinite respect arose in his heart. This was a reaction instinctively triggered by his bloodline. Suddenly, a man in a suit walked out with a cheerful smile, a stark contrast to the surroundings. Chen Ping, Lv53, Voidwalker, Xin Chen, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Mr. Zhong Kuei was about to send you away, I was really indignant for you. Hello, hello. Qin Shen shook his hand. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Ping, the research director of the Longting think tank, one of the 3 major think tanks in the central region. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. If you need any resources, just speak up. Of course, we also have some small tasks from time to time, and we would be very grateful if you could complete them. After this incident, you can be considered one of us. One of you? Is the struggle in the central region that intense? Qin Shen was puzzled. The official stance and the 5 major families are basically aligned in the big picture, which is why the central region can maintain stability and work together to face the severe challenges ahead. However, each person's ideology has some differences, which leads to deviations in their paths. We are all striving to prove our correctness, Chen Ping explained with a smile. You know, once the wrong path is chosen, there is no turning back. I see, I understand now. Qin Shen nodded, feeling the weight and mission of the central region. Guiding the future direction of the Dragon Kingdom, success leads to prosperity, while failure leads to decline. So what is the situation here? Chen Ping suddenly became serious. You will receive the blessing of your ancestors, that is, the first emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Chen, the first emperor, is he the one who achieved unification? That's right. At that time, the first emperor forcefully suppressed the Black Abyss, shaking the world. Even high-dimensional beings did not dare to speak. Unfortunately, after the first emperor passed away, too many things happened over the course of thousands of years. The rise of the Black Emperor is also a matter of the last few hundred years. Qin Shen felt a bit dazed, realizing the grand historical span. On Blue Star, only our Dragon Kingdom has no historical discontinuity. We have witnessed far too many things and can handle them with composure. But other countries cannot, like the Eagle Sauce country, which has only a few hundred years of history, and it hasn't even lasted as long as the Black Emperor. Now they are strong but lack the will. In short, only the Dragon Kingdom can stand tall on Blue Star, while the rest are precarious, and the fate of all humanity is in dire straits. I'm sorry, I spoke too much all at once. I won't delay you from receiving the blessings of our ancestors. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Chen Ping, Qin Shen said politely. Alright, since you love to listen so much, let's find a time to talk more in the future. Chen Ping patted Qin Shen's shoulder, very satisfied with this junior. Did you see the central group of reeds? Just sit there and accept it. Also, when you receive the summons from the Black Emperor, stay in this bronze room. We will continuously track you through ancient methods, provide you with some hints, and even pull you out directly if you encounter life-threatening danger. Thank you, Qin Shen said sincerely. This was equivalent to providing him with a layer of immortal protection, but the specific actions during the Black Emperor's summons would depend on himself. Alright, I won't waste any more words. If you have any questions, feel free to speak up. I, along with Mr. Zhong Kuei and your mentor, will be outside. Understood. After that, Qin Shen sat cross-legged on the reeds. Whispers surrounded his ears, and the surrounding flames flickered. The blessing of the first emperor is in progress. In a daze, he seemed to have entered another world, with a road paved in bronze leading to a blooming ancient bronze tree, beyond which was an ancient bronze palace, and at the far end, a towering shadow connecting heaven and earth. He was shocked in his heart and understood that it was the first emperor, the great existence that first achieved unification. Qin Shen felt a surge of respect, knelt on one knee, and sincerely shouted, I pay my respects to the first emperor. The distant towering shadow seemed to look towards Qin Shen, instantly making all the hairs on his body stand on end. Vaguely, the towering shadow seemed to nod. After that, Qin Shen wandered along the ancient bronze road. He wanted to approach the ancient bronze tree at the front but found that he could not reach it no matter how hard he tried. Could it be because my perfect clearance record is not enough? Not recognized by the ancestor? Qin Shen recalled his mentor's previous words and had some answers in his heart. In the blink of an eye, a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the first emperor. Blessing of the first emperor. The first emperor in high-dimensional space always protects the children of the Dragon Kingdom in low dimensions. When a peerless genius appears in the Dragon Kingdom, capable of changing the entire situation, they will receive this blessing, becoming immune to any damage exceeding the limit that the blessed can withstand, until even the first emperor cannot stop it. Wow, this is amazing. I no longer have to worry about dying suddenly. Qin Shen was stunned, not expecting the blessing of the first emperor to be so powerful. It was equivalent to the first emperor stepping in to block damage. This was just the most superficial blessing. There were deeper layers to come. Qin Shen, filled with joy, turned his head to look around. In the sealed room, he couldn't tell whether it was day or night, so he opened the panel to check. Summons from the Black Emperor, countdown, 37 seconds, Qin Shen? so much time has passed. Immediately, he remembered his skill upgrade system. After such a long time, the Thunder Skull Emperor should be able to level up, right? He quickly opened the skill bar, and indeed, the Thunder Skull Emperor had completed its upgrade. Thunder Skull Emperor Summoning Technique, upgrade complete. Ghost Skull Mad King Summoning Technique, Shin-chan? The Thunder Skull Emperor has gone mad? Ghost Skull Mad King Summoning Technique, description. The Thunder Skull Emperor has been at a bottleneck for a very long time, during which its power made no progress and even began to regress. Its plasma heart extinguished and shattered repeatedly, leaving only one weekly beating. Thus, it took another path, successfully regaining power, but also went mad. Duration, 1 day. Magic energy consumption, 75,000. From the perspective of magic energy consumption, it should be stronger. The countdown was ticking down, finally reaching 0. Just as Qin Shen stood up, he felt an indescribable sense of oppression coming from above. The will of the Black Emperor descends. Thud. Qin Shen unexpectedly couldn't withstand it and suddenly knelt down on the ground. A vast and majestic voice echoed from above. Do you know your crime? Do you know your crime? The voice, filled with overwhelming authority, crashed down. Qin Shen was caught off guard, feeling an invisible weight pressing down from above. Too late to resist, his knees slammed onto the ground, and the world spun around him. In the next moment, he felt his hands being locked. Looking down, he discovered that dark shackles had appeared out of nowhere, tightly binding his wrists and neck, severely restricting his ability to move. This position was extremely uncomfortable, and it seemed that the magical energy within him was being obstructed. He thought of the potential danger ahead and immediately panicked, straining with all his might. His strength attribute had now reached 3,612 points, more than enough to dismantle an armored vehicle with his bare hands, let alone mere shackles. However, despite his desperate effort, he found the dark shackles remained unmoved. Instance hint, cannot be destroyed, Qin Shen? Directly restricted by the rules? How much did the Black Emperor pay the Abyss? Can I offer double? At that moment, a strong smell of blood wafted around him. Qin Shen jolted and quickly looked around, only to see blood-stained knives, saws, nails, and an array of creatively gruesome torture devices lined up against the wall. Beside them lay a person, their head and arms hanging limply, blood pooling on the ground beneath their legs. Is this the legendary torture device? Qin Shen shivered, every hair on his body standing on end. He seemed to see his future self in that person. He immediately glanced at his status bar, magic sealed, strength halved, weakness. Various negative statuses filled to the brim. Damn, no wonder everyone who enters dies. The moment you step in, you're completely controlled, left to be slaughtered by the Black Emperor. Those who are lucky die from poison, while the unfortunate end up like the person next to me, subjected to extreme punishment. Fortunately, my magical energy body is a hidden legacy class, with resistance bonuses from higher dimensional attributes. These extreme negative statuses don't fully affect me. I can still release about 5 skills, so I can still offer a gift to the Black Emperor. Qin Shen's mind raced, quickly analyzing the situation. As long as he could use skills, he didn't need to worry too much. Feeling slightly reassured, he turned to look around, searching for the Black Emperor who had just spoken. Let me see your true form. But unfortunately, this was merely an execution chamber, with prisoners lying haphazardly, both male and female, their injuries gruesome to behold. Some could still groan weakly, while others lay completely still. At that moment, several figures dressed in black entered quietly, their footsteps almost soundless. They wore strange hats, and the curtains hanging down obscured their faces. Black Emperor's Executioner, Lv. 40, description, possesses excellent execution skills, ensuring that the condemned can clearly feel the pain throughout the entire process and can survive for a long time. Are they going to use me as a test subject? Damn! What about the summons? Isn't the Black Emperor coming out? This time, summon the Thunder Skull Mad King, just to be safe. The executioners approached but did not draw their weapons on Qin Shen. Instead, they formed a U-shape around him, bowing their foreheads to the ground, their movements almost silent. Qin Shen was taken aback and then looked forward. He didn't know when, but a dense array of black steps had appeared before him, extending upward. The higher he looked, the stronger the indescribable sense of pressure became. He braced himself against the pressure and looked up to the very top, where a pitch-black curtain hung down, white light seeping through from behind it. He could vaguely see a shadow sitting upright, wearing a crown, with countless decorative shadows hanging down from the crown, swaying slightly in the light. Is this the true form of the Black Emperor? I can't see clearly. Qin Shen squinted, amplifying his perception, yet still unable to discern anything. Suddenly, the shadow behind the curtain moved, as if extending a finger to point at Qin Shen. It shouted again, "Do you know your crime?" Buzz! Qin Shen felt a tremendous sound reverberate in his head. The voice of the Black Emperor sounded less like a human and more like the roar of countless beings combined, with a heavy emphasis. As the shout echoed, the executioners around him stood up from the ground, deftly drawing out gleaming long knives, the blades curling slightly upwards, undoubtedly meant for slicing flesh. The so-called Lingqi was waiting for him. I confess, there is a sacred king bug in this box, and I offer it to you, Black Emperor. Qin Shin shouted hurriedly, then struggled to rummage in his bosom, but with the shackles on, it was impossible to complete the entire motion. As expected, the shadow behind the curtain extended a hand, and the executioners preparing to carry out the Lingqi stopped, folding their hands in front of them and bowing their heads as they stepped back. The shadow behind the curtain casually pointed to one of the executioners, instructing him to retrieve the treasure box from Qin Shen's bosom. Qin Shen immediately used a skill to generate one, placing it at his chest. The executioner reached in and indeed pulled it out, kneeling at the foot of the steps with the treasure box in his hands. At that moment, a plainclothed black-clad maid floated down from the black steps, glanced at Qin Shen, then extended her hand to take the treasure box, floating back up again. Qin Shen looked up at the black curtain, his heart racing with anxiety. In the next moment, the shadow reflected on the curtain made a motion as if to open the treasure box. A sudden change occurred. An evil, terrifying screech erupted, overlapping shadows appeared, and suddenly lunged at the Black Emperor. High-dimensional evil spirit, summoned. Qin Shen felt a surge of joy, watching the black curtain unfold. The light and shadow behind the black curtain clearly became chaotic, as if the shadow of the Black Emperor made a gesture to block with both hands, but the twisted, flickering shadow of the evil spirit immediately pounced, opening its terrifying maw to bite. A slender figure rushed up to block it, only to be shattered instantly. What seemed like shattered flesh splattered against the curtain. Congratulations, you have killed the Black Emperor's personal maid, gaining experience, 500,000, but strangely, not a sound emerged from it, as if watching a silent play. The executioners around seemed unconcerned about the Black Emperor, each with their foreheads pressed to the ground, resembling statues, not moving at all. A mere maid, and yet 50,000 experience? Is this the central area? Qin Shen was stunned upon seeing the experience reward. However, the prompt for killing the Black Emperor did not appear for a long time. A few seconds later, he was met with an enraged roar. You have deceived me. Die. I want you to beg for death and be unable to die. The furious voice seemed to reach straight into the soul, shaking Qin Shen to his core. When he raised his head again, the endless staircase had vanished, replaced by the walls of the execution chamber. The executioners began to move, switching to those terrifying instruments of torture. Lingqi could no longer quell the Black Emperor's wrath. The execution chamber, the endless staircase, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The executioners, obeying the furious will of the Black Emperor, put down the small knives used for Lingqi and instead picked up red-hot irons, blinding nails, and piercing needles. These instruments flowed with black liquid, seemingly possessing other effects. What astonished Qin Shen was that throughout it all, the executioners made not a single sound. The gaze seeping through the curtain was extremely cold, looking at him as if he were a corpse. They were stepping closer, shadows surrounding Qin Shen. Mission triggered, survive for 24 hours to leave the instance, experience reward, 5 million, other rewards, Black Emperor treasure chest *1, completion treasure chest *1, shining level random treasure chest *1. The mission prompt flashed by, quickly disrupted by the approaching executioners. Qin Shen watched the glowing red branding iron draw nearer, sweat beading on his forehead. He could still unleash 4 skills, leaving him with several options. One was to summon the Thunder Skull King and slaughter all the executioners, but that would undoubtedly attract the Black Emperor's greater attention. The second was to use the skill he had learned earlier, the upgraded Phantom Shadow of the Substitute Doll, to escape from the magic suppression shackles first. In a moment of thought, the second option was undoubtedly the safest approach. The key was that he knew nothing about this place and needed more information. Being cautious was not a problem. Phantom Shadow. The heat of the red branding iron was already intense. The moment the skill was released, Qin Shen felt himself surge out of his body, uncontrollably crashing forward, passing through the bodies of the executioners ahead in various large standing torture devices. This feels amazing? Qin Shen turned to glance back and found 3 other phantoms rushing out from different directions, maintaining a close connection with him. He could even shift to one of them with a thought. Meanwhile, the executioners at his original position had clearly not noticed anything unusual. They were already starting to use their instruments, branding skin, driving nails into eye sockets. His phantom substitute was bearing it all for him. It hurts. Qin Shen felt intense pain from the phantom at his original position, even though it had been infinitely weakened. If it had truly happened to him, he feared he would have cried out on the spot. Fortunately, he had escaped, and now it was time to proceed cautiously. As he pondered, he turned around and saw a bloodied thigh and a familiar wooden horse. Qin Shen? He hadn't had time to react before he crashed into it. Since he was in a phantasmal state, there was no substantial collision, and at that moment, his flying state ended. He hid behind the wooden horsewoman, feeling somewhat stuck. After the other phantoms flew out, they also automatically found cover, which seemed to be a feature of the skill. The wooden horsewoman was clearly still alive, blood flowing from her mouth, slightly opening and closing. She seemed to sense someone nearby, faint sounds escaping her lips. "Help me! Help me!" Qin Shen was taken aback. Perhaps the wooden horsewoman was on the brink of death, and as a necromancer, he had the ability to communicate with the dead. "I will let you out." The wooden horsewoman, being a native of the instance, surely knew some information. Thank you. I can't die. I really can't die." The wooden horsewoman was somewhat agitated, her words coming out much more fluently. Qin Shen nodded, leaning out to take a look at the executioners, preparing to slaughter them all. Then he suddenly sensed something was off. He looked down and saw that his hands and neck were still shackled. How could this be? Buzz, his mind jolted. To be honest, Qin Shen found it hard to accept. He couldn't escape the shackles even in a phantasmal state? He thought for a moment and immediately began to shift phantasms, trying to replace them with different illusions, but no matter where he went, the shackles remained firmly around his neck, unmoving. This thing can't be a causal level item, can it? After turning back, Qin Shen furrowed his brows tightly. He had to admit the reality. He could at most unleash 3 skills. If he didn't seize the upcoming opportunities well, he truly feared he would die here. He also had to be cautious in selecting his summons. He couldn't be as reckless as before. The strongest summons at the moment are the high-dimensional evil spirit, the Thunder Skull Mad King, and the Dark Queen. The first 2 are the most powerful, while the Dark Queen is currently in a skill upgrade state and possesses control over darkness. At critical moments, she can also utilize the Dark Throne, making her strength far surpass that of other summons. The death prompt for the high-dimensional evil spirit has not yet appeared. This means that the Black Emperor has not dealt with the high-dimensional evil spirit, or perhaps his hasty departure is due to the entanglement with the high-dimensional evil spirit. The uncertainty surrounding the Thunder Skull Mad King is too great, and considering his 15-meter size, summoning him would directly blow up the execution chamber, which would provoke a strong siege from the Black Emperor. He is currently still shackled and cannot cope at all. "Come forth, Dark Queen." Qin Shen glanced at the executioner in the distance and the guards stationed at the door, summoning the Dark Queen. Black Emperor's Guard, Lv52, Health, 1,500,000, Description, soldiers personally trained by the Black Emperor, extremely powerful in combat. Their ultimate move can activate the power granted by the Black Emperor, transforming into a black dragon with flying capabilities, increasing attributes and combat power by 50 times, lasting for 30 minutes. "My lord." Amidst the darkness, the Dark Queen gracefully stepped out. Qin Shen immediately placed his index finger to his lips, making a sure gesture. The Dark Queen's crimson eyes flashed, and she immediately understood. With a serious expression, she took 2 steps back, her body merging back into the darkness, completely concealing her presence. The guards and executioners have strong perception abilities. The moment the Dark Queen appeared, it immediately caught their attention, and they began to look around. After searching left and right without finding anything, they approached for a closer inspection, causing the Dark Queen to fly up to the ceiling, the darkness rippling around her as she completely blended into the pitch-black ceiling. The guards conducted a thorough search, even opening the wooden horsewoman to check. After finding nothing, they finally left. Wow, these guards are really professional. Qin Shen watched the departing guards, letting out a long sigh of relief. Generally speaking, the wooden horse people, being so vulnerable, would be treated carelessly by the soldiers, but these guards didn't even glance at them, simply completing their task. The duration of the phasing is limited. I must find a way to eliminate everyone in the execution chamber without being discovered by those outside. With the Dark Queen's strength, it's a bit challenging. I can still release my skills twice. I must coordinate with her to instantly take out everyone. Inside the ancient building, the atmosphere was incredibly heavy and oppressive. The group of puppets Qin Shen had once made was now completely empty. On both sides sat neatly arranged operators, wearing bronze helmets, with bronze tubes connected above them. Miniature black vortex formations appeared in the surrounding air, seemingly able to track Qin Shen's progress. Old Master Zhongkue sat outside, eyes closed, head tilted back, receiving the transmitted information. Meanwhile, the White Emperor stood beside him, feeling stifled, and the oppressive atmosphere made it almost impossible for her to breathe. At the same time, she was very worried about Qin Shen's situation. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Old Master Zhongkue, what is Qin Shen's situation now? Is he in any life-threatening danger?" "I think that Kid Qin Shen is quite good, very capable, and he is a necromancer. Don't worry, he will definitely survive," said the director of the think tank, Jinping, with a smile. Let's not disturb old Zhong. He has the ability to influence the Black Emperor. If anything truly dangerous happens, old Zhong will take action. Oh, the White Emperor had not yet released her breath when old Master Zhong Kuei suddenly spoke. Qin Shen's situation is very dangerous. I don't know what he delivered to the Black Emperor, but it has completely angered him. What was originally a slow death is now going to be a heavier punishment. What? Could it be that? The White Emperor suddenly covered his mouth. Oh, what kind of skill is this, that it managed to evade? But it's useless, the shackles follow like a shadow. Mr. Zhong Kuei continued speaking, further piquing the White Emperor's curiosity. Then, Mr. Zhong Kuei glanced at the White Emperor and sighed slightly. Well, I'll expend some energy to conjure the scene. It's not right for you to just wait here. Is your health all right? This is nothing, I can manage. As Mr. Zhong Kuei spoke, a sudden brilliance erupted in his eyes, and he seemed to revive from a dying old man to the vitality of a middle-aged person. A scroll floated in the air and slowly unfurled. The White Emperor and Shenping immediately widened their eyes and leaned in to look, gasping in unison the next moment. Shenping, so this is what the infamous execution chamber of the Black Emperor looks like. It differs somewhat from the think tank's research, but I wonder what the specific operational methods are. The White Emperor, my heavens, I can't be seeing this wrong. That's the legendary Trojan horse, how cruel. The bloody scene was indeed shocking to both of them. No wonder no one survived the Black Emperor's summons. Just the causal shackles on Qin Shen could drive all professionals to despair. Strange, the Black Emperor's shackles seem ineffective against Qin Shen? How can he still use skills? Mr. Zhong Kuei was quite puzzled. Unfortunately, the two beside him were at a loss and couldn't answer his question. In the painting, Qin Shen summoned the Dark Queen and hid in the shadows, successfully evading the guard's search. Not bad, a hero-level summon, the strength seems quite high. Beautiful, a fluid series of movements, perfectly avoiding the guard's inspection. This Qin Shen is both brave and clever. The few people present were engrossed in watching the scroll. Even the White Emperor overlooked his breathing difficulties. The Black Emperor's summons were indeed perilous. They were all looking forward to Qin Shen's next move. Mr. Zhong Kuei could assist him, but opportunities outside were always limited. Ultimately, it depended on himself. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from outside the ancient building, disrupting everyone's thoughts. Old sir, Lu Yenner has come to pay her respects. Come in, Mr. Zhong Kuei said hoarsely without looking up. A few seconds later, Lu Yenner, with fair skin and a beautiful appearance, walked in, the only pity being her flat chest. Following her was a new student who had initially been excited to boast about her insight to Mr. Zhong Kuei, but her expression immediately fell upon seeing the White Emperor, especially when she noticed the White Emperor's chest. She let out a cold snort, her arms instinctively crossing over her chest. Lu Yenner, this is a critical moment. You sit quietly on the side. The White Emperor felt annoyed at the sight of Lu Yenner and preemptively warned her to avoid disturbing his beloved disciple's external assistance. Wait, did you use the think tank? Lu Yenner exclaimed in shock as she approached, her mouth agape. The power and resources of the think tank could be said to be the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. If the White Emperor and his disciple received support from the think tank, she would have no place in the future. Miss Lu, I am the director of the think tank. Please wait a moment. Chen Ping stepped in to prevent Lu Yenner from causing any commotion. I understand. Lu Yenner felt very unwilling, but she also knew how to read the situation. For the sake of her disciple, it wasn't worth it. I want to see what capabilities your disciple has to gain the support of the think tank. Lu Yenner muttered to herself, leaning closer to the scroll, and instantly froze. This is the Black Emperor's summons? The legendary execution room? Heavens! She was stunned, and everything before her suddenly made sense. Being summoned by the Black Emperor is, in itself, a recognition of strength. However, whether one can survive the encounter is another matter entirely. It is known that among those who have been summoned by the Black Emperor, only a person named Jiuyin Zhu has lived to tell the tale. The rest all perished. Then, a thought crossed her mind. This Qin Shen has been causing quite a stir online. Why not give everyone a bit of entertainment while also garnering some attention for herself? So, she discreetly pressed a button on her watch, and tiny red lights began to flicker. At that moment, the old man Zhong Kuei, with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them slightly, glanced at Lu Yenner, and then closed them again. The video recording was broadcast live. At first, there weren't many viewers, just her 27 fans who happened to scroll by. When they intended to swipe away, their fingers froze. What is this? Wait, holy crap, is that the Black Emperor's execution chamber? Isn't this something that only appears when summoned by the Black Emperor? How is it being live-streamed? This is a moment to witness history, something only found in books, and now it's right before my eyes. I have to record this. I'm here on the scene. All 27 fans were professionals from the Central District, fully aware of what was happening. They quickly called their relatives and friends, who in turn called their own relatives and friends. Just by word of mouth, a large audience gathered, all waiting in the live stream. The Black Emperor's summons was an unprecedented event. Everyone wanted to know what was happening inside. But soon, someone suddenly recognized the protagonist inside. Wait, isn't that Qin Chen? Qin Chen? Who is Qin Chen? The one who said we were all trash. Oh, so it's this kid. Big news, big news. Someone has been summoned by the Black Emperor, and it's live right now. Go watch. What? This thing can really be broadcast? That's too outrageous. Whose subordinate is this? So impressive? Qin Chen, the one you said you'd make him regret it, is now in the execution chamber. No wonder he's so arrogant. He really has some backing. Ahem, don't twist my words. When did I say I wanted to do anything to him? In an instant, countless students from Qingbei University began to discuss fervently. Even while walking along the tree-lined path, they couldn't stop talking, and the footage on their phones played non-stop. The name Qin Chen became known to even more people. Not only that, but various factions in the Central District also received the news and were shocked to open the live stream. The 5 great families, various ideological factions, and foreign professionals were all astonished. What is this old Zhong up to? Why would he make the tracked footage public? Doesn't he know that entering the Black Emperor's summons means certain death? What's the point if everyone is going to die anyway? I think this footage seems to be secretly recorded. Perhaps someone below acted recklessly and played it without permission? Heh, you underestimate old Zhong too much. Being able to release the footage means he has already received his tacit approval, otherwise, nothing could escape old Zhong's notice. Moreover, him releasing it definitely has its own deep meaning. Countless high-ranking officials from various factions held urgent meetings, speculating on old Zhong's intentions from multiple angles. But they never considered that Qin Chen could survive the Black Emperor's summons. In the Li family, Li Wei was grinning from ear to ear. The young man from the Li family in front of him was also fanning himself and laughing at him. Good, good, good. This Qin Chen has taken down the main storyline dungeon in Linhai City, but he has also provoked the Black Emperor's wrath. Now he should be done for, and I can finally vent my anger. Much better. Third uncle, since you feel better now, let's forget about this matter and help me get into the candidate for the family head. I can rise again, the young man from the Li family said with a smile. Sure, but I need to see how this kid died. Li Wei laughed a couple of times and then opened his phone to look at the screen. A few seconds later, his expression grew darker. Something's not right. Meanwhile, Mu Shue's dormitory was in chaos. 3 girls in spaghetti-strap pajamas were jumping around a tablet. Mu Shue, the Qin Chen who was talking to you is in big trouble. Come quick. What happened? Mu Shue rushed out with a white facial mask on, and when she saw the tablet her roommate handed her, she immediately gasped and covered her mouth. The Black Emperor's summons. Qin Chen he. Hey, Mu Shue, don't be too sad. The Black Emperor's summons are aimed at the super geniuses of our dragon country. The more successful the main storyline dungeons are cleared, the more likely it is to attract the Black Emperor's execution. This is a suppression against our dragon country. Looks like your little boyfriend is indeed very strong. What a pity, strong and so handsome. Although he's a bit arrogant, he has the capital for it. The 3 sighed in unison. Mu Shue wasn't that pessimistic. She looked at the phone screen. Qin Chen wasn't dead yet, and she immediately became curious about what he would do in such a situation. At that time, in the nightmare-level main storyline dungeon, Qin Chen had pushed through with exaggerated strength. And the Black Emperor's summons should be able to force him to his limits, right? She was incredibly looking forward to it. At that moment, Li Miaomio had just finished showering and walked out, drying her wet hair. She saw Mu Shue and the others gathered together and curiously walked over. What are you all doing? Wait, the Black Emperor's summons, Qin Chen? Upon hearing the news, Li Miaomio was stunned. A few seconds later, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Now Qin Chen would definitely die in there, and if she informed her family, it would be a great achievement. Perhaps she could gain more resource allocation and family status in the future. Let me see how Qin Chen dies then. What skill should I use to kill all the Black Emperor's people? Qin Chen browsed through the skills on the panel, frowning slightly. He could sense that someone was watching him, but he didn't expect it to be millions of eyes from the outside world. Right now, he was the focus of the central area. The time for phasing was only 1 minute, and there were only 21 seconds left. In the next moment, Qin Chen's eyes lit up. Found it. It's you. Invisibility shackles. The key point was that the invisibility shackles was a series of skills, with 4 secondary skills, descend to the world multi-layer nesting pane torture dimensional nail. Except for the first one, the rest were all passive abilities. The 4 skills could be used as one. Another point was that the invisibility shackles continuously consumed magic energy, at a rate of 20 points per second. He could hold on for a long time. As the 21 seconds passed, Qin Shen's figure slowly appeared behind the wooden horsewoman. My lord! The Dark Queen became anxious, wanting to control the darkness to envelop Qin Shen as well. No need. Qin Shen raised his hand to stop her. Immediately, the executioners who were implementing extreme punishment around the illusion suddenly noticed Qin Shen appearing behind the wooden horsewoman, and they all froze, staring at the illusionary person they had been executing for a long time. Rage surged from their bodies. They had meticulously executed for so long, only to end up with nothing. The executioners, holding their instruments, immediately surrounded him aggressively. The Black Emperor's guards standing at the door also rushed out. The people watching from the outside became tense. Danger! Qin Shen has been discovered. It seems he is going to die. Yes, the guards of the Black Emperor are all little dragon men. Their combat power is exaggeratedly high. Even at his peak, Qin Shen might not be able to defeat them, let alone with the magic seal on him. Hey, no matter what, he's only Lv29, how can he fight against the Lv50 Black Emperor's guards? Countless people shook their heads, waiting for Qin Shen's tragic death. But the next moment, 4 words were gently uttered from Qin Shen's mouth. Invisibly bound. Boom, and immense pressure suddenly descended. Whether it was the executioner or the Black Emperor's guards, they all knelt on the ground. Their knees hit the ground so hard that it even cracked the surface. Everyone? What the hell? The executioner and the Black Emperor's guards suddenly all knelt? The darkness began to twist and gather on the queen's longbow. Charged the dark arrow. An arrow wrapped in dense darkness suddenly pierced into the forehead of an executioner. Minus 327,323, dark corruption. How much damage? 320,000? This time, even Mr. Zhongkue opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the damage value that popped up. He believed Qin Shen could come back alive, but he didn't expect him to be this ferocious. The damage from this arrow completely overturned the understanding of countless people. Whoosh, 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 3 consecutive arrows completely emptied the executioner's health. But the matter didn't end there. A pitch-black skeletal arm slowly emerged from the corpse, followed by a black skeleton monster crawling out. This scene was undoubtedly terrifying. It not only made the outsiders tremble but even shocked the guards and executioners on sight. Mu Shui saw this scene and suddenly laughed. He's back, he's back. This is the truly terrifying part of Qin Shen. Everything happened so fast that it felt unreal to people. Just a moment ago, Qin Shen looked like he was about to die, his hidden state was about to disappear, and he was still wearing the magic sealing shackles. If the executioner discovered him, he would inevitably face the most painful execution in the world. Yet in the blink of an eye, all the executioners knelt down, their knees smashing the ground, struggling to rise, clearly unwilling. They thought it was over, but what followed was even more explosive. The hero-level unit summoned by Qin Shen shot 3 charged arrows to kill an executioner. Remember, Qin Shen is currently only Lv29, this is simply outrageous. Li Miaomiao's face turned extremely pale. It seemed she had provoked an unimaginable existence. How could this happen? If Qin Shen can kill the executioner while wearing the magic sealing shackles, how strong would he be without them? No, this must be the last struggle of a dying man. Mu Shui chuckled, you all better prepare some diapers, I've already got mine ready. Whoosh, her roommates all turned to look at her, their faces filled with surprise. I'm just joking. Mu Shui chuckled awkwardly. She accidentally let the truth slip out. Countless people in the central district were astonished that Qin Shen could kill the executioner. But that was all. The summons of the Black Emperor was known as a genius killer, and it was not just a name. However, many powerful factions gradually understood the reason why the footage from the scene was spreading. That was Mr. Zhongkue's attitude. He was very satisfied with Qin Shen as a student and was certain that Qin Shen would successfully pass the summons of the Black Emperor. This was a way of building influence and accumulating capital for Qin Shen in advance. They could foresee that if Qin Shen survived this time, he would rise like a new star and become a representative figure of the Dragon Kingdom. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Qin Shen will surely die in the instance. Clack 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 clack. A pitch-black skeleton crawled out from the body of the executioner, its hollow, dark eye sockets causing the other executioners to tremble. They struggled desperately, trying to convey information from the execution chamber, hoping the Black Emperor would send more guards to encircle and eliminate the threat. But to their horror, it felt as if the space had been locked, rendering them completely immobile. Kill them all. Qin Shen shouted sternly. Immediately, he began to fumble with the shackles around his neck, pondering how to free himself. He had only one opportunity left to unleash his skill. Once used, it would be gone, and with the existing large forces, it would be difficult to survive even 24 hours. At your command, my lord. The Dark Queen nodded gently, and the Dark Throne appeared behind her, countless shadows emanating from it, ultimately intertwining and gathering in her hands. She drew the Queen's longbow, and a perfectly refined dark arrow slowly materialized. Whoosh! The dark arrow darted through the air, almost impossible to track. One executioner suddenly threw his head back, a dark arrow piercing through his forehead. Minus 572,382, dark corruption. The onlookers outside gasped in unison. The damage could still increase? Over 500,000 damage. Was this a joke? Clack clack, clack clack, clack clack. The pitch-black skeleton staggered as it approached the executioner lying on his back, then opened its jaws and bit down fiercely, immediately tearing upwards, pulling out strands of flesh. Minus 72,384, dark corruption, pain torment. Minus 73,909, dark corruption, pain torment. Minus 73,428, dark corruption, pain torment. The damage wasn't very high, but the executioner couldn't move, forced to watch as his flesh was torn apart. The sounds of whimpering and screaming immediately filled the entire execution chamber. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the chamber was excellent. Those cries likely wouldn't escape. Congratulations, you have successfully killed an executioner, gaining experience. 630,000. After the executioner died, another pitch-black skeleton crawled out from his corpse. Now Qin Shen had two pitch-black skeletons. The Dark Queen was very precise in her damage calculations. She only shot one charged arrow at the executioner, allowing the ultimate refined dark corruption to seep in, and then let the emerging pitch-black skeleton finish the job. One after another, the Dark Queen continuously repeated the motion of knocking and shooting arrows. The executioners fell one by one, each with a black arrow precisely embedded in their foreheads. More and more pitch-black skeletons appeared, surrounding the executioners as they began to tear and devour flesh. Looking around, the scene was filled with strands of blood and flesh. The entire execution chamber was filled with the sounds of flesh being devoured. Please, no, let me go, I beg you. I promise I won't say anything when I get out. Damn it, why can't we use the power granted by His Majesty the Black Emperor? Everything has been suppressed. The guards at the door knelt on the ground, their faces showing fear. Oh, interesting, I thought you didn't know what fear was, Qin Shen said, still clueless about the magic suppressing shackles, but unexpectedly discovering that the guards were beginning to fear, which was just right to pry more information from them. He walked over and squatted down in front of the four guards, smiling as he said, I can let you go. The four guards of the Black Emperor's eyes immediately lit up. Before they could express their gratitude, they heard Qin Shen continue, but I can only let one person go. You each tell me one piece of information. The most valuable one will be the one I let go. Get lost. You want me to betray His Majesty the Black Emperor? No way. The first guard stood firm, spitting at Qin Shen. The Dark Queen stepped forward with an unfriendly expression, countless shadows surging from the throne, engulfing him. Then came the sound of bones shattering. Minus 132,342, fatal damage, dark corruption. Minus 138,292, fatal damage, dark corruption. Minus 142,384, fatal damage, dark corruption. Although the damage is relatively low, the attack frequency is very high. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Black Emperor. Gained experience, 720000. The next two guards are just as tough, both of them bite the dust. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Black Emperor. Gained experience, 725000. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Black Emperor. Gained experience, 730000. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV30, Intelligence *20, Strength *10, Agility *10, Free Attributes plus 50, Health plus 5000, Mana plus 2500, Higher Dimension plus 1. When it was the turn of the last guard, this guy clearly panicked. He hurriedly shouted, I have information. I have information. Oh, you're quite clever. Everyone before you is dead. The information you provide must be the most valuable. Come on, tell me. Outside, there's a patrol team of the Black Emperor, and there are at least 10 guards standing at the door. Qin Shen, patrol team? Do you have any more information? No more. Oh, kill him. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of flesh being chewed filled the execution room. Black skeletons crawled up from the corpses, then squatted beside the executioner, tearing and biting at the flesh. They had no stomach or internal organs. The flesh they bit off fell to the ground from their necks and ribs. In such a horrifying scene, the torture instruments hanging on the wall seemed to pale in comparison. An executioner who spent his life tormenting others ultimately died in extreme pain and despair, which could be considered a fitting end. The prisoners in the execution room, in a semi-dazed state, heard the sound of flesh being chewed nearby and immediately became alert, trembling and shouting, "Can you not eat me? Woo, I've already suffered enough. I've endured all the sins, all the punishments, please." The prisoners facing extreme punishment begged desperately. They were no longer afraid of death but feared that even greater suffering awaited them before death. The sight of the skeletons tearing flesh undoubtedly heightened their terror to the maximum. Perhaps the sound attracted the black skeletons. They lifted their bloodied skulls and walked towards them. Just as the prisoners were in despair, these black skeletons actually put them down from the torture devices. The black skeletons set down the man filled with nails, pulled up the woman stuck to the iron plate, and dragged down the man sitting on the wooden horse. The sounds of painful screams immediately echoed throughout the execution room again. The patrolling guards outside, initially puzzled, exchanged glances and nodded when they heard the screams from the execution room. A new punishment began. Everything was normal. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17, 18, a total of 18 black skeletons. I wonder if they can handle the patrolling guards outside. Qin Shen counted the skeletons on site. There were 14 executioners and 4 guards, making a total of 18 black skeletons present. Since the black skeletons inherit the attributes of their original bodies, the skeletons that crawled out from the executioners' corpses were somewhat weaker, but the advantage was that these skeletons also inherited the skills of using torture instruments, which could increase some damage. The black skeletons that crawled out from the guards' corpses had skeletons much larger than those of the executioners, and their bones bore what seemed to be black dragon patterns, allowing them to unleash some black dragon power. Now I have only one chance to use my skill. I must proceed cautiously, making good use of the power I currently possess, and cannot be as reckless as before. The execution chamber has a good closed environment, allowing the guards outside to be lured in and killed. The only pity is that the pitch-black skeleton cannot don the executioner's skin. If it could disguise itself, the effect would definitely be unexpected. If we could mobilize the pitch-black skeleton army, not to mention surviving for 24 hours, we might even be able to counterattack. Qin Shen furrowed his brows, calmly analyzing the cards he held. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He had analyzed his side's strength pretty well. The only variable was how much power the enemy had, whether this was the Black Emperor's palace, and when the Black Emperor would notice and come down to kill him personally. The good news was that the high-dimensional evil spirit had not triggered a death prompt. The Black Emperor was not dead, and the high-dimensional evil spirit was also alive. These two might still be engaged in deep communication. Do you know where this place is? Qin Shen turned to look at the wooden horsewoman, only to find her lying on the ground, hands clutching her lower body, blood gushing out in a large pool. The other prisoners, having been freed from their instruments of torture, were also succumbing to blood loss. Dark Queen, can you heal her? Qin Shen immediately stepped forward, directing the pitch-black skeleton to help her stop the bleeding. My lord, I regret to inform you that the power of darkness can only turn her into a pitch-black skeleton. The Dark Queen stepped out from the shadows, speaking softly. This is troublesome. If we don't have more information, it will be hard to last 24 hours. I don't want to die. Save me. Anything. I am willing to endure. The wooden horsewoman, finding some strength from who knows where, grabbed Qin Shen's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on him, her lips moving. Anything you are willing to endure? Not living, not dead, is that possible? Qin Shen asked with a frown. His profession was that of a necromancer, and the monsters he summoned were all between life and death. It was indeed possible to transform a person into a being that existed as a spirit in this world. Not living, not dead. The woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I am willing. Qin Shen took a deep breath, not using any skills, but applying his understanding of high-dimensional necromancy to transform the woman into a being similar to a ghoul. The woman's pale face quickly turned gray, her pupils shrinking to infinity. The pain on her face vanished rapidly, and she got up from the ground. Congratulations, you have completed the Lv-30 high-dimensional necromancer's professional skill, transforming a living being into a high-dimensional characteristic spirit. 1/10, reward, high-dimensional attribute +3, note, after breaking through 20 points in high-dimensional attributes, you will gain high-dimensional characteristics of the necromancy system. Qin Shen was momentarily stunned upon hearing the prompt. The situation had been too tense earlier, and he had forgotten to check the Lv-30 professional task. His current high-dimensional attribute was 13 points,
still a little less than half to reach 20 points.
The high-dimensional characteristics of the necromancy system should have some magical bonuses.
He was quite looking forward to it.
Since there was a task bonus, he could not wait any longer and decided to transform all the prisoners in the execution chamber into beings with high-dimensional characteristics. He now had 13 points in high-dimensional attributes, and whatever he did would be somewhat related to high-dimensional characteristics. There were still 6 prisoners left, so the task progress had reached July 10th.
Now can we talk? How much do you know about this place? Qin Shen gathered the successfully transformed undead prisoners and asked aloud.
These prisoners were all timid as mice, not daring to look Qin Shen in the eye, let alone speak.
Some were already uncontrollably leaking fluids.
I'll go first. I am the wife of the king of Nansha. The Black Emperor suddenly summoned my husband, and then we were raided. My husband didn't even get to see the Black Emperor. Or rather, I have never seen anyone meet the true face of the Black Emperor from childhood to now. My wind has escaped through a secret passage underground.
He is now all alone. If I die, what will happen to Wind? The wooden horsewoman spoke first, tears streaming down her face.
She was once a noble lady, but in the blink of an eye, she found herself on a wooden horse. It's really hard for ordinary people to accept.
So we are currently in the Black Emperor's palace?
No, the Black Emperor has no palace. The wooden horsewoman shook her head repeatedly. This is the Black Emperor's city located in something called Nibelungen, built by the Black Emperor himself. Without his permission, no one in the world can find it. In an instant, the execution chamber transformed into a hell filled with skeletons. The scene of flesh being torn apart made countless people feel physically ill. At the forefront was Lu Yenner, who looked at the scene of the skeleton tearing apart the executioner, her stomach churning violently.
She finally couldn't hold it in and vomited right there.
Ugh, vomit mister. Zhong Kuei and the director of the think tank, Chen Ping, clearly had stronger pressure resistance.
They immediately looked at Lu Yenner with dissatisfaction, especially Mr.
Zhong Kuei, who looked as if he wanted her to roll out and vomit elsewhere. Bai Di, on the other hand, was pale but managed to endure, having seen some of Qin Shen's methods. Lu Yenner forced herself to swallow what was in her mouth again, but another wave of nausea surged up. She knew she couldn't hold on any longer and quickly covered her mouth and ran outside. Leaning against the stone lion at the door, she let it all out. The other stone lion was lying on her disciple. The disciple smiled awkwardly upon seeing her.
The latter pointed inside and said, "Get in there and see more."
Oh, the disciple reluctantly walked back inside. The broadcasted scene shocked countless people in the central district. The heads and elders of the 5 major superfamilies were all stirred up, rushing over one by one.
The Black Emperor's summons was a major event. As the most difficult and resource-rich key instance in the central district, what is currently known as the Black Emperor's summons and the completion of the 4 core resource instances. The first path is a shortcut but also a dead end, while the second is the normal path, though no one has been able to complete it. And this young man named Qin Shen not only survived but also killed all the executioners. The head of the Wang family said, "Quick, investigate the background of this Qin Shen. If he can come out alive, immediately make contact and do whatever it takes to win him over, or at least not become enemies." The head of the Su family said, "This profession is of the undead type, and it seems to have extremely strong higher dimensional characteristics." Damn it, how could it be an undead profession? This is not a good omen.
The head of the Li family shouted, "Li Wei, where is Li Wei? Get over here. Look at the trouble you've caused. Why did you have to provoke Qin Shen? When he comes out, go apologize to him."
Li Wei was almost choked by internal injuries, feeling very wronged.
Not only had Qin Shen ruined his good fortune of jumping ranks, but he also had to go with gifts and a smiling face to apologize. If the other party casually made things difficult for him, it could really cost him his life. But he dared not disobey the head's orders and could only nod awkwardly in agreement.
Understood, understood, I will prepare an apology gift right away. It will definitely be something Qin Shen cannot refuse.
After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. On the other side, in the dormitory, strange cries erupted. Li Miao and the other 3 girls covered their eyes and stepped back several paces.
What is this? It's tearing people apart and even eating them. Oh my god.
I usually can't even watch horror movies. Those scenes just now left me with a psychological shadow, the kind that won't heal for a lifetime. Now, every time I close my eyes, I see images of blood and flesh being torn apart. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares for a whole week.
Horror movies?
The horror movies nowadays are watchable. In the end, it's all just people doing things. But this Qin Shen is something else. He's a skeleton crawling out from a corpse, and it's not even the sudden scare kind. I feel like this one will definitely be classified as a banned film in the future.
Li Miao exclaimed incredulously, "Aren't you all focusing on the wrong thing? This is the Black Emperor's summons."
Qin Shen not only didn't die, but he also killed all the executioners. Is it really that outrageous? After hearing this, everyone fell silent in unison. One girl suddenly looked embarrassed. She glanced at her roommate and said, "You all stay here, I'm going to change my pants." Hey, wait for me, I need to change too. This is ridiculous, I need to get my pads out. The three girls chattered away, completely ignoring Li Miao Miao. Who has time to care about Qin Shen now? Let's change our pants first. Hey, Mu Shui, how come you're fine? Mu Shui smiled proudly. What did I just say? With my relationship with Qin Shen, how could I not be prepared for this? Cut it out. You're just bragging. The scenes are so horrifying. What could you possibly prepare? Li Miao Miao immediately retorted unhappily. Mu Shui wanted to repeat what she had said earlier but held back. We're all adults. It's a bit embarrassing. Oh dear, I'm not going to bother with you all. I'm going to change my pants first. It's so chilly. The three girls ran off as if escaping. After a moment of hesitation, Li Miao Miao followed them out. I knew it would be like this. No one can withstand Qin Shen's wrath for 10 minutes. Mu Shui was very certain of this. The outside world was in chaos, but here, Qin Shen remained in a peaceful state. This is Nibelungen? Qin Shen was shocked. He never expected the Black Emperor to be here in this high-dimensional space, building his own royal city. Or had the Black Emperor already completed his high-dimensional ascension? I don't know. I don't even know what this so-called Nibelungen is. The wooden horsewoman shook her head repeatedly. I just hope I can go back and take care of my son. He's all alone now. If I leave, what will he do? The wooden horsewoman said, crying softly. Unfortunately, she had no tears left. The dead do not shed tears. Do you know the distribution structure of the royal city? How many troops are there? What's the strength like? Are there any forbidden areas or special buildings? Qin Shen immediately inquired. I don't know, I just closed my eyes and opened them to find myself here. Does anyone know the structural distribution here? Qin Shen turned to look at the other prisoners, but wherever his gaze fell, the prisoners avoided his eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. Just as Qin Shen's frown deepened, a trembling hand reached out. I know a little. It was a man covered in holes. He was the one who had just been nailed to the board. I used to be the bell ringer of the time tower in the royal city, specifically ringing the bell at certain times to maintain the flow of time, but I accidentally slowed it down a bit, and His Majesty was furious, so I was punished with the nail torture. Is the time tower in the royal city important? Qin Shen's eyes lit up. If he could occupy this core building, then defense or negotiation would be much easier. Of course it's important, otherwise, I wouldn't be here, the man said with a bitter smile. Good, you'll take me to the time tower in the royal city later, and I'll guarantee you won't die. No, that's no different from sending me to my death. The man panicked and waved his hands repeatedly. There are powerful time armies out there, their movements unpredictable. I think it's fine for us to stay here. Before the words were finished, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Knock, 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 death row prisoner, His Majesty has issued a decree. Knock, 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 the strong knocking continued, and after 9 resounding knocks, the door slowly creaked open. This seemed to be the etiquette of the Black Emperor's city. What do we do now? What should we do next? This is the escort team for the prisoners, far stronger than the guards, and there are many more of them. It's over, we're going to die here. It would have been better to have a quick end just now. Now, if we become undead, won't we suffer endlessly? The prisoners instantly panicked, each one shouting in fear. At this moment, they should have been waiting for their leader, Qin Shen, to give orders, but now Qin Shen was shackled with a magic suppression collar, and his situation was far more serious than theirs. Qin Shen felt like his head was about to explode. The escort team that had come this time was even stronger than the standing guards, and now the spatial lock was still in effect due to his insistence, but it was suppressed by unknown circumstances, affecting an extremely small area, probably only about a meter around Qin Shen. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The spatial lock could save lives at a critical moment, but it was no longer possible to carry out a one-sided massacre like before. Now there was only one skill left. What would happen after using it? Seeing the door had already opened, Qin Shen immediately spat. Damn it, everyone hide quickly, let this group of escort team come in first. The prisoners were already in a state of panic, and upon hearing Qin Shen's command, they hurriedly ran in all directions. But at this speed, it was definitely not going to work. Darkness envelopes. The Dark Empress's eyes released a scarlet glow, and endless darkness rapidly spread, enveloping Qin Shen and the prisoners, hiding them in the pitch-black ceiling. 28 pitch-black skeletons slowly retreated, concealing themselves in the darkness. In the next moment, the door fully opened, and a warrior clad in black dragon scale armor slowly walked in, holding a long spear, his gaze piercing, as if he could kill enemies with just his eyes. Black Emperor Dragon Armor Army, LV. 55. Health, 3,200,000. Description: the core troop of the Black Emperor City, possessing strength far greater than ordinary guards, completely obeying the will of the Black Emperor, killing without blinking, experienced in battle. Even if the Black Emperor orders them to die, they will not hesitate to take their own lives, serving as the Black Emperor's gloves. Jinui? Upon seeing the description, 3 words popped into Qin Chen's mind. 2 million health, 3 times higher than that of ordinary guards, rounded. This was a huge problem. He immediately felt it was incredibly tricky. Even so, he had to brace himself. Fortunately, there was only one Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier leading the way, with ordinary guards following behind, and in the middle was a mumbling old man. The Black Emperor has decreed, you all should hurry. The Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier entered the execution room, shouting with full vigor, but halfway through his words, he suddenly froze, unable to distinguish the ground full of minced meat, whether it was the result of the execution or due to some other reason. He immediately raised his hand, his expression serious, and took much more cautious steps forward. The ordinary guards behind him, receiving the order, also became much more careful in their steps. They looked around, seemingly searching for survivors. 1, 2, 9, 10, a total of 10 guards, plus 1 Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier, should be manageable. Qin Shen counted the heads, and a battle plan formed in his mind. He nudged the Dark Empress, then pointed at the Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier. He then pointed at the pitch-black skeletons, indicating the ordinary guards behind. The Dark Empress understood, nodding repeatedly. Once all the escort team had entered the execution room, the door slowly closed. The rich smell of blood stimulated the guards' sense of smell, making them instinctively cover their mouths and noses. Qin Shen took a deep breath and then suddenly lunged at the Black Emperor Dragon Armor army. Although the spatial lock was suppressed to its limit, he could hard control one up close. As long as he could deal with the Black Emperor Dragon Armor army, everything else would naturally follow. What he didn't expect was that the Black Emperor Dragon Armor army had anticipated the ambush. Who is it? He turned and swung the Black Dragon spear in his hand, then thrust it fiercely toward the position where Qin Shen was coming from. My lord! The Dark Empress's crimson eyes widened, and she immediately extended her right hand, sending a thick, rolling darkness surging toward Qin Shen. At the same time, 4 pitch-black skeletons crawled out from the bodies of the guards, leading the charge and ambushing 10 guards. They immediately sent them tumbling. The other 23 pitch-black skeletons followed closely behind, with one quietly inserting the doorbolt. Skeletons? Where did they come from? The guards shouted in panic. Meanwhile, Qin Shen watched the spear tip getting closer to his forehead, his mind tensed to the extreme, and his perception of the surrounding space heightened to its limit. With a 13-point high-dimensional attribute, this was no trivial matter. In an instant, the spear tip seemed to move as slowly as a snail in his eyes. He twisted in midair, dodging the thrusting spear tip, then brushed past the spear shaft. Kneel down. Spatial lock activated. This is impossible. The Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier shouted in disbelief. The unparalleled pressure made it impossible for him to control his body, as if the entire world was rejecting him, forcing him to kneel at the feet of the man before him. No, I will only kneel before His Majesty the Black Emperor in this lifetime. You will never make me submit. The Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier propped himself up with the Black Dragon Spear, stubbornly resisting. The power known as the Black Dragon was awakening within him. Even the surrounding space began to show fine cracks. Is this going to explode into a small universe? Qin Shen was startled and quickly gestured for the Dark Empress to release the charged dark arrow. The Empress drew her longbow to its full extent and shot the dark arrow fiercely, piercing through the helmet of the Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier and striking his forehead. The latter leaned back and then straightened up again. Minus 223,428, Dark Assault, Helmet Defense. So tough? Qin Shen immediately felt the pressure mounting. However, with the spatial lock in place, he could wear him down. He was responsible for control while the Dark Empress focused on output. Dark Assault, Charged Dark Arrow. Endless darkness enveloped the Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier, continuously inflicting damage. Minus 53,282, Dark Assault, Dragon Armor Defense minus 54,328, Dark Assault, Dragon Armor Defense minus 55,054, Dark Assault, Dragon Armor Defense. A series of damage values continuously drained the health of the Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier needed to concentrate to break through the spatial lock and unleash his power, but he was constantly interrupted by the Dark Empress's charged dark arrows. Seeing this, the other guards shouted urgently, "Quick, protect the Dragon Armor Lord. Help him break through the encirclement." What the guards found strange was that as they rushed to save the Dragon Armor Lord, the pitch-black skeletons showed no intention of stopping them. Then, as they reached Qin Shen's side, one by one, they knelt down on the ground under immense pressure. In their terror, they became lambs to the slaughter.
Beautiful. In the ancient building, even Mr. Zhang Kuwei couldn't help but shout.
This battle perfectly showcased all of Qin Shen's advantages.
This child has an unlimited future.
In the execution chamber, the guards rushed in, wanting to rescue the Black Emperor Dragon Armor soldier. But as they approached Qin Shen, they instead knelt down one by one. Their knees cracked the ground beneath them. The pitch-black skeletons followed closely from behind, pouncing on the guards and starting to bite and gnaw, replaying the bloody scene from before. The guards immediately screamed in pain, yet they were unable to resist, feeling utterly frustrated. At that moment, they finally understood how the ground of the execution chamber had been littered with chunks of flesh.
-82,342, darkness taints, pain torments -83,593, darkness taints, pain torments -88,424, darkness taints, pain torments. Although the guards had 1.2 million health points, they couldn't withstand such gnawing. The previously ambiguous situation was completely reversed under Qin Shen's risky maneuvers. Now, eliminating the guards and the Black Emperor's Dragon Armor army was just a matter of time. These people were also incredibly frustrated, as the power within them had yet to be unleashed, yet they were the first to perish. Outside, Mr. Zhang Kuei's aged face was filled with smiles. Xiaobai, your student, whether in temperament or strength, is unprecedented and unmatched, even much stronger than I was back in the day. After all, if I had accepted the Black Emperor's summons back then, I would have undoubtedly met my end. No one could withstand it, yet Qin Shen has done it.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. The White Emperor nodded happily. Chen Ping then said, we found the reason why Qin Shen can release skills. It's because of the hidden job change he obtained, the enhancement from the magic energy body. We can try to help him release more skills from the outside.
Good. Let's do it that way.
Mr.
Zhang Kuei nodded in appreciation. I'll open the passage to Nibelungen. Lu Yenner walked in with a pale face, and upon hearing Mr.
Zhang Kuei's praise, she immediately felt dazed. This time, besides the turbulent waves, she also felt a sense of jealousy. How could she, at her age, find such an excellent student?
Comparing people can be infuriating. Meanwhile, this video stirred up a huge uproar throughout the central district.
Countless people stared incredulously at the screen, all feeling the same sensation in their hearts.
This student named Qin Shen, could he really clear the Black Emperor's summons? This was the kind of thing that would be written into history books.
The professionals in the central district were typing furiously, almost going mad.
My God! How did Qin Shen do it?
In the blink of an eye, he killed the executioner along with the guards escorting the prisoners, and he even summoned so many skeletons, whose attributes don't seem weak.
Even if he were a fully fledged necromancer, it shouldn't be this outrageous. No, I just want to know one thing. What is level suppression in front of Qin Shen?
Why is it that when I'm just one level lower than others, I get beaten up, yet Qin Shen, at only Lv30,
can kill Lv50 guards? What the hell is going on? This is different from what we learned in school. No way. Qin Shen can't really be about to clear the Black Emperor's summons, right? That's too explosive. I can already imagine the major families scrambling to curry favor. Or is Qin Shen really the chosen one?
Saying he can clear the Black Emperor's summons is still too early. After all, this is the Black Emperor's imperial city. If any commotion arises, it will lead to a massive military encirclement, making victory nearly impossible.
Congratulations, you have killed a Black Emperor guard, gained experience, 720000.
Congratulations, you have killed a Black Emperor guard, gained experience, 730,000, gained equipment, guard soft armor, Lv50, diamond grade. Congratulations, you have killed a Black Emperor dragon armor soldier, gained experience, 1300000. The prompts rang out one after another.
Qin Shen looked at the guards falling around him and let out a sigh of relief. Finally dealt with them, and successfully saved the last skill usage opportunity.
The pitch-black skeletons crawled up from the bodies of these guards, totaling 10. From the corpse of the Black Emperor Dragon Armor army at the forefront crawled a pitch-black skeleton, appearing even more menacing. Its bones showed signs of dragon transformation, with a fierce ridge on its skull and a ribcage consisting of a full 125 ribs, tightly packed and looking very robust.
Its combat power was impressive.
Now possessing 28 skeletons and one black dragon skeleton, it could be said that they had begun to take shape. At this moment, the prisoners transformed into undead trembled as they stepped out, their mouths agape at the scene that had been dealt with, growing more convinced of Qin Shen.
What should we do now? The horsewoman asked, trembling.
Defending is not my style, and the Black Emperor is too powerful. Merely defending would lead to certain death.
We need to turn defense into offense,
Qin Shen said calmly, his tone revealing determination.
And no hiding? What should we do then? The Time Tower is the core of the Black Emperor city.
As long as we occupy that place and use it as leverage, we can survive smoothly, Shin said, glancing at the task list. Black Emperor's summons, survive for 24 hours, return countdown, 21 hours 57 minutes 55 seconds. The high-dimensional evil spirit was currently entangled with the Black Emperor. He just needed to hold on for a sufficient amount of time to leave.
The others exchanged glances, remaining silent.
If you are afraid, you can stay here. I won't force you. Shin noticed their hesitation and did not press them.
At that moment, an elderly voice came from the side.
Are you going to the Time Tower? I know where the Time Tower is and the core inside. I am the previous Tower Guardian. Shin was delighted. Having a guide would significantly increase their success rate. The old man looked ghostly, with bulging eyes, a bald head in the middle, and a pockmarked face, with a few strands of white hair hanging down from both sides. At first glance, Shin thought he was seeing an elderly version of a ghoul.
Lobai, Tower Guardian, Lv43, his level was not low. Do you want to become undead?
You can escape your frail body, Shin asked Lobai, the Tower Guardian. Lobai hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. I don't want to die, I want to live, even if it's just to survive.
I want to take back my Time Tower.
Shin nodded, feeling the release of the high-dimensional undead summoner's characteristics.
Lobai's aged body quickly transformed into dead flesh. Congratulations, you have completed the Lv30
high-dimensional undead summoner's professional skill. Transform a living being into one with high-dimensional characteristics of the undead, 8/10, just 2 more people, and the professional task would be completed.
How does it feel?
A bit uncomfortable, my knees feel stiff, but my strength seems to have increased significantly, Lobai said, moving his undead body with a bitter smile.
Alright, lead the way.
The great door slowly pushed open.
A sky filled with flowing black lightning instantly shocked Shin.
This place
is quite impressive.
The execution chamber's door slowly opened, revealing a bizarre and vast imperial city.
On the towering buildings, a giant sword stood between heaven and earth.
Black lightning erupted like gushing oil, wildly shooting out along the sword's edge, then spreading across the entire sky before falling around.
Hurry, record this.
So this is what the Black Emperor city looks like. It's truly extraordinary. All of this is extremely precious data. We can't afford to be careless.
We need to analyze it frame by frame later. My goodness, after all this time, we have never reached the legendary Black Emperor city. How embarrassing.
I didn't expect this young man named Shin to make it happen.
How shameful. Prepare gifts to compensate him. Black Emperor city. So this is what it looks like. No wonder black lightning has appeared all over the country.
If the main storyline fails, black lightning will emerge, ultimately turning the entire city into a forbidden zone for life.
It turns out that the source of it all is right here.
Mr. Jonkue sighed slightly. These old fellows have taken advantage of the situation.
Well, let's consider it a way to build momentum for Shin, to let them understand that Shin is the key to breaking the deadlock. It's time to set aside ideological differences and unite.
The scene before him was enough to drive all the superpowers in the Central District crazy,
but now it was being released for free.
However, the professionals from the superpowers did not feel they had gained an advantage because of it.
The higher up the circle, the smaller it became. Moreover, free is often the most expensive.
Who goes there? The guard stationed outside the execution room sensed something was off and immediately shouted sternly. What greeted them was a dragon-transformed black skeleton, charging towards them with incredible speed, quickly knocking down a large group, metal weapons sparking against the skeleton's body.
-153,273, Dark Assault, Dragon-transformed skeleton -159,238, Dark Assault, Dragon-transformed skeleton -162,953, Dark Assault, Dragon-transformed skeleton, -234,385, Dragon-transformed skeleton damage.
The first wave was damage caused by the dragon-transformed black skeleton, while the second wave was the damage it received.
The dragon-transformed black skeleton inherited the original host's
2 million health points, plus the high-dimensional necromancer's characteristic bonus, adding an extra 2 million health points, making it capable of putting up a fight.
Other skeletons inherited the guard's
2 million health points, with the health bonus reduced to 800,000. 28 black skeletons charged out of the execution room, engaging in a brawl with the guards outside. It is worth mentioning that the black skeletons fought in close combat, tightly gripping the guards and then biting wildly, giving the opponents no chance to create distance.
Strength and defense were the advantages of the black skeletons, while agility was severely lacking. This fighting style was commonly known as the reckless fighting method.
Shin slowly emerged among the black skeletons, his sharp gaze sweeping around. It felt like the final appearance of a villainous big boss.
Whoosh, 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 the Dark Queen hid in the darkness behind Shin,
charging dark arrows that were continuously fired, supporting the battlefield of the black skeletons and guards while infusing higher-level darkness to enhance the quality of the black skeletons. Minus 372,324, Dark Assault minus 384,255, Dark Assault minus 389,238, Dark Assault. The Dark Queen was very efficient in her kills. Soon, wherever Qin Shen passed, there were fallen guard corpses. Once the scale of the black skeletons was formed, they could sustain the battle without him having to expend brain cells thinking about tactics. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Black Emperor, gained experience, 720,000. Congratulations, you have killed a guard of the Black Emperor, gained experience, 725,000. Congratulations, you have killed a soldier of the Black Emperor, gained experience, 730,000, gained equipment, guard boots, Lv50, diamond grade. The experience from the guards was simply too enticing. Killing one was over 700,000, equivalent to what an ordinary dungeon could provide. His current required experience for leveling up was over 20 million, so killing 30 would be enough. Since the battle was already taken over by the black skeletons, the next issue was the route. If they took the wrong path, it could cost them their lives. Wait, why are these buildings floating in the air? The road beneath our feet seems to be pieced together. Qin Shen quickly noticed a critical anomaly. He hurried to the edge to check, and looking down almost made him feel dizzy. This Black Emperor city was floating in space. How much did the Black Emperor give to the high-dimensional beings? I can't believe he allowed him to do this. Qin Shen was quite astonished. Giving double was one thing, because he truly couldn't provide that. Little brother, the time tower is over there. I was already the guardian of the tower before the Black Emperor ascended the throne. I never expected that in the end, it would be me, this old minister, who would face the reckoning. Let's hurry, you saw it too. The entire city is floating in the air. Only those who have the Black Emperor's permission can soar with the wind. Without his permission, even if you have the ability to fly, you can't take off and will only fall into the endless black abyss below. The transformed undead, Luobai, the tower guardian, staggered over, his tone urgent. Time is of the essence. Yes, I understand. Let's set off quickly. Qin Shen nodded. The Black Emperor's city held too many secrets, each one crucial. But clearly, this was not the right time to explore those secrets. Quickly, please follow this way, the time tower is over here. The time tower should originally emit a rainbow-colored glow, but now it has been filled with black lightning. This filthy thing is almost everywhere. Sigh, it wasn't like this before. Luobai muttered about the past as he led the way. The number of soldiers in the Black Emperor's army was staggering, as if they could never be finished. As soon as the guard at the entrance dealt with one, he would turn around to find a large group of soldiers charging madly towards him. However, the soldiers in the Black Emperor's city should be considered the most basic type of troops. Their strength was formidable, but they hadn't reached the level to crush the pitch-black skeletons, so they could only allow the scale of the pitch-black skeletons to grow larger and larger. More and more pitch-black skeletons crawled up from the corpses, the original number of 28 quickly swelling to 56, and with the soldiers continuously rushing out, the rate of expansion was accelerating. Congratulations, you have leveled up to Lv31, Intelligence *20, Strength *10, Agility *10, Free Attributes plus 50, Health plus 5,000, Mana plus 2,500, High Dimension plus 1, a massive amount of experience flooded in, leveling up again. Give the skeletons orders not to run around, but to always follow my steps. Qin Shen walked on the floating blue brick road, instructing the Dark Queen beside him. As you command, my lord. Just then, a buzzing sound like a mosquito rang out. If it weren't for Qin Shen's keen senses, he surely wouldn't have noticed. Calling Qin Shen, this is Research Director Qinping from the think tank. Can you hear me? Qin Shen. Outside assistance had arrived. The Black Emperor's city floated in space. The buildings were arranged in a staggered manner, not on the same level. According to Qin Shen's observation, the more important the building, the higher its position, essentially forming a pattern of stars surrounding the moon. The blue stone slabs floated in the air like steps, and at the forefront was the rising time tower. Black lightning surged in and out continuously, looking quite terrifying. Time tower, core building, extremely dangerous. Qin Shen jumped from one blue stone slab to another, with an unfathomable black abyss beneath his feet. If he fell, it would be disastrous. The Black Emperor's flying restrictions were quite oppressive. This kind of surface was very unfriendly to the pitch-black skeletons. Their mobility was limited, and they had almost no jumping ability. They could only struggle to climb up from one blue stone slab to another, or a few pitch-black skeletons could form a skeleton bridge, squeezed through by the skeletons from behind. It looked quite ungraceful, like a group of frenzied zombies, but at least they could pass through, though occasionally a few pitch-black skeletons would fall down. The soldiers were surrounding and intercepting them from the front and back, while the pitch-black skeletons were engaged in a frenzied battle with them.
Outside assistance? How can you prove you are Qinping?
Qin asked cautiously while jumping on the blue stone slabs.
I don't need to prove that, mister.
Zhongkue will consume his own soul jade to enhance your magic energy body, at least restoring your skill usage opportunity once.
You won't need to do anything and will receive a prompt.
But this move consumes a lot for Mr.
Zhongkue.
The next time he increases your skill usage count, it will probably take several hours.
You must hold on.
As long as you survive, you will gain unprecedented resource support, as well as the favor of our ancestor,
the first emperor.
You did well. Qinping's voice was already as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and it grew smaller until it was completely inaudible.
It seems the outside world knows everything.
Just like what Li Wei did in the Holy Royal Family before, there are already differences between the two Nibelungen. As Qin pondered, a token-shaped white jade appeared before him. Crack, the jade shattered and disappeared into the air.
The magic energy body surged instantly.
Magic energy limit plus 100,000, recovery speed plus 100 per second, magic suppression shackles, skill usage count plus 1/2. Qin was taken aback, instantly understanding the principle behind it.
Mr.
Zhongkue used the soul jade to forcibly enhance his magic energy body, thus achieving the effective skill usage count plus 1.
Is the big shot really this unpretentious?
Now gaining a skill usage count plus 1 is undoubtedly like a timely help in the snow. How to use it is of utmost importance.
Qin had two plans.
The first was to summon the Thunder Skull King to increase his side's combat power. The other was to release the Spatial Lock, a continuous skill that could be maintained, but it would be suppressed to the limit by the will of the Black Emperor. He frowned, feeling somewhat uncertain. Fortunately, the Dark Queen, along with the pitch-black skeletons, could still hold on for now. Congratulations, you killed a soldier of the Black Emperor, gaining experience, 720,000. Congratulations, you killed a soldier of the Black Emperor, gaining experience, 725,000. Congratulations, you killed a soldier of the Black Emperor, gaining experience, 730,000. The kill prompts kept ringing, and the experience bar quickly rose by more than half. Now, to level up again, at least 30 million experience was needed as a base.
Wait, maybe I have a third option, which is disease-type skills. If this spreads, it would be terrifying. Qin's heart stirred, and he immediately took out the plague cauldron.
Last time he threw the heart of Gaia into it, nearly killing the black deathworm and the bad blood plague entity.
But the characteristic of pathogens is, what can't kill me only makes me stronger. They are always in a process of rapid evolution and transformation.
He looked at the observation port and saw that the black deathworm and the bad blood plague entity, which were originally gasping for breath in the corner, had disappeared, leaving only the heart of Gaia standing in the middle, still pulsating strongly.
Where are my black deathworm and bad blood plague entity? Qin was shocked. This can't be possible. Did the heart of Gaia consume both of them? Wait, this isn't just simple devouring, but fusion. What will be produced in the end?
To be honest, as the creator, Qin was a bit flustered at this moment. The fusion of these three things filled him with an ominous feeling.
Perhaps the plague cauldron couldn't contain it.
Moreover, the heart of Gaia is definitely a high-dimensional material. It wouldn't be surprising if it reached the strength of a high-dimensional evil spirit.
After a brief moment of astonishment, the corners of Qin's mouth rose wildly.
It's time for slaughter. At this moment, the Trinity-fused heart of Gaia suddenly trembled, the heart valves feeling as if they were about to open, and a large amount of black liquid began to ooze out.
It seemed to be nurturing something, about to be born.
Countdown, 27 minutes 43 seconds. Once we reach the time tower, it should be about to be born.
Once this guy comes out, he should be able to scare the people outside to tears, right? Qin immediately chuckled with a hint of dark humor.
Little brother, look quickly, that is the God Ascension Ladder of the Black Emperor. Only those who step on it can meet the Black Emperor, or those who have received his permission. The old voice of the Tower Guardian, Luo Bai, suddenly sounded beside him. Qin was taken aback and turned his head to look. It was only then that he realized he had already climbed quite high. The execution chamber from earlier was now beneath his feet and had become very small. However, at this height, he was still at the very bottom in front of the Black Emperor's God Ascension Ladder, an endless staircase that towered high and was awe-inspiring, also the tallest structure in the Black Emperor's city. At the very top, a dark screen loomed, shrouded in black.
He wondered how the high-dimensional evil spirits were communicating with the Black Emperor. We need to hurry. The Black Emperor's Dragon Armor army is about to arrive. And there are time soldiers guarding the Time Tower. They are even stronger than the Black Emperor's Dragon Armor army, so be prepared. Luo Bai struggled to climb on the blue stone slabs, while some of the other prisoners couldn't keep up and had already fallen into the abyss. The wooden horsewoman performed a bit better,
she gritted her teeth and followed closely. Just then, a large group of Dark War generals flew in from the horizon. The Black Emperor's dragon armor army. They floated in the air, looking down at Qin Shen. One of them, nearly 3 meters tall and clad in dazzling purple armor, slowly flew out, pointing his double-edged sword at Qin Shen, and said in a deep voice, "His Majesty the Black Emperor wants you dead. How dare you not die?" Emperor's right hand Lv60 high-dimensional lifeform health, 15,000,000 description, a capable general of the Black Emperor, guarding him year-round, possessing terrifying power that is one person below 10,000, with a profound understanding of high-dimensional characteristics. Anyone targeted by him will not survive. In that case, then I'll be the first. Brothers, did you see that? Qin Shen has actually started to kill. My goodness, this is a summons from the Black Emperor, with a death rate of 100%, known as the Genius Killer. The 5 great families have tried every means to avoid him, but Qin Shen just charges through. I'm a bit dazed. How is this guy supposed to surpass this? It's truly hopeless. I estimate I won't even reach Qin Shen's height before I die, and I might as well get drunk tonight. Qin Shen said everyone here is trash. I thought he was just being arrogant, a newborn calf not afraid of tigers, but in the end, he was speaking the truth. We self-proclaimed geniuses are indeed trash in his eyes, the kind that can be killed with a wave of his hand. A top genius has emerged. It's time to witness history. So this is the legendary Black Emperor's city. It's truly shocking. As Qin Shen continued to advance, the outside world became increasingly frantic. This was the final destination of the main storyline dungeon. The 4 main storyline dungeons ultimately pointed to the Black Emperor's city, but only a few had ever cleared the main storyline dungeon, let alone entered the Black Emperor's city to explore. It could be said that the Black Emperor had locked the upper limit of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as the Black Emperor's city remained unbroken, the Dragon Kingdom would never be able to step into a broader world. Mr. Zhongkue, including the once peerless geniuses, had all tried their best and fought hard in their own ways, but ultimately ended in failure. The situation abroad was even worse than at home, so there was no way to cross the river by feeling the eagle sauce. One could only carve out a path for themselves. Only those involved knew how arduous it was. Meanwhile, in a separate dormitory, 5 girls sat obediently in front of the screen. Please, just let us go. They belonged to that type who dared not watch horror movies but were nonetheless unbearably curious. They tightly covered their eyes with their hands, yet their gazes peeked out curiously from between their fingers. The focus of their conversation shifted accordingly. I suddenly realized something very serious. A girl spoke up, and the others turned to look at her in unison. Don't you think Qin Shen is very handsome? When I first met him, I didn't have any particular feelings, just thought he looked good. But what I saw just now really amazed me. In such a dangerous situation, did you notice that Qin Shen didn't show any fear at all? Instead, he was seriously thinking about how to solve the problem. Such a man is simply a killer for me. The girl said excitedly, her eyes shining. High-level professionals are all very good-looking. There are no ugly ones. You're right, this man is indeed exceptional. With a determined gaze, sculpted muscle lines, and coupled with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he appeals to everyone, young and old. Mu Shui, aren't you close with Qin Shen? Can you introduce me to him? Mu Shui glanced at her roommate and then shook her head, saying, Sorry, Qin Shen doesn't like your type. What? I'm not good enough? Then what kind of girl does Qin Shen like? Her roommate asked, not convinced. Mu Shui replied, Of course, someone gentle and refined, the kind who speaks softly. Roommate, like you? Mu Shui. She cleared her throat, having to cover it up with some playful banter. All right, no more talking. Wait. Look quickly, the legendary Black Emperor Dragon Armor Army, and there's a monster with a double-edged sword leading the way. It's over, we're doomed. This isn't fair. Why can these monsters fly? It's a dimensional strike against us on the ground. Come on. The group of girls stopped their playful antics and immediately looked worriedly at the screen. Among them, Li Miaomiao remained tense, her eyes fixed on Qin Shen on the screen, bloodshot and nearly popping out. She was silently repeating a word in her heart. Die. The news about Qin Shen was leaked by her, and once Qin Shen came out alive, the Li family would definitely kick her out to avoid offending him. She had already been accepted into Qingbei University, and her annual resource allocation was above average. Her bright future was about to be ruined by Qin Shen. He must die. God, ancestors, please bless your descendants. All black skeletons, defensive formation. 3 black stone bricks floated in a row, covering an area of 2 by 2. Qin Shen stood on the middle stone brick, while the black skeletons were distributed around him on 8 stone bricks, forming a tight formation, vigilant against the Black Emperor Dragon Armor Army in the sky. The Black Emperor Dragon Armor Army was much stronger than ordinary soldiers, even capable of crushing the black skeletons. However, if a large number of dragonified black skeletons crawled out from the bodies of the Black Emperor Dragon Armor Army, the strength of the black skeletons would rise to a new level, at least able to fight evenly with the Black Emperor Dragon Armor Army. The Emperor's right hand looked down with disdain, slowly uttering 3 words: "Kill without mercy." As soon as the words fell, the battle was about to erupt. The Black Emperor Dragon Armor Army suddenly dove down, heads first towards the black skeletons, black dragon energy emanating from their bodies, extending backward to form small black dragons. They looked a bit like snakes. Dragons! Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. Now he understood that dragons were definitely a type of high-dimensional being that could influence and control low-dimensional life. To catch the thief, first catch the king, your death is imminent. The Emperor's right hand had already locked onto Qin Shen, raising the double-edged sword high, and the black dragon aura immediately spread out, the sound of dragon roars making people's hearts tremble. In the next second, the Emperor's right hand, carrying immense power, suddenly slashed down. Thunder Skull Crazy King, kill! Purple lightning surged and intertwined at Qin Shen's feet, as a plain gray skeletal hand reached out from behind him, meeting the Emperor's right hand that struck down suddenly. Immediately, a hunched old skeleton appeared, just in time to protect Qin Shen. You can still unleash skills? Die for me! The Emperor's right hand paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and added more force. The black dragon double-edged sword struck the gray skeletal hand, instantly erupting in a fierce clash of energy. The phantom of the black dragon circled out from beside the Emperor's right hand, roaring at the Thunder Skull Mad King. The gray skeletal hand cracked open a seam, and countless purple lightning bolts burst forth like tentacles, intertwining in the air to encircle the black dragon phantom. The purple lightning was incredibly strange, as if it possessed life. My lord! The ancient voice of the Thunder Skull Mad King rang out. Qin Shen looked at it in surprise. Why do you look like the Fire Cloud Evil God? Fire Cloud Evil God? My Thunder Skeleton King, how did you end up like this? Qin Shen saw the skeletal Thunder Skull, its bald and pockmarked skull top, with a few strands of dry yellow hair hanging on either side. If it weren't for the short, fragmented electric light still flowing in its hollow eye sockets, Qin Shen would hardly recognize it. The once handsome plasma muscles had completely vanished. It looked like an old man nearing death. My lord, it's a long story. The fate of the Thunder Skeleton clan has reached its end. I have seen it, a silent obliteration that stirs not even a small ripple in the long river of history. Can you understand me, my lord? They all say I have gone mad, but only I know. I have seen the ultimate. The Thunder Skull Mad King spoke with a voice full of age, as if it had experienced countless years. Yet, there was no sense of clarity about it. Instead, it was shrouded in deep confusion. I can understand. As for fate, I have also glimpsed a thing or two. Qin Shen nodded. The situation of the Thunder Skull Mad King was actually very similar to that of Mr. Second.A, both being outstanding figures within their clans, leading their kind to glory, only to ultimately discover that there was no place for them in the vast universe. The so-called fate is extinction. This sense of despair and powerlessness is enough to drive them mad. Thunder Skull Mad King Lv31, cannot exceed summoner level, health, 18,000,000. Description: the strength of the Thunder Mad King has reached its peak, just one step away from breaking through to a higher level, only to find its power uncontrollably declining. It has tried every means to alleviate this, even being mocked by younger generations as it descends the mountain. It has taken another path, a mad path that has terrified countless monsters, hence they all say it has gone mad. Ability: the Thunder Mad King has abandoned its handsome and cool plasma muscles. It forcibly melted away its own bones through a smelting process, incorporating the Thunder Throne as material into its bone solution. During this period, it consumed a large amount of soul essence, transforming into a dying, aged skeleton. It has become extraordinarily powerful, capable of battling higher dimensional beings. Note, the Thunder Mad King was originally able to live for 50,000 years, but now only has 50 years left. The Thunder Mad King seems really about to die. Will it become the first skeleton to die of old age? But what will happen to the skill that summons it after it dies? Logically speaking, the skill's infinite upgrade should ensure it never dies. Even if there is a probability of 1 in a billion, it will be realized 100%, so there is no need to worry about the Thunder Mad King dying of old age. With this thought, Qin Shen spoke lightly. What you see is not the ultimate. I will help you cross over. Then you will find that this is just a small threshold. Suddenly, the Thunder Mad King, engaged in a fierce battle with the Emperor's right hand, lowered its head in disbelief, looking at Qin Shen. If it were anyone else, it would surely scold them for being ignorant of their own limitations. This is a manifestation of extreme ignorance. But since this sentence came from Qin Shen's mouth, it would definitely come true, even though he didn't know how to make it happen. I will faithfully follow my lord's teachings, the Thunder Skull King said sincerely, and then his expression turned fierce. His skeletal hands suddenly combined their strength, and the purple lightning seemed to possess life, obeying his commands as it continuously pierced and sealed off the Emperor's right hand. Minus 573,248, heavy strike, Black Dragon armor resists minus 682,349, lightning piercing, lightning strangling, lightning domain sealing, Black Dragon armor resists minus 704,238, lightning piercing, lightning strangling, lightning domain sealing, Black Dragon armor resists. Exaggerated damage values kept popping up. The purple lightning, in a higher dimensional form, sealed off the surrounding space and time. The Emperor's right hand felt extremely constrained, gripped tightly, as he threw his head back and roared, then took damage wildly.
Could it be that the Emperor's right hand is going to die here? Qin Shen's heart was filled with anticipation.
My lord, the power of this space is very strong. Quickly find a safe place.
They are about to descend,
the Thunder Skull Mad King said urgently.
Qin Shen nodded. He could also sense some overwhelmingly oppressive power stirring in the dark tide.
His actions had not only angered the Black Emperor but also provoked this Nibelungen. The entire space was exerting force against him, and it felt like he was at war with the world.
Time Tower, hurry and enter the Time Tower, or it will be too late,
the Tower Guardian Lvl1 said in terror, looking anxiously at the horizon as if something terrifying was about to emerge. Qin Shen, however, did not feel anything. He turned to glance at the Black Emperor's divine ascent ladder. The top curtain remained pitch black, and the Black Emperor seemed to show no reaction. At that moment, he suddenly received a notification.
High-dimensional evil spirit has been killed, cooldown, 72 hours, the high-dimensional evil spirit has ultimately died. It didn't even manage to defeat the Black Emperor.
Qin Shen's heart sank. He had high hopes for the high-dimensional evil spirit. He never expected it to end up like this. The surrounding dark skeletons, under the dark invasion of the Dark Queen, could barely resist the Black Emperor's dragon armor army, occasionally managing to kill one or two, but achieving the efficiency of killing a guard like before was nearly impossible.
Congratulations, you have killed a Black Emperor dragon armor soldier, gained experience, 1,200,000. Congratulations, you have killed a Black Emperor dragon armor soldier, gained experience, 1,250,000, gained equipment, Black Emperor dragon armor, Lv55, diamond grade.
Even if they could occasionally kill one or two Black Emperor dragon armor soldiers, the dragonified skeletons crawling out from their corpses could significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the dark skeletons. The outside world watched the brutal battlefield, holding their breath involuntarily.
Life and death were hanging by a thread. Danger!
Just then, the right skeletal arm of the Thunder Skull Mad King suddenly exploded, countless purple lightning splattering out like flesh and blood. The Emperor's right hand shot up into the sky, looking at the Thunder Skull Mad King with a gaze full of dread. After this wave, he had lost a third of his health, and if the battle continued, he feared he would die in this skeleton's hand. He did not continue to attack but instead rose towards the sky while shouting, "Human, today this place will be your burial ground.
No matter how many means you have, you will die, because this Nibelungen does not allow you to live."
Boom! Black lightning in the sky surged like a flood, rushing towards him. The Black Emperor dragon armor soldiers all ascended into the sky, drawing their bows and arrows from behind to start shooting wildly.
Run, 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 hurry!
Qin Shen's pupils shrank sharply at this sight, no longer caring about anything else.
My lord, I will clear the way.
From the Thunder Skull Mad King's broken arm, a large amount of purple lightning burst forth, sweeping away the arrows flying overhead. The Dark Queen connected the dark to the blue stone road bricks to prevent slipping and to increase speed.
As the black lightning torrent drew closer, the Time Tower finally appeared ahead.
A massive clock was engraved on it, with the hands slowly turning.
Quick, this is the entrance. I can use my previous authority.
The Tower Guardian, Lvl1, ran skillfully to the side door and opened it.
As the black lightning torrent approached, the Time Tower parted without any impact.
How dare you enter the Time Tower? The Emperor's right hand sneered as he watched them enter the doorway.
Our mission is complete. Retreat, Time Tower.
As they rushed in, Qin Shen felt that everything in the world had quieted down. The screams of killing, the sounds of flesh colliding and shattering, the terrifying roars of the black lightning torrent, all were cut off outside the door, even giving a sense of tranquility to the mind. Time Tower, the core building of the Black Emperor City, also an existence independent of the Black Emperor City. No matter how tumultuous the outside world is, here it remains peaceful through the ages. It seems the Black Lightning also has to yield a bit to the Time Tower. From the inside, the entire Time Tower was made of brilliant crystals, with various light and shadow refractions creating a mesmerizing yet clear luster, giving a very pleasant feeling. Outside, the black lightning torrent that had flowed past no longer posed a threat to them. My lord, the Emperor's right hand has left. It seems he cast a pitying glance at us. The Dark Queen appeared beside Qin Shen, gazing through the crystal at the flying Emperor's right hand and the Dark Dragon Armor Army. This time tower is not as calm as we see it now. Qin Shen sighed slightly. The time tower was not a traditional architectural structure. It had many crystal partitions, allowing one to climb up using wooden ladders or other means, with the ultimate destination being the enormous clock at the top, where 3 hands turned ceaselessly. At this moment, Luobai, the tower guardian, excitedly jumped out and said, "Great, we're just one step away from success. As long as we take the time tower, we will never have to fear the power of the Black Emperor again." No, it's not just about not being afraid. The Black Emperor will have to yield to us. Qin Shen frowned as he looked at the little old man he had transformed into a skeleton. Based on his perception and control over the undead, this little old man was not lying. Every word was true, yet he felt something was very strange. The key point was that Luobai had not triggered the mission prompt. Even if this was the Black Emperor's summons, it should have triggered a mission. He had just triggered a survival mission earlier, and as long as he held on for 23 hours, he could escape from here. Black Emperor's summons, survival countdown, 17 hours 29 minutes 55 seconds, with 17 hours left. Finding a safe place to wait for the mission to end seemed like the best choice. Wait a moment, I'll ask the others. The others? Luobai was taken aback. Then, Qin Shen turned around, placing his right hand to his ear, softly calling out, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is there any research data on the time tower? Can I access it?" As soon as he said this, Mr. Zhongkue, the White Emperor, Chen Ping, and others monitoring outside were all stunned. They exchanged glances, and Chen Ping finally said with a wry smile, "To be honest, if you hadn't managed to escape from the execution room and exposed the entire Black Emperor city to our view, we probably wouldn't even know what the Black Emperor city looks like. Unfortunately, we have never heard of this so-called time tower." Qin Shen frowned slightly. Although he had outside help, if the people outside were clueless, then he had no way to proceed. At this moment, the old voice of Mr. Zhongkue echoed, "Although I have never entered the time tower, based on my past experiences, every special building has its owner. The reason you can't see them now may be that they are hiding. The moment you entered the time tower, you already came into conflict with its owner, which is unavoidable." I see. No wonder the Emperor's right hand flew away. He thought that the presence here could eliminate me. The higher you go, the more dangerous it becomes. I have decided to stay here and send a signal to its owner, which is that I do not want to cause trouble. When the time comes, I will leave. With this thought, Qin Shen turned and said, "Everyone, rest in place. We need to hold on for 17.5 hours. Upon hearing this, the tower guardian Luobai immediately became anxious and said, "But above is the clock. As long as I reach there, I am confident I can take over the time tower." "You want me to act as your free henchman, right?" Qin Shen sneered. "You will regret it. You will never know what you missed." Seeing that he could not persuade Qin Shen, Luobai's expression changed immediately. He dragged his ghostly body, staggering towards the distant wooden ladder. But after 3 steps, his body suddenly vanished in the disturbance of light and shadow. The entire time tower became quiet again, as if no one had ever been there. So that's where the mystery lies. Luckily, I didn't act rashly. Qin Shen was shocked but also immensely relieved. What he did not expect was that a few seconds later, the tower guardian Luobai reappeared next to the wooden ladder, and his body had transformed from a ghostly figure into a vibrant little child. The time in the entire clock tower is chaotic. How strange. This was the last time Luobai appeared. The entire clock tower returned to a state of peace. "Dark Queen, Thunder Mad King, what do you think about this?" Qin Shen asked with a frown. "My lord, there are higher dimensional beings here. They are not something we can deal with." The Thunder Skull King spoke directly, clearly wary of the surroundings. "It's too dangerous here. My senses are not very clear." The Dark Queen shook her head. Just as Qin Shen was about to say something, he received a notification sound. "One of your black skeletons has died. One of your black skeletons has died. One of your black skeletons has died." The continuous notification sounds made Qin Shen's hair stand on end. He immediately turned to look and found a slender monster had appeared around them without him noticing. It had 2 long claws and easily dispatched the black skeleton. Time Dweller LV. 60 health, 30,000,000 description. A common monster in the time tower. You can encounter them just by walking around. They possess the ability to reverse time. After killing them, they will return to their original state, and of course, experience and items will drop normally. Qin Shen? This is still the most ordinary monster in the time tower? A definite numerical monster. Coupled with the concealment effect of the surrounding light and shadow, it was almost invincible. Crack! Another crisp sound, and the black skeleton's head shattered. -1,373,458, time rift, unable to resurrect. Fortunately, this thing kills one by one, and its speed is not fast. More than 60 black skeletons rushed in. They should be able to hold on for a while. I still have one chance to use a skill. Which one should I use to resolve the current predicament? Qin Shen frantically flipped through his skill bar, but none were useful. Should he, like the Nining Candle, fake his death to escape? But this is not the execution chamber, it's already useless. At this moment, Qin Shen suddenly thought of the disease worm fused with the heart of Gaia. Perhaps the disease worm fused with the heart of Gaia is the turning point. He quickly took out the plague cauldron and looked inside. The final product has matured and looks somewhat familiar. Facehugger? Hiss, 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 the skulls of the pitch-black skeletons shattered one after another. The time-dwelling creature crawled slowly, yet its killing efficiency was exceptionally high, with its black and white eyes flashing occasionally, devoid of any emotional color, like a merciless killing machine. If the ordinary monsters of the Time Tower were this strong, one could only imagine the power of the current Time Tower Master. Not being able to kill them proved how wise Qin Shen's choice was. The Dark Queen was clearly anxious. The Dark Throne appeared behind her, and as she sat back, her long black hair exploded outward, resembling long snakes coiling around her head, releasing a massive amount of dense darkness that obscured the sky, with only a pair of ruby-like eyes shining brightly. Unfortunately, the darkness released by the Dark Throne could not escape the high-dimensional influence of the Time Tower. An extremely comical scene unfolded. After a large amount of darkness spread out, it began to distort under the influence of the Time Tower. Then it retreated back along the same path, as if played in reverse. Thus, the Dark Queen settled for second best, enveloping the pitch-black skeletons in a large mass of darkness, providing them with a dark enhancement while delaying the attack of this time-dwelling creature. The time-dwelling creature crawled slowly as if it had no consciousness, yet its body flickered forward. In just a few blinks, it entered the area shrouded in darkness. The Dark Queen's scarlet eyes narrowed, and the dark power erupted violently. The spreading darkness seemed to have a life of its own, drilling straight into the body of the time-dwelling creature, while the greatly enhanced pitch-black skeletons charged forward, tearing incessantly. Soon, damage values floated up. -374,239, Dark Invasion, Dark Infection Ineffective -132,834, Skeleton Bite, Dark Infection Ineffective -138,434, Skeleton Bite, Dark Infection Ineffective. A few seconds later, green characters and clock symbols floated up. +374,239, Time Reversal +132,834, Time Reversal +138,434, Time Reversal. The Dark Queen's scarlet eyes widened suddenly, her face filled with disbelief. In the next moment, the figure of the time-dwelling creature began to flicker, the darkness dissipated, and the pitch-black skeletons shattered. One of your pitch-black skeletons has died, one of your pitch-black skeletons has died, one of your pitch-black skeletons has died. The Dark Queen spat out a mouthful of purple blood and then fell from the Dark Throne. She lay on the ground, incredibly weak. -573,285. Time conduction damage. Qin Shen received various notifications while catching a glimpse of this scene. His heart was shaken to the core. The time-dwelling creature had almost killed the Dark Queen in one blow. Terrifying indeed. He quickly shifted his gaze to the plague cauldron, inside which was an egg-shaped object, vaguely resembling the appearance of the heart of Gaia, with thick black liquid flowing between the heart valves, and at the very center was an engraved worm. A long tail, 12 segmented worm legs, and a membrane that could be used for gliding and flying. In the middle was an invasive tubular object for injecting DNA pathogens. Black water initial. In the process of gestation, please wait. The black water spiraled upward against the valve, ultimately converging and injecting into the facehugger's body. The entire process continued uninterrupted, seemingly building some kind of circulatory system. According to Qin Shen's perception and understanding of disease-type skills, this black water virus would be extremely domineering and terrifying, possessing the ability to transform all living beings. In some respects, it might even be far more powerful than high-dimensional evil spirits. Once it spreads, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, he had absolute control over black water, Genesis, able to manipulate its movement from a microscopic level, a value that the high-dimensional evil spirits could not compare to. But the current problem was that time seemed to be running out. After the Dark Queen spat blood and fell to the ground, the Thunder Skull Mad King charged forward. He had surpassed his original path and had forcibly fused the Thunder Throne into his bones, making him much stronger than the Dark Queen. The Time Dweller slowly crawled out of the darkness, its black and white eyes fixed intently on the Thunder Skull Mad King. It then began to crawl towards the Thunder Skull King, moving slowly, but in a few flickers, it closed a significant distance, almost getting in his face. The Thunder Skull Mad King remained calm, gripping his own ribs with both hands, forcefully prying open his tightly packed circular chest cavity, revealing a pulsating, reddish plasma heart. He reached in with his skeletal hand and crushed it violently. With a splatter, the red plasma burst forth like blood and flesh. He. The Thunder Skull Mad King seemed to age several decades in an instant, barely able to stand. He half knelt on the ground, his head drooping. The outside world was suddenly thrown into confusion. What the hell? What is going on with Qin Chen's skeleton hero, crushing his own heart? It looked weak before, and now it's even weaker. I don't know, this monster from the Time Tower is terrifying. I could never have imagined it. If I were Qin Chen, I would have probably hanged myself by now, having no courage to face it. What do we do? Just a small monster from the Time Tower is this twisted. No wonder the Emperor's right hand just left. No creature can survive. Could it be that Qin Chen's skeleton hero has lost the will to fight and wants to end it all to avoid the impending horror? Some were anxious, some were worried. The situation before them was undoubtedly a deadlock. The Thunder Skull Mad King weakly half-kneeled on the ground, suddenly his body uncontrollably arched upwards, especially at the chest cavity, which was the focal point. A purplish-red lightning burst forth suddenly, like a fountain. It struck the Time Dweller violently. The Time Dweller paid no heed, continuing to crawl slowly as before, until the purplish-red lightning crushed the space into tiny fragments, filling countless small gaps with thunder, and only then did it realize something was wrong. In the next second, it was suddenly pressed to the ground. -107232, spatial thunder, extreme shattering, but soon, a green value floated up again. +107232, time rewind. The Time Dweller had just lifted its head when the Thunder Mad King unleashed another purplish-red lightning strike, pressing it back down, repeating this process to keep it suppressed. The skeletal figure of the Thunder Mad King grew increasingly old and weak. The bones began to show gray, pockmarked symptoms. Black water, Genesis, completed, finally completed. Qin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but the next moment, a massive figure collapsed beside him. He quickly turned to look, and the Thunder Skull Mad King was weakly gazing at him, its skull resembling cheese filled with holes. Boom, that head was suddenly crushed. Your hero unit, Thunder Skull Mad King, has died. Summon cooldown, 72 hours. The emotionless eyes of the Time Dweller appeared before Qin Chen. The massive body of the Thunder Mad King fell. Its skull was crushed to dust under the foot of the Time Dweller. The Dark Queen, lying on the ground and spitting blood, stared wide-eyed with her crimson eyes, blankly watching the skeleton turn to dust. My lord, who will protect us? Will our lives, our fate, end here? As the Dark Queen despaired, the outside world was engulfed in a storm. Quick, use the edict of the first emperor to protect Qin Chen. Qin Chen must not die. Old Mr. Zhong Kuei actually crawled up from his bed, his eyes wide with anger, his white hair standing on end. The White Emperor was also very anxious, wanting to ask old Mr. Zhong Kuei for help to save Qin Chen. But before he could speak, old Mr. Zhong Kuei had already jumped up from the bed. What surprised her even more was that this elderly man now resembled an enraged lion. Understood, I'm on it. The Black Emperor's city is located in a relatively advanced Nibelungen. It will take some time to sense it, said the think tank director Chen Ping, sweating profusely, his fingers dancing over the instruments, almost smoking. At Qingbei University, in a standalone dormitory, Qin Chen, 4 girls shouted in unison. Their fingers clenched tightly. They had already witnessed Qin Chen's strength, but at this moment, they felt even more powerless and desperate. So hopeless, really so hopeless, a hero-level skeleton that could suppress the Emperor's right hand, just like that, is dead. Such an enemy is simply impossible to fight against. The most ridiculous thing is that the monster can reverse time. No matter how serious the injury, it can instantly recover. How do you fight that? Unless you can take it down in one hit, there's simply no way to break it. I think there should be some mechanism. I saw that every time this monster uses time reversal, it takes a few steps back. This should be exploitable, right? Exploit what? In the face of absolute power, all techniques are meaningless. While others were extremely anxious, Li Miao Miao sitting nearby let out a sigh of relief. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and comfortably leaned back. I said, how could anyone survive the Black Emperor's summons? If Qin Chen had endured extreme punishment from the start and then pretended to be dead, maybe he would have had a chance to survive. But now he wants to live? All I can say is, dream on. Inside the plague treasure box, the egg-shaped object was spinning open. A large amount of black water was surging, something similar to dry ice was dissipating. Whether it was the black water or the face-hugging bugs, their activity was rapidly increasing. Black water initial, disease system, description, an extremely domineering and terrifying super plague, existing in a state of extreme instability, capable of invading the core essence of any lifeform, fusing DNA and essence with itself to create new species. Theoretically, there are infinite new species, and it fights for the user. Original mother bug, type, parasite, description. The black water injected and spread by the mother bug will be enhanced by the mother body, with a chance to mutate into elite queen level. Black water spread, active skill, description. By actively releasing, the black water can spread with the will of the release, causing DNA and essence damage to the enemy, dealing 100,000 damage per second until the enemy dies, and can also transform the enemy, with a chance to mutate into ordinary elite. The moment the egg-shaped object opened, Shin-chan instantly understood the principle of the black water and how to control it. To summarize in 2 words, it was unsolvable. He watched as the Thunder Skull Mad King fell to the ground, its skull flickering with short bursts of electric light before being crushed. In its final moments, Shin-chan heard its whisper, "My lord, escape." A great sadness instantly engulfed Shin-chan's body and mind. Although he knew that the Thunder Skull Mad King could be summoned again after 72 hours, seeing it die before him was still so sorrowful. The next moment, emotionless eyes appeared before Shin-chan, only a few centimeters apart. Everything in the world seemed to fall silent. "My lord!" the Dark Queen screamed. The dignified queen was actually crawling frantically on the ground. Suddenly, a black shadow lunged out. The Dark Queen's scarlet eyes widened, stunned, lying on the ground, unable to utter a single word in shock. This time, it was not Shin-chan who fell, but the Time Caveman. A bug lay sprawled on the Time Caveman's face, its open form almost merging with his skin like a membrane, while he stretched out his long claws, frantically scratching at his face, leaving it bloodied and retreating unconsciously. Black jellyfish seed, successfully injected. Black jellyfish seed, successfully injected. Black jellyfish seed, successfully injected. The original mother bug clung tightly to the Time Caveman's face, its tubular abdominal organ continuously stabbing. It planted the extremely domineering black water seed. These could produce a queen, and even here with Shin-chan, they were exceedingly rare, with very low yield. Now, all at once, they were given to the Time Caveman. Soon, the Time Caveman's body began to react, first with black veins spreading across his face like a spider's web, quickly extending to his neck, and his skin's surface showed obvious keratinization, as if transforming into a cocoon for some monstrous creature. 2354379, aberrant life successfully gestated, source and DNA plundered. 2394345, aberrant life successfully gestated, source and DNA plundered. 2405439, aberrant life successfully gestated, source and DNA plundered. The exaggerated damage values indicated that the Time Caveman was approaching the end of its life. Abba, 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 Abba. The Time Caveman actually began to call out, its body flickering continuously, and the black infection symptoms on its body decreased with the flickering, but could not be eradicated. In the blink of an eye, the black infection symptoms had spread throughout its body. The Time Caveman curled up on the ground, its breath becoming extremely weak. The aberrant creature was gestating within it. Thud! The original mother bug transferred all the plagues within it to the Time Caveman, then lost all its strength, falling from its face to the ground, its body continuously shrinking into a dry shell. Meanwhile, the egg-shaped object in the plague cauldron began to reform a new original mother bug. Original mother bug, countdown, 29 minutes 59 seconds. Wait, what has Shin-chan done? What's wrong with the Time Caveman? Mr. Zhongkue watched as the Time Caveman approached, already beginning to exert itself, only for the Time Caveman to retreat as if splashed with acid, leaving him utterly confused. I don't know. Shin-chan seems to have dealt with the Time Caveman? Chen Ping also looked bewildered. How? Is that possible? The thing that flew out just now, that was Shin-chan's summon, Lv30 dealing over 2 million damage, is that even possible? Is that reasonable? I can't deal such high damage, even at full strength. I could barely manage 500,000. And that was against an unprotected test stake. Even the usually composed Mr. Zhongkue lost his composure, staring at the screen in disbelief. Everything before him had surpassed his understanding. The thought of one-shotting the Time Caveman was beyond imagination. The surreal feeling made him feel as if he were dreaming. He slowly turned to look at the equally stunned White Emperor, who jolted and exclaimed, "Old sir, I didn't know he was this strong. I always thought he could one-shot me. I didn't expect he could one-shot you too." Mr. Zhongkue. Beside them, Lu Yenner could no longer feel jealousy towards the White Emperor's overwhelming emotions. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the screen, her heart surging with immense waves. In front of Shin-chan, these things were nothing. If she could show goodwill and hug his thigh, then she could soar to great heights. The early bird catches the worm. She was the closest person to Shin-chan, aside from the White Emperor, the major superfamilies and other professionals in the Central District. They originally thought that Shin-chan was doomed to die, but then this scene unfolded before their eyes.
What's going on? What was that thing that just flew out? A bug? I've never seen anything like it.
What kind of bug is this? I just searched the database based on its appearance and couldn't find anything. It looks like a scorpion, but its attack method is completely different, just clinging to the face. I have no idea what it's doing. It's strange, really strange. No, even if it's clinging to the face, the Time Dweller can't shake it off, and Time Reversal can't get rid of it either. This is a bit too exaggerated, right? And it can deal over 2 million damage each time. What kind of bug can inflict such high damage? Bugs usually rely on numbers. Individual strength is generally weak or they perform suicide attacks. But this bug has undoubtedly pushed individual power to the peak.
What on earth is happening in this world?
The analysts from the superfamilies began to analyze each frame of the footage. But the more they looked, the more confused they became.
This was far beyond their understanding. They simply couldn't comprehend it. Or rather, they couldn't even grasp the most basic question.
The face-clinging bug wasn't a bug at all, but a disease type. After struggling for a while, the Time Dweller quickly succumbed. The face-clinging bug fell off its face and turned into a dry shell on the ground, revealing the truth to the onlookers. In an instant, countless people felt a chill run through them, their body hair standing on end. What the hell? The Time Dweller's face is intact. This bug didn't directly attack the brain.
So how did it attack and make the Time Dweller bleed so much?
Hiss, look, blood is gushing from the Time Dweller's mouth, its tongue even sticking out.
Could it be that, after the bug clung to the Time Dweller's face, it then lunged at its throat?
The oral structure of the Time Dweller is clearly severely damaged. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. They instinctively covered their mouths and necks, subconsciously imagining the scene of that bug clinging to the face and then lunging. This is just hard to accept. Even the thought of it is extremely disgusting. With the analysis of the scene, the result became increasingly clear. The bug released by Qin Shen was specifically designed to attack the throat. But then a new question arose. The throat isn't a fatal injury. Even if one can't breathe, an ordinary person can struggle for a few minutes, let alone a powerful monster like the Time Dweller.
So how did it cause such high damage? Everyone was puzzled until a new life was born. Only then did everyone suddenly realize.
The truth was chilling. It turned out that this bug was engaging in interspecies mating. After the Time Dweller fell, Qin Shen did not receive a kill notification. This guy lay on the ground still breathing, golden blood bubbling in its mouth. In fact, after being laid with eggs by the mother bug, there are several states. Some are painless and can continue normal activities until the eggs in the chest cavity are fully absorbed and restructured, at which point they realize they have been parasitized. Then there are those in extreme pain, still with a hint of breath, able to clearly sense the black water egg cocoon growing inside them, even feeling each other.
The Time Dweller was undoubtedly of the latter type.
Thunder Skull Mad King, I consider this revenge for you.
Although you can return in 72 hours, I can't let you die in humiliation.
Qin Shen squatted in front of the Time Dweller, his emotionless eyes finally filled with despair and fear.
3 hours later,
the Time Dweller's chest cavity suddenly swelled up, taking on an extremely exaggerated shape. Puff, a monster with a long, narrow head, screamed as it burst forth, its slimy skin glistening, resembling that of ocean fish. It had no eyes, its entire protruding face was dominated by a large mouth filled with sharp teeth, and deep within its throat, a mini head also opened its mouth to scream. Slime dripped onto the ground, making a hissing corrosive sound, akin to sulfuric acid. Despite being a newly born life form, it exuded an intense sense of foreboding and fear.
My lord, what is this thing?
The Dark Queen cried out in terror.
She was actually afraid.
There's no need to be afraid, it belongs to us.
I have absolute control over it. Qin Shen took a deep breath, soothing the Dark Queen.
To be honest, although he was somewhat prepared, the moment this thing burst out, he still experienced an instinctive fear response. In other words, alien creatures were probably the natural enemies of all beings.
Even higher dimensional life forms were no exception.
Because they could directly dismantle DNA and the essence, merging with themselves to create new life. This bug-level ability was enough to destroy the entire world. The good news was that the button was in his hands.
Black Water Plague Broken Chest Body Disease System Summon
Lv32, cannot exceed summoner level cap, health, 5000000. Description, a newly born black water alien, its various organs are not yet fully developed, measuring only 72 centimeters, but it already possesses unparalleled killing ability and a far more agile mobility than mature forms. It needs to consume a large amount of carnivorous nutrients to complete its final growth. At the same time, it can manipulate the black water within its body to cause remote disintegration of enemies and plunder DNA and essence to evolve itself. Once the black water is exhausted, it will die. Black Emperor's summons main survival mission: survive for 24 hours countdown. 12 hours 17 minutes 26 seconds. The time dweller lay on the ground, its chest cavity housing the black water plague broken chest body it had nurtured.
Due to just being born, the black water plague broken chest body appeared very frail, skin stretched tight over bones. My lord!
The Dark Queen seemed very nervous, her body pressed tightly against Qin Shen, looking as if she might flee at any moment. Qin Shen patted the back of her hand, then carefully observed the black water plague broken chest body, as he was very much looking forward to its subsequent development. After all, black water grows stronger in the face of strength. A new life combined with the divine and a new life combined with mortals would surely be worlds apart.
And the time dweller's life level was definitely not low.
At this moment, not only was Qin Shen paying close attention, but also the beings within the time tower, as well as the super families and professionals connected from the outside, were all watching this newly born life that had already caused panic among the crowd.
What on earth just popped out?
It was clearly a bug crawling up just now. How did it end up being a monster that I can't tell if it's a mammal or a cold-blooded creature? It suddenly jumped out and scared me so much I shivered. I practically wet my pants.
Ridiculous, it's really absurd. Did you all see that?
This thing has a little head in its mouth, and it has sharp teeth.
I've never seen such an absurd creature. If this thing appeared at the head of my bed in the middle of the night, I wouldn't even need it to make a move. I could just end it myself. Is this really something humanity can create?
My palms and back are all sweaty. Just looking at this screen makes me feel utterly terrified.
I just want to ask, Qin Shen should be able to control this thing, right?
I really don't want to find out in a few days that this thing is running all over the streets. Just thinking about it feels like the sky is about to collapse. Hee. If that kind of thing really happens, living another second would be a disrespect to me.
Sigh, I hope so.
I hope Qin Shen can control it, but we'll know the answer by looking at what happens next. The black water plague broken chest body truly frightened everyone, and not a single person present was willing to face it, including some beings from the time tower. What happened next made their vision go dark. The black water plague broken chest body screeched as it burst forth from its chest, celebrating its rebirth before coming to a halt. It first completely emerged from its chest cavity, its long tail resembling a blade, and at the very tip of the tail was a phantom of a clock, its hands turning precisely, matching the time tower down to the last detail. This should be the DNA origin of the time dweller, fused into the broken chest body, producing characteristics of time life.
The key point was that this was a high-dimensional life.
The time dweller had not yet died. It breathed weakly and hurriedly, then widened its eyes to look at the new life that had just emerged from its body, its gaze filled with disbelief and a sense of I am tainted. In the next second, a long, smooth, terrifying head appeared before its eyes.
And it was getting closer.
Until their faces were pressed together, slime dripping onto the wildly trembling face of the time dweller. The black water plague broken chest body slowly opened its mouth, a small head twisting deep within its throat, and in the terrified and desperate gaze of the time dweller, the small head opened its sharp mouth, piercing out like a sharp arrow.
Chomp! The head of the time dweller was directly pierced through.
Congratulations, you have killed a time dweller, gained experience, 5 million, due to erasing the time reversal effect, gained additional experience, 5 million, gained equipment, Wheel of Time, Lv60, shining grade, a total of 10 million experience, plus a top-tier Lv60 equipment. Aside from being difficult to kill and easy to die, the time tower is still very appealing.
This is really interesting. I think it's time to turn passive into active. Did you like to chase me before?
Then it's my turn this time, and I'll throw in some egg cocoons for you. Qin Shen thought of the emperor's right hand. That guy was quite arrogant just now. However, actions like counter-killing and revenge had already devolved into emotional reactions, which were actually the least wise choices.
Qin Shen's rationality told him to pursue something more meaningful.
For example, the secrets of the time tower, the bronze giant sword he saw embedded in the earth, and the black lightning spilling from the sword's crack. Should he also lift the dark curtain at the top of the divine ladder and greet the Black Emperor, maybe even take a shot?
The appearance of the black water plague broken chest body brought him too many possibilities.
Even if he had to leave afterward, he would definitely spread the black water plague first. When he returned next time, the Black Emperor's city might already be filled with black water anomalies. Never doubt the reproductive and spreading ability of the black water anomalies. If given a passage, the entire universe could be punctured. Or rather, in the competitive environment of the universe, the black water anomalies could unleash their maximum power. Chomp, 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 the head of the time dweller had been completely consumed, and then its body followed. In the blink of an eye, the black water plague broken chest body had grown several circles, its body much stronger, and its height had increased from 70 centimeters to 1 meter 40, almost doubling in size. But it still looked very thin, far from being mature. After devouring the time dweller, the black water plague broken chest body moved to the side, finding a relatively clean place to settle down. its long tail coiled around its body, its form very perfect. Surprisingly obedient, Qin Shen's lips curled up. "Oh, it seems to have a very gentle personality?" The Dark Queen couldn't help but speak. Her impression of the Black Water Plague's broken chest body had changed. It didn't seem so terrifying after all. After all, they were all on the same side. Qin Shen thought for a moment. His greatest reliance now was the Black Water Plague's broken chest body, and he had to feed it until it matured, so it could serve as his support in his rampage. If he devoured within the Time Tower, he could easily attract higher-tier time creatures. The Time Burrowers, as ordinary time creatures, were already so formidable, he dared not imagine what lay beyond that. If he went outside, he might encounter the torrent of black lightning, with a high chance of dying instantly. So, there was only. Qin Shen turned to look at the surrounding pitch-black skeletons. Although they had no flesh, their strength was not low, especially the dragon-formed skeletons. "All black skeletons, line up here and feed them to the black water anomaly," Qin Shen commanded, and the black skeletons began to approach one by one. The Black Water Plague's broken chest body sensed Qin Shen's will, crawled up from the ground, grabbed a black skeleton's foot, and started crunching it. During this process, its body kept growing larger. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The black water anomaly had a strong bite. Putting a black skeleton's foot into its sharp beak was like eating crispy bones. However, based on the emotional feedback, the black water anomaly was very averse to such food. It had no meat at all and was choking. There were still 62 black skeletons left, and the black water anomaly gnawed for a full 2.5 hours before it had crushed all those hard bones and swallowed them. It wanted to let out a victorious roar but instead produced a hoarse bubbling sound. Ugh, its oral mucus was all used up. Fortunately, the food it consumed would be dismantled from the original DNA, thus affecting the transformation of cells, energy, and other basic substances. In simple terms, it was perfectly digested without the need for excretion. Otherwise, it would truly experience the discomfort of a small knife scraping its backside. Eating is really slow. 2.5 hours have passed. There are still 9 hours and 37 minutes left. Qin Shen glanced at the task panel and couldn't help but complain. Previously, he had hoped time would pass quickly so he could be sent out. But now, with the emergence of the Black Water Plague, he felt time was insufficient. There were too many places in the Black Emperor's city that needed to be checked in. The Time Tower in front of him was one, the giant sword stuck in the ground was another, and the source of the Black Lightning, as well as the Black Emperor's Divine Ascent Ladder, were also must-visit spots. Clang clang clang, the Black Water Anomaly strode towards Qin Shen, its nearly 3-meter-tall figure, with dozens of black spikes protruding from its back and a distinctly jointed tail that was 5 meters long. The key point was that on its fierce beak, a clock's phantom appeared on its round forehead. Black Water Anomaly Time Predator, Elite Level Disease Anomaly, Level, Lv32. Cannot exceed Summoner's Level, Health, 50 million, Description, a new life successfully nurtured by the Black Water Plague, decomposing and plundering the original DNA of time burrowers, possessing a high-dimensional time life structure, capable of manipulating time within a certain range, usable time abilities, time reversal, time acceleration, time flicker, time perception. Now, this time anomaly looked very strange. It was incredibly fierce and menacing yet bore sacred time characteristics, two contradictory entities combined within it. After it approached Qin Shen, it suddenly knelt on the ground. The biological armor on its knee directly cracked the surface of the Time Tower. The Dark Queen's eyes turned crimson, but she hid behind Qin Shen, tightly clutching her left arm. The bizarre creature before her filled her with an unprecedented fear. At the same time, everyone outside was so tense that they could hardly breathe upon seeing the mature black water entity, the Time Plunderer. My God, it can grow this big. Is there any hope left for us? Just looking at it through the screen makes me feel scared. If the Time Dweller appears again, it probably won't stand a chance against this thing. Be more confident, remove the probably. I feel like anyone who faces this thing will struggle, even a god would probably cry and go back. This thing is too creepy. Wait, don't you think this is ridiculous? Qin Shen, a mere Lv32 necromancer, managed to summon such a level-ignoring killing machine and even killed a Lv60 Time Dweller. I can't even imagine this happening. Something is definitely wrong. A thorough investigation is recommended. Damn it, you said it yourself. Don't drag us into this. Be careful, when Qin Shen comes out, he might just leave one at your place first. No, please, don't. I'll be good, I beg you, wah wah wah. Countless professionals in the Central District were frantically discussing. Now, Qin Shen's name was known to almost everyone. The foreign professionals from Sakura country, in their panic, hurried towards their private jets. They needed to relay this news back to their homeland before Dragon Country could react. If any friction arose with Dragon Country and they ended up releasing 2 of these things in Sakura country, it wouldn't be surprising if, within a week, everyone, regardless of gender, even the dogs at home, would be pregnant with the black water entity's offspring. They were scared, truly scared. Other foreign professionals who had conflicts or friction with Dragon Country also rushed towards their private jets. This news was worth millions, and whoever could bring it back would soar to success. Unfortunately, when they reached their private jets, they found the official law enforcement from Dragon Country standing there with smiles in front of the jets. This black water entity is so obedient to Qin Shen's commands. With its terrifying abilities, not just the heavens of Dragon Country, even the international landscape will undergo earth-shattering changes. Mr. Zhongkue, upon seeing the black water entity take form, removed the sensory device from his head and leaned back against the seat. It turns out that Qin Shen has already embarked on a path different from mine, different from everyone else's. What I said before now seems trivial in comparison. Mr. Zhongkue chuckled self-deprecatingly. Good, very obedient. Qin Shen looked at the black water entity, the time plunderer, half kneeling before him. What a big one! He patted its smooth head. Then, he looked up towards the top of the time tower, where the huge clock was turning. That was undoubtedly the core of the entire time tower. The former tower master, Luo Bai, had climbed up there before. He wondered what the outcome was. Interestingly, I encountered the monster time dweller as soon as I entered the time tower, but ever since the black water entity, the time plunderer, came into being, the time tower has been eerily quiet, with no monsters appearing. You have to know that it has been a full 6 hours since the black water entity was born. There is only one truth: the beings inside the time tower are afraid. Let's go, let's take a look. What time tower? Let me see what's going on. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shen led the way, with the black water entity, the time plunderer, at the forefront, heading deeper into the time tower. During this time, the clock phantom on the forehead of the black water entity began to spin faster, emitting a large amount of colorful light to counteract the influence of the surrounding high-dimensional time rules. Thus, Qin Shen did not experience the rapid aging and regression like Luo Bai did. At that moment, a burst of golden light suddenly fell, exploding in front of Qin Shen. A plump figure emerged from within, slowly opening his eyes, his pupils glowing with a golden sheen. No entry here. We, the Time Tower, never participate in worldly disputes, nor is it a sacred place to satisfy personal desires. You can stay at the entrance of the Time Tower until time runs out. Time Manager Fat, Lv65, Health, 300 million, Description: an elite form of a high-dimensional time life form, a mid-tier monster within the Time Tower, capable of controlling the flow of time for itself, others, and even the time of an entire world, possessing the power to annihilate a world with a mere gesture. Golden particles of light fell from above, with the plump time manager standing in front. The opponent did not attack directly, likely wary of the black water anomaly. You say it's forbidden, so it's forbidden? Is the Time Tower your family business? Qin Shen sneered, leaving the time manager Fat momentarily speechless. Strictly speaking, he was not the master of the Time Tower. However, he quickly regained his composure and shouted sternly, "Human, to put it in your vulgar terms, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Allowing you to stay at the entrance until your survival time ends is already very generous. Don't think that just because you have such a strange mutated creature, you can do as you please in our Time Tower. We existed long before this world was formed." Upon hearing this, Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. The information in the time manager Fat's words was substantial. Firstly, from the dimensional existence perspective, the Time Tower was absolutely far superior to the Black Emperor and operated independently. Of course, it was highly likely that it had allied with the Black Emperor, as evidenced by the severe punishment of the former Tower Master, Luo Bai. The Black Emperor was doing everything possible to control the Time Tower. This indicated that there was something of great importance to the Black Emperor above. Now that you mention it, I really need to go take a look. Qin Shen smiled slightly and pointed forward. Go for it, kill him. At the same time, the face-hugging bug from the plague cauldron was ready, waiting for the time manager Fat to weaken before releasing the bug to inject its eggs. He was very much looking forward to what kind of mutated life forms the elite monsters within the Time Tower could give rise to. What? The time manager Fat instinctively took a half-step back, his face showing astonishment. This was already the greatest concession made by the Time Tower, allowing Qin Shen to hide inside the tower to evade the Black Emperor's pursuit. To be honest, it was quite generous. The Black Emperor did not even receive such treatment, but he never expected that Qin Shen would actually refuse. How dare he? Dare to refuse the proposal of the Time Tower? The time manager Fat felt his head buzzing, anger surging from his heart straight to the top of his head. You have some nerve. Since ancient times, no one has dared to overstep the Time Tower, not even the Black Emperor. What are you? The time manager Fat seemed about to explode, golden light surging, his eyes flowing with rich gold, and his pupils rapidly transforming into the shape of a clock, beginning to tick and spin. We govern your fate. The entire time tower began to tremble, with more time monsters flickering into existence around. This was not only the anger of the time manager Fat but also the entire time tower wanting to confront Qin Shen. Damn, do I even deserve to watch this battle? I don't know how bold Qin Shen is, but I feel like I've eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, actually sitting here watching both sides fight. I mean, what the hell am I? Any one of them could crush me, and here I am watching their battle and even cheering from the sidelines. I'm too crazy. I always thought the Black Emperor was the pinnacle of the main storyline dungeon, but I didn't expect another time tower to emerge. From what the time monster just said, it seems the time tower is even more formidable than the Black Emperor. If that's the case, all previous research has to be scrapped and started over. Our understanding is completely overturned. Even the textbooks need to be revised. Oh my god, what kind of celestial warrior is Qin Shen? He can actually fight his way up here, and judging by the monsters he just summoned, it's really uncertain who will win or lose. The outside world was in an uproar. What Qin Shen experienced and discovered was enough to overturn everyone's understanding. Or rather, all these actions could very well make Long Country the first nation in the world to clear the main storyline dungeon. The significance of this is immense. Only after resolving its own crisis can it look to the world and even further afield. All the high-level decision-makers knew that if Qin Shen hadn't appeared and exposed the Black Emperor's city to the public eye, it would take at least 1,000 years to clear the central area main storyline dungeon, and they would need another unparalleled genius like Qin Shen to do it. Otherwise, given the current difficulty, there would be no hope of success. The appearance of Qin Shen is truly a blessing for our great Huaxia. Meanwhile, Qin Shen quietly retreated behind the Black Water entity, Time Plunderer. The Dark Queen embraced him from behind, darkness enveloping them. They prepared for defense and escape. You dare! The time manager, Fat, was still fuming, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Until a narrow head appeared right in front of him, just a few centimeters away, its gaping maw dripping with thick, viscous slime. The air instantly fell silent, and the time manager, Fat, suddenly felt blank, his heart filled with fear. The silence lasted only a moment. A mini head shot out from the maw, darting into the time manager, Fat's throat like lightning. Shit! Both the outside world and Qin Shen exclaimed a classic phrase. The mini head frantically tore at the inside of the time manager, Fat, while its distinctly jointed tail and sharp claws relentlessly attacked him. 37234889, mini headlocks onto enemy, origin devour, black water infection 10342282, claw tear, black water infection 17394553, tail piercing, toxin injection. A series of damage values popped up. The mini head was undoubtedly the strongest ability of the black water entity, with damage far ahead. Next was that long tail. Since the black water entity still had other abilities unused, the damage ranking was not yet determined. Roar, after being filled, the time manager, Fat, was completely dazed. His eyes widened, and the clock mark in his golden pupils began to reverse. Everything around him started to rewind. The wildly thrashing long tail retracted along its original path, the claws that had tightly locked him opened, and even the mini head that had been forced into his throat shrank back. Cough 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 cough. After breaking free, the time manager, Fat, immediately retreated and began to spit out golden blood. What? What did you do to the time burrower? How can you feel it inside you? His injuries did not heal due to the time reversal. The black water entity, Time Plunderer, did not answer. It charged forward like a killing machine again. The clock phantom on its bulging forehead began to spin faster, and its figure started to flicker forward. In less than a second, it reappeared in front of the time manager, Fat. Their faces were once again close together, and thick liquid dripped from the maw. The time manager, with his plump, chubby cheeks, began to tremble in fear as he stared at the terrifying entity before him, then shouted loudly, "Save me!" Awoke shadows flickered in the spacetime, appearing in response. Ah, no, 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 save me! The time manager, Plump, was pinned down by the black water entity, its strong claws pressing down on his shoulder, producing the sound of cracking bones, while its horrifying head, dripping with viscous liquid, loomed close. He was terrified, only able to scream for help, until a shadow suddenly darted out, covering his face. The foreign sensation in his throat made his eyes roll back. Feeling a sharp, stabbing pain like needles, only one thought remained in his mind. I am not clean. And indeed, he could clearly feel a new life emerging within him, ruthlessly draining his life and essence. It would be better to just tear it off, he thought. The second black water entity has successfully gestated an elite-level time monster. I wonder if it can produce the Black Water Queen. Let's set a small goal first, to seed all the monsters in the time tower. I don't believe the Black Emperor can withstand it. In terms of individual strength, the Black Water entity must be stronger than the high-dimensional evil spirits, and it has already claimed the top spot in my skill strength. Qin Shen silently thought as he looked at the time manager, plump. At that moment, several golden particles of light fell from different directions, and a monster wielding a golden spear appeared.
Time Manager, Slim, Lv65,
Health, 300 million, Description: the elite form of a high-dimensional time life form, a mid-tier monster within the time tower, possessing extreme melee capabilities, able to freely traverse through time, often capable of one-hit kills against even the most powerful enemies. They were as thin as sticks, their golden pupils filled with indifference. Unlike the plump one, they did not chatter endlessly upon appearing but instead thrust their spears forward, trailing golden particles, and lunged fiercely at Qin Shen.
This is a murderous intent.
Unfortunately, the black water mother bug can only store one at a time, so I have to wait half an hour before I can continue seeding.
Or, use one more, not give it all to the plump one?
Qin Shen rested his chin on his hand, pondering slightly. Two time managers, Slim, attacked from the left and right, while the Dark Queen spread darkness to block them, which shattered in an instant. She looked at her hands in disbelief, her expression one of deep shock. She never expected her strength to be so inadequate. But her dark power had already reached its limit, and it hadn't been streamlined for a very long time. She trained hard, but it only slowed the decline of her power. Click, a figure in black silk appeared beside them, its curved back covered in black spikes facing them. The black water entity, Time Plunderer, blocked the golden spear with its claws, while its long, segmented tail wrapped around the golden spear behind it, producing electric sparks upon collision. After a brief stalemate, the golden sheen suddenly exploded. The claws and tail of the black water entity shattered violently. 22134428, Time Shatter, Crippling Blow. 22282349, Time Shatter, Crippling Blow.
Everything happened too quickly to evade.
The shattered limbs of the black water entity scattered everywhere, and it screamed in pain, opening its mouth wide. The time manager, Slim, who had gained the upper hand, showed a disdainful expression. In the next moment, a mini head suddenly darted out, pouring into his mouth.
Thud! The time manager, Slim, knelt down, convulsing all over. He was so thin that one could see the signs of the mini head moving within his chest cavity.
36842239, mini head locked, black water infection. 36842239, mini head locked, black water infection.
Black water primordial.
Seeing this, Qin Shen immediately mobilized the black water essence in the plague treasure cauldron, then sprayed it in mist form directly at the time manager thin on the ground. His skin developed black, spiderweb-like veins, and new black water life was gestating within him. However, the creatures that emerged would not be of high level.
Die.
The time manager thin behind watched helplessly as his companion became a breeding ground for parasites, his heart filled with extreme terror.
He raised the golden spear in his hand and stabbed down again.
Hiss, 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 the spikes behind the black water entity shot out, piercing into the back of the time manager thin, slowing down his attack speed. 18322495, long-range black spike attack, super nerve paralysis. 18322495, long-range black spike attack, super nerve paralysis. A series of damage values popped up, quite considerable. At the same time, the black water entity possessed their original DNA, and the nerve-paralyzing toxin was specifically produced within, proving to be remarkably effective. Suddenly, a small figure darted out, moving extremely fast, clinging to the face of the time manager thin, shooting a mini head at his mouth.
Whoa whoa whoa.
The time manager thin's eyes widened suddenly, his whole body resisting, but it was already too late. It turned out that the black water entity that had been gestating earlier had emerged. Truly deserving of its romantic nature, it initiated with a French kiss.
Upon seeing its information panel, Qin Shen couldn't hold back. Black water entity time sprayer, rare level disease entity Lv32, cannot exceed summoner level, health 50 million, small, health minus 50%, description, a new life created by the black water entity cracking the original DNA of the time manager fat, perfectly merging and inheriting the original special ability sprayer? Are you serious? Could it be that this fat guy ate too many burgers and transformed into a spraying warrior? Qin Shen couldn't help but mock. Regardless, just looking at the name and description, it should be a ranged type.
Congratulations, you have killed a time manager fat, gained experience, 750,0000, due to successfully breaking the time reversal, gained extra experience, 750,0000, gained extra equipment, time shield, Lv65, shining level item, congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to Lv33, intelligence *20, strength *10, agility *10, free attributes plus 50, health 5000, mana 250, high dimension plus 1. After a series of struggles, the two time managers thin also died one after another.
At the same time, two ordinary black water entities were produced.
Unlike the black water mother bug laying eggs, they were entirely gray, shrunk to 2 meters in size, and most importantly, their weapon was also the mini head in their mouths, a shrunken version of the black water entity. Congratulations, you have killed a time manager thin, gained experience, 7000000, due to successfully breaking the time reversal, gained extra experience, 7 million, gained extra equipment, time golden spear, LV65, shining level item, congratulations, you have killed a time manager thin, gained experience, 7000000, due to successfully breaking the time reversal, gained extra experience, 7 million, gained extra equipment, time golden boots, LV65, shining level item. Killing monsters here is so satisfying. I just leveled up, and the experience bar has already risen to more than half in an instant. Moreover, equipment drops are guaranteed. I just wonder if there are any skill books. The time managers thin fell one after another, their elongated heads popping out from their chests. Hiss, hiss, inside the time tower, their hissing sounds filled the air. The 4 black water entities looked almost identical, all possessing elongated heads and mini heads within their cavities. However, there were significant differences in certain aspects, which also created unique combat styles. For instance, the black water entity known as the Time Sprayer had a huge belly, walking with its stomach protruding, but it could spray corrosive liquid from its navel, and its long tail had transformed into a high-pressure sprayer capable of shooting the super corrosive liquid far away. At the same time, a phantom of a time wheel appeared on its big belly, allowing for time manipulation. Nyopi Polasi. The only drawback is that it's too ugly, otherwise, it could replace the Dark Queen and become a ranged DPS. Shinshin sighed slightly, glancing at the Dark Queen, who looked like a frightened little rabbit. I wonder if the black water entity queen is good-looking. Creak creak, suddenly, the sound of chewing came from nearby. 2 ordinary black water entities were gnawing on the body of the time manager, thin. They looked like a downgraded version, not only smaller in size but also lacking the black spikes on their backs. Their 2 claws had transformed into blade-like shapes, inheriting the attack style of the time manager, thin. You two, get up and let the time sprayer eat the corpse. Qin Shen beckoned to the 2 little ones. The 2 little ones looked up at Qin Shen, then crawled out with a pitiful expression, standing beside him with their heads down, resembling little students who had made a mistake, each only about half a meter tall. Do you understand Kong Rong giving up pears? Let the big one eat first, and you can just gnaw on the dirt. That's how good children behave. Qin Shen took on the role of a parent, educating the 2 little ones to always let brother have the first pick. The 2 little ones raised their heads, seemingly understanding, and saw the time sprayer eating heartily, suddenly grinning and nodding repeatedly. They seemed to grasp something. Yes, 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 just like you think. You need to learn to take care of yourselves in the future. Qin Shen looked at the 2 little ones in surprise, thinking that the black water entities had quite a high level of comprehension. The time sprayer was gulping down the time manager, thin, almost matching the size of the time raider, fully matured. It approached the 2 little ones with its big belly, gently patting their heads, seemingly trying to be friendly. But Qin Shen sensed through the black water that this creature intended to eat the 2 little ones as well, so he had to intervene and strictly prohibited them from eating their own kind. What Qin Shen didn't know was that his actions would lead to significant changes in the future. The 2 little ones, born of humble origins, would complete a reversal. As long as we spread the aberrations, the time tower will be easy to conquer. Let the black water entities fill the time tower. Qin Shen currently had 4 entities, although the 2 little ones had limited combat power, they were still considered high-dimensional beings. He looked up at the clock at the very top and began to climb upward with the entities. Now it was no longer a matter of survival. It was about whether I could do it or not. Strangely, after climbing 2 levels, Qin Shen had yet to encounter a single time monster. The surrounding crystalline time refractions grew increasingly dazzling, making it hard to look at for too long. The enormous clock at the top still seemed far away. Stuck in a wall? Trying to use time traps or something to confine me here? Qin Shen stopped, frowning. The master of the time tower must be very clever. He could surely analyze the characteristics of the black water entities. However, do you think a mere time trap can hold me? Do you think my high-dimensional attributes are just for show? Qin Shen shook his head. He could still see through some aspects of the surrounding space-time structure. As long as you give me time, I will surely break through it. At that moment, a hollow voice suddenly echoed. Qin Shen, I have seen your future. You are the culprit behind the destruction of the entire world. Your necromantic power spreads across every piece of land in this world. You have destroyed all hope, obliterated the beauty of life, and shattered the connections among all living things brimming with vitality. You are utterly sinful. At the same time, you are also pitiful beyond measure. Qin Shen, why is this old man cursing as soon as he arrives? Meanwhile, the bronze matrix tracking Nibelungen erupted with electric sparks. The director of the think tank presiding over the ceremony, Chen Ping, spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Everything has changed, everything has changed. He trembled as he raised his head, mumbling incoherently. The White Emperor was momentarily stunned and rushed to support Chen Ping, but upon hearing his incomprehensible words, her head began to buzz. However, from Chen Ping's words, she seemed to sense some change in the sky outside. Ambulance, ambulance, hurry. She couldn't make a judgment and could only pull out her phone and shout anxiously. Just as she felt a chaotic mess, the silver tubes inserted in Mr. Zhong Kuei's back began to explode one after another, splattering silver liquid everywhere. As they hit the ground, they shrank into small beads, rolling off in all directions. Mr. Zhong Kuei, you too. The White Emperor was dumbfounded, her mind a muddle, unsure of what to do. Or rather, everything had been fine, they should have been safe outside, so why did they suddenly drop dead one after another? A group of medical staff in white coats rushed out, immediately surrounding Mr. Zhong Kuei. The White Emperor was pushed out of the way, staring blankly at the crowd, catching glimpses of the expanding white flesh, each adorned with bronze masks. Mr. Zhong Kuei's secret is a top-level secret of the Dragon Kingdom. After thinking of this sentence, she silently turned away. The outside world saw the suddenly blacked out screen, instantly causing an uproar. What's going on? Why did it suddenly go black? I just heard a voice saying it saw Qin Chen's future, and then it just cut off. What was that? Damn, you've piqued my interest, but now you won't say anything. Do you understand what it means that the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked? For us ordinary people, perhaps it's best not to know. Just enjoy the bliss of ignorance. If we know too much, we might not even be able to sleep at night. He. This is a matter that concerns every one of us. You wouldn't want to wake up in the middle of the night to see a drooling alien face, would you? Right, this is no trivial matter. I just saw the think tank director Chen Ping spitting blood, and there was also the bronze suit used to detect Nibelungen. This is something our ancestors left behind. It hasn't broken for thousands of years, and yet it just exploded. Something must have happened. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the professionals outside caught off guard. More importantly, what was the prophecy that the Time Tower had revealed? And how was it related to Qin Chen? Quick! Find a way to investigate Nibelungen immediately, figure out what the prophecy is, this concerns the lives of all of us. This is a big deal, something significant must be about to happen. Damn it, with the current conditions, we can't deduce anything. Bring out our ancestors' artifacts. The equipment developed now is too primitive. After all this, the old stuff from our ancestors is still the best. Don't just stand there, this information is crucial. What? It's still in the museum? Bring it out. This incident in the Black Emperor City not only has the potential to change the landscape of the Dragon Kingdom but could even alter the fate of humanity as a whole. We have no means to investigate, but once Qin Chen emerges, we must extend our utmost sincerity to win him over. From this moment on, he will undoubtedly be the most central figure among humanity. The high-ranking officials in the Central District, the 5 major superfamilies, and other secret organizations were all shaken. They exerted their family resources to investigate Qin Chen's current situation. The critical moment of the footage was lost, leaving a feeling like a thorn in their throats. Anyone who saw it would know. But unfortunately, all methods had failed, unable to investigate or perceive. The Black Emperor City was like a blind box. No one knew what was happening inside. The high-ranking bigwigs in the Central District were all restless, their minds filled with just 2 words. Qin Chen, Qin Chen, Qin Chen, it's still Qin Chen. To put it bluntly, Qin Chen secretly sold humanity out while everyone else was left counting money for him late into the night. The feelings of the professionals in the Central District were strange, both terrified and looking forward to Qin Chen's return. What he brought back this time was either hope or despair. It was truly hard to tell. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the world would begin to change in Qin Chen's hands. Whether it would turn left or right was entirely up to him. Qin Chen, you have destroyed everything. Wherever your footsteps have tread, there is desolation. Wherever your gaze falls, there is ruin. You are a calamity. Your existence will not only destroy the Dragon Kingdom you inhabit but will also ruin the planet you rely on for survival, and the entire universe. Countless lives hate you to the bone, and thousands of the dead kneel and plead for mercy before you. This is your future. I, the master of the Time Tower, have witnessed it with my own eyes, and not a word of it is false. I swear by the Time Galaxy, if there is a single falsehood, I will fall into the abyss of darkness forever. The hollow voice echoed in the Time Tower. The tone was drawn out so long that anyone who didn't know would think he was reciting poetry. Qin Chen originally looked down on this, thinking, who is this old fool trying to deceive me with a few words? Just wait until I turn you into a black water queen. But the next moment, an incredibly brilliant, vast, and mysterious galaxy slowly unfolded above him. Just one glance, and Qin Chen felt as small as dust. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This old fool was serious? Time Galaxy, Supreme Dimension. This was not a projection or an illusion, it truly existed. The Time Galaxy would not heed the call of any living being. It was right there, visible as long as one's gaze could cross the dimension of endless light years. And the master of the Time Tower's oath to the Time Galaxy thus took effect. While Qin Shen was shocked, he instinctively thought, could the real world of the dead be like the Time Galaxy, an existence of the Supreme Dimension? That was his, or rather the final destination for necromancer-type professionals. As long as one kept leveling up, they could reach the other shore. The strange sight lasted only a moment before disappearing, but Qin Shen felt as if a long time had passed. When he came back to his senses, he found his 4 black water had already prostrated on the ground. The Dark Queen fared worse, lying on the ground and shattering completely. Dark Empress has died. Cooldown time, 72 hours. Damn, this is a bit mystical. Qin Shen frowned. This master of the Time Tower had some substance. Just as he was in extreme shock, the hollow voice rang out again. So, Mr. Qin Shen, can we sit down and have a good talk? Let's discuss your future. It felt like a job interview, with the boss painting a picture for me. Qin Shen expressed his surprise and internally complained. The next moment, a rainbow-like bridge appeared before Qin Shen, leading directly to the enormous clock area of the Time Tower. Please rest assured, I just want to have a chat with you. If possible, I can also help you kill the Black Emperor. Of course, it just requires a small price. The hollow voice echoed again, dispelling Qin Shen's doubts. Qin Shen furrowed his brows, still hesitating, as he had already caught a whiff of conspiracy. He did not want to be used as a pawn. After pondering for half an hour, Qin Shen saw that the new black jellyfish had regrown, and only then did he step onto the rainbow bridge. No matter what the Time Tower Master intended to do, as long as he could see an opportunity, he would definitely release the black jellyfish and first create a black water queen. Qin Shen walked up the rainbow bridge, the surrounding light growing brighter and brighter until it turned into a sea of white. The enormous clock also grew larger and larger, and in front of it stood a figure with their hands behind their back. This figure looked very familiar. However, Qin Shen could not recall where he had seen it before. Once he fully approached, the figure smiled and turned around, revealing a familiar face that left Qin Shen dumbfounded. Luo Bai, the Tower Guardian, you successfully seized the Time Tower? No, your body has already been transformed into a wraith, but you are clearly not a wraith now. Qin Shen couldn't help but shout. Sorry, I am Luo Yu, the Tower Guardian, the Time Tower Master said with a smile, looking exactly like Luo Bai, the Tower Guardian. The Luo Bai you mentioned is also me. To be precise, every time I inherit the Time Tower, a brand new me is born, while the previous me is exiled. After all, the previous me is not the same as the current me. You, wait a minute, are you speaking in riddles with me? Hee, the Luo Bai you mentioned is still climbing the tower. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be climbing for a very long time, until the world is destroyed. Luo Yu, the Tower Guardian, continued to smile as he waved his hand, and a stiff-bodied person appeared below, climbing the tower with sluggish movements, sometimes falling off the wooden ladder, yet showing remarkable persistence. Qin Shen. He no longer knew what to say, because he had a special sensitivity to wraiths, and this was indeed Luo Bai, the Tower Guardian. The thought of him having to climb forever made him feel inexplicably sorry. Mr. Qin Shen, I don't need to prove anything anymore, right? Luo Yu waved his hand, and the struggling Luo Bai disappeared. He smiled and looked at Qin Shen. At the same time, this guy's information also appeared. Time Guardian Luo Ulv. Introduction. Let's leave the self-introduction at that. In the future I can see, the Black Emperor city will surely perish, and there will be at least 5 different factions of beings. The strange creature you just created has added another possibility to the future. If the Black Emperor city is destined to perish, then who brings about its destruction is very important. What do you think, Mr. Qin Shen?